I am Zhang Fei, not the same here. Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms. My father was known as Zhang San, an outlaw beyond the law. In life he offended many enemies, but fortunately, he had a friend named Luo Xiang, a lawyer. Relying on him, my father resolved crisis after crisis. When I was 16 in a courtroom, I served on a jury and witnessed Luo Xiang send the opposing lawyer to prison. Even the bystanders were implicated and sentenced to 3 years. Yet my father had offended too many enemies, and I was sent by a driver into the world of pirates. That is why I crossed over. As for my current location, I am at the marine base, the island where Zoro was captured. The story has only just begun. It is the 9th day since Zoro was captured, and before long, I will meet the straw-hatted boy Luffy. Zhang Fei sat at the harbor gazing over the endless sea and waiting for Luffy's arrival. He urged the system, wondering when that boy would come. The system impatiently brushed off Zhang Fei's urging, saying that those meant to arrive would arrive, and look, they had come. Luffy leapt excitedly from the small boat. Having only recently set sail, he was eager for new adventures, and thrilled to have reached the marine base at last. Kobe quickly tied up the boat so it would not drift away. Joy shone on his face, for reaching the marine base meant he could join the Marines, the honorable dream he had long cherished. They had finally arrived after no easy journey. Luffy sincerely praised Kobe, marveling that they had truly reached their destination. Kobe took it as a matter of course, believing that such skill was essential for anyone who went to sea. Kobe thought this was a skill everyone should have, but he had overestimated Luffy. If Luffy had gone to sea alone, reaching the marine base would hardly have been easy. Zhang Fei watched the two of them chatting with interest. After meeting Luffy, the system finally granted him a beginner's gift pack. The system announced that his beginner's gift pack had arrived. For this reward, his 2 days of waiting at the harbor had not been in vain. His once empty spatial backpack now held a large gift pack, the beginner's gift. Curious, Zhang Fei asked the system whether there was anything good inside. The system confidently assured Zhang Fei that the contents were excellent, claiming it had even given up a system girl from a neighboring world for this reward, so the host had better do his part. Hearing this, Zhang Fei was nearly moved to tears. He had not expected the system to be so formidable, even sacrificing lifelong happiness for him. He knew about the system from the neighboring world because he had chatted with his own system over the past 2 days. That system girl was the goddess his system secretly admired, and now it had given up the chance to pursue her for his sake. Zhang Fei felt the system was truly too good to him. Yet the system was nowhere near as noble as Zhang Fei imagined. In truth, the items in the beginner's gift pack had been won in a mahjong game against a system from the primordial world. It had said all that only to make Zhang Fei complete his tasks more willingly. Zhang Fei felt the system treated him too well, while the system modestly told him to keep a low profile and not be so polite. Zhang Fei could no longer wait to open the beginner's gift pack. After all, he currently had no power to resist anything. He was merely an ordinary person, and any pirate could easily end his life. He received an immortal and indestructible body. When he saw what the gift pack had produced, Zhang Fei was so excited he could barely speak. Immortality meant he could be as reckless as his father without fearing for his life. This reward was simply beyond belief. Zhang Fei could only praise the system, while the system proudly hinted that it had protected his life in the pirate world. Zhang Fei agreed that the system was truly like a real father. Compared with his outlaw father who still let enemies send him to another world, this system felt far more reliable. The system then gave him a task: join the Straw Hat Pirates. Zhang Fei immediately agreed, knowing there would be a reward. Zhang Fei cast aside his pride and accepted at once. Though he knew his behavior was somewhat shameless, it hardly mattered now. With the system, becoming a supreme powerhouse seemed effortless. Zhang San would have said his son had the bearing of an emperor. After the system went offline, Zhang Fei read the description of his immortality. Even if his soul were destroyed and his body turned to nothingness, he could still revive. It was absurdly powerful. His current mission was to join the Straw Hat Pirates. That should be simple as long as he displayed his ability. Luffy would surely become interested and invite him aboard. While Zhang Fei was lost in joy by the time he came back to himself, Luffy and Kobe had already left. Knowing the plot, Zhang Fei went straight to the marine base gate to wait for them. Before, he would not have dared go near for fear of being killed by Captain Morgan. Now, with immortality, what was there to fear? He would face it head on. Sure enough, when he reached the marine base gate, he saw 2 people lying atop the wall, curiously peering at Zoro, who was tied up inside. Zhang Fei joined them on the wall and secretly watched Zoro. He was curious about Zoro too. After all, he had never seen him in person before. Zhang Fei finally saw what Zoro looked like and felt that he was truly intimidating. Luffy, noticing Zhang Fei's sudden appearance, grew curious and asked who he was. Zhang Fei introduced himself. Luffy cheerfully introduced himself as Monkey D. Luffy, the man who would one day become the Pirate King. Luffy introduced himself with carefree cheer. Others might have laughed at such a dream, but Zhang Fei knew the original story. Luffy was destined to become the Pirate King. Of that there was no doubt. Zhang Fei said he believed him, which delighted Luffy. Just then Rika appeared carrying a ladder and coming up beside Kobe. She quietly signaled them not to speak, then climbed over and jumped inside to give the rice ball she had made to Zoro. Kobe, alarmed, urged Luffy to save her because it was dangerous. Seeing Rika jump into the marine base, Kobe grew anxious. The place was dangerous, and if she encountered Captain Morgan, her life could be at risk, so he tried to persuade Luffy to rescue her. Luffy's answer left Kobe numb. If Kobe wanted to save her, he should do it himself. Meanwhile, Rika carefully held out the rice ball she had made to Zoro. Rika offered the large rice ball she had made, thinking Zoro must be hungry after being tied up for so long. Seeing the little girl climb over the wall, Zoro used a fierce tone to frighten her away, so she would leave quickly. Zoro snapped at the child, deliberately acting harsh, so she would leave at once. Yet Rika did not take Zoro's words to heart, and kept offering the rice ball she had made. Though it was her first attempt, she had poured all her effort into them. Zoro answered with harsh words again. If Morgan arrived, Rika's life would be in danger, so he had to drive her away. He insisted he was not hungry, and ordered her to take the food and leave at once. But Rika hesitated, and lowered her head, troubled. She understood that Zoro was acting so cruelly only to keep her safe. Seeing that Rika still would not give up, Zoro raised his voice and threatened her, trying to frighten her into retreating before danger could reach her. Zhang Fei and the others watched from the wall. Luffy might not yet understand what Zoro was doing, but Zhang Fei knew his purpose was to protect the girl. At that moment, the iron gate swung open, and an arrogant young man with blonde mushroom-shaped hair strode out, followed by 2 marine soldiers. He was clearly Helmeppo, the son of Colonel Morgan, swaggering under the protection of his father's rank. He declared that bullying was wrong, and that he would report it to his father. Luffy muttered that another odd person had appeared. Kobe, relieved that Rika had not been harmed, assumed the newcomer must be an important marine figure. Kobe let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, Helmeppo had not made things difficult for Rika. Zhang Fei muttered that Helmeppo was unbearably arrogant, even more so than himself. He had never relied on being Zhang San's son to act recklessly, yet Helmeppo dared to do so openly. If justice were present, that man would already be facing punishment. Zhang Fei found Helmeppo's survival almost astonishing. He himself had not been so arrogant, yet had still been sent into this pirate world by his father's enemies. Fortunately, he had arrived with a system, otherwise he might have starved long ago. Luffy heard Zhang Fei murmuring, and turned to ask what he had said. Zhang Fei quickly dismissed it, telling him it was nothing worth noticing. Luffy accepted the answer, and paid it no further mind. Zoro snorted, contemptuous of Helmeppo as a foolish son who relied only on his father. Zoro regarded Helmeppo with open scorn, seeing him as nothing more than a useless son hiding behind his father's name. Helmeppo seemed to catch the contempt in Zoro's words. Helmeppo snapped that he was Colonel Morgan's son. Then he noticed the large rice ball in Rika's hands, and snatched it away from her. Helmeppo asked whether the rice ball was a gift for the prisoner. Rika immediately tried to stop him when she saw the food she had worked so hard to make being taken away. Helmeppo ignored Rika, took a bite, and then spat it out in disgust, his face twisting with displeasure at the taste. Helmeppo complained that it was sweet, and insisted rice balls should be salted. Rika believed the sweet flavor would taste better. After all, the rice ball had never been meant for him, and she saw nothing wrong with how she had made it. Helmeppo sneered that such a thing was impossible to eat. Helmeppo seized the last rice ball from Rika, and threw it down with the one in his own hand. He stepped on them hard, convinced that only salted rice balls were proper, and anything else was wrong. Rika cried out for him to stop, heartbroken as she watched the food she had worked so hard to make being ruined underfoot. Kobe could no longer bear to watch. Though he wanted to stop Helmeppo, he lacked the strength to do so, and could only condemn him aloud. Kobe felt it was far too cruel after all the care the child had put into making them. Helmeppo laughed loudly, saying the ants could eat the rice balls, delighted by his own behavior. Rika finally could not hold back and burst into tears over the rice balls she had made with such effort. Helmeppo looked at her with disgust, impatient with her crying. Helmeppo pointed at the warning sign beside them, claiming that Rika was the one at fault because the notice clearly stated that anyone who helped a prisoner was an accomplice by order of Marine Colonel Morgan. He warned that she should know how terrifying his father was. If she had been an adult, the punishment would be death. Then he ordered the soldiers to throw the child out. Helmeppo signaled the Marine soldiers behind him to act. The soldiers froze in confusion, unsettled by the idea of laying hands on a child. Helmeppo repeated his order to throw her outside the wall, and threatened to complain to his father if the soldier dared disobey him. Helmeppo seized the Marine soldier by the collar, his face dark with anger. Seeing the soldier hesitate, he invoked his father's name to force obedience. The Marine soldier thought of the terrifying Colonel Morgan and began to tremble, fear rising across his face. In the end, he had no choice but to carry out Helmeppo's order. Under Helmeppo's bullying pressure, the Marine soldier obeyed and carried Rika toward the wall to throw her out. Rika cried out in fear, but Luffy caught her and cushioned the fall, leaving her completely unharmed. A dark look crossed Luffy's face. He now had no good impression of Helmeppo at all. Zhang Fei knew that even if he did nothing, Luffy would act. Kobe hurried forward to check Rika from every side, making sure she had not been hurt by that cruel man. As Helmeppo left, Luffy seized the chance to leap inside. Zhang Fei understood that Luffy had already begun thinking of recruiting Zoro. Zoro warned Luffy that he was still there, and that if Helmeppo found him, he would report it to his father. Luffy remained utterly unconcerned. Luffy said he was looking for companions to become pirates with him. Zoro was startled and accused him of willingly choosing the path of a villain. He had thought Luffy was a decent person. Luffy answered that it was his own choice, and asked what was wrong with being a pirate. At that moment, Zhang Fei also jumped in, ready to join the Straw Hat crew, while the timing seemed right. Zhang Fei offered to join as well, reasoning that Luffy was the future pirate king and would need capable crewmates. To him, being a pirate was not wrong as long as one did no harm to the innocent. Zoro glanced at Zhang Fei with disdain, judging him as yet another fool willingly choosing the fallen path of piracy. Luffy laughed happily and welcomed Zhang Fei aboard. Luffy had not originally planned to invite Zhang Fei because he did not yet know his character and wicked people had no place among his crew. But now Zhang Fei seemed to be a person with justice in his heart, someone who shared Luffy's ideals and could become a worthy companion. A system notification echoed in his mind. Zhang Fei couldn't help but smile, joy swelling in his heart. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 body tempering pills. Body tempering pills. Aren't these things only found in cultivation worlds? System, how do you have these? Zhang Fei furrowed his brow. He did know a thing or two about body tempering pills. After all, reading novels wasn't for nothing. System, you didn't steal these from another system, did you? Well, host, how did you know? The system was startled. How could this idiotic host possibly know that the body tempering pills were won from a cultivation system in a game of mahjong, merely used as task rewards? Looks like my guess was spot on. So it was just a guess. The system breathed a sigh of relief, muttering inwardly, fortunately. I thought some damn annoying system was deliberately messing with me. It was just a guess. My reputation remains intact. Your guess is correct. These body tempering pills were snatched from a cultivation system. Of course the system wouldn't admit to winning them. To maintain its image as an outstanding system, it naturally claimed to have seized them from another system, elevating its own status. Impressive system. I never expected you to be so formidable, daring to snatch things from a cultivation system. Zhang Fei believed every word, knowing nothing of the system world's true circumstances. He gave the system a thumbs up. Of course. The immortal undying body you possess was also seized from a primordial system. How else could I become one of the top dogs in the system realm? The system strutted about proudly, clearly basking in its own glory. If it had a nose, it would have poked through the ceiling. Incredible, simply incredible. That's like a cow standing upside down. Absolutely mind-blowing. Zhang Fei never imagined that the system he had bound to was this powerful. He knew all about the primordial era. Its immortals possessed the power to destroy worlds. To steal from a primordial system, one's abilities must be extraordinary, even beyond Zhang Fei's imagination. Stay humble, stay humble. The system's tone was nonchalant, quite pleased with Zhang Fei's flattery. With such a powerful system, do you have any tasks for me? I have nothing to do right now. With such a powerful system, becoming stronger would be effortless. The system hesitated. Thinking about tasks, it realized it had nothing left to reward. No good. I need to go find a few decent systems, exchange some mahjong tips, and see if I can swindle some good stuff from their hands. It began to feed Zhang Fei a line. It's not the right time yet. When there are tasks, I'll assign them. With that, the system immediately went offline to find some easy-to-trick systems. Understanding systems. Zhang Fei was stunned. He never expected the system to run so quickly, giving him the impression that this new system was reliable. Hey Zhang Fei, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Luffy waved his hands in front of Zhang Fei's eyes. Only then did Zhang Fei snap back to reality, noticing Luffy was asking about him. He could just make up an excuse and gloss over it. Nothing, I was just thinking about something and got distracted. Oh, I see. The airhead Luffy believed Zhang Fei's words. We should hurry and leave. If Morgan finds us, you won't even be able to become pirates. Zoro began to persuade Luffy and Zhang Fei. I'm going to take you on my ship. Luffy adjusted the straw hat on his head and said to Zoro with a smile. He knew Zoro wasn't a villain. He was determined to take him on board. His crew was still short a swordsman. Are you planning to let me go and then ask me to join your pirate crew? Let me make something clear. I won't agree to your offer because I have things to do. Even if you don't untie the ropes, as long as I survive for a month, that bastard will let me go. The most important thing is to find a way to survive and then accomplish what I need to do. Knowing the original story, Zhang Fei couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Zoro's words. What are you laughing at? A hint of anger appeared on Zoro's face. Zhang Fei's mockery annoyed him. I'm laughing because you're thinking too simplistically. Morgan is a petty person. He won't let you go. Zoro fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he felt Zhang Fei made a valid point. He didn't know how to refute it. Perhaps you're right, but I still can't leave. Zoro decided to take the risk to test whether Morgan would keep his promise. If he left, and things went wrong, Lisha would be in danger. Is that so? Well, I'll take my leave first. But you will join us. Zhang Fei spoke with absolute certainty. The Straw Hat Pirates would have a place for Roronoa Zoro. Then he turned and flipped over the wall without looking back. Interesting. Could you help me pick up the rice balls on the ground? Zoro encountered such an interesting person for the first time. As Luffy was about to leave, he still spoke up. Luffy picked up the rice balls that had been stepped on and were now covered in dirt. They were no longer edible. Are you really going to eat this? The rice balls have turned into mud. No matter how hungry you are, surely not to this extent. Stop your yapping. Shut up and hand them over. I want all of them on the ground. With Luffy's help, Zoro chose to force the muddy rice balls down. A crunching sound came from his mouth, the sound of him biting through gravel. Although it tasted terrible, this was Lisha's heartfelt effort. He couldn't let her down. He swallowed it all. Looking at Zoro's expression of barely containing disgust, one could tell this was barely edible. That's what I'm saying. Are you trying to kill yourself? Yet Zoro paid no attention to Luffy's words. Instead, he asked Luffy to relay a message. Could you deliver a message to that little girl for me? What should I say? Luffy asked, arms crossed. Tell her the rice balls were delicious. Thank you for the hospitality. Luffy smiled. He became even more determined to get Zoro on the ship. Zhang Fei, perched on the wall, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself. True to his reputation, Zoro No wonder he has so many fans. Luffy delivered Zoro's message to Lisha. Upon hearing Zoro's thanks, she finally broke into laughter. Kobe also found it unbelievable. Could this really be the villain from the legends? He began to doubt the rumors. Is that person really the infamous villain? Of course not. Lisha affirmed with absolute certainty in her tone. Zhang Fei had forgotten why Zoro was tied up, but he knew it most likely had something to do with Lisha. Finally, Lisha revealed the truth. Zoro had killed the evil wolf raised by Captain Morgan's son to protect her. Everyone learned the reason for Zoro's capture. Just then a disdainful voice reached their ears. He. Get down on your knees, or I'll tell my old man about you. Do you want to end up like Roronoa Sualong? In 3 days I will publicly execute him. This is a warning to others, I can hardly wait. Fearful of retaliation from Colonel Mo Jin, the villagers knelt down one after another. Hearing about the public execution, they became even more terrified. In 3 days? Lu Fei, upon hearing Shi Lu My Bo, came out to question him. Didn't you have a 1-month agreement? Shi Lu My Bo gave a contemptuous laugh. There really was a fool who believed that. He began to mock Sualong. What? Who do you think you are? Where did you hear that? How rude. That was obviously a joke. But he believed it stupid as a beast he. Lu Fei hated people who broke their promises. This was a trampling of integrity. Moreover, Sualong was his intended crew member. How could this not enrage Lu Fei? He directly grabbed Shi Lu My Bo's collar, clenched his fist, and punched him hard in the face. Shi Lu My Bo's face caved in, blood gushed from his nose, and his entire body flew backward. Kubai saw Lu Fei hitting someone and immediately came to stop him. The man before them was the son of Colonel Mo Jin. Offending him was undoubtedly opposing the Marines. With Mo Jin's notorious reputation, he would surely take Lu Fei's life. Lu Fei, stop it. Please calm down. He's a scumbag. Kubai, I've decided. I'm going to make Sualong my partner. Lu Fei made up his mind completely. He would pull Sualong into his Straw Hat Pirate crew. Even if the Marines stood in his way, he wasn't afraid. What? Kubai was shocked, looking at Lu Fei in disbelief. Captain, I support your decision. Let's turn this Marine base upside down and drag Sualong in along the way. After gaining immortality, Zhang Fei's ambition swelled completely. He fully supported Lu Fei's decision. Then it's decided. Zhang Fei, we're going to bring Sualong into our pirate crew. No problem. Whenever you want to make a move, Captain. Zhang Fei couldn't wait to show his skills. As for the villagers, they were stunned by Lu Fei's sudden attack. Shi Lu My Bo was Colonel Mo Jin's son. Hitting him would surely lead to death. Zhang Fei, why are you like this? Instead of stopping Lu Fei, you're adding fuel to the fire. Kubai felt utterly hopeless. If he hadn't been stopping Lu Fei would have already beaten up Shi Lu My Bo. I'm Colonel Mo Jin's son. How dare you hit me? I'll tell my father. Shi Lu My Bo's nose bled and his eyes were moist. It was the first time in his life he had been beaten. He couldn't bear the grievance. He had to tell his father to avenge him. Oh, how impressive. I am the son of the outlaw Zhang San, and I'm not even as arrogant as you. Look at you. If you have the guts, hit me right here. Zhang Fei despised people like Shi Lu My Bo. He stuck out his head and pointed at it, speaking arrogantly. Bastard. You'll regret this. You'll be sentenced to death. Seeing the extremely arrogant Zhang Fei, the weak and powerless Helmeppo knew he was no match for them, so he could only leave a threat. You'll definitely be killed by my father. Then, supported by 2 Marines, he slunk away. Zhang Fei, you're too impulsive. You'll die. Kubai worried about Zhang Fei's safety. Once Colonel Mo Jin made a move, Zhang Fei would surely die. However, Zhang Fei didn't care. He was immortal, why should he be afraid? He would wait until Mo Jin actually managed to eliminate him. Big brother, you're amazing. You helped me get revenge. Li Xiang stepped forward, thanking Lu Fei for avenging her. Oh really? Then I should have hit him a few more times. Lu Fei crossed his arms over his chest. He had originally disliked Shi Lu My Bo, so he hit him. He didn't expect it would also help Li Xiang. If he had known, he would have hit him more. Too bad he escaped. Li Xiang, come back quickly. Li Xiang's mother called anxiously. If Colonel Mo Jin discovered that Li Xiang had contact with Lu Fei, her life would be in danger. She directly pulled her back home to prevent any mishap. Don't talk to them. If you're mistaken for an accomplice, you'll be in mortal danger. But Mom, they're good people. Sualong is a good person. Don't say anymore. Did you go to the execution ground? Li Xiang was startled. Her mother had noticed her sneaking to the execution ground. She began to panic and tried to argue. I didn't. Li Xiang reluctantly returned home, but Lu Fei was still smiling and waving to her. Zhang Fei hadn't expected Mo Jin to be so cruel, making the villagers tremble in fear. Indeed, anime and reality were completely different. In anime there were fewer brutal scenes, but this was reality. Looking at the villagers, it was clear. Their faces showed panic, and they began to keep their distance from him, fearing they would be implicated. Let's go. Let's hurry and save Sualong. Zhang Fei felt there was nothing to stay for here. It was better to rescue Sualong early to avoid any changes. Host, here's a mission for you. Rescue Sualong, a member of the Straw Hat Pirate crew. Reward a mysterious gift pack. Zhang Fei stopped in his tracks. The system's words echoed in his mind. He didn't expect another mission so soon. Thinking of the mysterious gift pack, he couldn't help but get excited. Even the beginner's gift pack was so powerful, this one must be just as good. Moreover, this mission was like a giveaway, extremely simple. It made Zhang Fei unable to resist humming the song, Good Luck is Coming. Why is Zhang Fei suddenly in such a good mood? Kubai asked in confusion. However, Lu Fei didn't mind, and instead praised Zhang Fei's singing. Zhang Fei, you sing really well just like me. Lu Fei said proudly, wiping his nose. You? Huh. Zhang Fei glanced disdainfully at Lu Fei. You can't fool me. I've heard your singing in the anime. It's a mess, and you still have the nerve to say you sing well. The three of them arrived at the execution ground again. Su Along, seeing Lu Fei and Zhang Fei again, seemed impatient. Why are you back again? If you want to persuade me to become a pirate, forget it. However, Lu Fei was determined to recruit Su Along into his crew, so he naturally didn't care what Su Along said. He began to introduce himself, while Zhang Fei stood by watching the show. My name is Lu Fei, and he is my partner Zhang Fei. I'll help you untie the ropes, so become my partner. Did you hear what I said, you idiot? Su Along was speechless. Good grief, you completely ignored what I just said. In one ear and out the other. I told you I have things to do. Who wants to be a pirate? What does it matter? The Marines already see you as a criminal. I don't care what others say. I've never done anything that goes against my beliefs and makes me regret it. So it will be the same from now on. So I won't become a pirate. Su Along remained firm in his conviction not to be a pirate. Luffy paid no heed to Zoro's convictions. He had already resolved to recruit him as a crewmate. I don't care what you think. I've decided you're joining my crew. True to form, Luffy's brash declaration struck with unmistakable authenticity, yet witnessing it firsthand evoked an entirely different impression. Don't presume to decide for me. Zoro's face contorted in shock as he shouted. The likes of Luffy's shameless audacity were unprecedented to impose allegiance without consent to force recruitment, as if decreeing fate itself. Zoro abandoned all hope of escape. Commodore Morgan has decreed your execution 3 days hence. How then shall you fulfill your dream? Zhang Fei seized the moment to fan the flames. Upon hearing his words, Zoro's expression darkened. Morgan was indeed, as Zhang Fei claimed, a faithless despot who broke oaths without remorse. Seeing Zoro fall silent, Zhang Fei pressed on. You have no choice now. Your path lies solely with us. I accept, but understand this: should any of you commit acts that betray your conscience, I will leave your pirate crew without hesitation. Zoro ultimately yielded, but only after laying down his unbreakable condition he would never take part in murder or arson. Brilliant. You truly are something, Zhang Fei. Luffy burst into hearty laughter and gave Zhang Fei a thumbs up for his flawless support. Enough. Luffy head to the Marine base and retrieve Zoro's swords. What kind of swordsman fights unarmed? With Luffy's extraordinary prowess and his status as the chosen one, retrieving Zoro's blades posed little challenge. I am not a swordsman. I am a Kenshi, a true swordmaster. Hearing himself mislabeled a swordsman, Zoro swiftly corrected. I am no mere blade wielder. I am a Kenshur. Zhang Fei roared back, furious. Shut your mouth. If you wield a blade, you're a swordsman. Kenshur. What pretentious nonsense. Illiterate fool. Zhang Fei's sudden outburst left Zoro momentarily stunned. His rational mind whispered silence was the wiser course. Zhang Fei's explosive fury startled Zoro so profoundly that he fell utterly mute. His reason dictated discretion was safest. Whoa, you're fierce, Zhang Fei. But you make a fair point. I'll fetch the swords right away. Zoro's in your hands. Luffy dashed off, determined to infiltrate the Marine base and recover Zoro's blades. Goma Goma no rocket. In an instant his arms shot forth like elastic lassos anchoring atop the Marine base, just as Commodore Morgan ordered his men to hoist the stone statue. What is that? Something just plummeted from the sky. Unsurprisingly, Luffy's abrupt descent drew every gaze. Marine soldiers instinctively released their ropes. A sharp crack echoed. The statue shattered upon impact, its upper half shearing away under gravity and kinetic force tumbling from the rooftop. Boom! The severed upper torso crashed from dizzying height, disintegrating into rubble. Hearing the thunderous crash, Zhang Fei glanced upward, recognizing instantly that Luffy, faithful to canon, had shattered Morgan's statue. And now poor Kobe would bear the brunt. What happened? Did something fall? Kobe asked, bewildered. Nothing at all. Stand aside, Kobe. I'll free Zoro's bonds myself. Marines stationed atop the base, and Helmeppo stared speechlessly at the truncated statue, its solemn grandeur reduced to ruin. Morgan gazed upon his shattered monument, tears welling in his eyes, his entire being numbed by devastation. Luffy surveyed his handiwork with careless nonchalance, raising a hand in absent-minded apology. Sorry about that. Seize him now? I'll execute him myself. Rage surged through Morgan. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed orders, consumed by a single burning desire to tear Luffy limb from limb. Yes, sir, immediately. The Marine snapped to attention, certain Luffy's fate was sealed. Helmeppo too recognized the vandal, the very man who'd thrashed him, and pointed furiously. Father, that's him. He beat me senseless. I told you he was no good. Yet while they stood frozen in disbelief, Luffy lunged and seized Helmeppo. Took me long enough to find you. Here you are. Luffy's sole objective was Helmeppo, to compel him to locate Zoro's swords. Helmeppo shrieked for rescue as Luffy dragged him toward the base. Let me go, Dad, save me. Then Luffy vanished inside the Marine base. Helmeppo clutched tight. He's breached the main compound. Pursue him. Marines gave chase as one. Sir, someone's entered the execution ground. A Marine spotted Zhang Fei standing calmly within the execution square. Morgan, already seething, now faced fresh provocation. His wrath ignited anew, promising dire consequences for those foolish enough to test his fury. Traitors, rising one after another. I'll slaughter you all. Kill him. So that idiot actually broke into the base. Aren't you even slightly worried? Zoro turned to Zhang Fei, who was still untying his restraints. That reckless fool really did it, didn't he, eh? Relax, Luffy's destined to become king of the pirates. He won't die so easily. You actually believe that? Of course, I mean. Damn it, my Nizi. Before Zhang Fei could finish, a marine atop the base fired without warning. A bullet pierced his shoulder and exited through his chest. Blood sprayed across Zoro's face. Then Zhang Fei collapsed rigidly unconscious. Or worse. Zoro slowly turned his gaze toward the marine base. His features hardened, his eyes blazing with lethal intent. Though Zhang Fei was insufferable, he'd sacrificed himself for Zoro. That debt bound Zoro's vengeance to the Marines, and forged his resolve to join the Straw Hat Pirates irrevocably. Damn, this hurts. Zhang Fei rose slowly, rubbing his wound as though nothing had happened. Are you insane? Are you alright? Zoro stared dumbfounded, as if beholding a ghost. How could a man clearly struck by gunfire stand unscathed moments later? Fine, just a flash of pain. At the moment of impact, Zhang Fei's innate immortality activated. The wound sealed instantly, and the agony vanished as swiftly as a pinprick. Zoro inspected the spot closely, only a ragged tear in the fabric, blood staining the edges. The skin beneath remained flawless, unmarred, as Zhang Fei claimed. No wound, no scar. What manner of monster are you? Zoro swallowed hard. He'd seen the bullet strike, and there it lay on the ground, stained crimson. Yet Zhang Fei stood whole-heeled, unbroken. Catching a glimpse of Zoro's panicked expression, Zhang Fei knew he had never seen the world. He said disdainfully, "What's there to make a fuss about? I have an immortal body, mere bullets mean nothing to me." Immortal body. Zoro found it hard to believe. He couldn't accept that there truly existed a person who was immortal and undying, yet Zhang Fei's recent display was impossible to refute. This world is indeed strange, Zoro finally chose to believe, letting out a sigh. Alright, I'll continue untying you, but these ropes are tied really tight, hard to loosen. Zhang Fei complained, wondering which fool had tied them so tightly. It wasn't as if he were a woman. Why bind him so firmly? Truly a pointless endeavor. Despite his grumbling, Zhang Fei hurriedly worked on the ropes, for if the Marines arrived, trouble would follow. As expected, several Marines burst out, raising their guns at Zhang Fei and Zoro. Damn, my jinx mouth is all too accurate. That's enough, you two traitors who defied Captain Morgan. Prepare to die. Zoro's face changed, his heart shouting in alarm. Fortunately, Kobe had been sent away by Zhang Fei, or he too would be under the Marines' guns. Zhang Fei picked his ear with his pinky, wearing a contemptuous look, and stepped in front of Zoro, blocking the line of fire. That trash Morgan dares to call us traitors. Is he out of his mind? Zoro noticed Zhang Fei's gesture, clearly using his own body to shield him from bullets, and felt deeply moved. You daring to call the great Captain Morgan a fool? You're seeking death. Then Morgan stepped out from among the Marines. Just like in the anime, his right arm was transformed into a massive battle axe with a wooden rod piercing through his wrist and extending to his elbow, seemingly fused with flesh and blood, and his chin was fitted with a steel jaw. The moment Zhang Fei saw Morgan, a thought crossed his mind. He wanted to find a chance to yank out that wooden rod embedded in the flesh, for the axe on Morgan's right hand looked utterly displeasing and asymmetrical, making Zhang Fei's heart uneasy. Surround the base. Don't let that Straw Hat kid escape. Just the three of you, and you think you can stage a coup. Morgan had no idea what Zhang Fei was thinking. Had he known, he might have cut off Zhang Fei's head and kicked it around like a ball. Rorinoa Zoro, your reputation precedes you, but you've underestimated me. Your meager strength is utterly insignificant before my mighty authority. Watching Morgan boast, Zhang Fei simply ignored him. In the presence of the celestial dragons, that so-called authority of yours would be the most insignificant thing of all. Ready. The Marines suddenly shouted, aiming their guns at Zoro and Zhang Fei. Cold sweat dripped down Zoro's forehead. He thought, I absolutely cannot die in a place like this. I still have things to do. He recalled the memories with Kuna and the oath he had made before his master. He could not die here. If he were to die, it would be only after achieving fame and glory. Don't worry, Zoro, I'm still here. Though I lack combat power, blocking bullets is a trivial matter for me. Zhang Fei patted his chest, knowing his own limits. Fighting was best left to Luffy and Zoro. As for absorbing bullets, it was a piece of cake, a mere sprinkle of water. He paid no heed to these Marines at all. At that moment, Zoro remembered Zhang Fei's immortal body and relaxed slightly. With Zhang Fei to shield him from bullets, his life was temporarily safe. But before that, he still had to free himself from the ropes, otherwise he would end up dead anyway. Fire! Morgan ordered the execution of Zhang Fei and Zoro. Just as the guns were about to fire, Luffy crashed through a window of the Marine base, leaping down and landing before Zoro and Zhang Fei. He stretched out his arms to block the bullets. Damn, that hurts. Damn it, I swear I'll pull that wooden rod out of your hand. Although Luffy the rubber man blocked most of the bullets, a few slipped through the gaps and struck Zhang Fei behind him. He couldn't help but cry out in pain and vowed to make Morgan pay. At that moment, Luffy was like a rubber bow. The bullets embedded themselves in his skin, unable to penetrate his body, merely denting the surface. Bullets are completely useless against me. Luffy shouted loudly, and the bullets embedded in his body rebounded back toward the Marines. Everyone was shocked, their eyes bulging, speechless with astonishment. After all, they had never witnessed devil fruit powers, so their reaction was perfectly natural. Even Zoro was the same. He had never seen devil fruit abilities. The only calm ones present were Zhang Fei and Kobe, who was hiding nearby and peeking. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed heartily. Who the hell are you? Zoro demanded. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Zhang Fei, how did you get hurt? Are you okay? Luffy noticed the wounds on Zhang Fei. It's nothing, just a scratch. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively. As he spoke, the bullets inside his body were automatically expelled. The moment they were ejected, his wounds healed instantly. Zhang Fei, are you also a Devil Fruit user? Luffy grew curious about Zhang Fei's ability. It was the first time he had met someone with a power like his own. I'm not. I'll explain later. For now, let's untie Zoro first. The Marines were still standing there stunned, so they took advantage of the moment to loosen the ropes binding Zoro. All right, let me see which sword is yours. I couldn't tell, so I brought all three. All three are mine. I used the three-sword style. Luffy looked at the swarm of Marines and gave Zoro the choice. If you fight the Marines with me now, you'll become a wanted pirate. Or you can die right here. It's your call. Zoro smiled faintly. Did he even have a choice? He still hadn't fulfilled his promise to Konoha, so he couldn't die. His only option now was to join Luffy's pirate crew and become a despised pirate. You're the devil's spawn, huh? Whatever. Rather than getting killed here, I'd rather become a pirate with you. Great. You've agreed to be my crewmate. Luffy raised both fists in excitement and cheered. You now help me untie these ropes. Zoro said with a hint of helplessness, urging Luffy to hurry. As a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, he said to Zoro, although this isn't the best moment for it, I still have to say, welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates. Who exactly is that man? And he actually deflected every bullet back. And the Marines stared in utter disbelief. They had never encountered a man whose body was as elastic as rubber. At that moment, Morgan realized Luffy must have consumed a devil fruit. Though he had never seen one himself, he knew well enough of the ocean's legendary treasures. He is certainly no ordinary man. The boy has undoubtedly devoured a legendary devil fruit. Every Marine soldier stood frozen in awe. They had all heard tales of the devil fruit's fearsome reputation, yet none had ever witnessed one firsthand. Now before their very eyes stood a man empowered by such forbidden fruit. The devil fruit, the ocean's most fabled treasure. And surely not. Does that mean his powers stem from a demon itself? Ignoring the Marines' clamor, Zhang Fei and Luffy swiftly untied Zoro. And sir, they're unbinding Zoro. Stop them immediately. Morgan barked the order without hesitation. He could not allow Zoro's bonds to be loosened, not when he knew full well of Zoro's infamy as a bounty hunter. Once freed, Zoro's strength would easily overwhelm these Marines. Guns are useless. Then draw your blades and cut him down. And Marine soldiers charged forward, swords raised high, their fury palpable. And Kobe, watching from the shadows, cried out in alarm for Zhang Fei's safety. Luffy, Zhang Fei, Zoro's in danger. And quiet. I can't undo this knot. And Luffy grumbled, frustrated by the stubborn not binding Zoro. No complaining. Hurry up. And Zhang Fei snapped, unwilling to be hacked into pieces by Marine blades. And damn it, move faster, don't dawdle. Seeing the Marines charge like rabid dogs, Zoro urged them on urgently. And all traitors who defy me shall die. Morgan roared with fury. So what if Luffy possessed devil fruit powers? Anyone daring to oppose him would perish. No exception, not even if Garp himself appeared. Synchronized, the Marines swung their blades downward toward Zhang Fei and the others. And Kobe could not bear to watch. He already envisioned their bodies torn limb from limb. Clang, clang, clang. A sharp, ringing chorus of steel striking steel echoed across the courtyard. At the very last instant, Zoro's ropes finally gave way. In one fluid motion, he snatched up his three swords from the ground and assumed his signature Santoryu stance, blocking every descending blade with flawless precision. Rorinoa Zoro. And Morgan's expression stiffened, beads of cold sweat broke out across his brow. He had not anticipated Zoro could parry every single Marine strike in such breathtaking speed. Whoa, absolutely incredible. And Luffy gaped, awestruck by Zoro's dazzling swordsmanship. Not only he, but Zhang Fei and Kobe too. And that's incredible. Animation and reality couldn't be more different. Zhang Fei sighed softly. Indeed, animation remained animation, and reality reality. Zoro's mastery left him deeply shaken. How he wished he possessed such prowess himself. Stand still, or I'll kill you where you stand. And Zoro clenched the Wado Ikemanji between his teeth, his face darkened, eyes burning with lethal intent as he threatened the Marines. The Marines stood paralyzed. Zoro's infamous name alone had already sown terror. Trapped between Morgan's command above and Zoro's menace below, they felt utterly helpless. I agreed to become a pirate, but opposing the Marines makes me a villain. Still, I harbor my own ambition. Zoro held his defensive stance, facing Luffy and Zhang Fei, while behind him the Marines trembled under his silent, unyielding threat. To become the world's strongest swordsman, I no longer care about reputation. And, be it glory or infamy, the entire world shall know my name. You dragged me into piracy, so if you ever try to force me to abandon my dream, I'll make you perform seppuku before me. Zoro declared his ambition and issued his warning. In, the world's strongest swordsman. That's magnificent. A future Pirate King's crewmate must indeed be extraordinary. Luffy held no trace of mockery toward Zoro's dream. In fact, he found it splendid. After all, any companion destined to sail beside the future king of the pirates must possess exceptional strength. The world's strongest swordsman. A grand aspiration, but I despise men like you. You wield a katana yet insist on calling yourself a swordsman. Do you take me for blind? Zhang Fei inherited Zhang San's uncompromising spirit. When something offended his sense of justice, he confronted it head-on, unflinching and ungreased. Is there really any difference? And Luffy scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. What truly distinguished a sword from a blade? Yes, names differ for a reason. So do the weapons themselves. A blade bears only one cutting edge, a sword too. Hearing Zhang Fei's explanation, Luffy nodded vigorously, his fist slammed decisively into his open palm, eyes widening with sudden clarity. Sokka. And for once Zoro found himself speechless, silent, lost in thought. Must I then strive to become the world's strongest blade wielder? As Zoro drifted into contemplation, Morgan suddenly bellowed in, what are you gaping at? Execute them now. Zoro, duck. And Luffy shouted, then thrust his left leg outward, stretching it impossibly long. And Gomu Gomu no Muchi. Zoro dropped low just in time. The elongated leg arced like a crescent moon and struck the Marines behind him squarely. In an instant, those Marines felt as though struck head-on by a speeding carriage. Their organs convulsed in agony, overwhelmed by unbearable force, sending them hurtling backward through the air. Just who are you people? And Zoro's curiosity deepened. The crew grew ever more enigmatic. Zhang Fei seemingly immortal, Luffy still an unknown quantity. I'm a rubber man. And Luffy grinned cheerfully. A rubber man, sir, we cannot defeat them. They are no ordinary foes. And now Roronoa Zoro has joined them. We stand no chance. And their morale shattered like glass. Confidence collapsed entirely, swept away in an avalanche of despair. Captains, order those who showed cowardice moments ago. Shoot yourselves on the spot. And Morgan regarded the trembling Marines with undisguised contempt. He tolerated no weakness. He wielded his rank to compel their immediate self-destruction. This captain requires no weaklings. And soldiers obeyed without question. Hands shaking, they raised their guns to their temples, prepared to sacrifice themselves. Yet fear of death still gripped their hearts like iron chains. Something is deeply wrong with this Marine unit. And Zoro barely finished speaking before Luffy dashed forward to stop the executions. Zoro followed instantly in his wake. I am the enemy of the Marines. Kill me if you dare. Luffy leapt high into the air, his fist clenched as he lunged toward Morgan. Only for Morgan to block the strike effortlessly with his massive battle axe. Upon witnessing this, the Marine soldiers froze in place, their gazes locking onto Luffy. Zhang Fei despised Morgan most of all. A contemptible bully who wielded his rank as an upper-class officer to intimidate others. What did rank truly matter? Was Morgan's authority greater than that of Luffy's own grandfather? A swift thought sparked in his mind. He seized the moment and shouted at the Marines, Morgan, you insignificant wretch. Dare you command your subordinates to commit suicide under the weight of your petty rank? Do you even know who stands before you? He is Monkey D. Luffy, and his grandfather is Admiral Garp, the legendary hero of the Marines. I hereby order you arrest Morgan immediately. Admiral Garp himself will arrive shortly. Zhang Fei assumed a bold commanding posture, borrowing Garp's formidable name to confront Morgan, and pointed emphatically toward Luffy. What a... The Marines stood stunned, disbelief flooding their faces as they stared at Luffy, never imagining his lineage ran so deep. Their throats tightened, saliva caught in dry mouths as dread of Luffy's retribution gripped them. Even Kobe and Zoro reacted just as the Marines did. Huh, how did you know about my grandfather, Zhang Fei? Luffy scratched the back of his head, utterly baffled by how Zhang Fei had uncovered his family's identity. Nonsense. There is no hero here, only the great Captain Morgan. Morgan sneered, utterly dismissive of Garp's name, and swung his battle axe down mercilessly toward Luffy. Die, traitor. As the axe descended upon him, Luffy twisted midair and narrowly evaded the blow. The axe's sheer force cleaved the nearby stone wall cleanly in two, horizontal and precise. Without pause, Luffy flipped midair and drove both feet hard into Morgan's jaw, sending him skidding across the ground like a projectile. Zhang Fei held his breath. This was reality after all, and his very presence might already be triggering unforeseen ripples across fate's tapestry. So Garp's name, it seemed, failed to cow this delusional fool. Yet among the Marines, uncertainty now reigned, torn between duty and doubt, shaken to their core by Zhang Fei's words. Still it served its purpose. The soldiers hesitated, paralyzed by hesitation, no longer daring to act rashly. In the ensuing clash, Morgan found himself relentlessly overwhelmed by Luffy, utterly deprived of any chance to counterattack. You worthless Marines! You dared shatter Kobe's dream. Luffy seized Morgan's collar and struck him again and again, condemning his cruelty. Stop, right now, or I'll kill him. Helmeppo suddenly appeared, leveling a pistol at Zhang Fei's temple and issuing his ultimatum. So, had he somehow replaced Kobe's role in this moment? Yet how had Helmeppo slipped so silently into position beside him? Seeing Zhang Fei held at gunpoint, Luffy halted, and grinned, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. Move, and he dies instantly. Helmeppo pressed the threat further. You should have taken Kobe hostage instead. Firearms hold no power over me. Zhang Fei declared with unwavering confidence. Take Kobe instead. He'd actually be leverage. As for me, immortal and indestructible, I'll merely feel the sting. Zoro made no move to rescue Zhang Fei, not out of indifference, but because Zhang Fei himself had claimed invincibility. To save him would be futile. Luffy, I'll show you what true martial mastery means. Speed conquers all. Oh, really? Luffy replied, intrigued, eager to witness Zhang Fei's next feat. Hey fool, Pull the trigger already. Let me see your so-called prowess. Zhang Fei taunted Helmeppo, demanding he fire without delay. Don't force my hand, Helmeppo stammered, trembling visibly, his body quaking with fear. No more dawdling. I'm ready to catch bullets barehanded. Impatient with Helmeppo's hesitation, Zhang Fei reached out, straight for the pistol itself. Helmeppo stared at Zhang Fei's unshakable composure, and faltered. For the first time he began to believe perhaps Zhang Fei could catch a bullet mid-flight. He recoiled instinctively, sweat glistening on his brow, panic tightening his features. Thanks to Helmeppo's distraction, Morgan staggered upright once more, raising his axe high, poised to deliver Luffy a fatal final blow. Luffy sensed Morgan's approach from behind, but trusted Zoro implicitly to handle it. As Zhang Fei drew nearer, Helmeppo, unable to endure the pressure, fired. The bullet pierced Zhang Fei's forehead with brutal precision, blood bloomed like a crimson flower, and Zhang Fei collapsed instantly. In that split second of collapse, Morgan brought his axe down, but Zoro, swift as lightning, intercepted him. A single flash left an X-shaped wound across Morgan's chest, blood erupted, and he crumpled unconscious. Zhang Fei and Morgan fell simultaneously. Zhang Fei. Luffy's eyes bulged with fury, rage surging through his veins. His fists clenched tight as he launched a thunderous punch straight at Helmeppo. Helmeppo absorbed Luffy's wrathful strike full force. The impact caved in his face, shattered his jawbone, and sent his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, slamming into the execution plaza's stone wall motionless. Luffy bolted toward Zhang Fei, his first true comrade fallen before his eyes. Desperate hope flickered. Could he still be saved? Kobe rushed forward, 2 tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Zoro remained calm, knowing full well Zhang Fei's claim of immortality. Damn it. No honor, no rules. Just cheap ambush tactics. Zhang Fei grumbled as he slowly rose. His head throbbed like molten sludge. The bullet slid free from his wound, which sealed itself in an instant. Thank goodness, you're all right. Luffy examined Zhang Fei closely, then seeing the healed wound recalled Zhang Fei's uncanny resilience, mirroring his own devil fruit abilities. Zhang Fei, are you truly unharmed? Kobe asked anxiously. Perfectly fine. I'm immortal. Even plunging into magma wouldn't kill me. Zhang Fei calmly explained his innate invulnerability, whereupon Kobe exhaled deeply, the tears drying on his cheeks. Good, good. Zhang Fei, are you also a devil fruit user? Luffy attributed Zhang Fei's regeneration to a supernatural fruit's power. No, I was born this way. You may call it a natural gift. I see. Luffy murmured, bewildered, then noticed the pistol lying beside Zhang Fei. A chill ran down Zhang Fei's spine. He sensed danger. Sure enough, Luffy snatched up the pistol and aimed squarely at Zhang Fei's flank, firing repeatedly. Each bullet punched through flesh as Zhang Fei cried out in sharp pain. What the hell? Zhang Fei's wounds sealed instantly, even expelling the bullets themselves. It's real? Zhang Fei, you truly are immortal. Luffy's eyes lit up like twin stars, discovering treasure beyond imagination. Zhang Fei snatched the pistol from Luffy's hand because he noticed that Luffy was going to shoot him again. That hurts. Then he punched Luffy a heavy blow to the head. Since Luffy is a rubber man, without haki one cannot hurt him. Luffy grinned, foolishly muttering apologies, but with no sincerity at all. Sorry. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes at Luffy. Fortunately, he had long known Luffy's personality, and Luffy's behavior was within his expectations. After Captain Morgan was defeated by Zoro, the Marine soldiers looked at each other. If you still want to catch us, come out and try. Zoro stared at the restless Marines, his sword still unsheathed. If they showed any sign of action, he would immediately strike and knock them down. However, the Marines' reaction was the opposite of what Zoro expected. They began cheering and jumping for joy. Great. We're liberated. Morgan's tyranny is over. Long live the Marines. What's going on? The captain was defeated. Why are they so happy? Luffy looked at these joyful Marines with confusion. So everyone was living under Morgan's tyranny. Kobe also regained his spirit. His shattered dream began to reassemble. He now understood that only Morgan was evil, the Marines were coerced. After confirming that the Marines meant no harm, the tension in his nerves finally eased, and Zoro completely fainted. Zoro, are you okay? Luffy asked, looking at the fallen Zoro. He's fine, just fainted from hunger. Some thin porridge after he wakes up will do. Zhang Fei explained, and Luffy and Kobe felt relieved. They walked over to Morgan. It was time for revenge. He had long resented Morgan, especially his hand axe, which he had wanted to dismantle for a while. Zhang Fei, what are you doing? Nothing much, I want to take apart Morgan's hand axe. Zhang Fei waved his hand casually. Well, then I'll leave you to it. I'm taking Zoro away first. Alright, after I'm done I'll find you. Then Luffy carried Zoro away, leaving only Zhang Fei and the Marines on the scene. Since the Straw Hat Pirates had defeated Morgan, the Marines here were very polite to Zhang Fei, even coming over to ask if he needed help. However, Zhang Fei refused them all. Taking this thing apart was like assembling a Gundam. The process mattered more than the result. This thing is really hard to dismantle, it's nailed with steel spikes. Zhang Fei said with a hint of helplessness, wiping sweat from his forehead. At that moment the system finally spoke. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received a mysterious gift pack. Oh right, I still have the body tempering pills that I haven't taken yet. However, the system seemed a bit strange, as if it was pre-programmed, but Zhang Fei didn't mind. He remembered he had 10 body tempering pills which he directly took out from the system space. The 10 pills as small as chocolate beans appeared in his palm. Without hesitation he swallowed them all at once. The taste was bitter, but after entering his stomach waves of warmth spread through his limbs and bones. Every cell in his body, as if encountering a tonic, began to devour the energy voraciously. As time passed, Zhang Fei felt his body growing stronger. The energy released by the body-tempering pills intensified. Now he felt as if he were bathing in magma, his whole body burning with restlessness. Heat began to emanate from him like a steam engine, continuously emitting streams of hot vapor. "Brother, are you alright?" A Marine stepped forward, noticing Zhang Fei's abnormal condition, and immediately asked. Zhang Fei gritted his teeth, enduring the strange pain in his body. "I'm fine, I can bear it." Just as he finished speaking, the energy from the pills exceeded his tolerance, and he could no longer suppress it. His body began to swell like a balloon, skin cracking, and from the cracks emitted a destructive light. Zhang Fei's tiger-like body trembled as he realized something was wrong. Bang! Like a bomb explosion, Zhang Fei turned into a mass of blood and flesh, leaving no trace. The poor Marine soldiers were splattered with his blood. Fortunately, the explosion was only directed at himself, who otherwise Morgan beneath him and the nearby Marines would also have been in danger. Exploded. The blood and flesh from the explosion seemed alive, writhing. Then all the blood gathered quickly into a blood ball. With the blood ball as the center, blood threads extended rapidly, bones began to grow, and flesh regenerated. A perfectly intact Zhang Fei reappeared. However, he was now completely naked. A monster. The Marine soldier had never seen such a terrifying sight, and fainted directly. Tisk, are people's hearts so fragile these days? I'm really worried about the future of the Marines. It's a bit cold. Zhang Fei shook his head, speaking in a pitying tone, and began to pull off Morgan's clothes. "Are you all right?" I heard an explosion. At that moment, several Marines barged in, only to see the naked Zhang Fei pulling down Morgan's trousers and a fainted Marine lying on the ground. Sorry for interrupting, please continue." "Don't worry, we promise we won't say anything." The Marines nodded hastily, worried about their own rear ends, and rushed out. Zhang Fei was speechless, with dark lines on his face. He wanted to explain, but the Marines had already run out, leaving him no chance. Damn it, this misunderstanding is huge. It's all Morgan's fault. If not for him, he wouldn't have been misunderstood. He gave Morgan a few kicks to vent his anger. But first he had to change clothes. His nether regions felt a bit cold. After leaving Morgan in his underwear, he began his great dismantling work. For someone with a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, this wooden stick had to be pulled out. After this self-destruction, the effects of the 10 body-tempering pills were fully absorbed. He was now incredibly powerful. Even fighting an unharmed Morgan would be easy. He grabbed the wooden handle of the hand axe and forcefully pulled it out, blood splattering. Fortunately, Morgan had fainted and couldn't feel it, otherwise he would have died in pain. After also removing the axe head, Zhang Fei felt as refreshed as if he had drunk an ice-cold cola. He casually and violently removed the steel jaw as well. Now Zhang Fei was completely satisfied. He left the prison cell with high spirits. Without his hand axe, Morgan would never be able to perform the most glorious moment of his life. That was to slash Garp with a sword. What exactly is this mysterious system gift? Zhang Fei stepped out of the cell and began questioning the enigmatic gift. And for a long while the system remained silent. Has the system gone off flirting with other female systems again? Zhang Fei murmured to himself, growing increasingly convinced that he was not alone. Other transmigrators existed in this world, each bearing their own system. Achoo! In the system controlling Zhang Fei sneezed. Mid-game at a mahjong table, with several other systems competing fiercely to win items or abilities that would empower Zhang Fei. Enough. I'll examine this mysterious gift myself and see what it truly contains. Zhang Fei opened the description panel for the mysterious gift. This mysterious gift contains artifacts and abilities drawn from all realms across the multiverse. The outcome depends entirely on your luck. So that's how it works. I wonder just how fortunate I am. Let's try opening it right away. I hereby sacrifice Luffy's lifelong bachelorhood to awaken my divine fortune bloodline. Zhang Fei resolved to open the mysterious gift, wagering his captain's future marital fate to ensure an exceptional draw. Come forth, let miracles bloom anew. Zhang Fei cried aloud, yet beneath his bravado trembled quiet anxiety, hope flickering as he watched the gift unfold before him. You have acquired divine hands, the ultimate mastery, enabling invincibility at the mahjong table. At the sight of the description, Zhang Fei's face darkened. What use was such a power here, in the world of One Piece where raw strength reigned supreme? Mahjong, can this make me king of the world? Is this some cruel jest? Is my luck truly this wretched? Or did my offering fall short? Perhaps I should have sacrificed Zoro instead. No matter, I'll take what I've got. Next time I receive another mysterious gift, I'll add Zoro to the bargain. Fortunately, Zhang Fei's resilience held firm. He recovered swiftly. Yet after surviving self-detonation, Zhang Fei suddenly grasped a transcendent idea. Possessing immortality and the exploding fruit's power would transform him into a living nuclear warhead. By seizing an enemy in embrace and triggering the fruit's ability, he could convert his own body into a bomb, obliterating his foe instantly. Even if reduced to ash, he would resurrect, unleashing infinite chain explosions. No adversary, however mighty, be it an admiral or one of the 4 emperors, could endure such relentless annihilation. This strategy holds promise. Once the system returns, I'll consult it about acquiring the exploding fruit. The thought filled Zhang Fei with delight. He strode forward with renewed lightness. And why are so many Marines gathered over there? Zhang Fei noticed a large contingent of Marines near Li Xiang's home, uncertain of their purpose. Had they come to thank Luffy for eliminating Morgan? Drawing nearer, he beheld a startling sight, Chonglei striking Laifu. No correction, Luffy striking Kobe. At once Zhang Fei understood. I know full well you're no allies. Leave this town immediately. A Marine lieutenant barked orders urgently, dispersing Luffy and his crew. Captain Garp would soon arrive. Though Zhang Fei had revealed Luffy's lineage as Garp's grandson, the Marines feared the old hero might uphold justice above blood, imprisoning his own grandson for piracy. Outraged by the Marines' ingratitude, townsfolk turned on them, hurling accusations of betrayal and condemning them as unworthy scoundrels. The Marines stood mute, enduring the villagers' scorn, ignorant of the truth. Zhang Fei pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Luffy noticed Zhang Fei now wore Morgan's ill-fitting uniform. Hey Zhang Fei, you're back. Why are you dressed in Morgan's clothes? My clothes tore, and I had nothing else to wear, so I borrowed his. Zhang Fei sighed, adjusting the loose garment with resigned pragmatism. Understood. We're leaving now. Captain. If you wish to arrest me, you're welcome to try. Zoro, departing, delivered one final warning to the Marines, yet none dared act. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates were the town's saviors. At the harbor, Luffy untied the ship's mooring rope. Terrible acting. No wonder it was seen through. Zoro sighed, observing Luffy's unconvincing performance. His mock assault on Kobe was calculated to sever any perceived link between the boy and himself. A pirate could never join the Marines. Kobe will handle what comes next. Luffy retained unwavering faith in Kobe's capacity to resolve matters with the Marines. Zhang Fei listened quietly, piecing together the situation without interjecting. Today is truly a perfect day to set sail. Freedom from burdens defines a true pirate. Zoro gazed across the tranquil sea, voicing his quiet conviction. Absolutely right. Luffy laughed heartily, affirming Zoro's words. Zhang Fei leapt aboard the ship, wondering if seasickness would strike, then glanced toward the shore, expecting Kobe's arrival to offer thanks. Sure enough, Kobe sprinted forth breathless. Luffy, thank you. Your kindness I shall cherish for all my life. He snapped a crisp, formal salute, a thunderous declaration of gratitude. First time I've ever seen a Marine thank a pirate. Zoro, astonished, remarked with wry amusement. Luffy grinned, cheerfully waving his arm. Until we meet again, Kobe. Full salute. Now. Behind Kobe, a line of Marines rendered their solemn unified salute, a gesture reserved only for heroes. Startled by the sudden appearance of his comrades, Kobe flinched. Your friends are quite remarkable, commended the Marine lieutenant, praising the Straw Hat Pirates. Indeed. That salute violated military protocol. Therefore all rations are revoked for 1 week. The lieutenant's abrupt reversal stunned the Marines, who stared at him in disbelief. Beneath the Marines' salute, the Straw Hat Pirates sailed into the horizon. Zoro, how does being a pirate suit you? Zhang Fei smiled faintly, turning to ask. Not bad. Two simple words revealed Zoro's inner stance. Perhaps piracy offered a worthy path, as long as one never betrayed conscience. Set sail, crew. We head for the Grand Line. Luffy exulted, exhilarated. Having found kindred spirits at the Marine base, his anticipation for the Grand Line burned brighter than ever. Aye, Captain. Zhang Fei responded, equally elated. His pulse racing at the dawn of a new adventure, empowered now with strength enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with legends. Their next destined companion would be Nami. At her name, Zhang Fei's heart quickened, hope surging as they embarked upon the boundless sea. They forgot for now that 2 among them were hopelessly lost navigators, and with himself added 3. I'm so hungry. Luffy and Zoro were so famished that their stomachs were nearly touching their backs. They lay on the deck, staring up at the sky. As for Zhang Fei, he possessed the ability of immortality and indestructibility, so even without eating, he wouldn't starve to death. He felt no hunger at all. Seriously, you bunch of idiots don't even have basic sailing knowledge. Zoro couldn't help but complain. Zhang Fei was taken aback. You're the one who's completely directionless, and yet you have the nerve to criticize others. I must find a navigator, otherwise we'll never make it to the Grand Line. Zoro sat up straight, speaking seriously. A navigator was a crucial companion for any pirate crew. Without one, they would surely be lost at sea. We also need a chef and a musician. Luffy spread his fingers excitedly, counting off the types of crewmates he wanted to find in the future. Forget about that for now. We're starving to death. Zoro burst out in anger. How could he have such a foolish captain? Zhang Fei patted Zoro's shoulder and spoke in an earnest tone. You'll get used to it. Sigh. Zoro let out a resigned sigh. This was his own choice. He couldn't blame anyone. Hey, there's a big bird in the sky. I'm going to catch it right now. Starving Luffy spotted a huge bird in the sky. His eyes gleamed as he swallowed his saliva. The moment he finished speaking, he stretched his arms, grabbed the mast, and launched himself using the elasticity. Gum gum rocket. A sharp sound of air splitting echoed in Zhang Fei's ears. He wanted to stop him, but realized it was already too late. Sure enough, Luffy began to cry for help. No, help. It's got me. Having flown into the sky, Luffy was successfully caught by the bird's beak and was being carried back to its nest for a meal. That idiot. We need to chase after him. Seeing this, Zhang Fei immediately grabbed an oar and began paddling frantically. What are you doing, you jerk? Zoro joined in as well, and together they started rowing with all their might to pursue the foolish Luffy. Hey, the boat ahead. Please wait. At that moment, 3 people were floating on the sea shouting loudly for help. What's going on? Who would be drowning at a time like this? Zhang Fei couldn't recall who these 3 extras were. If you want to get on board, swim over yourselves. We're not stopping. Zoro spoke to the 3 drowning men behind them. Since Luffy had been taken by the bird, they had no time to stop. What? No way. The 3 drowning men said in disbelief, but to save their own lives they swam desperately and eventually managed to climb aboard. They gasped heavily, finally safe. You actually made it, Zoro said in surprise. Zhang Fei looked them over, finding them vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember who they were. Are you trying to kill us? The man in the hat shouted angrily at Zoro's heartless behavior. What a brutal person. Another man muttered in dissatisfaction. After they had regained some strength, they revealed their true ugly side, pulling out a small knife and threatening Zhang Fei and Zoro. Hey, stop the boat. We're under Buggy the Clown. At that moment, Zhang Fei suddenly realized why they looked familiar. They were Buggy's men. Then Zoro and Zhang Fei exchanged glances as if asking each other, you take them, or shall I? You handle it. Zhang Fei had no interest in these small fry, but with them around, he and Zoro could take a break and use them as free labor. Soon the 3 of Buggy's men, bruised and swollen with big lumps on their heads, were rowing with forced smiles. Haha, so you're the pirate hunter, Mr. Zoro. We're sorry we were blind. Please forgive us. You made me lose track of my friend. Keep rowing forward until that kid lands. How did you end up in the sea? Zhang Fei was curious about how they had ended up in the water for no reason, especially since there was no trace of a small boat nearby. At the mention of it, anger surged. They had fallen into the sea entirely because of a woman. That woman did this. Yeah, it's all her fault, and she's really cute. Their reactions differed. 2 were furious, while 1 was lecherous, clearly not a good bunch. When they mentioned a woman, Zhang Fei instinctively thought of Nami and continued listening. After hearing the whole story, this was roughly what happened. The 3 unlucky guys had just returned from a robbery when they met Nami on the way. Nami tricked them with her wiles, slipped away with their small boat full of treasure, and accurately predicted the arrival of a storm, which caused the 3 to be swept away, hence their current predicament. That's what happened. Don't you think she's too much? The man in the hat tearfully complained to Zhang Fei and Zoro about Nami's misdeeds. That money was hard-earned from robbery, and losing it so easily made him bitter. Being able to predict the weather. That woman must have extensive navigational knowledge. I wonder if we can recruit her as a crew member. Zoro admired Nami's navigational skills, and even considered inviting her to join their pirate crew. Zhang Fei confirmed that the woman was indeed Nami, and he directed the 3 unlucky men. Let's go. Take us to your captain. Zhang Fei, aren't you going to look for Luffy? Zoro asked in surprise. Recalling the plot, Zhang Fei naturally knew where Luffy would appear, at Buggy's place, and Nami would be there too. He could recruit her as well. We are going. Luffy is at Buggy the Clown's place. How do you know? Zoro looked at Zhang Fei, waiting for an explanation. Zhang Fei just smiled calmly and said nothing. That's a secret. He couldn't exactly say he had watched One Piece, could he? Seeing Zhang Fei wouldn't say, Zoro didn't press further. Are you sure you want to go to our boss? He's a man who ate a legendary devil fruit. His power is terrifying. The man in the hat, thinking of his captain, broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with fear. Buggy's ability isn't that big of a deal, but for Zoro it could indeed be troublesome. Buggy the Clown wasn't much, but he was a man blessed with the luck of a conqueror destined to become one of the 7 warlords. However, in front of Luffy, the chosen one, that luck was insignificant. After all, Luffy could defeat Golden Lion with his protagonist aura, let alone Buggy. Is that so? Then I'd like to see him. Zoro began to take an interest in Buggy and even wanted to test his blades against him. Nami, having seized Buggy the Clown's treasure map, sprinted desperately, only to be pursued by pirates brandishing blades determined to capture her. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion ripped through the sky. Boom. A figure plummeted from great height, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured all vision and seized every gaze. Someone fell from the sky. One pirate cried out in shock. Surely a body dropped from such height would be mangled beyond recognition. As the dust settled, the fallen figure proved to be Luffy. His rubber constitution rendered ordinary impacts harmless. He rose unscathed, standing tall and whole. He adjusted his straw hat with relief and breathed, I'm saved. The onlookers recoiled in disbelief. How could anyone survive such a fall? It defied all reason. Nami paused in quiet contemplation. Seeing Luffy emerge unharmed from the sky, she devised a plan and broke free from her pursuers. Chief, you've come just in time. I'll leave the rest to you. With that, she whirled away and vanished like smoke. Luffy stood bewildered, left behind. Hey, the woman escaped. No need to chase. Her captain is still here. True enough. This saves us considerable effort. Luffy. 3 burly men encircled Luffy and struck his head with a punch, yet it harmed him not at all. Instead, it sent his most treasured straw hat flying into the air. That ignited Luffy's fury. He retaliated with a single, devastating blow. His fist struck true, launching the attacker backward with crushing force. Don't you dare touch my treasure. He snatched the hat midair with his other hand, his expression hardening with indignation. Unforgivable. The remaining 2, enraged by their comrades' defeat, lunged for vengeance. only to meet swift, inevitable defeat. Within moments both lay motionless. Nami reappeared without warning, perched atop a balcony, her legs swinging freely as she watched Luffy with calculating interest, recognizing his extraordinary strength as an asset worth recruiting. "You're truly remarkable, defeating them barehanded." Luffy stared back, puzzled. He had no memory of ever meeting her. "Hey you, who are you?" "I'm a thief who steals only from pirates. My name is Nami. Shall we partner up?" "A thief who targets pirates?" Luffy had never heard of such a thief. "Precisely. I steal only from pirate hordes. Join me, and fortune will rain upon you." Nami made no attempt to conceal her motives. She needed Luffy as muscle against Buggy the Clown, so she could seize his treasure unimpeded. Luffy dismissed the notion with disdain. Wealth to him was won, not stolen, but seized by strength and daring. "No thanks, I won't partner with you." And with that he turned and walked away. Seeing Luffy's disinterest, Nami leapt down from the balcony, refusing to abandon her ambition. Stealing Buggy's treasure might finally earn her the 100 million berries she needed, and perhaps sway Luffy yet. "Wait, what is that hat? You nearly flew into rage when it was knocked off. Is it truly valuable?" "Oh, a treasure is it? Does it hold jewels inside?" Nami persisted, probing relentlessly for secrets hidden within the straw hat. "Annoying, I'm busy." Luffy bristled at her ceaseless chatter. Fate, however, had already entwined their paths. Zhang Fei, guided by 3 hapless allies, finally reached Orange Island Buggy the Clown's lair. Leaping ashore, he stretched languidly, his spine cracking softly. "At last, we've arrived. Solid ground feels far more comfortable. Let's go. Take us to your captain. Ours is waiting there too." By now Luffy had been delivered, bound and delivered, to Buggy's domain. "Zoro, prepare your blades." "Oh, indeed. Time to loosen these muscles." His right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, poised and eager. As they neared Buggy's ship, cannon fire erupted. Row upon row of buildings shattered under explosive impact. Surveying the devastation, they sensed imminent peril. Luffy stood directly in the line of fire. "Zoro, Luffy's in danger. We must move, now." Boarding the ship, they found Luffy locked in combat with Buggy's men, while a cannon aimed squarely at him burned its fuse. The fuse dwindled toward its end. Luffy would soon be obliterated. Clenching his teeth, he strained against the iron cage. "I refuse to die here." In that instant Nami abandoned caution. She would not let Luffy perish because of her. Dropping her club, she seized the burning fuse with both hands. Though the flame died, searing heat instantly blistered her palms. Pirates seized the opening, surging forward to strike her down. Then Zoro charged, his sword sheath deflecting every blade. "Zoro, you came." Luffy's face lit with relief at his friend's arrival. "Hey Luffy, enjoying yourself?" Zhang Fei strolled forward, calm and unhurried, even greeting Luffy warmly. "Zhang Fei, you're here too." Luffy grinned foolishly, his earlier tension melting away entirely. Spotting Nami's injury, he dashed over, knelt beside her, and spoke lightly. "Hey beautiful, let me see your hand." Ignoring her protest, Zhang Fei gently lifted her small hand, and saw the raw blistered burns across her palm. Nami stared at Zhang Fei, dazed. Her heart racing not from pain, but fear, dread of retaliation from pirates she deemed irredeemably vicious. Zhang Fei sensed her unease, her silent terror, and softened his tone, shedding all levity. "Rest easy, we mean you no harm. You're far too lovely, and besides you're our appointed navigator. Should any of them offend you, I'll deal with them myself." He thumped his chest in solemn assurance. No longer the frail youth he once was, he now bore the indomitable resilience and prodigious strength granted by the body-tempering pill. Nami gazed at Zhang Fei incredulous, until her eyes met his, and she knew without doubt that his words held absolute sincerity. When hesitation lingered, Zhang Fei deployed his final gambit. "Join us, and every coin in Buggy's vault becomes yours." Nami a money grubber, her pupils instantly turning into dollar signs. As long as there was money, anything could be negotiated. Having now fallen out with Buggy the Clown, she might as well agree to their demands and wait for an opportunity to escape. "No problem as long as you pay." "It's settled, then, our navigator." Zhang Fei was not afraid of Nami escaping. At worst, he could catch her back and give Arlong a beating as well. "You're amazing, Zhang Fei. You actually managed to persuade Nami to join us." Luffy chuckled warmly, welcoming Nami to the crew. Now he had one more pirate member. "What are you talking about? You dare to covet my treasure? You're asking for death." Buggy the Clown overheard Zhang Fei and their conversation. They actually dared to scheme for his treasure right in front of him. They were asking for death. Infuriated, Buggy the Clown had originally intended to recruit Zoro, but now he no longer needed to. He would not allow someone who coveted his treasure to join his pirate crew. "Die all of you." With 6 small knives held between his fingers, he hurled them at Zhang Fei. The 6 knives flew toward Zhang Fei like arrows shot from a bow. Zoro, standing nearby, did not draw his sword, for he knew Zhang Fei had an immortal body and there was no need to save him. "Danger!" Nami screamed in terror at the flying knives. Zhang Fei sensed the blades behind him and shielded Nami beneath his body. Ding ding ding, the 6 knives failed to injure Zhang Fei. They didn't even leave a white scratch, only tore his military uniform. "What?" Buggy the Clown's eyes widened slightly as he stared at Zhang Fei in disbelief. How was this possible? How could there be a monster with a body as hard as steel in the East Blue? A monster like this should have appeared in the Grand Line, not in the East Blue, and the weakest of the 4 seas at that. It made no sense. This kind of attack was nothing to Zhang Fei like scraping his skin. After all, the body tempering pill he had taken was a product of the cultivation world. How could it be weak? He had consumed 10 pills, and the medicinal power had been so overwhelming that it had blasted his body into blood mist. Was that not powerful? Are you scraping my skin, Buggy the Clown? Zhang Fei didn't forget to mock Buggy. Amazing. Nami in his arms blushed as she looked at Zhang Fei, a strange feeling rising in her heart. Perhaps Zhang Fei could defeat Arlong after all. The mocked Buggy the Clown wore an ugly expression, veins bulging on his forehead. He wished he could tear this insolent man apart. Everyone attack. Enraged and humiliated, Buggy the Clown no longer cared about saving face. He wanted Zhang Fei dead. Hey Zoro, hold them off for a moment. I'll free Luffy first. Alright. Zoro drew his sword and began buying time for Zhang Fei. By the way, Buggy the Clown ate the Barabara no Mi and is a split person. Sharp weapons can't hurt him. Watch out. Zhang Fei suddenly remembered Buggy's ability and thought it best to warn Zoro so he wouldn't suffer. Devil fruit, huh? What a hassle. Zoro complained. Facing Buggy's ability, Zoro was indeed helpless unless he used blunt weapons or his fists to fight him. What? I thought devil fruits were just legends. I never expected them to be real. This was Nami's first time seeing a devil fruit ability. She had always believed devil fruits were mere myths, but now they turn out to be true. Nami, just stand aside and watch. Leave the fighting to the men. He patted Nami's shoulder and then walked over to where Luffy was. You're quite a gentleman, Mr. Zhang Fei. Nami had never met a pirate like Zhang Fei. His character was hundreds of times better than Arlong's. Perhaps joining was not a bad choice. Zhang Fei, do you have any way to open this iron cage? Luffy grinned, his eyes pure and trusting. He believed Zhang Fei could free him from the cage. This is simple. Zhang Fei smiled mysteriously, gripping the iron bars with both hands, intending to wrench the cage open. Ha ha ha, you think you can open this cage with brute force? That's wishful thinking. Buggy the Clown was very skeptical of Zhang Fei. Trying to open the cage with brute force was impossible, so he mocked him. Zhang Fei ignored Buggy's mockery and exerted force with his hands. The iron bars he grasped quickly bent under the immense power, creating an opening. Looking at his handiwork, Zhang Fei was very satisfied, silently praising the power of the body tempering pill. How is this possible? Buggy's eyes bulged like brass bells, staring fixedly at the bent cage. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Alright Luffy, come out quickly. As the captain, go and defeat Buggy the Clown soundly, so our new navigator can see how formidable our captain is. Don't worry Zhang Fei. I'll send him flying. Freed from the cage, Luffy stretched his limbs and prepared to show off his skills. As for why Zhang Fei didn't fight Buggy himself, it was simply to train Luffy. Luffy was still too weak at the moment. Gaining some practical combat experience would be beneficial. Seeing Luffy free Buggy was furious, especially when he saw the straw hat on Luffy's head, which fueled his anger even more, reminding him of that damned Shanks. Damn brat. Kabaji Moji. We're here, Captain Buggy. Kabaji rode a unicycle holding a long blade, while Moji rode Richie the lion. The two emerged from the shadows together. Watching the eager Luffy, Zhang Fei consciously stepped aside. King versus king, general versus general. Zoro, the one with the long bangs is yours. The one riding the lion is mine. No problem. You're all so arrogant. Richie, bite this reckless fool to death. Moji gave the order. Richie, hearing its master's command, opened its blood-soaked maw toward Zhang Fei, intending to crush his skull. In Zhang Fei's eyes, Richie's movements were clearly visible. He leaned his body to the side, dodging Richie's attack and its foul breath. As Richie turned sideways to him, Zhang Fei clenched his fist and struck down onto Richie's head from above. Boom. The power contained in the fist was too much for Richie to withstand. The violent impact instantly knocked it unconscious, and its entire head was driven into the ship's deck. Like a dead fish, it lay motionless. Richie! Moji called out in disbelief, his body trembling slightly. What monstrous strength was that? One punch had knocked out Richie, even killed it in a single blow. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear, losing all courage to continue fighting Zhang Fei. Utterly pathetic. Zhang Fei dusted off his hands. He hadn't expected Richie to be so fragile. At that moment, Mao Chi hesitated, instinctively stepping back with his right foot. After all, he knew Rich's strength better than anyone. The man's palm strikes could effortlessly shatter stone. Yet before Zhang Fei, that power proved utterly futile. The captain stood nearby, too fearful to flee. Otherwise, the clown Buggy would never spare him. I never imagined you were hiding such prowess. Zoro stared at Zhang Fei in astonishment. Back at the marine base, Zhang Fei had displayed no such overwhelming might. His current power surged like a rocket ascending into the heavens. Had he deliberately concealed his true strength there? Zoro's curiosity deepened. He could not fathom Zhang Fei at all. Like a blind man groping across a river with mere pebbles, utterly uncertain of the current beneath. Not bad, really. He, truly worthy of the name Zhang Fei. Now it's my turn. Luffy swung his arm with exhilaration and charged headlong toward the clown Buggy. Goma Goma no pistol. Luffy struck first. His arm shot forward with blinding speed, fist aimed straight at Buggy's chest. Startled, Buggy instantly activated his Barabara no Mi ability, splitting his upper and lower body apart just in time to evade the blow. So you're also a devil fruit user, brat? Buggy gazed at Luffy astonished. Luffy retracted his arm, grinned, and adjusted his straw hat. I'm a rubber man. I ate the Goma Goma no Mi. What a... Nami stared at Luffy, disbelief flooding her expression. What kind of day was this? Was she truly encountering devil fruit users one after another? You insolent brat, daring to mock me so brazenly. Luffy's cheerful grin ignited Buggy's fury. He was certain the boy mocked him. Now it's my turn. Ready yourself. Zoro gripped 2 ordinary swords in a dual-wielding stance against Kabeji, clearly holding back. Not yet serious. Mere circus tricks steam murder incident. Kabeji sneered, arrogant and dismissive, spinning his right arm rapidly to whip up a thick cloud of dust that swallowed his silhouette. Seizing Zoro's momentary blindness, Kabeji lunged from within the dust, slashing his long blade through the air with a sharp whistle. Such petty illusions couldn't wound him. He raised both blades in perfect cross-block, deflecting Kabeji's strike. Clang. Steel met steel. A shower of sparks erupted upon impact. What nonsense is this? Child's play. Zoro scoffed at Kabeji's theatrics. Impressive to behold, yet utterly ineffectual. An opportunist by nature, Kabeji seized the instant Zoro parried his blade, launching a vicious kick with his right leg. Zoro's brow arched sharply. He flicked Kabeji's sword aside and leapt backward, creating distance, just as Kabeji's treacherous groin kick whistled past empty air. You underhanded wretch. Rage flared in Zoro's eyes. Buggy's cowardly ambush had incensed him beyond tolerance. Drawing Wado Ikamanji, he resolved to end this with Santoryu, the 3-sword style. Roranoa Zoro. Impressive reflexes, but I'm no slouch either. Circus trick divine wind 100 spinning theater. Kabeji hurled a barrage of spinning tops, hundreds of them, flying like lethal darts toward Zoro. Unlike in the original timeline, Zoro hadn't been ambushed by Buggy. His body remained at peak condition. In moments he cleaved each incoming top cleanly in two. A tedious technique. Zhang Fei, observing idly, couldn't resist commenting, then turned to Nami. Let's go claim Buggy's treasure. Leave this to them. You'll do no such thing. Hearing Zhang Fei speak of seizing his hoard, Buggy seethed. Greed and wrath fused into pure vengeance. To covet his treasure was an unforgivable sin. Activating his Barabara Nomi, Buggy detached his right arm, brandishing a dagger aimed straight for Zhang Fei's throat. Luffy wouldn't stand by. He stomped hard on Buggy's severed hand. Pain exploded. Buggy screamed involuntarily. Leave this to us. Zhang Fei, you take our navigator and find the treasure. Then we're off. Barabara pancake. Buggy refused to watch passively as they stole his fortune. His lower half split away, and hidden blades sprang from his boots, whirling like a colossal windmill toward Zhang Fei and the others. Zhang Fei's expression hardened. This clown is insufferable. All I want is your treasure. Must you obstruct me at every turn? Buggy, listen to yourself. Does that sound like human speech? Clenching his fist, he delivered a devastating blow, directly to the exposed target. Agony sent Buggy writhing on the ground, tears gushing like springs. Luffy watched Buggy writhe in torment, drawing a sharp breath. Was that really necessary? Well then, no one dares interfere now. Let's go, Nami. Zhang Fei gently took Nami's hand. She stood frozen, uncomprehending. Oh, she murmured, and followed him toward the treasure. Don't you need to help them? Nami scrutinized Zhang Fei's face. After all, the clown Buggy had consumed a legendary devil fruit. His power must be formidable. No need. Trust our crew. If they can't overcome such a trivial obstacle, they've no business aspiring to be king of the pirates. Zhang Fei spoke with unwavering conviction, his faith in Luffy and Zoro absolute. And indeed, if even this level of foe required outside aid, perhaps it was time to return home, before further disgracing themselves. Exactly. If I can't handle this, what right do I have to call myself king of the pirates? Luffy nodded in full agreement. Looks like I'd better finish this quickly, before anyone questions my strength. Zoro prepared to end Kabeji in a single stroke. How else could he fulfill his dream? Seeing their blazing determination, victory felt assured. He dismissed the matter entirely, guiding Nami onward. As for Mao Chi, without richest, he was nothing more than dead weight. Not worth a second glance. Thus Zhang Fei and Nami vanished from sight. Curse you, I'll slaughter you all. Buggy burned with rage. First he'd butcher the straw-hatted brat, lest his treasure fall into enemy hands. Nami, do you know where their treasure is hidden? For precise location, consulting an expert like Nami was far safer than guessing. I know exactly where it is. All of Buggy's hoard lies in the central courtyard of Orange Town, but it's heavily guarded. Shall we sneak in? Sneak? Why bother, when we have me? We'll seize it outright. Zhang Fei trusted his own strength implicitly. So long as he avoided Admirals or Logia-type users, he feared no one. Could you let go? Sorry. Got carried away. You're just so charming. It's instinctive to want to protect you. Zhang Fei complimented Nami's beauty, then deftly masked his lapse with a light-hearted excuse. Nami blushed crimson, never having heard sweet words before. Shyness filled her eyes as she turned away, unwilling to let Zhang Fei see her embarrassed expression. What nonsense are you talking? Watching Nami's maidenly demeanor, it was utterly adorable. Thinking of her background, one couldn't help but feel a protective urge, so he continued to tease her. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm speaking the truth. Humph. Nami gave a feigned snort, trying to conceal her inner delight. As a woman, she naturally enjoyed hearing others praise her beauty. It seemed her beauty still held considerable appeal for men. I see you're silent. Are you shy? I happen to have an ability that would make you even more embarrassed. Nami, would you like to experience it? Such shameless words could only come from Zhang Fei, who inherited Zhang San's superior genes. After all, did concepts like dignity hold any meaning for a lawless scoundrel like Zhang San? Obviously not. What exactly is going on in your head? Nami's face turned red as she thought, could Zhang Fei be planning to do that kind of thing to me? She spoke indignantly. I only wanted to keep holding your hand. Did you misunderstand something, Nami? Zhang Fei deliberately teased, wanting to see Nami's flustered reaction. Hearing this, Nami's blush spread rapidly from her neck like a steam engine about to emit smoke. Clearly she had misinterpreted. To prevent Zhang Fei from noticing her embarrassment, she hurriedly explained. Not at all. Zhang Fei chuckled softly. Hearing Nami's lack of conviction, it was obvious she was flustered, and he became even more certain that she had misunderstood. Oh, is that so? It is. Nami stated firmly, refusing to admit that her mind had wandered to inappropriate thoughts. Damn it. If you want to show off your love, go somewhere else. You're making my skin crawl. Do you believe I'll chop you both down with one swing? The pirate guarding the treasure could no longer stand the sight of this nauseating couple. Zhang Fei wasn't angered, but Nami flushed crimson. Being mistaken for a couple was truly unjust. She had only known Zhang Fei for a short time. How could they possibly be lovers? Zhang Fei, it's all your fault. You made me misunderstood. Nami scolded Zhang Fei. Damn it. You're still at it. If I don't split you two apart, it won't ease my hatred. Then a pirate under Buggy's command charged forward, brandishing a sharp blade, roaring with fury, determined to eliminate this revolting couple. Zhang Fei let out a disdainful laugh. You think you can hurt me, eh? He clenched his fist, and as the blade descended, he struck out. Bang! The punch landed with a resounding impact. The powerful blow hit the pirate's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge, his stomach to cave in, and his body to fly backward like a cannonball, crashing through the wall of a house and kicking up a cloud of dust. The defeated pirate immediately fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth with his eyes rolled back. Witnessing Zhang Fei's violent side, Nami's previous shyness instantly dissipated. She swallowed hard, looking at him in disbelief. So strong. Perhaps Zhang Fei could even defeat Arlong. As for the other two pirates guarding the treasure, after seeing Zhang Fei's terrifying strength, they were too frightened to speak. Their bodies trembled, dreading that Zhang Fei would come after them. If they fled and the treasure was lost, Buggy would certainly sacrifice them. So they decided to knock themselves unconscious, giving themselves an excuse. Then, under Zhang Fei and Nami's watchful eyes, the two pirates exchanged a knowing glance and struck each other's heads in perfect synchronization. Both collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness even if they weren't truly knocked out. What's wrong with them? Nami pointed at them, unable to fathom why they would do such a thing. Zhang Fei, however, understood their predicament, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. All right, now the treasure is yours. Zhang Fei had already spotted the pile of treasure chests inside the room. At the mention of treasure, Nami's expression instantly changed, her eyes turning into the shape of the yen symbol. She rushed in, eagerly dividing the treasure into two shares, one for herself and the other for the residents of Orange Town, who urgently needed the money to rebuild their town. Here, take this. We'll give this money to the mayor later. Nami handed a bag containing half the treasure to Zhang Fei. Truly worthy of our navigator. Such a kind heart. Stop flattering me. I just wonder if Luffy can defeat Buggy. A trace of worry appeared in Nami's eyes. If Luffy couldn't defeat them, the islanders of Orange Town would once again fall under Buggy's tyranny, just like her own hometown. Don't worry. Trust in our captain. He may be a fool, but he's someone worth relying on. Zhang Fei dispelled Nami's concerns. According to the course of events, Buggy would be defeated by Luffy. Is he really worth that much trust? Nami asked, curiously, beginning to wonder what kind of man Luffy was to deserve such faith. You'll find out in time, Nami. If you tell our captain about your past, he won't hesitate to send Arlong flying. Zhang Fei deliberately left it hanging. How do you know about Arlong? Nami's eyes widened as she sought an answer from Zhang Fei. There's nothing I don't know, and Arlong is no match for us. Nami, you can try to trust us. Nami sank into thought. She couldn't take the risk. If Zhang Fei couldn't defeat Arlong, the Kokoyashi villagers would suffer. She couldn't gamble with their safety. Seeing this, Zhang Fei continued to coax her. I know you're still skeptical, Nami, but I'll prove you wrong. There's still time, and one day you'll see the real us. Zhang Fei's voice was gentle, yet it unexpectedly touched Nami's heart. The grievances she had held back now burst forth, tears streaming down like a broken dam. Zhang Fei set down the treasure and offered Nami a reliable shoulder to lean on. What she needed most right now was someone to support her. For so many years, she had suppressed all her grievances and frustrations deep within her, turning them into motivation to grow. But now someone was willing to stand by her side and shield her, letting her feel the warmth of Belmir's love once more. However, she still didn't want Zhang Fei and the others to confront Arlong, mainly because she feared they might lose and perish. Moreover, she had only known them for a short time. She couldn't bring harm upon them. Hey, Zhang Fei, we're back. Did you find the treasure? Luffy strode over with an air of arrogance, a triumphant grin on his face, with Zoro following beside him. Hey, why is Nami crying? Did Zhang Fei bully you? As your captain, I'll deal with him. Zhang Fei, take this. Black tiger fishes for the heart. Seeing Nami's reddened eyes, Luffy mistakenly thought Zhang Fei was bullying her and launched an attack. With this lively fool around, the gloomy atmosphere instantly lifted and a smile appeared on Nami's face. So that's how it is, Zhang Fei. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luffy placed his hand on his straw hat, complaining that Zhang Fei hadn't revealed the truth sooner. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes at Luffy. It was clearly Luffy who had attacked without knowing the full story, and now he was blaming Zhang Fei for not explaining the situation. Nami had personally explained everything, though she withheld the part about Arlong. She was still evaluating the Straw Hat Pirates at this point. What about Buggy the Clown? Zhang Fei thought of Buggy, knowing that Luffy had defeated him, but with the plot altered by his own presence, everything had become uncertain. I sent that big-nosed guy flying. Luffy proudly boasted of his achievement. It seemed Buggy was destined to be defeated and launched into the sky. Hey, are those treasures you're holding? Luffy's eyes practically sparkled at the sight of the treasure in Nami's hands. It was the first time he had seen such riches since setting sail. Of course, but these are all mine. Don't get any ideas. Nami clutched the treasure protectively, as if afraid Luffy might snatch it away. Zhang Fei had agreed that Buggy's treasure would go to Nami on the condition that she joined their pirate crew. Luffy naturally had no intention of contending for it. He would never steal a crewmate's treasure. Don't worry, I won't take it. But whose is that other pile of treasure? Luffy pointed to another heap of treasure on the ground, grinning widely. If it was unclaimed, he intended to take it. Luffy, don't even think about that one either. It's Nami's. It was separated from Buggy's treasure to fund the repairs for Orange Town. Zhang Fei cut off Luffy's fantasy. At the same time, Luffy grew even more approving of Nami as a crewmate. Not for any other reason but her kindness. Since it was meant for Orange Town, Luffy swore he wouldn't touch it. In that case, I'll forget about it. Seeing Luffy give up on the treasure, Nami finally understood what Zhang Fei meant about him. No wonder someone like Zhang Fei would follow such a man. In truth, Zhang Fei had joined Luffy's crew because of a system mission, but for a laid-back person like him, being part of the Straw Hat Pirates wasn't bad at all. In fact, he enjoyed it, witnessing the vibrant, spirited Luffy up close. Let's head to the mayor's house, then set sail. On the vast sea, Luffy and Zoro sailed a small boat, while Zhang Fei and Nami navigated a pirate vessel they had commandeered, heading toward unknown waters. There's a deserted island up ahead. Let's go. Maybe we'll find food and meet new crewmates. On the boundless ocean, Luffy spotted a deserted island in the distance and paddled his boat toward it eagerly. Wait, just a minute. Nami was exasperated watching the willful Luffy with a throbbing headache, then turned to complain to Zhang Fei on the other boat. So this is your captain? Zhang Fei shrugged, gazing at the deserted island with a smile on his face. Isn't having a captain like him quite entertaining? Nami was speechless and couldn't be bothered to complain further. Even if something happened on the island, Zhang Fei would protect her, so there was no need to worry. We've reached the deserted island. Luffy said, excitedly, ready to go on an adventure ashore. This island is nothing but forest. There's nothing here. How could we find new crewmates in a place like this? Nami looked at the forest-covered island. It was completely desolate with no signs of life or people anywhere. Zhang Fei stared hard at the island, trying to recall the storyline, but he couldn't remember. This island wasn't even the one where Usopp lived. Eventually, he gave up thinking and decided to let things unfold naturally. Hey Zoro, come on down. Luffy called out to Zoro, but Zhang Fei glanced over and saw that he was fast asleep. Forget Zoro, he's already asleep. Let's just go up ourselves. Alright, let's leave him behind and head out. Who knows, there might be someone deep in the forest. Luffy placed his hand on the nearest tree, speculating that someone might be hiding in the woods. How could that be? This is a deserted island. Nami didn't believe it. There was nothing here, so how could anyone live on this island? Just as Nami finished speaking, a fox with a coxcomb-like crest emerged from the forest. Zhang Fei was amazed, muttering to himself as his eyes focused on the strange fox. Animals like this didn't exist on Earth. What a fascinating creature. The pirate world truly has the strangest animals. A moment later, Luffy spotted something else and grabbed it. It turned out to be a snake with rabbit-like ears. Hey look, this rabbit is so weird. Isn't that a snake? Zhang Fei stared intently at the bizarre creature in Luffy's hands. This island was indeed quite peculiar. Nami's mind was also reeling from the island's strange animals. What in the world were these? Oh, there's a lion over there. A pig with a lion's mane stepped out from the foliage. Just as Zhang Fei was about to marvel at nature's wonders, a voice echoed from the forest. Who are you? I am the guardian of this forest. This forest does not welcome you. Please leave immediately. Hear me, if you take one more step forward, you will suffer the forest's punishment. Luffy refused to believe in such superstitious nonsense and retorted without hesitation. Who do you think you are? I don't believe you. Nami clenched her fists, cautiously wary of the person in the forest, and huddled close to Zhang Fei. Only by his side did she feel a sense of safety. Seeing such a golden opportunity, Zhang Fei naturally wouldn't miss it. He pulled Nami into his arms, speaking with feigned righteousness. Don't worry, I'm here. Nami wanted to resist, but her strength was no match. Unable to break free, she gave up and let Zhang Fei hold her, demanding that he protect her no matter what. Then you'd better protect me well, or else you'll have me to deal with. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. The moment the words left his mouth, a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck Luffy directly, and the impacted area bulged outward before rebounding into the sky. Fortunately, Luffy was made of rubber, or that shot might have injured him. Luffy let out a relieved sigh after the close call. That gave me a scare. How infuriating. The bullet came from over there. Nami, sharp-eyed, noticed the direction of the shot. She pushed Zhang Fei aside and pointed behind them. Everyone turned to look, only to see a treasure chest with an afro-like growth on top. Once spotted, a pair of feet suddenly shot out from beneath the chest, and it began to flee in a panic. The treasure chest is moving. Chase it. The afro-headed chest didn't get far before it tripped over a stone. The group then realized that the chest was actually a person, stuck inside the treasure chest. A voice like a demon's whisper echoed in Zhang Fei's ear. Quick, dismantle him. Hurry up and dismantle him. Zhang Fei could no longer bear the demon's whispering and prepared to dismantle the treasure chest. His ravenous wolf-like gaze sent a shiver of fear down Nami's spine. Quick, help me up. The treasure chest man with the explosion-shaped hair lay sprawled like an overturned turtle, utterly helpless without assistance, and thus cried out loudly. What an arrogant fellow. Nami stepped forward and gazed down at the immobilized treasure chest man lying on the ground. Truly a whimsical broom-like character. Luffy burst into hearty laughter, finding the treasure chest man sprawled on the ground delightfully absurd. Zhang Fei moistened his lips and smiled with sinister charm, as if possessed by a demon, sending chills through those nearby. Upon seeing Zhang Fei's grin, the treasure chest man trembled violently, wondering whether he had stumbled upon a madman. Zhang Fei then extended his claw-like hand, attempting to pry the treasure chest man free from the chest, but their skin appeared fused to its surface. Tearing him loose would surely rip away layers of flesh along with it. Ow, ow, ow. You'll never pull me out like that. Forcibly wrenching me free would destroy my body entirely. The treasure chest man shouted in protest against Zhang Fei's violent attempt. Luffy rushed over and helped him rise, but Zhang Fei immediately began pondering how best to remove the chest from his body. Without doing so, he feared this burden would plague him for life. The treasure chest man then recounted his ordeal, but not a single word reached Zhang Fei's ears. Instead, dark thoughts flickered across his mind, dismembering the man limb by limb, though he swiftly dismissed them. Only two options remained: slicing the chest off with a blade, or peeling it away painstakingly inch by inch. With resolve kindled, Zhang Fei dashed back to their small boat. While Zoro slept soundly, he quietly borrowed one of his swords. Seeing Zhang Fei approach brandishing steel, Gaiman trembled uncontrollably and fled without hesitation. Gaiman was the treasure chest man with the explosion-shaped hair. Zhang Fei, what are you doing? Don't act rashly. Besides, he hasn't harmed me. You needn't go this far. Luffy hurried over to intercept Zhang Fei, mistakenly believing he'd drawn the blade to avenge that earlier gunshot. Even Nami could no longer stand by. She too raised her voice to stop him. Zhang Fei, what do you think you're doing? Luffy has already forgiven Gaiman. Why would you still seek his deaths? Zhang Fei glanced at the sword in his hand and realized Nami and Luffy had misunderstood. He explained his true intent. You've mistaken me. I only meant to cut the chest from his body. Hearing this, the two exhaled in relief. So that was it. What? You want to dismantle the chest bound to me? Impossible. Gaiman flatly rejected Zhang Fei's proposal. Undeterred, Zhang Fei turned to Luffy and issued his command. Luffy, hold him down. I will remove that chest no matter what. If we forcibly detach the chest, Gaiman may die. Luffy recalled Gaiman's earlier warning that forced removal might indeed kill him, and hesitated, torn between compassion and duty. Zhang Fei read Luffy's conflicted expression and knew precisely what weighed upon his heart. Rest assured, he won't die. At worst, he'll lose a layer of skin. Truly, Zhang Fei, you mustn't deceive me. Why would I lie to you? Reassured by Zhang Fei's certainty, Luffy finally resolved to assist him. And truth be told, he too found the chest deeply irksome. Terrified for his life, Gaiman bolted, desperate to escape. Nami chose not to intervene, letting them carry on as they pleased. Since Zhang Fei had sworn no lives would be lost, she trusted his word, and was genuinely surprised to discover this unexpectedly meticulous, resolute side of him. With Luffy's aid, Gaiman barely managed to flee before being seized, thrown onto his back, and deprived of any chance to run. Don't come near me. But Zhang Fei, possessed now by something demonic, paid no heed to Gaiman's pleas and began methodically carving the chest away layer by layer. Gaiman thrashed about like a wronged maiden. Yet when he felt no pain, he realized they weren't resorting to brute force, but instead carefully, deliberately separating the chest from his flesh. He ceased struggling and let them proceed, grateful to be freed from this prison. The chest had sealed him in for 20 long years. Fortunately, after 2 decades of wind and rain, the chest's wooden exterior had grown brittle and dry, making detachment far easier. After exhausting every ounce of strength, Zhang Fei finally succeeded in dismantling the chest from Gaiman's body, filling him with an indescribable sense of profound relief. There, you may now stretch your limbs freely. Though your skin remains stuck together, gently teasing it apart with twigs or similar tools will suffice. From now on, you'll walk like any ordinary person. Gaiman wept tears of overwhelming joy. 20 years. Exactly 20 years had passed since he'd last stood unbound, truly human once more. I cannot thank you enough. No need for thanks. Luffy rubbed his nose with a finger, basking contentedly in Gaiman's gratitude. Zhang Fei, however, cared little for thanks. He'd simply wanted the chest gone. Gaiman retained his former appearance, though time would be needed for full recovery. Tiny wood fragments still clung to his skin as sandpaper would have scraped them off cleanly, but none was available, so only natural cellular renewal could clear them away. You really did manage to free him. Truly remarkable. Nami surveyed Zhang Fei and Luffy's handiwork and knew instantly they'd succeeded. Though Gaiman's current state was rather unsettling, his clothes had long since rotted away, leaving him completely bare. Indeed, I'm thoroughly satisfied. Nami, shall we seize this quiet moment for a date here on this deserted island? After all, my spirits are high. Zhang Fei ventured, buoyed by his triumph. Nami waved her hand dismissively. There's nothing here worth dating over. Let's just return to the ship. It's far more comfortable than this barren place. Very well, we'll head back together. I must also return Zoro's sword. Zhang Fei replied with mild disappointment, then turned to Luffy. All right, what about you, Luffy? I'll follow shortly. Left alone, Zhang Fei, idle and mischievous, resumed teasing Nami with corny endearments, turning her ears crimson and her cheeks flushed as if dripping dew. Flustered beyond measure. Yet this bashful Nami was precisely the version Zhang Fei cherished most. Damn it, will you two ever stop? I'm already regretting boarding this ship. Zoro had been jolted awake by Zhang Fei's obnoxious chatter, and forced to endure his cringeworthy love talk, sending goosebumps racing across his arms and making him physically ill. What's it to you? Go back to sleep. As Luffy returned, he was accompanied by Gaiman, reborn and revitalized, alongside his animal companions bearing abundant fruit and fresh water clearly offered as gifts in gratitude for Zhang Fei's great kindness. Fruit and fresh water, indispensable provisions for any voyage. Without fruit to replenish vital vitamins, prolonged sea travel inevitably leads to scurvy of freshwater. Needless to say, is essential to sustain life. To Zhang Fei, immortality rendered sustenance irrelevant. He would neither starve nor thirst. After exchanging warm pleasantries with Gaiman, the Straw Hat Pirates embarked once more upon their next grand adventure. Zhang Fei reclined on the deck basking in the sun's golden embrace. Next came Usopp. Yet what precisely was this system? For days it had remained silent, not a single task assigned. Without missions, how could he grow stronger? Zhang Fei felt as though he'd lost billions. Had the system wandered off again, to flirt with some system goddess from another realm? Truly this system was profoundly unreliable. Zhang Fei began berating the system's negligence. Just then the system, deep in a mahjong match, sneezed abruptly. Someone's speaking of me. Ah, my host. No matter. He won't perish anyway. And so it resumed its mahjong obsession, diligently striving all the while to secure Zhang Fei's future rewards. Meanwhile, as Zhang Fei grumbled, Nami and Luffy engaged in earnest discussion of the Grand Line and of acquiring a larger vessel. Ultimately, they resolved to sail southward toward a coastal village, hoping to procure a sturdier ship. Luffy, however, cared only for one thing: meat. In Syrup Village, Usopp continued his habitual charade, mocking villagers with false cries of pirate invasion. Enraged upon realizing yet again they'd been duped, the villagers seized brooms and gave furious chase. Terrible news. Pirates have truly arrived. Onion sprinted over to report. Beside Usopp stood Carrot and Bell Pepper. The trio dismissed Onion's warning as another tall tale, paying it no heed. Surely it's a lie. No, it's real. That emblem belongs to the clown Buggy himself. Onion affirmed, utterly certain. You're not deceiving us. Usopp pressed, once, twice, before finally accepting the truth. Then, deploying his famed escape technique, he fled, unaware that the intruders were not Buggy at all, but his future crewmates Luffy and his companions. Oh no, the snack hour. Attempting to slip away unnoticed, Usopp was halted mid-stride by Onion and the two others, leaving him no choice but to pause. Don't run. Though Usopp tried to justify his flight, his excuses rang hollow, and the three boys naturally refused to believe them. Actually, I suffer from a fatal condition. I die if I miss my snacks. Liar. Captain, you aspire to become a true pirate, don't you? Then how can a pirate fear pirates? Exactly. There are only 4 of them. The trio declared, voices brimming with fervor and conviction. 4? But that's a massive ship. Usopp, incredulous, questioned Onion, certain his ears had betrayed him. No, it's just 2 tiny vessels. Onion clarified patiently. For people, only 4. The mighty Usopp had nothing to fear. Instantly his confidence swelled. Very well, Usopp, pirate crew assemble. To defend our village's peace. Follow me, march. Onion, Carrot, Bell Pepper. At last, we've reached land. Zhang Fei leapt ashore, invigorated and radiant, savoring the island's crisp air. Though impervious to seasickness, even the gentle rocking of the small vessel had unsettled his spirit. Is there a village ahead? Luffy pointed forward. Days at sea had sharpened his hunger, his thoughts consumed by the memory of succulent meat. Yes, a modest settlement. Nami consulted her sea chart, confirming softly. It's been far too long since I've stood upon solid earth. Zoro stretched languidly, prompting Luffy's immediate teasing. Because you've slept the whole time. Yet something's felt strange since just now. Who are those people? Guided by instinct alone, Zoro spotted Usopp and his friends crouched atop a low hill. Usopp was unmistakable. The length of his nose alone betrayed him, rivaling Pinocchio's own. Once discovered, the 3 boys bolted instantly, terrified for their lives, abandoning Usopp to face the strangers alone. Left standing alone, Usopp trembled, yet had no choice but to stand firm and inflate his bravado. Only Luffy, that blissfully gullible fool, might possibly believe his boasts. I am Usopp, the fearless captain of this village's premier pirate crew. They call me Captain Usopp. I advise you abandon your assault. My forces number 8 million loyal warriors who will never stand idly by. 8 million. Usopp's exaggeration knew no bounds, so much so that even Luffy now doubted his words. Yet seeing Usopp in person, Luffy's foremost thought was simply, how does that nose grow so long? Bluffing, Nami interjected flatly, exposing the lie without hesitation. Usopp clutched his head in dismay. How could such a flawless fabrication unravel so swiftly? Usopp, I've been exposed. Nami confessing already. Usopp, oh dear, I've incriminated myself. What an astute woman. Nami was speechless. How had fate delivered such a singular talent into her path? Ha ha ha, you truly are amusing. Humiliated by Luffy's laughter, Usopp felt his dignity trampled beneath scorn, anger flaring hot within him. Hey, you dare mock me. I am a man of unassailable pride. Hence they call me prideful Usopp. There he went again, self-aggrandizing eyes flickering with nervous dread, half expecting Luffy to strike. Fortunately, his fears were entirely unfounded. Relax, we mean no harm. Zhang Fei stepped forward, unable to watch any longer, and gently clapped Usopp on the shoulder. Seeing Zhang Fei's affable demeanor, and noticing his navy uniform, Usopp mistakenly assumed he was a marine officer and lowered his guard accordingly. He then led them to a local tavern where Luffy finally devoured the meat he'd craved for so long. After explaining their circumstances, Usopp at last understood why they sailed aboard Buggy's small vessel. So you seek both crewmates and a larger ship. Indeed, without a sturdy vessel, navigating the Grand Line is impossible, Zhang Fei replied. Though perhaps only Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, could brave those waters in anything less. Nami, that promises quite the adventure. It's no galleon, but within this village only one place holds a ship. Usopp deliberately paused for dramatic effect. Where? Nami latched onto the key word, curiosity piqued. As for Zhang Fei, he recognized the place instantly. It was Usopp's childhood friend's home, though the name alas had slipped his memory. That master is a pitiful young lady, frail and bedridden for years. Usopp narrated, explaining to the group the story of Kaya's background. Kaya is indeed a pitiful girl. If only the system were more capable, I might have obtained a cure for all diseases. Unfortunately, the system has vanished somewhere. While Zhang Fei sighed, Nami spoke up. Hey, why is a girl the owner of that mansion? Usually the owner of such a grand mansion would be some old lord, not a girl. She was genuinely curious. Luffy, however, cared little about that. All he wanted now was another piece of meat. Another plate of meat. Zoro, seeing Luffy order, didn't hold back either. Another bottle of sake. Are you all even listening to me? Usopp was furious, seeing that they treated his words as mere background noise. He shouted in exasperation. After calming down, he answered Nami's earlier question. About a year ago, her parents passed away from illness, leaving her a vast fortune, a mansion, and a dozen servants. No matter how wealthy she is, her fate is truly pitiable. He then clasped his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and spoke with regret, sympathizing with Kaya's misfortune. After hearing Usopp's tale, Zhang Fei began to recall the plot seriously. A pirate captain named Kuro lurked near Kaya, and her parents' deaths were likely his doing. Zhang Fei couldn't recall the details, but he was sure it involved him. After a moment of silence, Nami spoke up, intending to leave and search elsewhere for a ship. Let's stop here. We won't find a ship in this place. Let's look elsewhere. Right, we're not in a hurry anyway. We've had our meat, let's buy some more and head back. Luffy agreed with Nami. Though he wanted a ship, he wouldn't ask a girl with such a tragic past for one. Seeing them about to leave, Usopp spoke up. He too wanted to go to sea to become a great pirate like his father. Earlier, weren't you saying you were looking for crewmates? Do you have anyone in mind? I can be your captain. Usopp recommended himself with great conviction. Luffy looked at Usopp in confusion, expecting him to suggest someone else. But he wanted to be captain himself? No way. Luffy refused without hesitation. Not needed. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Usopp grew anxious. These people were clearly looking for companions to sail the sea, and he didn't want to stay cooped up in this small village. Zhang Fei took a sip of hot tea, choosing not to invite Usopp himself. He planned to let the plot unfold naturally with Luffy doing the inviting. If the story deviated, he would step in. Besides, Luffy knew Usopp's father, a crew member of Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. You all wait here. I'll be back in a moment. Zhang Fei stood up to buy a change of clothes. He was still wearing Morgan's ill-fitting navy uniform, and after days at sea, without a bath, he felt filthy. Where are you going, Zhang Fei? It was Nami who asked. After all, he often teased her, and their bond had grown deeper over time. To buy fitting clothes and take a hot bath. Zhang Fei stated his purpose, then left without looking back. Indeed, Zhang Fei wearing a marine uniform was unsuitable for a pirate. Better to change quickly. I'll come with you, Zhang Fei. We can look around together. With a beautiful companion, he wouldn't refuse. It's my honor to accompany such a lovely lady. Zhang Fei's sweet words made Nami beam with joy. Moreover, being with him gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Perhaps it was his earlier words that made her feel a special reliance on him. After Zhang Fei and Nami left, 3 kids arrived looking for their leader Usopp. From them, Luffy learned of Usopp's exploits. In the end, he resolved to go to the mansion to borrow a ship, just as in the original story, unchanged by Zhang Fei's presence. Zhang Fei borrowed hot water from the clothing store and bought a couple of outfits. Nami paid as she insisted, and despite having some money himself, he couldn't out-argue her. A hot bath is so refreshing. You look quite handsome now. Nami couldn't help but compliment the clean-cut Zhang Fei, scrutinizing him appreciatively. Of course, as the son of an outlaw, I'd be ashamed to leave the house without decent looks. Zhang Fei said, matter-of-factly, stretching and cracking his joints. He accidentally noticed Luffy and the others being led by the 3 kids toward the mansion. No doubt Luffy was going to ask for a ship. It's Luffy and the others. Should we go over? Nami also noticed Luffy's trail and asked Zhang Fei. No need. If we go, we'll just be kicked out. Better stay away. Zhang Fei gazed at Luffy and the others. How do you know they'll be kicked out? Nami looked at him, astonished that he could foresee it, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Just a guess. Zhang Fei smiled mysteriously, then took Nami's hand. Didn't you want to shop? Let's go now. Nami didn't resist letting Zhang Fei lead her around. She truly hadn't felt such tranquility in a long time with nothing to worry about. But when she thought of Arlong, a shiver ran through her. The powerful and cruel Arlong had left an indelible shadow on her heart. Zhang Fei noticed Nami's unease, the fear in her eyes. He immediately thought of that bastard Arlong and spoke to comfort her. Are you thinking of Arlong? It'll be fine. You have us. That little shrimp Arlong is no match for us. Zhang Fei was full of confidence in his crew. Seeing his assurance, Nami didn't want to dash his hopes, but still voiced her true concerns. Can you really defeat Arlong? He's a fishman. Don't worry. No matter how strong Arlong is, he can't beat us. We have a future king of the pirates, a future world's greatest swordsman, and me with an immortal body. Arlong is nothing but a stepping stone. Nami knew Zoro's and Luffy's dreams, but immortality. What did that even mean? Immortality. Yes, I am immortal. No matter what injury I suffer, I regenerate and revive. Even if every cell in my body is obliterated, I will still return to life. Hearing Zhang Fei explain his immortality, Zhang Fei drew a sharp breath. Could such a person truly exist in this world? Was he like Luffy, a devil fruit user? Are you also a devil fruit user? No. Think of it as an innate gift. Zhang Fei halted, turning to gaze at Nami, whose disbelief was etched across her face, her delicate pink lips parted wide in astonishment. He continued with casual nonchalance. Alas, I cannot demonstrate it for you now. My body is forged like steel. Ordinary weapons cannot wound me unless they wield a legendary blade. Nami suspected Zhang Fei was deceiving her to instill confidence in her. Immortality. Such a thing simply did not exist in this world. Noticing the flicker of doubt in Nami's eyes, Zhang Fei understood she did not believe him. Immortality sounded like a fairy tale, unbelievable without witnessing it firsthand. Are you certain you're not lying to me? I am not. Zhang Fei affirmed with unwavering certainty. Nami paused. Why would Zhang Fei lie to her? What gain would there be in deception? None at all. So perhaps, just perhaps, he spoke the truth. Very well. I believe you. Nami convinced herself if Devil Fruits, once mere legend, had already manifested in reality, then immortality too might no longer be impossible. Zhang Fei sensed Nami's lingering skepticism, yet he knew time would prove him true. Explanations now were futile. Unless he had refrained from taking the body-tempering pill, he could have staged his own death on the spot to win her trust. Zhang Fei, can you truly defeat Arlong? Nami resolved to trust Zhang Fei. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with both anxiety and yearning. A faint flush of worry tinged her cheeks as she silently prayed his words were genuine, not another cruel deception. Gently, Zhang Fei stroked Nami's vibrant tangerine hair. His voice was warm, his tones soothing, and a soft, knowing smile played upon his lips. You may place your faith in us. Once we recruit a chef, we'll sail straight to Arlong and make him taste the consequences of daring to wound the hearts of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami murmured softly. This time her belief was wholehearted. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, born not of sorrow, but of profound, tender gratitude. Zhang Fei wiped away her tears with gentle fingers, then teased her lightly. If the captain sees this, he'll surely misinterpret things again. Nami recalled how Luffy, mistaking Zhang Fei for the one who'd made her cry, had attacked him without hesitation. Though Zhang Fei suffered no real harm, the indignity had left him thoroughly exasperated, sulking like a prickly little hedgehog. Don't worry. I'll clarify everything if Luffy misunderstands. Nami's spirit lifted, her face blossomed into a radiant, heartfelt smile, the kind that lit up her entire being. Seeing that smile, Zhang Fei felt warmth bloom within him. Indeed, the girl who smiled most freely was also the most enchanting. Wandering leisurely, they explored every corner of Syrup Village, until returning to the main road they encountered Zoro and the three children. Were you kicked out? Nami remembered Zhang Fei's earlier prediction and turned to Zoro for confirmation. How did you know? Zoro lay basking in the sun, eyes half closed in tranquil repose. Now he opened them, curious. How had Nami known he'd been expelled? It's true. Nami glanced toward Zhang Fei, who reclined lazily on the grass beside Zoro, mirroring his pose. He'd foreseen it. Was foresight yet another of Zhang Fei's hidden abilities? Clearly she understood far less about Zhang Fei than she'd assumed. She resolved to uncover his secrets, soon and thoroughly. Lying on the soft grass, bathed in sunlight stirred by a gentle breeze, this simple serenity was unexpectedly perfect. Zhang Fei mused inwardly. Around him, Luffy and Usopp were nowhere in sight. The story unfolded precisely as written. His thoughts drifted, yet the breeze lulled him deeper, like drifting off during a physics lecture, until drowsiness claimed him entirely. Zhang Fei, are you asleep? You look rather handsome, even while sleeping. Nami lay down beside him, propped on her side, gazing at his peaceful slumber. In her hand, a slender blade of grass traced feather-light circles around his ear, a quiet private amusement. Unnoticed, Nami too slipped into sleep, gazing at Zhang Fei's serene face. For a moment, the Straw Hat Pirates nearly vanished into oblivion, three souls sun-drenched and dreaming beneath the open sky. After an indeterminate span of time, Usopp burst onto the scene, breathless and frantic. Disaster! Disaster! Listen, everyone, the pirates are coming. They'll attack the village at dawn tomorrow. Flee while you still can. But the villagers ignored him outright, dismissing his warning as yet another tall tale. Hey liar, Usopp, Don't overstep your bounds. No, please believe me. This time it's real. Hasn't every time been real? Looks like I'll need to teach you a lesson after all. No matter how earnestly Usopp pleaded, the villagers refused to listen, and some even raised their fists to strike him. The trio awoke, startled by Usopp's shrill cries. Zhang Fei blinked awake, surveying the surroundings. Distantly, Usopp's desperate voice echoed as he pleaded with the villagers about the imminent Black Cat Pirates' assault on Syrup Village. Zhang Fei instantly recognized the turning point. The Black Cat Pirates' invasion had begun. Their target, the wealth of the Gaia family. Ugh, what's all this racket? Zoro grumbled, irked at being roused. Seriously, can't a man even nap in peace? Nami sighed in frustration, her lovely dream shattered, her mood soured. Then they saw Usopp, crushed, hollow-eyed, utterly broken, as villagers chased him down the lane, brooms brandished like weapons. What happened to Usopp? Nami pointed toward him, puzzled. The villagers mistook his warning for another lie, that pirates were coming, and decided to punish him accordingly. Zhang Fei recounted the truth calmly. How did you know? Zoro turned, studying Zhang Fei. This man seemed to know everything before it happened. A guess. Zhang Fei replied as ever. But Nami didn't buy it. She was certain he possessed something far more extraordinary, the power to glimpse the future. Let's go find Luffy, Zhang Fei suggested. As for Usopp, no need to worry about him for now, he didn't have anything to do anyway. After searching for a while, they finally found Luffy sprawled among the rubble, snoring loudly. Hey, get up, Luffy. Zhang Fei kicked the sleeping Luffy. Startled awake, Luffy's first words were, "Is it time to eat yet?" Indeed, Luffy was a glutton, and the first thing he thought of upon waking was food. Tell us, what did you and Usopp overhear? Hurry up and share with everyone. Luffy tilted his head, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. How did Zhang Fei know that he and Usopp had heard someone plotting to kill Kaya? But true to his nature, Luffy quickly abandoned the thought and recounted everything he had heard, narrating it to everyone present. What? Miss Kaya is going to be killed? The village will also be attacked. Is that true, Straw Hat Brother? The three kids were terrified upon hearing this, staring at Luffy in shock, even beginning to panic. Yeah, that's what they said. It can't be wrong. Luffy thought back to their conversation and confirmed it with certainty. Then why are you sleeping here? Zoro found it hard to understand why Luffy would choose to sleep here. Wasn't the grass comfortable enough? Luffy genuinely tried to recall how he ended up sleeping here, his big head filled with a black question mark. Strange, I thought I should be on the cliff. The three kids immediately remembered the hypnotist and started discussing excitedly. That butler is indeed a bad guy. No wonder he felt so annoying. The hypnotist is his accomplice. Zhang Fei ignored the kids' chatter and turned to reveal the butler's background. As I recall, he used to be the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, aiming to seize that rich young lady's inheritance. How do you know that? Nami furrowed her brow slightly, a look of confusion in her beautiful eyes, which further convinced her that Zhang Fei possessed some kind of precognitive ability. After all, he had never even seen the butler, yet he knew all this with such detail. Zoro had always felt that Zhang Fei was mysterious, and now it seemed his intuition was correct. Just a guess. But his reply to Nami was still the same, making her want to punch him. Couldn't he say something else for once? Luffy, what are you going to do? That rich young lady has a big ship at her place. Ignoring Nami's annoyance, Zhang Fei continued speaking to Luffy, subtly coaxing him to intervene. Hearing about a big ship, Luffy's interest was piqued. Besides, he couldn't stand by and do nothing about such a situation. He stood up as if he had made up his mind. I've decided. I'm going to help the villagers here and drive away the pirates. Zhang Fei and Zoro exchanged knowing smiles. This was their captain, and they fully supported his decision. On the other side, Usopp ran to Kaya's mansion and climbed over the wall, intending to inform her about the plot and urge her to take shelter. Scaling the fence, he rushed to Kaya's window in a panic and breathlessly told her. Seeing Usopp, Kaya's heart swelled with joy, thinking that he hadn't taken Klahador's hostility to heart. Usopp, you came? That's great, I thought you wouldn't come anymore. Run away, you'll be killed. Huh, what's wrong? Kaya looked at Usopp in confusion. Had something happened? You've been deceived. That butler is actually a pirate. Usopp exclaimed loudly. Wait, what are you talking about? How could Klahadore be a pirate? Kaya still refused to believe that Klahadore was a pirate. After all, for 3 years he had been devoted to her, without any ulterior motives. If he had wanted to act, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? That butler is a pirate who has been lying in wait at your house to steal your fortune. He's been pretending to be a butler for 3 years, scheming to take your property. Usopp tried to convince Kaya. What are you saying, Usopp? Kaya still couldn't believe Klahadore could be that kind of person. And tomorrow morning his accomplices are going to attack you. They're going to kill you. That guy is a villain. Run away now. Usopp grew more and more agitated, alarming the guards outside the door. Please stop this. I was wrong about you, Usopp. Kaya had never believed Usopp's words from the start. She even began to think that Usopp was retaliating against Klahadore for what had happened earlier, and a hint of disgust arose in her heart. What? Usopp was stunned. He had never imagined that Kaya would scold him, and that she would rather trust Klahadore than him. It was as if his heart had stopped. He stared at Kaya in disbelief. Please don't take revenge like this. About what happened with your father earlier, I also thought he was too harsh. But you don't have to tell such a lie to get back at him. I never expected you to be this kind of person. The stories you told me were always full of dreams so interesting. I was truly happy. So I really like your lies. But why would you say something like this? That's too much, Usopp. You're really awful. When she said this, Kaya's eyes were filled with tears. She was genuinely disappointed in Usopp. No, I'm not taking revenge. That butler. Hearing Kaya's words and seeing her crying, he never expected that she would have such deep trust in him. He wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, but the guards arrived and grabbed him, trying to drag him out. Miss, rest assured I'll throw him out. I'm not done talking yet, damn it. Then Usopp viciously bit the guard's arm with his teeth. The pain struck and the guard immediately let go. Another guard, seeing Usopp's aggressive intent, drew a pistol to shoot him. But Usopp anticipated his move and quickly used his slingshot, pulling back the rubber band and firing a stone. Don't get in my way. Crack. The stone hit the guard, squarely incapacitating him and sending him to the ground, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, the other guard whose arm Usopp had bitten recovered from the pain and also drew his pistol. Stop it, Usopp. Kaya tried to stop Usopp, but he was beyond listening. He pulled the slingshot again, and with a whoosh the stone shot out, hitting the guard's wrist and knocking the pistol from his hand. After taking down all the guards, Usopp still pleaded for Kaya's trust. Kaya, please believe me just this once. Before that butler returns, get out of this village quickly. Looking at Usopp now, unlike before, a flicker of doubt stirred in her heart. Usopp is here. The villagers had caught up. Usopp knew time was running out. Seeing Kaya still hesitating, he decided to forcibly take her away, reaching out to grab her wrist. Since that's the case, I'll have to drag you out. Usopp truly didn't want Kaya to die like this. But Kaya struggled fiercely and her earlier hesitation vanished. No, let me go. No matter what, just run away today. You'll know the truth tomorrow. Please listen to me. But no matter how Usopp begged, Kaya remained unmoved. She slapped Usopp across the face. You're the real villain. At this moment, Usopp's heart was in agony, as if his efforts were denied and belittled as worthless. This pain was like a knife cutting through him. Another butler with goat-like horns stepped forward. This was Mary the butler, the builder of the Going Merry. He also held a pistol shot at Usopp and threatened him. Let Miss go. No. Kaya tried to stop Mary from shooting, but the bullet had already been fired. What if you hit him, But that guy towards you, miss. Kaya was unaware that Mary had already shot Usopp's left hand. Blood uncontrollably flowed from the wound. The physical pain combined with emotional anguish left Usopp dazed and confused. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and fled. Damn it, I'm shot in the left hand. Why won't anyone believe me? Usopp pressed his hand over the wound, trying to stop the bleeding, but his heart was deeply conflicted. Catch that kid. He's the attacker. A guard holding his forehead where he had been hit shouted to the angry villagers, pointing at Usopp running away. Attacker? You've fallen to such a level, Usopp. Facing the villagers' distrust, Usopp lowered his head, tears in his eyes, and fled. If Zhang Fei were here, he would definitely mock Usopp for messing around when there was clearly a better solution. If Kila Hater really is a pirate, one could contact the Marine branch to confirm whether he is truly a pirate, and that would be it. Zhang Fei and the others encountered Usopp, who was dejected. Ah, Captain! Yang Tsung shouted loudly. Usopp quickly wiped away the tears from his eyes. He couldn't let Yang Tsung and the others worry. He hid his injured hand behind his back, not letting them notice, and pretended to be calm. Hey, it's you guys. Then he saw Luffy, who was still alive. Hadn't he fallen off the cliff and died? Why was he here? Was it a resurrection? His eyes opened wide like copper bells. You're still alive? Oh, I just woke up. He was sleeping all along. Qing Jiao explained for Usopp, then became excited thinking about the pirates' plan to massacre the village. Don't talk about this now, Captain. We already know. We need to quickly tell everyone about the pirates. Tell everyone, Usopp murmured. He recalled Kaya's slap, her words, and the villagers' distrust. His heart twisted in pain, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He forced a loud laugh, trying to bluff his way through planning to deal with them alone. As usual, this is also a lie. That butler made me angry, so I said they were pirates. Luffy and Zoro couldn't understand why Usopp said that. Was he deliberately not telling them, letting the pirates slaughter everyone? Although Luffy and Zoro didn't understand Usopp, he himself knew he just wanted to bear it alone. So it's false. I thought something big was going to happen. Damn, so even Straw Hat Brother was ordered by the captain. Yang Tsung was upset about being deceived. Sharp-eyed Zhang Fei noticed the bloodstains on the ground and saw Usopp hiding his other hand behind his back, realizing that Usopp's left hand was injured. Usopp, is your hand injured? And I know what you're thinking. You just want to bear it all alone. Zhang Fei's blunt statement made everyone suddenly understand. No wonder Usopp was acting like this. Captain, is what Brother Zhang Fei said true? Yang Tsung didn't believe Zhang Fei's words and asked his captain Usopp for the truth. Usopp was silent for a moment, trying hard to hide his injured left hand, but Qing Jiao ran behind Usopp and saw the hand dripping blood. Captain, what happened to your hand? Qing Jiao asked in disbelief. Probably shot by someone. Zhang Fei stated his guess. After all, what kind of person was Usopp? The best at running away. How could those villagers injure Usopp? Impossible. So the only remaining possibility was a gunshot wound. How did you know? Usopp was curious how he guessed. Captain, is it true about the pirates? Seeing Usopp injured, Luo Bo thought of the pirates. What are you going to do, Usopp? Run away alone? Or something else? Zhang Fei posed a crucial question. His purpose was to let Luffy better understand Usopp's character so that he could recruit him onto the ship. Usopp looked at the three kids, his voice choked, his gaze firm. I like to lie so everyone doesn't believe me. I was too naive. Never mind that. The truth is the truth. The pirates will come tomorrow. But everyone thinks it's a lie. They think tomorrow will be just like any other day. So, I will fight the pirates on this beach and turn this into a lie too. This is the only path I can take as a liar. Even though my hand was shot and I was chased with broomsticks, this is the village that raised me. I love this village. I want to protect it. I can't watch everyone be killed innocently." Having said that, Usopp covered his face and wept, ignoring the pain in his left hand. "Captain, X3." The three kids finally understood why their captain had said those things. They were moved to tears and snot. "Captain, I want to help you fight the pirates," Qing Jiao said firmly. He also wanted to protect the village. "Right, Captain, I'll fight the pirates too." Yang Tsung raised his fist with a look of determination. "Captain, you still have us," Hu Luo cried, hugging Usopp. "You all." Usopp was moved by the three kids, but he couldn't let them go to battle. They were still young, their futures full of hope. "I didn't expect you to be such a soft-hearted good guy." Zoro looked at Usopp with newfound respect. "Don't worry, I'll help you beat them up." Luffy swung his shoulders, ready to spring into action. "First, all the treasure goes to me." Nami made an okay gesture. As expected, no matter what, Nami's first thought was always treasure. "Those pirates are no match for us, so rest assured. And you three kids go home and sleep. There's nothing for you here. Leave the pirates to the adults." Zhang Fei said confidently, shooing away the three kids as they were in the way. "What are you saying, brother Zhang Fei? We can help too." Yang Tsung disagreed, retorting to Zhang Fei. "Help? Bullshit. If you get captured, you'll just be a hindrance." Zhang Fei refuted them bluntly without giving them any face. The three little rascals hung their heads in dejection. Zhang Fei was right. For now, they could only be a hindrance. Their hearts seethed with unwillingness. Usopp still greeted them with a smile, soothing their emotions. "Onion carrot pepper." Zhang Fei may have been harsh, but he spoke the truth. "However, I am Captain Usopp. These pirates are no match for me. Just wait for news of my victory." Although Usopp was a liar, his lies always brought a sense of joy. Even the frail Kaya found peace in his falsehoods. The three little rascals were no exception. Their eyes sparkled with renewed vitality as they believed Captain Usopp would surely deliver the village from the pirates' menace. Seeing that Usopp had finished counseling them, he glanced at the wound on Usopp's hand. "Let me treat that for you. Do you have any alcohol or medical supplies?" As for why Zhang Fei knew first aid, it went without saying. With too many enemies, one had to learn some self-rescue skills to survive. Arriving at Usopp's house, Zhang Fei removed the bullet embedded in his flesh, sterilized the medical needle over an alcohol lamp, and began stitching the wound. It would heal soon, for this was the pirate world, and the people here possessed physiques far superior to those on Earth. "Alright, just be careful." He packed the remaining items back into the first aid kit. "Thanks, Zhang Fei." Usopp expressed his gratitude. "Who would have thought you knew medicine, Zhang Fei?" Nami's beautiful eyes appraised him with an aggressive glint, a seductive smile curling at the corner of her lips. "I'm far from it. I only know some basic first aid, nothing more." Zhang Fei stated the truth. He knew only first aid and was utterly ignorant of the rest. "Is that so? Then we still need to find a ship's doctor," Luffy said with slight regret, having thought Zhang Fei was a physician, sparing him the search. Zhang Fei would never allow that. Not having a ship's doctor would mean losing Chopper, that reindeer who looked like a raccoon dog. "I'm going to set traps on the pirate's path. Let's go, onion carrot pepper." Usopp could only assign them such simple tasks now. Helping Usopp was enough for them. They felt they were indirectly contributing. The night was deep, perfect for setting traps. Zhang Fei did not join them, but instead occupied Usopp's bed. Since his arrival in this world, he hadn't slept on a real bed. Now that he had one, he was determined to enjoy it. He knew that most of the traps Usopp set would be futile, but he didn't bother to stop them. He fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, unafraid of anyone trying to harm him. His immortality made him fearless. Unless, of course, a backdoor-loving pervert came along. While Usopp was setting traps at Kaya's mansion, the butler Mary saw Klahadore return and gave him a pair of glasses, a gift personally chosen by Kaya to express her gratitude for his 3 years of care. But Klahadore crushed the glasses underfoot. Tomorrow he would plunder this peaceful village. There was no need to hide his true nature any longer. He revealed the ferocious side of a pirate. He struck down the butler Mary. Only then did Mary realize that Usopp had been telling the truth. He wanted to rush to protect Kaya and reveal the truth, but a vicious gash across his chest spilled blood uncontrollably. In moments he fell unconscious, still worrying about Kaya's safety, even as he slipped into darkness. After a night of hard work, Usopp and his crew had set all the traps. They were ready for the pirates. The three little rascals also found a safe place to hide. A radiant glow rose over the sea. A massive pirate ship slowly sailed towards Shilabu village. The Jolly Roger bore a black cat skull. They were the Black Cat Pirates. However, Zhang Fei was sound asleep when the system woke him. "Rejoice, my son. Your great system has returned." After days of struggle, the system had made a fortune from other systems, amassing a trove of treasures to be sent as mission rewards to Zhang Fei. It had missed one plot arc, losing some world source, which pained it deeply. But now it was wealthy again, and the world source was back within reach. It immediately assigned Zhang Fei a mission: save Shilabu village and receive a mysterious gift box. "System, you're back." Hearing its voice, Zhang Fei sprang up from the bed with a carp leap. "Yes, I'm back. Hurry and complete your mission." The system urged him, for the pirates had already landed. There was no time to dawdle. He had to take them all down before they could harm anyone. With a mission to accomplish, Zhang Fei felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline. His excitement surged, and the drowsiness of sleep vanished in an instant. He sped like the wind to the north of Shilabu village. Fortunately, he had toured the village with Nami yesterday, or he would have been utterly lost. When he arrived at the north side, the pirates had just landed. Destroy everything. The newly landed pirates swarmed forward like hungry infants screaming for milk, charging up the slope with wild cries. The dense mass of pirates surged like a colony of ants on the move, rushing up the hill ready to wash the village in blood. Then Luffy, Usopp, and Nami arrived, panting heavily. You're here, Zhang Fei. Nami looked at Zhang Fei, breathing heavily, her hands resting on her knees as she caught her breath. Seeing him, she felt slightly relieved. Zhang Fei responded softly to Nami, but his gaze was fixed on the surging pirates. It was a pity he didn't have a large-scale weapon like a submachine gun. That would have been satisfying. Usopp, seeing the multitude of pirates, began firing at them with his slingshot. The hit pirates rolled down the slope, but none were killed. Someone's on the slope. The pirates finally spotted Usopp. I am Captain Usopp. I've been waiting for you. I've laid a net of traps. If you don't want to die, retreat now. Usopp tried to scare off the ferocious pirates with his lies. It's you. The hypnotist Django recognized the man before him, the one who had eavesdropped on his conversation with the captain. So you were the one eavesdropping on our secret plot back then. What do you want? Chang Gao fixed his gaze upon Usopp, his heart-shaped sunglasses concealing any trace of emotion. Usopp's body began to tremble faintly. He had recognized the bizarre figure before him, and beads of sweat gathered on his brow. Though Chang Gao had just exposed his lie, Usopp resolved to strike first with bravado and bluff his way through. I warn you, if you don't withdraw now, my 100 million subordinates will slaughter you to the last man. And this fellow doesn't even bother telling a proper lie. Such a transparent falsehood wouldn't fool even a child, yet Chang Gao, that fool, actually believed it. His eyes widened in shock. What? 100 million people? Captain, you truly believed him? That was obviously a lie. And, Captain, you're far too trusting. In having temporarily assumed Clapatel's position, Chang Gao was addressed as captain by his crew. You little brat, you dare deceive me. Chang Gao's face darkened, his voice dripping with menace. And Captain Chang Gao, urgent news. At that moment, a pirate rushed over, breathless, bearing startling intelligence. Is that so? Is it dire? Chang Gao recoiled in alarm. Not dire. Rather, I discovered treasure aboard that strange vessel. Its value is estimated at 5 million belly. What a... Chang Gao stared stunned, then instantly barked orders to seize the hoard, then bring it aboard at once. That peculiar ship, of course, was the small craft Nami had seized from the clown buggy, and now they dared covet her treasure. Nami's fury erupted instantly. Pointing fiercely at the pirates, she delivered her ultimatum. That treasure belongs to me. Drop it this instant, or die. Chang Gao sneered coldly. Once something was in his grasp, he would never relinquish it. Such a notion was pure fantasy. What a pirate claims, no pirate ever returns. You wretch, Zhang Fei, crush them for me. Nami snarled, teeth clenched, summoning Zhang Fei to battle. At Nami's command, he readily complied, eager to stretch his limbs. Consider it done. You've angered the navigator. Your doom is sealed. Right? Zhang Fei flicked his wrist nonchalantly, then turned toward Luffy. Luffy, you needn't lift a finger. Fine. Luffy agreed cheerfully and settled down nearby, utterly confident in Zhang Fei's prowess, and eager to witness it firsthand. Is he really that strong? Watching Zhang Fei stride forward with unruffled composure, Usopp turned to Luffy, questioning his strength. Could one man truly overcome so many pirates? Don't worry, he'll be fine. Luffy grinned, utterly untroubled. Zhang Fei possessed immortality, a fact Luffy himself had tested firsthand. There was simply no cause for concern. Seeing Luffy's unwavering faith, Usopp could only place his hope in Zhang Fei, praying he would drive the pirates away. Brat, you've come seeking death. With that, a hulking, fearsome pirate raised his long blade high and swung it downward toward Zhang Fei's skull, aiming to cleave his head clean off. Zhang Fei, well aware of his own formidable resilience, calmly extended both hands to intercept the descending blade. The pirate laughed, mocking Zhang Fei's folly for attempting to block steel with bare flesh. It was sheer suicide. Just as all expected Zhang Fei's head to part from his shoulders, there came a sharp metallic ring clang. The blade struck true, but Zhang Fei's flesh held firm, as unyielding as tempered steel, refusing to yield even a scratch. What a... The pirate's eyes bulged in disbelief, staring frozen at Zhang Fei. Before he could recover, Zhang Fei dropped his center of gravity, coiled his left fist like a drawn bow, and launched it forward with a thunderous crack, striking the pirate square in the chest. Immense force erupted within him, the concussive shock pulverizing his internal organs. Spitting crimson, he rocketed backward like a cannonball, colliding with several comrades en route, before plunging into the sea. This can't be possible. Chang Gao stood paralyzed, jaw slack, throat convulsing as he swallowed hard, his entire frame trembling uncontrollably. He drew his circular blade, next intending to hypnotize Zhang Fei. Uncertain whether the technique would affect him, Zhang Fei decided to subdue Chang Gao first. As Chang Gao began his incantation, Zhang Fei blurred, vanishing and reappearing before him in an instant. A palm strike upward and precise slammed into Chang Gao's jaw, triggering the vagus nerve and plunging him into unconsciousness. He's incredible. Zhang Fei is this powerful? Usopp gasped, incredulous. He had never imagined such overwhelming strength. Only scattered underlings remained, mere minnows. Within moments, Zhang Fei dispatched them all. They lay groaning on the ground, writhing in agony. As for the two feline guards posted aboard the ship, They had witnessed Zhang Fei's might, and terrified retreated into the vessel, refusing to descend and avenge their fallen comrades. Their sole order had been to guard the ship. Outside Jia Ya's mansion, Clapatel had grown restless. His subordinates still hadn't returned. Impatient, he set off to investigate personally. Melly, you're hurt. Wake up quickly. Jia Ya burst through the door only to find Melly collapsed in a pool of blood, unconscious and perilously close to death. Hearing Jia Ya's anguished cries, Melly coughed weakly, then struggled upright. Relief flooding his features the moment he confirmed she was unharmed. Miss, you're safe. That's all that matters. And, of course I'm safe. What are you talking about? Jia Ya remained bewildered, failing to grasp Melly's meaning. Clapatel, he's the one who injured me, Melly whispered the truth. Jia Ya clapped a hand over her mouth, pupils dilating in horror. She refused to believe it. Recalling Clapatel's usual demeanor, she pressed again. Impossible. You're joking, right? Pirates, Melly rasped slowly, the word escaping his lips like smoke. And then what Usopp said yesterday. Jia Ya instantly realized his warning had been true, and remembered how she'd slapped him in disbelief. Now that I think back, it was exactly as he said. He learned the truth and fought desperately to save us. Yet we. Melly paused, voice thick with remorse. How fiercely he'd striven to rescue them. How deeply they'd mistrusted him, even shooting him down. His current state was self-inflicted suffering. None of us believed him, not one. How bitterly ironic. We shielded the very villain who betrayed us. But that brave young man. Mary choked, tears overflowing from his eyes, filled with deep regret and self-blame. The young man who ran around with determination for the villagers' lives was driven away. Hearing this, Jia Ya burst into tears, recalling her distrust of Usopp and the slap she gave him back, then which felt like a sharp knife stabbing into her heart, causing a piercing pain as guilt added fuel to the fire of self-blame. What have I done to him? Cough. Mary suddenly began to cough violently, coughing up blood. He now only wanted to tell the villagers the truth and atone for his sins. Someone Mary is. Jia Ya snapped out of her self-blame, seeing Mary covered in wounds, and quickly called for others to help, but was stopped by Mary. Miss, don't shout. The people in the house have been on leave since yesterday. There's no one here now. How can this be? Then I'll go find someone else to help. Jia Ya's face turned pale. This was all planned by Kulahateer long ago, waiting for today, all for the inheritance he wanted. So he would not give Jia Ya a chance to escape. Please don't panic. The disaster hasn't happened yet. Please calmly consider what you should do now. I just saw Kulahateer go out. If what Usopp said is true, then Kulahateer must have gone to find his companions. That means not only us, but the other villagers are also in danger. Mary moved with difficulty, finally leaning his back against the wall. If Kulahateer is after the property here, just give it all to him. Those things are not worth protecting with your life. Mary was advising Jia Ya not to value money too much. The cruelest part is that the only one who can stop Kulahateer now is you. Can you do it? Although it's not your responsibility. I know. There are things I know I cannot escape. I will go talk to Kulahateer. Although Jia Ya had no obligation to negotiate with Kulahateer and could even run away, she couldn't. She had let down Usopp. Now using her property to exchange for the villagers' lives, she would definitely do it. It's already dawn. No wonder the plan didn't go smoothly. You damned roadblocks. Kulahateer erupted in fury, finally understanding why his subordinates hadn't arrived. When he arrived here, he saw many people lying on the ground. Those were all his subordinates, and not a single one was standing except for the Cat brothers on the ship, who were cowering on board and hadn't appeared. Zhang Fei and the others were moving the treasure from the Black Cat Pirates ship. They stopped when they heard a furious roar. It was Kulahateer. Is it you, the wicked butler? Lu Fei suddenly looked up at Kulahateer. The mastermind had finally appeared. Sua Long was drinking the wine he had taken from the Black Cat Pirates ship. He glanced at him and continued drinking, completely ignoring him. After all, with Zhang Fei and Lu Fei here, his intervention was unnecessary. Kulahateer, your pirate crew has been destroyed. Your plan is over. Surrender now. At this moment, Usopp's confidence soared. He was not afraid of facing Kulahateer at all, because Zhang Fei was here and he could surely protect him. It's you. I should have killed you yesterday. I let you find reinforcements. Kulahateer adjusted his glasses with his palm, his face cold, veins bulging on his forehead and murderous intent in his eyes. He wished he could kill Usopp. Then he put on gloves with 5 long knives attached. Lu Fei, do you want to go, or should I? Zhang Fei glanced at Lu Fei, who was eager to try, clearly unable to hold back, and wanting to fight, so he asked tentatively. Let me do it. I don't like him either. Just then Jia Ya walked over alone. Kulahateer noticed Jia Ya behind him. How surprising. Miss, how did you come here? Kulahateer was astonished. Jia Ya, who should have been lying comfortably at home, had actually come here. Jia Ya, it's dangerous here. Leave quickly. Usopp really couldn't understand why Jia Ya appeared here, especially with Kulahateer still present. He wanted to run up and rescue her, but it would take time as he was still downhill. Mary told me everything, Jia Ya replied. Oh, that man is still alive. I thought I had killed him. Kulahateer's face was dark, his tone filled with intense murderous intent. The Kulahateer before her was not the one she knew. Jia Ya stood frozen, her pupils dilated. Clenching her fists, she calmed down and apologized to Usopp. Usopp, I'm sorry. Maybe you won't forgive me, but at that time I really couldn't believe that Kulahateer was a pirate. Don't say anymore. Leave here quickly. Why did you come? Didn't I tell you to run? They want your life. Wu Suapu didn't care about anything else, his only concern was Jiaya's safety. Aren't you also fighting? Jiaya shouted at Wu Suapu, wanting to fight in her own way. Even though we treated you so badly, aren't you still fighting? I said I am a brave sea. Before Wu Suapu could finish, Jiaya interrupted him. Kalahateer, if you want my property, I'll give you all of it. So please leave this village. Jiaya intended to exchange her property for the villagers' safety. Are you stupid? Making a deal with a pirate. You're asking for death. If he captures you and threatens Wu Suapu to kill himself, what will you do? Zhang Fei directly pointed out Jiaya's naivety, giving her no face at all. In this regard, the three little brats had done better than her not becoming a burden. Then he whispered to Lu Fei beside him. Lu Fei, be ready to rescue at any time. With his own speed, he couldn't save someone in time. Only Lu Fei the rubber man could use his rubber attacks to do it. Lu Fei nodded lightly, indicating no problem. After hearing Zhang Fei's words, Jiaya's heart tightened, and a terrified expression appeared on her face. Zhang Fei was right. If the enemy captured her and used her to threaten Wu Suapu, then she would become a sinner. Her already fragile heart completely shattered at this moment. He is right. Miss, you should not make a deal with a pirate. My goal from the beginning has been the lives of all of you. So please die, miss. Kulahateer adjusted his glasses with his palm, then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He raised the five-knife glove in his hand, intending to take Jiaya's life. Danger, Nami. Usopp shouted aloud, his body instinctively surging forward. But what good was it? He stood far too distant from her. Without waiting for Zhang Fei's warning, Luffy unleashed his rubber-enhanced fist in a lightning strike, landing a crushing blow squarely on Klahador's cheek, shattering his spectacles and sending him crashing to the ground, blood welling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Klahador hurled backward, Usopp exhaled in relief and wiped imaginary sweat from his brow. Fortunately, it had been a close call. Had he arrived even a moment later, Nami's life would truly have hung in the balance. Just as he began thanking Luffy, three mischievous children burst forth from nowhere, brandishing brooms, frying pans, and baseball bats, descending upon the dazed Klahador with furious, unrelenting blows. Punish you! Punish you! You scoundrel who shattered our village's peace! Die, you wretched pirate! Why did you come here? Didn't I tell them to stay away, eh? Usopp stared in astonishment at the trio. Get out of here now! Stop! Please stop! Nami cried out, desperately trying to halt the children's reckless assault. But the three were beyond reason. Blows rained down relentlessly upon Klahador. These three little devils certainly know how to complicate matters, Zhang Fei murmured, eyes fixed upon them as he charged forward at full speed. Should Klahador unleash his fury, their lives would be forfeit in an instant. Cease at once. Stop this madness. Usopp, well aware of Klahador's terrifying strength, urgently intervened, desperate to prevent their suicidal recklessness. Enough, we'll spare you for now. Chaoji panted, exhausted from expending so much energy in the brutal beating. Klahador rose, slowly, broken spectacles revealing eyes dark with simmering wrath. His composure had shattered. His meticulous plan ruined his dignity. Humiliated by mere children, calm was no longer possible. He lifted his palm beneath the fractured frame. The lenses scattered across the ground like fallen stars, while the long blade gripped between his fingertips gleamed coldly in the sun, its edge sharp enough to carve silence itself. While aloft, the three children shrieked in terror, eyes bulging wide with primal fear. Zhang Fei arrived just in time. Planting himself before the trembling trio, his breath steady, his stance coiled like a tiger poised to spring. Should Klahador strike, his fist would meet that arrogant face and leave an unforgettable imprint. Klahador glanced at Zhang Fei, sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from him. This man was no ordinary foe. Yet his true focus remained fixed on Luffy and that uncanny, impossible technique. Ignoring Zhang Fei and the others entirely, Klahador strode past them, gaze locked unwaveringly upon Luffy. The children, suddenly dismissed, let their suspended breaths escape, tension dissolving into quiet relief. That stung. Your technique is most unusual. So you wield the power of a devil fruit. Klahador recognized the source of Luffy's ability instantly. Correct, I ate a devil fruit. I am a rubber man. Luffy curled his right hand into a claw, declaring his nature without hesitation or shame. I see. Still, you are all insufferably inconvenient. You've ruined my plans and left my subordinate battered beyond recognition. So I shall first sever your head, then crush those three ants beside you, and finally claim my dear Miss Nami. Klahador spread his fingers wide, 10 razor-sharp blades glinting toward Luffy. Luffy brimmed with eagerness. The Black Cat Pirates, now reduced to Klahador alone, or rather three, the twin feline brothers whose unenhanced bodies left them powerless, now cowering aboard ship, feigning death and silent dread. Let it be Luffy's battle now. We'll watch from the sidelines. Zhang Fei told the three children and Nami. His presence alone assured their safety. Usopp, having witnessed Zhang Fei's prowess firsthand, trusted implicitly in his protection, and thus held back. Ha ha ha. You're mine now, rubber pistol. Luffy struck first, fist drawn back, then launched like a bullet. Klahador, wary from his earlier misstep, leaned sharply backward, evading the blow with millimeter precision. One more. With that, Luffy drew back his other arm, compressed then released. Klahador's brow furrowed, gravity settled over his expression. As the second fist neared impact, he vanished utterly. Gone. Luffy stared at the empty space where Klahadore had stood, confusion flickering across his face. Zhang Fei recognized the silent step, a technique akin to the marine Soru relying on blinding speed to create the illusion of disappearance. Then Klahadore reappeared behind Luffy, 5 blades flashing downward in ruthless unison, aiming to cleave him in two with a single fatal stroke. But he underestimated Luffy. As a child, Luffy had endured Admiral Garp's lethal training, his reflexes honed to preternatural sharpness. He sensed the attack, reacted instantly, pitching forward headfirst to the earth, palms slamming down. 5 icy slashes sliced the air above him, narrowly missing. In the same motion, Luffy fused both feet into a spearhead, launching his counterattack. Rubber spear. Klahadore recoiled in shock, astonishment flashing across his eyes, his jaw tightening at the sheer unpredictability of Luffy's response. A low guttural click escaped his lips. Luffy's foot spear erupted upward like a jagged earth spike. Yet Klahadore evaded it again, vanishing mid-air with his silent step. Damn it, gone again. Frustration burned in Luffy's voice, his irritation mounting with each elusive disappearance. Zhang Fei's eyes tracked Klahadore clearly, not surprising given he'd consumed 10 body-tempering pills granting physical enhancement far beyond mortal limits. Against himself, Klahadore might withstand several of his punches, but against Admiral Garp, one earnest blow would shatter even his steel-hardened frame. For all his fortitude, he knew he still fell short of that legendary standard. Before I strike again, I ask you one question. Why interfere? You are no part of this village, yet you involve yourself so deeply. Klahadore stood at a distance, curiosity sharpening his tone. Because there's someone here I refuse to let die. Luffy grinned as he answered, his words carrying quiet conviction. The person he refused to lose was Usopp, the boy he'd resolved to bring aboard his crew, the son of Jesus Burgess, someone he would protect without hesitation. Klahadore let out a cold sneer, spreading his arms wide, his fingers extending outward, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Then die, he said. I don't want to. Luffy responded to Klahadore, raising his fists above his shoulders, palms facing his back, as if charging power. Then he suddenly swung them out, grabbing Klahadore's wrist as he rushed over, using the momentum to pull him back, bending his knee, his foot facing Klahadore, intending to kick him away. But Klahadore would not let Luffy have his way. He twisted his arms forcefully, causing Luffy, who was rapidly closing in, to lose balance from the sudden torque. His attack posture broken, his body tilting sideways, and he was thrown heavily to the ground. With a look of disbelief, Luffy quickly reacted, using the rebound to spring up from the ground, supporting himself with his left hand, while his right foot stretched back sharply. Goma no. Whip. With that, Luffy's whip-like kick swung in a crescent arc. Klahadore's face showed no panic. Facing the sudden whip kick, he pushed off the ground with both feet, leaped into the air, and dodged Luffy's kick. And pistol. However, Luffy's attack was not so simple. Seizing the moment when Klahadore was about to land, he threw a punch, his fist shooting out like a bullet. Just as it was about to hit Klahadore's face, Klahadore's toes touched the ground, and he used his silent steps to dodge Luffy's fist again. He appeared on Luffy's extended arm, supporting his frameless glasses with his palm, then placed both hands in front of his abdomen, 10 blade-like fingers pointing downward, taunting Luffy. I've been yawning waiting for you. You bastard. Enraged by Klahadore's provocation and contempt, Luffy quickly retracted his arm. Klahadore swiftly ran along Luffy's extended arm, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth as if mocking. Whoa! Luffy was startled by Klahadore's sudden charge. Before Luffy could react, Klahadore kicked him square in the face. Since Luffy was made of rubber, his entire face caved in. The force of the kick sent Luffy flying, rolling down from the slope. Damn, my lip is cut. Luffy spat out a bloody spittle, blood still dripping from his mouth. Hey Luffy, want me to help? Zhang Fei asked with interest, teasing Luffy. Zhang Fei sat cross-legged, looking very leisurely, completely disregarding Klahadore. No need, I'll knock him flying myself. Luffy was not so weak as to need others' help, and he had to defeat Klahadore himself. Brother Zhang Fei, are you really not going to help? Straw Hat brother. That bad butler looks strong, won't it be okay not to help? Onion asked with doubt, looking at Zhang Fei, wondering why he didn't help. Yeah, brother Zhang Fei, another kid Carrot also spoke up. Don't worry, Luffy is not that weak. Zhang Fei glanced at them lightly, and gave a reassuring reply. Really? Onion asked. Zhang Fei responded softly. Yet Kaya still looked worried. She had a pistol hidden on her. If by any chance Luffy could not defeat Klahadore, she would use the gun to threaten him to leave. She clenched her hands tightly, and prayed in her heart that Luffy would win. You seem to have high hopes for him. In that case, I'll kill him. Klahadore's face darkened. After hearing their conversation, he felt like a negligible person, a pushover, which angered him greatly. He charged down the slope, right hand extended like a claw blade, tips aimed at Luffy's heart, intending to pierce it through. The 5 sharp blades approached rapidly, gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. Luffy's pupils contracted. He quickly thrust his hands into the ground, using all his strength, veins bulging on his arms. Block it. At the critical moment, Luffy pulled out a rock the size of himself, successfully blocking the incoming 5 blades which embedded into the stone. It seems you can do more than just stretch. Klahadore couldn't help but praise Luffy, not as simple-minded as he had thought. That's right, I've been training hard to become a pirate, Luffy replied. He had put too much effort into becoming a pirate. Come on. With that, Luffy twisted the rock. The sudden torque snapped the 5 blades embedded in it. Due to inertia, Klahadore knelt on one knee, and Luffy, seized the opportunity to smash the rock heavily onto Klahador's head. Bam! The heavy blow sent Klahador headfirst into the ground. The rock in Luffy's hands shattered into pieces, scattering on the ground. Your weird blades are now only 5 left, Luffy said triumphantly. Great, Klahador should be defeated now, right? Kaya sighed in relief, thinking the village's crisis was over. Yeah, being hit by such a big rock, he should be dead, right? Onion said excitedly, his eyes almost shining. We won. We won. Carrot and Green Pepper cheered, hugging each other and jumping in celebration. Zhang Fei remained silent, knowing that Klahador would not fall so easily. He watched quietly. However, Kaya's heart was like a roller coaster, rising and falling as she saw Klahador stand up again, blood streaming from his forehead, his face even darker. Kid, don't think breaking one hand's weapons is a big deal. You should know that for this plan I deliberately faked my death on Morgan's ship to shed my pirate identity. A so-called pirate crew is just a pack of stray dogs abandoned by time. Though my plan has been ruined by you, it doesn't matter. After all, crew members are just loyal pawns of the captain. Their lives are mine to decide. Klahador looked at his fallen crew members with disdain. For my plan they have to die too, buried with the people of this village. It's just their luck to fall at your hands. Even if you had hundreds of subordinates, you are inferior to Usopp. Luffy, hearing that Klahador intended to kill his own comrades after the battle, felt rage. Such a person was worse than a beast. You're not even worth a dog or a pig. What? I'm inferior to him. Tell me, how am I inferior? Ha ha ha. Klahador laughed heartily, thinking this was the best joke he had ever heard. A liar could compare to him. Absolutely ridiculous. Then he used his silent steps, vanishing from Luffy's sight again. It's your caliber. Klahador silently closed in behind Luffy, using silent step. Yet Luffy, now acutely attuned, had already sensed the faintest trace of his movement. What? Klahador faltered for a split second, only to be met with Luffy's lightning-fast pivot and a devastating right hook landing squarely on his throat. The sheer force of the blow sent Klahador hurtling backward. Thud! He slammed headlong into the stone wall beside the slope, sending up a plume of dust and cascading shards of rock. Coughing, Klahador staggered upright and smoothed his hair with one hand. It seems I've been gravely insulted. Since you know nothing of true pirates, I shall show you the terror they embody. His face darkened like storm-laden clouds, his body swayed unnervingly as his finger blades flickered with lethal precision. The terror of pirates who have danced countless times upon the razor's edge between life and death. Had any member of the Black Cat Pirates remained conscious, they would instantly recognize this, the prelude to his ultimate technique, an indiscriminate, all-consuming assault. Zhang Fei sensed something amiss. Then in a flash of recollection remembered this was Klahador's ultimate move, something absurdly named after a spoon. Luffy, watch out. He's about to unleash his ultimate technique. Zhang Fei warned urgently, lest Luffy suffer needlessly. What ultimate technique? Luffy, distracted by Zhang Fei's voice, shifted his full attention toward him. As Luffy turned his gaze toward Zhang Fei, Klahador uttered one low, chilling word: spoon. In that instant he vanished entirely. When Luffy whirled around, Klahador had disappeared once more, this time moving at blinding speed, utterly imperceptible. Zhang Fei's pupils contracted sharply. Within them, Klahador surged forward with terrifying velocity. The narrative had diverged from canon. Every member of the Black Cat Pirates lay subdued and unconscious on the ground, having already been defeated by Zhang Fei. Now the only viable target within reach was Zhang Fei and his companions. You damn fool. Do you think I'm someone you can trifle with? Eyes blazing, Zhang Fei seized Klahador's throat mid-strike with his right hand, swift as thunder, and slammed him face down onto the earth with crushing force. Thud! A cloud of dust billowed upward. Before anyone could react, Klahador was already pinned, stunned, disbelieving, wondering how such a feat was possible. Zoro lifted his gaze slightly, watching Zhang Fei with a faint, knowing smile playing across his lips. Not bad at all. Choked and gasping, Klahador felt an irresistible pressure constricting his windpipe. His breath cut off, his mind reeling from a mild concussion sustained in the earlier impact, blood streaming freely from his forehead. Deprived of oxygen, his eyes swelled crimson and bulged. Desperate, he flailed his free hand, slashing wildly with his weapon against Zhang Fei's frame. But despair quickly overtook him. His finger blades struck Zhang Fei's body and sparked like steel on stone. Not even a single scratch marred his skin. How could this be? Staring in utter disbelief, Klahador strained his voice raw. What are you? A monster? A monster? Zhang Fei nodded calmly. You're absolutely right. To ordinary people, I am a monster. After all, who else possesses an immortal body? With that, he hoisted Klahador aloft, as effortlessly as a chick. Klahador thrashed wildly, but his struggles were futile. Incredible. Usopp swallowed hard. Though he'd witnessed Zhang Fei single-handedly defeat the entire pirate crew before catching Klahador, whose very existence defied perception, deepened his awe beyond measure. When Zhang Fei finally released Klahador's throat, the pirate momentarily believed he'd been spared, only to be met mid-air by a thunderous fist driving deep into his abdomen. Klahador's eyes bulged outward in agony, blood erupted from his mouth as his internal organs convulsed, as if shattered by cannon fire, searing, unbearable pain racking his frame. His body could not withstand the impact. He rocketed backward like a cannonball, crashing straight into his own ship, punching a gaping hole through its hull, before collapsing lifelessly, eyes rolled, white limbs slack as a gutted fish. So strong. Amazing, brother Zhang Fei. You've beaten that wicked steward. Onion blinked in shock, then burst into jubilant cheers. The two other children mirrored his elation, leaping and shouting with unrestrained joy. Nami finally exhaled, her shoulders relaxing completely. The crushing weight upon her heart lifted at last. West Blue Village was now utterly safe, no villager's life hung in peril. Luffy, however, glared sullenly at Zhang Fei, pouting indignantly. We agreed. I was supposed to handle him. Why did you interfere? No choice, Zhang Fei replied with a wry shrug. He struck first. Had I held back, those behind me might not have survived. Facing Luffy's reproach, Zhang Fei smiled faintly and shrugged helplessly. Understanding dawned, and with it his grievance dissolved. Fine then, it's settled. Luffy said carelessly, hands laced behind his head. Nami, now fully aware that Zhang Fei had acted to protect them all, rose and bowed deeply in sincere gratitude. We owe you our deepest thanks for saving us and our entire village. No need for thanks. If anyone deserves gratitude, it's Usopp. He pleaded with us to rescue this village. He is your true benefactor. Zhang Fei waved dismissively, refusing credit outright, and redirected all honor to Usopp. Just then Usopp arrived, breathlessly frantic with concern for Nami's well-being. Nami, are you alright? I'm fine. Just weak from lack of movement, she replied, gently explaining her condition. Thank goodness, you're okay? Usopp patted his chest in relief. Knowing Nami's chronic frailty, he'd feared her body couldn't bear such trauma. Nami gazed at Usopp's wounded hand, the gunshot wound inflicted by the steward, and her eyes shimmered with remorse and quiet self-reproach as she offered her apology. I'm so sorry, Usopp. I'm the reason you got hurt. Usopp raised his injured left hand and waved it lightly in the air, signaling he bore no ill will. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine, Nami. This isn't your fault. Blame lies solely with that vile steward. Exactly. Sister Nami, it's all his doing. You were simply unaware. Onion stepped forward, defending Nami with quiet conviction. She smiled warmly and stroked his head. I understand, Onion. Thank you. Your help saved this village. Without you, it would have fallen. Usopp bowed slightly toward Zhang Fei. Don't put it that way. I didn't lift a finger, Zoro said, leaning back against the stone wall with his 3 swords cradled in his arms, gaze fixed on Usopp. Neither did I. Luffy rubbed his nose. Truth be told, the Black Cat Pirates had been defeated entirely by Zhang Fei alone. He himself had merely exchanged a few blows with Captain Clyodor. Let's not dwell on that. What matters is we've claimed the treasure. Nami beamed, hugging the hoard she'd seized from the Black Cat Pirates' ship, her spirits soaring. Zhang Fei remained silent. Jaya and the 3 children had already returned home, leaving only the quiet anticipation of Jaya delivering the Mary. As for the Black Cat Pirates, they slunk away the moment they regained consciousness. No one dared face Zhang Fei again, that fearsome god of battle. Yet Usopp, having endured this trial, resolved at last to set sail, to follow in his father's footsteps, and become a great warrior of the sea. After what happened today, I finally made up my mind to go to sea. Zhang Fei offered no invitation. He waited instead for Luffy to speak. The captain's voice carried authority. Zhang Fei would intervene only when necessity demanded it. Usopp bade his final farewell to the 3 children, dissolving the Usopp Pirates. All 4 wept openly, though Usopp turned his back, unwilling for them to witness his vulnerability. He wished only to leave behind the image of unwavering strength. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and the others headed straight to the tavern for a hearty meal. Oh no, I've swallowed a fishbone, Luffy declared mid-bite, having devoured even the bones, and now choked on one. Fortunately, as a rubber man, he reached inside his mouth and plucked out the splinter. You two usually leave the bones behind after eating fish. That's exactly what you should do, Nami scolded Zoro and Luffy. Phew, got it. Luffy exhaled heavily, relieved at last after wrestling the stubborn bone free. They paid no heed to Nami's words. Nami, it's about time we sailed for your hometown. We only need a cook now. Zhang Fei rested his elbow on the table, palm supporting his cheek as he gazed steadily at Nami. It's nearly time to head for your homeland. Only the cook remains to be found. Nami's pupils contracted, her eyebrows lifted. She hadn't expected him to broach the subject so directly. Are you truly going? Arlong is formidable. Haven't you seen our strength? What is there left to fear? Luffy and Zoro listened, utterly bewildered, clueless as to what was being discussed. What are you two talking about? Luffy asked, eyes wide with innocent curiosity, glancing between Nami and Zhang Fei. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nami stammered, flustered, desperate to conceal the truth, fearing Luffy and Zoro stood no chance against Arlong. Zoro, seeing Nami's panic, instantly sensed she was hiding something, but chose not to press. After all, Zhang Fei already knew her secret. With him aboard, danger seemed less likely. Oh, I thought you were just debating which dish tasted best. Luffy's mind held only one compass: hunger. Exactly so. Nami let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her evasion had succeeded. Zhang Fei felt no urgency to pressure her. Trust, like fine wine, matures slowly, not forged in haste. Nor was Nami's deepest wish anything but their safety. She feared they might sacrifice themselves foolishly for her sake. And soon he would amass 100 million, enough to buy the villagers of Kokoyashi from Arlong's grasp. Nami, there's still time. You may take your decision at your own pace. But once we secure a cook, we will sail for Kokoyashi village. I won't force you. Yet Arlong must fall. That much is certain. Only then will your heart truly belong to this crew. All right, I understand. I'll consider it carefully. Nami gave a gentle nod. She would reflect deeply, knowing full well Zhang Fei would confront Arlong regardless. Just then Jaya approached, spotted the group, and greeted them warmly. There you are. Zhang Fei arched a brow, a faint smile playing at his lips. He'd known Jaya came bearing the ship. Ah, Miss Jaya. Luffy waved enthusiastically in his usual boisterous fashion. By the way, weren't you looking for a ship? Jaya cut straight to the point. Are you giving us one? Luffy's face lit up with instant delight as he eagerly asked. Led by Jaya, they arrived at the harbor, where stood a man crowned with ram-like horns, the Merry Shipwright. Behind him loomed the Going Merry itself. Seeing her in flesh and timber, not as a model but real, breathing alive, Zhang Fei's heart surged with tidal force. For any lifelong fan of piracy, this was nothing short of an earth-shattering revelation, one that sent Zhang Fei into rapturous elation. Whoa! Luffy's jaw dropped, wide eyes bulging with uncontainable awe. A clipper ship. Nami recognized the vessel instantly, her voice bright with joy. No more cramped dinghies for her. Oh. Zoro glanced upward at the Merry, a quiet smile spreading across his lips. Finally, a true ship worthy of their voyage. My apologies for the wait. Though its design is somewhat vintage, this vessel is my own creation, a fast clipper featuring a lateen sail on the mizzenmast and a central rudder at the stern. I named her the Going Merry. The shipwright spoke calmly, guiding them through the vessel's architecture. So, you're the ones who drove off the Black Cat pirates alongside Usopp. I imagined you'd be far more imposing in stature, he added wryly. You're really giving us this ship, oi? Luffy cried, arms flung wide in ecstatic triumph. Yes, please accept it. Jaya nodded firmly. This gift was repayment for saving her village, and for saving them all. The shipwright then launched into a detailed explanation of the Merry's construction, leaving Luffy utterly lost, his expression blank and bemused. Yet one truth resonated clearly: this was no ordinary vessel. It was magnificent. Pleased to meet you, Merry, Zhang Fei murmured, gently patting the hull with a soft, knowing smile. He understood this ship harbored a soul. Wait, stop! A shrill cry echoed up the slope. Usopp's voice. Overburdened with luggage, he tumbled headlong down the incline. Usopp! Jaya gasped in surprise. Why had he come here? One swift kick each from Luffy, and Zoro halted his chaotic roll, squarely to the face. So you're still setting sail, Usopp? Jaya's voice trembled with sorrow. She could not bear to see him depart. Yes, I must set sail before my resolve wavers. Do not try to hold me back. Usopp's determination to embark on his voyage had never been firmer, especially after this ordeal, which had forged him into a far more mature young man. No, I've sensed it all along. Speaking of it now only makes me feel lonelier, said Nami, shaking her head. She would never stand in the way of a man's rightful adventure. Yet Usopp's departure left her heart quietly adrift. When I return next time, I'll tell you tales of adventure so extraordinary even my grandest lies would pale beside them, Usopp said with a warm, confident smile, sealing his promise to Nami. I'll wait for you, Nami replied softly, her gentle smile rooted in unwavering faith. She believed without doubt that Usopp would carve his legend upon the vast and untamed sea. Take care, and may our paths cross again. Usopp bid farewell to Zhang Fei and the others. Luffy leaned against the ship's railing, chin propped on his hands, gazing at Usopp with innocent curiosity. Why? You truly are heartless. From now on I'm a pirate, and someday fate will reunite us upon the open sea. Usopp shrugged, inwardly dismayed by Luffy's apparent obliviousness. Though in truth Luffy had long regarded Usopp as a trusted comrade, a fact Usopp remained blissfully unaware of. Enough talk. Climb aboard already. We're waiting for you. Zhang Fei stepped forward, offering a simple, decisive reply. Zhang Fei is right. Zoro stood with arms crossed, his expression cool and aloof as he spoke in a low, measured tone. Yet beneath that stoic exterior he too had already claimed Usopp as kin, deeply moved by the boy's unyielding spirit. Huh? Usopp stared at them, utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Weren't we already crewmates? Luffy declared it so naturally. Usopp's pupils widened. Astonishment flared across his face, followed by irrepressible exhilaration, his lips curling upward in pure radiant joy. He leapt into the air, giddy with triumph. Then, emboldened by sheer elation, seized the captain's position right before Luffy's eyes. The ship, the captain, is me, isn't it? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm the captain. Luffy bristled, stung by Usopp's audacity. How dare he presume to usurp the helm, especially after being graciously invited aboard? There was no question Luffy would never concede. Zhang Fei's thoughts drifted to childhood, when his father's enemies stormed their home, cleavers drawn just as he watched One Piece. The very moment Usopp joined the crew, his father had swept him into his arms, grabbed a kitchen knife, and fought bloodily through the attackers, until his friend Luo Xiang intervened, delivering the foes straight to prison, where they were sentenced to death. That memory burned vividly in his mind. Looking back, surviving it felt nothing short of miraculous. What are you daydreaming about? Come celebrate Usopp's joining. Nami strode over and delivered a sharp, playful chop to Zhang Fei's forehead. Oh, a feast. He watched Luffy bustling about, hauling barrels of sake, preparing to welcome Usopp with revelry. Hey, Zhang Fei, hurry up. We're waiting for you. Luffy called out, laughter lighting his face. Coming. Zhang Fei answered cheerfully, trotting over with a bright, sunlit grin. This was the Straw Hat Pirates, a crew ablaze with warmth, camaraderie, and unbridled joy, and Zhang Fei found himself falling deeper in love with them each day. Clinking glasses resounded across the deck. Clink. a crystalline chime heralding waves of jubilant cheers. New ship, new crewmate. Let us welcome them both. Luffy as captain beamed with infectious enthusiasm as he addressed the crew. Zhang Fei made no move to steal Luffy's spotlight. He simply observed the people before him. Perhaps it seemed unbelievable, but he truly had found extraordinary companions, and he eagerly anticipated every mile of the journey ahead. In quiet gratitude, he also thanked his father's enemies, for without their violence he would never have entered the world of One Piece. After the feast, Luffy turned his attention to crafting the crew's Jolly Roger. No self-respecting pirate fleet could sail without a proper flag. Done, the Jolly Roger. Luffy proudly hoisted his creation aloft, showcasing his artistic prowess. Just this. Zhang Fei stared at the lopsided, grotesque banner, and issued a soul-deep existential question, despairing over Luffy's utter lack of draftsmanship. This is it, my magnum opus born of sweat and sacrifice. I decree this emblem as our official standard, Luffy proclaimed, gleefully oblivious to Zhang Fei's unspoken critique. Clearly he possesses zero artistic sensibility. Usopp gasped jaw slack, then delivered a scathing, unfiltered roast of Luffy's work. No, considered objectively it may well be art. Nami deadpanned. Abstract art perhaps. Zhang Fei mused aloud, perhaps Luffy truly held latent genius. Not as a conventional artist, but as a master of abstraction. A Jolly Roger should embody dread, the very symbol of terror, and this. Zoro broke into a cold sweat, staring incredulously at the flag. What about it? Luffy grinned wider still, teeth gleaming. His confidence in his own masterpiece remained absolute. Zhang Fei shook his head. Luffy's inexplicable self-assurance baffled him utterly. But action was required. Fortunately, he'd studied painting before. Let me handle this. Your rendition is beyond redemption. With no alternative, he retrieved a fresh black banner and began painting with swift practice strokes, soon revealing a grinning skull crowned by a straw hat unmistakably faithful to the original design. Exquisitely rendered, Nami murmured, genuinely impressed by Zhang Fei's craftsmanship. Naturally, though Usopp could certainly replicate this feat, Zhang Fei added, subtly reinforcing Usopp's credibility, helping him settle seamlessly into the Straw Hat family. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's praise, Usopp swelled with pride, nose tilted skyward, as he declared, of course, then the mainsail's illustration shall be mine. He eagerly claimed the task, granting Zhang Fei the perfect excuse to step aside. Very well, then the sail is yours, Usopp. With that he handed over the paint bucket, and promptly vanished aft, surrendering himself to the salt-kissed winds sweeping across the deck. When Usopp finally finished the sail, he collapsed onto the deck, breath ragged, already regretting his impulsive promise. The labor had been exhausting. He couldn't shake the feeling he'd been duped. Suddenly, a thunderous cannon blast rocked the ship, startling everyone, including Zhang Fei at the stern. Rushing forward, he found Luffy testing the ship's artillery, only to be sharply reprimanded by Zoro. Fool, watch me. Usopp volunteered confidently. See that rocky islet jutting from the sea? Luffy pointed toward the distant craggy outcrop. Usopp adjusted the cannon's angle, drawing on prior experience, and fired. The shot struck true, shattering the islet cleanly in two. The stone split asunder in an instant. Impressive direct hit. Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Usopp blinked in disbelief. He hadn't expected his very first cannon shot to strike true, especially on his debut firing. See for yourself. I've always claimed my aim is flawless. If you're truly awestruck, call me captain. Usopp stood tall and haughty, nose raised high, still clinging stubbornly to his dream of captaining the crew. But Luffy paid no heed to Usopp's self-aggrandizing monologue, hands planted firmly on his hips. Decision made. You're our sniper. Hey, are you even listening? Usopp's expression soured at Luffy's utter dismissal, and he bristled, ready to launch into a heated retort. Zhang Fei meanwhile paid no mind to their squabbling, merely turned and retreated toward the stern of the ship. He found a comfortable spot and stretched out. All right, I've completed the system's quest. The reward should have been issued by now. Only then did Zhang Fei recall the quest assigned to him back in Syrup Village. An assignment now flawlessly fulfilled, its reward long overdue. He promptly queried the system. System, has my reward been dispensed? The system dormant within Zhang Fei's body suddenly remembered. Indeed, it had yet to grant the reward. Still dazed from its recent battle across the system realm, it hastily deposited a mysterious gift box into Zhang Fei's inventory and offered a flustered reply. Yes, it's already in your inventory. The system's tone betrayed unmistakable fluster. Clearly it had forgotten. Had Zhang Fei not reminded it in time, the oversight would have persisted. Yet Zhang Fei chose not to expose the lapse, opting instead to feign ignorance. He opened his inventory. There it sat, the mysterious gift box, identical in every detail to those he'd received before. System, does this mysterious gift box contain valuable items? Zhang Fei voiced his skepticism. Rest assured, the contents are entirely randomized. It all hinges on your luck. The system affirmed with conviction. It wasn't lying. The contents were random, but the randomness stemmed from prizes it had won from rival systems, carefully curated behind the scenes. Trusting the system's word, Zhang Fei rubbed his palms together and solemnly declared his wish. I hereby pledge Luffy's and Zoro's 20 years of bachelorhood to awaken my bloodline of supreme fortune. Now, open the mysterious gift box. Hearing this audacious flag, the system sighed inwardly. Will such a reckless vow truly yield good fortune? Why doesn't he just ask me outright? A quick covert adjustment would suffice. This host is simply too naive. What an exhausting disciple to guide. The mysterious gift box burst open. Blinding golden light erupted, searing Zhang Fei's vision. His heart soared with elation. Golden radiance could only herald something extraordinary. Congratulations, you have obtained the Namu Gatling. What is this? A Gatling gun. And Namu, what does that mean? Curious, Zhang Fei consulted the system's database and discovered to his delight that it was indeed a Gatling gun, enhanced with infinite ammunition. This acquisition was undeniably exceptional. He envisioned himself at the Summit War, striding onto the battlefield, Gatling slung across his shoulder, cigarette dangling from his lips, unleashing relentless fire upon legions of Marines, a spectacle of raw, unassailable dominance. At the mere thought, his outlaw spirit surged, restless, electric, yearning to storm the Summit War without delay. Alas, the Summit War remained months away. Still ahead lay Crocodile, commander of 500 men. Clearly the Namu Gatling would soon prove its worth. All right, system, do you possess the exploding fruit? Zhang Fei suddenly recalled the exploding fruit, a query he'd once attempted only to find the system had vanished mid-conversation. Now seizing its presence, he rushed to pose the question before forgetting again. Why do you ask? The system responded, intrigued by the abrupt inquiry. As you know, I am immortal, utterly indestructible. With the exploding fruit's power, I could transform myself into a living bomb, embracing my foe in mutual annihilation. Zhang Fei spoke with serene confidence, unfazed by the sheer extremity of his proposal. Truly only the son of the legendary outlaw Zhang San could conceive such audacity, his mind operating on a plane far beyond ordinary reckoning. Holy, this isn't just a human bomb. It's a walking nuclear warhead. The system recoiled, utterly stunned, its shock reverberating across its entire operational matrix. Precisely. So do you have it? Zhang Fei accepted the label without hesitation. No, but I can grant you the exploding fruit's power. Disappointment flickered, only to vanish as the system's next words reignited his fervor. He leaned forward, eager and urgent. Howie, I'll provide you with an ability replication card. When you encounter that booger-nosed man, you may activate the card to replicate his exploding fruit, and the replicated ability bears no trace of the Devil Fruit's inherent drawbacks. The system explained calmly, though in truth the card merely harnessed primordial world essence to copy abilities flawlessly. Such replication yielded perfection itself. Zhang Fei's eyes blazed with sharp resolve. The ability replication card was non-negotiable. He pressed urgently, how do I obtain it? I'll assign you a quest. The reward will be the ability replication card. As a system fulfilling its host's deepest desires was paramount. Only then would Zhang Fei serve wholeheartedly. You're too kind to me, system. Zhang Fei was moved, deeply sincerely. Of course, I'm your system. By the way, Sanji approaches next. Let me issue a few quests now lest I forget. The system prepared to withdraw into quiet repose within Zhang Fei's being. After all, competing against rival systems in Mahjong demanded immense mental stamina, and proper rest was essential to secure future victories. Quest 1, recruit Sanji to the crew. Reward 1 mysterious gift box. Quest 2, defeat Crocodile's pirate crew. Reward 1 mysterious gift box. Quest 3, challenge Dracula Mihawk. Victory or defeat, the reward remains 1 mysterious gift box. All 3 rewards were identical, pure chance, pure luck. Yet quests 1 and 2 were practically effortless. Only quest 3 resonated deeply with Zhang Fei. He'd long resented Mihawk. How dare a swordsman brandish a blade while arrogantly declaring himself the world's greatest? Such blatant illiteracy was unforgivable. The barrel burst with a deliberately kicked sound followed by a violent noise, an unmistakable sign of hostile intent. You pirates, get out here. I'll slaughter every last one of you. The sudden assault interrupted the group's conversation. Luffy was deeply annoyed. He had only just officially become a pirate, and already someone was causing trouble, even damaging his newly acquired Mary. Through the window, Usopp and Nami saw a fierce man wielding a cleaver wreaking havoc on the Mary while shouting provocations. Hey, who are you? Luffy flung open the door and saw a man wearing sunglasses with the character Foresee tattooed on his left cheek. The man ignored Luffy's question and slashed at him, chopping off the railing in front of Luffy. Who I am matters not. Luffy leapt aside, landing behind him. I've taken many pirate heads. You nameless fake pirates dare to kill my partner. Luffy was utterly confused, not understanding the latter half of his words, and he didn't even recognize the man. With that, the man stepped forward, gripping his cleaver tightly, and swung it toward Luffy's head, with sweeping momentum, as if determined to sever it. But he underestimated Luffy. With a swift leap, Luffy grabbed the sunglasses man's head, vaulted over him, and used the momentum to hurl him away, declaring, "Partner, or whatever, I don't know what you're talking about, but I won't allow you to wreck my ship." The man was flung by the immense force and smashed heavily against a wooden wall. Fortunately, the wall took no real damage, only emitting a crisp thud. Zhang Fei came over and instantly recognized the man lying on the ground. He was one of Zoro's underlings, Johnny. Johnny spat out blood, his internal organs throbbing, yet he insisted, "I just lost a bit." "What? I don't understand what you're saying." Luffy sat on the deck, holding his straw hat, staring at Johnny in confusion. Zoro, drawn by the commotion, saw Johnny and exclaimed in surprise. Johnny, is that you? Johnny, lying on the deck, sprang to his feet upon seeing Zoro, unable to believe his eyes. Why was Zoro here too? Zoro. Zoro looked down from the upper deck and asked about Yusaku. What happened? Isn't Yusaku with you? Facing Zoro's questioning, Johnny stammered. Well, he then recounted the whole story in detail. It turned out that Yusaku had scurvy and was resting at a small rocky hill when a cannonball suddenly flew in, blasting both of them. Yusaku was severely injured by the explosion, so Johnny came for revenge. This was entirely Luffy and Usopp's fault. Zhang Fei gave both a hard knock on the head. Usopp ended up with a huge lump, while Luffy felt nothing due to being a rubber man. And Zhang Fei couldn't inflict real damage like Nami could. You two should apologize. This is all your fault. Zhang Fei scolded them harshly. Usopp and Luffy were stunned, their jaws dropping. It really was their fault, and a serious one at that. With tears and snot they bowed their heads and apologized. I'm sorry. Johnny covered his face, sobbing, his body trembling. Thinking Yusaku would die, he spoke mournfully. Let the past be the past. If apologies solved everything, the world wouldn't need police. Johnny's subsequent words deepened Luffy and Usopp's guilt. The mental blow made them weep like rain, even blowing snot bubbles, their faces spelling out, I am deeply sinful. The names of Yusaku and Johnny strike terror into many pirates. Why would our longtime bounty hunter partnership? Bro, is he going to die? Johnny said in despair, unable to accept the fact that Yusaku was about to pass. Zoro was at a loss for words, sweating coldly, not knowing what to say. You idiots. Nami suddenly shouted at them. Everyone looked at her in confusion except Zhang Fei, who knew that Yusaku had scurvy and would be fine after replenishing vitamins. He echoed Nami. Nami's right. You're all fools. He has scurvy. Just need to supplement vitamins, and he'll be fine. Yusaku can still be saved. Johnny immediately perked up, his tears halting. Yeah. Luffy, Usopp hurried to the kitchen and squeezed some juice. Nami gave the order directly. Fortunately, the ship was well stocked with fruits to prevent scurvy. Yes, ma'am. Luffy and Usopp, hearing that Yusaku could be saved, felt their guilt dissipate. They swiftly ran to the kitchen and squeezed juice for him. This is scurvy. If you replenish vitamins in time, it can be cured. Nami explained calmly. Really? Big sister. Johnny was overjoyed and adopted Nami as his big sister. However, Nami disliked the title. You look older than me, yet you call me big sister. Doesn't that imply I'm older? It would mean my age is greater than yours. Don't call me big sister, she said with irritation, then continued. You're so ignorant. You've been to sea, yet you don't know such basics. Hearing this, everyone bowed their heads in shame, avoiding Nami's gaze except Zhang Fei. After drinking the juice, Yusaku bounced back to life and jumped up excitedly. I've absorbed nutrients. I'm revived. Oh, amazing. Johnny joined in the celebration. Faced with this absurd scene, Nami's frustration soared, and she vented sarcastically. Is it really that fast to recover? Zhang Fei walked over, taking the opportunity to wrap an arm around Nami's shoulder, speaking softly, and handed her a glass of juice to calm her down. Nami, don't mind them. They're just like that. Sooner or later he'll be back down. Have a sweet drink and cool off. Nami accepted the juice without objection, downing it in one gulp, then let out a sigh, and said to Luffy. Luffy, on long sea voyages this kind of thing happens often, so we need a cook. Then let's find a sea cook. Most importantly, we need good food on the ship. Luffy couldn't help but drool at the thought of delicious food. As Zhang Fei predicted, Yusaku quickly vomited blood and collapsed fainting. A partner. Johnny, seeing his partner spewing blood and falling, was shocked, his eyes bulging, and shouted loudly. You should rest peacefully. Zoro's tone carried a hint of anger. Being sick, he should rest well, instead of jumping around. Zhang Fei ignored them, continuing to hold Nami, and suggested to Luffy that they go to the sea restaurant where Sanji was. If we're going to find a chef, then let's go to the sea restaurant. There's an excellent chef there. Sea restaurant. Everyone immediately became interested and looked at Zhang Fei excitedly. Yes, the sea restaurant, but I don't know the way. I think you know it, Johnny. For navigation, it's best to let Johnny lead. After all, in the original story, he was the one who suggested it and personally guided. No problem, brother Zhang Fei. Johnny patted his chest in assurance, a joyful smile on his face. Now Yusaku just needed to rest quietly, and it would take 2 or 3 days to reach the sea restaurant. By the way, Zoro, the one you want to surpass, will also appear at the sea restaurant. Zhang Fei remembered the presence of Dracula Mihawk, and he had to provoke him. Even if Mihawk flew into a rage, it didn't matter. He had an immortal body, so why would he be afraid? If it came to the worst, after copying the Bomb Fruit's power, he would settle it in a life-or-death duel. Zoro was stunned for a moment, cold sweat flowing from his forehead, followed by excitement. Finally, he could challenge Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. I must defeat him, make my name resound across the world, and fulfill the promise I made with my master. Seeing Zoro's expression, although he knew Zoro would lose to Mihawk, he didn't discourage him. Have you hugged enough? Next time you want a hug, I'll charge you. Nami broke free from Zhang Fei's arm, then made a money gesture, looking like a greedy money grubber. Zhang Fei just smiled and said nothing. Time quickly passed to 2 days later. We've arrived at the sea restaurant. Brother Zoro, brother Luffy, brother Usopp, brother Zhang Fei, brother Nami. Hearing Johnny's call, Nami's face instantly hardened, her expression darkened, fists clenched, and her eyes filled with displeasure. Why am I called brother? Zhang Fei couldn't help but laugh and comforted Nami. Don't mind it, Nami. Nami snorted, deciding to let it go. Maybe Johnny just made a mistake. Nami, once we find a chef, we'll go to Kokoyashi village and deal with Arlong, then you'll be completely at ease. Zhang Fei looked at Nami, his tone slightly serious. But Nami was still hesitant, lowering her head. After these days of getting along, she knew her companions were reliable, and she liked them, but she couldn't bear to let them get hurt for her. Looking at Nami's dejected spirit, he ruffled her hair, without restraint, then pinched her cheek, comforting her. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Do you believe us? Nami finally raised her head, her slightly reddened eyes. Seeing his clear gem-like sparkling eyes, she chose to trust Zhang Fei, and her beautiful eyes gradually regained vitality. Well, after we find a chef, I'll tell everyone everything. Of course I won't force them to help me deal with Arlong. That's enough. Nami, just believe in us. Even if we have to fight the world, we'll always stand by your side. Seeing Nami's spirits restored, Zhang Fei said with a smile. After hearing Zhang Fei's words, Nami could no longer contain her emotion and directly hugged him, burying her head in his strong chest, feeling the warmth he brought her. Zhang Fei didn't refuse, gently comforting Nami. Zhang Fei, Nami, we've arrived. Usopp opened the door and came in, telling them they had reached the sea restaurant and to come out quickly. But as soon as he entered, he saw them embracing, immediately realized it was a bad time, apologized, closed the door and left. Sorry, I'm interrupting. I'll go now. You continue. I was blind just now, I saw nothing. Nami quickly pushed Zhang Fei away, her face turning red in an instant. Oh no, Usopp misunderstood. What should I do? I need to explain to him. She gave Zhang Fei a reproachful look. What are you looking at? Go explain to Usopp or he'll misunderstand us. Zhang Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly. Let him misunderstand, it's no big deal. Seeing Zhang Fei's attitude, Nami got angry and pounded his chest with her small fists, but a faint smile crept onto her lips, as if she was happy, mysterious. If you don't explain, then I won't talk to you. Alright, I'll explain to Usopp later, okay? Seeing Nami's attitude, he had to obey her orders. After all, she was well endowed. That's more like it. Nami crossed her arms and muttered. Zhang Fei saw Nami's girlish gesture and smiled faintly, not expecting Nami to be so cute like this. What are you looking at? Nami noticed Zhang Fei staring at her. Is there something on my face? Me? I'm looking at a beauty. Zhang Fei teased Nami flirtatiously, ignoring her changing expression, and went out. After Zhang Fei left, Nami's face flushed again, her heart beating rapidly, and she muttered in displeasure. He always teases me. But then, thinking of Zhang Fei caring about her, she couldn't help but smile, her face glowing with happiness. After going out, they saw a huge ship shaped like a fish head and tail that was the sea restaurant bar tie. Wisps of smoke rose the air, filled with fragrant aromas, and many merchant ships were anchored nearby. It's really magnificent. Zhang Fei couldn't help but exclaim at the sea restaurant. However, a marine warship approached from nearby. Yasaku and Johnny, seeing the marines' arrogance, prepared to teach them a lesson, but ended up getting beaten instead. They were sent flying back to Zhang Fei's side, and their wanted posters dropped down, including Arlong's. Nami picked one up and looked. Fear immediately surged in her heart, but she quickly let it go and looked at Zhang Fei beside her, because now she had trustworthy companions. Don't worry, I'm here. Hey, this isn't good. That guy's aiming a cannon at us. Usopp cried in sheer panic, pointing frantically toward the advancing marine warship. Johnny and Yasaku, who had been lying flat on the deck as if dead, jolted upright the moment they heard the marines preparing to fire, shouting in terror, hearts pounding. What? Lieutenant Hepedy clenched his iron fist tightly, then thrust his thumb sharply downward. A merciless, decisive command. Sink it. Yes, sir. Obeying the lieutenant's order, without hesitation, the marines swiftly loaded cannonballs and fired them straight at the Going Merry. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the air as the cannonball hurtled directly toward the Going Merry. They've opened fire. Usopp's eyes bulged wide with terror as he shrieked. Nami, standing beside Zhang Fei, instinctively gripped his arm tightly, her face etched with worry. It's all right. Luffy's still here. Zhang Fei murmured softly to comfort her. No sooner had the words left his lips than Luffy leapt forward. Watch this, Gum Gum Balloon. His mouth gaped wide open, drawing in a tremendous rush of air, his body swelling rapidly until he transformed into a colossal human balloon. He soared into the air and intercepted the cannonball with his inflated body. The impact compressed his rubbery form inward, denting his torso deeply. While Johnny, Yasaku, and Usopp stood frozen mouths agape, stunned speechless by Luffy's audacious stunt. Even Lieutenant Hepedy, aboard the marine warship, stared in disbelief. Here's your cannonball back. Luffy repositioned himself to return the projectile, but misjudged the trajectory, sending it crashing into the bar tie restaurant instead. Where the hell did you send that? Idiot. Zoro's temples throbbed with visible veins as he bellowed at Luffy. Luffy gasped, utterly unprepared for the miscalculation. His body instantly deflated, tears welling in his eyes as he collapsed helplessly. Now he'd have to pay for the damage. Ugh, what an idiot. Nami groaned, burying her face in her hands in utter mortification. This is my captain, and I actually believed he could defeat Arlong. Zhang Fei needed no guesswork to foresee Luffy's fate. The Barity chefs had already seized him. Poor Luffy. Zhang Fei sighed in quiet sympathy. Luffy would now work off his debt. No chance of Nami covering it. That was out of the question. He'd have to stay and labor diligently until every belly was repaid. Dragged aboard the Barity, Luffy met Chef Zeph, the revered mentor of Sanji, whose forehead bled and whose expression burned with fury. Terrified Luffy burst into tears convinced he'd blown off Zeph's leg. Meanwhile, aboard the ship Zhang Fei and the others began speculating about Luffy's impending punishment. Luffy's taking forever. He'll probably be forced into a month of menial chores, Zoro drawled, lazily reclining against the railing with his hands behind his head. Just blame the Marines, that's all there is to it. What a dunce, Nami muttered, exasperated. After all, the Marines fired first, the mishap was merely a twist of circumstance. Nami's absolutely right, and it was their cannonball, not ours. Why should we bear responsibility? Zhang Fei affirmed her point. The fault lay not with them, but with the Marines. Shall we go ashore and grab a bite to eat? Usopp asked, seemingly unconcerned about Luffy's predicament, already dreaming of the Bairdie's legendary cuisine. Zhang Fei saw through Usopp's ulterior motive, but said nothing. He too longed to sample the Bairdie's fare, especially dishes prepared by either Zeph or Sanji. He glanced into his system inventory, where several million belly rested, funds allocated by the system for daily living. Then allow me to treat us, to savor the culinary artistry of our future comrade. Zhang Fei rose, gazing toward the floating restaurant. That's amazing. I love you, brother Zhang Fei. Johnny declared loudly upon hearing the offer. I love you too, brother Zhang Fei. Yusako echoed. Zhang Fei, I love you too. Usopp chimed in, leaping joyfully from the deck. Get lost. I don't need your love, Zhang Fei retorted, his brow darkening with annoyance. Ha ha ha. Looks like our Zhang Fei's quite the heartthrob. Nami teased him, deliberately nudging his side with her elbow. Can't help it. I'm just naturally handsome. Men and women alike fall for me. Zhang Fei flicked his bangs aside with a playful smirk. Hearing his reply, Nami couldn't suppress a soft, amused smile. Hold on. They're already boarding. Zoro suddenly called out. Zhang Fei turned, only to see the trio already sprinting onto the Bairdie, arms waving wildly. Hurry up, Zhang Fei. We're waiting for you. Usopp shouted. Those idiots. Mention food, and they bolt faster than lightning. Zhang Fei sighed in mock despair, promised love, and vanished in a blink. Truly, you're all hopeless gluttons. All right, let's go ashore, Zhang Fei said, turning to Nami. Without waiting for her consent, he swept her into his arms in a graceful bridal carry. What are you doing? Put me down now. Nami struggled fiercely in his embrace, yet her strength proved no match for his. Why would I put you down? Hold tight, I'm jumping. Zhang Fei replied with a roguish grin. What? Nami froze, before she could react. Zhang Fei coiled his legs, then launched upward with explosive force, his body soaring through the air along a flawless parabolic arc, landing smoothly on the Bairdie's deck. Safe arrival. Zhang Fei gently set Nami down. She stood breathless, trembling slightly. Then, regaining her senses, delivered a swift pink-knuckled punch to his chest in furious retribution. That was dangerous. Don't worry, I'm here. You'll never come to harm Nami. Zhang Fei replied with unwavering confidence, his gaze radiant, softening her resolve in an instant. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she turned away, feigning indifference. This time I'll forgive you. As she spoke, her heart raced wildly, like startled deer bounding within her chest, especially when she glimpsed the unmistakable tenderness reflected in Zhang Fei's eyes. Thank you, beautiful Nami, for your gracious forgiveness. Zhang Fei grinned, secretly charmed by her flustered charm. Usopp and the others witnessing the scene felt utterly satiated, no longer hungry for food. What are you waiting for? Get inside. Zoro urged the group, utterly unfazed by the minor commotion. Such scenes were second nature to him. Inside the restaurant, signs of recent combat were unmistakable. Zhang Fei surmised the damage must have been left by Sanji's brutal beating of the Marine officer Hopper. The ceiling even bore a jagged hole. The crew settled at a table at random, only to be greeted by Luffy, now wearing an apron and serving as the restaurant's kitchen hand. Hi, kitchen hand. Nami waved cheerfully, her tone laced with gentle teasing. I heard you're stuck here for a whole year. Usopp grinned mischievously. How about we change the ship's flag? Zoro chuckled mockingly. Luffy, you two stay and work hard here. We'll set sail for the Grand Line first. Once your year is up, we'll return to fetch you. Zhang Fei too seized the opportunity, joining the others in ribbing Luffy. You. Luffy bristled, furious to see them lounging so casually while mocking him from the sidelines. How dare you abandon me here and feast on such delicious food? It's absolutely outrageous. Sanji, busy attending to a beautiful patron, heard Luffy's outburst and turned his gaze toward the commotion, drawn instinctively closer. It's not like it's any of your business. We're free to do as we please, Zoro declared, smugly facing Usopp. Luffy, seething over Zoro's indifference, plotted revenge. Seizing the moment Zoro's attention wandered, he surreptitiously dug into his own nostril, extracted a bit of nasal debris, and dropped it into Zoro's drink. Zhang Fei and the others watched, barely suppressing laughter, not daring to expose Luffy's mischief. Come to think of it, these dishes are truly excellent, even if they're rather unfair to you. As Zoro reached for the tampered beverage ready to sip, it happened. In one swift motion, he thrust the cup into Luffy's mouth, forcing him to swallow, and barked a sharp reprimand. Drink this cursed thing, now in, gurgle and ugh. Luffy thrashed, clawing at his throat. But too late, the tainted drink had already vanished down his gullet. Ha ha ha, and the entire crew erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Usopp most extravagantly slamming his palm hard against the tabletop. What on earth are you doing? Luffy collapsed onto the floor, choking, tongue lolling desperately, trying to vomit up the drink. And that question belongs to me. Zoro glanced disdainfully at the crumpled figure on the floor and roared. Just then Sanji approached, and upon glimpsing Nami's face his eyes instantly transformed into hearts, his arms flung wide, his head tilted backward as he began pouring out his impassioned devotion. "Oh see, thank you for bringing her to me today. Oh love, mock me freely. I am tormented in this agony of longing, and if only I could be with her I would gladly become a pirate, or even a demon. Yet how tragic, between us stands an immense, insurmountable barrier." And Nami stared blankly at Sanji, utterly bewildered by his dramatic monologue. Nearby Luffy and Zoro exchanged puzzled glances, foreheads creased with question marks. Zhang Fei lifted his head slightly, observing Sanji with quiet fascination, noting how perfectly he mirrored his animated counterpart. "So that barrier is me, isn't it, Sanji?" Chef Zeph materialized seemingly from nowhere, leaning against the wall with arms crossed. Old man." Sanji froze, startled, unprepared for Zeph's sudden appearance or the fact that his confession had been overheard. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. "This is your chance. Become a pirate." Zeph stepped forward, his gaze steady and calm. He knew Sanji harbored dreams far grander than this kitchen. He deserved more than stagnation and mediocrity. "This restaurant no longer needs you." Sanji recoiled in disbelief, staring at Zeph as if he'd spoken in tongues. "You quarrel with customers, constantly swoon over every woman who walks in, and still can't produce a single dish worth serving. You're nothing but dead weight for this establishment. The other chefs have long resented you. Go be a pirate, or anything else. Just get out of this place now." Though Zeph's words cut deep, they sprang from genuine concern, for Sanji was young, gifted, and destined for greatness. Staying here would only dim his light. Moreover, Zeph knew Krieg's true nature. Having saved Yasaka, Sanji had unwittingly invited Krieg's wrath, and soon the Bartai would face annihilation. To protect Sanji, Zeph chose cruelty over compassion. Sanji, unaware of Zeph's sacrifice, flew into a rage, grabbing Zeph's collar with trembling hands. "What, You think silence gives you license to insult me further, old man? I'll overlook everything else, but never ever disparage my cooking. No matter what you say, I will remain this restaurant's chef, and I'll accept no complaints. What do you think you're doing, grabbing the head chef's chest like that, you insolent brat?" Seeing Sanji's stubbornness, Zeph's temper flared. He seized Sanji and hurled him hard on a Zhang Fei's table. "Wah!" Sanji cried out in pain as his back struck the wood, sharp agony jolting through him. The impact shattered the table cleanly in two. Miraculously, the dishes remained intact, saved only because Zhang Fei and the others snatched them up just in time. "Damn you, old man," Sanji muttered under his breath. Zeph shot him a look of utter contempt before turning away with a cold snort. "Even if you try to drive me out, I will stay right here cooking in this restaurant, no matter what." Sanji roared defiantly, his resolve unshakable. "Then cook until you die." "I won't die, not for another 100 years. Zeph strode off without looking back. That sharp-tongued old man. Sanji ground his teeth, vowing silently he would never leave before repaying Zeph's kindness. "Fantastic," he agreed. "You're officially joining our crew as a pirate." Luffy leapt to his feet, hands on hips, beaming with triumph. His sole mission had been to recruit Sanji as his comrade. Not a chance in hell. Sanji whirled around and bellowed at Luffy, crushing his hopes instantly. Zhang Fei and the others changed to a new dining table. Soon after, Sanji began to fawn over Nami, which greatly displeased Zhang Fei, as if his woman were being flirted with. "How extremely rude of me just now. To express my apologies, please accept this fruit yogurt parfait and a glass of Grand Marnier liqueur as an after-dinner drink. Enjoy your meal, princess." "Wow, thank you." Nami's eyes sparkled with delight at the exquisite food before her. "How thoughtful. It's my pleasure." Sanji conducted himself like a refined gentleman. This made Zhang Fei seethe with annoyance, his eyes blazing with displeasure. Nami noticed the look in Zhang Fei's eyes and knew he was jealous. She could practically smell the overwhelming vinegar. She deliberately raised an eyebrow at him, as if to say, "See, this is my charm. No apology for us. Careful, I'll sue you for sex discrimination, you pervy chef." Usopp also protested against Sanji's favoritism, feeling quite aggrieved. "Didn't I already serve you coarse tea? Be grateful and thank me, you idiot." Sanji sneered, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glaring at Usopp. But Usopp was no pushover. He shot back, his long nose nearly poking Sanji's cheek, and issued a threat while pointing at Zoro. "Oh, you want a beating? We won't go easy on you. Take him down, Zoro. Go, Zoro. I've got your back." Zhang Fei added fuel to the fire. After all, in the future, Zoro and Sanji would be a pair of sworn rivals who also cared for each other, so it didn't matter if things escalated a bit earlier. Hey, if you want to fight, do it yourself. Don't drag me into this," Zoro said, not wanting to get involved. He knew Zhang Fei was trying to use him as a weapon. "Don't you even clear the plates for male customers?" Usopp pressed on, pointing at the dishes on the table. Sanji glanced over and saw leftover food on the plates. "There's still a mushroom left. Eat it." But Usopp had no intention of obeying Sanji. Fuming with anger, he thrust his nose right up against Sanji. His long nose touched Sanji's forehead and bent upward. They stared each other down, sparks flying. Zhang Fei was amazed at how flexible Usopp's nose was. Truly unexpected. "I left it there because I was poisoned by a toxic mushroom when I was a kid. That's why I hate mushrooms." Usopp explained his reason for not eating them. "This mushroom is not poisonous, so eat every bit of it, long nose," Sanji retorted harshly. Nami sighed at the bickering pair. Deciding to use her charm, she smiled and spoke to Zhang Fei first. Don't be jealous, Zhang Fei. If you make me jealous, I'll devour you tonight, Zhang Fei replied without hesitation. Hearing that, Nami immediately understood his implication. Her face flushed crimson and she stammered that she didn't believe him. He was probably just teasing her. I don't believe you. Don't believe me. Then try me, Zhang Fei said with a mischievous tone. Damn it, can't these two lovebirds let us eat in peace? Zoro was disgusted by their display of affection. All he wanted was a quiet meal, but they had to flaunt their romance. He then caressed his sword Wado Ikemanji, thinking at least his blade wouldn't anger him. As for Luffy, he was completely absorbed in eating, ignoring everything else. Brother Zoro, are you jealous? Want me to introduce my cousin to you? She's very pretty, said Johnny. Johnny took a sip of tea and offered to introduce his cousin to Zoro. Women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. I don't need any, Zoro replied. Don't listen to him, brother Zoro. His cousin weighs over 300 Gene, Yasako blurted out, exposing Johnny's sneaky plan. He couldn't let Zoro fall into that trap. 300 Gene. No thanks, I don't need it, Zoro said, horrified. One sit from that weight would shatter his pelvis. He quickly declined Johnny's offer. Yasaki, you ungrateful bastard. I saved you, and this is how you repay me. Johnny scolded. Yasaku fell silent, acknowledging that Johnny had a point. Zhang Fei was also taken aback. 300 Gene. How much did Johnny's cousin eat? The minor incident passed, but Usopp and Sanji were still arguing. When Sanji spotted a beautiful female customer entering, he immediately rushed over, radiating charm, and began his flattery again. Womanizer, Usopp muttered in criticism. Meanwhile, Luffy sipped his coarse tea leisurely like an old man watching Sanji work, as if to say, this has nothing to do with me. But then Sanji ran back and kicked Luffy right in the head. The tea Luffy was drinking splashed all over him. By the way, what are you, the odd job man, doing sitting here? When a customer comes in, you should bring a towel. Then Luffy was dragged away like a limp pig by Sanji. Yes, sir, Luffy responded helplessly. After all, he was just an odd job man now. Watching Luffy and Sanji leave, Zhang Fei murmured to himself. Krieg is going to appear too. Nami heard his muttering, but it was too soft to catch. Curious, she asked what he said. What did you say, Zhang Fei? Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow and slipped back into his frivolous demeanor. He leaned close to Nami's ear, deliberately teasing her to see her blush. I said tonight I'll come to your room. Don't lock the door so I can devour you, got it? Hearing this, Nami's face instantly turned beet red, steam practically rising from her head. You're teasing me again. She pounded her fists on Zhang Fei, but those weak strikes felt like a massage to him, so he let her hit him. I see. So that chef saved your life, and that's how you managed to come back alive, right, Jin? Why, yes, Jin stammered, head bowed, sweat dripping. His voice trembled as he faced the man before him, his Captain Krieg. But I never thought our main ship would end up like this. Captain. Krieg, sitting on the sofa, was puzzled by Jin's sudden call. What? Jin looked at Krieg and spoke slowly. Let me take you to the Barity, the floating restaurant. Damn it. Zhang Fei said he'd come tonight to devour me. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Nami huddled beneath the quilt, her face flushed like sunset light, her mind echoing Zhang Fei's words from the Baratai, the tone laced with faint resentment. Yet the protagonist Zhang Fei stood watch outside the ship, wide awake. His earlier teasing remarks to Nami had long vanished from his thoughts. Before him sat a stick figure, indeed a literal stick figure, playing poker with him, the Go Fish variant where the loser received a sharp flick on the forehead. Zhang Fei's forehead was swollen red, dark lines furrowing his brow, his expression grim. Clearly he had lost round after round, provoking this raw surge of frustration. The stick figure before him was none other than the system's avatar, summoned solely because Zhang Fei, bored beyond measure, had called it forth for diversion. Did you cheat? System. Zhang Fei demanded angrily. 9 losses to 1 win left no trace of enjoyment in the game. I'm literally designed to enable cheating. What's the problem? The system retorted, matter-of-factly rolling its eyes. Though being a stick figure, it possessed no eyes at all. Zhang Fei fell silent, strangely conceding the logic. No rebuttal rose to his lips. Fine, I'm done. This is outright bullying. He flung the deck of cards aside with a heavy thud and collapsed onto the deck, its chill seeping through his back. If you can't play fair, just say so. The system muttered under its breath. As it vanished, the cards dissolved into nothingness, mere illusions conjured by its power. At that moment, Zhang Fei awaited the arrival of Krieg and Mihawk. 2 days later, a colossal pirate vessel glided slowly into view, 50 times the size of the Going Merry, yet battered and broken as if it had survived a cataclysmic battle. Even its figurehead, a creature of unknown origin, had been sliced cleanly in half. This was Krieg's flagship. Gazing upon the monstrous ship from the deck of the Going Merry, Zhang Fei murmured softly to himself. Krieg has finally arrived. But Mihawk truly is formidable. A single stroke cleaved this leviathan in two. His voice carried unmistakable admiration. What? That was Mihawk's doing. Zoro, catching the whisper, wore an expression of utter disbelief, desperate to hear confirmation from Zhang Fei's lips. And since Zhang Fei had earlier declared Mihawk would appear at the Barity, Zoro's heart quickened with anticipation. He yearned to seize the title of world's greatest swordsman from Mihawk's hands. Yes, it was Mihawk. Though he should be arriving shortly, shouldn't he? Zhang Fei stroked his chin, pondering the precise hour of Mihawk's arrival. Yet after futile speculation, he abandoned the effort. After all, Mihawk would arrive today, no need to overthink. Is that so? Zoro smiled faintly, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword, poised for the coming confrontation. Who exactly is Mihawk? Nami tilted her head curiously toward Zhang Fei. What manner of man was this Mihawk, and why did Zoro glow with such fervent excitement? Mihawk's true name is Dracul Mihawk, renowned as the world's strongest swordsman. No, the world's strongest swordsman, for he wields a blade, not a sword. Strictly speaking, he's a swordsman, not a swordmaster. Zhang Fei spoke fluently, then abruptly corrected himself mid-sentence, realizing his semantic slip. Zoro shot Zhang Fei a weary glance, thinking still fixated on terminology. How baffling. Yet he held his tongue, otherwise Zhang Fei would launch into another lecture on the distinction between blades and swords. Only then did Nami grasp Mihawk's staggering might. Her luminous eyes blinked rapidly, awestruck. She turned to Zoro and silently cheered him on, knowing full well his dream to surpass Mihawk and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro, you must give it your all. Yes, I will. Zoro glanced at Nami with newfound respect, surprised she'd offer such heartfelt encouragement. Let's board the ship and take a look. Zhang Fei voiced his proposal. Krieg had already boarded the Baratai. The time had come to intervene. Without hesitation, Nami stepped beside him. Only at his side did she feel truly safe. All right, we'll go. Wait up, Zhang Fei. Usopp sprinted breathlessly toward them, eager to see whether Krieg matched his fearsome reputation. Zhang Fei didn't wait for Usopp. Instead, he swept Nami into his arms and leapt across the sea, landing squarely upon the Baraty's deck. Even before entering, raucous clamor spilled from within, chaotic, deafening. Nami, once we enter, stay close beside me. That way I can protect you. Zhang Fei spoke gravely before stepping inside, bracing for pandemonium. I understand. Nami nodded gently like a songbird nestling close. Her lips curved in quiet, radiant joy. She knew without doubt that he cherished her. I'm exhausted. You didn't even wait for me, Zhang Fei. Usopp panted, hands braced on his knees, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Zoro followed closely behind Usopp, his breathing steady, his posture calm and unshaken. Usopp, your stamina leaves much to be desired. You'd do well to train harder. Zhang Fei offered the remark with solemn concern. Understood, Zhang Fei, Usopp replied, finally catching his breath. Then, abruptly, they heard a furious roar erupt from within the restaurant. Krieg, the East Blue's self-proclaimed pirate king, a treacherous coward who strikes from the shadows. He first broke out of Impel Down, then joined the Marines, only to murder his commanding officer aboard their warship and steal the vessel, thus launching his reign as a pirate. He sometimes hoists the Marine flag upon entering ports, then raids villages and merchant ships without warning. Other times he flies the white flag of surrender, only to ambush his enemies the moment they lower their guard. He spares no means to secure victory. That is how he rose to become one of the most feared pirates on the Grand Line. This man is no mere legend. He will never depart peacefully after dining. Such a villain deserves no mercy. To refuse aid is not cruelty. It is salvation for the entire world. Karn, the Baraty's chef and part-time fighter, bellowed the accusation at Sanji, reciting Krieg's litany of atrocities. Sanji drew deeply on his cigarette. As a child, he'd hovered on the brink of starvation. So when faced with hunger, even in a villain, he could not turn away. True to Karn's words, Krieg struck the moment dinner ended, seizing Sanji's throat in a crushing iron arm lock and hurling him violently across the room. Everyone in the restaurant was struck by Krieg's ingratitude, especially Ajin, who looked at him in disbelief. Xiang Jishir was their lifesaver. Even Zhang Fei, stepping into the restaurant, witnessed this scene. This Kelly Ku was indeed a scumbag. You broke your word, Captain Kelly Ku. You promised not to attack this restaurant, that's why I brought you here. Besides, that person is our savior. Ajin loudly denounced Kelly Ku's dishonest behavior. Haha, it's really delicious. I feel alive again. Kelly Ku ignored Ajin, muttering to himself, but his powerful hand grabbed Ajin's shoulder, gripping it tightly and refusing to let go. The force from the hand instantly caused Ajin unbearable pain, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Wah, Ajin. Lu Fei gritted his teeth, watching Ajin in agony. As expected, Xiang Jishir smiled bitterly, his face pale, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staring at the untrustworthy Kelly Ku. Not a bad restaurant. I'm taking this ship. Kelly Ku declared, regarding the floating restaurant as his own property, his tone domineering, not allowing refusal, his eyes icy. Everyone run. The customers of the floating restaurant, witnessing this, screamed loudly and hurriedly fled, fearing they might be killed if they provoked Kelly Ku. See, this is Kelly Ku. He wants to take this ship. Kair, Nya said through gritted teeth, as if wanting to tear Kelly Ku limb from limb to vent his hatred. Captain, what about your promise? Ajin, lying on the ground, twitching constantly, the pain in his shoulder making it hard for him to speak. However, his tone carried a hint of pleading. He wanted Kelly Ku to keep his promise, and the guilt in his conscience tormented him. Hey, Ajin, are you okay? Lu Fei shouted, loudly worried about Ajin's safety, for Ajin was a decent person. Kelly Ku walked up to Pai D, patted his belly, exhaled a hot breath, and commanded the floating restaurant's chefs. My ship is completely wrecked. I've been wanting a new one. If you're done with your business, get off my ship immediately. Now there are about 100 men still alive on the ship. They're all seriously injured and starving. They need 100 portions of water and food. Get them ready now. Hearing Kelly Ku's words, Zhang Fei felt disappointed. He had thought Kelly Ku had 500 pirate subordinates, but only 100. That's just one round of bullets, not satisfying at all. He immediately found a seat and continued watching Kelly Ku's performance. He could kill Kelly Ku right now, but for the sake of Lu Fei's growth it was best to let Lu Fei handle Kelly Ku as a whetstone. Of course there was a prerequisite that Kelly Ku didn't provoke him. He wouldn't mind killing him outright, ending his life. He wouldn't be as merciful as Lu Fei, and Kelly Ku was no saint anyway. He had fully taken in Ernye's words. Such a person is a menace if left alive. Name saw Zhang Fei sitting down worry-free, so she sat beside him. However, Su Along kept his hand on the sword at his hip, ready to fight at any moment. You want us to prepare food for our attackers to give them 100 more reinforcements? I refuse. Ernye righteously refused Kelly Ku. He would not help such a villain. If those 100 men were fed, the floating restaurant would have no chance against the Kelly Ku pirate crew. Refuse. Don't misunderstand. I'm not ordering this as a command. No one is allowed to disobey me. Kelly Ku's face darkened, his killing intent undisguised, instantly causing the chefs present to break out in cold sweat, fear taking root in their hearts. Name poked Zhang Fei and whispered, Zhang Fei, do you want to step in? This guy is too despicable. Don't worry. This kind of scum is better left to Lu Fei. To become the pirate king, one must be tempered by the fires of war to become a true king. Zhang Fei looked at Lu Fei and said calmly, though Lu Fei and the others couldn't hear him. Su Along smiled, agreeing with Zhang Fei's words. You're right. One who has never been tempered by war cannot become a king. I see. Name murmured, her eyes darting around as if deep in thought. As for Wu Suapu, upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, courage welled up in his heart. He no longer cowered but stood tall, determined to become a sea warrior who would never be defeated by such small fry. Mr. Xiang Jishir, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Ajin kowtowed, his eyes tightly shut. He truly had no face to face Xiang Jishir, his conscience tormenting him. On hearing that there were still 100 people starving, Xiang Jishir stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen to prepare food for them. Everyone noticed Xiang Jishir's unusual behavior. Pai Di was the first to speak, questioning and condemning. You bastard, doing something so unforgivable. Hey, where are you going, Xiang Jishir? To the kitchen. I still need to prepare food for 100 people. Xiang Jishir took a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, and said unhurriedly, I cannot tolerate seeing people starve to death before my eyes. I have experienced that pain myself. What? Everyone present was shocked except Zhang Fei, who knew the plot, gazing calmly at Xiang Jishir. That's right. Kelly Ku smiled at Xiang Jishir. The consequences of Xiang Jishir saying such words at such a time were predictable. All the chefs present drew their pistols and aimed at Xiang Jishir, their faces dark. For Xiang Jishir to do such a thing was undoubtedly a betrayal of the floating restaurant. Xiang Jishir, are you a spy sent by Kelly Ku? We absolutely cannot let you into the kitchen. We will stop your infuriating behavior. Xiang Jishir did not resist, but spread his arms completely defenseless. However, even facing death, he remained steadfast in his conviction, unwilling to back down, his eyes still pure. It's fine. If you want to stop me, then shoot. I know that guy is a heinous bastard, but giving them food. What happens next is none of my concern. It's too troublesome to think and decide. When you meet someone who wants to eat, you feed them. That's what a chef is. That's more than enough. Sanji had already declared his convictions, his stance unwavering and resolute as ever. Before the words had even faded, Patty surged forward, delivering a vicious blow to the back of Sanji's head. The young chef crumpled to the ground instantly. Patty! The chefs cried out in astonishment. Hold him down. Patty understood precisely why Sanji had acted thus. Though he could sympathize with the sentiment, he refused to permit the enemy to recover and then strike at them. He began orchestrating the chefs present, and they complied with Patty's commands without hesitation, immediately subduing Sanji. Sanji, I know you often bring meals to those I drove away. I wouldn't dare say who's right or wrong between us, but this time you are absolutely in the wrong. Stop interfering with this matter. I am determined to protect this establishment at all costs. Fortunately, the enemy is only Kureha alone. We should still be able to hold our ground. This is a restaurant that sees pirates coming and going every single day. As Patty spoke, he busied himself with something. Casting aside the disguised cylindrical casing, its true form was revealed, a shrimp-shaped rocket launcher. Yet Kureha remained oblivious to what Patty was preparing, continuing to listen to his declarations. We long ago prepared ourselves to welcome any customer. For dessert, allow us to serve you. Iron dessert. With that, Patty raised the rocket launcher, aimed it directly at Kureha, and pulled the trigger. The rocket launched with a thunderous roar. Food poisoning shell. Despicable. Kureha watched as Patty abandoned all sense of honor, launching the projectile. The shell swelled in his vision. Escape was now impossible. Boom. The shell struck Kureha true. The shockwave rippled outward, washing over Zhang Fei and the others. While Zhang Fei and Zoro could remain unmoved, Nami and Usopp could not withstand it. With no alternative, Zhang Fei stepped before Nami, shielding her from the blast's residual force. Nami escaped with a mere fright. As for Usopp, there was no need to mention it. He was simply blown to the ground, though uninjured. That scared me half to death. Usopp patted his wildly hammering heart, his face etched with terror. Zhang Fei, are you alright? Nami anxiously inquired about Zhang Fei's well-being, remembering how he had shielded her from the explosion shockwave. I'm fine, not a single scratch. Zhang Fei brushed the dust from his clothes, utterly unconcerned. Boss! Ajin cried out, desperately watching Kureha standing amid the artillery fire. Kureha was sent flying backward, his back striking the railing, his life or death uncertain. Yet Zhang Fei knew Kureha would not perish so easily, for he still wore the gold armor beneath his garb, which should have absorbed the shell's impact without issue. The door's been smashed, truly vexing. Zeph is going to have my hide. Patty assumed Kureha was already dead. Not at all. This is merely a small sacrifice made in defense of the restaurant. Karun responded to Patty's concerns. Destroying a door was nothing of consequence, as Zeph surely would not object. What are your plans for Kureha's surviving forces aboard the ship? Sanji posed the question he wished to ask. How about pouring butter over the ship and setting them ablaze? Patty sneered coldly. He held no fondness for these villains, certainly would not entertain the notion of rescuing them. While they debated the fate of Kureha's remaining soldiers, Kureha rose to his feet, completely unharmed. But his expression turned ghastly, fury incarnate, as if hell itself had surfaced. Sounds like it might be delicious. Oh, what a foolish chef. Kureha coldly mocked Patty. The onlookers stared in disbelief. How could Kureha emerge unscathed after taking a direct shell hit? How terrifying. What's happening to him, Zhang Fei? Usopp gazed at Kureha in horror. Examine the equipment he's wearing. Zhang Fei pointed directly to the armor Kureha wore. Without its protection, the man would have been killed instantly. So that's it. No wonder he's unharmed. Usopp murmured, his gaze sweeping across the golden armor adorning Kureha's form. You served something so unpalatable. What a wretched restaurant indeed. Gold armor. Golden radiance. Luffy gaped in astonishment at the gleaming armor encasing Kureha's upper body. It's just a suit of steel armor. Nothing to it. Everyone charge. Patty refused to accept defeat. He rallied the others forward. He simply could not believe that so many could not overcome this one man. Charge. The chefs surged ahead, brandishing massive forks and knives, ready to settle matters with Kureha once and for all. How insufferable. Yet Kureha regarded them with utter contempt. His hands gripped pistols, aiming at the charging chefs. Hidden within his armor, weapon ports emerged. On both shoulders, at the waist, on either flank, multiple firearms sprouting from the metal shell. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a barrage of bullets. Ayla! The charging chefs were instantly engulfed in a hail of bullets. Blood blossomed like flowers, spraying in all directions. They collapsed one after another, their fates uncertain. Bullets firing from his body. Luffy and the others stared in stunned disbelief, eyes bulging, jaws slack. Only Ajin clutched his head in his hands, as if he had foreseen this outcome. His expression twisted in agony, unable to witness the fallen chefs. Zhang Fei, do you truly believe Luffy can defeat him? Usopp swallowed hard, his confidence wavering as he turned to Zhang Fei. Yes. Zhang Fei remained steadfast in his faith in Luffy. There was no other reason. Luffy was the child of destiny. Usopp raised his eyebrows, utterly bewildered by Zhang Fei's unwavering conviction. Wretched insects and vermin. How dare you defy my command? I am supreme. The mightiest steel arm. The most impenetrable gold body. The fist that shatters all stone and steel. Every weapon equipped upon my person. A grand fleet of 50 ships and 500 soldiers beneath my banner. Undefeated in every battle to date. I alone am worthy of the title boss. I said prepare my food, and you shall obey without question. No one dares resist. Hearing Kureha's pompous declaration, Zhang Fei found it utterly absurd. He chuckled, audibly mocking Kureha without restraint. A stray cur from the Grand Line dares to bark such words. All eyes turned toward Zhang Fei, drawn by his voice. Zhang Fei, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, whatever brings you here? Luffy had only just noticed their presence. His senses were truly remarkably dull. From the Grand Line. A stray cur. Kureha's expression instantaneously darkened. His pistol trained upon Zhang Fei, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. To have his wounds exposed so brazenly, it was a direct slap to his face. Boy, what did you just say? Nami, stand behind me. Zhang Fei gazed fixedly at Krieg, warning Nami so she wouldn't become a target. Though Zhang Fei feared no bullets, an ordinary person like Nami would be defenseless against firearms. Nami nodded lightly and positioned herself behind Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, what about me? Usopp asked nervously, also terrified that Krieg might accidentally discharge his gun. He wished desperately to hide behind Zhang Fei and feel his protection. Though Zhang Fei firmly refused him, figure it out yourself. What? Zhang Fei, you can't abandon a friend for a pretty face. Hearing this, Usopp felt as if 10,000 horses were trampling through his heart. Zhang Fei had truly abandoned him. Then Usopp glanced at Zoro and immediately grabbed his arm, desperately calling out for help. Zoro, you have to shield me from bullets. Get lost, you're disgusting. Zoro said with disgust, trying to shake off Usopp's grip. With only one hand free, he couldn't possibly unleash his full strength. Don't let go, Zoro. Usopp refused to release Zoro under any circumstances. Zhang Fei paid no attention to their antics, his expression remaining calm as he continued speaking. Isn't that right? I genuinely question Mihawk's swordsmanship. He actually failed to kill you. Mihawk. Zoro froze. He heard Mihawk's name mentioned again by Zhang Fei, then his gaze shifted to Krieg. No wonder that massive pirate ship was in such shambles. It was the work of Mihawk. How do you know about this? Krieg looked at Zhang Fei with utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend how Zhang Fei could possess such knowledge. What do you think? Zhang Fei gave a wicked smile, but offered no explanation. He had never considered Krieg worthy of his attention anyway. You little brat, die. Krieg's initial shock gradually transformed into humiliation, for he had seen the disdain in Zhang Fei's eyes. Stop, Krieg, you defeated remnant of the Grand Line. Just as Krieg was about to shoot Zhang Fei, Zeph stepped forward and stopped him. He held a large amount of food and tossed it before Krieg. There is enough food here for 100 people. Hurry up and carry it back to the ship. Upon recognizing Zeph, Krieg lowered his pistol. His pupils contracted sharply as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His eyes filled with a trace of fear as he spoke Zeph's name in a low voice. Redleg Zeph. Seeing Krieg holster his weapon, Usopp finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, what are you doing? What's the meaning of this? If all the pirates from the ship come over here, our restaurant is finished. The cooks couldn't understand Zeph's actions at all. Wasn't this strengthening their enemies? They questioned Zeph loudly, demanding an explanation from him. But he would need to possess the will to fight first. Zeph spoke calmly, displaying absolute confidence in his own abilities. He believed that once Krieg heard his name, he would retreat. His gaze remained fixed on Krieg. You're still alive, Redleg Zeph, the great pirate who captained a ship as a chef. Krieg still harbored fear of Zeph, for he had certainly heard stories of Redleg Zeph's reputation. I am alive, so what? What does that have to do with you? As you can see, I'm merely a chef now. Krieg crossed his arms over his chest. His earlier fear of Zeph vanished when he noticed Zeph had lost a leg. What followed was only mockery. Haha, what fine words. But to me, you're not a chef so much as someone forced to become a chef just to survive. The red leg you once were is gone. They say your red leg was a master of leg techniques who never used his hands in battle. His powerful kicks could shatter rocks, leaving deep impressions in the steel he kicked. And the name Redleg came from the fact that the blood of his enemies stained his shoes after kicking them. I heard you survived a shipwreck. Though you didn't lose your life, you lost the leg most crucial to your combat ability. Krieg recounted Zeph's history, his voice trailing off with something resembling regret at the end. Hearing Krieg's words, Sanji fell silent. He knew precisely why Zeph had lost his leg. It was entirely because of him. Though I can no longer fight, my hands remain. As long as I have them, I can continue cooking. Say what you will, but speak plainly. Zeph raised both hands. For a chef, the hands were paramount, even more important than his legs. Krieg likely had ulterior motives for saying such things, which was why Zeph responded this way. Hearing this, Krieg couldn't help but burst into laughter. Truly a man who had been a great pirate and returned safely from the Grand Line. He pressed his palm against his chin and revealed his true purpose. Redleg Zeph, you entered the Grand Line and returned unharmed. During that time, you kept detailed records of an entire year's voyage. So hand over your navigation log. With the navigation log, he could re-enter the Grand Line safely. This log was absolutely something he must obtain. While so you went to the Grand Line too, old man. Luffy gazed at Zeph in astonishment, his excitement evident. Yes. Zeph answered Luffy's question. A navigation log would be incredibly helpful for entering the Grand Line. Upon hearing about a Grand Line navigation log, Nami's interest instantly piqued. She understood its value, and the weather in the Grand Line was so unpredictable, unlike the East Blue where patterns could be followed. Yes, but given Luffy's personality, he certainly won't ask for it. Zhang Fei spoke with certainty based on his understanding of Luffy. This piqued everyone's curiosity. Nami asked the reason. Why, oi? Because that's not the kind of adventure Luffy wants. Only by stumbling through it step by step does it become a true adventure to him. I see. It makes sense. If you followed a navigation log, it would be like sightseeing with absolutely no adventure at all. Nami analyzed the reasoning and expressed it clearly and concisely. Right. If you relied on someone else's route, how could it possibly be an adventure? Usopp agreed with Nami. His dream was to become a brave sea warrior, so an unknown adventure was far more suitable for him, far more challenging. Zoro nodded in agreement, his respect for them growing, for their response was truly unexpected. Zhang Fei smiled calmly. An unknown adventure was the only true adventure. The logbook is indeed with me, but I will not give it to you. It was written together with my crew in the past. It is something we take pride in. You seem unworthy of receiving such a precious item. Zeph declared, firmly resolute that he would never hand over the logbook to Krieg, even if it meant his own death. Seeing that gentle persuasion failed, they resorted to force. Moreover, Zeph had lost his former combat prowess. Now he was as vulnerable as an ordinary man. Then I'll just take it by force. Yes, I am a defeated soldier of the Grand Line, but even in my fallen state, I am still the strongest man, Captain Krieg. Krieg openly acknowledged his own shortcomings, but he would never abandon his ambition to conquer the Grand Line. Zhang Fei quietly watched Krieg deliver his grand speech, making no move to interrupt him, but his next words were laughable. The Grand Line that those cowards fear. I have the full determination to cross it along with the troops. The only thing I lack is intelligence. That is the one thing I need. I simply don't understand it. I'll take the logbook and this ship as well. You're truly laughable. A loser is a loser. Stop making excuses, Krieg. Even if you obtain the logbook, you'll still be a loser. You'll always be the trash discarded by the Grand Line. Zhang Fei directly mocked Krieg. Having read the original story, he knew that to conquer the Grand Line, strength was paramount. Without adequate strength, one would only serve as cannon fodder, unnoticed by anyone. Next was navigation. Without the skills of a navigator, one would eventually perish on the treacherous sea unless one possessed extraordinary luck. Kid, don't be so arrogant. If I could get Zeph's logbook, I could rebuild my fleet, find the great treasure One Piece, and become the top figure of this great pirate era. Krieg continued his brazen boasts only to be met with Zhang Fei's sneer. After all, the New World was ruled by the 4 emperors. How dare you speak such nonsense? Indeed, ignorance has its limits. If you were Buggy the Clown, I might believe you, but unfortunately you are not. At that moment, Luffy could no longer restrain himself, especially upon hearing One Piece. He declared that only he would claim the great treasure, pointing at Krieg as he spoke. Wait, I'm the one who will become the Pirate King. What odd jobber. The chefs present were all astonished, utterly unable to believe what they heard. Hey, get back here. You'll be killed. Patty worried that Luffy would be slain by Krieg, given Krieg's proven strength. He didn't want Luffy to die in vain. However, Luffy ignored Patty's warning, speaking with unwavering confidence. I will never back down on this. Zhang Fei and the others exchanged smiles. This was the Luffy they knew. Without such boldness, how could he ever become the Pirate King? Kid, what did you just say? Krieg began to doubt his ears, wondering if he had misheard. He questioned Luffy. I can pretend I didn't hear that. Luffy replied calmly. That's fine, you don't need to pretend. I'm just stating a fact. Luffy responded calmly, showing no fear of Krieg. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Krieg's face instantly darkened. A brat like this dared to challenge the Grand Line. It was an insult. He snarled. This is no game. Of course it isn't, Luffy said matter-of-factly, a confident smile spreading across his face. He believed that he and his crew would conquer the Grand Line. The people around began to whisper, discussing Luffy's unrealistic fantasies. No one believed him, but Luffy simply ignored them. Need my help? Zoro asked, looking eager for action. Are we going to war, Luffy? Usopp, no longer the coward he once was, stood unusually calm. Nami said nothing but drew her bow staff ready to strike. The moment Luffy gave the command, they would act. As for Zhang Fei, he remained silent, quietly watching Luffy. It's fine, just stay where you are. Luffy didn't need their help. Krieg was alone, and Jin had no fighting ability at the moment. Huh, they're your crew. Birds of a feather flock together, and so few of you. Krieg laughed openly, utterly contemptuous of Zhang Fei and the others, believing that with their meager numbers, they could never cross the Grand Line. What are you talking about? There's one more of us. Luffy retorted, raising a finger. He hadn't even counted Sanji. Hey, did you count me in? Sanji asked, having heard from Luffy about his crew. Since Zhang Fei and the others were all present, it seemed Luffy had included him as well. Don't be ridiculous, kid. Without intelligence, a fleet of 5,000 men was annihilated by that demon sea in just 7 days. Krieg shouted, his voice trembling as the memory surfaced. 7 days. Krieg's pirate fleet was destroyed in 7 days. What happened? The chefs cried out in disbelief. They couldn't imagine what had struck Krieg's fleet, forcing him to flee back to the East Sea in such a sorry state. Trash is trash. No matter how many, still trash. In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Don't blame it on the intelligence, Krieg. Zhang Fei sneered and continued his taunts. What did you say? Krieg frowned, glaring at Zhang Fei with murderous intent. This guy had provoked him not once, but repeatedly. Isn't that right? Or were you cut through by Hawkeye? I know, to be precise, you got in Hawkeye's way, so he attacked you. Am I correct? Zhang Fei continued, his tone dripping with contempt. Krieg was left speechless, grinding his teeth in fury, clearly seething inside. Let me tell you, the Grand Line is swarming with monsters. Monsters like Hawkeye are a dime a dozen. Also, let me tell you, the Grand Line is divided into 2 parts, Paradise and the New World. The part you entered was Paradise. Why is it called Paradise? Because the second half, the New World, is a living hell. And trash like you dares to yap before me. I have never seen such shameless audacity. Zhang Fei's words left everyone speechless, staring at him in utter disbelief. Luffy asked in astonishment, while the others too longed to hear the truth. Why did Zhang Fei know so much about the Grand Line? Even Krieg hesitated, his gaze flickering between doubt and suspicion as his conviction wavered. Chop, however, regarded Zhang Fei with newfound respect, raising an eyebrow. He knew well enough what Zhang Fei implied, though those days had ended over 2 decades ago when he retired. Zhang Fei merely smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation. Only a quiet, dismissive remark. You'll find out soon enough. What do you mean by that? Nami complained, irritated. She too craved answers. Exactly. Exactly. Usopp echoed her, his eyes brimming with disdain. Seeing their frustration, Zhang Fei sighed faintly. He could not reveal his transmigration nor confess he'd learned it all from a manga. Brat, do you speak truth or are you lying? Krieg demanded, his eyes sharpening with menace. Zhang Fei's confident certainty unsettled him. Zhang Fei glanced coolly at Krieg. The man embodied everything he despised and offered no courtesy whatsoever. Wretched brat. Krieg caught the contempt in Zhang Fei's gaze, utter condescension, and seethed, inwardly yearning to tear him limb from limb. Yet he recalled Zhang Fei's apparent familiarity with the Grand Line and feared his strength might rival his own. For now, retreat was the only choice. To feed his 100 men first, then overwhelm Zhang Fei with sheer numbers and force him to surrender the Grand Line's secrets. Snatching up a massive sack of provisions, he turned to leave, pausing only to deliver a final threat. Brat, I'll give you time to reconsider. Tell me the Grand Line's truths, or face your end. Zhang Fei didn't flinch. Stripped of armor, Krieg was powerless, a mere nuisance whose threats held no weight. Nor were his fists mere show, his strength was legend. With Krieg's temporary departure the group exhaled, but the dread of his return settled upon them like lead. Chef Sanji, I'm sorry, I never meant for this to happen. I. Jean knelt clutching his shoulder, his face pale, and voice trembling with guilt. Hey, you don't need to apologize, kid. A chef does what a chef must. That's all. Chop stepped forward to defend Jean, blaming not the boy but Krieg, that treacherous schemer. Boss, why side with Sanji? What's your motive? Patty couldn't comprehend Chop's loyalty. Everyone had fought fiercely to protect the restaurant, yet their leader aided the enemy. Patty's confusion mirrored that of every cook present. That scoundrel started all this, one shouted, shifting full blame on his Sanji. He wants to destroy the boss's restaurant. Sanji, did you plan this? Is this how you intend to seize the head chef's title? Have you lost your mind? The cook's accusations converged on Sanji alone, yet he sat silently on the floor smoking, saying nothing as their scorn rained down. Chop, the only one who truly understood Sanji's heart, stepped forward and roared, shut your mouth, you fools. Have any of you ever known the agony of starving to death? Out there on that boundless sea, without water, without food. Do you grasp how horrifying, how unbearable such suffering truly is? None had endured it, and thus none grasped his meaning. Huh, what do you mean, boss? When no answer came, Chop urged them urgently, if you waste time dwelling on the past, flee. Now, through the back door. He pointed firmly behind him, the rear exit, their sole path to safety. Yet the cooks refused to abandon the restaurant they loved, clutching their weapons tightly, resolved to stand and fight. This floating kitchen was their home, their honor, sacred and inviolable. We stay, and we fight, letting them strike us without resistance. I won't bear it. Patty raised his enormous fork, resolute as a warrior facing death. Not he alone, but all the rest stood likewise. So do I. This is our workplace. There's nowhere else for us to go. What in the world are you doing? Didn't you just witness the captain's power? Run, for your lives. Jean couldn't fathom their resolve. Was this ship truly worth more than their very lives? Listen, Jean, I fed the hungry. As a chef, my duty ends there. But the next foe is not hunger. He's an invader who has already been sated. So I struck down your comrades, and you hold no grievance. If he dares seize this restaurant, even you will fall before my wrath. No mercy, no quarter. Understood? Sanji answered Jean, not out of sentiment, but principle. He healed them because feeding the hungry was his sacred vow. Now, having eaten, they were no longer victims. They were intruders. And he would defend this place to his last breath. Jean stared stunned. Humph, since you revived him, killing him changes nothing. Sanji. Patty hefted his colossal fork and stormed over, grumbling. Shut up, Sanji muttered, exasperated. Luffy pointed at Sanji. Hey, that guy's pretty great, isn't he? His words had resonated clearly with everyone. Zhang Fei admired Sanji's steadfastness, but inwardly recoiled. To enemies, mercy was folly. His father Zhang San had taught him hesitation meant death, not just for oneself, but for all nearby. In battle it was kill, or be killed. Still, Sanji was undeniably admirable. He was one of the Straw Hat Pirates' pillars, and his latent bloodline power remained dormant, awaiting awakening only in Wano country. Yes, indeed, it's quite good, Zhang Fei acknowledged Luffy's words. However, Usopp had no time to dwell on such matters. Krieg was about to lead his 100-strong crew to attack the sea restaurant. If they didn't flee now, they might never escape. His earlier bravery dissipated instantly in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Forget about all that. Let's just get out of here. Usopp urged frantically, like a cat on a hot tin roof, pushing everyone to leave immediately. Calm down. Our opponent is just a wounded man. Nothing to worry about. Zoro spoke with nonchalance, utterly at ease, as if he didn't even consider them a threat. It wasn't arrogance on his part. The facts told him that his adversaries were all injured, so he appeared perfectly unconcerned. Exactly. And I have to duel him. If he's really a formidable guy, we'll meet sooner or later, Luffy said matter-of-factly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Luffy, you're right. But if you want to fight Krieg, you need to watch out. His armor hides poison gas. Zhang Fei recalled the plot and warned Luffy to guard against Krieg's poison gas attack. Zhang Fei, how do you know Krieg's armor has poison gas? Nami furrowed her brow, her curious eyes fixed intently on Zhang Fei. She felt he knew everything, like a prophet who could foresee the future. Zoro's gaze also shifted to Zhang Fei. He wanted to know how Zhang Fei knew all this. Zhang Fei smiled mysteriously and gave them his usual answer. I guessed. Of course, this invited eye rolls from everyone. Zhang Fei had said this more than once, and no one believed he was guessing. Nami punched Zhang Fei directly, but it didn't hurt him at all. She muttered in complaint, I don't believe that's just a guess. Zhang Fei chuckled, picked up the wine on the table, took a sip, exhaled a warm breath, and acted mysteriously, ignoring Nami's question as if to brush it off. Seeing Zhang Fei's attitude, Nami fumed. She snorted coldly, signaling that she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Zhang Fei gave a helpless, bitter smile. He really couldn't explain this matter. He would just have to soothe Nami's mood later. By the way, Zhang Fei, can you tell us about the Grand Line? Luffy eagerly wanted to know about the Grand Line. Sure. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's agreement, everyone immediately became interested, even Nami, who had been sulking. None of them had ever been to the Grand Line, so they were filled with curiosity. Moreover, telling them about the Grand Line early would serve as a motivation, possibly accelerating their growth. After all, in the New World, Luffy and the other strength was far from sufficient. As I said before, the Grand Line is divided into two parts. The first half is called Paradise, and the second half is the New World. Everyone listened with rapt attention, especially Luffy, who put on a mature air and kept nodding, which directly triggered Zhang Fei's laughter. What are you laughing at? Get on with it, Nami scolded impatiently. Sorry, I'll continue. Zhang Fei didn't want to anger Nami, so he quickly composed himself and resumed his narration. With our current strength, we can venture into paradise, but the New World is out of the question. Why not? Luffy tilted his head, a look of utter confusion on his face, like a black question mark. Strength. The people in the New World are no ordinary foes. I'd say everyone who can enter the New World is a monster. Moreover, the New World is dominated by the four emperors. Pirates who enter either join one of the emperor's crews or get annihilated. Zhang Fei's tone was extremely serious, devoid of his earlier frivolity. The others realized the gravity of the situation. Is there no other choice? Usopp asked, tremblingly, fear written all over his face, especially after hearing about the four emperors. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, noticing everyone's expressions, except for Luffy, who was still as fearless as ever. He answered Usopp's question. Yes, challenge the four emperors, use them as stepping stones, and become the Pirate King. What? The listeners were not only Luffy and his crew, but also the cooks. They found it hard to accept the reality Zhang Fei described. He, the Pirate King. That's definitely going to be me, Luffy said cheerfully, rubbing his nose, full of confidence in himself. So to become the Pirate King, I also have to challenge the four emperors. Sounds pretty interesting, Zoro said with an excited grin, feeling his blood boil with passion. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Fei threw cold water on them to calm them down. The four emperors are not ordinary people. They stand at the pinnacle of the world. Even the Navy doesn't dare to attack them recklessly. Also, let me add, the Navy's headquarters is also in the New World with the purpose of counterbalancing the four emperors. Though Zhang Fei spoke calmly, his words stirred a storm in everyone's hearts. Zhang Fei, what would happen if we went up against the four emperors with our current strength? Nami asked the most critical question. Yeah, Zhang Fei, tell us. Can we take on the four emperors now? Usopp chimed in, eager to know the answer. But Usopp's question was nothing short of fantasy. Zhang Fei didn't mince words. Impossible. We probably wouldn't even get to see the four emperors before being killed by their subordinates. Instant kill. So start working hard to get stronger from now on. Luffy, you're going to become the Pirate King. How about it? Do you have the confidence to take them on? Zhang Fei looked at Luffy. Although Luffy's expression had turned serious at first when he heard Pirate King, he immediately brightened up and patted his chest. Of course. I'm the man who's going to be the Pirate King. If I have to defeat them to become the Pirate King, then I'll just defeat them. Luffy's words sounded impractical, but there was a strange magnetism about him that made people believe in this naive kid. Even Zhang Fei was no exception. Hearing Luffy's innocent declaration, everyone's hearts eased a little, and they found themselves agreeing with him. Then you'll have to train hard, Luffy. By the way, the Shanks you know is also one of the four emperors. What? Shanks is one of the four emperors? That's really surprising. Luffy showed a look of astonishment, placing a hand on his straw hat. Yeah, Usopp's dad is also one of Shanks' officers, a famous figure in the New World. Zhang Fei mentioned Jabra, mainly to stimulate Usopp to ignite his ambition and boost his confidence. What? My dad is a high-ranking officer under one of the four emperors. Usopp said in disbelief, his eyes wide open and mouth agape. Indeed, your father is quite renowned in the New World. As his son, you should have the confidence to surpass him, right? Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow, observing Usopp's changing expression. I never imagined my father was such an extraordinary figure. That's wonderful. I will definitely surpass him and stand before him, telling him that I have become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp's inner conviction gradually solidified, and he secretly vowed to make his father utterly astonished. Seeing Usopp's unwavering determination, Zhang Fei knew his words had taken effect. As for Zoro, he needed no persuasion. His unwavering ambition was to surpass Hawkeye and let his name resound across the world. At that thought, Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his resolve to grow stronger intensifying. As for Nami, a navigator though not a combatant, she still needed the ability to protect herself. However, she had never even considered becoming stronger. Indeed, she didn't even know how to begin, and a flicker of confusion clouded her eyes. Zhang Fei noticed the uncertainty in Nami's eyes, gently patted her shoulder, and spoke softly. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Upon hearing his words, she smiled softly, her charm radiant. Then you must protect me for a lifetime. No problem. I'll dedicate my entire life to protecting you. Zhang Fei gave his assurance, thinking that with his system becoming stronger would be a piece of cake. Nami beamed with a radiant smile, her heart rippling with warmth as if a gentle glow had entered her soul, leaving her cozy and cherished. Nami's smile at that moment was so sweet that Zhang Fei couldn't help but feel lost in a sea of blooming flowers, and he too broke into an involuntary smile. Indeed, a beautiful girl who smiles easily is the most likely to capture a boy's heart. Even Sanji, who was nearby, turned when he saw Nami's smile, his eyes instantly becoming heart-shaped, and he dashed over to fawn over her, as if entranced. I think I've seen an angel. No, you are my angel. Please let me spend my life guarding you, and allow me to be your knight. Unfortunately, Nami's next words shattered Sanji's heart, his eyes turning to a look of utter devastation. Feeling as if he had taken 10,000 points of damage, his mental world collapsed, and he fell to his knees weeping. No need. Someone just said they'd protect me for a lifetime, so I'm sorry, Sanji. Nami rejected Sanji's offer, her gaze then shifting to Zhang Fei. Sanji instantly understood. He was now filled with regret. Why hadn't he appeared earlier? Then he could have been Nami's guardian knight. Sanji, kneeling on the floor, hammered the ground in frustration, venting his emotions and shouting, Why? Why wasn't it me? I regret it so much. Why didn't I come sooner? Luffy walked up to Sanji and using his hand that had been picking his nose patted Sanji's shoulder while grinning foolishly. You're so funny. Usopp simply shook his head, feeling sorry for Sanji. He had long noticed that Nami and Zhang Fei shared an unusual bond, and he muttered a single phrase. Poor guy. Zhang Fei looked at Nami in surprise. He hadn't expected her to reject Sanji. It seemed he did have some charm after all. Nami, now sipping a drink at the table, noticed Zhang Fei's gaze and smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes harboring a hint of affection. Zhang Fei reciprocated with a smile, silently vowing that as long as he was by her side, no one could ever harm her. Just as they were chatting, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. Everyone was stunned, some even becoming expression kings. Usopp in particular was so shocked that his jaw nearly hit the ground. Outside, the massive pirate ship of Krieg had been cleaved in two and was sinking into the sea. What? He's here. The only one capable of slicing a giant pirate ship in half with a single slash is Hawkeye. Who is it? Nami asked aloud. Hawkeye, Zhang Fei answered blandly. The most stunned person present was Zoro. This was the power of the man hailed as the world's greatest swordsman. Damn, Johnny and Yasako are still outside. Though Zoro was concerned about Hawkeye, his immediate worry was for the safety of Johnny and Yasako. Luffy was the first to rush out with Zoro close behind. Damn it. Is it already too late? Usopp was frantic, worried about the going merry. Zhang Fei walked out nonchalantly. Seeing his calm demeanor, Nami's tense heart instantly eased, and she followed behind him. Even the sea restaurant was affected by the slash. As the giant pirate ship sank, the resulting waves sent the entire restaurant rocking violently, threatening to pull it down as well. If not addressed immediately, the restaurant would also be swallowed by the sea. Zeph, a man who had weathered many storms, immediately directed the cooks, shouting, Weigh anchor now, or this ship will be destroyed too. Aight. The cooks shouted in unison, their bodies instinctively breaking into a run. They had to protect this ship. It was their home, and they couldn't let it suffer any damage. Johnny, Yasako, Zoro called out loudly, but found no trace of them. Not even the going merry was in sight. Could they all be dead? Usopp spoke with utter despair, unable to believe the truth. Damn it. The going merry, Johnny and Yasako, they're all gone just like that. Luffy slammed his fist into the railing in fury. The wooden fence couldn't withstand his strength and shattered instantly into splinters. From Krieg's giant pirate ship came cries for help and panicked sounds. The ship was steadily sinking into the sea, and a large number of pirates could be seen floating on the surface, swimming desperately toward the sea restaurant. Don't worry, Johnny and the others are fine. Not just them, but the going merry is safe too. At that moment, Zhang Fei's gentle voice reached their ears. Is that true? Luffy asked excitedly. They're safe. Zhang Fei nodded lightly in response. Then where did they go? Zoro asked with a frown. Because I told them to sail the ship away. I knew that guy Hawkeye would cause chaos, so I had them move away from the sea restaurant beforehand to keep them from getting hurt. Zhang Fei explained calmly. Since Nami hadn't sailed the going merry away, they had to rely on Johnny and the others. Otherwise the ship would have been doomed. Hearing Zhang Fei's answer, everyone relaxed, the heavy weight in their hearts finally lifted. So that's how it is. I was scared to death, Lu Fei said, patting his chest in relief. At least you had the foresight, Zhang Fei. Wu Suapu placed his hand on Zhang Fei's shoulder, speaking with mixed relief and emotion. Sure enough, before long, Xiangmi and USA slowly sailed the melee toward them, waving their hands at Zhang Fei and the others. Big brother. The melee came to a steady stop near the sea restaurant. As for Click's colossal pirate ship, it was now half sunken, for the wooden vessel naturally had buoyancy to keep it afloat. That was close, Zhang Fei, big brother. If not for you, we'd have been split in half too. Xiangni spoke with trembling fear. Having distanced themselves from the sea restaurant, they had witnessed firsthand the Eagle Eye's slashing strike. A single cut that cleaved the massive pirate ship in two. Hee, Zhang Fei, big brother, you truly have foresight. Otherwise we'd be doomed. USA said cheerfully, not forgetting to praise Zhang Fei's prescience. But Zhang Fei paid them no heed. Instead, his gaze fixed on a small coffin-like boat drifting slowly across the sea. Zhang Fei, big brother, what are you looking at? Xiangni asked, curiously following Zhang Fei's gaze. There stood a man with short black hair, sharp yellow eyes like an eagle's, a short beard, a black top hat adorned with white fur, a wine-red patterned shirt, a black overcoat, white trousers, black short boots, a cross hanging from his chest, and a black sword strapped to his back. And that man was the Eagle Eye. Could he be the Eagle Eye? Sualong, who had never met the man but had only heard of his legend, showed a look of terror on his face. That's right, he is the Eagle Eye, known as the world's greatest swordsman. Zhang Fei's gaze locked onto the Eagle Eye. This was one of his targets, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If only his earlier mysterious gift had contained sword techniques, then he could show these people what Chinese swordsmanship really was. System, can you advance the mysterious gift beforehand? I want to see if I can get a Chinese sword art. Zhang Fei communicated with the system through his thoughts. He wanted to try his luck. After all, the task of challenging the Eagle Eye would be completed regardless of win or loss, so he might as well give it a shot. The system immediately understood Zhang Fei's intention. It pondered for a moment, searching through its task rewards for any sword techniques. After a thorough search it found some, but they came from Qin Shi Mingyu's Giga sword art, the Zongheng sword art, and the Shushan sword art from Chinese Paladin. The system readily agreed and secretly manipulated the rewards, splitting these two sword arts into 3 parts. Specifically, the Giga sword art was divided into 2, the horizontal sword art, containing Wei Zhuang's lifetime cultivation and sword techniques, and the vertical sword art, containing Gai Nie's lifetime cultivation and sword techniques. The system couldn't grant Zhang Fei too many rewards at once, for the rewards it had won from other systems were limited and would eventually run out. If it wasn't frugal now, what would it do later? Fine, no problem. I'll send it to your backpack right now. Zhang Fei was overjoyed. He had only casually mentioned it, yet the system agreed so readily. He quickly opened his backpack and sure enough a mysterious gift box had appeared there. System, you're too good to me. Don't get excited. Who asked you to be my host? Fulfilling your wishes is my duty. The system declared with a sense of righteousness, moving Zhang Fei deeply. This was what a system should be. Alright, don't be so emotional. I'll head back now. Just call me if you need anything. With that the system logged off. The others had no idea what had gotten into Zhang Fei. Why had he suddenly become so ecstatic? Had he been possessed? Are you alright, Zhang Fei? Name looked at him with concern, her tone filled with worry. I'm fine. I'm just happy. I've been itching to face this eagle eye for a while now. He carries a sword yet calls himself a swordsman. That bad habit of his I won't tolerate it. Name and Su Along were speechless. Especially Su Along. He never expected Zhang Fei to care so much about that. It seemed that when he challenged the eagle eye he'd better not call himself a swordsman or Zhang Fei would give him a piece of his mind. Having said that, Zhang Fei eagerly opened the mysterious gift, inwardly chanting repeatedly, I must get sword techniques, I must get sword techniques, I must get sword techniques. Important things must be said 3 times. Little did he know the system had already tampered with the gift. The mysterious gift contained 3 sword arts, and which one he would get depended entirely on Zhang Fei's luck. As the mysterious gift opened, Zhang Fei finally obtained the sword techniques he had been longing for. Congratulations. You have obtained Wei Zhuang's lifetime cultivation and sword techniques. In that instant, Wei Zhuang's lifetime of cultivation surged into Zhang Fei's body like an endless river, while the memories of Wei Zhuang's sword techniques materialized in his mind. A powerful inner force suddenly rose from his dantian, rushing through his limbs and meridians, and after circulating once returned to his dantian. When Zhang Fei opened his eyes again, a flash of orange light sparkled in them, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. He exuded a keen, razor-sharp aura. Those around him sensed the sudden change in Zhang Fei and stared at him in astonishment. It was as if the Zhang Fei before them was a different person. The former Zhang Fei gave off a light, carefree impression, but now he resembled a killer who had survived life and death ordeals, sharp and intimidating. Zhang Fei. Name called out, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Zhang Fei slowly let out a turbid breath, and instantly his whole being seemed invigorated. Was this the benefit of inner force? He looked at himself in disbelief. His body now seemed to hold an unimaginable amount of inner force. After all, it was Wei Zhuang's lifetime of cultivation. It would be strange if it weren't powerful. He then adjusted his breathing, reverting to his previous demeanor. I'm fine, don't worry, Name. Name could sense that Zhang Fei had returned to his former self. That was the Zhang Fei she knew. The Zhang Fei from moments ago had felt unfamiliar to her. She was curious about what had caused the transformation, but now was not the time to ask. Just then the eagle eye's gaze shifted over to their side, like a hunter spotting its prey, his eyes filled with excitement. Name sensed a hint of danger, and her nerves began to tense. Indeed, the recent change had been noticed by the eagle eye. That aura was that of a grand swordsman. It seemed his journey to the East Sea had yielded an unexpected gain. He wondered how strong this Zhang Fei really was. At the same time, Zhang Fei also detected the eagle eye's gaze, a sharp hawk-like fighting spirit unashamedly eager to challenge him. Damn you. What grudge do you bear against us that you hunt us across every corner of the world? At this moment, one of the Krieg Pirates members furiously hurled accusations at Mihawk. He simply could not comprehend when he had ever offended this man. Mihawk fell silent for a brief moment before responding to the pirate. Killing time, you say? Upon hearing these words, it ignited the fury of that pirate, who raised his twin pistols and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Mihawk. Mihawk drew the black blade Yoru from behind him, his movements crisp and swift. His right hand gripped the Yoru arm extended outward. The miraculous sight of bullets veering along the trajectory of his blade's edge left one utterly baffled. Didn't hit. No matter how many times we fire, not a single shot connects. He altered the bullet's path using his blade's edge. Zoro voiced what he had observed, mistakenly attributing it to the black blade itself. In truth, it was the release of a powerful long-range slash that redirected the bullet's course. Who are you? The pirates gasped in astonishment, demanding answers from Mihawk. They still had no knowledge of who this man was, only that the one before them possessed strength resembling that of a monster. I have never witnessed such a gentle blade. Zoro marveled at the black blade in Mihawk's possession. A blade devoid of gentleness cannot possess true strength, Mihawk replied coldly, though his tone carried undertones of mockery. To cleave this vessel in two with that blade, truly formidable. Indeed, the strongest there is. Zoro flashed a grin, cold sweat trickling down his brow as his eyes blazed with intense battle hunger. T3 swords. Hey, could this person be? Upon catching sight of the three swords at Zoro's waist, one of the pirates beside Zoro appeared to recognize him. After all, Zoro commanded considerable notoriety throughout the East Blue. I set sail with the sole purpose of crossing blades with you. Zoro declared his objective to Mihawk, then unfastened the bandana from his shoulder and tied it around his head. What is your purpose? Mihawk inquired with curiosity, though his gaze remained fixed upon Zhang Fei. To become the strongest. With the bandana secured, Zoro's entire presence transformed. This fellow is Roronoa Zoro. No, it can't be. Only then did the pirates confirm Zoro's true identity. Pirate Hunter. Krieg glared at Zoro, for he too was acquainted with Zoro's fearsome reputation. So this is the legendary Zoro after all. Sanji lit a cigarette, having heard the name before, but never having witnessed the man in person. A pitiful weakling holds no interest for me. Mihawk displayed absolutely no inclination towards Zoro. His sole target was Zhang Fei. What? Zoro stared at Mihawk in disbelief. Confronted with such blatant contempt, rage consumed him. The indignity was unbearable. If you consider yourself a swordsman, then there is no need for our blades to meet. The vast disparity in our strength should already be evident. Does the courage that drives you to challenge me stem from your ambition, or from ignorance? Mihawk folded his arms before his chest, his tone level, his cold arrogance fixed upon Zoro. This is my dream, and a sacred vow to my dearest friend. Zoro answered Mihawk's inquiry, then assumed his three-sword combat stance. Regardless of Mihawk's response, he would challenge him today, without fail. Mihawk arched an eyebrow with genuine interest. He had assumed Zoro challenged him for foolish vanity, yet never anticipated such a reason. To be honest, I never imagined we would meet again so soon. This serves no benefit for you whatsoever. Mihawk harbored a degree of fondness for Zoro. Otherwise he would never have spoken such words. Zhang Fei observed them intently. This was the battle of Zoro's awakening. Also the battle where Zoro would come to comprehend his own insignificance. One might say this clash represented the pivotal turning point of Zoro's very destiny. He remained poised to restrain Luffy at any moment, recalling the impulse that had overtaken him upon witnessing Zoro grievously wounded by Mihawk's blade. As they prepared for combat, Mihawk retrieved a concealed dagger from within the cross pendant around his neck. Evidently, he intended to face Zoro using only this modest blade. Hey, what are you implying? Zoro's eyes burned with fury, perceiving Mihawk's gesture as a profound insult. I am no foolish beast that exhausts itself entirely to catch a mere rabbit. You are merely a swordsman of modest reputation. Mihawk's words dripped with contempt. He held no admiration for the weak. Only warriors, he acknowledged, as equals possessed the right to stand beside him and speak. This is the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas, divided by the Red Line and Grand Line. Zhang Fei refused to accept Mihawk's declaration. The reason the East Blue bore the label of weakest among the four seas was entirely due to Garp, who frequently returned to the East Blue. When journeying back to Marine headquarters, he would conveniently bring along pirates born in the East Blue as gifts for Sengoku. My apologies, this is already the smallest blade I possess. Mihawk remained supremely arrogant, with not the slightest regard for Zoro. There are limits to how much one can be looked down upon. Zoro's rage blazed incandescently. He launched the first strike, charging forward with ferocious intensity, clutching his twin, swords with veins bulging from his arms, hands crossed before his chest, body crouched low. Should you fall, regret shall be your only companion, fool. A frog dwelling at the bottom of a well believes the heavens are small. Allow me to teach you precisely how boundless this world truly is. Mihawk's eyes betrayed not a trace of fear, instead perfect tranquility graced his features as he raised his dagger without haste. Slash! As Zoro bellowed, his twin blades carved an X pattern through the air, hurtling toward Mihawk. Yet Mihawk deflected it with the simplest of gestures. He positioned the tip of his dagger precisely at the intersection point of Zoro's crossed blades, halting him completely. It was as if an immovable mountain stood guard before him. No matter how desperately he strained, he could not advance a single step. Zoro's pupils dilated instantly, his expression betraying utter disbelief. The watching crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhang Fei, do you think Zoro can defeat Mihawk? Nami's nervousness was palpable as she fretted for Zoro, tugging at Zhang Fei's sleeve with her thumb and forefinger. Zoro is destined to lose without question. Zhang Fei answered Nami with a level tone. Zoro at present possessed absolutely no capability to engage in combat. That's impossible. Zoro still has techniques he hasn't unleashed. Johnny would not hear of it, refusing to believe Zoro could fall to Mihawk. That's right, Zhang Fei. Zoro isn't that weak. Yasaka likewise protested, suddenly animated. Zhang Fei offered no reply. He understood that no matter what he said, Johnny and the others would never be convinced. It would be better to let them witness the truth for themselves. Seeing was far more persuasive than any words. His gaze once more fixed upon their battle. Zoro's swordsmanship faltered. His breathing grew ragged, his stance unsteady, his openings glaringly exposed. Clearly Mihawk's effortless slash moments earlier had struck deep into Zoro's heart, shattering his rhythm. Even as Zoro's triple blade assault blurred like lightning, fierce, relentless, and thunderous, it was effortlessly parried by Mihawk's small blade. Across the arena echoed a dense, rapid clashing of steel, each impact spitting forth fleeting sparks like dying embers. This can't be real. Brother, unleash your true strength. Johnny cried out in disbelief, utterly unable to accept what his eyes beheld. Could it truly be as Zhang Fei had said that Zoro would fall before Mihawk? Brother. Yasaku clenched his fists tight and shouted, his voice trembling with disbelief. Such brutal swordsmanship. Mihawk murmured quietly, effortlessly deflecting Zoro's strikes. Memories of his solemn vow with Ka surged within Zoro, the unshakable conviction in his heart, now channeled into raw surging power, his blades growing ever fiercer, ever more unyielding. To Mihawk such technique held no spectacle, but he sensed the unwavering belief forged within the steel itself, and curiosity stirred in his voice. What burden do you carry? What do you seek once you become strong, weakling? At the word weakling, Zoro's eyes widened slightly, flames of fury blazing fiercely within them. Stung by Mihawk's mockery, Johnny and Yasaku could bear it no longer. They knew precisely what Zoro bore upon his shoulders, and they would not allow Mihawk to disgrace him further. Rushing forward, they meant to stand beside Zoro and confront Mihawk together. How dare you call brother weak? You wretched scoundrel. Yasaka hefted his massive cleaver and charged alongside Johnny. Let us show you just who brother is. Johnny hadn't finished speaking before Luffy pinned him down. Not only him, but Yasaka too. Hold still, don't go. Yasaka, Johnny. Luffy held them fast, his grip iron tight, terrified their interference would disrupt Zoro's sacred duel. Luffy. Usopp watched, his expression clouded with complex emotion. Watch closely. This battle is theirs alone. Zhang Fei spoke at last, his tone as calm and unruffled as still water. Nami couldn't fathom why Zhang Fei remained so serene, yet she sensed an unmistakable aura of quiet certainty in his voice, as though he already knew exactly how this confrontation would unfold. Her own anxious heart settled, just slightly, but deep within she still fervently hoped Zoro would emerge victorious over Mihawk. In an instant, Zoro was hurled backward by Mihawk's strike, tumbling across the deck before swiftly regaining his footing. Eyes sharp as a tiger's, twin blades raised behind his right shoulder, backs turned inward, edges poised outward. Tiger. Unbidden images of Luffy and Zhang Fei flashed through his mind, their unwavering belief in his dream, their absolute trust in him. He would not betray them. Hunt. As the word left his lips, Mihawk's eyelids lowered slightly, his expression shifting into solemn focus, and both warriors lunged forward as one. Before Zoro's dual blades could even reach Mihawk, the latter's small blade pierced straight through Zoro's chest, blood erupting instantly in a crimson spray. Brother. X2 Johnny and Yasaku stared in horror, tears streaming uncontrollably. They would have gladly taken that blade themselves. Seeing his comrade wounded, Luffy gritted his teeth, eyes bulging with suppressed rage. Yet he forced himself motionless, knowing this was Zoro's dream, and interfering would be the gravest betrayal. Nami clapped a hand over her mouth, stunned beyond words. Don't worry, he won't die from such a minor wound. Zhang Fei calmly reassured the group, but his words brought little comfort. Though pierced, Zoro showed no sign of retreating. Instead, he stood rigid and unbending, enduring the searing agony, refusing to yield even an inch. Perplexed, Mihawk voiced his question. Do you truly wish to have your heart pierced like this? Why do you not step back? Who knows? It feels as though stepping back just once would shatter countless solemn vows, and I'd never find my way back here again. Zoro's legs trembled violently, blood pooled thickly on the deck, his consciousness fading. But still he explained why retreat was unthinkable. Yes, that is defeat. Mihawk acknowledged Zoro's resolve. Then I must retreat even less. Zoro let out a bitter, hollow laugh, his resolve hardening anew. Even if it costs me my life. Mihawk countered. Better to die than live in shame. Zoro met Mihawk's gaze with unflinching certainty, his indomitable will unbroken. Mihawk withdrew his small blade, now fully recognizing Zoro's worth, and asked his name. Such a man deserved the honor of facing the Black Blade Yuru. State your name, boy. Roronoa Zoro. Having declared himself, Zoro positioned all three swords before his chest, spinning like a whirlwind, their razor-sharp edges rotating clockwise. I shall remember it. It has been long since I encountered a true warrior, and now I shall grant you the honor of a swordsman, ending your life with the world's strongest black blade. As he spoke, Mihawk drew the Black Blade Yuru from his back and glanced at it once. This was the final moment. One stroke and Zoro would fall. Luffy meanwhile braced himself to restrain him if needed. Mihawk vanished in a flash, swift as gale wind. Black Blade drawn back for a sweeping horizontal cut. Brother, enough. Stop fighting. Johnny and Yasaku wept bitterly foreseeing Zoro's fate, and pleaded with him to cease the battle. But Zoro would not heed them. To step back, even once, meant failure. He would rather die than endure a life of hollow survival, though everything he did was to prove himself. Luffy's veins throbbed violently as he watched the decisive clash, which splintered beneath his clenched fist. 3-sword-style secret technique, 3,000 worlds. The ultimate technique landed, but failed to wound Mihawk. Instead, Zoro's twin blade shattered into halves, a deep, gaping wound split his torso, ribs starkly visible, blood blooming like a grotesque, vivid flower. Defeated, utterly defeated. Was this truly the power of the world's strongest? Slowly Zoro sheathed Wado Ikemanji, then turned to face Mihawk squarely, arms spread wide. What are you doing? Mihawk frowned, puzzled. A wound on the back is a swordsman's shame. Zoro did not say swordsman, but blade wielder, a subtle nod to Zhang Fei. Well said. Mihawk, now fully acknowledging Zoro, exchanged a quiet mutual smile. only to deliver a diagonal slash across Zoro's back, blood spraying anew, intersecting his earlier wound into a stark X. Zoro, Luffy roared, his heart flooded with boundless fury, hatred surging hot, and blinding grief crashing down like a tidal wave of unbearable sorrow. Wah! Luffy cried out in agony, mistakenly believing that Zoro was dead. Zoro! Usopp broke out in a cold sweat as he watched Zoro being severely wounded by Mihawk. Big brother. Johnny and Yasaka wailed. Why oi? Sanji couldn't understand why Zoro was so stubborn, refusing to give up even at the cost of his life. Zhang Fei Zoro he. Nami asked with tearful eyes, inquiring about Zoro's life or death. After spending so many days together, they had grown attached and Zoro was her comrade. This reminded her of her foster mother Belmere. Relax, Zoro is tough. He won't die. Zhang Fei patted Nami's shoulder to comfort her. It's just giving up on a dream, isn't it simple, eh? Sanji couldn't believe that Zoro had truly lost his life for his dream. He shouted at Zoro, remembering how he himself had willingly given up his chance to pursue his dream for his mentor Zeph. Yet Zoro's stubborn pursuit of his dream was deeply engraved in Sanji's heart, touching his own desire to chase his dream. He shouted, cried, and felt lost, but for Zeph he couldn't. He could abandon his dream for Zeph. Unable to withstand Mihawk's attack, Zoro fell backward into the sea. Luffy raised his fist to strike Mihawk, but Zhang Fei intercepted him. What are you doing, Zhang Fei? Luffy looked at Zhang Fei in confusion. He couldn't understand why Zhang Fei was so calm when Zoro had just died before his eyes. Why was he unmoved? Relax, that guy Zoro isn't dead yet. Mihawk had held back in that strike. He hadn't killed Zoro. He couldn't bear to let such an interesting man die. Hearing that Zoro was alive, Luffy seemed to sigh in relief. His shoulders instantly relaxed, and he grabbed Zhang Fei's shoulders to confirm. Really, Zhang Fei? Rest assured. Zhang Fei replied with a confident tone. Meanwhile, Johnny and Yasaku had already jumped into the sea to rescue Zoro. Nami hurried to the ship and get the first aid kit to treat Zoro's wounds. He arranged for Nami to tend to Zoro's injuries. What about you? Nami asked Zhang Fei in return. Didn't Zhang Fei know first aid? Why didn't he do it himself? Zhang Fei smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Mihawk. At that moment, Mihawk also noticed Zhang Fei's look and immediately realized that he was about to make a move. I'm going to go have a go at him. At this point, he was not at all afraid of Mihawk. With Wei Zhuang's swordsmanship and internal energy, defeating Mihawk would not be an easy task. What? He's incredibly strong. Are you going to die too, Zhang Fei? Nami looked at Zhang Fei in disbelief. Didn't he see Mihawk's strength right before his eyes? Why would he still rush to his death? Don't worry. Anyone can die, but I won't. I have an immortal body. It's impossible to kill me. Yeah, Nami, Zhang Fei won't die. Luffy was most at ease about Zhang Fei. He had witnessed Zhang Fei get his head blown off and still come back to life completely unharmed. What? Zhang Fei, you have an immortal body? Usopp was utterly shocked. He had no idea Zhang Fei was immortal, and upon learning this, he expressed great envy. No one in this world can kill me, Zhang Fei said calmly. At that moment, Zoro was brought up coughing up blood before fainting entirely. Seeing Zoro rescued, even if Zoro was unconscious, Mihawk still spoke the words he wanted to say. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Your time has not yet come. Know yourself, know the world, and become stronger, Roronoa Zoro. In the years to come, I will await you on the throne of the world's strongest. Try to surpass this sword of mine with your strengthened self and indomitable spirit. Try to surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Then Mihawk turned to Luffy. Among everyone present, only you dared to strike at me, though you were stopped. Nonetheless, he acknowledged Zoro's comrade, and he also recognized the straw hat on Luffy's head. It was Shanks. For Shanks to willingly bet his arm on Luffy, he must be extraordinary. Straw Hat Luffy, what is your goal? King of the Pirates. Luffy answered Mihawk's question without hesitation. That is an incredibly difficult path, even harder than surpassing me. Mihawk closed his eyes and smiled faintly without any mockery of Luffy. Was this the future Shanks had chosen? Truly extraordinary. I don't care. I will definitely become the king of the pirates. Knowing that Zoro was still alive, Luffy no longer held a grudge against Mihawk, since it was Zoro's own choice. He stuck out his tongue, affirming his determination to become the pirate king. Meanwhile, Johnny and Yasaku were still sobbing like women. Big brother, answer us, big brother. Stop crying. Zoro is not dead yet. If it really doesn't work, use a fire-heated iron rod to cauterize the wound to stop the bleeding. Zhang Fei couldn't stand there crying and offered his own method. Usopp looked at Zhang Fei in disbelief, his eyes as if saying, Are you a demon? Though Zoro had fainted, he still heard Mihawk shout. He raised his sword Wado Ikamanji with tears of frustration in his eyes, responding to Luffy. Luffy, did you hear? Zoro's speech was broken. I heard, Luffy replied, and upon hearing Zoro's voice, his earlier worry completely dissipated. Sanji looked at Zoro thoughtfully. I made you uneasy. If I can't even become the world's greatest swordsman, it will trouble you, won't it? As Zoro spoke, blood spurted out again. Big brother, don't talk anymore. Big brother. Johnny and Yasaku tried to stop Zoro from continuing to speak, as talking might cost him his life. Luffy looked at Zoro in confusion. I will never lose again. Until I defeat him and become the world's strongest, I will never lose again. Zoro made a vow to Luffy, his voice ringing out around them. I will never lose again. Do you have any objection, King of the Pirates? Facing Zoro's ambition, Luffy, Mihawk, and Zhang Fei all smiled. This was the Zoro they knew. In the days to come, Zoro would only grow stronger. He no objections. Luffy said with a grin. To have such a comrade was a fortunate thing. Hey Hawkeyes. At this moment Krieg stepped forward and called out to Mihawk, his eyes filled with overwhelming confidence. Even after witnessing Mihawk's strength, Krieg still believed that with this set of black gold armor, he was invincible. Aren't you here to take my head? To claim the head of the overlord of the East Blue? Krieg said, arrogantly grinning at Mihawk. Zhang Fei was taken aback. He hadn't expected Krieg to be so ignorant, or was it that he had an excessive blind confidence in his own strength? Daring to speak to Mihawk like that, he really wasn't afraid of being killed. Did I ever say such a thing? Mihawk pondered for a moment as if he had never said those words. And what use would it be to take the head of such a piece of trash? How don't be so self-righteous. Although you've had your fun, I haven't made my move yet. He still had scores to settle, the grudge from the Grand Line, and the slash just now. Lu, Leader WY. Why are you deliberately provoking him? The pirate here looked at Krieg in disbelief. Mihawk's strength was clearly evident, so why would he provoke him? All the pirates trembled, especially after witnessing Mihawk's terrifying power. They lost all will to resist. You? An ignorant fool who doesn't know when to die. Mihawk wouldn't show Krieg any kindness, and besides, he wasn't Zoro whom Mihawk acknowledged. Krieg's face instantly darkened. Just like that brat earlier, they were both arrogant characters, which infuriated Krieg. His armor quickly sprang open, revealing the hidden armor within, and he let out an angry roar. Go to hell. Bullets rained down like a downpour. Mihawk slowly and unhurriedly swung the black sword Yoru in his hand. With a gentle wave, a slash swept out, cleaving the sea in two, causing the ocean surface to tremble, forcing the previously calm sea to surge again, and the ship began to rock violently. Whether it was fate or simply Krieg's good luck, he was unharmed, standing intact on the floating plank. Zhang Fei didn't know if Mihawk had done it on purpose, but now it was his turn to step up. As for that little trash Krieg, he would leave him to Luffy to handle. Luffy, leave Krieg to you. No problem, Luffy said, adjusting his straw hat, agreeing readily. He knew Zhang Fei was about to take on Mihawk. Zhang Fei, be careful. Nami's eyes were filled with concern, as she didn't want to see Zhang Fei get hurt. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Zhang Fei gave Nami a reassuring reply, then with a swift leap he appeared beside a pirate wielding an iron sword. Before the pirate could react, Zhang Fei struck him on the neck with a knife hand chop. The powerful impact instantly knocked the pirate unconscious, causing him to release the iron sword. Zhang Fei caught it in midair, and with a smooth motion performed a flourish. A bit light, but it should do, Zhang Fei murmured to himself as he looked at the iron sword in his hand. He then leaped onto the floating plank where Mihawk stood. The two faced each other, their battle intent clashing fiercely like electric sparks in the air, the atmosphere thick with tension. Perfect, you can both die together. When Krieg saw Zhang Fei, his eyes burned with fury. His armor sprang open once more, intending to eliminate both detestable men in one go. Just as Krieg was about to fire his bullets, Luffy jumped out, landing in front of Zhang Fei, taking all the bullets for him. Luffy's body was now riddled with dents like a honeycomb. I won't allow you to disturb Zhang Fei. I'll be the one to deal with you. With that, Luffy's body repelled all the bullets back. This time Luffy's aim was true. The bullets all returned to Krieg, and a series of clanging sounds echoed as bullets struck his black gold armor. Clang, clang, clang. What a... The crowd was astonished, staring at Luffy in disbelief. What was up with his body? A devil fruit. The knowledgeable Zeph naturally recognized that Luffy had eaten a devil fruit. Leave him to me, Zhang Fei. Luffy grinned at Zhang Fei, clearly confident. Just don't let him interfere with us, Zhang Fei said calmly. He didn't want Krieg to have a chance to take a cheap shot and disrupt their fight. You little brat. Krieg's brow furrowed slightly. He was well aware of devil fruits. Seeing that this kid could repel bullets, it meant his guns were useless against him. Remember, this guy also has hidden poison gas on him. You need to be careful, Zhang Fei warned Luffy, to avoid him getting poisoned like in the original story. How do you know there's poison gas hidden in my armor? Krieg asked Zhang Fei in surprise. How did he know? Zhang Fei didn't answer. He simply ignored Krieg's question. Zhang Fei's disregard angered Krieg once more, and he shouted to the pirates behind him. Charge! Give me Zeph's logbook and this ship. Maybe the logbook contains clues to the One Piece. Yes, Captain. For them, taking on Mihawk was impossible, but against these chefs, they had no problem. They charged aggressively, intending to seize the floating restaurant and the logbook. I can wait until you've dealt with these pirates before we fight, Mihawk offered, concerned that these pirates would affect Zhang Fei's performance, so he gave him time to handle them. Although Zhang Fei wanted to try his own Namu Gatling given the situation, he decided against it. He would leave it to the chefs, trusting that they could protect their most precious floating restaurant. He declined Mihawk's kind offer. No need. I believe they can handle it. His words were filled with trust in them. As he spoke, the fin-shaped deck hidden under the sea slowly rose, forming a battle platform. The fish head was movable, and inside the fish's mouth were 3 cannons. It was being piloted by Patty and Carne. The moving mackerel had one, which was what Patty and the others were driving. This scene immediately caught Luffy's attention, and he shouted in amazement. Awesome. Sure enough, Luffy was fascinated by these strange and wonderful things. You're right. I underestimated them. Let's move our battle elsewhere. This place is too small. Mihawk admitted he had been mistaken. Moreover, the floating plank beneath them had been split in 2 by him, unsuitable for fighting. Hawkeye's words made sense. The current position was unsuitable for battle. Zhang Fei then summoned the system hoping it could create a platform. System, do me a favor. Freeze the sea surface and provide us a battleground. What? The system inside him was momentarily stunned, then observed the surroundings and realized the situation. With a helpless sigh, it ultimately helped Zhang Fei freeze the sea. In an instant, ice rapidly formed across the sea surface, and a massive ice platform the size of a football field gradually appeared before everyone. The crowd was astonished. How could the sea suddenly freeze? Done. Don't call me for this kind of thing again. The system was also quite exasperated. It was a mahjong system after all. The freezing of the sea was accomplished by drawing upon the world's fundamental power, which fortunately was not heavily consumed. Zhang Fei smiled and leaped onto the ice platform. As his feet touched the icy surface, a piercing chill emanated from beneath. That's Akiji's ability. How do you have it? Hawkeye was deeply shocked. Two identical devil fruits could not exist, and Zhang Fei had frozen the sea out of thin air. Could he also possess a devil fruit ability similar to Akiji's? You can think of it as a natural talent, not a devil fruit, Zhang Fei explained slowly. Indeed, the world of pirates had its peculiar prodigies like Germa's technological capabilities, though theirs relied on science. I see. Well, this does facilitate our battle. Hawkeye's acceptance was remarkably strong. He quickly adapted and followed Zhang Fei onto the ice platform. What's happening? Why did the sea suddenly freeze? The pirates were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden appearance of the ice. Could it be another devil fruit ability? Did Zhang Fei do this? Nami looked toward Zhang Fei on the ice. She guessed so because Zhang Fei was too mysterious and inscrutable. Likely just some trick of theirs. Ignore them. Men charge. Once we obtain the logbook, the One Piece will be within our grasp. Krieg's words reignited the pirates' morale, which had momentarily faltered. Zhang Fei and Hawkeye ignored them, standing opposite each other awaiting the signal to attack. But as the clashing sounds of blades from the sea restaurant reached them, both moved simultaneously. On the surface, Zhang Fei appeared unchanged, yet internally, his inner energy churned like raging waves. The inner force coursed through his meridians continuously, supplying him with power. At this moment, he possessed all of Wei Zhuang's lifelong expertise, unmatched by any. He unleashed Wei Zhuang's sword intent, which materialized in his sword chi, an orange-yellow aura that enveloped his blade. Though he lacked Haki, his inner energy was no less formidable, enhancing the sword's power and defensive capabilities, even reaching the realm where every grass and tree could serve as a weapon. At that moment, Zhang Fei's demeanor transformed drastically, exuding a sharp, piercing aura that made others uneasy, as if countless sharp blades pointed at Hawkeye. I'm coming. Be careful. That simple sentence alone imposed a subtle pressure on Hawkeye, for Zhang Fei constantly radiated the aura of a great swordsman. The moment the words fell, Zhang Fei's figure moved like a specter, appearing before Hawkeye in the blink of an eye. Then he swung his sword directly at Hawkeye's forehead. What swift swordplay! Hawkeye marveled inwardly, hastily raising his black blade Yuru. A crisp clang resounded as sparks flew from the metal collision. Seeing that Hawkeye blocked the strike, Zhang Fei was not surprised. But the power of the Ghost Valley's horizontal sword technique was far from exhausted. One form contained 4 moves. He wondered if Hawkeye could withstand them all. In the instant of the block, Zhang Fei swiftly changed tactics. He twisted his hips, spun around, and delivered a horizontal slash aimed directly at Hawkeye's neck. A devastating do-or-die strike, determined to sever his head. The sudden change caught Hawkeye off guard. He had not expected Zhang Fei to react so quickly. So fast, it was almost unbelievable. The orange-yellow glow on the iron sword signaled danger. Urgently, he coated Yoru with armament Haki, attempting to block Zhang Fei's strike. However, Yoru had already been tempered into a black blade by Hawkeye. Even with armament Haki, its color never changed. Hawkeye intercepted with the blade's body. Clang. The clash of steel deflected Zhang Fei's horizontal slash. The force of inner energy and sheer strength sent a slight numbness through Hawkeye's hand, though it was not debilitating. The second move failed, so he immediately employed the third. With a twist of his wrist, the sword pointed downward, then whipped upward with a swift motion. A cold gleam flashed, and the sword aura around the blade instantly multiplied. Hawkeye's sense of danger only intensified. Each of Zhang Fei's strikes added more damage. This upward slash seemed even more ferocious than the previous horizontal cut. As the world's greatest swordsman, he could naturally handle this upward slash. The earlier horizontal cut had been due to his carelessness. Now he was prepared. With observation Haki, he sidestepped with a small movement, letting the iron sword graze past his skin. A close call, but he escaped unscathed. Truly, Hawkeye, he quickly adapted to my attacks. But can you handle the fourth move? Zhang Fei admired Hawkeye internally, yet his hands never stopped moving. With fluid grace, the iron sword seemed to dance like magic. He pulled the sword hand back, then lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, descending the mountain. Irresistible. The thrust split the air, producing a piercing whistle. The sword tip swelled in Hawkeye's pupils, causing his brow to furrow. This blow carried twice the power of the previous upward slash. Though immense, Hawkeye could still block it by using the blade's body. Zhang Fei concentrated his power on the sword tip, aiming to break through by focusing on a single point. The orange-yellow radiance blazed, trying to pierce Yoru's blade, but Hawkeye's armament Haki was too formidable. Break it he could not. Nevertheless, the force transmitted through the sword was unstoppable. It sent Hawkeye skidding backward, his feet carving 2 deep grooves in the ice platform spanning 5 or 6 meters with fragments of ice scattering outward. What just happened? Did I see wrong? In an instant, Hawkeye was knocked back several meters by Zhang Fei. Yes, what is going on? Could their movements be too fast for me to see? Some onlookers were drawn to their battle witnessing this astonishing scene. They stared wide-eyed at Zhang Fei and Hawkeye, completely unaware of what had just transpired. Johnny, can you see anything? Nami rubbed her eyes, finding it hard to believe. She seemed to have seen Zhang Fei get repelled by Hawkeye the moment he struck. For in the instant of the strike, Zhang Fei executed 4 variations, equivalent to 4 sword slashes in one swing, delivered at a speed impossible for anyone to react. Thus, to outside observers, they only witnessed the scene of Hawkeye being knocked back. Johnny shook his head, indicating he hadn't seen anything clearly. I'm not sure what just happened either, Nami sis. As for the title sis, Nami seemed to have grown accustomed to it, her expression revealing little emotion. Right now, the only thing she cared about was Zhang Fei. Previously, she had heard Zhang Fei boasting about his prowess, but after witnessing it firsthand, she realized he had spoken the truth, and that he would be even more formidable when facing Arlong. Hope ignited in her eyes as she gazed upon Zhang Fei, believing with unwavering certainty that he would defeat Arlong. I never expected brother Zhang Fei to be so powerful. He actually drove back Hawkeye. Yasaku exclaimed excitedly, his words sparking Zoro's curiosity. What did you say? Help me up quickly, Zoro said with agitation. He hadn't been able to repel Hawkeye himself. How had Zhang Fei managed it? Could he have been concealing his true strength all along? And he had no idea that Zhang Fei was also a grand swordsman. Brother Zoro, please don't move around or your wounds will start bleeding again. Johnny tried to dissuade Zoro, warning that continued movement would only cause the wounds to reopen and bleed further. That's right. Yasaku joined in, joining the chorus of persuasion. Yet Zoro would hear none of it, stubbornly persisting in his own resolve. Help me up now. Faced with such stubbornness, they had no choice but to carefully lift Zoro, anxious about his wounds worsening. Zoro finally got his wish and witnessed their battle. Usopp and Nami had not joined the fight, instead choosing to protect Zoro and the merry-go. As expected, you are formidable indeed. Hawkeye adjusted his stance and smiled faintly. His journey to the East Blue had proven worthwhile after all. Nor are you lacking. Zhang Fei raised the iron sword in his hand, its tip pointed directly at Hawkeye. As he spoke, brilliant light erupted from the blade. He swung it horizontally, and the sword energy separated from the blade, sweeping across in a crescent moon shape. Hawkeye's eyelids sank slightly as he lowered his body. With a vertical slash of the black sword Yami, a green flying slash collided with Zhang Fei's sword energy. Like a cross, the sword energy and flying slash waged their fierce battle against each other. Zhang Fei's eyes sharpened, and he immediately recognized that his sword energy was at a disadvantage. He realized that as a pirate, the system was fundamentally different from that of the Qin-era moon. What pirates called flying slashes were inherently superior to his sword energy. Though his sword energy's power might be lacking, what about his swordsmanship? That remained to be seen. Moreover, he hadn't yet unleashed his ultimate technique. Horizontal sweep of 8 directions. He thrust his feet down forcefully, and the ice beneath shattered, instantly splintering like glass. The sword energy collapsed and dissipated like gas, but Hawkeye's flying slash remained, shooting straight toward him. Wherever the flying slash passed, it carved a trench nearly a zhang deep into the ground. Yet Zhang Fei showed no fear in his eyes. As the flying slash was about to make contact, Zhang Fei nimbly dodged sideways, letting it graze past his shoulder. He had chosen not to block it directly. Immediately after, he delivered a horizontal slash toward Hawkeye, his swordsmanship as overbearing and brutal as ever. Hawkeye's eyes flickered as he met the attack head-on with the black sword Yami. He had no intention of constantly guarding against his opponent. Clang, steel met blade sparks flew in all directions. The orange glow emanating from the iron sword illuminated Zhang Fei's resolute face. At this moment, he appeared as though possessed by Wei Zhuang, a slight smirk tugging at his lips while his eyes gleamed with excitement. This made Hawkeye sense a hint of danger, as if being stared at by a great white shark. Suddenly, Zhang Fei swiftly changed his attack, increasing his force. His body spun a full rotation, and the iron sword swept around in a complete 360-degree arc. Due to inertia, Hawkeye's body tilted forward, but he quickly adjusted. However, Zhang Fei's iron sword was already nearly upon him. He immediately twisted the black sword Yami to meet the iron sword. As the two clashed again, they pushed apart, creating distance between them. He's so strong, Nami murmured. She had never witnessed such a battle before. That's a flying slash. But what is that wrapped around Zhang Fei's iron sword? Zoro watched the breathtaking battle, which was simply worlds apart from his own fight with Hawkeye. At the same time, he recognized it as the flying slash his master Kurishu had once mentioned. He hadn't expected such a technique to truly exist in this world. However, the flying slash Zhang Fei wielded differed from Hawkeye's. He wanted to point out the differences, but couldn't quite articulate them, leaving him deeply conflicted. And what was that orange glow on Zhang Fei's iron sword? He had no idea. He couldn't help but mock himself. It seems I'm still far from where I need to be. The battle between Zhang Fei and Hawkeye continued to blaze furiously, though what troubled Hawkeye most was Zhang Fei's attack-only no-defense style, reckless yet dominant. Furthermore, the swordsmanship Zhang Fei employed was entirely unprecedented, a technique Hawkeye had never encountered before. Hawkeye's greatest strength lay in casually releasing his flying slash through normal attacks. But Zhang Fei exploited precisely this, never giving him the opportunity to unleash a single flying slash. If one filtered out the sounds of battle between the pirates and the chef, one could hear the dense clanging of metal ringing continuously. Blade met blade in a dazzling dance as brilliant and captivating as fireworks blooming in the night. Zhang Fei's swordsmanship grew increasingly masterful. The Ghost Valley sword technique, vertical and horizontal unity, unrivaled under heaven. Though he possessed horizontal sword technique, he had not yet mastered Guy Nies Sr. Brother's vertical sword technique. Despite lacking the vertical technique, he had learned the 100-step flying sword. Wei Zhuang's swordsmanship was wild as wind, fierce as waves, thunderous in momentum, murderous in aura, swift as lightning, ever-changing and lethal with every strike, never granting the opponent a moment to breathe. This suited him perfectly, for he possessed immortal-like abilities that compensated for his deficiency in vertical swordsmanship. If he had the demon sword Shark's Tooth in hand, his sword techniques would grow even more powerful. Combined with the blade's abilities, it would become the bane of countless swordsmen. Unfortunately, such a weapon did not exist here. The iron sword in his hand was also reaching its limits. Dents of varying sizes had appeared along the blade. Even with internal energy reinforcing it, the sword's fate could not be altered. Hawkeye too sensed something was amiss. Continuing like this, he would lose all ability to counterattack. He noticed Zhang Fei had momentarily drifted into distraction. He quickly created distance, seized the opportunity, and casually unleashed several normal attacks. Several flying slashes swept forth with the might to cleave mountains and shatter iron. Zhang Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. His left hand's index and middle fingers pressed together, gliding from the base of the sword's spine to its tip. The orange internal energy throughout his body instantly boiled like scalding water, surging upward from his feet. His entire being's aura climbed steadily, radiating an unstoppable momentum. Yet the iron sword in his grasp began to emit mournful groans, its cracks multiplying. Horizontal sweep of 8 directions. Zhang Fei's low voice rang out, followed by a glint of sharp light flashing across his gaze. He swung the iron sword horizontally. A massive crescent-shaped orange sword energy condensed instantly and charged directly into Hawkeye's incoming flying slashes. In the instant Zhang Fei unleashed horizontal sweep across 8 directions, the iron sword in his hand shattered violently, splintering into shards that clattered onto the icy platform. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had expected the blade to withstand the technique, yet it crumbled under the strain. Fortunately, the technique had already been discharged. Though its power fell slightly short, it posed no critical hindrance. Zhang Fei's horizontal sweep across 8 directions far surpassed his earlier sword chi in intensity by several magnitudes. In the blink of an eye, his horizontal sweep surged forward like a shark, scenting blood, biting down upon Eagle Eye's flying slash. Since Eagle Eye's slash comprised multiple layered strikes, its destructive force underwent a seismic transformation. Yet Zhang Fei's own horizontal sweep was no less formidable. At the moment of impact, an immense shockwave coalesced at the point of contact, compressing inward before erupting outward with cataclysmic force, shattering both slashes into countless razor-sharp wind blades that scythed across all directions without blind spots. Now weaponless, Zhang Fei relied solely on his evasive footwork to dodge the whirling wind blades, while Eagle Eye drew his black blade Yoru and parried each strike with practiced precision. Fortunately, they stood far from the going merry. Otherwise, Nami and the others aboard would have fallen victim to the lethal wind blades. Beneath their feet, the ice platform lay fractured and splintering, its surface cracking apart. The pirates and chefs locked in combat elsewhere halted mid-battle, awestruck by Zhang Fei and Eagle Eye's heart-stopping duel. Some even began questioning whether the two were truly human or monstrous beings in disguise. "What kind of monster is that?" one pirate stammered, trembling so violently he contemplated fleeing outright. But Krieg, the man whose mind operated on a single brittle thread, immediately fired a warning shot at the retreating pirate, bellowing a furious rebuke. "It's nothing but cheap trickery. Pay it no mind. Press the assault now." Though the pirates remained unconvinced, their dread of Krieg eclipsed all else, and so trembling they obeyed his command and renewed their assault upon the Baratai. Seeing Zhang Fei disarmed, Eagle Eye calmly sheathed his black blade Yoru across his back. "When you wield a worthy sword, we shall continue." "Agreed," Zhang Fei replied without hesitation. "What is your name?" Eagle Eye still did not know his opponent's identity. "Zhang Fei." With that, he stepped onto a floating ice fragment and glided back toward the Going Merry. His task was complete. For now, all that remained was for Luffy to defeat Krieg and for Sanji to join the crew. An intriguing man. A quiet thrill stirred within Eagle Eye as he etched Zhang Fei's name deeply into memory. He had sat atop the throne of the world's greatest swordsman for far too long. Meeting a peer capable of challenging him was indeed a rare blessing. He guided his coffin-shaped skiff slowly toward the Going Merry. "Zhang Fei, I never imagined you'd be this strong." Usopp exclaimed, eyes wide with exhilaration, stunned to discover his comrade was a concealed master. "Not bad," Zhang Fei replied with a faint, effortless smile. "I truly believe you can defeat Arlong now." "Indeed," Nami said warmly, her gaze lingering on Zhang Fei, her eyes shimmering with quiet affection. "As I told you, Arlong was never our match." Even without Wei Zhuang's abilities, he possessed unshakable confidence in defeating Arlong. The body tempering pill was no ordinary artifact. Zhang Fei, what was that amber gold radiance blazing along your iron sword just now? Zoro spoke weakly, his face pale and drained of color, yet curiosity burned fiercely behind his pain-ravaged expression as he forced the question out. Before Zhang Fei could answer, Eagle Eye leapt aboard from his skiff. That technique, was it Wano country swordsmanship? Only Wano's samurai could imbue their blades with flame-like energy. Why are you here? Zhang Fei's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. Was his Chinese sword art truly comparable to Wano's blade techniques? Was this not an insult? Eagle Eye held aloft a bottle of red wine. Clearly he had come to drink. Seeing a peer worthy of my steel, I thought it only fitting to share a cup with you. Ah, I see. But my art is not Wano swordsmanship. It is the Gigu sword art. Zhang Fei clarified firmly. He would not allow his lineage to be mislabeled as foreign. Gigu sword art. I've never heard of it. Eagle Eye studied him with genuine astonishment, and now reflecting he realized the technique did indeed differ markedly from Wano styles. Zhang Fei offered no further explanation of the Gigu sword art's origins. After all, it belonged not to this world of pirates, but to the realm of Qin's timeless moon. Instead, he turned to Nami. Nami, could you fetch some wine cups? Count me in. Zoro croaked, rallying despite his injuries at the mere mention of alcohol. Silence, you're injured. Johnny and Yasaku carry Zoro to his cabin for proper rest. Zhang Fei shot him a withering glance. A man bleeding white should be drinking seawater, not wine. Yes, brother Zhang Fei. Johnny and Yasaku saluted instantly and moved to lift Zoro toward his quarters. But Zoro resisted fiercely. He refused to retreat without understanding Zhang Fei's sword art. Let go of me, Johnny. Yasaku. Yet Johnny and Yasaku paid no heed. Zoro was carried away regardless. Fine, I'll fetch them myself. Nami sighed, muttering under her breath. Luffy was still locked in desperate battle, yet here they were planning a toast. Still she obeyed Zhang Fei's request and headed to the galley for wine cups. Zhang Fei, won't you aid Luffy? He's still fighting, and old Chef Zeph is being held at gunpoint. Usopp voiced his anxiety urgently. Meanwhile, Akainu had seized the opportunity amid the chaos to snap Zeph's wooden leg, leaving the chef unable to stand, and now pressed a pistol to his temple, threatening to kill him unless Sanji abandoned the ship. That caught Zhang Fei's attention. His gaze shifted toward the Baratai, and there it was, exactly as Usopp described Zeph, the old chef held at gunpoint by Akainu. Zhang Fei scratched the back of his head and exhaled softly. It seemed he would have to intervene after all. He'd assumed matters would resolve themselves, but fate, it appeared, followed the original script faithfully. I'll handle this complication first. I'll return shortly. He addressed Eagle Eye with calm indifference. Very well, I'll wait for you here. Eagle Eye leaned lazily against the ship's railing, utterly at ease. With that, Zhang Fei leapt skyward, landing lightly upon the Baratai. Their Sanji had just been hurled backward by Iron Wall Pow, slamming hard into the wall with such force that he spat blood. Why didn't you dodge, idiot? Luffy roared. Because that bastard has a gun pointed at him. Sanji hadn't evaded, fearing Akainu would pull the trigger. Akainu, you're despicable. How dare you make such a demand? Luffy condemned him outright. Why? Isn't it simple? Abandon this restaurant, and everyone lives. Just give up this place, and all will be saved. Akainu recited his logic, utterly baffled by why anyone would fight so desperately for a single building. Zhang Fei did not rush to intervene, but waited for Sanji's answer. This restaurant is the old man's treasure. Sanji replied, blood flowing from his head, his gaze resolute and unwavering, answering Ajanami's question. That guy Sanji, wasn't he supposed to hate the boss? The cooks knew that Sanji and Zeph were like fire and water, so why had things suddenly changed, and coming from Sanji's mouth no less? What was going on? I took everything from the old man, his strength, his dreams. So I will never let him lose everything again. Sanji shouted loudly, his tone agitated, yet tinged with self-reproach. Enough of this pointless reminiscing, kid. Zeph cast a glance at Sanji. As for losing a leg, he had long since made peace with it. Shut up. Didn't I tell you to stop treating me like a child? Sanji retorted angrily. He was no longer the naive little brat from before, and he spoke back loudly. Sanji, watch out. Patty shouted, warning Sanji, because Kuro had suddenly appeared behind Sanji, arms outstretched ready to deliver a fatal strike. Pair. L. Just as Kuro was about to strike, Zhang Fei made his move. Swift as a specter, utilizing the Ghost Valley technique, he appeared before Kuro in an instant, his fist clenched tight, internal energy pulsing within as an orange glow enveloped his knuckles. He struck heavily against the massive steel round shield on Kuro's body. The original monstrous strength, combined with the boost of internal energy, produced force beyond imagination, and the internal energy possessed a penetrating quality, striking directly at the internal organs. Boom. The massive round shield shattered like glass, but the residual force from the fist did not stop there, transmitting directly through to Kuro's body. Blood spurted from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, consciousness fading. His body shot backward like a cannonball, splashing into the sea with a heavy thud. Before anyone could even react, Zhang Fei caught a fragment of the shield, gathered his spiritual energy, and fired it toward Ajanami's pistol. With a crack, Ajanami's pistol was instantly shattered. What? What just happened? The pirates and cooks stared at Zhang Fei in disbelief. Wasn't he fighting Mihawk? How did he suddenly appear here? Most of the pirates had been paying attention to the restaurant on the sea, so they hadn't paid much attention to Zhang Fei's battle. Though the fighting over there was intense, the sound of cannon fire had muffled their battle's noise. Luffy. Zhang Fei paid them no mind, merely calling out to Luffy. Understanding immediately, Luffy extended his rubber arm and pulled Zeph over to their side, while Ajanami was still stunned. Are you alright, old man? Though injured, Sanji was still worried about Zeph's safety. I'm fine, kid. Zeph replied briefly. Thanks to you, or things would have gotten really troublesome. Luffy grinned, cheekily rubbing his nose. Luffy, you're too slow. Still haven't dealt with Krieg yet. If you keep dragging your feet, I might step in. Zhang Fei complained. He had been fighting Mihawk all this time, yet Luffy's side hadn't made any progress. No need, leave it to me. Luffy had no intention of letting Zhang Fei take on Krieg. After all, there was the matter of their dispute as pirates and their clashing beliefs. Thank you all for saving the old man. Sanji slowly stood up, thanking Zhang Fei and the others, then relit a cigarette. Soon after, Ajanami drew his weapon and advanced toward Zhang Fei and the others. Ajanami held a baton-like weapon with an iron ball mounted on top. Evidently, he was about to make his move. Sanji, I had hoped you could leave safely. It seems that won't be possible. Yes, it's not possible anymore. When we were shipwrecked, we were stranded on a deserted island for 85 days. The old man gave me all the food while he himself ate his own leg. Sanji. Luffy stared at Sanji in astonishment. He never expected Sanji to have such a past. No wonder Sanji refused to leave no matter what. In the anime, Zeph cut off his own leg to save Sanji, while in the manga, he ate his own leg. Clearly this was the manga version of the One Piece world. Even so, hearing such a tale, Zhang Fei was still shaken. Truly, in this world, there were people willing to sacrifice their own flesh to save another's life. What immense courage must one possess to make such a decision, and from that moment, he began to admire Zeph deeply. Sanji stopped meddling. The past is long forgotten. Without his wooden crutch for support, Zeph could only sit on the deck. At this moment, he no longer called Sanji kid, but addressed him by his real name. In that instant, Sanji seemed to have matured, no longer the naive and ignorant brat he once was. You may have forgotten, but I haven't. If your right leg were still there, you wouldn't have to suffer the humiliation of this scoundrel. Sanji would never forget Zeph's kindness, not even if Zeph himself refused to acknowledge it. He would repay Zeph's grace no matter the cost. So the boss's leg was lost for Sanji's sake. That means Sanji stayed at this restaurant to repay the boss's kindness. Having learned this secret, Patty finally understood why Sanji was so determined not to leave. I never expected those two who were always bickering to have such a story behind them. Kiron couldn't have imagined either. The two who were always at each other's throats had such a past. The cooks also came to understand why Zeph and Sanji had given food to Krieg and his crew. Ajanami also learned why Sanji refused to leave and understood that Sanji would never abandon this place. If that's how it is, then I'll kill you myself. That is my principle. Now that Zeph was safe, there was no need for Sanji to hold back any longer. How well, aren't you kind, you bastard? Sanji paused for a moment before responding to Ajanami. And you too, Straw Hat Boy. Should have left with your friend earlier. Ajanami didn't want Luffy to get caught up in this either, urging them to leave this troublesome place. Moi. Luffy was stunned for a moment, then continued in a serious tone tinged with disdain. It's fine. I'm not going to lose to a bunch of losers like you anyway. The moment Luffy said this, all the pirates present were enraged, clenching their fists as their veins bulged. But upon seeing Zhang Fei, they cowered back. They dared not fight Zhang Fei. Stand back, all of you. Kuriku spoke abruptly, his displeasure evident at being underestimated by others. The pirates obeyed Kuriku's command, without hesitation, retreating in unison. Though fearful of defying their leader, they secretly felt relieved that they wouldn't have to face Zhang Fei, a monster among men. Strength or weakness is proven only by results. Contempt blazed in Kuriku's eyes. As for Zhang Fei and his companions, merely performing flashy parlor tricks, nothing more than clowns seeking attention. Such monsters simply did not exist in this world. Boss. The pirates were electrified by Kuriku's declaration, their excitement palpable. Zhang Fei could only wonder where Kuriku found such unfounded confidence. Just who do you think taught you to be this arrogant? Hey there, Straw Hat Kid. Do you think it will be you or me who becomes the Pirate King? Kuriku asked Luffy with eager interest. There was no doubt in anyone's mind what Luffy's answer would be. Me. Luffy answered without hesitation, just as expected. You should still hold back for now. Pai-Dai offered his counsel, well aware of Kuriku's fearsome reputation. He worried that Luffy might be killed by Kuriku, but his concerns were unfounded. Kuriku could never defeat Luffy. Why? Luffy didn't understand Pai-Dai's words and turned to ask him for an explanation. Upon hearing Luffy's answer, Kuriku erupted in fury. He detached the circular shield from his left shoulder, raised it, and aimed it directly at Luffy. Very well, men, stand down. The pirates witnessing the scene wore expressions of utter shock, as if recognizing what weapon was loaded within the circular shield. I'll show that delusional fool what true strength looks like. MH5. How could this? Please wait, boss. Even Ajin himself was startled, attempting to stop Kuriku from firing the weapon concealed within the shield. Zhang Fei regarded Kuriku's display of power with disdain and let out a mocking laugh. Kuriku caught sight of this, and his rage doubled in intensity. Observing the reactions of those around him, it was clear this must be a poison gas bomb, which explained the pirates' collective horror. If it's a cannonball, I can just bounce it back. Luffy was a rubber man after all. He could deflect bullets and even redirect cannonballs mid-flight. Please let me handle this, man. Ajin begged Kurika desperately, but was cut off before he could finish. It makes no difference who kills him. I despise such naive notions of righteousness and sentimentality. Haven't I told you this countless times? Listen carefully. This is war. Zhang Fei could endure no more of Kuriku's ranting. Judging by the reactions of the surrounding pirates, this man was certainly about to unleash a poison gas weapon. Once deployed, it would spell disaster. And Nami was here too. What if the gas drifted toward the Going Merry? That simply could not be allowed. He moved with blinding speed akin to the Marine's six powers technique, shave, instantly appearing before Kuriku. With a single calm utterance, he drove his fist, infused with internal force, directly into the obsidian's circular shield, shattering it completely. The weak are always the weak. Without your armor, you're nothing but trash. At Zhang Fei's sudden appearance before him, Kuriku's pupils dilated in shock. His eyes filled with disbelief as an overwhelming force tore through his right arm. The obsidian shield he held was obliterated in an instant. Clang, this. How is this possible? With the destruction of the obsidian shield, panic gripped Kuriku's features for the first time. Their previous battles had not been tricks after all, they were real. Like a soap bubble bursting, reality crashed down upon him. Zhang Fei, didn't you promise not to intervene? Luffy began to complain. You said you wouldn't act, so why did you? Rest assured, Luffy, I won't interfere. I've merely stripped away his armor. He's still yours since there's an injured man aboard our ship. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, Luffy found them reasonable. Indeed, if Kuriku had deployed poison gas, Zoro would have been in grave danger. Alright then, I suppose that's fine. But remember, he's mine to deal with. At this point, Kuriku was treated like merchandise, utterly devoid of any right to voice an opinion. I may wish to kill you, but I made a promise to my captain. So I won't. Zhang Fei's tone was devoid of emotion, yet to Kuriku's ears it felt bone-chillingly cold, as though he were drowning in an icy spring. However, upon hearing that Zhang Fei wouldn't kill him, Kuriku felt a momentary wave of relief, only for his heart to lurch once more at what Zhang Fei said next. But before that, I'll let you witness what overwhelming power truly means. With those words, Zhang Fei commanded every muscle in his body, harmonizing them with his internal force. The goal was to shatter Kuriku's obsidian armor with a single punch, without harming the man beneath. In the past, such precision would have been impossible. But now, he possessed the complete martial arts legacy of Wei Zhuan. Of course, he knew how to control his strength to the minutest degree. Stay back! Kuriku shrieked in panic. In his eyes, Zhang Fei was a demon wearing human skin. He frantically activated his body's mechanisms, guns protruding from every angle, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Zhang Fei. But Zhang Fei's body had been enhanced by the quenching elixir. He possessed an iron physique. Ordinary bullets could not pierce him. At most, they only tore through his clothing. Then, before Kuriku's horrified gaze, Zhang Fei's fist descended upon him, once more striking his chest plate with devastating force. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds rang out continuously. The obsidian armor encasing his body was utterly demolished. The only thing remaining was the circular shield on his right shoulder. Yet even this shield could not escape Zhang Fei's grasp. It was torn apart and cleaved in two. Kuriku's obsidian armor was completely destroyed. He now stood like a withered husk, drained of all vitality, his pupils glazed and lifeless. His world had turned dark and hollow. Only then did he realize that everything Zhang Fei had said was true. He was nothing but a frog trapped in a well, ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. What happened next was none of his concern. Should Luffy blame him, he would simply say that Kuriku's will was far too fragile. Boss! The mighty obsidian armor shattered just like that. What should we do now? The pirates, as though their spiritual pillar had crumbled, descended into bewilderment. Without his obsidian armor, Kuriku was no match for Luffy, especially a Kuriku who had already lost all will to fight. As for what would unfold next, that was none of his concern. He would leave it to Luffy to handle. Most likely that fellow Mihawk was already growing impatient. Luffy, I'll leave this place to you. Before Luffy could respond, Zhang Fei had already dusted off his clothes and walked away, leaving behind a crowd of utterly bewildered faces. Back are you? You're truly slow, Hawkeye remarked, lifting his eyes slightly and glancing at Zhang Fei, already helping himself to a drink. As expected, just as Zhang Fei had anticipated, Hawkeye began to complain about him. No helping it. There were quite a few matters to attend to. Zhang Fei shrugged, then found a seat and casually sat down. Nami, however, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhang Fei return. Clearly, she had been intimidated by Hawkeye's presence. Now that Zhang Fei was back, she no longer needed to worry. Noticing Nami's shift in mood, Zhang Fei spoke up to reassure her. He knew Hawkeye's character. A man with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, a trait evident from Perona's interactions in the original story. Rest assured, Hawkeye isn't all that terrifying. Hey, pour it yourself. Hawkeye glanced at Zhang Fei and tossed the wine bottle over. Zhang Fei caught it, poured himself a glass, and then corked the bottle. Swirling the wine, he took a sip and found it truly excellent. This wine is really good. What are you planning to do next? Meeting an old friend, Hawkeye replied to Zhang Fei's question. Red hair. Is he in the East Blue too? Zhang Fei showed curiosity. No, he's in the Grand Line. Hawkeye took a sip of wine, then continued, why didn't you use Haki earlier? Or is it that you have confidence in your swordsmanship? I have absolute confidence in my swordsmanship. Besides, I don't know Haki. Zhang Fei answered Hawkeye's question. Hawkeye's eyes were filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected Zhang Fei to be ignorant of Haki. If he were to learn it, how much stronger would he become? This stirred a hint of threat within Hawkeye, but more than that, excitement. Someone capable of challenging his position was the best motivation for him. To think you're this powerful without Haki. Your potential is truly not to be underestimated. I look forward to that day. But be careful. I will continue honing my swordsmanship. When we meet next time, it won't be like today. Rest assured we'll meet again on the Grand Line. Eventually we'll cross paths once more, and that's when we'll settle who is superior. Zhang Fei knew that on the path of the Grand Line people would always meet again. Even if not, he would appear during the Summit War. However, whenever swordsmanship was mentioned, Zhang Fei's irritation returned. It was like an exhibition where two displays were set up, one showcasing a saber, the other a sword. Then someone swapped them, placing a sword on the saber stand and a saber on the sword stand. This would drive someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder to want to put them back in their proper places, only to be stopped by security. The thwarted individual would surely feel indignation, perhaps even lying awake at night. Fortunately, Zhang Fei only had a mild case of OCD, otherwise he would have gone on a killing spree, slaying anyone who wielded a saber, yet called themselves a swordsman. Swordsmanship. That's saber techniques, isn't it? Zhang Fei said with displeasure. Nami and Usopp immediately realized Zhang Fei was having his episode. Ever since Zoro had been lectured by Zhang Fei, he no longer dared to call himself a swordsman in front of him. Is there a difference? Hawkeye said nonchalantly, believing that saber and sword were no different. No difference. Let me show you what the difference is. Usopp, go to the kitchen and grab me 2 different kinds of fruit, any will do. Zhang Fei intended to use his own method to make Hawkeye recognize the distinction between saber and sword. Then wait here. Usopp obediently went to the kitchen to fetch fruit for Zhang Fei. After all, Zhang Fei's strength was evident, and if Usopp wanted to latch onto a powerful ally, he had to rely on Zhang Fei. Soon Usopp brought out an apple and an orange, placing them before Zhang Fei, asking in confusion, Zhang Fei, what do you need fruit for? Just watch and you'll see. Zhang Fei didn't explain his purpose. He simply told Usopp to observe from the side. Since Zhang Fei said so, Usopp obediently stood aside, curious to see what Zhang Fei was up to. See these fruits in my hands. Now tell me the names of these fruits. Zhang Fei spoke to Hawkeye, holding an apple in his right hand and an orange in his left. The apple in your right hand and the orange in your left. Hawkeye answered, patiently eager to see how Zhang Fei would explain. This is an orange and this is an apple. Zhang Fei shook his head, then raised his right hand followed by his left, and declared with conviction. Are you joking? Hawkeye frowned, puzzled. I'm not joking. Now do you understand my point? Sabers and swords are clearly different types of weapons. Why do you insist on calling them the same? A saber is a saber, a sword is a sword. A saber has a single edge, a sword has a double edge. Their names differ, and their structures differ. So why do you still call yourself a swordsman? If I wield a wooden stick and call myself a swordsman, would that be acceptable? Since you can't even distinguish weapons, how can you claim to be a swordsman? These words struck directly at Hawkeye's heart. He remained silent for a long time, unable to utter a single word, as if acknowledging Zhang Fei's argument. He found no grounds for rebuttal. He drew his black blade Yoru, and looked at it seriously and carefully, muttering to himself, perhaps you're right. I'm not a swordsman. I'm a saberman. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Zhang Fei felt a surge of satisfaction, as if he had finally corrected the misplaced saber and sword displays. It was a victory for the obsessive-compulsive. That's more like it. Why wield a saber, yet insist on calling yourself a swordsman? Luckily, I'm not a severe OCD sufferer, or I'd kill every one of you who holds a saber and claims to be a swordsman. Hawkeye found it somewhat absurd. Was it necessary to go to such lengths? It also gave him an initial understanding of Zhang Fei. He returned his black blade to its sheath on his backside softly and laughed at himself. It seems I'll be the world's greatest saberman from now on. He also lost his desire to drink, preparing to leave the Mary and go find Shanks. Leaving already? Zhang Fei asked, curiously, wondering if he had driven Hawkeye to self-isolation. But that couldn't be. Hawkeye wasn't the type. Perhaps he really had something to attend to. Yes, Hawkeye replied simply, then turned and left without looking back, jumping into his small boat and sailing away. Then farewell. See you on the Grand Line. Zhang Fei made no attempt to detain him, letting Hawkeye go. See you on the Grand Line. The group watched Hawkeye depart, while the battle at the Bartai had also ceased, clearly a victory for the chefs. Coolie Coo was utterly defeated by Lu Fei without any suspense, and Coolie Coo himself was taken away by a Jean. At this moment the chefs wept with joy, celebrating, loudly embracing each other, for they had finally repelled the Coolie Coo pirate crew and saved the sea restaurant. Thanks to Zhang Fei's intervention, Coolie Coo was thoroughly defeated. However, it remained uncertain whether Shanji would join the Straw Hat Pirates. But thinking it over, there should be no problem. After all, Lu Fei was there, and he would do anything to get Shanji on board. Before Jean left, Shanji still gave him a large amount of food and several small boats. After this battle, Jappu exempted Lu Fei from his odd job status, completely releasing him, and even urged Lu Fei to take Shanji aboard. Shanji had his own dreams, and should not be confined here for Jappu's sake. What impressed Lu Fei deeply was one sentence from Jappu. A man should pursue his dreams, even if it means death, never give up. Lu Fei laughed and promised Jappu that he would definitely bring Shanji aboard. Moreover, Shanji was a comrade, he acknowledged. Even if Jappu hadn't said it, he would still recruit Shanji. Zhang Fei did not interfere in the matter of getting Shanji aboard. He left it entirely to Lu Fei. He had also completed the system's mission, and now the mysterious gift pack lay quietly in the system inventory awaiting opening. Hey Shanji, come and be our crewmate. I'm not going to be a pirate. Shanji remained stubborn, smoking a cigarette with a faint smile on his lips, and continued, I'll keep working as a chef here until that old geezer acknowledges my cooking skills. However, Shanji's answer displeased Lu Fei. He stretched his arm and grabbed Shanji by the collar, choking him until he could barely breathe. I understand, I give up. Although Lu Fei said he gave up, his hand didn't let go. But your hand hasn't given up. Shanji's face flushed red as he struggled to utter these words. In the end, Lu Fei had no choice but to release his grip. As for the promise to Jipu, he would have to slow down and see what Shanji had to say. After this incident, I can't leave this place even more. No one can be relied upon, but one day, I will go to the Grand Line. He would go to the Grand Line, but not now. At least he would wait until Jipu grew old, repay his debt of gratitude, and then set off for the Grand Line. Then go now. As soon as Lu Fei heard that Shanji also wanted to go to the Grand Line, his eyes sparkled again, and he invited Shanji once more. It's not the time yet, do you? Know about the Blue Sea? As Shanji spoke of the Blue Sea, his eyes gradually brightened, and his face lit up with excitement. I don't know. What? You don't know? It's that Sea of Miracles. Lu Fei also knew about the Blue Sea, known as the Sea of Miracles. It could be said to be the dream of all chefs. Then the two chatted happily. Zhang Fei watched quietly from the side. Their conversation truly felt quite wonderful, like being a witness to history with a unique flavor. By the way, what is my dream? When I was young, my dream was simply to survive. Now I am lost in confusion. Perhaps being a witness is also a good dream. Witnessing Lu Fei become the Pirate King step by step. That would be a joy. However, they were not the only ones watching them. Jipu was upstairs, one hand on the railing, supporting his chin, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Such a cheerful expression, what a fool. Then the sound of a meal being announced rang out. Zhang Fei and the others slowly walked into the dining hall. All seats were taken, but there was no place for the three of them. Zhang Fei immediately understood what they meant. He smiled faintly. It seemed Shanji was not far from becoming their comrade. Hey, where are our seats? Shanji demanded of all the chefs, but none of them faced him directly, and their tone was hostile. There's no seat for you. Eat on the floor. No seats. How is that possible? This is a restaurant. Shanji naturally didn't believe them. He knew without thinking that he was being ostracized by the chefs. No choice. In the end, Shanji had to sit on the floor to eat. Zhang Fei and Lu Fei didn't mind. They sat down directly and began to eat and drink heartily. They seemed strange. Lu Fei felt curious staring at them, but his mouth didn't stop. He kept stuffing food in large mouthfuls. They've always been strange, Shanji explained. He had long been used to it. Hey, who made the soup this morning? Pai Di suddenly raised the soup in his hand, knowing full well that Shanji had made it, and deliberately asked. It was me. Delicious, right? It's especially good today, Shanji said with a pleased expression, thinking Pai Di was going to praise his soup. Instead, Pai Di knocked the soup to the ground and hurled insults. How can anyone drink this awful stuff? Is this pig feed? Seeing his carefully prepared food belittled as worthless and thrown to the ground, Shanji was furious. What? Doesn't human food suit your taste, you sly devil? It's so bad it's an art, makes people want to vomit. Did you add feces? Pai Di spoke with a harsh tone and gave a thumbs down. Excuse me, but today's soup was my masterpiece. It seems your tongue has a problem. Shanji's face darkened with veins bulging on his forehead. Ugh, awful ugh. Kai Ernia made a vomiting gesture and kept sticking out his tongue. The other chefs followed suit, pouring out the soup Shanji had made and shouting. Can't drink, everyone quickly pour it out. Pa, this stuff can't be drunk. What exactly do you want? Shanji could no longer contain himself and roared at them loudly. However, Zhang Fei and Lu Fei were quietly watching the show without any intention of speaking. As for Lu Fei, a question mark appeared above his head. He looked at them in confusion. The soup was clearly delicious, so why were they saying that? Just then Jipu also came out, pointing at the spilled soup with disdain and a look of disgust on his face. Hey, what's this soup that tastes like sludge? If we serve this kind of soup to customers, we'll go bankrupt. Zhang Fei knew that Jipu had colluded with the chefs to force Shanji to leave, but he had no intention of interfering and just watched quietly. Don't joke around, you old geezer. What's the difference between your soup and this? Tell me. Shanji, enraged, grabbed Jipu by the collar and shouted. Compared to my soup. Zeph glared at Sanji, then delivered a thunderous punch straight to his face. Don't presume so much. You dare speak of culinary art before me. You're a full century away from mastery, Brad. I've served as a chef across the entire Grand Line. Zeph clenched his fist tightly, recounting his storied past. The boss just struck someone. Not with a kick, this time with his bare hands. The other chefs knew well how fiercely Zeph guarded his hands, never using them to strike, always relying on precise, powerful kicks. Seeing him break, that vow left them stunned. Damn it. Sanji gritted his teeth and stormed out the door. You truly went to great lengths just to make Sanji leave, Zhang Fei remarked coolly. He knew Sanji hadn't gone far, but was seated right outside the doorway. Straw Hat, do you recall the promise you made me? Take that boy with you, to the Grand Line. That's his dream. Zeph did not answer Zhang Fei. Instead, he smiled warmly at Luffy as he spoke. Sanji, sitting by the door, gasped in shock. His eyes widened instantly, and he grasped their true intention. Honestly, boss, you've put us through quite the ordeal. I nearly died of fright just now. and I'd still like another bowl of soup. Same here. Me too. The chefs clamored eagerly for another serving of Sanji's meticulously crafted soup. Sanji finally understood their sincerity. The anger that had burned within him dissolved at once, replaced by complex emotions, and he cursed them softly. I heard every word, you fools. Though I promised you I won't do it, Luffy replied solemnly when Zeph pressed the question. Though he longed to recruit Sanji, he would never override another's will. What a... The chefs cried out in unison, astonished. Zhang Fei, however, showed no surprise. Luffy's answer aligned perfectly with his nature. What do you mean? Boy, you gave your word. Your crew is missing a cook, isn't it? Or are you dissatisfied with him? Zeph asked, bewildered. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? I desperately wish he'd sail with us. But he's chosen to remain here as a chef. No matter what you say, I won't take him against his will. Luffy answered their question plainly. So you insist he must agree personally? Zeph asked. Exactly. Oh, Zhang Fei, you've already finished all that food. Could we trouble you for another bowl? Luffy noticed the feast on the floor, every morsel devoured by Zhang Fei, leaving no choice but to ask the chefs to prepare yet another bowl. Who told you to eat so slowly? Zhang Fei retorted, his mouth never ceasing its steady rhythm. Fair point. But can that stubborn fool ever admit it outright? Zeph paused, reflecting. Sanji's iron-willed nature meant he'd never depart unless he chose to do so of his own accord. Of course he won't go. He's a thick-headed, hard-mouthed fool. Another bowl, please, Luffy quipped, playfully disparaging Sanji. Zhang Fei judged the moment ripe and stepped outside to speak with Sanji directly. Originally intending Luffy to handle the persuasion, but circumstances had shifted. Nami had not fled and Johnny and Yusaku had not pursued her. Now only he could act. Luffy, watching Zhang Fei rise, asked curiously, already full Zhang Fei. Yes, I'm stepping out for some fresh air. Zhang Fei could have eaten endlessly, his appetite boundless. I haven't eaten yet. Go ahead without me. Luffy grinned as he spoke. Zhang Fei gave a brief quiet reply, and strode out. Opening the door, he found Sanji seated on the ground smoking a cigarette. After closing the door behind him, Zhang Fei sat down gazing toward the sea, and turned to Sanji. Well, did you hear everything? Every word. Sanji exhaled a slow plume of smoke. In that quiet interval, he had weighed his thoughts deeply, and come to respect Luffy, especially after witnessing Zoro's fierce dream-driven battle. On Luffy's behalf, I invite you aboard. You shouldn't stay here. You must chase your own dream. Zhang Fei extended the invitation gently. Sanji fell silent, so Zhang Fei continued. That old man Zeph doesn't want you lingering here either. He wants you to pursue your dream. And I recall clearly what Zeph told Luffy: a man must chase his dream, even unto death, never surrendering. Zhang Fei's words struck deep within Sanji. His gaze brightened, resolve crystallizing in his heart. After a slow, deliberate exhale of smoke, Sanji looked up and said, I accept. Let me join you, as your comrade. Seeing Sanji's stubbornness yield at last, Zhang Fei broke into a warm smile and reached out his hand in welcome. Welcome aboard, Sanji. I assure you, we won't disappoint you. Thrilling adventures await us all. Sanji clasped Zhang Fei's outstretched hand, and for the first time in days he smiled. I believe you're right, Zhang Fei. When Luffy hears you've joined us, he'll absolutely lose his mind with joy. Zhang Fei released Sanji's hand. I think so too, Sanji replied with a quiet smile, agreeing wholeheartedly. Shouldn't you go inside and tell them? Zhang Fei offered the suggestion. Yes, I will, Sanji murmured, then rose with hesitant steps, and Zhang Fei followed closely behind. The chefs looked up in surprise as Sanji re-entered. Even Zeph raised a single eyebrow, studying him intently. Already pondering how best to help Sanji leave and chase the dream they both cherished, though Zeph himself could no longer pursue it. Sanji, why are you back inside? Before Sanji could speak, Zhang Fei stepped forward and addressed Luffy directly. Luffy, I've convinced Sanji. He's our comrade now. Really? Luffy stared incredulous, turning to Sanji for confirmation. It's true, exactly as he says. Everyone, thank you for all the trouble I've caused. Hearing it confirmed, Luffy leapt skyward in pure elation, hugging Zhang Fei tightly, flailing his arms wildly, shouting praise with unrestrained joy. Zhang Fei, you're incredible. Zhang Fei, you're amazing. Alright, I get it. Let go. Zhang Fei winced, overwhelmed by Luffy's fiery enthusiasm. How annoying. I was planning to kick you out myself, but I didn't expect you'd decide to leave so easily. Patty still put on a fierce expression, unaware that Sanji had overheard their conversation, and thus made up his mind to agree to board Zhang Fei's ship. I'm really sorry to make you guys put on such a terrible performance, Sanji said calmly, his eyes as placid as water. You know everything. Patty stared at Sanji in astonishment. How did he know they were acting? Was his acting that bad, or had Sanji seen through him? Then everything they had done before was meaningless. I heard it all because you're too stupid. Sanji told them what he had overheard at the door. What? Everyone looked at Sanji in surprise, then let out a sigh of relief. Although the process had gone awry, the result was good. Sanji still agreed to board the ship. Anyway, you all really wanted to kick me out, didn't you? Right, old man? At this moment, Sanji understood Zeph's intentions, but his words still betrayed his true feelings. He wanted to thank him, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Why can't you talk any other way, you bastard? Patty couldn't stand it anymore, fuming, and even wanting to step forward to teach Sanji a lesson. This ungrateful brat, who didn't know how to respect his benefactor. But Zeph stopped him, lowering his head with a somewhat sorrowful expression. Then he let out a cold snort, composed himself, and with a look of disgust continued speaking to Sanji. You're right, you brat. I've always hated kids, and there hasn't been a single day I haven't regretted saving a boring guy like you, you brat. Well said, old man. Then enjoy the rest of your life. Sanji, as if provoked by Zeph, raised his curly eyebrows with displeasure in his eyes, but inside, he was filled with self-reproach. Zhang Fei watched the master and disciple, sighing inwardly. The two were both incredibly tsundere, unable to say a single kind word. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly while the participant is lost. Zhang Fei could understand their behavior. After Sanji confirmed he would board the ship, Luffy shamelessly grinned and ran to the food storage, asking the chef for more food. Hey, pack some more meat for me. What the hell, have you had enough? How much more do you want? Are you trying to empty us out? The chef complained indignantly, his eyes full of disdain. Whatever goodwill he had was just drained by Luffy. However, Sanji didn't go to the Going Merry right away. Instead, he brought a chair alone and sat in the empty kitchen where he could still hear the sound of water dripping. He reminisced about the past, bits and pieces, memories like a movie playing on a screen, making a final farewell. As for Zeph, he returned to his room, half of which had been blown up by Luffy, and lay on the bed with his hands behind his head, his thoughts drifting far away, his eyes full of reluctance. Zhang Fei and the others were waiting on the Going Merry for Sanji. The deck was crowded with chefs who had come to say their final goodbyes. When Sanji walked out, Patty and Carne jumped out, each holding a giant ladle, and suddenly attacked Sanji from behind. Years of accumulated resentment. Die, Sanji. The result of their attack was predictable. Sanji quickly knocked them down, leaving them bruised and battered, lying weakly on the ground. You can't beat him, one chef said, squatting down to look at Patty and Carne's miserable state, stating the obvious. Why did they still get riled up? They went to cause trouble for Sanji. The chefs watched as Sanji walked step by step towards the Going Merry, threw his luggage onto the ship, and Usopp caught it. Let's go. Is this okay? Not saying goodbye? Luffy asked with his arms crossed. It's fine. After Sanji finished, Zeph's voice came from behind, making Sanji's eyes widen sharply. He bit his lower lip and his body froze as if struck by a paralysis spell. Hey Sanji, don't catch a cold. Zeph leaned on the railing of the third floor of the baratai. In the end, he still came out to bid farewell to Sanji. Hearing this, Sanji could no longer hold back his tears. The last bit of stubbornness in his heart collapsed at that moment. He was indebted for so many years of kindness and could never repay it. He knelt down to Zeph, pressing his head heavily against the deck, and cried out loudly with gratitude. Chef Zeph, I've caused you so much trouble all these years. Your great kindness I will never forget. Zeph's mouth curled up slightly, a smile spreading across his face, but tears welled in his eyes. After years together, he had long regarded Sanji as his own troublesome son. Though parting was hard, he felt more relief. The young eagle had to spread its wings and fly, he belonged to this vast sky. Patty and Carne, fully revived, clenched their fists, tears in their eyes, and shouted at Sanji, their words full of reluctance. You bastard, we're going to miss you, you bastard. We'll be so lonely. Hearing their words, Sanji was crying uncontrollably. The tears in his eyes couldn't stop him from etching their faces deeply into his memory. We'll be lonely, we'll be heartbroken, you bastard. Patty stood up and continued shouting at Sanji. You fools. Really? A man should say goodbye silently. Though Zeph said that he covered his eyes with his arm, now weeping silently, his voice trembling. We'll meet again next time, you bastard brothers. Sanji shouted at them, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Fei was deeply moved by the scene, a strange feeling of emotion welling up in his heart, his eyes slightly red. Was this the charm of One Piece? What's wrong, Zhang Fei? Are you moved? Nami noticed Zhang Fei's red eyes. I guess so, Zhang Fei admitted directly without any attempt to hide it. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental, Nami teased Zhang Fei. You're the same, Zhang Fei retorted. Nami was also moved by them just like him. I got sand in my eyes, Nami insisted stubbornly. Zhang Fei didn't expose her lie, but watched as Sanji stepped onto the Going Merry. As Sanji boarded the ship, Captain Luffy passionately gave orders to his crew. Let's go set sail. Goodbye, Sanji. The chefs of the baratai bid farewell to Sanji with reluctance, watching them leave until the Going Merry disappeared from their sight. Next we'll go to Kokoyashi village. Zhang Fei announced the destination of their next adventure, noting that Arlong was still causing trouble there. Why, oi? Luffy couldn't help but ask Zhang Fei, curiously wondering why they were heading to Kokoyashi village instead of the Grand Line. Let me explain. Nami stepped forward, intending to tell her story. That Arlong is truly despicable. Nami, why didn't you tell us earlier? After hearing about Arlong's deeds, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. His important crewmate's hometown was still under threat from pirates. He had to settle Arlong. Our target is Kokoyashi village. I'm going to send Arlong flying. Luffy clenched his fists eagerly, as if he wanted to appear there at once and knock Arlong away. How tragic, Miss Nami. I'll protect you and teach Arlong a lesson, Sanji said, reverting to his usual flirtatious self, showering Nami with attention. Thank you, Sanji. Nami politely expressed her gratitude. However, after receiving her thanks, Sanji's body began to twist like a serpent, with little heart patterns floating around him. Don't mention it, Miss Nami. As a brave warrior of the sea, I'll also lend a hand, Nami. Usopp stepped forward as well, thumping his chest in assurance. That's right, Nami, big sister. Johnny and I will help too, Johnny promised. Exactly, Nami, big sister, don't worry. Big brother Zhang Fei is so strong he'll definitely defeat Arlong. Yasaka chimed in from the side. You? Nami's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at them. These were her comrades. How reassuring. At the same time, she was deeply grateful for their help. No need to say more, Nami. We all know Arlong is no match for us, Zhang Fei comforted her. Nami nodded obediently and leaned against Zhang Fei's shoulder. This scene made Sanji grind his teeth in envy. He desperately wished he could be the one embraced by a beautiful woman, silently crying out, "I want that too." Sanji's reaction made Usopp shake his head, muttering, "Poor guy." As for why Zoro wasn't here, he was sound asleep in his room recovering from his injuries, completely unaware of what was happening. "Young man, a mission is coming," the system's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing there was a mission, Zhang Fei felt a surge of joy, though he didn't let it show on his face. Now wasn't the time for a big grin. "What mission?" Zhang Fei asked the system eagerly. "Mission 1, personally defeat Arlong. Reward 1 mystery gift box. Mission 2, let Hachon go. Reward 1 mystery gift box. Mission 3, report Captain Mouse for colluding with pirates. Reward 1 mystery gift box." The system immediately issued the missions to Zhang Fei. After seeing the 3 tasks, his eyes gleamed with sharp light, and he praised the system profusely. "Awesome system. 3 missions at once. I love you so much. Keep it low-key, low-key. If other systems see this, they'll get jealous. So host, you'd better be modest." The system humbly accepted Zhang Fei's compliment. After all, it was truly excellent. Even if it wanted to stay low-key, it couldn't. He got it, system. Zhang Fei chuckled. "Alright, I'm logging off now. Call me if anything comes up. Oh, and one more thing. Don't bother me anymore about creating combat scenes." Before logging off, the system reminded Zhang Fei as the world's origin energy was too precious. "I understand. From now on, I won't trouble the awesome system with such trivial matters." Having received Zhang Fei's assurance, the system quietly concealed its presence and fell into slumber. With these 3 mission rewards, he was sure to become stronger again. Especially after obtaining Wei Zhuang's swordsmanship, Zhang Fei grew even more eager to see what the mystery gift boxes would yield. Right, there were still 2 unused mystery gift boxes. He almost forgot. He quickly opened the system inventory, where 2 mysterious gift boxes stood quietly. Zhang Fei rubbed his hands together. With a beautiful woman by his side, he believed his luck would be good. So he opened both mystery gift boxes in one go. As the first gift box opened, a flash of golden light nearly blinded Zhang Fei. "Congratulations. You have obtained a low-tier version of the Touch of Midas. Turn up to 100 kilograms of material into gold per day. Cannot transmute living beings into gold." Upon seeing this skill, Zhang Fei's pupils dilated wildly, followed by a surge of ecstasy. It seemed he had a deep connection with the cultivation world. His novice gift box gave him immortality, his first mystery gift box gave him a body-tempering pill, and now his 4th box had granted a cultivation spell. If the system were still present, it would surely say that the cultivation system had lost the most. And damn it, that stingy bastard only gave nerfed versions of skills. If it had been a primordial chaos system, it would definitely beat that miserly piece of trash to death. With the Touch of Midas, he no longer had to worry about money. The second mystery gift box slowly opened, but unlike the first, no golden light emerged. It opened simply and plainly. "Congratulations. You have obtained the build driver along with the rabbit full bottle and tank full bottle, and nebula gas has been implanted into the host." Build driver. He could barely contain his excitement. Kamen Rider Build was one of his favorite riders, and he never imagined that one day he would be able to transform into a Kamen Rider himself. This thrilled Zhang Fei even more than acquiring the low-tier Touch of Midas. It felt like winning a 100 million lottery ticket. With the build driver, he could transform into Kamen Rider Build. He eagerly took out the build driver and examined it closely. It was indeed the same driver from Kamen Rider Build. "Zhang Fei, what's that in your hand?" Luffy stared curiously at the build driver in Zhang Fei's hand. Its strange appearance caught Luffy's attention, and he reached out to grab it for a look. Fortunately, Zhang Fei was quick-witted and shielded the build driver, preventing Luffy from snatching it. If it got lost, he would be heartbroken. "You can't take this. It's my treasure." Seeing how carefully Zhang Fei guarded the item, Luffy, being reasonable, didn't insist on taking it. Instead, he watched from the side and asked, "What is that you're holding?" "You'll understand when we arrive at Kokoyashi Village, and Luffy, you will definitely be thoroughly impressed." Zhang Fei deliberately kept the suspense, smiling with an enigmatic air. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, Luffy was seized with intense curiosity, practically itching to figure out what this thing was immediately. A treasure. Nami gazed at the object in Zhang Fei's hand with surprise. Something Zhang Fei deemed a treasure must surely be extraordinarily valuable, right? "Could you let me take a look?" Nami tentatively asked. "Here." Zhang Fei handed it to Nami, without hesitation. After all, Nami was not as careless as Luffy. Seeing this scene, Luffy puckered his lips in displeasure and began complaining to Zhang Fei, only to be completely ignored by the latter. "Zhang Fei, you're playing favorites. You only give things to Nami and not to me." Nami smiled, radiantly, charmingly beautiful. It seemed she still held an important place in Zhang Fei's heart, and the thought warmed her heart. Carefully examining the build driver, she discovered there was nothing special about it. Merely a lever with 2 apparent slots on top that seemed to require something to be inserted. This thing felt just like a toy with no real play value. However, since Zhang Fei had called it a treasure, it must hold extraordinary significance for him. She returned the build driver to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei took the build driver back and stored it in his system inventory, where 2 full bottles already lay waiting. He eagerly anticipated arriving at Kokoyashi Village, where he could finally transform. He then turned to Luffy and stated that he would handle Arlong himself as Arlong was directly related to his mission. Luffy, I'll deal with Arlong. I promised Nami. Zhang Fei pulled Nami forward as an excuse to prevent Luffy from disagreeing. Alright, Arlong is all yours, Zhang Fei. You must teach Arlong a proper lesson. Luffy ultimately agreed to Zhang Fei's request, his face wreathed in smiles, and he had no concerns about Zhang Fei's abilities. After all, Zhang Fei's strength could rival even Mihawk's. No problem. I'll beat him until even his mother won't recognize him. Zhang Fei promised. Zhang Fei, thank you. Nami gazed at Zhang Fei with eyes full of affection as she thanked him. Don't stand on ceremony with me. After all, I've promised to protect you for a lifetime. Zhang Fei gently stroked Nami's beautiful hair, which made Sanji beside them extremely envious. Nami responded coquettishly to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei had finally arrived at Kokoyashi village. The moment Luffy spotted the land, he shouted loudly, "We've arrived." However, Luffy's excited shouts drew the attention of the fishmen at the harbor. Pirates. Don't they know this is Arlong Park? The fishmen watched in bewilderment as the Going Merry sailed slowly toward them. Fishmen. Luffy stared in astonishment at the fishmen on the shore, suddenly having an epiphany. So this was what fishmen looked like. We're here. Nami had finally returned to her village. However, upon seeing these fishmen, her heart began to race with anxiety, her breathing growing rapid, clearly stirring up the fear buried deep within her. It's alright, I'm here. Zhang Fei placed his hand on Nami's shoulder. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, Nami felt as if she had taken a calming pill, her emotions gradually stabilizing. I understand. Luffy knocked them unconscious for me. Let's get revenge for Nami first. Zhang Fei then began directing Luffy. No problem. Luffy cheerfully agreed. With that, Luffy's arm stretched out rapidly. Gum pistol. Luffy's fist struck the fishmen on the shore with unerring accuracy. Those struck by Luffy's fist revealed whites of their eyes and collapsed unconscious. Seeing the defeated fishmen, Nami's mood improved somewhat. Thank you, Luffy. Nami expressed her gratitude to Luffy. No need to be polite. We're crewmates, aren't we? Luffy's smile was brilliant, showing off both rows of teeth. Let's go find Arlong. After Zhang Fei spoke, he carried Nami and jumped off the ship. Nami had long grown accustomed to this. Usopp quickly moored the Going Merry and shouted, "Wait for me, Zhang Fei." When they arrived at the town, a commotion echoed in the distance, as if someone was brawling. Let go of Mr. Arpeggio quickly. Wait, no, Jiko. As I've said before, possessing weapons signifies rebellious intent. To maintain order, this man must die today. Arlong grinned wickedly, his hand gripping Mr. Arpeggio's head. Or perhaps you want the entire village to vanish. Arlong continued to threaten. Hearing these words, everyone present fell silent instantly. If even one of you makes a move against me, the village will be razed to the ground. Seeing Mr. Arpeggio covered in blood, Nami's heart felt as if it were being cut by a blade. Her eyes reddened as she screamed at Arlong to stop. Arlong, stop right there. Hearing this familiar voice, Arlong turned to look in the direction of the sound. So it was Nami. However, Nami was accompanied by a group of fierce-looking people whose eyes were filled with hostility. Oh, if it isn't my Nami. You've returned. And bringing me gifts. Arlong directly dismissed Zhang Fei and the others, not considering them worth his attention at all. So this is Arlong. He's really ugly enough. Sanji lit a cigarette, calmly commenting on Arlong's appearance. Usopp, is he one of your relatives? Luffy pointed at Arlong and curiously turned to ask Usopp. Feeling insulted, Usopp loudly berated Luffy. Are you blind? I don't have any relatives like him. Hearing Sanji's words, Arlong's expression instantly turned gloomy. He tossed Mr. Arpeggio aside, who crashed into a wooden pillar like garbage, spitting blood. Mr. Arpeggio. Nami anxiously called out, worried about his safety. Nami, what do you mean by this? Do you want me to destroy this village? Arlong's tone was unfriendly, brimming with menace. Arlong, I will never help you again. I've found reliable companions, and they will defeat you. Nami was no longer afraid of Arlong because she had found a group of dependable friends, and Zhang Fei, with his formidable strength, was here with them. What are you saying, Nami? Have you thought this through carefully? Arlong's eyes were ice cold. Nami has made herself perfectly clear. She is our crewmate now, and the purpose of our visit is to eliminate you, Arlong. Zhang Fei responded in a firm tone, like a beast guarding its prey, declaring that she was his, and that Arlong shouldn't even think about it. No more. I have nothing to do with you from now on. After Nami finished speaking, she took out a dagger and slashed an X shape through the Arlong Pirates tattoo on her arm, demonstrating her resolve. Blood continuously oozed from the wound, dripping down her arm and splattering on the ground. Zhang Fei watched this scene with great distress, while the others looked at Nami in disbelief, yet they could feel her unwavering determination. Miss Nami. Sanji, adhering to his nightly code, took a deep drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled, his eyes burning with fury as he stared at the fishmen before him. They were the ones who had driven Miss Nami to self-harm, an unforgivable crime. Not good, Nami, you need to stop the bleeding immediately. Usopp flailed his arms, panic written all over his face. You woman. Zoro raised an eyebrow. He could sense the trust Nami had placed in them. He could not ignore such trust. The Wado Ikemanji in his hand began to stir with anticipation. Nami, leave them to us. Luffy's usual playful demeanor was gone, replaced by a stern expression. Luffy, I'm counting on you. Nami's eyes brimmed with tears. She had endured so much for this village, and now she had found companions she could rely on. She felt deeply grateful. Nami. No, Jiko murmured her name, her heart filled with joy for her. But could these people Nami had brought really defeat Arlong? Not only her, but the surrounding villagers shared the same doubt. Nami, I didn't expect you to betray me after going out. You should know the price of betrayal. The price is the lives of everyone here. Arlong's face twisted with malice as he glared at Nami, his eyes filled with ruthless cruelty. Hearing this, the villagers of Kokoyashi village were instantly terrified. Fear spread across their faces, and their bodies involuntarily stepped back. Yet the fishmen bared bloodthirsty grins, their eyes sweeping malevolently over the frightened villagers. But can you actually kill them? Arlong. Zhang Fei looked at Arlong with utter disdain, his gaze filled with contempt, as if regarding an insignificant ant paying him no heed. Damn you, you lowly human, how dare you look at me like that? Die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Karubi, without waiting for Arlong's command, charged forward and threw a punch at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei made no move to dodge, allowing Karubi to strike him. Karubi's fist connected solidly with Zhang Fei's abdomen, but Zhang Fei showed no reaction, let alone injury. His eyes darkened as he looked down at Karubi before him. Are you giving me a massage, eh? Then Zhang Fei kicked Karubi away with tremendous force. The kick struck Karubi's chest like a cannonball, accompanied by a crack, the sound of ribs breaking. Excruciating pain instantly surged through his brain. His lungs were also impacted, blood forced out, and he spat a mouthful of crimson. His body shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. He flew horizontally over a dozen meters, tumbling several times on the ground before rising slowly, his face pale. That kick from Zhang Fei had not used inner energy. It was pure brute force. If he had infused it with inner energy, Karubi's injuries would have been far more severe. Karubi, you damn lowly human, how dare you hurt my comrade? Arlong was furious. Seeing his comrade effortlessly kicked away by this man, he realized that this human possessed considerable strength. But now was not the time to consider that. The important thing was to avenge Karubi. Being defeated by a creature he considered inferior was a disgrace. Charge. Kill everyone here. At Arlong's command, the fishmen stirred their blades, glinting menacingly. Now is the time to fight back. Everyone give it your all. Jinzo struggled to his feet, rallying the villagers. They had long anticipated this day and had prepared weapons accordingly. That's right, fight them. They won't take our lives easily. The villagers fetched weapons from their homes, ready to risk everything to defend the peace of their village. Charge. You all. Nami watched in disbelief, biting her lip. Nami, don't say anything. The whole village knows what you've done. This is our home. Even if we can't win, we'll make them see our resolve. Jinzo's voice was resolute, resigned to death, ready to fight these fishmen to the very end. Luffy, leave the small fry to you. Don't let these villagers get hurt. They're all Nami's family. Zhang Fei stared at Arlong. Don't worry. Luffy assured him, placing his straw hat in Nami's hands. Then he turned to Sanji and the others. Let's go. The Straw Hat crew was brimming with fighting spirit, each choosing their opponent. However, Hachi was nowhere to be seen, which was fortunate for Zhang Fei. Human, who are you? Arlong was a fishman from the Sun Pirates, seasoned in many battles on the Grand Line. Yet now he sensed an aura of strength from Zhang Fei, the same presence as Jinbe and the other officers. It made him feel a hint of danger. He frowned, staring at Zhang Fei. Me? I'm just a passing knight. Remember that. With that, Zhang Fei retrieved the build driver from his system inventory and placed it on his navel. The two sides of the build driver quickly extended, a yellow belt fastening securely around his waist. He then took out the rabbit full bottle and tank full bottle, shaking them vigorously in his hands. He intended to test the power of build on Arlong. As he shook the rabbit and tank full bottles, incomprehensible physics formulas appeared out of thin air on both sides of Zhang Fei. Everyone was stunned by the strange sight, pausing to look at Zhang Fei. Next, he inserted the rabbit full bottle into the first slot, followed by the tank full bottle. The build driver emitted its signature sound effects. Rabbit. Tank. Best match. Zhang Fei grabbed the crank, a slight smirk on his lips, and turned it, producing a dynamic rhythm. Moments later, two transparent tubes emerged from the build driver, forming armor templates that sandwiched him from front and back. With the infusion of red and blue liquids, the front half of the armor turned red, while the back half turned blue. Are you ready? Transform. Zhang Fei called out softly. The two templates instantly snapped shut around him. A flash of red and blue light flickered and gas vented from the armor. Kamen Rider build was born. Steel of the Moon Visitor. Rabbit tank. Yeah. Cool. Luffy's eyes widened, instantly sparkling with excitement, as he was captivated by Zhang Fei's transformation. No wonder Zhang Fei had been so secretive. It turned out to be a transformation device. This is so cool. I want one too. He dashed over to Zhang Fei, running his hands over the armor, shouting with exhilaration. He longed to experience the thrill of transformation as well. Zhang Fei, I want to transform too. I want to transform. Usopp came running over as well. If he had known Zhang Fei had such a gadget, he would have asked to try it out. I want to transform too. You can't. This thing only works for me. Zhang Fei explained, since they hadn't been implanted with nebula gas, they couldn't transform. Zhang Fei, you. Nami looked at him incredulously, wondering how he had done it. Meanwhile, Sanji and Zoro stared at him in astonishment, feeling that Zhang Fei harbored too many secrets. I see. Luffy said dejectedly, his eyes dimming. But Zhang Fei's next words made both Usopp and Luffy overjoyed, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Alright, let's finish off these small fries first. I'll help you get a set later. Zhang Fei wasn't just making empty promises. He believed the system was omnipotent. Since he had obtained the build driver, it was possible he could later acquire the Orange Arms driver, or the Nebula steam gun, or even the Kaizoka system. You said it. Luffy was ecstatic, rushing off excitedly to thrash the fishmen. Zhang Fei, I haven't read many books, so don't try to fool me. Usopp looked at Zhang Fei, worried that he might be lying to them. Don't worry, I won't deceive you, Zhang Fei assured. Now I'm relieved. Take this. Let me show you the might of the great Captain Usopp. With Zhang Fei's guarantee, Usopp's fighting spirit soared like Luffy's, and he began shooting at the fishmen with his slingshot. Damn it. You're asking for death. Arlong, seeing his comrades fall one after another, was enraged. His eyes turned bloodshot as if he wanted to devour these lowly humans alive. Arlong pulled out his sharp teeth as weapons. With his shark bloodline, his teeth regenerated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his fangs had grown back. Die! Arlong charged ferociously at Zhang Fei, assuming he was the leader. He knew the principle of capturing the chieftain first. Zhang Fei snorted coldly, stepped forward, and stood his ground. He disdained to dodge Arlong's attack. The power of the armor depended on the wearer. The stronger the wearer, the more they could unleash the armor's potential, just like the Sovereign Tendu could master the Kabuto system. Arlong sneered, thinking Zhang Fei was overconfident. Even if he wore steel armor, it wouldn't help. His fangs could easily bite through steel, so the armor wouldn't protect him. But what followed defied Arlong's expectations. His teeth failed to pierce the armor. Instead, sparks flew, and a sizzling sound echoed. What a... Arlong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? While Arlong was still stunned, Zhang Fei clenched his fist and punched him in the abdomen. The intense pain made Arlong vomit gastric acid, his eyes bulging and his body curling up like a shrimp. As Arlong was about to kneel, Zhang Fei seized him by the throat. The powerful grip instantly cut off his air and blood flow. His face flushed red, then slowly turned blue. Arlong! The fishmen cried out as they saw him being choked by the strange armored figure. Some tried to rescue him, but they were blocked by Luffy and the others. Arlong struggled desperately, trying to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry open Zhang Fei's hand. A sense of defeat washed over him. How could a lowly human be so strong? Just as he was about to suffocate, Zhang Fei suddenly released his grip. Like Arlong had done to Akin earlier, he was thrown aside like garbage, rolling several times on the ground. Arlong, are you alright? A fishman came to support him. Arlong, his color returning, realized he had met a tough opponent. I'm fine. Bring me the Zhanfeng. Arlong slowly stood up, and the fishman brought him his giant saw-toothed sword Zhanfeng. Armed with the weapon, Arlong's confidence surged. He pointed at Zhang Fei and blustered. That was just me being careless. I didn't dodge, so you got an opening. Zhang Fei ignored Arlong's boasts. He couldn't be bothered to exchange words. Step by step, he advanced toward Arlong, each step heavy and resolute. Die! Arlong raised the Zhanfeng and swung it with all his might. The sharp blade sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. The spring on Zhang Fei's left foot emitted a golden light and rapidly compressed. With a leap, he appeared before Arlong, as if teleporting. Caught off guard, Arlong couldn't defend himself before Zhang Fei's clenched fist connected with his cheek. The force of the punch sent Arlong flying backward, leaving a deep trench on the ground. So weak, Zhang Fei muttered disdainfully. He hadn't killed Arlong immediately because he wasn't yet fully accustomed to the build form. This free punching bag was perfect for getting used to Build's abilities. Arlong was covered in blood, especially his back, a pool of crimson. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. All his comrades had fallen, only he remained. Don't worry, just think of me as playing with a monkey, Zhang Fei replied, treating Arlong like insignificant chaff. This ignited Arlong's fury. When had he ever been so belittled? And they dared to harm his beloved comrades. Unforgivable. He would kill everyone present to vent his hatred. You lowly humans dare to look down on us superior fishmen. I'll make you all die. Looking at Arlong, who was furious, the crowd remained calm, all believing in Zhang Fei's strength. As for the villagers of Kokoyashi village, they didn't know Zhang Fei's strength and showed worried expressions. You all step back? Leave Arlong to me. He's nothing special, Zhang Fei said to the restless villagers. But, Jinzo started, but Nami interrupted. It's fine, Jinzo. Leave this to Zhang Fei. He's really strong. Nami had full confidence in Zhang Fei. Meanwhile, the blood on her arm had been bandaged by her sister, successfully stopping the bleeding. Alright then. Jinzo finally heeded Nami's words. He had also witnessed Zhang Fei's overwhelming strength. Arlong was completely dominated without any ability to fight back. Facing Nami's trust, he couldn't let Arlong die so easily. After all, Nami's miserable childhood was caused by Arlong. He had to kill him. Unlike Luffy, who would just knock him down, Zhang Fei's style was to root out the source completely, a trait inherited from his father. Arlong's eyes gleamed with malice. He sprinted forward, tightly gripping his sword Zhanfeng. He leaped high, both hands poised, seemingly intending to cleave Zhang Fei in two. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Arlong in midair, their hearts filled with worry, and they cheered for Zhang Fei. As Zhanfeng descended, the sound of it cutting through the air could be heard. The blade grew larger in Zhang Fei's pupils. Zhang Fei shifted his ankle and sidestepped the slash, barely avoiding it by a hair's breadth. Arlong's monstrous strength directly smashed the ground beneath Zhang Fei, creating a huge crater. Debris flew everywhere and struck Zhang Fei's armor, producing a series of clanging sounds. Clang, clang, clang. As Arlong was about to turn and attack, Zhang Fei's strike was even faster. A single punch shattered Zhang Fei, and passing through it, a rising uppercut directly hit Arlong's chest, accompanied only by the sound of bones breaking. Crack. Opt. Arlong let out a scream. He now felt the pain that Karubi had suffered. Under the force, Arlong's body flew like a parabola, heavily crashing into the ground, bouncing once and hitting the ground again. But Zhang Fei's attack didn't stop there. Using the build system's jumping ability again, he instantly appeared before Arlong. Behind the mask, Zhang Fei's eyes flashed with a fierce light. What greeted him was a kick. The left foot had tank treads, spinning rapidly like a chainsaw, heavily striking Arlong's face. Blood splattered instantly, and there was hardly any intact flesh left on his face. Wah! Arlong's screams drew no sympathy from anyone. Instead, there was more gloating. My face! Arlong wailed in pain, one hand wanting to protect his injured face, but not daring to touch it. Zhang Fei is terrifying. I'd better never make him angry. Usopp, seeing how brutal Zhang Fei was, began to tremble all over. Feeling disgusted by the blood and flesh on his left foot, Zhang Fei rubbed it on the ground. Damn you, you lowly humans. Arlong gnashed his teeth in impotent rage. Zhang Fei hadn't expected Arlong to still have strength to be angry. He thought he had been too gentle. Then a large hand seized Arlong's head and forcefully pressed it down to the ground. Bang! The ground instantly formed a crater. Arlong's eyes began to roll back, blood spurted from his forehead, and his consciousness started to fade, as if he might pass out at any moment. But as a fisherman with strong vitality, he barely stood up again, covered in blood. Zhang Fei felt it was about time. Nami's anger should have subsided. There was no need to continue this. He decided to send Arlong to see the Buddha as soon as possible. He stepped back several paces. The crowd was puzzled about what he was doing, all eyes on him. Zhang Fei then turned the crank, preparing to use a finishing move to end Arlong's life. The build driver began playing the rider kick prompt sound. Following that, a parabolic function graph appeared before everyone, tightly enveloping Arlong's body, preventing him from escaping. What the hell is this? I can't break free. Arlong struggled desperately against the strange white dashed lines around him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out. What is that? Everyone was shocked, having no idea what it was. I don't know. What is Zhang Fei going to do now? Sanji took a drag of his cigarette, watching curiously. I don't know. Usopp said he didn't understand either, but he watched Zhang Fei's battle intently and carefully, his face showing mostly expectation. Having seen the power of the Kamen Rider, which was extremely formidable, and since Zhang Fei had promised to give him a driver, how could he not be excited? As for Luffy, he was watching Zhang Fei with great anticipation, looking forward to his performance. Meanwhile, Nami's eyes grew even more emotional. Seeing Arlong beaten without any power to fight back, she felt elated. Unconsciously, her fists clenched. She hoped and longed for Zhang Fei to avenge her adoptive mother Belmere. Then Zhang Fei used the spring in his right foot to leap high, his left foot following the diagram, as he kicked down, with red and blue intertwined light beginning to emanate from his foot. Ready, Geo Voltec finish here. Arlong's pupils kept dilating, even showing a look of fear. But Zhang Fei would not stop. The left foot struck directly into Arlong's chest. The energy contained in the foot instantly invaded Arlong's body, wreaking havoc. Then his body, unable to withstand the power, exploded, instantly engulfed in huge flames, completely reduced to ashes. Then Zhang Fei slowly walked out of the explosion, deactivated his transformation, and stored the build driver and the full bottles into his system inventory. Now one of the 3 tasks had been completed. When everyone saw Arlong dead, they looked at each other and then erupted into huge cheers. At last, Arlong was finally dead, and Kokoyashi village was finally free. Great! Arlong is dead. We're free. The moment Arlong died, Nami ran over, rushed into Zhang Fei's arms, tears in her eyes, burying her head in his chest. Thank you, Zhang Fei. Thank you so much. Zhang Fei gently comforted Nami, stroking her hair with his palm, and said softly, no need to thank me. It's what I should do. Witnessing this scene, Sanji's heart burned with jealousy, his teeth clenched tight as envy consumed him. How he longed to be embraced by Nami-sama in such a manner. This sight was simply unbearable. It was Usopp who stepped forward, patting Sanji gently on the shoulder. With a sympathetic tone, he said, give it up, Sanji. It's never going to happen for you. Sanji knew the harsh truth himself, watching with tearful envy as acceptance finally dawned upon him. Have you all finished your little reunion? A series of shrill, unpleasant squeaks pierced the air. Turning their heads, the group spotted Captain Mouse, who stroked his rat-like whiskers with an insidious grin, his sinister appearance betraying the darkness within. Is that Captain Mouse? The villagers recognized him immediately, well aware that this naval officer had colluded with Arlong, a man of equally foul character. A faint smile crossed Zhang Fei's face. How fortunate that Captain Mouse had delivered himself right to their doorstep, sparing them the trouble of seeking him out. Today is truly my lucky day. My thanks for putting on such a spectacular show. I never imagined these no-name pirates would defeat the fishmen. Captain Mouse had utterly dismissed Zhang Fei and the others from his mind. With Arlong gone, all his treasures now belonged to him alone. He waved his hand imperiously, commanding the Marines behind him with arrogant confidence. Thanks to your efforts, the tribute money meant for Arlong and his hidden treasures in Arlong Park are now mine. Everyone lay down your weapons. Your accolades shall be claimed by me, Captain Mouse of Marine Branch 16. At Captain Mouse's command, the Marines behind him raised their rifles in unison, barrels pointed squarely at Zhang Fei and his companions. Zhang Fei responded with a dismissive laugh. What courage did these fools possess to dare point weapons at them? Even if he chose not to act, others certainly would. That someone was Zoro, who materialized soundlessly behind Captain Mouse's hand, gripping the captain's skull with terrifying precision. The Marines recoiled in shock, their eyes darting wildly. How had he appeared so suddenly? Zoro. Usopp gasped, equally bewildered as the rest. In truth, after defeating the fishmen, Zoro had collapsed to rest. The Marines, mistaking him for a corpse, had paid him no heed. Don't come spoiling everyone's celebration, Zoro muttered darkly, his expression menacing. Captain Mouse nearly wet himself, his eyes bulging in abject terror, his face contorted with fear. What greeted him was a merciless beating from Zoro, who sent every Marine crashing to the ground, black-eyed, bloodied, and broken. Zhang Fei, what are you doing? Nami watched Zhang Fei in confusion as he approached Captain Mouse's body. Was he going to desecrate the corpse? Zhang Fei rummaged through Captain Mouse's belongings until his fingers found something hard and unmistakable. He pulled it free, the Den Den Mushi. What's that? Luffy tilted his head, staring at the creature in Zhang Fei's hand. He had never seen such a thing before. A Den Den Mushi, Zhang Fei replied casually. It's used for communication. Though he had seen them in anime, Zhang Fei lacked practical experience with this particular device. He needed someone to demonstrate its use. Hey, wake up. If you don't open your eyes this instant, I'll castrate you. The Marine's eyes snapped open instantly. His legs squeezed together, involuntarily, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gazed at Zhang Fei with raw terror. The man before him seemed like a demon incarnate. He scrambled to respond, desperate to avoid the threatened mutilation. No, I'm awake. Now that you're conscious, do you know how to operate this Den Den Mushi? Zhang Fei brandished the creature in his hand. The Marine fixated on the Den Den Mushi, nodding frantically. Yes, I know how. Good. Call Smoker, the one stationed at Lowtown. Originally, Zhang Fei had considered reporting to Garp, but realizing these were merely branch Marines, he concluded reaching Garp would be impossible. Smoker was a better choice. A man whose integrity Zhang Fei trusted completely. What are you staring at? Call Smoker this instant, or I'll slice you open myself. Zhang Fei pressed the terrified Marine further. The unfortunate Marine, completely intimidated, scrambled to obey. Hello, this is Lowtown. Smoker speaking. The Den Den Mushi in Zhang Fei's grasp perfectly mimicked Smoker's voice, each word dripping with characteristic nonchalance. Is this Captain Smoker? I have a report for you. Captain Mouse of Branch 16 has been colluding with pirates and oppressing the villagers of this island. The gathered crew stared in bewilderment. A pirate reporting a naval officer. What an absurd turn of events. What did you say? Smoker's expression froze instantly. He had never anticipated discovering such corruption within the Marines' ranks. His tone grew stern as he pressed for more details. Is this truly genuine? Absolutely. If you don't believe me, come investigate. Oh, by the way, do you have a way to contact Garp? Zhang Fei continued conversationally, as if discussing trivial matters. He's currently in the East Blue. Surely he has nothing pressing on his agenda. Perhaps he could handle this personally. Zhang Fei spoke with effortless ease, completely devoid of any pretense or ceremony. Grandpa is coming. Luffy's face drained of color the moment Garp's name was mentioned. He was determined to flee immediately. Capture by Garp would mean inescapable confinement. Zhang Fei wanted to comment, but chose silence, respecting Luffy's own concerns. Grandpa. Smoker in Lowtown caught Luffy's words. He was aware of Garp's grandson being somewhere in the East Blue. Though some doubt lingered, Smoker decided to extend his trust. After all, if Garp's grandson was truly here, a simple confirmation call would verify everything. Understood. I'll contact Vice Admiral Garp immediately. With that, Smoker terminated the call. Vice Admiral Garp. Captain Mouse's eyes rolled back as the words registered. He was finished. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Never could he have imagined that this obscure pirate was actually Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. He had kicked an immovable iron wall. Death itself seemed preferable to his current predicament. Another objective successfully completed. Only Hachon remained. Find him and convince him to leave these shores. Do you have any sturdy rope? Bind these Marines and fishmen securely. When Garp arrives, hand these scoundrels over to him. Zhang Fei called out to the villagers, who eagerly cooperated, producing thick ropes from their homes and binding the captives so tightly that escape was impossible. Zhang Fei ventured alone toward Arlong Park, where Hachon busied himself feeding the sea cow Moshi. Fortune had favored him. Hachon had missed the entire confrontation, sparing him serious injury. Who are you? Hachon eyed Zhang Fei with curiosity. That doesn't matter. Hachon, leave immediately and return to Fishman Island. Garp is coming. Zhang Fei explained the situation. If Hachon fell into Garp's hands, escape would be impossible. What? Garp is coming. I must find Arlong. Hachon understood too well the terror of Garp's name. Against such a legendary figure, a small pirate like himself stood no chance. Hachon began searching desperately for Arlong. Just as Hachon tried to depart, Zhang Fei blocked his path. Hachon stared at him in confusion. There's no need. Arlong is dead and his cohorts have all been captured. You alone remain. Flee now, Zhang Fei urged. He concealed his role in Arlong's demise, knowing that if Hachon learned the truth, the fishman would likely attempt revenge. What? Arlong is dead. Hachon struggled to accept this truth, yet considering Garp's involvement, it seemed plausible. To convince Hachon, Zhang Fei led him to witness his companion's fate from a distant vantage point. Seeing his fellow crew members bound and defeated, Hachon finally believed Zhang Fei's words. He turned and offered a solemn expression of gratitude. Thank you for telling me this. I will never forget your kindness. If you ever visit Fishman Island, I shall treat you as an honored guest. No need for thanks. Just flee quickly before the Marines arrive. Zhang Fei issued his final warning before guiding Hachon and the sea cow Moshi away from Kokoyashi village. No need for thanks. Just flee quickly before the Marines arrive. Zhang Fei issued his final warning before guiding Hachon and the sea cow Moshi away from Kokoyashi village. With this, the final objective had been achieved. Admiral Garp, Captain Smoker of Lowtown, reports that Captain Morgan of the 16th Branch has abused his position as a Marine officer to collude with pirates. Captain Smoker requests your immediate presence to handle the matter, and he adds that your grandson is also there. A junior officer delivered the message from Captain Smoker to Admiral Garp. Yet Garp lay lazily on a beach chair beneath his signature dog-shaped hat, basking in the sun with serene ease, only twitching an ear at the report. My grandson. Set course immediately for the 16th Branch. An ominous premonition stirred within Garp. Luffy, the boy, was almost certainly heading down the path of piracy. That could not be allowed. Luffy must become a Marine. Before warrants were issued, Garp resolved to deliver his grandfatherly love firsthand, to steer him back onto the righteous path, to shatter Luffy's idle dream of becoming a pirate once and for all. Meanwhile, Kobe and Helmeppo had seized the opportunity to board Garp's warship en route to Marine headquarters. With Morgan now disarmed, his axes stripped away by Zhang Fei, he could offer no resistance and remained imprisoned in silence, robbed of what would have been the proudest moment of his life. What troubled Garp most, however, was the emergence of such corruption within the East Blue, naval officers betraying their oaths. A full-scale investigation reported directly to Fleet Admiral Sengoku was imperative to root out traitors hidden among the ranks before they further tarnished the Marines' honor. That was precisely why Morgan now stood aboard this vessel, to be handed over to Sengoku himself for judgment. Zhang Fei, having just returned from settling matters with Hachon, noticed Luffy's frantic state and gently patted his shoulder, offering calm explanation. Don't worry, your grandfather won't arrive so soon. It'll take several days at least. He spoke confidently, drawing upon reasoned deduction. Garp had only recently departed the offshore base. Reaching Kokoyashi village would require time, and since Zhang Fei had deliberately withheld Morgan's precise location, tracking them down would demand further delay. Thus he stood unshaken. You scared me. I thought Grandpa was already here. Luffy gasped, pressing a hand to his chest, relief washing over him like a tide. Luffy, your grandfather is a Marine. Usopp stared astonished. He'd never imagined Luffy had a grandfather who held the rank of Admiral. Yeah, but he's terrifying. If he catches me, it's all over. Assured that his grandfather still had days to travel, Luffy relaxed completely, reverting to his carefree self, hands laced behind his head. So, does that mean we'll never have to fear being captured by the Marines again? Usopp's face lit up with sudden hope. Luffy's bloodline seemed to promise immunity. Zhang Fei cut short Usopp's fantasy with blunt honesty. It was impossible. Garp's unwavering commitment to justice would never permit favoritism. Yet kinship remained a different matter. Should they meet, Garp might turn a blind eye, letting them slip away. But if Luffy were truly apprehended, then even Garp would be powerless. Stop dreaming, Usopp. It's impossible. If we're arrested, Luffy's grandfather cannot bail us out. He is a Marine bound by his own rigid code of justice. At best, he might look the other way when we cross paths, letting us walk free. Is my grandpa really that kind? Luffy tilted his head, propping his chin on one hand, deep in bewildered contemplation. Of course he is. Zhang Fei, intimately familiar with canon lore, understood Garp's heart perfectly. Time and again, in Water 7 at the Summit War, he had deliberately eased his blows against his own grandson, holding back with quiet paternal restraint. Still, Luffy struggled to believe it. As a child, he'd been hurled alone into the wilderness, left to fend for himself, nearly perishing. That memory cast a long shadow over his impression of Garp. In the end, Luffy abandoned the thought entirely. He simply couldn't recall a single act of kindness from his grandfather. Garp? Is that the Admiral Garp? The very same. The legendary Marine who drove the Pirate King himself to the brink of despair. Nami, having wandered far across the seas, recognized the name instantly, a chilling familiarity rising as the full weight of Garp's legend settled upon her. Yes, that's him, Zhang Fei confirmed. The crew gazed at Luffy in stunned disbelief. The unassuming boy before them was the grandson of the Marine hero himself. Do I have something on my face? Luffy blinked, puzzled, then resumed, digging absent-mindedly in his ear with his finger. Do you want this? Still baffled, Luffy assumed they coveted the earwax he'd just extracted and extended his finger. The grotesque globule provoked universal revulsion. Everyone recoiled in disgust. Die already. Who'd ever want that? Nami lunged forward, delivering a furious punch, its impact echoing with visceral force. A steaming lump swelled instantly atop Luffy's skull, tears welling in his eyes from the searing pain. Usopp sighed softly. He found it utterly incongruous. The grandson of maritime legend bore no trace of that grandeur. The two seemed worlds apart. Sanji relit his cigarette. Having just assisted Nami's elder sister Nojiko, he'd helped bind both Marines and fishmen alike, preparing them for Garp's arrival. He'd heard every word of their exchange, and now regarded his newly invited captain with renewed fascination. Such lineage promised extraordinary adventures ahead, and the pursuit of that fabled sea, the blue ocean, remained their shared shimmering dream. Exhausted but content, Zhang Fei and the others decided to spend the night there, setting sail at dawn. To celebrate their victory over Arlong, a feast was held in honor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro, however, missed the merriment, taken to the village doctor for treatment. Yet the moment he recovered, he rushed back, not for medicine, but for sake. Drinking, after all, came first. Nami accompanied him, her own arm still bearing shallow cuts requiring careful disinfection to prevent infection. Luffy feasted ravenously. Usopp boasted from atop a high platform, and Sanji charmed women, each playing their part with effortless synchrony. Thank you for saving Nami and guiding her out of darkness. Nojiko raised her glass toward Zhang Fei, her eyes shimmering with profound gratitude. Zhang Fei raised his wine glass and clinked it with the others, a faint smile upon his face. His gaze was gentle, yet it swept across the bonfire burning fiercely at the center of the gathering. The firelight illuminated the villagers as they sang and danced, and one could faintly hear the crackling of burning wood. Please don't stand on ceremony, it's the least I could do. In that case, Nami is truly fortunate to have found such reliable companions. I can rest easy knowing I've entrusted Nami to you. Nozuki acknowledged Zhang Fei and his companions, for she believed that with them by her side, Nami would surely never be wronged or bullied. Don't worry, I will take good care of Nami. You have my word on that. Zhang Fei made this promise to Nozuki. As long as he was present, no one would dare mistreat Nami. With Zhang Fei's assurance, Nozuki beamed with joy, completely at ease. The following day, Aiken came to the grave where Belmere, Nami's adoptive mother, was buried. He held a bottle of wine and poured it all over the gravestone, sharing the good news with Belmere. Belmere, your daughters have all grown up. They're wonderful. They're just like you were in life. From now on, we will do everything in our power to live on. We've sacrificed too much for it to be any other way. So we must give our all, we must face life with a smile. Just as Aiken was pouring his heart out to Belmere, an inopportune voice interrupted his soliloquy. Prosciutto and cantaloupe. But it seems there's no food around here after all. Made the trip for nothing. The visitor was Lu Fei, a piece of meat dangling from his mouth as he chewed bones poking out from the sides. He had come here searching for food, but finding none in the area, he was preparing to head back. Let's go back. Hold it, kid. Aiken, seeing Lu Fei's utter lack of manners, couldn't help but call out to stop him. A graveyard. Did someone die here? Yes, someone died. A very long time ago. Aiken stood with his back to Lu Fei, lost in memories of the past, his voice carrying a tinge of sorrow. Oh, how pitiful. Please accept my sincere condolences. Please accept my sincere. Please accept my condolent. Lu Fei lowered his head, wanting to comfort Aiken, but it seemed he couldn't quite recall what came after. Please accept my. It's accept my condolences. That's the phrase. Finally, Aiken could bear it no longer and corrected Lu Fei. Hey kid, Nami is going to join your crew and become a pirate. The journey is perilous. If any of you dare make Nami cry, I'll find a way to kill you all. Aiken was warning Lu Fei. After all, he had long regarded Nami as his own daughter. She had borne too much already, and now that she had finally gained her freedom, he would not permit anyone to mistreat her. Rest assured, we will protect Nami well. At this moment, Zhang Fei stepped forward, a bouquet of flowers in his hands. He had clearly come to pay respects to Belmere, and he responded to Aiken's concerns. Zhang Fei. Lu Fei had no idea why Zhang Fei was here, and why he was holding flowers. What was he doing? However, Aiken did not seem satisfied with Zhang Fei's response. Instead, he let out a loud shout, which startled Lu Fei before answering Aiken. Do you understand? Understood. Zhang Fei placed the flowers on Belmere's grave, pressed his palms together, as if in prayer. Aiken nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Zhang Fei had at least shown this much consideration. He then turned to Belmere's grave and made a solemn promise to her. Please rest easy. I will protect Nami. Compared to Lu Fei, Aiken trusted Zhang Fei far more. Though they shared the same character, Fei, in their names, the one with the surname Zhang seemed far more dependable. He was satisfied with this young man. This made Zhang Fei feel as though he was being scrutinized by a potential father-in-law, which was quite strange indeed. Remember those words of yours, or I won't let you off the hook. Aiken did not forget to issue one final warning to Zhang Fei. I will remember. After all, I made a promise to Nami. I will protect her for the rest of my life. With those words, Zhang Fei turned and left, offering them his departing silhouette. Lu Fei followed, curiously asking whose grave this was. Zhang Fei seemed to recognize this place. Zhang Fei, whose grave is that? Your captain really is unreliable, you know. That's the grave of Nami's adoptive mother. Zhang Fei shook his head. He had only learned of Belmere's burial site through Nozuki. He could only sigh at how absent-minded this Lu Fei was. Only then did it dawn on Lu Fei. He struck his right fist hard against his open left palm. So that's how it is. No, I need to go back. I should pay my respects too. Nami is our crewmate now. With that, Lu Fei rushed back immediately to pay his respects to Belmere. Meanwhile, on Nami's end, she was at the village doctor's office. This village doctor also served as a tattoo artist. Nami intended to change the tattoo on her arm to a windmill design and to cover up the scars as well. Doctor, I'd like you to tattoo a design on me. Oh, the village doctor was startled for a moment, but upon seeing the design Nami showed him he agreed to give her the tattoo. On this day the villagers were still celebrating the excitement, far from faded. Chang and I and Yusa continued to share in the villagers' joy. The next morning as the sun had just risen above the sea horizon the villagers of Kokoyashi village had gathered at the harbor to bid farewell to Zhang Fei and his companions. Chang and I and Yusa struck cool poses as they said their goodbyes to Zhang Fei and the others. We're going to get back to our old profession and become bounty hunters. All these days we truly appreciated your generosity, brothers. Even though we're parting ways now, we look forward to reuniting with you all someday. Zhang Fei stood aboard the Going Merry looking down at them with a faint smile and bade them farewell. Got it. Do be careful and don't go dying on us. Understood, brother Zhang Fei. We'll be careful. Chang and I coolly responded to Zhang Fei as if trying to leave a good impression on him and the others. Won't Miss Nami come? Shanji assumed Nami didn't want to join them on their adventure. Hey, I searched the entire island but couldn't find any prosciutto or cantaloupe. But Lu Fei's words were completely off topic, which infuriated Shanji. But that girl hasn't shown up. Wu Suapu placed his right hand on his forehead, scanning the area for any sign of Nami. She isn't planning to back out, is she? Sua Long leaned against a wall as he voiced Wu Suapu's concerns. Nami will come. Zhang Fei had full confidence in Nami. He believed she would never leave. What? She left all the money behind 100 million berries. Jin said in shock. He knew how desperately Nami had fought for that money, so what did she mean by leaving it all behind? She's leaving without even a single berry, but that money was earned with Nami's life. The village doctor said, incredulously seeking confirmation from Nojiko. She said she can always steal more money, so it's fine. I also advised her to take some with her, but she wouldn't listen. She's the kind of person who never goes back on her word. Nojiko also looked helpless. What could she do about Nami's stubbornness? Fool the ones who should be truly grateful. Are us. Jin lowered his head, understanding that Nami left the 100 million berries to develop Kokoyashi village properly. He gritted his teeth, looking unwilling. Hurry and set sail. At that moment Nami came running at full speed. It's little Nami. A villager recognized her and called out. Since Nami said so, Zhang Fei could only obey. If there was anyone with the most authority in the Straw Hat Pirates, it was Nami. He began to urge the Going Merry forward. She's sprinting over. What does she plan to do? Usopp looked at Nami in confusion. She told us to set sail? Let's just set sail for now. Luffy obeyed Nami's words. Though puzzled, he still followed her instructions. Just as Luffy was about to call someone to steer the Going Merry, Zhang Fei had already prepared it, and the ship slowly began to move forward. Could it be? That girl intends to leave without us even thanking her. Someone voiced their speculation. How could that be? Little Nami stopped quickly. At least let us thank you properly. But Nami showed no sign of stopping. Instead, she quickened her pace. Ah, they're setting sail. Wait for us, we haven't thanked you yet. Someone noticed the quietly departing Going Merry and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Jin ran up to Nami trying to stop her. At least he wanted to thank her before she left to chase her dreams. Nami, wait. We won't let you leave us without a word. The villagers began spreading their arms to block Nami's path, but she easily weaved through the crowd, dodging their encirclement. Hey, is it appropriate for her to say goodbye this way? Sanji, seeing Nami ready to leave without a word, questioned Luffy beside him. How she says goodbye is for her to decide. Luffy said solemnly. He would not interfere with his Nakama's decisions. Exactly, everyone has the right to choose. So we shouldn't interfere with Nami's decision. We just need to support her. That's what being Nakama means. Zhang Fei handed over control of the Going Merry to Usopp as he only needed to welcome Nami aboard. His words struck a chord with Luffy and Sanji as they quietly watched Nami running toward them. Nami! Amid the shouts, Nami finally broke through the villagers' blockade. With a powerful leap, she jumped onto the Going Merry. However, she was greeted by a pair of strong arms which pulled her into an embrace to prevent her from getting hurt. After all, he had promised Nami that he would protect her for life, and now was the moment. Nami looked up and saw that it was Zhang Fei who had caught her. She smiled radiantly, which made Sanji extremely envious. He blamed himself. If only he had thought of it, he could have been the one to have such close contact with Nami. Sanji was now filled with regret. Thanks, Zhang Fei. Nami's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Zhang Fei. The atmosphere around them seemed to grow a bit ambiguous. Meanwhile, Jen at the port seemed to feel like a proud father-in-law. He had learned from Nojiko that Nami seemed to have special feelings for Zhang Fei. If one had to describe it, it was admiration. He also felt that Nami had truly grown up at this moment. Then under their gaze, Nami left Zhang Fei's embrace and slowly opened her top, resulting in various kinds of wallets falling out. The villagers were stunned. When had Nami stolen their wallets? They all began searching themselves for their own wallets. My wallet is gone. Mine is gone too. Mine too. And mine. Everyone take care. Nami held a berry between her fingers, grinning and showing off the money she had stolen. This infuriated Jin and the other villagers, who shouted loudly at the departing Nami. Little girl, you have quite the nerve. Hey, this girl is really one of a kind. Usopp said speechlessly. Zoro, however, looked reproachful. Maybe one day she'll sell us out. Miss Nami is amazing. Sanji grinned, giving Nami a thumbs up in praise. No matter what Nami did, beautiful women were always innocent. Ha ha ha. Luffy sat on the ship's railing, laughing heartily, finding it amusing. Your farewell is quite interesting. Zhang Fei praised Nami. Parting didn't have to be sad, it could be thrilling and unforgettable. Thanks for the compliment. Nami smiled in response to Zhang Fei. Then came the angry shouts from the villagers at the port demanding that Nami return the wallets. You thieving cat. Come back. Return my wallet. But Nami wouldn't let them have their way. Money that had entered her pocket wouldn't easily come out, and she gave them a cold sneer. Heh, you wicked girl. The villagers, seeing Nami's arrogance, gnashed their teeth in anger, but in their hearts they were truly grateful for Nami's years of sacrifice. You're always welcome back. Take care. We thank you. As Nami gradually disappeared into the distance, the villagers' earlier demands for wallets vanished, replaced by heartfelt thanks. Boys, don't forget what you promised me. Jin shouted at Zhang Fei and Luffy on the ship. Zhang Fei said nothing, but Luffy gave a thumbs up indicating that he understood and would keep his promise. Goodbye everyone, I'm leaving. Finally, Nami waved farewell to the villagers of Kokoyashi village. After Nami left, Jin held up the drawing Nami had given the village doctor earlier. It was the image of a windmill. Was it supposed to be tangerines and a windmill? Nojiko explained, then noticing that the windmill on Jin's hat was gone, she asked, Jin, where's your windmill? Heads no longer needed. Jin laughed heartily. The windmill had gone where it belonged. Under a clear sky with a gentle breeze, a small windmill stood beside Belmir's grave, spinning endlessly. Aboard the Going Merry, sailing across the ocean, the crew burst into laughter and merriment, celebrating something with boundless vitality. Yet Zhang Fei sat alone at the stern of the ship, peacefully basking in the sea breeze. The thought that his 3 mysterious gift boxes still awaited him sent his heart leaping with anticipation. Moreover, the weather today was splendid, perfect for opening the gift boxes. This time Zhang Fei decided to employ the same tactic as before, opening them all at once to see if he could strike gold. The first mysterious gift box slowly opened, revealing nothing special, just 3 body-tempering pills. Zhang Fei felt somewhat surprised. Why only 3 this time instead of 10? Truly peculiar. Yet he did not dwell on it further, awaiting the opening of the second mysterious gift box. Next, the second mysterious gift box opened. This time it kept trembling, as if something alive lurked within. This immediately piqued Zhang Fei's interest, making him curious and speculate about what lay inside. Congratulations. You obtained 10 puffer whales from the gourmet world. They have been treated for paralysis. Well, what do you know, he actually obtained items from the gourmet world, truly shocking him. However, these puffer whales seemed to possess extreme toxicity, or without proper handling their venom sacs would release, spreading toxins throughout the body. Yet this puffer whale has been hailed as the dream fish. Once its venom sac is removed, the puffer whale transforms entirely into a golden hue, becoming an exquisitely delicious ingredient. If the process fails, it turns purple-gray instead. He wondered if Sanji could handle these puffer whales. Zhang Fei recalled that One Piece had collaborated with Dragon Ball and Gourmet World before, though that was only in a movie edition. If they could collaborate, Sanji surely could handle the puffer whale. Moreover, Zhang Fei longed to taste the cuisines from the Gourmet World, for the culinary differences between that world and the One Piece world were vast. Perhaps he might even obtain gourmet cells from the mysterious gift boxes. At the thought of this, Zhang Fei could not help but grow excited, eagerly anticipating what rewards the third mysterious gift box would bring. As the third mysterious gift box opened, a blade suddenly sprang forth. Just as Zhang Fei was puzzling over this blade, an introduction appeared. Congratulations. You obtained a Shirkai from the Shinigami world. Shirkai. This was excellent. The Shirkai was the initial form of a Zanpakuto, its state before merging and communicating with the Shinigami's soul blade spirit. Once fused with it, one's very own Zanpakuto would be born. This filled Zhang Fei with delight, and he eagerly wished to use this Shirkai to create his own Zanpakuto. However, he had no idea how to fuse with the Shirkai. For now, he could only rely on the system. System? Coming. What's the matter? The system, upon hearing Zhang Fei's call, promptly appeared in his mind. I obtained a Shirkai, but I don't know how to activate Shinigami powers. Zhang Fei held the Shirkai in his hand, grinning as he spoke. Shinigami powers. That's simple. Just stab yourself in the stomach. The system spoke the most terrifying thing in the most matter-of-fact tone. Moreover, the method it described was exactly how Ichigo obtained Shinigami powers. Just stab oneself. In this way, the Shirkai would merge into one's body and ultimately form one's very own Zanpakuto. Zhang Fei reflected. This was indeed how it was done in Bleach. Without hesitation, he raised the Shirkai, pointed the blade at himself, and thrust it in vigorously. The motion was clean and decisive. However, the result exceeded his imagination. The Shirkai could not pierce his body. It only broke the skin slightly. Zhang Fei helplessly forced a bitter smile. He had forgotten that he possessed a steel body with extraordinary defense. So let me do it then. The system sighed, deciding to help Zhang Fei. Yet a system that stabbed its host with a blade. This was indeed a first. The thought of it filled the system with a strange, exhilarating thrill. With the system's assistance, the Shirkai in Zhang Fei's hands slowly lifted into the air. Then, with a sudden acceleration, swift as lightning, it pierced through Zhang Fei's body in an instant. Blood instantly splattered everywhere, shooting high into the air. Ouch, that hurt so much. Zhang Fei clutched his wound, as the intense pain continuously stimulated his brain. My. The system gazed strangely at the Shirkai in Zhang Fei's stomach. What was going on? This should not have happened. The fusion should have been perfect. What on earth was the reason? System. Did it fuse? Zhang Fei endured the pain and asked the system. Perhaps I made a mistake just now. Let me try again. The system believed the angle might have been the problem affecting the fusion. Well, Alright then. Zhang Fei had a bad feeling, yet he could only trust the system's words. The instant the shuriken was pulled out, the wound on Zhang Fei's stomach rapidly healed, and even the pain vanished in that very moment. This time the system aimed directly at Zhang Fei's heart and stabbed violently. In an instant, Zhang Fei was pierced through the heart, experiencing the sensation of having one's heart thoroughly pierced and soaring. Blood splattered out once more. Since it was the heart that had been pierced, the blood that spurted out was even more than the first time. Yet for Zhang Fei this was almost unbearable, the kind of pain that made one doubt one's very existence. His face turned pale. However, this time he did not cry out. Instead, he endured the agony with gritted teeth. His expression twisted in agony, teeth clenched tight. It seemed the system had increased the force this time. His heart burst like a balloon, shattered in an instant. What puzzled the system was that the shuriken still showed no change whatsoever, not even a hint of fusion. The system carefully examined the blade. Only then did it discover that this shuriken possessed no Shinigami powers, which was why it could not fuse. It was no different from an ordinary sword. This infuriated the system. You wretched Shinigami system, actually trying to fool me with a fake shuriken bereft of Shinigami power. As the saying goes, sometimes stepping back leads to peace. But for the system, stepping back only made it angrier. If I can't beat that cultivation system bastard, can I not beat you? System, is this method of yours even going to work? Zhang Fei began to question the system, feeling that it was merely toying with him. Yet the wounds on his body had already healed the moment the shuriken was pulled out, as if he were perfectly fine. The only issues were the 2 holes in his clothes and the bloodstains. Sorry. I never expected that Shinigami kid would give me a fake. I'm going to settle accounts with him right now. You wait here, call me if anything happens. I can sense you. Saying this, the system grabbed the shuriken and rushed off to confront that Shinigami system. Zhang Fei was at a loss for words, tears and frustration mixing within him. He had just been stabbed twice for nothing. Fortunately, he possessed immortality. Otherwise, he would have been played to death by the system long ago. The system that had left Zhang Fei's body with a flicker of its mind arrived at the Bleach world, where that rascal of a Bleach system resided. The moment the system entered the Bleach world, the Bleach system sensed that an unwelcome guest had arrived in its own domain. Moreover, the visitor seemed to be coming for it. The system had finally discovered a time traveler. Indeed, the time traveler before it was the host of the Bleach system. Then it directly emerged from that time traveler's body, though the time traveler felt nothing at all as he was engaged in battling Aizen Sosuke alongside Ichigo. At this moment, it was the time of the Espada versus the Godei 13. You gave me a fake, you bastard. Die. As the words fell, the system delivered a flying kick. The caught-off-guard Bleach system took the full force of the kick and was instantly sent flying backwards. You son of a bitch. You came all the way to my world to mess with me. The Bleach system stared at the Mahjong system in disbelief, but it wasn't one to take a beating for nothing. It charged straight at the Mahjong system, and they started brawling. They exchanged blows, one punch for another like children fighting, trading hits back and forth. The fight between the 2 systems still did not affect the host of this body. If he could see what was happening inside him, he would have been utterly shocked, for there were 2 stick figures inside his body punching each other while spewing curses. I told you to give me a fake. I told you to give me a fake. The Mahjong system straddled the Bleach system, pounding its fists into its head with cruel ferocity, showing no mercy whatsoever. I gave you face. You should be grateful I even gave you an Asachi. The Bleach system kicked the Mahjong system over, reversed the pin, and began raining down a barrage of punches on its face. You bastard, you have the nerve to say that. Clearly you lost that to me, and you gave me a useless Asachi. Is that how you treat a beggar? The Mahjong system tightly gripped the Bleach system's neck with a relentless death grip determination. You son of a bitch, you think you can push your luck. And so the 2 systems fought until the sky turned dark. The outside world was equally fierce, though with casualties. Time passed in a blur. They seemed exhausted, panting heavily, lying limply on the ground, too weak to continue fighting. In the end, it was the Bleach system that conceded. It had no choice. The battle outside was raging, and its own host was deeply embroiled in it, unable to extricate himself. As a system, it had to constantly watch over its host's safety, but once he died, all its efforts would be in vain. Fine, I admit defeat. I will infuse your Asachi with Bleach power. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You're just asking for a beating. The Mahjong system said unceremoniously, without any courtesy. It then took out its own Asachi and placed it in front of the Bleach system. The Bleach system gave a cold smile, but it was very subtle. The Mahjong system did not notice that sinister grin. As the Bleach power was infused, the Asachi emitted a faint glow, seeming to become more spirited. Taking the Asachi, the Mahjong system looked at its glittering surface with great satisfaction. Moreover, after beating up the Bleach system, it felt much more cheerful. Get out of here, you bastard. The Bleach system said with disgust. It never wanted to see the Mahjong system again. Its whole body ached terribly. That guy really knew how to throw a punch. If you know what's good for you. Next time you pull this, I'll fight you to the death. The Mahjong system snorted, glanced at it, and after confirming that the Asachi indeed contained Bleach power, it left satisfied. Huh, you son of a bitch. If it weren't for me worrying about my host, I would have fought you to the end. After the Mahjong system left, the Bleach system spat on the ground contemptuously. However, the Asachi in its hand had been tampered with. It had increased the difficulty of achieving Bankai. Thinking of this, it felt quite pleased with itself. Just as the Mahjong system was about to return to Zhang Fei's body, it witnessed the great battle in Karakura town and immediately concocted a scheme. It thought, since you're all going to die anyway, I might as well give your post-death power to my host. So the Mahjong system did not leave immediately. Instead, it waited for the deaths of the Espada and Tozen Kanami, planning to legitimately absorb their power. What the hell is this bastard still doing here? The Bleach system said in confusion. It had no idea what the Mahjong system was up to. The first to die was Berrigan Luzenbaron of the Espada. Just as he was about to dissipate, the Mahjong system gleefully ran over, raised its Asachi, and using its own authority directly absorbed all of Berrigan's power into the Asachi. Yet none of those present could see the stick figure holding an Asachi absorbing Berrigan's hollow power. Holy shit. You dare to mess around in my territory. I'll fucking kill you. Seeing this, the Bleach system flew into a rage, bursting out of its own host body, ready to drive the Mahjong system out of the Bleach world it managed. However, as if premeditated, the Mahjong system immediately fled after absorbing, not returning to its own world, but evading the Bleach system's pursuit. It didn't want to go back empty-handed. At least it wanted to collect more interest. You bastard, get out of here now. Impossible. Some people haven't died yet. I can't go back like this. The Mahjong system said with righteous indignation, but its escape skills were top-notch, and the Bleach system simply couldn't catch up. You trying to get me killed? The Bleach system roared. This world had consciousness. Once discovered, it would be treated as an outsider and expelled. Then how would it obtain the world's origin? That's not my problem, the Mahjong system said nonchalantly. After all, this world wasn't its responsibility. Fine. I'm afraid of you. I'll allow you to absorb the power of 2 more people at most. To prevent the Mahjong system from running amok, the Bleach system had no choice but to let it absorb. However, it regretted its earlier decision. It should have given it an Asachi infused with Bleach power in the first place, then this disaster wouldn't have happened. Truly, it was a regret. The Mahjong system thought it over. Being able to absorb the power of 2 more people was enough. It didn't want to push the Bleach system too far, lest it come to its own world in desperation. But then again, it seemed the Bleach system didn't know that the Mahjong system was located in the One Piece world, right? Surprise. The Mahjong system was not doing its proper job. Instead of staying in the urban world, it had gone to the One Piece world to fulfill its quotas. In the end, the Mahjong system agreed. It absorbed the power of Coyote Stark of the Espada and Tozen Kanami, then happily returned to its own One Piece world. All that remained was the Bleach system's impotent roar. A system, why are you back so quickly? Asachi suddenly materialized in front of Zhang Fei, and he realized the system had returned. However, the system had only been gone for less than a minute. How could it be back so soon? It was astonishing. The system, aware of Zhang Fei's confusion, began to explain. Yet its tone seemed somewhat heavy, as if it had just returned from a fierce battle, causing its speech to waver. That's because the flow of time differs. There's nothing strange about it. Then the system continued, handing the Asachi to Zhang Fei. This time the Asachi not only contained Shinigami power, but also had hollow power added by the system. Unprecedented strength. This time there should be no more problems. Is that so? There won't be any more problems this time, right? Zhang Fei asked cautiously, not wanting to be needlessly stabbed again. Rest assured, this time there will definitely be no problems. The system assured him, for it had personally investigated. This Asachi was flawless. Even if that damned Shinigami system hadn't added its power, the system had absorbed enough spiritual energy to suffice for Zhang Fei's use. Zhang Fei raised the Asachi in his hand and examined it closely. He discovered that the Asachi had indeed transformed. The blade seemed to contain unprecedented power that deeply attracted him. This time Zhang Fei still trusted the system, but he chose to do it himself, driving the tip of the blade fiercely into his abdomen. To his surprise, the Asachi sank directly into his body, smooth as silk, leaving not even a wound. It was like touching water. Ripples spread, and it gradually submerged. Instantly, Zhang Fei's clothes transformed into a shahakusho, and he held an unreleased Asachi, majestic and imposing. His body contained unimaginable spiritual pressure, for the system had absorbed the spiritual pressure of the 2 Espada and Tozen Kanami. His current spiritual pressure was the sum of all 3. However, what puzzled Zhang Fei most was that his body felt as if shackled, unable to unleash his full strength. The spiritual pressure he could currently use was roughly equivalent to that of a 3rd seat. Of course, Zhang Fei was unaware of this. It was his first time becoming a Shinigami, so he didn't have a deep understanding of Shinigami powers. He even assumed this was how it was supposed to be, and thus didn't pay it much attention. In truth, this was the Shinigami system's trick, its revenge against the system, increasing the difficulty for Zhang Fei. Of course, this shackle could be broken, but only through his own breakthrough. The moment he fused with the Asachi, he attained Shirkai. To his surprise, his ability was somehow related to Buddhism. But for Zhang Fei, it didn't matter. As long as it was his own power, he didn't care what system it belonged to. Zhang Fei was overjoyed, constantly examining himself. This was a completely different experience from gaining internal energy. If one explained it through the concept of essence, chi, and spirit, then internal energy represented chi, while spiritual pressure represented spirit. The strength of spiritual pressure stemmed from one's soul. With a thought, the Asachi in his hand and the shahakusho on his body dissipated into the air like specks of starlight. Not bad, Zhang Fei murmured in satisfaction. Of course, I also enhanced the power of this Asachi. I estimate that after you achieve Bankai you'll be even stronger than Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. The system said thoughtfully. His words made Chow Yuma overjoyed. He knew of Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, the captain of the 1st Division praised as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. His power was unimaginable. This made Zhang Fei increasingly anticipate achieving Bankai. Alright, if there's nothing else I'm going back to rest. The system felt exhausted. After all, it had fought a fierce battle with the Shinigami system, and its whole body ached. It needed to return quickly to recuperate. Wait, system, can I give this body tempering pill to Nami and the others? Zhang Fei suddenly thought of the body tempering pill. The overall strength of the Straw Hat Pirates was far too weak now. To rapidly improve, they would have to rely on external forces. Yes, if paired with a cultivation technique, the effect of the body tempering pill will be fully realized. Without one, the body can only absorb about 60 to 70% of the medicinal power. The system spoke seriously. It knew quite a bit about the body tempering pill, as these things had been told to it by the cultivation system. However, that bastard in the rewards he lost to the system had not included any cultivation mental techniques. I see. Zhang Fei hadn't expected that. He had thought he would absorb the full power of the pill, but it turned out he only absorbed 60 to 70%. He felt regret over the lost medicinal power. Any more questions? The system asked Zhang Fei. If not, it would head back. No more. Now he had no more questions to ask. After confirming Zhang Fei had no more questions, the system sank into Zhang Fei's body and began to heal its injuries. However, Zhang Fei planned to give one pill to Nami, one to Usopp, and save the last one for Chopper, enhancing their ability to protect themselves. As for himself, he wouldn't use it for now. After all, no one could kill him anyway. Once he obtained the power of the bomb fruit, who would dare to provoke him? Walking onto the deck, he saw everyone gathered there. Usopp was developing new ammunition while Nami was complaining to the news coup about the rising price of newspapers. The news coup looked helpless. The price wasn't its decision. If the price goes up again, I won't buy it. It's just a newspaper or two, right? After saying this, Nami placed 100 berries into the money box hanging around the news coup's neck. Coup, 100 berries. That's equivalent to 2 choppers. Zhang Fei felt pity for the future Chopper. Even a newspaper was worth more than Chopper. I have to buy it every day, and it adds up to a considerable sum. After the news coup left, Nami lamented that the money saved up day by day was no small amount. Haven't you already finished your money-saving plan? Usopp retorted, but his hands didn't stop as he continued developing his new ammunition. Nonsense. It's precisely because the last opportunity ended that I'm now saving for myself. I refuse to be a penniless pirate. Nami retorted, pointing at Usopp. Hey, stop arguing. I'm currently developing my trump card, the Pepper Star. Enemies who get this in their eyes. Usopp was concentrating intensely at the most critical step. He didn't want to be disturbed by Nami, but before he could finish speaking, Luffy suddenly crashed into him, and the pepper liquid in Usopp's hand with Luffy's help splashed right into his own eyes, making him the first test subject. Ah! Zhang Fei drew in a sharp breath. The chilly water had gotten into his eyes. That must sting terribly. Currently, Usopp's eyes were literally blazing with fire as he screamed in agony. However, Luffy, the culprit, paid no attention to Usopp behind him, who wore a mask of pain. Instead, he complained indignantly to Sanji. What's the big deal? I just want one. No way. This is Nami-san's orange grove, and I won't let you touch it. I'm standing guard here for Nami-san. Sanji stood atop the orange grove, his stance resolute. He absolutely would not permit anyone to touch Nami-san's oranges, not even Zhang Fei. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today anyway. Luffy's expression changed faster than one could blink, his face breaking into a cheerful grin, as if some pleasant thought had crossed his mind. Thank you, Sanji. Nami gazed at the newspaper in her hands. Zhang Fei, what happened to you? Did you encounter an enemy? Luffy noticed Zhang Fei covered in blood, and inquired curiously, his demeanor simultaneously growing vigilant. To think someone could injure Zhang Fei. The enemy must be incredibly powerful. Zhang Fei, are you alright? Nami's eyes were filled with worry as she spotted Zhang Fei drenched in blood. She set down her newspaper and rushed over to examine his injuries. Yet no matter how carefully Nami searched, Zhang Fei remained completely unharmed. Not a single wound. Merely 2 holes torn in his clothes stained with blood. I'm fine. I did this myself. I was testing my body's defensive capabilities. Zhang Fei lied outright, refusing to mention anything about the system. So that's how it is. I thought enemies had arrived. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief, stroking the straw hat atop his head. Don't do that again. You'll make people worry. The worry in Nami's eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a hint of reproach. Understood. Zhang Fei responded with a light smile. He then produced 2 tempering body pills, placing one into Nami's palm, while preparing the other for Usopp. Nami stared fixedly at the pill in her hand, having no idea what Zhang Fei had given her. She inquired curiously. What is this? This is a tempering body pill. It strengthens the body without any side effects. It's perfect for you right now. Zhang Fei explained briefly. Nami's eyes sparkled with brilliant light, her heart overflowing with gratitude. She had no desire to remain deadweight on the ship. She wanted to grow stronger, yet she had simply never found a path to do so. She gently pressed her lips to Zhang Fei's cheek, a blush blooming across her face. Utterly lovely, she retreated several steps, looking most bashful as she thanked him. Thank you, Zhang Fei. The sudden attack left Zhang Fei momentarily stunned, quite at a loss. He had imagined Nami might react this way, but upon coming to his senses he offered a faint smile in response. "You're welcome." "Damn it." Sanji was green with envy, his eyes burning crimson as he bit down on his sleeve. "That guy's finished." Zoro lay leisurely on the forward deck, utterly at ease. Noticing Sanji's expression, he sighed, but he was curious about the pill in Zhang Fei's possession. "Zhang Fei, do I get one too?" Luffy wore an expression of longing filled with anticipation and hope. "Not for you," Zhang Fei stated bluntly. "What's the big idea?" "Zhang Fei, you're so stingy." Luffy crossed his arms, appearing most indignant. Zhang Fei couldn't be bothered with Luffy. Instead, he turned to Usopp, whose eyes were still blazing, and asked, "Usopp finished flaming yet? Once you're done, come over here. I saved one for you." Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, the pain in his eyes seemed to vanish. Yet his eyes remained crimson red, tears streaming profusely as he immediately rushed to Zhang Fei's side. "Really? Eat it quickly. Then you'll be able to grow stronger." Usopp accepted the tempering body pill with great excitement, harboring no suspicion of Zhang Fei whatsoever. He swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing that Usopp had taken his, Nami consumed hers as well. After entering the stomach, the pill's effects began to take hold. A wave of warmth spread through the body, fortifying every limb and bone. "It's real. I can feel my strength increasing dramatically." Usopp sensed the transformation in his body, utterly thrilled. His current self was several times stronger than before. Nami was no different. She gazed at her transformed self in disbelief, feeling a boundless strength surging through her entire being. Her spirit had become exceptionally lively. Luffy's expression grew plaintive. He too wished to experience the power of the tempering body pill. However, it was heartening that his companions were growing stronger, which also filled him with pressure. As captain, he could not allow his crew to surpass him. Except for Zhang Fei, that freak. It wasn't only him feeling the pressure. Zoro and Sanji nearby were feeling it too. It seemed he needed to train himself rigorously. "Zhang Fei, I can't thank you enough." Usopp expressed his gratitude with immense excitement. "Don't mention it. We're all companions. This way you'll have some ability to defend yourselves." Zhang Fei waved his hand, dismissively speaking without a care. "Zhang Fei." Nami's eyes glistened with tears shimmering faintly in the sunlight, carrying profound and tender emotions. "All right, there's no need for thanks. We're all companions here. There's no need for gratitude." Zhang Fei gazed at everyone, speaking with a smile. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, Luffy smiled approvingly, most satisfied. "By the way, Sanji, can you handle this puffer whale? This fish contains a poison sac in its belly. If your blade technique is off, by even a millimeter the toxins will be released. If the poison sac is perfectly removed, the fish will turn golden. If you fail, it becomes purple-gray. Furthermore, this fish is known as the legendary fish, one of the world's rarest delicacies. There are currently only 10 in existence, and they're all with me." Zhang Fei spoke truthfully. In the pirate world, only Zhang Fei possessed the puffer whale. After all, it was a product from the Gourmet Land universe. "What?" Sanji's eyes lit up instantly. A legendary fish of which only 10 exist in the world. He swallowed hard. For a chef, the allure of handling such a mysterious and unknown fish was tremendous. "Delicious food. I want to eat it." The moment he heard about food, Luffy immediately drooled. And to think it was an absolutely unique ingredient. How could a glutton like Luffy not be tempted? "Can you prepare it, Sanji?" Zhang Fei inquired. If he possessed the abilities of the surgery fruit, extracting the poison sac would be effortless. Sanji contemplated for a moment. His gaze gradually firmed as if he had made a decision, and spoke to Zhang Fei. "I want to give it a try." "Then go ahead." With that, Zhang Fei produced the paralyzed puffer whale. Sanji concentrated intently. The fish Zhang Fei gave him was indeed something he had never seen before. Carefully, he placed the 10 puffer whales into the kitchen. "Zhang Fei, is that fish truly so delicious?" Luffy swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. In Toriko, every ingredient is an unparalleled delicacy. Though I have never tasted them myself, I have seen them with my own eyes. They could hardly be anything less than extraordinary. "Wonderful. I hope Sanji prepares these puffer whales to perfection." Luffy eagerly anticipated Sanji's mastery over the rare catch. So too did Zhang Fei, who longed to savor the legendary cuisine of Toriko. "Garp, you must apprehend this man named Zhang Fei. For the Navy's honor, he must be captured." At that moment, Garp had already arrived in Kokoyashi village and successfully arrested Commodore Mouse. Now the disgraced officer sat dejected and imprisoned. Meanwhile, Garp calmly munched on rice crackers while listening to Sengoku's furious bellowing, grinning, all the while utterly indifferent. He already knew the truth, and thus had no intention whatsoever of pursuing Zhang Fei. Why should I arrest him? What he did was perfectly justified. The men involved are nothing but naval scum. Even if they are corrupt, it is still the Navy's duty to deal with them. His gravest offense lies in leaking this scandal directly to Morgan of the World Government News Agency. Now the entire world mocks us, trampling upon the Navy's dignity without mercy. Sengoku spoke with icy severity, his voice thick with suppressed fury. Garp's ears twitched slightly under the force of Sengoku's roar. Absent-mindedly, he scratched them with his little finger, his expression utterly unconcerned, as though the Admiral's words had vanished into thin air. The Navy officers accompanying Garp had long grown accustomed to such scenes. None batted an eye. Only Kobe and Helmeppo stood stunned, recognizing the voice from the Den Mushi as Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself. They were even more bewildered by what Zhang Fei could possibly have done to provoke such wrath. "Therefore, Garp, You will arrest him, Sengoku commanded. Huh. Sorry, I'm hard of hearing. Right then, I'm off for my afternoon nap. Click. Garp feigned deafness outright. After all, Zhang Fei served aboard his grandson's crew. Arresting him would inevitably entangle Luffy as well. Sengoku sighed helplessly after being abruptly hung up on. Truly at his wits' end with Garp. He rubbed his temples wearily. Admiral Garp, is it really acceptable to hang up on Fleet Admiral Sengoku like that? His subordinate looked grave, having clearly sensed Sengoku's rage. No matter. Ignore him. Let's return to headquarters. Garp waved dismissively, crunching another rice cracker. Originally, he'd hoped to capture Luffy before his bounty was issued, but now that both Luffy and Zhang Fei carried bounties, he saw little point in pursuing either. If necessary, he might even secure Luffy a position as a Shichibukai. Hey Zhang Fei, did you and Luffy just get issued bounties? Usopp held up two freshly printed wanted posters, featuring Zhang Fei and Luffy respectively. Luffy's wanted portrait remained unchanged from canon. Only his bounty had dropped by 10 million belly. Zhang Fei's portrait, however, depicted him transformed into his build form, striding triumphantly from the explosion after shattering Arlong's stronghold. The hidden photographer had captured the moment flawlessly, perfect timing, rich color grading, and masterful atmospheric rendering. His bounty stood at half of Luffy's, 5 million belly. The staggering sum undoubtedly stemmed from his decision to expose the Navy's disgrace to Morgan. Predictably, tomorrow's newspaper would headline the scandal involving the naval base and Commodore Mouse of the 16th branch, explaining the Navy's desperate escalation. Zhang Fei, why's your bounty higher than mine? Luffy protested, indignantly jabbing a finger at Zhang Fei's poster. I likely triggered the increase by revealing the Navy's corruption to the press. Zhang Fei replied with unruffled calm, utterly at ease, as though a bounty posed no concern whatsoever. Indeed it is. Nami confirmed it. There in black and white print lay the expose on Commodore Mouse and Morgan. Ah, I see. Only then did Luffy's expression brighten with sudden clarity, his mood lifting instantly. The bounty no longer troubled him. He believed with unwavering certainty that one day he would surpass Zhang Fei. Look, Zoro, my face is plastered across the globe. I might even charm legions of admirers. Usopp exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the back of his own head, visible just behind Luffy's shoulder in the poster. Got it, idiot, Zoro muttered, exasperated, then turned his gaze toward a distant island on the horizon. Hey, I think I see land. Zoro pointed toward the isle. Nami recognized it instantly. The very island where the pirate king Joel D. Roger had been executed, and also his birthplace, Lobetown. We've sighted it. That means we're drawing ever closer to the Grand Line. That island hosts the famed Lobetown, also known as the town of beginnings and endings, the birthplace of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, and the place where he met his execution. Nami faced the island sea breeze, lifting her hair, her voice soft yet resonant. The place where the pirate king was executed. Luffy, uncharacteristically solemn, gazed fixedly upon Lobetown. Shall we go? Nami asked with a gentle smile, her spirits lifted. For Luffy the answer was inevitable, and Zhang Fei felt the same. He wished to visit, and leave a memento. After weeks at sea, a proper bath was long overdue. Going merry was simply too small to accommodate a shower, and fresh water remained a precious commodity aboard ship. Besides, money would be needed ashore. Fortunately, Zhang Fei could transmute stones into gold using his innate ability, then exchange it for currency. Before departing Kokoyashi village, he had gathered numerous stones, precisely for this purpose. Zhang Fei, why did you haul all these rocks aboard? Usopp asked, puzzled. Zhang Fei only smiled faintly, then tapped a stone on deck with his index finger. Instantly it shimmered and transformed into pure gold. What a... The crew gasped in disbelief. The stone had inexplicably become gold. This is real gold. Nami stepped forward, inspecting the golden stone closely, confirming its authenticity. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Her eyes sparkled with yen symbols. Suddenly poverty seemed a distant memory. I can't teach it. It's an innate talent, like a unique skill bound to me alone. The Midas touch was not something he could impart. It functioned like an irreplicable game mechanic embedded solely within him. At this moment, Nami's gaze toward Zhang Fei underwent a profound transformation. The man before her was no longer merely human. He was an avatar of fortune itself, capable of conjuring gold from thin air. She envisioned herself becoming wealthier than any nation, a bona fide tycoon. Lost in this reverie, Nami began fantasizing about luxuriating in a swimming pool filled with berries. Zhang Fei, you're truly amazing, Luffy said cheerfully, hands clasped behind his head. Though curious about Zhang Fei's abilities, he refrained from prying. It's nothing much, Zhang Fei replied with a faint smile. Their reactions aligned closely with his expectations. However, Usopp's demeanor caught him off guard. The young sniper regarded him with undisguised admiration. Just then Zoro strode over, casually picking up a piece of gold from the deck. Addressing Zhang Fei, he explained that his swords were damaged, and he required funds to purchase replacements. Zhang Fei, mind if I take this gold? Feel free. Zhang Fei understood exactly why Zoro needed the gold, and offered it without hesitation. Money held little value to him now. His needs were simple, limited to clothing and shelter, nothing more. Zhang Fei, how could you just give that to Zoro? That's at least a dozen caddies of gold. Nami protested indignantly. You're quite an unpleasant woman. Zoro glanced sideways at Nami, well aware of her avaricious nature, and chose not to engage in conflict. though her words left a bitter taste. Don't worry, I can conjure 100 kilograms of gold daily. If you want more, I can simply produce it. Zhang Fei comforted Nami, casually transforming the surrounding pebbles into gleaming gold. The gold glittered brilliantly under the sunlight, dazzling Nami completely. She immediately embraced the gold on the deck, her eyes transforming into the shape of currency symbols. Are all these for me? Take what you want. No need to be shy. Zhang Fei was never stingy with his crew. If he were truly miserly, he would never have shared the body-tempering pills with them in the first place. Wonderful. I'm rich. Nami exclaimed with radiant enthusiasm. If she transported this gold to Road Town and converted it to berries, she would amass nearly 150 million berries. This calculation was based on the exchange rate of 75 million berries per 50 kilograms of gold, adjusted from the 1997 exchange rate. Zhang Fei, could I have some gold? I'd like to purchase materials in Road Town. Usopp, unlike the shameless Nami, asked with a hint of embarrassment. Forgive me, Usopp, but I can no longer conjure gold. However, I do have money on me. Will 100,000 berries suffice? Zhang Fei still kept some savings in his backpack and placed the bills before Usopp. Enough, more than enough. Thanks, Zhang Fei. Usopp said excitedly. Don't mention it. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively, utterly unconcerned. Seeing everyone receiving money, Luffy wanted to buy meat in Road Town as well. Waddling like a gorilla, he approached Zhang Fei with a grin, extending his hand in request. Zhang Fei, I want some too. Here's 50,000 berries. I'll keep the remaining 30,000 for myself. With only 80,000 berries remaining in his pocket, Zhang Fei gave 50,000 to Luffy and set aside 30,000 to purchase clothes. His garments wore out quickly, so it was wise to stock up. Thanks, Zhang Fei. Accepting the 50,000 berries, Luffy grinned widely, his teeth gleaming clearly. At that moment, Sanji burst through the door in excitement. He had succeeded. His eyes brimmed with fervor as he shouted for Zhang Fei to come and verify his achievement. Zhang Fei, come quickly. See if I've truly succeeded. Upon hearing that the blowfish whale had been prepared, Zhang Fei perked up instantly. Truly impressive. Sanji had actually managed it. He hurried into the kitchen with anticipation. Let me see. You actually did it. Incredible. I must try the taste of this legendary fantastic fish. Luffy bounded into the kitchen with unbridled enthusiasm, eager to witness this legendary fish firsthand and savor its flavor, to see if it truly matched Zhang Fei's glowing description. It wasn't just Luffy. Everyone else filed into the kitchen with keen interest. There on the cutting board lay a gutted blowfish whale, radiating a resplendent golden glow. How incredible. The fish truly turned golden. Usopp stared at the blowfish whale in disbelief. Can we eat it now? Zhang Fei. Luffy's hunger had reached its peak. He yearned to taste the blowfish whale. Though it appeared successful, Zhang Fei decided to have Sanji prepare it as sashimi and personally test it for poison. It should be successful. Sanji, prepare it as sashimi. I'll test it for poison. Understood. Sanji agreed readily, his expression focused as he carefully sliced the blowfish whale into paper-thin pieces. Zhang Fei picked up a slice from the cutting board and placed it in his mouth, savoring the taste. The moment it touched his tongue, Zhang Fei's eyes bulged, overcome with indescribable bliss. The flavor was exquisite beyond measure. His taste buds danced with delight, and an involuntary smile spread across his face. Truly worthy of ingredients from the culinary hunter world, the taste defied all description. This legendary fish lived up to its name in every way. Sanji, catching sight of Zhang Fei's expression, smiled with satisfaction, knowing he had succeeded. Still, he felt compelled to ask, anticipation also lingering in his heart. How is it? Excellent. Completely free of poison. Zhang Fei smiled calmly. After swallowing, his body showed no adverse reactions. Instead, his muscles trembled continuously, surging with power. Yes, I want to try it. Seeing Zhang Fei's enraptured expression, Luffy could contain himself no longer. He grabbed a third of the fish from the cutting board and shoved it into his mouth, chewing with abandon. He felt as though he were ascending to another plane, the ultimate flavor striking his very soul. That's too much, Luffy. How could you hog so much? Usopp protested indignantly. He then took a slice and placed it in his mouth, his hands flying to his cheeks as a foolish grin spread across his face, savoring the lingering flavor. Is it really that good? Zoro questioned skeptically, but he was quickly proven wrong. He had never tasted anything so exquisite in his life. He nearly tore his clothes off in amazement. So this is the legendary fish. The meat is so sweet, like the finest marbled mink whale belly combined with black gold tuna belly. Absolutely exquisite. The flavor deepens with every chew. After swallowing, his body seemed to brim with power, muscles quivering with latent energy. Sanji finally understood why this was called the legendary fish. Its effects and flavor were utterly unprecedented. The last pufferfish whale was devoured by everyone, their appetites unsatisfied. As for the bones, Zhang Fei kept them, knowing they could be used to brew wine. After this little interlude, the group arrived at Road Town. Whoa, what a massive town, Usopp exclaimed. Did the pirate era begin from here? Sanji gazed at the bustling crowds, the clamor of voices filling his ears. Hey Zhang Fei, come with me to sell the gold. Nami said with a playful smile. After all, Zhang Fei had stored the gold in his system inventory, so she insisted he accompany her. Originally, Zhang Fei had wanted to accompany Luffy to the execution platform, but for now accompanying Nami took priority. Sure. Alright, I'll go check out the execution platform. Luffy put his hands on his hips, speaking with great enthusiasm. Looks like there might be some good ingredients here. Sanji, however, was thinking about whether there were quality ingredients in Lobetown. After handling Zhang Fei's fantastical fish, he had become increasingly curious about unknown ingredients and planned to search Lobetown for ingredients he didn't recognize. I'm going to gather materials. Usopp wanted to strengthen his ammunition, so he prepared to collect useful items. With that, everyone parted ways heading in different directions. However, as fate would have it, Zoro still encountered Tashigi, shocking him deeply. The person before him bore a striking resemblance to Kuna. Upon their parting, Zoro felt deeply troubled walking alone toward the weapon shop. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the Grand Line. What is Mihawk doing here? H-head Mihawk is here. The pirates were greatly shaken by Mihawk's arrival, all crying out in alarm. There's no need to make a fuss. I'm not here for you. Where has your captain gone? Mihawk walked calmly through the crowd of pirates, his tone placid as he spoke. Before them stood Shanks, one of the Yonko. The red-haired man was seated with his officers when the aura emanating from Mihawk made their blood run cold, his expression turning grim. My, is that Mihawk? A rare guest indeed, but I'm in a foul mood. Have you come to challenge me to a duel? Shanks' expression was grave. He had no desire to spar with Mihawk at present. What's the point of discussing dueling with a one-armed man? Mihawk snorted coldly. He had no desire to fight a one-armed man. Had Shanks still possessed both arms, he would have genuinely sought a duel, but not anymore. Continuing, Mihawk produced 2 wanted posters. I've discovered an interesting crew of pirates recently. It suddenly reminded me of something you once told me about. That interesting little kid in a certain village. What could it be? Lucky Roo immediately thought of Luffy. So you've arrived, Luffy. Shanks grinned, and the frustration in his heart instantly dissipated as he began calling out loudly. Hey everyone, drink up. Let's get drunk. Mihawk casually found a seat, placing the wanted posters before Shanks. Shanks noticed Zhang Fei's wanted poster too. The figure on the poster was dressed in strange armor, leaving him puzzled. He questioned Mihawk. Surely Mihawk wouldn't bring an unfamiliar poster, which meant the person on it had earned Mihawk's recognition. Who is this? Zhang Fei, an exceptionally powerful swordsman, the strongest I have ever encountered in my lifetime. If he were to grow stronger, he might even surpass me. Mihawk raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Hearing Mihawk's lofty evaluation greatly piqued Shanks' interest. He studied the poster carefully and realized the person was a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy's crewmate. I never expected, Luffy, that you'd find such a powerful companion. I look forward to your reunion, Luffy. Shanks sincerely rejoiced for Luffy, anticipating the day when Luffy would overturn this broken, rotting world and bring it new hope. Ha, everyone drink up. Mihawk, you too. Zhang Fei accompanied Nami to the gold exchange, converting all the gold into berries, roughly obtaining 140 million berries. Afterward, they visited the largest clothing store in Lobetown. Currently, Nami was in the fitting room, trying on beautiful clothes. The cheapao-clad Nami was enchanting and alluring, her perfect figure accentuated. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked for Zhang Fei's opinion. How is it? Do I look good? Beautiful, quite tempting. Zhang Fei gave Nami a thumbs up, praising her. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and Buddha needs golden paint. Nami was now absolutely radiant. Blushing at Zhang Fei's compliment, Nami smiled and continued changing. How about this one? Very elegant. And this one? Very gorgeous. Thus Nami tried on numerous outfits, displaying all manner of charm. I'll take all of these. Nami was extremely generous, planning to buy all the outfits Zhang Fei had admired. Now she was a wealthy woman. As long as Zhang Fei kept producing gold every day, she would have endless money. The shop owner was overjoyed. So many clothes would earn him a fortune. Of course Zhang Fei paid. After all, the exchanged berries were stored in his system inventory, incredibly convenient. He also bought a few sets for himself in case his clothes were damaged. Nami, is there anywhere else you'd like to go? Zhang Fei changed into his newly bought suit, emanating a rogue-like aura that made him seem a bit wicked. This was quite attractive to women, and the gazes of girls along the street were all fixed on Zhang Fei. This made Nami feel a sense of danger. Pouting, she directly linked arms with Zhang Fei, pressing close to her chest, as if declaring her territory. Zhang Fei was slightly startled, looking at Nami in surprise. Her response was a graceful smile, clearly delighted, and she replied accordingly. Let's just take a stroll then. Sounds good. Zhang Fei readily agreed. He could take this opportunity to see the place where Roger was executed, and perhaps he might even encounter Luffy's father dragon. And so Zhang Fei let Nami cling to his arm as they walked toward the execution platform. Halfway there, Nami sensed a change in the humidity of the air. Instinctively, she took out her barometer and examined it carefully. Her perception was indeed correct. The pressure is dropping. It looks like it's going to rain. What? It's going to rain? Zhang Fei asked Nami, who had stopped walking. Yes, it's going to rain soon. Nami replied, looking quite downcast. She had originally wanted to spend some private time alone with Zhang Fei, but now that seemed impossible. Zhang Fei noticed Nami's dejection and comforted her with a smile. It's fine. If it rains, we can just buy an umbrella. After Zhang Fei's words, Nami suddenly understood. Right. If it rained, they could share one umbrella together. Her beautiful eyes brightened once more. Inside the weapon shop. I want to buy a sword. Zoro stuffed both hands into his pockets and immediately stated his purpose upon entering the weapon shop. The shop owner, Apatsu, seeing a customer arrive, rubbed his hands continuously with an extremely sycophantic demeanor, welcoming the guest warmly. Welcome, welcome. Right this way, welcome to our humble establishment. Please feel free to look around. Do you see anything you like? We have both antique and modern blades. Our shop is a time-honored brand that has been in business for 200 years. This gold should be enough for me to buy a sword. Zoro took out the gold he had obtained from Zhang Fei and placed it in front of the shop owner's counter. Gazing at the glittering gold on the counter, Apatsu's eyes practically bulged out, delight evident on his face. This customer was a wealthy patron indeed. His attitude became even more deferential and fawning. Yes, of course. Take whatever sword you desire, select freely. Zoro contemplated the weight of this gold alone was over 10 jin, which converted to berry would amount to no less than 11 million berry. Just as Zoro was preparing to choose a sword, Apatsu noticed the Wado Ikemanji hanging at Zoro's waist. His expression gradually shifted, a look of shock appearing on his face. Sir, could I take a look at that sword at your waist? Why are you so nervous? Zoro felt somewhat helpless, but he still removed the Wado Ikemanji from his waist and handed it to Apatsu for inspection. This sword is indeed a famous blade. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Apatsu's heart stirred with desire. He wanted to acquire the Wado Ikemanji as part of his collection. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling it. This is my dear friend's memento, and it is my conviction. I will not sell it. Zoro declared resolutely. He would carry the Wado Ikemanji with him, so that his departed friend could witness his journey to becoming the greatest swordsman in the world. At this moment, a joyful voice rang out, and Zoro immediately recognized its owner, causing a sense of unease to rise in his heart. This sword is the Wado Ikemanji, isn't it? Tashigi lifted her glasses, examining the Wado Ikemanji with evident delight. What a beautiful straight blade. Tashigi continued to admire the Wado Ikemanji. Wado. Zoro did not know the name of this sword, he only knew that it belonged to Kona. Afterward, Tashigi produced a book from who knows where, which recorded various types of swords. She flipped to the page about the Wado Ikemanji and began to explain. The Wado Ikemanji is one of the 21 great blades, a renowned sword. Zoro felt that these two people had ulterior motives regarding his Wado Ikemanji. He retrieved the sword from Apatsu's hands, indicating he had no desire to engage with them. Moreover, Tashigi's presence made Zoro feel strangely uneasy. It was as if Kona had been resurrected, yet he had not yet achieved his dream of becoming the greatest in the world. This made Zoro uncertain about how he should treat her. Therefore, the current Zoro only wished to leave this place quickly and no longer wished to face Tashigi, lest she remind him once more of Kona. I don't know what kind of conviction you possess, sir, but I can see that you love swords dearly. You seem like a bounty hunter who wields 3 swords. Tashigi did not know that the person before her was the famous 3-sword style swordsman Roronoa Zoro. After all, Zoro currently only carried 1 sword, the Wado Ikemanji, so it was inevitable that she would be mistaken. A bounty hunter. Zoro tested a blade that suited him, murmuring softly to himself, as if in mockery. You don't know? The man himself, Roronoa Zoro. Tashigi assumed Zoro was unfamiliar with the famous 3-sword wielder of the East Blue. I've heard his name well. Zoro continued to browse the weapons, his gaze fixed on the blades. Indeed, this name is widely known throughout the East Blue, though only for infamy. To have it used as a tool for profit is unforgivable. Tashigi continued speaking. If Zhang Fei had been present, he would certainly have ridiculed her. However, Zoro paid her no attention and continued selecting weapons while Tashigi went on expressing her views. Why are the criminal forces of this era so powerful? Famous swordsmen either become bounty hunters or pirates, and the world's renowned blades nearly all weep in their hands. Well, don't you think they also have their own difficulties? A profession is also a product that emerges in response to the era's needs. Zoro attempted to defend them, when at that moment Zhang Fei and Nami walked in. What a joke, famous blades weeping. How would you know that? Let us speak of Hawk Eyes. Through his own strength, Hawk Eyes refined the Yoru, one of the 12 supreme blades, into a black blade, earning the title of the world's strongest black blade. Do you think his blade weeps? Zhang Fei spoke without leaving any room for face, saving his eyes calm, yet carrying an icy sensation. Zhang Fei, Nami, what brings you two here? Zoro stared in astonishment at the arrival of Zhang Fei and Nami. Weren't they supposed to be out shopping? Why would they appear here? As for why Zhang Fei appeared here, the main reason was that he did not want to miss this grand scene. He wished to witness Zoro testing blades. Tashigi, however, was rendered speechless by Zhang Fei's rebuttal. She wanted to explain, but she simply could not find the words for what Zhang Fei said was indeed true. Gazing at the stammering Tashigi, Zhang Fei couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind. He turned to answer Zoro's question. Nothing much. Came to see if you've picked out a good weapon yet. Is that so? By the way, Zhang Fei, you should also pick a weapon that suits you. Zoro offered his suggestion. He knew Zhang Fei was also a swordsman, however he had yet to find a weapon suited to himself, and was always fighting barehanded. No need, I don't require one. Zhang Fei waved his hand, dismissively stating nonchalantly. Now that he had obtained his Zanpakuto, why would he need any other weapon? Moreover, after using Shurikai, whatever weapon he desired would manifest. If you say so, then suit yourself. Zoro also understood Zhang Fei's bizarre abilities. Perhaps at any moment, he might acquire a famous blade. Hurry up and choose. Nami urged Zoro impatiently. She still wished to enjoy some private time alone with Zhang Fei. Zoro cast a sidelong glance at Nami. Faced with her impatience, he couldn't be bothered to respond, and began focusing intently on finding a weapon suited to himself. When Zoro walked to the wooden barrel near the entrance where a large number of swords were piled up, he discovered a blade within the barrel that was distinctly different. It was deeply attracting him. Curiously, Zoro picked up that sword, and this blade was the Sandai Kitetsu. Instantly, he made his decision. I'll take this one. I've set my heart on it. Yo, you fool. This sword is not for sale. If you were to die, it would be as if I had killed you myself. Ipatsu was seized with terror gazing at the Sandai Kitetsu in Zoro's hands. It was a demonic blade that slayed its masters. Anyone who had ever touched it had died. He absolutely could not sell it to Zoro. He could not harm him. You fool, get rid of this thing immediately. At this moment, a stout woman stormed in, striking Ipatsu heavily on the head. Such a cursed blade should have been disposed of long ago. Yet here he was refusing to sell it. Honey. Ikematsu had no idea when his wife had arrived. Zhang Fei, why did the boss react like that? Nami gazed at Zhang Fei, puzzled, eager to learn the sword's origin. Yet Zhang Fei, true to form, recounted its storied history. That blade is known as the Demon Blade Sanzenkai, a cursed sword infamous for slaying its wielders. Its smith was Tengu Mountain Hizuru of Wano Country. Wano Country. This was the second time Zoro had heard of it, the first from Dracul Mihawk, now again from Zhang Fei. Intrigue stirred within him, but what astonished him most was that Zhang Fei even knew the name of its maker. Indeed, it is a demon blade, which is precisely why I refused to sell it, Ikematsu stammered, trembling. A demon blade. Zoro stared intently at the Sanzenkai in his hand, eyes alight with fierce excitement. Its demon reputation stems not from malice, but from the fact that its wielders fail to master it. Just as that young girl said, it weeps. Yet it does not weep, it changes masters. Zhang Fei spoke from the heart, and his words resonated deeply with Zoro. You're right, Zhang Fei. Let me test it now. Will this demon blade acknowledge me? With that, Zoro tossed the Sanzenkai skyward, watching it spin in a flawless arc. Then he extended his left hand, poised, not in defiance, but in quiet, unwavering expectation. Don't be reckless. Your hand will be severed. Ikematsu cried out in terror. He knew well the Sanzenkai's edge, sharp enough to cleave flesh and bone without resistance, and desperately tried to snap Zoro from his perilous resolve. But Zoro would not heed him. No. Nami turned away, unable to bear witness. She could not stomach the thought of Zoro losing his arm before her very eyes. Daisy clapped a hand over her mouth, disbelief flooding her expression. How could such madness exist in this world? Only Zhang Fei laughed, calm, certain, trusting utterly that Zoro would emerge unscathed. Zoro closed his eyes, awaiting the blade's descent. As the Sanzenkai sliced through the air past his forearm, it passed, miraculously, impossibly, mere breaths from his skin, then plunged deep into the wooden floorboards. The sheer lethality of the Sanzenkai was undeniable. I'll take it, Zoro grinned, his expression triumphant, as if the blade itself had whispered its consent. Ikematsu nearly collapsed, heart pounding wildly as he dropped hard onto the floor. You scared me half to death, Zoro. Nami, shaken to her core, landed a sharp punch on his head. Zoro winced, rubbing his skull. Since when did I inherit Luffy's punishment routine? Yet for Zhang Fei's sake, he let it pass, and the thrill of acquiring a new blade lifted his spirits. Daisy remained frozen in awe, speechless, her thoughts still adrift. Hey, could you help me find another one? Zoro turned to Daisy, seeking her expertise. After all, she knew countless legendary blades, and excelled at matching them to worthy hands. Ah, yes, of course. Daisy stammered, adjusting her glasses. Wait. Hold on, I'll fetch something. After witnessing Zoro's feat, Ikematsu's heart raced. He resolved to offer Zoro his prized Yukiwak, a blade worthy of such a swordsman. Zoro blinked, baffled. What was Ikematsu about to do? Zhang Fei watched silently, a faint, knowing smile playing upon his lips. Nami caught Zhang Fei's subtle smile, then followed his gaze toward Ikematsu's retreating figure, realizing instantly that Zhang Fei already knew. That quiet confidence, that air of enigmatic certainty, proved strangely captivating. Indeed, Zoro's bold act had unfolded precisely as Zhang Fei anticipated. Moments later, Ikematsu returned, placing the shop's finest treasure upon the counter. This superior blade Yukiwak boasts a jet-black lacquered body and a delicate cross-hatched Hammond pattern. Razor-sharp and peerless. I guarantee it is the finest weapon in my humble establishment. Ikematsu spoke with unwavering pride. Though not quite rivaling the Sanzenkai, the Yukiwak was undeniably exceptional. Is that so? Then I'll take it. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Zoro moved to purchase it, only for Ikematsu to add, no payment needed. Take it. Use it well. Zoro paused, startled. He'd fully intended to pay, so why this unexpected generosity? Ikematsu continued, voice steady. And neither do I require payment for the Sanzenkai. It has been too long since I beheld such fire in a swordsman's eyes. A peerless blade deserves a peerless master. Good fortune be yours. Zoro was taken aback, yet upon hearing the words swordsman, his gaze instinctively flicked toward Zhang Fei, bracing for another lecture. But he needn't have worried. Zhang Fei stood serene, saying nothing. No wisdom to dispense, no doctrine to impart. Zoro exhaled in quiet relief, and offered Ikematsu a sincere bow. Thank you, sir. Zoro lifted the Yukiwak from the counter and fastened it at his waist, completing his trio of blades. Then he tossed the gold coins back onto the counter toward Zhang Fei. Here, you take this. Zhang Fei accepted the coins with a quiet, wry smile. Nami eyed the gold hungrily, but Zhang Fei didn't hand it to her. Instead, he walked calmly to the counter and placed the coins there. Ikematsu watched, perplexed. What was Zhang Fei doing? With effortless calm, Zhang Fei raised his thumb and pointed gently behind him to Zoro. The meaning was unmistakable. It's a gift for your discerning eye. With that, Zhang Fei turned and departed, pausing only to deliver one last barb aimed at Daisy. Your ideals are tragically naive. Should you ever witness the grotesque cruelty of the celestial dragons, or glimpse the world government's hidden face, you'll understand my words are truth. Then you'll cease being so innocent. What do you mean? Daisy shivered, desperate to chase after Zhang Fei and demand an explanation, only to realize her limbs were still locked in shock, paralyzed by Zoro's audacious feat. She could only watch them go. Yet their names, they echoed faintly in memory, just beyond recall. Still, Zhang Fei had planted a seed in her heart, an insistent, quiet yearning to seek the truth. Oh my, what a miser you are, yet you gifted away your prized possession. Though that young man is rather handsome, and he even paid. Hikamatsu's wife praised Zhang Fei warmly. Woman, step aside, he replied sternly, reflecting anew on the astonishing gesture he'd given both blades freely. Yet Zhang Fei had insisted on paying anyway. A man entrusts his dream to another man. That is no disgrace. Hikamatsu declared solemnly. Now go clean the bathhouse. His wife chuckled softly. As you wish. Zhang Fei and the others arrived at the execution platform, where a crowd had gathered, their gazes all fixed on Luffy, standing atop the platform. Hey kid, get down from there immediately, a sheriff shouted at Luffy through a megaphone. Yet Luffy completely ignored the sheriff, gazing up at the view from the execution platform, a boundless vista beneath which a dense sea of people cheered excitedly. So this is what the Pirate King saw, and then he died. Nami felt a headache coming on, placing a hand on her forehead, wondering how she ended up with such a captain, and let out a light sigh full of helplessness. When the sheriff tried to climb up and pull Luffy down, he was greeted by a spiked club that knocked him to the ground unconscious. The one who struck him was Alvida, who had eaten the smooth fruit. Once an ugly fat woman, now a strikingly attractive beauty. This made Zhang Fei's eyes light up. Although he had never met Alvida in person, he had seen her in the anime. However, the current Alvida was vastly different from the anime version, with skin so delicate and fair it was like snow. Oh, why be so forceful? Sheriff, I finally found you. Luffy, long time no see. Alvida hoisted her spiked club onto her shoulder, a slight smile playing on her lips, quite charming. However, Luffy looked at Alvida with a face full of confusion, as if he didn't recognize her. How did she know him? Alvida smiled faintly, though she understood Zhang Fei's confusion. After all, after consuming the smooth fruit, her appearance and figure had drastically changed. She owed it all to Luffy, so she asked him in return. You haven't forgotten what I look like, have you? The onlookers, upon seeing the transformed Alvida, all turned into Sanji-like figures, hearts aflutter with adoration, wearing expressions of infatuation. So beautiful. An absolute beauty. Zhang Fei, what are you looking at? Are you captivated? Nami, seeing Zhang Fei staring intently at Alvida, felt a pang of jealousy, questioning Zhang Fei with a pout and indignation. She is indeed beautiful, but not my type. Zhang Fei spoke casually, even breaking out in goosebumps. Although the current Alvida could be called a stunning beauty, the thought of her former appearance like a withered flower killed his interest. Hearing Zhang Fei's answer, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Good, that's good. I don't know a beauty like you. By the way, who are you? Luffy really couldn't recall when he had met her. But I could never forget you because you're the first man to hit this beautiful face of mine. Alvida spoke as if reminiscing, a hint of emotion in her voice. Hearing Alvida's words, Luffy frowned, completely unable to remember when he had hit her. He was puzzled and asked back. Huh, I hit you. Nami looked at Luffy in disbelief, but quickly realized that Luffy was the type to own up to his actions. If he said he didn't, then he probably didn't. Could this woman be trying to scam him? Thinking this way, it seemed plausible. Back then, your heavy punch made my heart flutter. Then Alvida caressed her cheek, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips, her expression alluring, capturing the attention of every man present, stirring their hearts and drowning them in her beauty. Is she confessing to Luffy? How bold. Nami looked at Alvida incredulously, nudging Zhang Fei with her elbow. I think so. If Sanji were here, he'd be incredibly jealous. Zhang Fei pondered for a moment and answered Nami seriously. Nami smiled sweetly. Zhang Fei was right. After all, Sanji's personality would definitely make him envious of Luffy. While they were chatting, Alvida spoke again, spreading her arms wide, boldly displaying her figure to the crowd, and asked the men before her. Ladies and gentlemen, who is the most beautiful person on this sea? You, the men answered in unison. That's right, it's me. In this world there is no man who doesn't fall at my feet. I like strong men, so you are my man, Luffy. Alvida declared loudly. Zhang Fei could almost hear the sound of their hearts breaking. If they knew what Alvida originally looked like, they would probably have to experience despair. Zoro stood with his arms crossed, watching their gossip with interest. Luffy still couldn't recognize the woman before him, and she kept saying things he didn't understand. He directly rejected Alvida's pursuit, saying that women could only slow down his journey to becoming the Pirate King. Enough rambling, I don't want it. By the way, who are you? Alvida wasn't angry, instead she smiled. Then several sheriffs burst out from the crowd, trying to arrest Alvida, but their eyes were filled with tears, as if they were reluctant to apprehend her. They warned Alvida. We are the sheriffs of Luogu Town. Woman, stand still and don't move. We arrest you on charges of assaulting a sheriff. And you get down from the execution platform immediately. Are you arresting me? Alvida tossed her hair which danced in the wind, her beautiful eyes quivering slightly, a half-smile on her face as she looked at them. Would they really be willing to do it? Oh no, she's a real beauty. What should we do? One sheriff said, his heart aflutter, hesitating. Beauty or not, arrest her. The sheriff leader also had tears in his eyes, but even though reluctant, he carried out his duty. Bang! Just as they were about to move, the fountain behind them suddenly exploded, sending the sheriffs flying. Die all of you! A vicious voice rang out, sounding familiar to Zhang Fei. The fountain struck by the explosion shattered into pieces, and a large sharp stone from the top hurtled toward Alvida. The crowd dared not look, thinking Alvida would surely be hit and pierced through her body. But the stone simply slid right off Alvida's body, leaving her completely unharmed, while the deflected stone crashed into the house behind. This smooth fruit is really outrageous. Zhang Fei rubbed his chin, marveling at the power of the smooth fruit after witnessing it. If developed properly, it might be able to deflect all attacks, though laser-type attacks probably couldn't be deflected. That was too dangerous. Alvida said to the man in the robe before her. Sorry. But with your smooth skin, of course you'd come out unscathed, so don't mind it, oh beautiful Alvida. Then the robed man tore off his clothes, revealing himself to be Buggy the Clown. Luffy stared at Buggy in astonishment. Is that you, Buggy? Wasn't he supposed to have been sent flying by him? How could he still be here? However, after Buggy called out to Alvida, Luffy finally remembered that Alvida was that fat woman. But the woman before him looked nothing like Alvida. What was going on? The story began. However, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Fei's mind like an alarm clock. Escape Logtown and obtain a mysterious gift pack. Zhang Fei's mind focused. He found it strange that this time there were not 3 tasks. But it was fine, having one was better than none. Zoro, it's a good chance for you to test your sword. Zoro instantly understood Zhang Fei's meaning, readying himself for battle, his sword trembling with anticipation. The moment Nami saw Buggy, she realized that the battle was about to begin. Just then Usopp came over carrying a large elephant snout fish, looking quite disgruntled. Sanji followed behind, holding the tail end of the fish. Why do I have to carry the heavier side? More work for the capable. By the way, I just saw a man riding a lion, but he was wearing animal furs. Yo, Usopp, Sanji. Zhang Fei reached out to greet them loudly, then walked up to Usopp and continued, leave this fish to me. With that, the elephant snout fish vanished with a whoosh as Zhang Fei stored it into his system backpack. Thanks to Zhang Fei. Usopp had already seen Zhang Fei's abilities on the Going Merry, so he was used to it and didn't find it strange. Don't mention it. By the way, what's going on here? Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, looking at the bustling crowd. Luffy was also there. Had he caused this? Nothing much. Have you finished shopping? Get ready to make a big ruckus. Zhang Fei said calmly. While they were talking, Luffy's carelessness got the better of him. He was locked onto the execution platform by Buggy's subordinate Kabeji. Now Luffy looked like a prisoner awaiting execution. Seeing Zhang Fei and the others, he pointed at his own face without any sign of panic. My nose is so itchy. No, wait, I'm about to be executed. Zhang Fei was speechless. Just like in the original story, Buggy had succeeded. Even Zoro and the others were dumbfounded, staring at Luffy in disbelief. How did this guy get caught? What? Usopp yelled in shock, his face twisting into exaggerated astonishment, his jaw dropping. How did you end up on the execution platform? Zoro couldn't help but shout out. Meanwhile, the sky was covered with dark clouds, the weather growing gloomy with occasional flashes of lightning. Smoker, who was guarding Logtown, also arrived near the execution platform, followed by a group of Marines. Even Tashigi had come. Colonel Smoker, you're here. What's the situation? Smoker, a cigar in his mouth, carried the sea stone weapon, 10 hands, on his back, inquiring about the scene. The citizens are being held hostage. There are 3 wanted criminals in the plaza. Iron Mace, Alvida, Buggy the Clown, and Straw Hat Luffy. Since Zhang Fei's wanted poster showed him transformed into a Cayman rider, the Marines didn't know his true face. That's why they only mentioned 3. Luffy. I've never heard that name. Smoker was puzzled. It was issued just a few days ago. A bounty of 20 million berries, a Marine explained. 20 million. It's been a while since I've seen such a bold scoundrel. The criminal monkey D. Luffy is guilty of offending me with his insolence. Sentenced to death. Buggy stood on the execution platform, extremely excited, holding a long sword in his hand, ready to personally end Luffy's life. The pirates below the platform began to cheer and rejoice. Zhang Fei's eyes narrowed. The thunder grew louder around him. He looked around to see if Dragon had appeared. If so, he wouldn't need to intervene. Zhang Fei maximized his senses and detected a hint of killing intent. It was clearly not directed at him, but at Buggy. That person must be Dragon. Following the direction of the killing intent, he saw a vague figure standing on the rooftop, watching everything unfold. This is the first time I've seen an execution, Luffy said calmly, looking at Buggy. You're the one who's going to die. Buggy shouted loudly. It was supposed to be Luffy being executed, but he sounded like he was the one being killed. What kind of joke is this? When Luffy realized it was about him, his eyes bulged in disbelief. He shouted at Buggy. Aren't you the one getting the death sentence? How did it become me? You're the one who shouldn't be joking with me. Buggy turned into a face-making master, roaring at Luffy. Now the execution will be carried out publicly. Buggy shouted loudly. The people below the platform all focused their eyes on Luffy and the others. Zoro, lend me a sword. Just in case, Zhang Fei borrowed a sword from Zoro. Zoro took out Yubashiri and handed it to Zhang Fei. Although it wasn't a sword, it could still be used. An orange-yellow sword aura emanated from Yubashiri, continuously compressing. Zoro's face showed shock. He could feel the sword intent emanating from Yubashiri, sharp, revealing with a fierce killing intent that made sweat beads roll down his forehead. Was this Zhang Fei's swordsmanship comparable to Hawkeye's? Now that he felt it firsthand, he understood Zhang Fei's terror. His gaze grew increasingly resolute, as if he was calculating something. As for Nami and Usopp, they headed back to the Going Merry. After all, combat matters were better left to the fighters. Moreover, a heavy rainstorm was about to come, and they had to return to prevent the Merry from being swept away. Besides, they had taken the body-tempering pills given by Zhang Fei, which greatly enhanced their physical abilities. Dealing with a few thugs with bare hands was now a piece of cake. At that moment, Moji rode Richie to the port where the Going Merry was docked. It seemed they were guarding the place to prevent Luffy and the others from escaping, trying to block their retreat. Meanwhile, the Marines led by Smoker were deploying their soldiers, intending to round up all the pirates here. "I'm sorry, please spare my life." Luffy, with his head stepped on by Buggy, was begging for mercy, but his tone lacked any sincerity. "Fool, do you think I can spare you?" Buggy would not spare Luffy. During the time he was sent flying, Luffy had nearly killed him several times. Begging for mercy now was too late. "You're dead for sure. The man I've set my sights on is about to meet his end." Arlong crossed her arms, uttering the words as if in quiet lament. "Do you have any final words?" So many spectators have gathered. Buggy the Clown gazed upon the crowd with profound reflection. To Luffy, dying upon the same execution platform as his captain was an honor beyond measure. Zhang Fei's sword Shuezo remained poised mid-draw, its blade coalescing a terrifying concentration of sword energy. Yet he held back, waiting for Long to act. He dared not disrupt the narrative's natural course. Should he intervene and rescue Luffy now, perhaps Boromeo would never emerge in the future. Boromeo, the rooster-crested youth, was none other than Luffy's devoted admirer. "Zhang Fei, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you moved yet? What's holding you back?" Zoro asked, his voice edged with urgency. "Wait, there's someone else I'm expecting to act. If he intervenes, my own hand need never rise." Zhang Fei kept his gaze fixed upon the execution platform as he answered Zoro's question. "Who?" Zoro pressed, bewildered. Whom could Zhang Fei possibly be awaiting, delaying action so deliberately? "Luffy's father. He stands among us now. Should he step forward, my intervention becomes unnecessary." "Luffy's father?" Zoro frowned in confusion. He had never heard Luffy speak of his family. Everything he knew came solely from Zhang Fei. Even Sanji grew curious, scanning the crowd intently, eager to glimpse the man who had sired such an irrepressible, carefree captain. "Don't bother searching. He's concealed himself completely," Zhang Fei remarked calmly. Only Long's faint aura of killing intent had betrayed his presence, otherwise, even Zhang Fei might have missed him entirely. Zoro and the others had initially assumed Zhang Fei would sever Luffy's bonds with sword energy, but they were mistaken. He was waiting for another to act. Glancing at Zhang Fei once more, they charged forward anyway, uncertain whether salvation would come in time, determined to save Luffy themselves. Zhang Fei understood their impulse and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, atop the execution platform, Luffy wore an expression of pitiful, plaintive dismay. Seeing Luffy's speechless, Buggy the Clown raised his long blade, ready to claim his head. "Ah, never mind. Whether or not you speak, no one here cares to listen." Hearing those words, Luffy bristled and shouted aloud. "I am going to become the king of the pirates." His sudden declaration startled the entire crowd below. "What? The king of the pirates? Here in this very town? He dares utter such audacious words." Murmurs rippled through the assembly, doubt and disbelief thick in the air. Yet no one noticed the storm clouds gathering above Luffy, crackling with imminent lightning poised to strike without warning. Only Zhang Fei perceived it. A faint knowing smile curved his lips. He recognized Long's intervention. Yet the sword energy coursing along Shuezo's blade remained undiminished. Rushing into the pirate ranks alongside Zoro and Sanji, Zhang Fei moved like a reaper. Every pirate who drew near erupted in crimson blossoms of blood. "Sanji, Zhang Fei, Zoro, hurry and save me." Luffy grinned broadly as his friends surged forward. That fool. How can he laugh at a moment like this? Zhang Fei returned Luffy's grin, warm, trusting, unshakable, and chided him lightly. "Zoro, alas, you've arrived too late." Buggy the Clown raised his long blade high, then brought it down with crushing force. "Damn it, Zhang Fei, why won't you move?" Sanji roared, kicking aside every pirate lunging toward him. "Zhang Fei!" Zoro bellowed. Zhang Fei's eyes narrowed. Long's intervention no longer mattered. He could wait no longer. With a single sweep of Shuezo, a colossal tangerine-hued sword beam tore from the blade, streaking straight toward Buggy atop the execution platform. At the instant Zhang Fei struck, Luffy smiled apologetically toward his comrades. "Sorry, I'm about to die." And as those words left his lips, lightning flashed down from the heavens. The tangerine sword beam shattered Buggy's blade instantly and cleaved his body cleanly in two. His eyes bulged wide in disbelief. Behind him, the very structure of the execution platform split down the center. But Buggy's torment did not end there. Moments later, a thunderous bolt struck the platform directly. Boom. The lightning's fury obliterated the platform outright, its searing heat igniting the entire structure into roaring flame. "F!" Buggy screamed, his body engulfed in fire, convulsing under the raw voltage, reduced to charred ruin in an instant, consciousness utterly extinguished. Yet Luffy, endowed with rubber physiology, emerged unscathed, a defiance of physics that defies explanation. A straw hat drifted slowly downward from the sky. A hand reached up, caught it, and placed it firmly upon its owner's head. It was Luffy, unharmed, untouched. Yaha! I survived, lucky break. The crowd stared dumbfounded as Luffy stood whole and grinning. Had heaven itself taken a liking to this reckless, foolish boy? Hidden within the throng, Borromeo's eyes widened, then flared with fanatical fervor. Like a true believer seized by revelation, he now saw Luffy, not merely as a boy, but as the destined king of the pirates, blessed and shielded by fate itself. Zoro and Sanji exhaled in relief. Their absurd, irreplaceable captain was safe. As for reproaching Zhang Fei, they dared not. Even one glance at the row of buildings bisected cleanly by his sword energy was enough to silence all complaint. Still, that lightning felt strange. Not random, yet not quite deliberate either. Could it have been Luffy's father stepping in unseen? The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. We must leave. Marines are coming. Zhang Fei's gaze swept toward a lone figure standing atop a distant rooftop. He then returned Shuezo to Zoro, just as Marine forces encircled the square. Surround the plaza. Herd the pirates together. They're here, run. Luffy, freshly spared from death, sprinted with boundless energy, and laughter danced across his face. Zhang Fei fell in beside Luffy as they fled. Smoker, watching from afar, felt a chill. Luffy's grin echoed that of Gold. Roger, 22 years prior, executed upon this very ground. A shiver of foreboding ran through him. This boy might indeed become the next king of the pirates. Which direction are they fleeing? Smoker intended to personally pursue Luffy and his crew. Someone like Luffy must not be allowed to become another pirate king in this world. Towards the western port, Captain. The advance unit should have already arrived there, a Marine soldier explained, then continued with further details. However, the rain has soaked all the gunpowder, so we need to go to the office to resupply. Then they'll have a clear path to the port. Hearing the soldier's report, Smoker's expression grew grim. He looked up at the sky where the torrential rain poured down and felt the direction of the wind. It's a west wind now, favorable for their ship. Is this all coincidence? It's as if heaven itself wants that man to survive. I, White Hunter, Smoker, swear on the honor of a Marine headquarters captain that I will not let that man leave this island. Even if heaven wishes to aid him, I must keep him here. A future menace must be eliminated now. A pirate? That's not bad. Dragon, with the sandal print on his face, watched in the direction Luffy had left, a smile spreading across his face. Buggy, the clown struck by lightning, had revived. Though still smoking, his spirit was high, and he was very lively. Unbelievable. That damned rubber jinx. Buggy recalled that ever since he met Luffy, his luck had been utterly rotten. Nothing good ever happened when that kid was around. Captain Buggy, you're alive. The pirates stared at him in disbelief. He had been struck by lightning, and yet seemed unharmed. You want me dead, oi? Buggy stood up and punched the pirate who had spoken. Buggy, these are Marines from headquarters. If a big shot shows up, we'll be in trouble. Alvida was very worried. She knew the fearsome reputation of Marine headquarters, far stronger than any branch. I know. Let's get out of here quickly. But don't lose heart. That rubber boy won't escape this island. Men, charge with me. Buggy commanded his men, his voice loud and spirited. The pirates around him believed his words, their morale soaring. Chop chop car. Buggy used his ability to transform into a small cart, preparing to evacuate. Alvida took off her shoes and activated her own ability, reducing friction to 0, and slid away. However, before they could take more than a few steps, they were enveloped by a cloud of white smoke. Not only them, but the pirates behind them as well. This smoke. What is it? Alvida stared incredulously at the white smoke wrapping around her. She tried to break free, but couldn't move, as if trapped in quicksand. Wog. Buggy cried out, his neck constricted, unable to breathe. Then a voice rang out. White smoke bomb. Smoker transformed his hands into smoke, ensnaring all the pirates. Colonel Smoker. I don't have time to deal with you now. Bring me the billower bike. Smoker's mind was fixed on Luffy. He had no time for these petty pirates. He had to capture Luffy and bring him to justice. Just as Zhang Fei was fleeing, a figure stood before him. Tashigi, who shouted at Zoro. I never expected you to be Roronoa, Zoro, and even less that you're a pirate. You tricked me. I will not forgive you. What did you do to that girl? Sanji questioned Zoro, annoyed that even Zoro had female admirers while he had none, and that Luffy had been confessed to by a stunning beauty. How infuriating. I didn't expect you to be a Marine either, Zoro replied, equally surprised that this woman was a Marine. I will take back the great sword Wado Ikamanji. Tashigi declared boldly. This irritated Zhang Fei, who questioned her. Who do you think you are? Wado Ikamanji was a gift from the father of Zoro's deceased friend. What right do you have to say such things? Or are you Marines just wolves in sheep's clothing, looting the belongings of the dead? I will never accept your words. Tashigi forced a rebuttal. Humph. Zhang Fei's face darkened. He felt no goodwill toward Tashigi, even harboring a desire to kill her. Zhang Fei's words deeply moved Zoro, stirring his emotions. He also sensed the murderous intent in Zhang Fei and quickly spoke to him. Zhang Fei, let me handle this. Zoro did not want this woman who resembled Kuna so much to die. He felt her presence was like a reminder watching over him. All right, let's go. Since Zoro had said so, he would leave it to him. Then he spoke to Luffy. Got it. Luffy said nothing. Zoro drew his sword and clashed with Tashigi's, sparks flying from the blades. That bastard hitting a woman. Sanji, seeing Zoro strike a woman, flew into a rage. His chivalrous code would not tolerate a man raising his hand against a lady. But Luffy grabbed him by the collar and forcibly dragged him away. Tashigi was no match for Zoro. She was defeated in a single blow, her sword falling to the side. No matter what happens, I will never give you this sword, Zoro said firmly. Lieutenant Tashigi. Did she lose? A marine soldier asked in disbelief. Goodbye? I have to go. Zoro sheathed his sword, unwilling to pay her any more attention. Why didn't you kill me? Tashigi demanded, loudly incredulous. Was he mocking her? Then she continued as if a thought had occurred to her. Is it because I'm a woman? Zoro stopped and looked back at her, reminded of Kuna. I know women aren't as strong as men, but going easy on me in a real fight is an insult. I truly wish I could be a man. You can't understand that feeling. I don't carry a sword for fun. Tashigi poured out her heart. But her words irritated Zoro. He pointed at her and shouted, your very existence pisses me off. Huh. Zoro's words stunned Tashigi, though she had no idea what he meant. You know, your face is exactly like a friend of mine who died. They drew their swords again, clashing once more. The atmosphere grew tense, both of them complaining about each other like quarreling children, bantering back and forth. Huh. You're acting like a child. How rude. I am who I am. I've lived my life this way. I don't know what your friend was like, but I should be the one surprised. And that's not all. Even the way you talk is just like that girl. You big-mouthed woman, don't copy other people. What did you say? You're the one with the big mouth. The watching Marines exchanged bewildered glances. What was wrong with those two? On their escape route, a man appeared with silver short hair, wearing a large coat with the word justice written on the back, goggles hanging around his neck, and carrying a sea stone jit on his back. He was Simoj. Simoj. Zhang Fei recognized him. After all, Smoker was easy to recognize, especially the sea stone weapon on his back and the 2 cigars in his mouth. Zhang Fei, you know him. But that name sounds very familiar. Lu Fei was running at full speed, pondering the name Simoj as if he had heard it somewhere. Are you an idiot? Zhang Fei already mentioned it back in Kokoyashi village. He's the marine captain of Lo Town. Shanji said with a tone of reproach. Oh yeah, so he's here to catch us. Lu Fei suddenly realized. Since he wants to catch me, I won't hold back, and he struck first. Goma Goma, no pistol. Then Lu Fei's fist quickly stretched and shot toward Simoj's stomach. Lu Fei thought he could repel Simoj, but the result was beyond his expectation. He saw Simoj's body turn into a cloud of smoke and his fist pass straight through without causing any damage. I am a captain of Marine headquarters. I will not let you set sail, Straw Hat. Simoj declared his justice. Lu Fei and Shanji were astonished, their mouths slightly open, looking at Simoj in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Lu Fei withdrew his arm. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Fei knew they had never encountered a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. Although Shanji had seen the Devil Fruit encyclopedia as a child, he had never personally witnessed a Logia user. He ate the smoke fruit and became a smoke man. Physical attacks are useless against him. Zhang Fei warned Lu Fei to prevent him from acting rashly. What? Lu Fei looked at Simoj in disbelief. Before he could react, Simoj launched an attack. Zhang Fei narrowed his eyes. He saw Simoj's arms turn into smoke and wrap around Lu Fei like dumpling wrappers. While Lu Fei let out a strange cry, looking at the smoke beneath him. It was like a quagmire, very troublesome. Zhang Fei turned his palm into a sword, channeling his internal energy to condense an orange-yellow sword aura on his hand. He swiftly moved to Lu Fei's front and fiercely slashed at the smoke like a small boat gliding across water, leaving a ripple. The smoke was instantly scattered but quickly coalesced back. Taking advantage of the smoke's dispersal, Lu Fei escaped and gasped for breath. Fortunately, Zhang Fei was there, otherwise he didn't know how he would have gotten free. He quickly thanked Zhang Fei. Thanks, Zhang Fei. Leave this to me. You two go back first. This Simoj can't handle me. Zhang Fei looked at his palm, then at Simoj, finding no damage at all. It seemed internal energy could not harm a Logia user. After all, the systems were different. Zhang Fei could understand. To hit a Logia user, one needed Haki. However, his own attack methods were not limited to this. He also had a Zanpakuto, and the Zanpakuto possessed a dual damage ability, physical damage and soul damage. It was just right for dealing with Logia users. Since you can elementalize, but your soul cannot. Seeing Zhang Fei's confident demeanor, Lu Fei felt reassured to leave it to him. Besides, his own attacks were ineffective against Simoj, so it was better to let Zhang Fei handle it. Then I'll leave it to you, Zhang Fei. With that, Lu Fei took Shanji and ran away. Think you can escape? Impossible. Simoj felt that the name Zhang Fei sounded very familiar, and his voice was also familiar. He should have heard it somewhere before. But now was not the time to think about that. He turned his arms into a smoke wall to block Lu Fei's path. However, he underestimated Zhang Fei. A sword aura slashed through the smoke wall, clearing the way for Zhang Fei and the others. Yet what puzzled him was that he actually felt pain, and there was no blood. What was happening? Is it Haki? Then Simoj turned his gaze to Zhang Fei. He saw Zhang Fei wearing a Shinigami robe, holding an Asachi in his right hand with raindrops sliding down the blade and dripping onto the ground. He emanated a decaying, lonely aura. That was the remnant left after absorbing the Espada, becoming Zhang Fei's unique aura. It was chilling, and it made Simoj vigilant, as if the man before him was a demon king. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and the others had safely escaped. At this moment, Simoj finally remembered the name Zhang Fei. He frowned deeply and immediately questioned. Are you the one who reported the mouse captain? That's right, that was me. Zhang Fei admitted without hesitation. Why are you helping that straw hat? He's a pirate. Simoge thought Zhang Fei was a righteous person and shouldn't associate with pirates. Because he is my captain, the future pirate king. Zhang Fei said calmly, his eyes as placid as water. Pirate king, huh? Maybe it's possible. Since you are also a pirate, I will arrest you as well. Simoge thought for a moment. Lu Fei's smile before the execution was exactly the same as the deceased pirate king's. Maybe he could indeed become the pirate king. But now the one who posed the greatest danger was Zhang Fei. He felt as if he was facing an admiral. The pressure was immense. With that, Simoge's fist shot out like a jet gun, striking toward Zhang Fei. White snake. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, dodging the white snake's fist, but the white snake relentlessly pursued him. However, Zhang Fei effortlessly evaded every attack. Just right, he could test his Shirkai on Simoge. Thousand changes, no form, no face, world Guanyin. Zhang Fei said in a low voice. The Asachi in his hand shattered like glass, breaking into pieces and dissipating as starlight. This confused Simoge. What was he doing? Then a sword appeared in Zhang Fei's hand out of thin air. This sword was Shark Tooth, the sword of Wei Zhuang. And this was Zhang Fei's Shirkai ability, to materialize weapons that had been bankaied. With Shark Tooth and Wei Zhuang's swordsmanship, his combat power could be said to have doubled. Zhang Fei took a swift step as fast as the wind, reaching Simoge's front. Alarms blared in Simoge's mind. He tried to draw his jit to defend, but it was too late. A sword slashed toward Simoge's chest, the blade glinting coldly like a flash of light, passing in an instant. The smoke on his body was blasted apart, but not a drop of blood appeared. However, Simoge felt intense pain in his body, as if he had really been cut by a sword. He staggered back several steps. Smoker, his face pale and clutching his chest, stared at Zhang Fei with a puzzled expression and demanded, "Are you a devil fruit user?" If Zhang Fei had used haki, he would surely have been cut down, blood splattering everywhere. Yet there were no wounds, no haki. It could only mean that Zhang Fei was a devil fruit user, otherwise his strange ability would be inexplicable. Zhang Fei glanced at the shark-toothed sword in his hand and smiled in satisfaction before replying to Smoker's question. Unfortunately, I am not. What? Smoker looked at Zhang Fei in disbelief, suspecting he was lying. Then he continued, I don't care if you're a devil fruit user or not, you must stay here now. Ignoring his pain, Smoker launched another attack. White blow. His fist shot toward Zhang Fei like missiles. You cannot keep me here, Zhang Fei said calmly, evading Smoker's fists with even greater ease than dodging Hawkeye's attacks. Step by step, he closed in on Smoker, making the Marine feel immense pressure. He never imagined such a monster existed in the East Blue. Sweat trickled down his forehead, mixing with the rain. Zhang Fei clenched his fist. He wanted to test if he could injure Smoker without the shark-toothed sword. His fist, like an arrow drawn from a bow, struck Smoker's abdomen with lightning speed. The pain in his abdomen made Smoker double over, his eyes bulging, stomach acid rising, teeth clenched tightly in agony. Seeing Smoker's reaction, Zhang Fei knew his punch had worked. Apparently, as long as he entered his death god state, he could harm a Logia-type user. He sheathed the shark-tooth sword, having no intention of killing Smoker. It was time to leave. He just wondered if Zoro had finished his business. Are you looking down on me? Smoker straightened up stubbornly, his eyes blazing with fury, feeling that Zhang Fei was underestimating him. No. If you were someone like Captain Morgan, I would have killed you without hesitation. But you are not. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Zhang Fei's eyes. It directly intimidated Smoker. He felt Zhang Fei was telling the truth. The killing intent in those eyes could not be faked. In that case, I cannot let you go even more. Smoker grew more determined. He absolutely could not let Zhang Fei escape, lest he become a great pirate and wreak havoc upon innocent civilians. Zhang Fei felt a trace of helplessness. Why was Smoker so stubborn? He knew he couldn't win, yet he still fought. Was this his justice? It seemed he would have to knock Smoker unconscious first. Just as Zhang Fei was about to act, Dragon appeared behind Smoker, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking slowly. What reason do you have to stop a man from setting sail, Smoker? Do you know that the world government has always wanted your head? Why are you here? Smoker recognized him at once. The man known as the world's most dangerous criminal, the revolutionary Dragon. Dragon. Zhang Fei looked at the sandal-shaped mark on Dragon's face. He was burning with curiosity to know how it got there. Not just him, but countless One Piece fans as well. Since Dragon was right in front of him, this was the perfect opportunity to ask. Dragon, how did you get that mark on your face? Did Garp chase you with a slipper when you left the Marines and accidentally leave that? Zhang Fei asked like a curious child. But Dragon's face darkened. Luffy, what kind of partner have you found? Asking such a ridiculous question. So Dragon spoke coldly, as if urging Zhang Fei to leave. No, it's a tattoo. Leave now, I'll handle things here. But Dragon's words only made Zhang Fei more suspicious. He felt Dragon was brushing him off. Who would tattoo a slipper mark on their face? He stated firmly. You must be lying. That mark was definitely made by Garp's slipper. Dragon's face grew even darker. You already knew, so why say it out loud? He really wanted to slam Zhang Fei into the ground. Seeing Dragon's expression, Zhang Fei accepted that idea. Even Smoker found it incredible. Vice Admiral Garp was that fierce. Using just a slipper to give someone a permanent tattoo. Truly a Marine hero. Dragon didn't answer Zhang Fei with a wave of his hand. A fierce gale swept Zhang Fei away along with Zoro. Storm. As for the Marines, he kept them behind. What happened? This storm is so strong. Zoro picked himself up from the ground, thinking the wind was so powerful it had blown him away. Seeing Zhang Fei, he hurriedly said, "Zhang Fei, we need to leave quickly, or we'll be trapped here. This is a huge storm." Zhang Fei knew Dragon had caused it. He hadn't expected Dragon's temper to be so short that he would resort to violence. But it didn't matter. He had learned the secret of Dragon's face tattoo. This trip was worth it. Thus Zhang Fei and Zoro sprinted toward the Mary. Zhang Fei dared not run too fast, worried that Zoro with his terrible sense of direction would get lost. At the port, they saw Luffy and the others waiting on the Mary. The storm was battering the ship and huge waves occasionally crashed against it. Usopp and Sanji were holding ropes to prevent the Mary from being swept away. Nami shouted loudly to Zhang Fei and Zoro on the shore. "Hurry up, we're setting sail." Zhang Fei nodded and noticed Moji covered in bumps and his lion Richie on the shore, clearly dealt with by Nami and the others. Without further hesitation, Zhang Fei boarded the ship. The ropes were untied and the Mary sailed through the storm, leaving Rogue Town behind. As they departed, Buggy and his crew somehow escaped Rogue Town, their destination, also the Grand Line. Smoker also planned to set sail in pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates, as they were far too dangerous. He reported Zhang Fei's actions to Marine headquarters and adjusted his bounty poster. Holding the wanted posters of Luffy and Zhang Fei, Smoker clutched them tightly and swore silently that he would arrest them all. The Marine soldiers beside him tried to dissuade Smoker, but it was useless. He remained stubborn. Tashigi also joined his mission. Her target was Roronoa Zoro. "Whoa, the ship feels like it's going to flip." Luffy placed one hand on his straw hat to prevent it from being blown away by the storm, exclaiming in alarm, "Did you all see that light?" Nami pointed at the navigation beacon on the sea, speaking excitedly. "Is that a lighthouse on the island?" Usopp gazed at the island's lighthouse, asking curiously. "That's the navigation beacon. The entrance to the Grand Line is right before that light." Nami smiled as she asked everyone, the rain soaking her completely, yet her eyes remained bright. "You're not actually suggesting we sail into that storm, are you?" Usopp said in horror. Sailing through a storm was dangerous enough already, but to brave the tempest and head toward the Grand Line, it seemed nearly impossible. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. This little storm cannot stop our hearts from pressing forward." Zhang Fei reassured Usopp, his gaze fixed on where the navigation beacon shone. That was the Grand Line, wasn't it? How truly exhilarating. Chopper, Robin, and Frankie were all waiting for them. Moreover, the explosion fruit his heart so longed for was about to make its appearance. "Let's hold a ceremony for our entry into the Grand Line, shall we?" Sanji brought out an empty wooden barrel and placed it in the center of everyone. "Oh, here we go." Luffy was momentarily stunned, then ran over excitedly. Zhang Fei was also filled with anticipation. This felt entirely different from watching the anime. He was experiencing it firsthand. Everyone placed their feet atop the barrel and declared their dreams. "I seek the all blue. I will become the Pirate King. I will become the greatest swordsman in the world. I will draw a map of the entire world. I will become a brave warrior of the sea." Now only Zhang Fei remained. Everyone's gazes converged upon him. None of them knew what dream Zhang Fei harbored, so they were filled with curiosity. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, looked at Luffy and the others, and spoke his dream. "I wish to witness the fulfillment of all your dreams." The group was startled. They never imagined Zhang Fei's dream was intertwined with all of theirs. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, with a tacit understanding, they all raised their feet and slammed them down upon the barrel with tremendous force. Crash! The barrel shattered instantly, and everyone shouted in unison, "Let's set off, Grand Line." They should have been able to enter the Grand Line smoothly, but the navigation beacon suddenly extinguished. Standing at the figurehead of the Going Merry, Luffy sensed something amiss and shouted to Nami urgently, "Hey Nami, this is bad." The light went out. At this moment, Nami had already changed into a raincoat, holding her navigation chart in hand, speaking nonchalantly. "The lighthouse uses the same kind of light, so there's nothing strange about it going out." "But that was our navigation beacon," Luffy countered. "That's exactly why navigators like me exist. Don't be nervous. I still remember the direction," Nami said without haste, confirming her position on the navigation chart. "Hee, you're really something, Nami." Luffy praised Nami. "Let's not waste time. We should go find Zhang Fei to discuss this." Nami felt it necessary to inform everyone, and it seemed Zhang Fei knew a great deal about the Grand Line. In the kitchen, Zhang Fei warmed some sake, adding the blowfish whale fish bones he had kept aside, elevating the flavor of the sake to another level. His body grew warm and toasty, driving away the chill brought by the storm. "Everyone's here. Let me explain. The entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain." Nami placed the navigation chart on the dining table and explained to the group. However, the others didn't seem to believe her much, so they all turned their gazes toward Zhang Fei. This left the drinking Zhang Fei feeling bewildered, and he asked aloud, "Why are you all looking at me?" "Nami says the entrance to the Grand Line is on a mountain, so I thought we'd hear your opinion." Usopp explained what had just transpired. "Oh, I see." Only then did Zhang Fei realize. He hadn't been paying close attention earlier as he had been drinking with Zoro. He then explained to the group. "She is correct. The entrance to the Grand Line is indeed on the Red Line. It is a miraculous mountain." Although the others found it hard to believe, they still trusted Zhang Fei's words. After all, he was very knowledgeable about the Grand Line. "Then how do we enter the Grand Line?" Usopp asked curiously. Zhang Fei set down his wine cup and pointed to the reverse mountain on the navigation chart. "See this mountain? It has an ocean current that flows upward. It can carry us into the Grand Line. Of course, you could also enter the Calm Belt, but the Calm Belt is home to countless Sea Kings. He himself was not afraid of Sea Kings, but that was not the case for Usopp and the others. Upon hearing about Sea Kings, everyone turned pale with fear. They knew full well how terrifying Sea Kings could be. Then we'd better take the reverse mountain route. Usopp lost his nerve. He certainly did not want to become food for Sea Kings. Zhang Fei is right. Wait, what? This can't be. Right. Just as Nami was speaking, she felt the storm suddenly cease, and their surroundings grew utterly still. This made her sense something was wrong. She rushed out of the kitchen immediately. What's wrong with Nami? Luffy asked, confused, and followed after her. Upon seeing the storm had stopped, he sighed appreciatively. The weather is really nice now. The weather is wonderful. No good. We've entered the Calm Belt, Nami said in terror. The Calm Belt was the domain of Sea Kings. Zhang Fei also sensed something massive lurking beneath the Going Merry approaching steadily. He immediately shouted loudly. Everyone hold on to the Going Merry tightly. A Sea King is coming. In an instant, everyone immediately obeyed Zhang Fei's words and grabbed hold of the Going Merry, bracing themselves to avoid being thrown off. A colossal shadow rose from beneath the Going Merry and pushed the ship above the water's surface. The Going Merry shuddered violently. Fortunately, Zhang Fei had given the warning, or Usopp would have been flung away just now. Following that, a swarm of Sea Kings appeared before them. Their forms were enormous, surrounding the Going Merry entirely. The ship was perched atop the head of a zebra-striped Sea King. Luffy's pupils dilated in terror as he screamed in fear. They had never encountered Sea Kings of such immense size. Usopp was so frightened he foamed at the mouth and passed out. It's so huge. This is the lair of Sea Kings, and these are the giant kind. Even Nami was frightened to tears, clinging tightly to Zhang Fei. Only being near him gave her a shred of security. Rest assured, everything will be fine with me here. But Nami, you should go inside first. Zhang Fei comforted Nami. He naturally felt no fear of these Sea Kings. In fact, he was considering slaughtering one to try its taste. Nami entered the room tremblingly, her legs feeling as heavy as lead, each step requiring all her strength. Zhang Fei glanced at the great Usopp, who had fainted from fear, and casually tossed him into the room, as well to prevent him from falling off the melee. Listen carefully, Zoro said, gripping the oar tightly, his expression tense and focused. Once this monster sinks into the sea, we'll row like mad. Got it, Luffy said, now devoid of his earlier excitement, wearing the same expression as Zoro, his heart pounding. Sanji was the same. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei walked over, stood on the railing of the melee, and was searching for prey. Zhang Fei, what are you doing? Zoro was puzzled by Zhang Fei's actions, but then a bad thought occurred to him. Was Zhang Fei planning to kill those Sea Kings? Zhang Fei did not answer Zoro's question. In an instant, he entered the Shinigami state, and a plain sword Asachi appeared in his hand out of thin air. Meanwhile, Sanji and Luffy suddenly realized what Zhang Fei intended to do. They hurriedly tried to stop Zhang Fei. Don't do it, Zhang Fei. But Zhang Fei had already selected a relatively small frog-like Sea King, thinking that its meat would make a great hot pot. It's fine, I'll be back soon, Zhang Fei said, full of confidence in his own strength. He leaped into the air, muttering something under his breath. 1,000 transformations, no face, no form, world Guanyin. As he spoke, the Asachi in his hand vanished, replaced by a shark-toothed blade Shachi. He then punched the nostril of the zebra-striped Sea King that was supporting the melee, causing it to feel an itch in its nose and sneeze, which sent the melee flying away. What? The crew on the melee exclaimed in astonishment as a strong wind blew. Zhang Fei. Luffy shouted loudly, extending his arm to grab Zhang Fei back. However, Zhang Fei dodged Luffy's grab, much to Luffy's confusion. You all go back first. Wait for me. I'll kill this frog first. Leaving the Calm Belt was only about 100 meters away. Then we'll wait for you. The crew on the melee successfully escaped the Calm Belt, and Zhang Fei could finally show his true skills. He hadn't had enough fighting back in Lopetown. He leaped from the head of the Zebra Sea King, and the orange sword aura on the shark-tooth blade was continuously gathering. However, the Frog Sea King also noticed Zhang Fei falling, and opened its huge mouth to swallow him in one bite. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, and shouted in a low voice, horizontal sweep across 8 directions. A massive sword aura detached from the shark-tooth blade, condensing into a crescent-shaped sword strike, tens of meters long, heading straight for the Frog Sea King. Slash. The Frog Sea King's head was instantly split in two, and it fell, its blood staining the surrounding sea red. These Sea Kings seemed to show no emotion over the death of their comrade. Instead, upon seeing the Frog Sea King's corpse, they wanted to devour it and flocked toward it. Zhang Fei would not let them have their way. He touched the Frog Sea King's corpse with his right hand and directly stored it in his system backpack. The 100-meter-tall Frog Sea King vanished into thin air, astonishing the other Sea Kings. How could it have disappeared so suddenly? In their eyes, Zhang Fei was as insignificant as an ant. Even if they ate him, he wouldn't even be enough to fill a gap between their teeth. So they simply ignored him. Not being paid attention to was just right for him. He could easily leave by laying a path of spirit particles reishi under his feet and moving at extreme speed to exit the Calm Belt. To ordinary people, Zhang Fei appeared to be running in the air. Upon spotting the melee, he made a high leap and landed safely on the deck, then deactivated his Shinigami state. He saw the crew lying on the deck as if drained of life, listless. Are you all okay? Zhang Fei couldn't help asking. Huh, Zhang Fei, you're back. Are you okay? Luffy's face, which had been full of worry, immediately relaxed upon seeing Zhang Fei return safely. Zhang Fei, it's great that you're okay. Nami said, completely relieved since Zhang Fei had been facing a giant Sea King. Sea Kings are no big deal. By the way, I killed one and brought it back. We'll celebrate once we enter the Grand Line. Zhang Fei said this casually. What? The crew exclaimed in unison, astonished. They hadn't expected Zhang Fei to be able to kill a giant Sea King. What's so surprising about that? Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively, then continued, we should get into the Grand Line as soon as possible. The crew rolled their eyes at Zhang Fei. They weren't as monstrous as him to easily deal with Sea Kings. Still, this reassured them. With Zhang Fei's monstrous strength, their upcoming journey should be safe. Even if danger arose, Zhang Fei would be there. His presence was like a calming pill steadying everyone's emotions. So we still have to climb that reverse mountain. Zoro finally recovered from the perilous calm belt and asked. That's right, but climbing reverse mountain isn't all that difficult. As long as we find the entrance, we'll be fine, Zhang Fei said, sharing what he knew. If we don't enter the canal accurately, the ship will be heavily damaged, shipwreck, and death. Do you understand? Nami added, making them realize that entering reverse mountain was no easy task. Haha, anyway, it's an incredible mountain, right? So let's charge ahead. For the Sea King meet. Luffy propped his chin as if thinking, but his drool gave him away, showing that all he had on his mind was eating. Besides, he also harbored some resentment towards the Sea Kings, but more than that, he wanted to eat meat. I think you just want to eat it, Zhang Fei couldn't help teasing. Zhang Fei, how did you know? Luffy looked at Zhang Fei, incredulously wondering if he could read minds. Zhang Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with Luffy the glutton. I've never heard of a ship climbing a mountain, Zoro said, still finding it unbelievable. I've heard a bit about reverse mountain, know about the Grand Line. I've heard half the people die before even entering, so it's not that easy, Sanji said calmly. Sanji calmly shared what he had heard. You're overthinking it. If you find the right entrance, and have a skilled navigator, entering the Grand Line is actually quite easy. Those rumors are just hearsay. Zhang Fei refuted them. If it were really that dangerous, how do merchants from the Four Seas manage to enter the Grand Line for trade? Most of those who die are inexperienced or unlucky. I see reverse mountain. Luffy clung tightly to the railing, eyes wide, shouting in amazement. Before their eyes stretched an endless expanse of crimson cliffs, majestic, awe-inspiring, veiled by swirling clouds concealing the true altitude of the Red Earth continent. Is that the Red Earth continent? Truly magnificent, Zhang Fei murmured in wonder. No anime could ever rival the visceral shock of witnessing it firsthand. Shrouded in cloud, its edges vanish into oblivion, Luffy cried out, his voice bubbling with the same rapture a starving man feels upon spotting a feast. Not only Zhang Fei and his companions stood transfixed, Nami and the others too fell speechless, eyes wide, jaws slack, gazing in mute astonishment at the Red Earth continent. Danger, currents too strong. We're being sucked in. Zhang Fei felt it instantly. The Going Merry spiraled inward like prey drawn into a vortex, its speed surging uncontrollably. Steer hard. Luffy, captain, without hesitation barked the order. Leave it to us. Usopp and Sanji burst into the helm chamber, gripping the tiller with white-knuckled intensity, straining to prevent the Going Merry from colliding with the Red Earth continent. Incredible, Nami breathed, awed by nature's sublime artistry. It's like a dream. Zoro raised his telescope, stared long at the Red Earth continent, and gasped in disbelief. Behold, the entrance to the Grand Line. Zhang Fei beheld the gateway to the reverse mountain, its archway crowned with several torii gates, silent sentinels of warning. Yet what stunned him most was the current itself, flowing upward, defying gravity, like a celestial river, surging straight to the summit. The current flows uphill, truly mind-shattering. The sight left Luffy breathless, his heart pounding with primal awe. But as captain, he sensed the Going Merry veering off course. If not corrected immediately, it would shatter against the Red Earth continent. He issued swift commands, directing Usopp and Sanji without pause. Off course, shift right. Just a little more right. Right. Push harder. Usopp and Sanji threw their full weight into the tiller, until a sharp splintering crack echoed through the chamber. The tiller snapped cleanly in two. Thrown off balance by the sudden release of force, both men tumbled backward onto the deck. At that instant, terror seized the crew. Luffy's eyes bulged wide, disbelief etched across his face. Gum balloon. Just as the Going Merry hurtled toward the gatepost of Reverse Mountain, and Zhang Fei had no time to intervene, Luffy leapt forth. Air flooded his lungs, his body swelled into a perfect sphere, becoming a living cushion that rebounded the ship back onto its rightful channel. Yet Luffy remained behind, suspended midair, while the Going Merry surged safely onto the ascending current. As he began to plummet into the sea, Zhang Fei shouted down to him. Grab my hand, now. Deflated but alert, Luffy snapped awake, his arms stretching impossibly far to seize Zhang Fei's outstretched hand. Propelled by rubber's recoil, Luffy rocketed back aboard the Going Merry, landing hard on the deck. Their hands locked, fingers interlaced, veins throbbing with strain, until safety was certain, then slowly, reverently, they released each other. They held each other's gaze for a long, silent moment. No words passed between them, only shared exhilaration blazing in their eyes. Seeing Luffy unharmed, and the Going Merry securely riding the upward current, Usopp and Sanji slung arms over shoulders and leapt skyward in jubilant celebration, each bound closer than ever to their dreams. We're entering the Grand Line, I'm coming. Luffy thrust both fists high, forming an X with his body, roaring triumph into the wind. All gathered on deck, united, resolute. bracing for the most pivotal moment of their lives. Then the Going Merry crested the summit, hung, suspended in air for a heartbeat, and plunged downward along a new descending current. The very current that led irrevocably into the Grand Line. Now we raced downward. Luffy, electrified with excitement, perched atop the ship's figurehead, legs coiled tightly around the prow to keep himself anchored, then continued, grinning ear to ear. Oh, I see the Grand Line. We've truly arrived. Zhang Fei had finally reached the Grand Line. What a trial it had been. A subtle smile lifted his lips, joy shimmered in his eyes. Indeed, Nami replied softly, but her gaze never wavered from the Grand Line. The arduous journey, every hardship endured, now crystallized into indescribable elation. She stood there side by side with her crew, at last crossing this threshold. Go Going Merry, full speed ahead. Luffy punched the air, radiant as a child handed his first treasure. Boo! A strange resonant cry rose from deep beneath Reverse Mountain. Zhang Fei's brow furrowed slightly. That must be Laboon's call. Hey, what is that sound? Did anyone else hear it? Zoro crossed his arms, turning to the crew. Could it be the wind? This place has such bizarre topography. Must be wind. Odd landforms often whistle when breezes pass through them, Nami mused. Never mind, forward we go. Luffy paid no heed to logic, only momentum mattered. Full speed ahead was the only command he obeyed. Boo! Zhang Fei narrowed his eyes. There, blocking the mountain's exit, loomed Laboon's colossal form. Collision meant annihilation. Alarm flared within him. He'd forgotten this moment entirely, recalling only Laboon's presence, nothing more. No Laboon. And yet he could not strike it down. Not here, not now. His mind raced how to safeguard everyone unseen and unharmed. What's Laboon? Confusion rippled through the crew. None understood Zhang Fei's urgency, until they glimpsed the titanic shape looming at the mountain's mouth, and comprehension dawned. What is that? A mountain? Luffy frowned, scrutinizing the vast silhouette before him. No, it's a whale. Nami cried out in horror. Zhang Fei sprang to the bow's edge, preparing to harness his own strength to decelerate the Going Merry. Spirit particles coalesced beneath his feet, anchoring him midair. With this counterforce, the ship's descent slowed, but still collision loomed inevitable. Zhang Fei, everyone steer left through the gap. Hardport. Zoro, seeing Zhang Fei act, instantly directed the crew, his sharp eyes having already spotted a narrow fissure offering safe passage. The tiller's broken, Usopp lamented helplessly. Think fast, I'll help too. Zoro dashed into the helm chamber, joining Sanji in wrestling the shattered tiller with all their might. Wait, I've got it. Luffy's inspiration struck like lightning. Spit it out, quickly. Zhang Fei ground his teeth. Every ounce of strength poured forth. The Going Merry's downward inertia was immense. Yet even as he spoke, dread surged, cold and certain. And then, the cannon beside him roared. Zhang Fei's face froze, a foreboding crashed over him like a tidal wave. Boom! Zhang Fei was hurled skyward alongside the cannonball, slamming violently into Laboon's flank. Charred black, then plunging headlong into the churning sea. Zhang Fei flew away. Usopp stared with eyes as wide as bells, shocked by Luffy's reckless act. His jaw dropped in disbelief. A cannon. Zoro thought Luffy was doomed. If he were the one hit by Luffy's cannon, he would definitely fight Luffy desperately. Oh no, it's over. Sanji looked utterly desperate, never expecting Luffy to use a cannon to stop the Going Merry. Now the giant whale would surely rage, and they were done for. What are you doing, Luffy? You sent Zhang Fei flying. Nami demanded loudly. Zhang Fei is fine, see. I stopped the ship, didn't I? Luffy rubbed his nose with his finger, a smug smile on his face, awaiting Nami's praise. Instead, he received a love punch, with real damage, leaving his head covered in bumps, bruised and swollen like a pig's head. Although the Going Merry had stopped, it still couldn't escape fate. The sheephead bow collided with Laboon's body, snapped instantly, and was bounced onto the deck. Seeing this, Luffy turned into a master of facial expressions, tears in his eyes, jaw dropped in shock, utterly terrified. That was his special seat. Zhang Fei struggled to climb back onto the Going Merry, his suit scorched by the heat of the cannon blast, now drenched and looking disheveled. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the culprit Luffy. Luffy, still dazed, suddenly felt a chill and heard a furious roar. You bastard. Prepare to die, Luffy. Crow, sit on plane. Zhang Fei, who had learned the outrageous moves of Black Tiger, Afu plopped down on Luffy, demonstrating Afu's signature techniques, not caring if Luffy was already a pighead, and started beating him. While Zhang Fei chanted moves like double wind pierces ears, head smashes walnut, two dragons play with pearl, clumsy elephant stomps mouse, bear paw strike, the others couldn't bear to watch Luffy's misery. But their concern wasn't Luffy, it was Laboon. Though the Merry had stopped, they were still in danger. Since Luffy had shot Laboon with a cannon, it was sure to be enraged. They needed to leave quickly before it noticed them. Zoro suggested, forget Luffy, let's get out of here quickly. He really wanted to join Zhang Fei in beating Luffy, but now wasn't the time. Sanji muttered, this idiot, let's row quickly before it reacts. He joined the rowing. Usopp also rowed with all his might. At that moment, Luffy's face was swollen beyond recognition, even worse than a pig's head. As they passed by Laboon, he noticed Laboon's enormous eyes, larger than the entire Merry, staring at him. Recalling how Nami and Zhang Fei had beaten him and the damage to the bow, Luffy became furious and roared. What are you looking at? Staring at me. And you broke my special seat. Then he extended his arm and punched Laboon in the eye, unleashing all his pent-up anger. Idiot. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp were scared to tears by Luffy's reckless action, denouncing his bad behavior. They began to regret boarding the ship. Earlier, thanks to Zhang Fei, they had escaped the calm belt, but now he went and provoked Laboon, who was like a mountain. Damn, this was asking for death. Nami meanwhile fainted from fright, muttering, "It's over," with tears in her eyes. Even Zhang Fei was shocked, not expecting Luffy to still have strength to fight. It seemed his own attacks had been too light. Despite this, Luffy continued to provoke, yelling, "Bring it on, you bastard. Shut up already." As a result, Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro jumped out and kicked Luffy in the back, then ground his face into the ground. They couldn't stand it anymore. This captain who loved to court death. Then Laboon opened its mouth and a powerful suction pulled the Going Merry into its belly. Voila! Everyone thought they were done for and screamed in terror. Zhang Fei remained calm, his expression unchanged, showing no fear at all. Moreover, inside Laboon lived Crocus, one of the former crew members of the Pirate King, also a highly skilled doctor. However, after entering Laboon's body, everyone was surprised. What was going on? They even began to wonder if they had really been swallowed by Laboon. Blue sea and sky, and before them lay a small island with a house on it. Oh, amazing! Luffy, with a bruised and swollen face and lips like two sausages, put a hand on his straw hat and looked around in wonder. What's going on? Nami looked curiously at Zhang Fei, hoping for an answer. We're inside the whale now. As for why it looks like this inside, it's all thanks to the island's master. Zhang Fei briefly explained what he knew. I see. Nami looked enlightened, speaking with surprise. So that's why the whale's interior looked just like the outside. Not long after Nami spoke, a giant squid emerged from the sea, its tentacles reaching for the Going Merry. Zhang Fei's right hand suddenly held an Asachi, and his shahakusho appeared, instantly fluttering in the wind. Then an orange-yellow sword aura gathered on the Asachi and slashed toward the giant squid. In an instant, the squid's head was sliced in half, and it fell, creating a huge splash. A strange man appeared on the island with a Mediterranean hairstyle decorated with something like petals and a goatee shaped like an inverted U. That man was Crocus, exactly like his anime depiction. There's a person on the island. Sanji pointed at Crocus. Luffy tilted his head and asked, who is he? Zhang Fei had returned to his normal appearance. Zoro's gaze wasn't on Crocus, but on Zhang Fei, curious about how he had gotten that sword. He sensed the sword was powerful and was about to ask. Crocus wore a gloomy, displeased expression as he looked at the people on the Going Merry, which made them feel uneasy. Then, ignoring them, Crocus picked up a newspaper, sat on a beach chair, and leisurely read it. Say something, you bastard. Sanji shouted in indignation, irritated by Crocus's disregard. However, Crocus calmly gazed at Sanji, saying nothing. If you want to fight, we're ready anytime, and we have cannons. Usopp pointed at Crocus threateningly. With the support of Zhang Fei's body-forging pill, Usopp had grown bolder, and since Zhang Fei was also aboard, he wasn't afraid of this strange old man at all. He nudged Zhang Fei with his elbow, as if signaling him. Zhang Fei smiled faintly without responding to Usopp. He knew Crocus posed no threat at all. Crocus's attitude was simply innate. You'd better forget it. People will die, Crocus said darkly, his tone like a warning. People will die? Who do you mean? Sanji said disdainfully. Crocus said firmly, it's me, without a moment's hesitation. You mean yourself? Sanji shouted in disbelief, completely taken aback by Crocus's behavior. Haha, what an interesting old man. Luffy laughed heartily, holding his belly. He had never met such an interesting old man. Crocus's answer was exactly as Zhang Fei had anticipated, not beyond his expectations. But Luffy was right. Crocus was indeed an interesting person, especially when seen in person. Don't be fooled by his fun demeanor. He is actually the ship doctor of the Pirate King. Zhang Fei briefly introduced Crocus's background. What? Everyone said in unison, utterly shocked, looking at the strange old man in disbelief. Meanwhile, Crocus on the island frowned slightly, staring at Zhang Fei, wondering how he knew. However, he quickly let it go. After all, as the ship doctor of the Pirate King, being recognized was natural. But he had been retired for 22 years, and still being recognized truly surprised him. Luffy's jaw dropped in astonishment. Pointing at Crocus, he asked Zhang Fei, is this old man really a crew member of the Pirate King? Not only Luffy, but the others were similar expressions. Zhang Fei nodded slightly, and spoke affirmatively. Yes, he is the ship doctor of the Pirate King, and red-haired Shanks and Buggy the Clown are also members of the Pirate King's crew, Zhang Fei said. His words struck like thunder, shocking everyone present. That red-nosed guy is also a member of the Pirate King. Zoro's pupils constricted, and his mouth opened. Buggy the Clown was so weak, yet he was a crew member of the Pirate King. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Red knows you mean Buggy. Is he doing well? As soon as Crocus heard the name of Buggy the Clown, his expression softened, and a nostalgic look appeared. Since Roger's death, he hadn't seen Buggy again, and he wondered how that fellow was doing. As for Red Hair, he has come to visit me when he passed by here. Buggy is doing all right, Zhang Fei answered Crocus's question. Who is that? That Buggy the Clown is a man with the luck of conqueror's haki. How could anything happen to him? Crocus murmured softly, I see. Nami turned to Zhang Fei, curious. Zhang Fei, how do you know all this? Or did you learn it somewhere in the New World? Why would Zhang Fei know these secrets? Or are these secrets common knowledge in the New World? Zhang Fei replied vaguely, sort of. He had learned these from Rayleigh when Luffy and the others arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. I see, everyone concluded. After Zhang Fei's explanation, they all assumed that Zhang Fei must have been to the New World, otherwise how could he be so familiar with it? The New World. Since Roger began the Age of Pirates, the New World had become even more chaotic. Fortunately, the rule of the four emperors had brought some stability, but it wasn't much better. They also looked up to Zhang Fei with admiration. Having been to the New World at such a young age, he was truly promising. Just as everyone was sighing in admiration and wanting to learn more about the Pirate King from Crocus Laboon suddenly became violent. The entire sea began to shake violently, causing the people on the Going Merry to lose their balance and sway with the waves. Everyone was bewildered by the sudden event and quickly asked, "What's going on?" Meanwhile, the small island where Crocus was under the violent shaking of the waves revealed its true nature. It was actually an iron ship. Zhang Fei immediately understood that Laboon was ramming the red line, causing the current situation. However, he kept silent, deciding it was better to let Crocus explain. Has it started? This whale is ramming the red line with its head, Crocus said. What? Zoro and Sanji exclaimed in unison, puzzled as to why it would want to ram the red line. Nami then remembered that Laboon had many scars on its head, clearly from ramming the red line. She was puzzled about why it would do that. So this whale has many scars on its forehead and roars at the sky. Luffy said, holding his straw hat to prevent it from falling into the sea, asking in confusion, "What's the matter with it, Nami?" "I'm not sure," Nami replied, equally puzzled, not understanding why Laboon would do such a thing. If Zhang Fei hadn't revealed Crocus's identity earlier, she would have suspected Crocus of poisoning Laboon. But now she didn't think so, because as a crew member of the Pirate King, he wouldn't do such a despicable thing. Seeing everyone puzzled, Zhang Fei didn't intend to speak, but guided them. "We should just ask him." The him Zhang Fei referred to as naturally Crocus. However, before everyone could ask, they saw Crocus jump into Laboon's stomach acid. But the acid was mixed with a large amount of seawater, so Crocus wasn't corroded. Luffy asked in confusion, "What is he going to do?" Usopp shook his head, "I don't know," as he also had no idea what Crocus intended to do. Zhang Fei also spoke up, "Let's just wait here calmly." He found a place to sit down, comfortably waiting for Crocus's return. Seeing Zhang Fei so calm, their restless hearts settled, and they waited for Crocus's return. Meanwhile, inside Laboon's body, a man and a woman appeared, plotting something. "Good, we've successfully infiltrated this place. Listen here, Miss Wednesday, behind this door is the whale's stomach, and that old man is in there. We must kill him all for the sake of this whale." "You're right, Mr. 9. This whale is a precious dessert for our town." A small side door at the entrance suddenly swung open, revealing a man and a woman holding rocket launchers, aiming them directly at Laboon's stomach wall. Their intent was to blast a massive hole through the whale. If successful, Laboon would surely die. Who are they? Luffy gazed curiously at the peculiar strangers who had suddenly appeared. Zhang Fei's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized the woman as Vivi. However, the man beside her left no impression on him. After all, he was merely a minor character, making it difficult for anyone to remember him. Their actions clearly indicated they intended to harm Laboon. Now that we're inside the whale's belly, the townsfolk will finally get to enjoy some delicious whale delicacies. After Mr. 9 finished speaking, he and Vivi raised their rocket launchers in unison and pulled the triggers. The shells launched instantly. In the instant they fired, Zhang Fei transformed his hand into a blade, sending forth an orange-yellow sword chi that sliced toward the two incoming shells. The moment the sword chi made contact with the shells, it split them clean in two, causing them to detonate midair. What a... Vivi and Mr. 9 stared in utter disbelief at the scene before them. Was that a slash attack? While they remained dazed, Zhang Fei traversed the space, using spirit particles as a pathway, arriving before them with lightning speed, affording them no opportunity to react. He channeled sword chi through his palm, cleaving their rocket launchers into several pieces that clattered to the ground. Faced with this sudden appearance of Zhang Fei, their pupils dilated in alarm, terror flooding their features. They retreated a step, and Vivi lost her balance, stumbling to the ground. "What kind of monster are you?" Zhang Fei did not respond to Vivi's words. Glancing at the terrified Mr. 9, who knew he stood no chance against Zhang Fei, the man surrendered without hesitation. "I yield. Please spare our lives." Zhang Fei had no intention of killing them anyway. Still, he lifted the two like chicks and carried them back to the Going Merry. Zhang Fei, who are they? Upon seeing Zhang Fei return with two unfamiliar people, Luffy was filled with curiosity. Could they be Zhang Fei's acquaintances? "No idea. The old man will explain when he gets back. That's why I grabbed them." Zhang Fei feigned ignorance of Vivi to avoid affecting future developments. Moreover, knowing how the system operated with its tasks, it surely didn't want him to disrupt the original storyline. Speak of the devil, and the system tasks arrived. Task 1, bring Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 back to Whiskey Peak. Do not reveal Miss Wednesday's true identity. Reward 1 mystery gift box. Task 2, tell Laboon the truth about Brook still being alive. Reward 1 mystery gift box. Both tasks were essentially gifts for Zhang Fei. I see. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's explanation, Luffy suddenly understood. He stopped paying them any attention and extended his arm toward the coconut tree on the island. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Zhang Fei had no intention of killing them, Vivi and Mr. 9 breathed sighs of relief. At that moment, Laboon, having been injected with sedatives, had also calmed down, and Crocus had returned. Upon spotting the two individuals on the Going Merry, Crocus recognized them instantly and lashed out in anger. "You scoundrels! Back again! Are you still plotting against Laboon? Old sir, do you know them? Usopp asked with a question. I know them. This whale is an island whale found only in the West Blue. It's the largest whale species in the world, and its name is Laboon. As for these two, they're local ruffians who've been coveting Laboon because its meat could feed the entire town for 2 or 3 years. Crocus settled into his beach chair and gradually recounted Laboon's origins and the tale of these two ruffians. Everyone listened intently without interrupting, but I won't let them get their way. There's a reason why Laboon keeps ramming its head against the red line howling toward Reverse Mountain. Crocus seemed lost in memory as he continued his tale. It was a day long ago. I was keeping watch over the lighthouse as usual when a friendly bunch of pirates came down from Reverse Mountain. Following their ship was a little whale, and that whale was Laboon. They had traveled together with Laboon in the West Blue, but that journey was fraught with peril. They originally intended to leave Laboon behind in the West Blue. Island whales are typically gregarious creatures, but for Laboon those pirates were its companions. Their ship encountered an accident, and they were forced to remain at this headland for several months. During that time I became good friends with them. On the day they departed, the captain entrusted Laboon to my care. He said, "Would you mind looking after it for 2 or 3 years? We'll definitely return here after completing our circumnavigation of the world." Laboon understood perfectly, so we've been waiting here together ever since. The reason I agreed to join Roger's crew was precisely for this, to search for the Rumbar pirates who traveled with Laboon. Unfortunately, upon my return, I discovered all the Rumbar pirates had perished in battle. Yet Laboon refuses to accept this truth, still believing they're alive, which is why it keeps ramming against the red line. The patient Zhang Fei finally finished listening to Crocus's account. Now he finally had the opportunity to speak. Pretending ignorance, he asked Crocus a question. What was the name of that pirate crew? Crocus contemplated for a moment, then spoke with regret. The Rumbar Pirates. That was 50 years ago. Zhang Fei lowered his head, as if deep in thought, murmuring to himself. The Rumbar Pirates, the Rumbar Pirates. I seem to have heard of them before. Then feigning a sudden epiphany, a smile spread across his face as he addressed Crocus. It came to me. Perhaps some members of the Rumbar Pirates are still alive. Zhang Fei's words struck like thunder. Crocus instantly became alert, his eyes growing bright with emotion as he asked eagerly. Is that true? Yes. I heard that in the Florian Triangle there's a ghost ship, and its Jolly Roger bears the emblem of the Rumbar Pirates. Apparently someone spotted figures on that ghost ship. One of them had an afro. This was entirely fabricated by Zhang Fei. He couldn't possibly reveal the truth he already knew, so he could only spin this tale to convey the information. An afro, that must be Brook. Crocus recalled that Brook was indeed the one with the afro, and Laboon had loved his distinctive hair. Upon hearing that his old friend was still alive, Crocus was overwhelmed with emotion, his face bright with joy. Kurakakis could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to tell Laboon that Brook was still alive. After all these years of unwavering devotion, Laboon's steadfast loyalty had finally been answered. Tears shimmered at the corners of his eyes, and he gently wiped them away with the back of his hand, then prepared to escort everyone out. After all, they were still inside Laboon's stomach. The going merry would inevitably be corroded by gastric acid if they remained much longer. The crew rejoiced upon learning that Laboon's longtime companion was alive, unaware that Brook would one day join the Straw Hat Pirates. Guided by Kurakakis, they navigated the waterway within Laboon's stomach and emerged safely from his colossal body. Truly a feat of divine craftsmanship. Zhang Fei murmured instinctively. The sheer effort required to carve such a channel inside Laboon must have taken countless years that was impossible to complete in mere days or weeks. This also revealed Kurakakis' extraordinary nature. Though he served as the Pirate King's ship, doctor, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary physician. Otherwise, how could he have held this solitary vigil for so long, and single-handedly engineered the entire internal waterway? As the great gate swung open, Zhang Fei once again inhaled the briny, salt-kissed breath of the open sea, while cool ocean winds swept across his face. Luffy threw his fists wide open and let out a triumphant roar. We're out, beneath the true sky. And what shall we do with these two? Zoro gestured toward the pair aboard the ship, Vivi and Mr. Nine. Vivi and Mr. Nine trembled in fear before Zhang Fei, certain he would end their lives. Stroking his chin, Zhang Fei pondered how best to handle them. If he brought them directly to Whiskey Peak, what plausible excuse could he offer? Suddenly his eyebrows lifted and his eyes gleamed sharply, sending Vivi and Mr. Nine into panic, convinced he meant them harm and prompting them to beg desperately for mercy. We sincerely apologize. We never should have schemed against this whale. Please spare our lives. Their demeanor shifted utterly, leaving Zhang Fei bewildered. He had no intention of harming them. He'd merely sought to follow the original narrative wherein Luffy released them after exiting Laboon, only for them to return later, pleading to be ferried back to Whiskey Peak. Then cast them into the sea. Zhang Fei resolved to adhere to the canon, cast them overboard. Should the story deviate, if they failed to return begging for passage, he would retrieve them himself. This mission was too vital to entrust to chance. Relieved to realize Zhang Fei harbored no ill intent, they hastily waved their hands in frantic explanation. No need. You may leave us to it. Without hesitation, Vivi and Mr. Nine plunged into the waves and swam frantically away, desperate to flee this perilous place. never wishing to lay eyes on Zhang Fei again, whose terrifying power left them shaken. Yet as Vivi swam, she glanced back at him, her expression unreadable, thoughts churning silently beneath the surface. Ms. Wednesday, hurry. We must go. Mr. Nine called back, urging the dazed Vivi. Oh, I'm coming. Vivi snapped from her reverie and began swimming toward a nearby island. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Luffy picked up a log pose and stared at it in puzzlement. He had never seen such a device before. Isn't that a log pose? Zhang Fei stepped forward, examined it closely, and declared without hesitation. Though this particular log pose had clearly been abandoned by Vivi and Mr. Nine. Zhang Fei, you know what this is? Luffy asked curiously, placing the log pose into Zhang Fei's palm. Yes, it's called a log pose. Ordinary compasses fail entirely in the Grand Line. Only the log pose remains unaffected. For precise details, however, I'll consult Kurikaki's. After all, Zhang Fei couldn't recall every nuance of log pose lore. Only Kurikaki's possessed that depth of knowledge. Oh, is it truly that extraordinary? Nami, half skeptical, took the log pose from Zhang Fei's hand. Unlike a standard compass, it bore no markings, and the needle spun wildly, unable to settle on any direction. It really does behave like that, Nami remarked, astonished. Who exactly is Kurikaki's? Luffy twisted his head toward Zhang Fei, utterly unfamiliar with the name. Kurikaki's hadn't introduced himself, and Zhang Fei had only mentioned in passing that the elderly man was the Pirate King's ship, doctor, offering no further detail. Luffy's confusion was perfectly understandable. I am Kurikaki's, the old man announced calmly, pointing to himself from his small island. Having overheard their conversation aboard ship, he now approached the lighthouse to share his wisdom with Nami, the seasoned navigator. The compass in your hand fails because certain islands along the Grand Line contain immense mineral deposits, distorting the magnetic field across the entire route. Moreover, ocean currents and wind patterns shift unpredictably. As a navigator, you surely grasp just how perilous such instability can be. Nami froze. She knew full well that such conditions could spell catastrophe: ships shattered, crews lost. Kurikaki's continued speaking, and Nami listened intently, silent and absorbed. Zhang Fei paid little attention to their exchange. He wasn't a navigator, and even if he listened, the technicalities would remain beyond his comprehension. He retrieved the elephant-nosed tuna, previously stored in his system inventory, and handed it to Sanji for preparation. He also released the frog-like Sea King into the ocean, whereupon it surged upwards, stirring vast waves as it floated upon the surface. What is that Sea King? Mr. Nine cried out from the opposite side of Twin Cape Island, spotting a Sea King nearly Laboon's size suddenly emerging from the sea, terrifying him utterly. Mr. Nine, it's already dead. Look, the top of its head has been cleanly split in two. Vivi suppressed her shock, yet disbelief still flickered across her face. She couldn't fathom how such a colossal creature had met its end. Yet the flawless razor-sharp cleavage suggested a single decisive strike, immediately evoking Zhang Fei in her mind. Within Laboon's stomach, he had unleashed sword energy to shatter incoming cannonballs midair. No one else possessed such mastery. Dead? But how did this Sea King even appear here? Mr. Nine exhaled in relief, yet curiosity burned within him. This amphibious Sea King shouldn't exist outside the Calm Belt. I don't know. It appeared as if from nowhere. Vivi shook her head, equally baffled, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, and inwardly torn by conflicting emotions. Wow, Zhang Fei, you actually brought back a Sea King. Luffy danced with unrestrained joy, gazing at the frog-shaped Sea King floating upon the waves. He recognized it instantly. It was one of the very Sea Kings that had appeared before. Zhang Fei, you're truly extraordinary. Even a colossal Sea King fell beneath your blade. Usopp still felt the oppressive aura radiating from the Sea King's massive form. Its sheer size alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. Among all present, only Zhang Fei possessed the strength to slay such a leviathan. Yet when Zoro beheld the smooth, flawless cut across the frog Sea King's body, his hand clenched tightly around the hilt of his sword, fingers white-knuckled with intensity. Is this the power capable of challenging Dracula, Mihawk himself? He knew in that moment how far he still lagged behind, and his resolve to grow stronger deepened like an unyielding tide. Zhang Fei sensed Zoro's burning gaze and felt profoundly unsettled. That stare was unervingly intense, like a starving man beholding a vision of beauty, strange, disconcerting, almost primal. Meanwhile, Sanji stood poised with eager anticipation, already gripping his chef's knife. He couldn't wait to prepare the Sea King, though he remained curious what would its flavor be like. Sanji, you handle this frog. I'll need some meat reserved for later. Indeed, Zhang Fei hadn't savored bullfrog hot pot in ages, but the ship carried scarce chili peppers and no rendered beef tallow, making authentic preparation nearly impossible. Got it. I'll get right to it. Sanji replied, brimming with excitement, as he began butchering the carcass, while Luffy quietly kindled flames nearby and started roasting frog meat over the open fire. That idiot, Nami muttered under her breath, exasperated by Luffy's perpetual obsession with food. Still, your crewmates are truly remarkable, utterly dependable. Kureha cast a gentle smile toward Zhang Fei and the others. Indeed, they are remarkably reliable, Nami added softly, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Ha, ha, ha. Kinda embarrassing, Luffy chuckled, grinning like a sunlit spring breeze upon hearing Nami's praise. She sighed, inwardly powerless to retort. just as Zhang Fei approached with skewers of roasted meat ready to listen to Kureha's storied past. So, is the One Piece real? Usopp asked, knowing full well that Kureha, former ship's doctor to the Pirate King himself, held the truth within his grasp. It is real. The One Piece exists beyond doubt. Yet whether you can find it, that depends entirely on you. Kureha spoke slowly, his gaze fixed upon the straw hat perched atop Luffy's head. He had recognized it long ago, the very hat entrusted by Shanks. And now standing before him was the boy the red-haired pirate had chosen. Thus Kureha watched Luffy with quiet, unwavering belief. Hearing confirmation of the One Piece's existence, the crew surged with electric exhilaration. Follow any one of the 7 magnetic sea routes, and you will reach Laugh Tale. Kureha explained patiently while Zhang Fei took a hearty bite of roasted sea king flesh, then turned his steady gaze toward Luffy, voice grave and deliberate. Relying solely on those routes won't suffice. We must recruit an archaeologist. Without her reaching Laugh Tale is impossible. Then I'll find one, Luffy declared without hesitation. His naivety was palpable, yet fate favored him. As the chosen heir of destiny, securing Nico Robin's place aboard the Thousand Sunny would prove far simpler than he imagined. An archaeologist. There is only one in the world, and she is the sole survivor of O'Hare Nico Robin. Kureha's voice carried quiet reverence. Who is she? Luffy leaned forward, instantly intrigued, not merely by her identity, but by the weight of the only one. Her rarity alone signaled her irreplaceable importance. Before Kureha could speak, Zhang Fei stepped in to explain. The demon child, Nico Robin. Though branded with that name, it was imposed upon her by the world government out of fear. They dreaded her uncovering the void centuries buried century. Her family, her entire kin, was slaughtered by the Marines to silence their pursuit of historical truth. Now she lives in constant flight, hunted relentlessly by naval forces. Of course the Marines aren't saints, Nami retorted bitterly, memories of Captain Morgan flashing through her mind. Exactly. They wear uniforms, yet harbor hearts blacker than any pirates. Sanji lit a cigarette, stunned by the darkness festering within the Marine ranks, darkness rivaling that of pirates themselves. No wonder my bounty exists in the first place. Zhang Fei shrugged indifferently, sipping sake and chewing meat. Ha ha ha. Then let us protect her. We've already claimed her as our destined crewmate. Luffy declared with bold, unshakable conviction, trusting Zhang Fei implicitly, knowing he had no reason to lie. Yes, let us shield her. Usopp murmured, nostrils flaring at the injustice Robin had endured. The Marines. Perfect sparring partners for my blades. Zoro's eyes sharpened like drawn steel. No trace of fear, only cold, resolute intent. To strike down a woman so fragile. Unforgivable. Sanji, bound by chivalric honor, recoiled at the Marines' cruelty, and immediately envisioned rescuing Robin himself. Might she fall in love with the gallant hero who saved her? Lost in daydreams, Sanji broke into a foolish grin. Observing his crewmate's reactions, Zhang Fei exhaled in quiet relief. Acceptance of Robin would come easily with no resistance or discord. Just then Laboon bellowed anew at Reverse Mountain, preparing once more to ram the red line. Its tranquilizer's effect had worn off, and Kureha had forgotten to tell it that Brook still lived. Laboon, calm yourself. Brook is alive. Yet Laboon seemed deaf to Kureha's voice, and the old doctor stood helpless before the whale's relentless charge. Luffy sprang forward, sprinted onto the Going Merry, yanked down its sail, and roared like a wild ape. Woo-woo. What on earth is he doing now? Nami clutched her head, utterly baffled by Luffy's decision to rip off the sail. Then she watched, stunned, as he hoisted the canvas aloft and dashed straight up Laboon's colossal head, plunging the sail deep into the wound where the whale struck the red line. A piercing shriek tore from Laboon's throat. Its massive head thrashed violently, racked by agony. What are you doing? The crew's faces twisted in horror, especially Kureha's. Don't wreck our ship. Usopp cried out in anguish. His beloved Going Merry, now sailless, stirred his fury. In the next instant Laboon slammed Luffy hard against the red line. Blood splattered across the ground. But it wasn't Luffy's blood, it was Laboon's. Kureha, unaware of Luffy's rubber physiology, assumed the boy sought death, and rushed forward to save him, only to be restrained by Nami and the others. They knew Luffy's body defied harm. This impact meant nothing. That kid. Relax, he's immortal. Sure enough, when Laboon lifted its head, Luffy stood in scathe, dusty, disheveled, his face smudged with grime, then swung a punch directly into the whale's eye. Man and whale clashed fiercely, until Luffy flew backward from another thunderous blow. We're even now. I'm strong, right? Laboon froze, incredulous, staring at Luffy, standing defiantly on shore. We couldn't decide a victor today, so we must fight again. And your friend, he lives. When we complete our circumnavigation of the Grand Line, we'll return to you. Let's battle once more then. Luffy's crude doodle, lopsided and childish, was drawn atop Laboon's head. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei had become an unwilling laborer, repairing the Going Merry to atone for Luffy's mischief. Iron plates reinforced the broken mast on the Going Merry's sail, while the figurehead had also been restored, though it was Usopp who performed the repairs. Zhang Fei, no carpenter himself, merely assisted by steadying the sail and figurehead. As Zhang Fei worked on the Going Merry, Vivi and Mr. Nine surfaced from the sea, charred black as if blasted by an explosion. Sanji extended his hand with impeccable gentlemanly grace to lift Vivi from the water. Mr. Nine, however, earned not even a glance. My dear lady, may I have your hand? Ah, thank you. Vivi blinked in surprise, then placed her hand in his, and was gently pulled ashore. Sanji guided her with a light hand on her shoulder, ready to introduce her to the delicacies he had prepared. Excuse me, I have a request. Mr. Nine spoke with evident resentment, yet he had no choice. He needed their aid, dared not fight them, and, worse, the log pose had been lost. Without it they could not return to Whiskey Peak on schedule. A failure to report would likely cost them their lives. Zhang Fei paused his work and listened intently to Mr. Nine's plea. He knew full well they sought passage back to Whiskey Peak. After all, the log pose rested safely in Nami's possession, leaving them stranded. I ask that you escort us back to Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak? What is that? Nami frowned, utterly unfamiliar with the name. She had never heard of such a place. Leaning against the railing of the Going Merry, Zhang Fei smiled faintly and agreed without hesitation. Certainly. It's not far at all. Wait, we don't even know who they are. Allowing them aboard so easily is reckless. They might harbor ill intent. As the saying goes, you may know a man's face, but never his heart. Nami remained wary, fearing for the crew's safety. It's fine. We've got Luffy and me on board. And enough nerve to try anything. Zhang Fei remarked coolly. A chill ran down their spines, as if he had pierced through every layer of pretense, seeing them wholly exposed with no secret left concealed. Indeed, we'd never dare. Mr. Nine stammered, trembling. Not without reason, for he knew firsthand the sheer magnitude of Zhang Fei's strength. Vivi, in contrast, radiated no fear, only a quiet, deeply buried yearning so subtle it escaped notice unless one looked closely. Luffy, what do you think? Zhang Fei deferred the final decision to him. After all, Luffy was captain. His voice carried ultimate authority. Luffy, mouth glistening with grease as he devoured his meal, paused briefly, then nodded decisively. No problem. Climb aboard. With Luffy's words settled, Nami reluctantly acquiesced. She reasoned that Zhang Fei and Luffy were both present, surely sufficient safeguard, and besides, the log pose remained securely in her possession. Without it they could not possibly navigate away. Are you certain, lad? Choosing Whiskey Peak for these fellows means this port is your only viable starting point. Hirakawa crossed his arms, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he addressed Luffy. Absolutely certain. If it doesn't suit you, we'll simply circle the island once more. Standing aboard the Going Merry, Luffy declared the matter with utter nonchalance, as though rerouting were mere child's play. To him it meant only extending the adventure a little longer, nothing worth fretting over. I see. Hirakawa gazed first at Luffy, then at Zhang Fei, and nodded in quiet affirmation. Farewell, old man Shanks. Luffy waved goodbye to Hirakawa. Thank you for telling us about the Grand Line. Nami bowed slightly in gratitude. Without Hirakawa's guidance, she would still be ignorant of its mysteries. Zhang Fei offered no farewell, only the quiet certainty that their paths would cross again. Go on. Hirakawa delivered his final parting words. Then Laboon rose from the waves, threw back his head, and let loose a resonant, longing cry. A farewell rich with anticipation for their next meeting. We're off, whale. Luffy called out warmly to Laboon. Hirakawa stood motionless on the shore, watching the Going Merry recede into the horizon, and mused inwardly. Are they truly the pirates we've long awaited? What a magnificent young man. Don't you agree, Roger? Once fully immersed in the Grand Line, the weather turned as capriciously as a woman's temper. Clear skies dissolved into a blinding snowfall, and biting cold seeped into the air. Luffy and Usopp began building snowmen. But when Luffy grew envious of Usopp's superior craftsmanship, he cheated, decapitating Usopp's creation. The two promptly erupted into a furious snowball brawl. Zhang Fei watched them through the window, murmuring softly. Truly inexhaustible energy, but this weather is perfect for hot pot. He immediately set to work in the galley. Meanwhile, Nami suddenly realized they had veered off course, and urgently summoned everyone to correct their heading. Poor Vivi and Mr. Nine, heedless of danger, dared to mock the frantic efforts, only to receive a swift kick from Nami and be dragged into service. Only Zhang Fei and Zoro remained absent from the deck. Everyone else labored outside, until suddenly the Going Merry shuddered, violently battered by surging waves that sent the vessel rocking wildly. Zhang Fei paid it no mind. Such turbulence was commonplace in the Grand Line's fickle climate. Calmly, he continued preparing his hot pot base. At last they regained their proper course. The crew collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath, utterly spent. None wished to endure such exhaustion ever again. Slept well, huh? Zoro finally stirred awake, stretching languidly as he stepped out of his cabin, only to find the entire crew sprawled across the deck like fallen soldiers. Indignant, he rebuked them sternly. Hey, just because the weather's pleasant doesn't mean you get to loaf around all day. Is the ship still following the course? What the hell? Sanji exploded. You lazy bastard. You haven't lifted a finger yet, you've the gall to lecture us. Just then Zoro sensed a lethal aura behind him, and spun around to meet Nami's blazing glare, fists clenched tight. What followed was a merciless thrashing. Zoro, now wearing a mask of pure agony, clutched his head as 3 massive lumps swelled on his skull. You slept through all of that, and not even our shouting could rouse you. Huh. Snow stopped. Never mind. Anyone want hot pot? Zhang Fei emerged from the galley just in time to witness the crew, drained, hollow-eyed, and utterly spent. Hey, come out and play mahjong. The system residing within Zhang Fei suddenly heard someone calling out to it. Who in the world dared summon it for a game of mahjong? How incredibly bold of them. Did they not know it was the legendary Mahjong system that crushed all opponents? However, listening to that voice, it seemed to be that loser of a cultivation system. This time it would show no mercy. It would strip them of everything they had. It hastily departed from within Zhang Fei's body, who remained entirely unaware of the system's departure. Upon arriving at the system realm with the system, it spotted the stingy cultivation system, the death god system it had previously humiliated, and a gambling god system. They stood there with menacing auras, clearly well prepared. However, the system was not intimidated. Even with the gambling god system present, it had no fears. In Mahjong, it dared to claim supremacy. No one would dare assert superiority, not even a higher-ranked gambling god system. But what intrigued the system was how the cultivation system and death god system had managed to find the gambling god system, who was supposed to be busy working. It voiced this question. Gambling god, why would you come here? Can't help it. Someone offered me a condition I couldn't refuse, so here I am. The gambling god system replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the system suddenly recalled that wretched death god system. A few days prior, it had thoroughly trounced the death god system in a match. Clearly, the death god system had been nursing a grudge and specifically enlisted the cultivation and gambling god systems to ambush it. Pathetic death god. Even with their help, you still can't defeat me. The system mercilessly mocked the death god system. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. The death god system smiled, instead of growing angry, radiating complete confidence. This made the system feel something was amiss. Could they be planning something despicable? The more it thought, the more likely it seemed. What are you scared? The cultivation system began taunting the system. This wretched creature had always been narrow-minded, still resentful about losing to the system. Their attitude only deepened the system's conviction that they were scheming against it. However, it was no coward either. The system would stand its ground and fight directly. Even if they tried dirty tricks, it had nothing to fear. What's the worst that could happen? It had no money, only this one life. Let's see if they dare try anything. With that, the system took the eastern seat at the Mahjong table, preparing for a 1-against-3 battle. It would show them what it was truly capable of. The death god system and cultivation system exchanged glances, their smiles brimming with aggression. How is this possible? The Mahjong system uttered in disbelief. It had actually lost over a dozen consecutive rounds. This couldn't be happening. This defied all reason. Could the Mahjong system actually lose at Mahjong? This had to be some kind of joke. How could it be impossible? You've overestimated yourself. Calling yourself the Mahjong system. It's nothing more than a trick to fool children. The death god system heaped scorn upon the Mahjong system. Regarding the humiliation the Mahjong system had inflicted upon it, it had kept a meticulous record, all for this precise moment of retaliation. That's right, you shouldn't be the Mahjong system at all. Just step aside and let someone else take over. You're simply hopeless as a system. The cultivation system chimed in as well, joining the death god system in ridiculing the Mahjong system. At this moment, the system had also calmed down. It realized with absolute certainty that it had been set up. Mahjong was conjured by its own powers. There was absolutely no way it could be flawed. Therefore, the problem must lie with those 3 individuals. Hand over the rewards now. The death god system exploited the situation, demanding the Mahjong system surrender its rewards. Surrender the rewards? Absolutely not. If it had genuinely lost, that would be one thing. But they had set a trap. There was no way it would hand over its rewards. The system categorically rejected their demands. Impossible. With your caliber, how could you possibly beat me? You must have rigged this. Hey, now don't go making baseless accusations. We did nothing of the sort. Right, gambling god? The death god system continued, denying any wrongdoing. Indeed, you simply lack the skill. Just hand over the rewards. The gambling god system stated coldly. It too had cast its covetous eyes upon the Mahjong system's abilities and had conspired with the death god system to scheme against the Mahjong system. The system had lost all goodwill toward the gambling god system. Moreover, it simply could not fathom what underhanded trick they had employed to make it lose. There was absolutely no way it would surrender its rewards. Those were things it had painstakingly won from others. If they thought they could simply take them, they were dreaming. Impossible. I will never hand them over. If you have the guts, just kill me. Seeing how resolute the Mahjong system was, they prepared to resort to force. You've chosen the wrong path by refusing a polite invitation. Don't blame us for what's coming. The death god system issued a warning before striking first. But the Mahjong system was no pushover either, 1-against-3. It wasn't afraid. It bellowed a battle cry. Bring it on, you sons of bitches. The fight between 4 systems unfolded like 2 elementary school kids teaming up with a high schooler to beat another elementary schooler. The Mahjong system was continuously pummeled, but it fought with the ferocity of a rabid dog, focusing its attacks exclusively on the death god system, the mastermind behind everything. The death god system was terrified by the Mahjong system's berserk rampage. It thought to itself, why the hell is it targeting only me? Why won't it fight the other 2? Thus one could witness the spectacle of the death god system fleeing for its life, while the Mahjong system pursued and tried to kill it. Meanwhile, the gambling god and cultivation systems chased after the Mahjong system, attacking it from behind. A bizarre sight unfolded, drawing the curiosity of numerous onlooking systems who cheered ceaselessly. Go, go. Hang in there, Mahjong. 1-against-3, don't back down. Trash death god, why are you running? Fight. Come on, Mahjong, beat the crap out of them. The death god system, in the midst of fleeing for its life, grew furious upon hearing the incitement from those meddlesome systems. Damn it, it's me getting beaten up, not you. I want to fight too, but this mahjong system has its sights set only on me. It was at its wit's end. In the end, the mahjong system could not escape the clutches of the cultivation system. It was pinned beneath fists raining down upon it relentlessly. The gambling god system, seizing the opportunity during the chaos, quietly stole away the rewards the mahjong system had won from other systems. The mahjong system harbored intense resentment, but it was helpless. It could only endure being pummeled into the ground by the cultivation system. That wretched death god system, seeing its tormentor subdued, joined the beatdown without hesitation. Soon the mahjong system was battered beyond recognition. All its rewards were snatched away by the three brigands. Even some of its system permissions were pilfered by the gambling god system. The rage was unbearable. Fortunately, its most valuable rewards had been stored safely within Zhang Fei's body. They couldn't be taken. However, this grudge was absolutely unforgivable. How dare they set a trap for it? Fine, don't blame it for being ruthless. The system struggled to its feet, preparing to seek allies to help deal with those three scoundrels. The system scoured the surroundings, attempting to locate the benevolent system within the system realm. True to his name, the benevolent system was a paragon of righteousness and loyalty, widely renowned in the system realm as a champion of justice. Were he to learn of the system's plight, he would undoubtedly lend his aid to avenge the wrongs suffered. Moreover, the benevolent system wielded vast authority and power, far surpassing that of the cultivation system. After all, his domains spanned urban worlds, cultivation realms, alternate dimensions, and more. His presence was felt across countless realities, unlike that wretched cultivation system, who could only oversee a single world. Having set his target, the system hastened to find the benevolent system. With that trio of scoundrels, the death system and his ilk, still lingering in the system realm, this was the perfect moment to strike back. As for the injuries he bore, he could grit his teeth and endure. They were of no great consequence. Fortune favors the persistent, or perhaps luck was simply on the system's side, for he happened upon the benevolent system. Witnessing the mahjong system battered and bruised, the benevolent system grew curious and inquired. Mahjong, what happened to you? I was set up, and when I uncovered their scheme, they beat me mercilessly. Brother Benevolence, you must seek justice for me. The system seized the opportunity to pour out his grievances, his tone laced with resentment. Though the benevolent system was a righteous figure in the system realm, he was no fool. He would not leap to vengeance on the basis of a few words. Tell me what exactly happened. Brother Benevolence, you must know that I am the mahjong system, correct? In mahjong, I am the undisputed champion, am I not? The system began to lead the benevolent system down a path of reasoning. The benevolent system nodded slightly in affirmation, for every system possessed its own area of expertise. The mahjong system was indeed the unrivaled sovereign of the mahjong table, an unassailable presence. Even the primordial chaos system would be doomed to defeat if they played mahjong against him. This was an undeniable truth. If I lost over a dozen consecutive rounds of mahjong without a single victory, would you not find that suspicious, Brother Benevolence? Seeing the benevolent system's tacit agreement, the system knew he could proceed with the next step of his persuasion. The benevolent system too recognized the anomaly. The mahjong system losing at mahjong. That was nothing short of a joke, unless he had deliberately thrown the game. Yet upon seeing the system's battered form, he understood the system had been ensnared. I understand, mahjong. I will help you seek retribution. However, I must first investigate the truth of the matter. With those words from the benevolent system, the system breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that once the benevolent system confirmed the authenticity of the affair, he would surely avenge him. Very well, Brother Benevolence. Once you have news, you must inform me. No problem. For now, focus on recovering from your injuries. When you are healed, I will lead you to exact vengeance. The benevolent system gave the system a light pat on the shoulder. The system grasped the benevolent system's implication. Revenge would not be possible today. It would have to await another day unless he could produce irrefutable proof of the trap. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce. All right, I will return to recover now. The system wasted no time, leaving the system realm preparing to heal within Zhang Fei's body. The pressing issue now was the task rewards. What was he to do? Only a few task rewards remained, hardly enough to sustain him for many days. Should he venture to another world and pilfer some? As for mahjong, no system would dare to play against him. Thus the only option was to sneak into another world and filch items to serve as task rewards. So be it. But which world should he choose? Ah yes, Jackie Chan Adventures. That world was of a lower plane, making it easier to operate. Zhang Fei, you had better step up. I've been forced to change careers and become a thief system just to secure your rewards. The system muttered under his breath. If only he hadn't been transported to the wrong world, he wouldn't have to toil so tirelessly. Damn it all. The death system, the cultivation system, the gambling god system. I will never let you bastards off. Perhaps he could seek out the villain system and ask him to destroy their hosts. But the cost of hiring the villain system was far too steep. He couldn't afford it. In the end, he abandoned the idea. Thus the system, still wounded, stealthily infiltrated the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. However, this world had no system overseeing it. If another system were responsible for this realm, his presence would be detected. Hence, he could only target worlds without any system in charge. At that moment, it was the 12th episode of Jackie Chan Adventures. Valmont had already collected 11 talismans, leaving only the half of the tiger talisman that lay hidden on Jade. It seems I arrived just in time. The system working despite his injuries felt a glimmer of warmth in the world. How fortunate. He didn't even need to search for the talismans, they were practically delivered to him. He transformed into a stick figure and approached Shindu's statue, prying the talismans off Shindu's body. As for Volmont, who was still fighting over the last half of the tiger talisman, and the system, they were completely invisible to Volmont, and even to Shindu, who didn't sense someone removing his talismans. The system gleefully pocketed Shindu's talismans, the joy washed away his earlier resentment and fury. As the first talisman, the rat talisman, was pried off, Shindu finally realized something was wrong. Someone had stolen his rat talisman, and he erupted in rage. Who, when he was on the verge of resurrection, dared to sabotage his revival? Who? Who stole my talisman? The system, of course it was me. Who else could it be? Shindu's furious roar drew the attention of Volmont and Jade. However, Volmont still managed to seize the last half of the tiger talisman and was about to press it onto Shindu. At that moment, Jackie-chan arrived, hearing Shindu's roar. Yet he felt more relief than alarm. Thankfully, someone had disrupted Shindu's resurrection, preventing disaster from befalling the world. To be safe, the system first took the half of the tiger talisman from Shindu's body, as well as the half from Volmont's hand. Huh, where did the tiger talisman go? Volmont was astonished. The talisman he had been holding in his palm had vanished. What? Shindu was taken aback, then flew into a rage, cursing the system, but the system simply ignored him. This wretched thief. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. The system was not angered. I'm not a thief. I'm taking it openly. You just can't see me. Soon all 12 talismans were secured in the system's collection. The system gazed at the dog talisman in his hand, pondering for a moment. Then, looking at the fuming Shindu, he decided to return the dog talisman to him. After all, the dog talisman was of no use to Zhang Fei. But seeing Shindu's pitiful state, he figured he might as well leave him one talisman as a souvenir. What the hell is this? Are you mocking me, Shindu? Don't let me find you, or I swear I'll make you pay with your life. This was a blatant insult. When had Shindu ever been so trampled upon? He bellowed in uncontrollable fury. But the system had already slipped away, completely oblivious to Shindu's roaring. As for Jackie-chan, when the tiger talisman vanished, the good and evil halves of Shindu had merged back together. Sensing trouble, Jackie grabbed Jade and fled, leaving only Shindu and Volmont behind. The scene shifts as the system arrives in the world of Naruto. Coincidentally, the system has arrived precisely at the moment when Uchiha Itachi is carrying out the massacre night, slaughtering the Uchiha clan alongside Tobi. Oh ho, another opportunity to pick up some treasures. The system was exhilarated, following closely behind Uchiha Itachi. Each time Itachi killed a clan member, the system would dutifully collect the remains, specifically the Sharingan. This task originally belonged to Tobi and Danzo, yet the system had snatched it away. Today was truly a bountiful harvest. The only minor inconvenience was the throbbing pain throughout the body, as if every bone might shatter. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Now even Uchiha Fugaka's Sharingan had been collected by the system. One could say they had struck it rich, far more profitable than winning at Mahjong. The system had discovered a gold mine, reveling in this endeavor. But when Danzo arrived, he discovered that the bodies of the Uchiha clan members lying on the ground had been completely hollowed out of their eyes. That damn third, how dare he take my Sharingan? Danzo was one of the masterminds behind this operation, his goal being none other than the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Now everything had become someone else's gain. He could only rage in impotent fury, concluding that the third Hokage must be responsible. After all, only Uchiha Itachi, his old flame the third, were aware of the massacre night. Though Itachi was also a possibility, he simply had no time to spare for eye extraction. The only logical culprit was the third. It must be that old bastard the third. He feared that once Danzo acquired a substantial number of Sharingan, Danzo would come for him. Yes, that must be it. He feared Danzo would snatch away the position of Hokage. As for Tobi, he had originally intended to dig out a few pairs of eyes for his own use, only to discover they were all gone, completely depleted. He too believed this was Danzo's doing. After all, Danzo's covetousness for the Uchiha clan Sharingan was no secret. With Danzo's men lurking nearby, who else could it possibly be? That damn Danzo, I will make you die a miserable death. He then utilized his space-time jutsu and departed from Konoha village. At this moment, the system had not yet left. Locating a white zetsu, a pitch-black hand pierced directly into its body, extracting and transforming the Hashirama cells. The white zetsu, stripped of its Hashirama cells, instantly transformed into a massive tree. Until its final breath, white zetsu never understood how it had met its end. Now only the third Hokage's scroll of seals remained. With a thought, the system teleported to where the scroll of seals was kept. Two ninjas guarded the entrance, but they could neither see nor sense the system's presence, allowing it to walk right in unimpeded. Opening the scroll of seals, the system copied all the jutsu, within intending them as future rewards. Floating thunderous explosive technique. This jutsu is impressive. Zhang Fei would surely love it. Explosions are right up his alley. He adored them. Would release true thousand hands. This is excellent too. If paired with Zhang Fei's Bankai, it would be absolutely overpowered. Acquired. What a pity that Hashirama's sage art was not recorded here, otherwise Zhang Fei could grow even stronger. After copying all the forbidden techniques, the system shifted its attention to the other jutsu, copying every single one from the collection. Just as the system was about to leave, it suddenly remembered something. A grim expression spread across its face as it cried out. No, this is a huge loss. It had just realized that to use jutsu one prerequisite was chakra, yet Zhang Fei had none. Moreover, those from outside the Naruto world could not obtain chakra, unless like the Sage of Six Paths one first shared chakra with them, and then allowed them to cultivate it independently. Now the residual chakra from those deceased Uchiha clan members had probably already dispersed into nothingness. This pained the system deeply. Had it collected the chakra from those corpses, it would have amounted to the equivalent of over 30 Kakashis. What a regret. No, I must first sort out the chakra and sage art situation. The system murmured to itself. For chakra, it would borrow some from the Sage of Six Paths. As for sage art, it would borrow from the sages of the three holy grounds. Yes, that settled it. A decision most pleasant. In the realm of the dead, the Sage of Six Paths was observing the changes in the mortal world when right as suspicion crept into his mind, a pitch-black hand suddenly thrust into his lower back. With a peculiar cry, he felt his vitality draining away. The owner of that hand was the system in its matchstick man form, continuously absorbing the Sage of Six Paths chakra. Why does this sound so peculiar? There's something off about this Sage of Six Paths. The system spoke in bewilderment, yet its hands never ceased their work. It secretly wondered if this Sage of Six Paths had perhaps dabbled in certain philosophical studies. Otherwise, how could he produce such peculiar sounds? Now the Sage of Six Paths appeared as if utterly depleted. His gaze was hollow, his complexion ashen. His once straight posture immediately slumped, and his legs trembled unceasingly. Truly useless folding so quickly. The system spoke with disdain. It had barely begun absorbing, yet this one could not hold on any longer. What a waste. Fine, then I'll go absorb the tailed beast's chakra instead. After all, this meager amount of chakra was far from sufficient for the system's needs. Moreover, the tailed beast's chakra regenerated constantly, especially the nine tails, which possessed the most chakra of all. Thus the system's gaze turned toward the tailed beasts. Suddenly, every single tailed beast felt a profound chill run through them. With a mere thought, the system entered the body of the one-tail's Jinchuriki. Facing the massive Shikaku, it reached back and pierced its pitch-black hand directly into Shikaku's side. Shikaku, like the Sage of Six Paths before it, emitted a strange high-pitched cry. As expected, everyone in this Naruto world is quite philosophical. The system commented matter-of-factly. There was simply no other explanation. The Sage of Six Paths, you want me to stab your lower back and see if you wouldn't make sounds too. Following this, Shikaku too was nearly drained dry. Its body had begun turning semi-transparent. Had the absorption continued, it would have met its end. Now it was the two tails' turn. X8, the system employed the same technique, without hesitation plunging its hands into their lower backs with force. Every tailed beast was pushed to the brink of exhaustion, their bodies semi-transparent, lying prostrate in a dying state. Excellent. This much chakra should suffice. At least the equivalent of over 100,000 Kakashis. The system was quite satisfied with this volume of chakra. Now only the sage art of the three holy grounds remained. The Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku, the White Snake Sage of Ryukiden, and the Slug Sage of Shikatsurin. None could escape the fate of having their lower backs pierced. Moreover, the system copied down their sage art cultivation methods as well. Now the system possessed three types of chakra, one from the Sage of Six Paths, one from the tailed beasts, and one from the sages. However, the tailed beast chakra could be categorized under the Six Paths chakra, effectively reducing it to two types. The system had now drained everything extractable from the Naruto world. Was there nothing left? Wait, the Byakugan had not yet been obtained. The Byakugan, what a pity. Unfortunately, I cannot collect it from the dead, and the Hyuga clan on the moon is inaccessible. Well then, let's return first. With this much stuff, it's time for a thorough reorganization. The system gazed at the empty shelves, its expression melancholic. Zhang Fei and his companions finally arrived at Waishiji Mountain. As the island came into view, they saw several giant cacti, prompting Zhang Fei to let out an exclamation of wonder. How peculiar, he murmured. So this is Waishiji Mountain. Sanji gazed at the island ahead. Was this truly their first destination? Great, we made it safely. Luffy was brimming with excitement, eager to embark on his adventure. Just then Vivi and Mr. 9 leaped onto the railing, striking a pose they thought was cool as they bid farewell to Zhang Fei and the others. The group's attention was drawn to their odd behavior. Mr. 9 said, "Then we shall take our leave here." Vivi added, "Thank you for escorting me back, my darlings. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell, my dear." Vivi and Mr. 9 spoke in unison. After saying this, they both jumped into the sea and swam away swiftly. With their safe departure, Zhang Fei's mission was finally complete. Now he possessed 3 mysterious gift packs. Ignoring the conversation between Luffy and the others, Zhang Fei focused his attention on the mysterious gift packs. He walked over to Luffy, hoping to leech some of his luck to see if he could obtain something good. He then opened all 3 mysterious gift packs at once. The opening of the first gift pack was utterly unremarkable, which made Zhang Fei feel a pang of disappointment. After all, an unspectacular opening usually meant no great loot, but he was soon proven wrong. Congratulations. You have obtained a copy card. This copy card was exactly what Zhang Fei desired most. Once he copied the power of the bomb fruit and combined it with his own immortality, transforming himself into a nuclear fusion, he would become a human-shaped nuclear bomb, unstoppable. A grin of delight spread across his face. Soon the second gift pack was opened. This time a dazzling golden light radiated from it, but only Zhang Fei could see the glow, the others remained oblivious. Congratulations. You have obtained a Tiga experience card. What? A Tiga experience card? Zhang Fei was momentarily stunned. Could he really get such a thing? Although it was not permanent, experiencing it even once was quite exciting for Zhang Fei. Moreover, Tiga's power was formidable, and using it as a trump card would be the most prudent choice. While Zhang Fei was still lost and thought the third gift pack had already been opened. This time, just like the first, the opening was plain and uneventful with no noticeable changes. After the first experience, Zhang Fei no longer underestimated such a bland opening process. Perhaps he could again obtain something as precious as the copy card. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes were full of anticipation. Congratulations. You have obtained the pig talisman. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He was extremely satisfied with the item he had just pulled. The pig talisman's ability was to fire destructive laser beams from the eyes. This granted him a new ranged attack capability. However, before anything else, he decided to test the pig talisman's power. When Zhang Fei took out the pig talisman, it merged into his flesh and blood, sinking like a stone into the sea, vanishing without a trace. What was going on? Zhang Fei was utterly perplexed. In the Jackie Chan adventures, talismans were never supposed to fuse with a person. What exactly was happening? He hastily called out to the system within his body, seeking an explanation. System. Coming, what is it? The system's voice sounded weak and weary as it responded to Zhang Fei. It had been recuperating inside Zhang Fei's body, but hearing his call, it emerged nonetheless. System, what's wrong with you? Zhang Fei could tell that the system's voice was off. Nothing, I was just set up by another system and got beaten up pretty badly. The system spoke nonchalantly, as if it did not care at all. In truth, it had already devised a plan to deal with those three troublemakers. What? You got beaten up by other systems? Zhang Fei could hardly believe it. It was shocking to him that an all-powerful system could be ambushed and assaulted by other systems, leaving him deeply shaken. The system made no attempt to hide the truth. It frankly recounted the incident and even revealed its true intentions. Yes, exactly as you imagine. So you'd better get stronger. Once you do, I can go settle the score with those three bastards in peace. Right, why did you call me? Hurry up and tell me I need to go back and heal. The system urged impatiently as those three scoundrels had hit really hard. Alright, I just took out the pig talisman, but it merged into my body. Why is that? Zhang Fei voiced his confusion. I have already modified the pig talisman, converting its power into your own. Naturally, you can also condense it. The condensed talisman can only be used by those you approve of, and you can reclaim it at any time. The downside is that once you condense the talisman, you lose the ability to use it until it returns to your body. The system explained in detail to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei finally understood, so that was the reason. No wonder the pig talisman had merged into his body. However, this was actually a good thing, and now he no longer had to worry about the talisman falling into enemy hands and being used against him. Any other questions? Speak quickly. The system was growing impatient as its entire body ached terribly. It just wanted to return to Zhang Fei's body and sleep to recover. Yes, I need to know how to use the copy card and the experience card. Zhang Fei knew the system was in pain, so he asked all his remaining questions at once. For the copy card, simply crush it and make contact with the first ability user you encounter, and you can copy. As for the experience card, just crush it as well. Any more questions? If not, I'm going back. I've already set up the missions. They'll appear automatically when triggered. The system had automated the mission system, so missions would be unlocked as the plot progressed. Alright, that's all. System, take good care of yourself. After Zhang Fei finished speaking, the system fell silent, having clearly returned to his body to rest. He couldn't help but sigh. Being a system isn't easy either. Then he turned his gaze to the excited Luffy, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Truly, staying close to a child of destiny brought extraordinary luck. Zhang Fei, is something up? Luffy looked at him with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he had been tapped on the shoulder. I want to show you something cool. Cool? What's that? Is it food? Zhang Fei smiled faintly, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the crew of the Going Merry, like Luffy himself, assumed he was about to produce another delectable ingredient, recalling vividly how he had previously unveiled the puffer whale. Their mouths instinctively watered as they licked their lips. Then Zhang Fei shifted his gaze toward the calm, placid sea. His eyes swiftly turned crimson, and twin beams of searing scarlet light erupted from them. The moment the lasers struck the water, their immense heat instantly vaporized the seawater, sending plumes of steam spiraling skyward. Sugoi! Luffy exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes alight with exhilaration. He had never imagined Zhang Fei possessed such extraordinary ability, and having him aboard was truly splendid. Eagerly he pressed for answers. How had Zhang Fei done it? Could he too learn to fire laser beams from his own eyes? It would be utterly magnificent. How did you do that, Zhang Fei? This is one of my innate abilities, but I can also grant it to you. Indeed, Zhang Fei spoke truthfully. The system had transformed the pig talisman of the celestial sovereign into his own cultivated power, now wholly his own. Really? Let me try right away. Luffy could hardly contain his impatience, his face flushed with excitement, as he rushed forward, eager to experience the sensation of firing lasers from his own eyes. Even Usopp hurried over, equally captivated by novelty, as curious as Luffy about anything strange and wonderous. And I want to try too. You all. Nami sighed inwardly, long accustomed to such absurdity and no longer inclined to comment. Zhang Fei said nothing more, only offered a serene, knowing smile. Then he extended his right hand. Slowly a pig talisman materialized in his palm, identical in every detail to the one wielded by the celestial sovereign. He bestowed upon them the authority to use it. I have attuned this talisman exclusively to you. So long as you carry it upon your person, you may channel my power. Is that so? Luffy eagerly snatched the talisman from Zhang Fei's hand, turning it over curiously. Could this small artifact truly bestow laser vision? Just as doubt flickered across Luffy's face, sudden beams lanced from his eyes, nearly striking Zoro. And what the hell? Zoro unsurprisingly wasted no time on pleasantries and delivered a swift, forceful punch. Heh, that blow left Luffy unscathed, not unless edged steel was involved. Unfazed, he merely grinned, brushing off Zoro's fury as if it were mere breeze, and resumed playing with the talisman. Usopp meanwhile jostled beside Luffy, vying for possession of the talisman, while Zhang Fei watched indifferent. Yet Zhang Fei had already decided who would ultimately receive this talisman: Nico Robin, whose future arrival he anticipated. Her flower fruit powers, combined with the talisman's laser vision, would forge an unparalleled synergy. In battle she could bloom countless eyes across terrain and surfaces, then ignite them all with the talisman's radiant beams. Tell me, would you dare face such a sight? By now the Going Merry had safely reached shore, and Zhang Fei first entrusted the pig talisman to Nami, granting her a measure of self-defense. As they stepped onto Whiskey Peak, throngs of townsfolk surged forth from the cliffs, cheering and waving jubilantly to welcome their arrival. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, the town of welcome. But do not mistake their fervor for sincerity. Zhang Fei, having read the original chronicles, knew full well these villagers were bounty hunters. They served intoxicating drinks to pirates, then slaughtered them in slumber to claim rewards. Zoro and the others stood bewildered. Why would townsfolk greet pirates with such warmth? Something felt deeply amiss. Luffy, however, gave no thought to subtlety. His grin widened, utterly enchanted by their exuberance. Nami gently nudged Zhang Fei's side with her elbow, leaning close to whisper into his ear, her intuition prickling. Better to seek clarity from him than trust appearances. Zhang Fei, what's going on here? They're bounty hunters, targeting us pirates. But it's broad daylight, they won't strike yet. Rest assured, just stay sober. Zhang Fei cautioned Nami, but Zoro required no warning. Already his instincts hummed with suspicion. After all, he'd once walked the same path as a hunter himself. Nami's eyes widened in sudden realization. So these were bounty hunters. Her posture stiffened instantly like a feline bristling at unseen danger. Noting her tension, Zhang Fei chuckled softly and lightly patted her shoulder, his voice calm and reassuring. Relax, they're nothing but weaklings barely worth the name. His words eased her nerves somewhat, yet prudence prevailed. To safeguard her precious berries, she discreetly transferred them into Zhang Fei's keeping. Thus Zhang Fei found himself led away by Nami to collect the coins. And so many lovely girls. Sanji murmured, heart-shaped sparks dancing before his eyes as he gazed rapturously at the women ashore. Truly moving. Indeed, aren't pirates the true heroes in people's hearts? Usopp blew air kisses toward Zhang Fei, elated beyond measure, basking in the adulation as though crowned a legend. Woohoo! Luffy waved vigorously at the jubilant crowd, shouting with unrestrained joy. Sanji and Usopp fell headlong into the town's trap, convinced its residents were simply warm-hearted hosts. Only Zoro remained watchful, his skepticism unwavering. Welcome, cough, cough. Ma, welcome. My name is Akaramo. You must be astonished. Whiskey Peak is famed for both fine distilleries and vibrant music. Hospitality is our town's most honored tradition. Ikaramu cleared his throat saxophone in hand, his voluminous curly hair framing a welcoming smile as he addressed Zhang Fei's crew, offering explanation for the town's famed generosity. Zhang Fei scoffed openly, utterly unconvinced. Nami shared his skepticism as Zoro too kept his guard firmly raised. Our pride, our wine, flows as endlessly as the sea itself. Tonight let your daring tale serve as our feast's finest seasoning. Might we host a banquet in your honor, to celebrate your arrival? Would you grace us with your presence? And we accept. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji linked arms, ecstatic, and entirely oblivious to the peril concealed beneath the festivities. Zoro, whose very soul thirsted for sake, remained unmoved by their flattery. Instead, he glanced sidelong at Zhang Fei, searching for any telltale sign in his expression. Zhang Fei stood utterly composed. Zhang Fei met Zoro's gaze, and instantly understood. He gave a single quiet nod. And, exactly as you suspect. Still, free food is free food. Though puzzled why Zhang Fei chose not to expose the deception, Nami trusted his judgment implicitly. She settled instead into feigned ignorance, secure in his presence, confident in her safety, and reassured by the talisman resting in her hand. After Luffy agreed, Ikaram promptly held a banquet. At that moment the sky was filled with dusk dyed in a crimson sunset. The banquet continued. Usopp had already drunk himself into a daze, but he never stopped boasting, bragging to the girls. At that moment I said coolly, "Damn Sea King, don't you dare touch my companions." How imposing, Captain Usopp. The girls feigned admiration, flattering him to lower his guard, so they could make their move once he was drunk. But about that escape from the calm belt, even I felt a little shiver. Usopp continued to boast, but Nami rolled her eyes. You bastard even fainted from fear, yet you still have the nerve to brag. As for Zhang Fei, he found Usopp amusing and was drinking alone. No one dared to challenge him in a drinking contest, for his stomach was a bottomless pit. No matter how much he drank, he didn't even show a hint of tipsiness, remaining as sober as ever. Even those who tried to compete with him ended up drunk after dozens of rounds, and afterward no one dared to challenge him. On the other hand, Zoro still had challengers, as did Nami. As for Luffy, he ate the opposing chef out of house, and home, his belly becoming perfectly round. Meanwhile, Sanji was lost in the midst of beauties, his arms around young ladies, his face brimming with bliss. Meanwhile, Mr. 9 was writing a report at a furious pace, preparing to document the reasons for their failure. However, Vivi felt a growing unease, her mind wandering. Due to the above reasons, the task of procuring food for the town ended in failure. To redeem our honor, we successfully lured that crew to this cactus island. This report is hastily written, my dear. After finishing, Mr. 9 breathed a sigh of relief, believing his life was spared, and placed his report into the mailbox. As long as we hand this to the boss, we'll have made up for our mistake. Are you listening, Miss Wednesday? Seeing Vivi lost in thought, Mr. 9 called out to her. Ah, yes. I just hope our plan succeeds. Vivi was startled, then came to her senses. Although she said that her heart was still hesitating, wondering whether to beg them to help save the Alabasta Kingdom. In the banquet hall, Luffy finally could eat no more, and Sanji and the others had fallen asleep. Nami, however, stayed close to Zhang Fei, leaning on his shoulder, feeling that only by his side could she feel safe. After all, these bounty hunters were after her head. Zhang Fei also pretended to be asleep. Just then a quest was triggered. Quest 1, defeat the Baroque Works members. Reward a mysterious gift pack. Quest 2, defeat all the bounty hunters. Reward a mysterious gift pack. Quest 3, stop the internal fight between Luffy and Zoro. Reward a mysterious gift pack. Damn, another freebie quest, and 3 of them this time. Zhang Fei was thrilled. After all the bounty hunters had left the banquet hall, he decided to stop pretending. He called out to the 2 still pretending to be asleep, Nami and Zoro. Zoro slowly got up, rubbed the back of his head, muttered a complaint, and praised the wine. Acting is exhausting, but the wine here is pretty good. Alright, stop talking, careful, they might hear us. They haven't gone far. Nami warned Zoro. Truth be told, she wanted to keep leaning on Zhang Fei's shoulder because being by his side was full of a sense of security, a mysterious power that relaxed the mind and brought particular peace. Nami, Zoro, you wait here for me. I'll take care of them. You stay here and watch these 3. They're sleeping like logs, wouldn't even know if they were being slaughtered. Zhang Fei glanced at the 3 sleeping soundly on the floor. Fine, then I'll leave it all to you. Hearing that Zhang Fei would handle it, Zoro was glad to have a few more drinks. He sat down comfortably, poured himself a glass, and awaited Zhang Fei's good news. Be careful. Although she knew Zhang Fei was strong and had an immortal body, Nami still couldn't help but say it. I know. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, acknowledging Nami's concern, then slowed his pace and left. Lovebirds. However, Zoro couldn't help but blurt out a sarcastic remark, which immediately ignited Nami's fury, making him feel the fist of true damage once again. Zhang Fei arrived on the rooftop and overheard Ikaram and the others conspiring. We should have taken care of them back at the harbor. This town is already short on food, and we never expected to get whale meat anyway. Miss Monday had already shed her nun disguise, reverting to her muscular giantess appearance. Her solid muscular build made Zhang Fei's skin crawl, a sight rivaling that of a monstrous woman. She complained about why Ikaram and the others didn't just attack directly. Mr. 9 and Vivi couldn't help but retort upon hearing Miss Monday's belittlement. You don't have to say that, do you? Exactly. We've worked hard, and there's a monster on that ship. Mr. 9 said indignantly, hands on his hips. The monster he referred to was naturally Zhang Fei, as they had only witnessed his strength, the others they had never seen in action. Sitting on the rooftop, Zhang Fei found it absurd. Monsters usually referred to the 4 emperors or the 3 admirals, didn't they? How did it become about him? But then again, he was indeed a monster in his own right, his immortal body. Hey, calm down. Anyway, take a look at this. I've looked into their backgrounds carefully. Ikaram urged them not to start an internal conflict, and then pulled out Zhang Fei's latest wanted poster, showing it to them. What a 130 million berries. They stared in disbelief at the wanted poster in Ikaram's hand. This was a rookie pirate who had just entered the Grand Line. Why was his bounty so high? What was going on? My bounty has risen to 130 million berries. Not only they, but Zhang Fei himself was astonished, unable to help exclaiming. The people below, seeing that this pirate with a bounty over 100 million was not asleep, felt immense pressure. Moreover, it was possible that he had overheard their entire conversation. Moreover, a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million was no merciful figure, formidable in strength. It was possible that no one present could match this pirate. Knowing full well the terror that a billion-berry pirate could unleash, Ikaram immediately issued his command, though his voice lacked conviction. Kill him quickly. At Igaram's command, everyone drew their weapons, pistols aimed squarely at Zhang Fei, intending to cut him down where he stood. But their efforts were nothing but idle fantasies. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fei vanished from their sight. Where did he go? As the crowd stood bewildered, Zhang Fei had already appeared before Ikaram, snatching the wanted poster from his very hands. He examined the new wanted poster carefully, curious to see what had changed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed his portrait had been updated. capturing the moment when he had confronted Smoker appearing in his death god state wielding his Zanpakuto blade. Though Zhang Fei found the photographer's work acceptable if for no other reason than the photo was undeniably handsome, particularly that profile shot that exuded an air of coolness. The bounty beneath the wanted poster had been raised to 130 million berries. What? Igaram froze momentarily, then stared at Zhang Fei in utter horror, wondering how he had appeared so suddenly. When he saw Zhang Fei gazing intently at the wanted poster, Igaram realized this was the perfect moment to strike, while he was still distracted. The shotgun concealed within the saxophone erupted as Igaram blew into it, bullets scattering forth in an attempt to ensure a certain kill. Not only did Igaram strike, but others joined in the assault as well. Zhang Fei had no desire to see his clothes continue being damaged, so he prepared to use the build driver to deal with them. During the transformation phase, there was an invincibility enhancement, so the bullets could not touch Zhang Fei while in his transformed state. What is that thing? A devil fruit user? Everyone recoiled in terror, for they were well aware of the infamous power of devil fruits. Instinctively, they took a step backward. Zhang Fei couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, to them, any strange ability would naturally be attributed to devil fruit powers. Even if you have that steel armor, I refuse to believe we can't blow it apart. A bold and reckless bounty hunter refused to accept defeat. Gripping his pistol, he emptied the entire magazine at Zhang Fei. Clang, clang, clang. A dense chorus of metallic clashes rang out. The bullets could not penetrate Zhang Fei's armor in the slightest, not even leaving a white scratch. How is this possible? Everyone stood in disbelief, but Zhang Fei would not grant them time to ponder. Empowered by the build armor, his speed surged once more. He struck them down one after another, though he refrained from delivering fatal blows. He knew nothing of their characters, only that there were children present. Moreover, hunting pirates was merely their means of livelihood. After all, he himself was a pirate. In mere moments, he had knocked all of them unconscious. Soon only the Baroque Works agents remained, their eyes filled with inexplicable dread. In mere moments, this man had vanquished everyone present. What manner of strength did this individual possess? Should we run? Mr. Nine proposed his suggestion, for survival was the priority. He had no desire to die in this place. Running is out of the question. Miss Monday scoffed and strapped on her knuckle dusters, placing absolute faith in her own strength. She believed she could shatter Zhang Fei's build armor. She strode forward, locking eyes with Zhang Fei, then delivered a thunderous punch. Zhang Fei stood momentarily stunned. He had never imagined anyone would dare strike him. He remained perfectly still before her, allowing her attack to land freely. After all, Zhang Fei had complete confidence in his build armor. Thud. The punch connected squarely with Zhang Fei's chest. He showed not even a hint of staggering, let alone injury. Miss Monday stared at her own fist in disbelief. How could this be? Now it's my turn. The moment those words fell, Zhang Fei's devastating fist came crashing into Miss Monday's abdomen. The excruciating pain caused Miss Monday to curl up like a shrimp, her hands clutching her stomach. Her eyes rolled back as she succumbed to the agony, her body crumpling forward to the ground. Having dealt with Miss Monday, Zhang Fei turned to address Igaram and the others, urging them to surrender. Why haven't you surrendered yet? Is this the power of a pirate with a billionberry bounty? Igaram gazed at Vivi with mounting terror. If they did not surrender soon, Vivi's life would be in grave danger. As the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's royal guard, his duty was to protect the princess's safety, even at the cost of his own life. We surrender. While Igaram still hesitated, Vivi spoke first. She understood what Igaram was contemplating, and she knew Zhang Fei would not harm the townspeople. He had merely knocked them unconscious. She surmised he was a pirate who could be reasoned with. Furthermore, if he had truly intended to kill her, he could have done so inside Laboon's belly. Yet he had not. You're all so pathetic, actually surrendering like this. A discordant voice suddenly pierced the air. Following it came a man and a woman. They were Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine. Upon seeing them, Zhang Fei smiled with satisfaction. The explosive fruit he had long desired was finally within reach. Ms. Valentine's devil fruit ability allowed her to adjust her own body weight, similar to the gravy fruit in nature. However, its power fell far short of the genuine article, so Zhang Fei held no interest in her abilities. Had it been the flame fruit or the rumble fruit, he might have considered using a copy card to replicate it. But compared to the explosive fruit, she simply did not measure up. Anyone who had studied physics knew that the four fundamental forces of the universe were the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and gravity. These forces govern not only atoms, but the entire cosmos. Theoretically, the explosive fruit could achieve nuclear fusion, in other words, the strong nuclear force. With proper development, it possessed the power to devastate heaven and earth. The strong nuclear force exceeded electromagnetism by a factor of 137, and it was nuclear energy that enabled the sun to shine and radiate warmth. Even if you were an immortal deity descended to Earth, Zhang Fei could utilize the power of nuclear fusion to reduce you to ashes or transform you into a living sun. Combined with his own immortality, he would become an existence beyond compare. Thus, Zhang Fei's longing for Mr. Five's abilities grew ever more fervent. This made Mr. Five feel a chill run down his spine, as though some perverse individual had fixed their gaze upon him. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. Ms. Valentine noticed Mr. Five's subtle change in demeanor and inquired with concern. Are you alright, Mr. Five? I'm fine. Perhaps the night sea wind is simply a bit chilly. In that case, we must quickly root out the man from that kingdom within Baroque works and execute him. Ms. Valentine believed Mr. Five's words, sneering while her gaze locked onto Vivi. Igaram's face turned ashen. He had never expected their identities to be exposed. Petrified, he stared at the two of them, wondering how Crocodile had discovered who they were. As for Vivi, she remained remarkably composed, as if she had anticipated this very situation. Mr. Nine, however, was panicked, believing that Ms. Valentine's words referred to him. He hastily explained that although he wore a crown, he was not a member of the royal family, fearing they would misunderstand and kill him. Wait, I may be wearing a crown, but I am not a king. It's not you, sneered Miss Valentine dismissively. Hearing that the target was not him, his previously suspended heart relaxed completely. He let out a long sigh of relief. If not him, then who could it be? Mr. Nine was wondering who had infiltrated Baroque works. Having seen enough of the show, Zhang Fei knew it was time to step in. Besides, Mr. Five and the others hadn't even deigned to look at him, making him feel slighted. By the way, isn't it unwise to underestimate me like this? Who are you? Asked Mr. Five, eyeing the man in the strange armored suit with curiosity. Me? I'm just a passing Kamen Rider. Remember that, said Zhang Fei, uttering Wang Xiaoming's infamous line. He then retrieved a copy card from his system backpack and crushed it directly. The shattered card, like broken glass, instantly dissolved into specks of starlight, merging into Zhang Fei's body. Zhang Fei examined his hands, but felt nothing unusual. Could the copy card have malfunctioned? However, he would have to test it to know for sure. The spring on his right leg compressed continuously. The moment it released, Zhang Fei appeared before Mr. Five as if by teleportation. Neither Mr. Five nor Miss Valentine could react to Zhang Fei's sudden appearance. He extended his right hand, gripping Mr. Five's neck like a vice. At the same time, the instant he touched Mr. Five, the copy card's ability activated. A fleeting white light appeared on his right hand, vanishing in an instant. A strange power also surged within Zhang Fei, the very ability copied by the copy card. That transient white light seemed visible only to Zhang Fei. No one else could perceive it. Damn it, let me go. Mr. Five's face flushed red as he struggled fiercely against Zhang Fei's iron grip, but it was utterly futile. He had never expected this strange armored man to be so powerful. This time he had truly kicked an iron plate. What a... Release Mr. Five at once. Ms. Valentine activated her ability immediately, floating into the air and preparing to crush Zhang Fei. Before she could strike, Mr. Five acted. He picked a bow tree seed from his nose, smeared it on Zhang Fei's arm, and bellowed. Nose fancy. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion forced Zhang Fei to release his grip. However, Mr. Five himself was also caught in the blast, sent flying with scorch marks on his chest. Indeed, when he turned his own body into a bomb, it affected him as well. Seeing this, Miss Valentine launched her attack. Her body plummeted from the air like a lead ball, her buttocks aimed directly at Zhang Fei, intending to crush him. You disgusting nose-picking bastard. Zhang Fei was thoroughly disgusted by Mr. Five. Just as he was still savoring the strange power within him, Mr. Five had launched a surprise attack, and the method of attack went without saying. As for the falling Miss Valentine, he sidestepped, letting her brush past him as she crashed heavily into the ground. Boom. The ground cracked and clouds of dust rose. When Miss Valentine slowly rose, her buttocks reared up directly facing Zhang Fei. This stirred a strange impulse within him, and a bold idea flashed in his mind. He lifted his right foot and kicked Miss Valentine's backside with all his might. Go to hell. With Zhang Fei's fierce kick, Miss Valentine was sent flying, drawing a graceful parabola in the air as she shrieked. I'll be back. Do you think you're Grey Wolf that you can come back just like that? Mr. Five swallowed hard. Now alone, how could he hope to defeat this man? Moreover, even the bow tree bomb had failed to injure him. Should he flee or continue the fight? He's incredibly strong. He even defeated Miss Valentine with ease. Vivi watched Zhang Fei in disbelief, and a flame of hope kindled within her heart. She stared intently at him. However, just as Mr. Five was about to launch another bow tree attack, Zhang Fei noticed, and instantly appeared before him, denying him any chance to strike. He drove a fist into Mr. Five's abdomen. Bam! The force behind the punch pierced through, producing a sonic boom. Mr. Five coughed up blood, rolled his eyes, and fell unconscious. At the same time, his body shot backward like a cannonball, smashing through a row of houses in succession. The power of this punch was even greater than Miss Monday's. Zhang Fei deactivated his transformation and realized that he had completed Task 1 and Task 2. Only Task 3 remained. He walked toward Vivi and the others. As Zhang Fei approached, Vivi took a deep breath, showing no fear, and instead thanked him. Thank you so much for saving us. Zhang Fei waved his hand, dismissively saying, no need to mention it. Just a passing favor. You're the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, aren't you? Vivi's pupils contracted. How did he know? Had her ability to conceal her identity really been that poor? Since Zhang Fei had already guessed her identity, she saw no point in hiding it, and admitted it directly. That's right. I am Nefertari Vivi, princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. Princess. Mr. Nine was stunned. He had never imagined that his partner of so many years was a princess. That meant Mr. Five had come to kill Vivi. I'm sorry, Mr. Nine, for keeping this from you for so long. Vivi spoke with a hint of apology. After all, they had been partners for years, and she knew Mr. Nine was a man of honor. It's fine. We're partners after all, Mr. 9 said, wiping his nose. Though shocked, he didn't mind Vivi's deception. Perhaps she had her reasons. Having received Mr. 9's forgiveness, Vivi breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned to Zhang Fei, hoping to implore him to help her save the Alabasta Kingdom. Seeing the grave expression on Vivi's face, Zhang Fei understood her intention. I know what you're about to say, but I am not the captain. I cannot overstep. As long as our captain agrees, I have no problem at all. However, rest assured, our captain is very easy to talk to. Wei Wei frowned. I haven't even said anything yet. How do you know? She looked at Zhang Fei in confusion. Zhang Fei noticed Wei Wei's puzzled expression, glanced at the people around, and spoke calmly. This is not the place to talk. Zhang Fei had long known that on the rooftop nearby a vulture and a sea otter were watching them, and they were Mr. 13 and Miss Friday. However, he simply ignored them. Moreover, Mr. 9 and the others were here once they heard they might face pursuit from other Baroque Works agents. Of course, Zhang Fei could not kill Mr. 13 and Miss Friday, as they were the key to luring out Robin. Without their tip-off, Robin would never appear. At the same time, Wei Wei also realized this and immediately covered her mouth. She could not reveal the true identity of the boss behind Baroque Works, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, Zhang Fei reminded her, otherwise she would have forgotten. She could not let herself harm Mr. 9 and the others. Ms. Wednesday, what exactly are you talking about? I don't understand. Mr. 9 asked curiously. I suggest you'd better not know. Once you know, you'll be hunted by other Baroque Works agents. Zhang Fei glanced at Mr. 9, for the more one knows, the more dangerous it is. Of course, Zhang Fei himself was not afraid of Kelokinagar, especially after obtaining the Zanpakuto. He now had the ability to deal with Logia-type abilities. Then I'd better not listen. Mr. 9 shuddered, quickly waved his hands, indicating he had no interest. He didn't want to hear secrets he shouldn't. At this time, Na Mei and Su Along heard the commotion outside, and stopped, then came out of the house. They saw unconscious people lying on the ground, obviously knocked out by Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, are you done? Su Along walked over slowly, holding a bottle, and asked. Do you even need to ask? By the way, Su Along, bring Lu Fei here too. I have something to discuss with him. What do you want him for? Never mind, I'll drag him over now. Originally, Su Along wanted to ask the reason, but gave up. He would find out when Lu Fei arrived, so he didn't ask further. Zhang Fei, what's going on? Na Mei pointed at Wei Wei and the others beside Zhang Fei. Aren't they bounty hunters? How are they unharmed? Is there some hidden story? Wait until Lu Fei comes, then you'll know. Zhang Fei did not tell Na Mei in advance, but waited for Lu Fei's arrival. Seeing this, Na Mei decided not to press further, and patiently waited for Lu Fei. Lu Fei walked over drowsily, clearly half asleep. When he saw the villagers lying on the ground, he instantly became alert. What's going on? Who did this? They hurt them. They are the benefactors who treated us to food and drink. He quickly helped up one of the villagers, trying to shake him awake, and asked who the culprit was. Hey, wake up. Who did this? Don't bother calling him Lu Fei, it was me. Zhang Fei said calmly. Damn it. You knocked out all the kind villagers who warmly welcomed us and gave us delicious food and wine, not a single one left. Lu Fei was furious, spreading his arms with a wrathful expression, wanting to avenge the villagers. Zhang Fei scratched his head helplessly. He originally intended to say this to Su Along, but now it was him. How cliché. And Lu Fei was in a rage, not listening to him at all. Your captain is really quite dense. Wei Wei was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Fei to be such a reckless person. Not really. As Zhang Fei finished speaking, Lu Fei launched an attack. With his round belly, he jumped in front of Zhang Fei, clenched his fist, and swung a punch at him with great momentum. Zhang Fei sidestepped and easily dodged Lu Fei's fist. However, Lu Fei's extended fist struck the ground, causing it to crack and send debris flying. This showed how angry the punch was. Fortunately, Zhang Fei's personality was not like Su Along's, otherwise Su Along would have been provoked by that punch. As Lu Fei's fist retracted, Zhang Fei seized the opportunity. He formed his right hand into a claw and viciously grabbed Lu Fei's neck, then pressed him down to the ground. Bam! The ground shook. With Lu Fei as the center, the ground caved in and cracks like spider webs appeared around. He knew that reasoning with Lu Fei was like casting pearls before swine, completely useless. So Zhang Fei had to use force and asked Na Mei to explain the truth to Lu Fei, since Lu Fei wouldn't listen to him. Let me go. Lu Fei struggled desperately, but Zhang Fei's right hand held him firmly like iron pliers. Moreover, with his round body, it was difficult for Lu Fei to counterattack. Na Mei, you explain. Lu Fei won't listen to me now. Sigh, I know. Na Mei sighed softly. She also knew Lu Fei's personality and began to explain everything to him. So that's how it is. Zhang Fei, why didn't you say so earlier? After learning the whole story, Lu Fei understood everything Zhang Fei did and couldn't help complaining. Zhang Fei was speechless. The problem is, would you have listened? If I knew this would happen, I would have punched you twice first. Alright, there's no one here. Wei Wei, you can tell our captain anything. As for Kelokinagar, it's no big deal. Zhang Fei looked around and found no one else, only them. So he spoke reassuringly, not afraid of implicating others. How do you know? Wei Wei's pupils dilated rapidly as she looked at Zhang Fei in disbelief. How does he know everything? Is there anything he doesn't know? Just as Zhang Fei uttered the name of Kelokinagar, Mr. 13 and Miss Friday had already recorded the faces of Zhang Fei, and everyone else drew portraits and left the place. When Wei Wei saw them, she instantly realized the danger. Wanting to stop them, it was already too late. Her face changed drastically, and she shouted. It's bad. Everyone was stunned, completely unaware of what Wei Wei was panicking about. Nami asked back, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that bird and sea otter? They are the Baroque works, and their boss is one of the 7 warlords crocodile. Now that we know his identity, he will definitely send people to hunt us down," Vivian explained to the group. Nami was first stunned, a flash of panic appearing in her eyes, until a hand rested on her shoulder, and she relaxed, turning to look. It was Zhang Fei's hand. She thought to herself, since Zhang Fei could fight evenly with Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords, dealing with crocodile should be no problem either. As for Zoro and Luffy, they were nonchalant, not feeling any pressure at all. "Don't worry, it's not a problem. It's just crocodile. We can definitely handle it," Zhang Fei said with a light smile. He wasn't speaking boastfully, with his own strength dealing with crocodile was really not a problem. Moreover, there was still a long distance from Alabasta Kingdom, and the missions along the way could make Zhang Fei even stronger than he was now. Not to mention Luffy. He was the child of destiny. Relying on this halo alone, he could defeat crocodile. Seeing Zhang Fei's confident smile, Vivian felt an inexplicable sense of relief. In the end, she chose to trust Zhang Fei, and after all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries. There had to be real strength behind that number. She then pleaded with Luffy, hoping to receive their help to save the Alabasta Kingdom. "Luffy, I beg you. Please save the Alabasta Kingdom. Right now, the Alabasta Kingdom is in the midst of civil unrest, and the mastermind causing this chaos is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. Their purpose is to take over the Alabasta Kingdom. If we don't hurry back to expose the truth to the public and suppress the people's riots, their scheme will succeed." Vivian didn't know that Crocodile's true purpose was to obtain Pluton, the ancient weapon, rather than the Alabasta Kingdom itself. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. No wonder Zhang Fei had called Luffy over. It was for something like this. "Count me in." Luffy didn't hesitate at all, and immediately agreed. This made Vivian's heart tremble. She pressed her lips together, never expecting Luffy to agree so readily. Her eyes filled with excitement as she bowed to Luffy and thanked him. "Thank you for being willing to help. No need to stand on ceremony. We'll help you, and their strength is considerable, especially Zhang Fei. He once fought Mihawk, and they were evenly matched." Nami helped Vivian up. She could understand Vivian's feelings, as Kokoyashi Village's experience was similar to what the Alabasta Kingdom was going through. She introduced Zhang Fei to Vivian so that Vivian would have more confidence. At this moment, Vivian finally understood why Zhang Fei's bounty was so high. It was because he had fought Mihawk. With that, they really did have the ability to defeat Crocodile. She couldn't help but show a look of joy. The Alabasta Kingdom can be saved. No wonder your wanted poster shows 130 million berries, Mr. Zhang Fei. What? Everyone looked at Zhang Fei in shock. Weren't there only 50 million berries before? How did it suddenly jump to 130 million berries? What on earth happened? What's so strange about that? The Marine must have learned about my battle with Mihawk in the East Blue, so they raised my bounty. Zhang Fei said matter-of-factly, his tone very calm, as if to say, what's there to be surprised about? The 130 million berry bounty directly struck Luffy, since his own bounty was only 20 million berries. Compared to Zhang Fei, there was a gap of 6.5 times. No way. I must surpass Zhang Fei. Unable to withstand Zhang Fei's provocation, Luffy stepped forward and declared loudly that he would definitely surpass Zhang Fei. As the captain, he couldn't lose to his own crew member. Looking at their high spirits, Vivian felt that entrusting them with saving the Alabasta Kingdom was the right decision. Through her interactions with them, she discovered that the Straw Hat crew had very kind hearts, completely different from other pirates. At this moment, Igaram stepped forward and said with some concern. He wasn't doubting Zhang Fei's strength, but rather that Crocodile was a Logia Devil Fruit user, making physical attacks useless against him. Although Crocodile only has an 80 million berry bounty, he is a Logia user. Can you really deal with him? Logia? Luffy had never heard this term before. He tilted his head, looking very curious. Yes, Crocodile is the user of the Suna, know me, just like that smoke guy at Lobetown. Physical attacks are useless against him unless you know Haki or use a sea stone weapon to hit him. Zhang Fei explained briefly so that everyone would have a clear understanding. So that's how it is. Only then did Luffy suddenly realize. No wonder he couldn't attack Smoker at Lobetown. It was because of this. But what exactly are Haki and sea stone weapons? Nami asked. Haki, you ask? We'll talk about that later. You can't touch that level yet. As for sea stone weapons, they are weapons that can prevent Devil Fruit users from using their abilities. However, obtaining sea stone weapons is extremely difficult, so forget about it. Zhang Fei answered Nami's question. Then what should we do? Nami became worried at this point. If physical attacks were useless, how were they supposed to fight? Don't worry. Crocodile does have a weakness, water. Once he comes into contact with water, his body cannot become intangible. Even an ordinary fist can hurt him. Hearing this, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't just her, Vivian felt the same way. If Crocodile truly had no weakness, she really wouldn't know what to do. In that case, Princess Vivian, I leave her to you. We'll split into 2 groups. I will impersonate you and draw the enemy's attention while you take the chance to escape. Igaram explained his plan, striving to ensure Vivian could safely reach the Alabasta Kingdom and stop Crocodile's conspiracy. Of course, Zhang Fei had no intention of stopping him. After all, Igaram wasn't going to die, so he let him go. So Igaram obtained the log pose to Alabasta Kingdom from Vivian and sailed away on a small boat. On the boat were several decoys, and Igaram had changed into women's clothing, looking somewhat eerie. One could only wonder if he would have nightmares tonight. Zhang Fei and the others watched Igaram leave from the shore. Before Igaram had sailed far, the small boat he was on exploded. The originally pitch-black sea surface was illuminated by dazzling flames. Everyone present watched the blazing flames behind them in disbelief. Everyone except Zhang Fei. The firelight cast upon everyone's faces, and the atmosphere instantly froze. At this moment Luffy was in a state of fury, his face dark and his eyes blazing with rage. He turned around angrily, determined to defeat Crocodile. Nami, have you recorded it? Yes, it's full now. Nami raised her wrist, glanced at the log pose, and then replied to Luffy's question. Then bring that girl along, and we set off. This was the second time Zhang Fei had seen Luffy this angry. The first was when Zoro was slashed by Hawkeye. Turning again, he saw Vivi gazing at the burning flames on the sea, clenching her fists, biting her lower lip so hard that her sharp teeth broke the skin, blood trickling down from the wound. It was as if she was suppressing the sorrow in her heart. She wanted to cry to vent her emotions, but she couldn't. She was a princess bearing the responsibility of saving the kingdom of Alabasta. She must never show weakness. Zhang Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that Vivi was indeed a strong girl. Meanwhile, Nami noticed Vivi's suppressed sorrow, directly embraced her, and comforted her with a firm tone. She had once been like Vivi, so she could understand Vivi's feelings. It's all right. We'll see you safely to the kingdom of Alabasta. They alone saved the East Blue. With just 5 people, the mere 7 warlords are no match for them. After seeing Vivi comforted by Nami, he no longer needed to worry about her. He followed Luffy, and began carrying supplies, mainly fresh water, since they were not short on food. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My nose will come off, you idiot. Let go quickly. Standing on the Going Merry, Zhang Fei saw Luffy running at full speed, holding Usopp's nose with his right hand and Sanji's right heel with his left, sparks flying like lightning. At this moment, everyone had gathered, and they were about to set sail, when Mr. 9 came specially to see Vivi off, pleading with Zhang Fei and the others to protect Vivi at all costs, and even bowed to Zhang Fei. Although I don't know what happened to Ms. Wednesday, I want to ask you to protect her. Mr. 9. Vivi was at a loss for words, as she hadn't expected Mr. 9 to be so loyal and sentimental. Don't worry, we'll protect her. By the way, I recall the town lacks food, so I'll give you this. Zhang Fei remembered the food shortage here, and that he still had parts of the decomposed giant frog Sea King in his system backpack. He intended to give it to Mr. 9, who as such a loyal person was rare. Then he took the giant frog Sea King out of his system backpack and threw it onto the shore. Mr. 9 recognized the creature. Its enormous body would be enough to feed the people here for quite a while, and he expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fei. Thank you very much. Zhang Fei waved his hand carelessly without saying anything. Sanji and Usopp also finally understood the situation, and their fury gradually subsided. A ray of morning light appeared on the horizon, thin mist rising slowly from the sea, the air carrying a trace of warmth. Just as the Going Merry was about to set sail, an uninvited guest arrived, Nico Robin. She sat on the railing of the second floor, her elbow resting on her thigh, and her palm propping up her chin, giving off a cold and calculating aura as she spoke. Be careful sailing, don't hit the rocks. Oh, it's nice to have escaped from the pursuers. Everyone's gaze focused on this uninvited guest. Who are you? Vivi's face changed dramatically upon seeing Robin, breaking into a cold sweat and trembling with fear. The woman before her was the vice president of Baroque Works, Miss All Sunday. Zhang Fei finally met Robin, and it was time to persuade her to join the Straw Hat Pirates. It would be best if he could win her over now. Miss All Sunday, if it's convenient, could we talk over there? Zhang Fei pointed to a secluded spot nearby, without directly revealing Robin's identity, fearing that the world government would trouble her since she had not yet joined his crew, and he couldn't always protect her. Oh, a great pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries, are you interested in me? Robin's tone was somewhat teasing. The moment she saw Zhang Fei, she recognized him as the newly prominent pirate. She had also heard of his deeds, exposing the Navy's scandals, shaming them completely, and encountering Hawkeye in the East Blue, engaging in battle with him, but the fight ended inconclusively as Hawkeye left. Zhang Fei scratched his sideburns, saying nonchalantly, sort of. Hearing this, Nami was instantly jealous, stomping hard on Zhang Fei's foot with her ankle to vent her displeasure. Zhang Fei gave a helpless, bitter smile, without explaining anything. Robin's eyes lit up, her mischievous side emerging, and she agreed to Zhang Fei's request. All right. Then she jumped down from the railing, deliberately tracing her slender fingers across Zhang Fei's cheek, and walked to the spot he indicated. Oomph. This infuriated Nami. How dare she flirt with the man I've claimed right in front of me? You're dead meat. She snorted indignantly. Sanji witnessed this scene, expressing his envy, wishing he could be teased by a beautiful woman like that. Zhang Fei gave another helpless, bitter smile. He knew Robin's black-hearted personality. She usually targeted Luffy, but he hadn't expected her to use it on himself today. He shook his head and followed. Nami saw Zhang Fei leave without a word, grinding her teeth in anger and stamping her feet. So, Mr. Zhang Fei, what do you want from me? Robin stared at Zhang Fei with a charming smile. After confirming no one was around, Zhang Fei got straight to the point. Join our crew, Nico Robin. Robin's pupils contracted sharply as she looked at Zhang Fei in disbelief. How did he know her true identity? She quickly asked. How do you know my identity, or are you a member of the world government? Robin's emotional shift was expected by Zhang Fei, but upon hearing the words, world government, he frowned and said, I'm not scum like the world government. His words were full of disgust. Robin, having been on the run for years, had learned to read people. She sensed that Zhang Fei was telling the truth, meaning he really wasn't with the world government. But what intrigued her most was why he would invite her aboard a demon child who had betrayed countless people. Why do you want to invite me aboard your ship? Are you not afraid that I will betray you? Robin asked with curiosity, seeking an answer. No, I'm not. On the contrary, we will protect you and bring you back onto the world stage. Having acquired the Bomu Bomu no Mi, he naturally had confidence in his ability to protect Robin. As long as he mastered the power of nuclear fusion, he feared no one, not even the four emperors themselves. Robin's heart trembled. She looked at Zhang Fei in disbelief and pressed further. What about the pursuit of the world government? Aren't you afraid of that? Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Having survived countless life and death situations, I've long since lost my fear. If they dare to come, I dare to kill. Zhang Fei's survival to this day owed much to the trials inflicted by his father's enemies, which had forged his fearless heart. Even when facing pursuit, he could casually post a boast on his social feed. Coupled with his power of immortality, he truly had nothing left to fear. Robin still found it hard to believe him, for she had endured countless betrayals and harbored deep-seated suspicion toward everyone. Yet she sensed that Zhang Fei's words to her were genuine. Still, she could not yet bring herself to trust him, for people's hearts are veiled, and she could not discern his truest intentions. Seeing Robin's hesitation, he knew she hadn't fully believed him. He also understood that Robin was not one to be swayed by mere words. He had the patience to await the moment she would truly come aboard. I know what you're thinking. Of course I'll give you time to consider. Regardless of the outcome, I will bring you aboard. Robin was startled by his words, then turned back with a smile. Mr. Zhang Fei, you are quite domineering. Domineering? That depends on the person. Zhang Fei said without any attempt to conceal it, then turned and left without looking back, returning to the Going Merry. He knew Robin wouldn't join the crew so soon. Watching Zhang Fei's retreating figure, Robin smiled softly to herself. What an interesting man. Perhaps this was the companion that Jaguar D. Sol had spoken of. Back aboard the Going Merry, Zhang Fei was immediately surrounded by the crew. Nami especially was eager to know what they had discussed. What did you talk about? Luffy asked curiously. Not yet. There will be a better time to tell you later. Zhang Fei wasn't ready to reveal the truth. Seeing his reluctance, the others refrained from pressing further. Nami, however, looked dejected and listless, still preoccupied with earlier thoughts. Zhang Fei gave her a gentle chop on the forehead, his tone as soft as ever. Stop worrying. Let's set sail. Vivi's kingdom is still waiting for us. Nami's dull eyes gradually brightened. She looked up at Zhang Fei, knowing he was comforting her in his own way. A warmth spread through her heart, and she realized he did care for her. Perhaps there was something he found difficult to speak of, something he couldn't share with them just yet. What about Miss All Sunday? Vivi asked, her gaze fixed on Robin ashore. She couldn't help but inquire, for Robin was the vice president of Baroque Works, and she feared Robin might pose a threat to them. Don't worry. She's not as bad as you think. She was left with no choice. Seeing Vivi's prejudice against Robin, Zhang Fei spoke up in her defense. Vivi was still skeptical of Robin's character, but since she was aboard the Going Merry, she could only trust Zhang Fei's judgment for now. If everyone is ready, let's set sail. With preparations complete, Luffy took charge and led the crew toward a new adventure. The next stop was Little Garden, it seemed. He wondered if Nami, having taken the body-tempering pill, would still fall ill. Even if she wouldn't, he still needed to go there to recruit Chopper. Watching the Going Merry fade into the distance, Robin suddenly remembered something and murmured to herself. I forgot to remind them. I also forgot to give them the eternal pose to the kingdom of Alabasta. It seems I'll have to make a trip to Little Garden to observe them. Aboard the Going Merry, as it cleaved through the waves, the crew was celebrating boisterously. This displeased Vivi. Pointing at Luffy and the others who were drinking and rejoicing, she turned to Nami and asked, Is this appropriate? What's wrong with it? I think it's great, Nami said, nonchalantly sipping the special drink Sanji had prepared and offering one to Vivi. Nami's right. People should seize the moment and enjoy life. If we spend every day in misery and lament, then what's the point of living? Zhang Fei leaned against the railing, loving the lively atmosphere aboard the Going Merry. It filled his life with joy. That may be true, but shouldn't we be a bit more cautious? Vivi's eyes were tinged with worry. She was constantly on edge, fearing that Baroque Works would come after them. Don't worry. I'm here. As the strongest combatant on the Going Merry, he naturally felt responsible for shielding them all. Besides, Zhang Fei genuinely cared for them. It felt like his heart had finally found its home, bringing him a profound sense of peace. Vivi looked at Zhang Fei and found his words reasonable. After all, if a pirate with a bounty over 100 million berries said so, why shouldn't she choose to believe him? On this ship, all worries dissipate into thin air, Vivi, Nami said with a beaming smile, turning her head toward Vivi. Basking in the warmth of Nami's smile, the weight in Vivi's heart began to lift. It felt quite wonderful, she thought. Her body and mind relaxed completely as she faced the sea breeze. If only they had a camera right now. Vivi stood against the wind, her delicate fingers tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a gentle smile gracing her lips. A truly lovely sight. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei didn't have one. He peacefully savored this blissful moment. His speculation had also proven true. From the start of the journey, he had been experimenting, testing whether his Bomu Bomu no Mi could achieve nuclear fusion. After thousands upon thousands of attempts, he finally succeeded. However, the nuclear fusion he could control was extremely limited, at most confined to his right hand. To gain finer control, he required relentless training. One slip of attention, and he could easily blow himself up. His right hand could now transform into something akin to the sun, releasing temperatures of up to 15 million degrees Kelvin. Of course, this was Zhang Fei's estimation. He had never actually tested it, mainly because it was far too dangerous. During an earlier experiment aboard the Going Merry, the temperature radiating from his right palm rose so rapidly that it nearly set the ship ablaze. Had he not stopped immediately, the Going Merry would have been reduced to ashes. Moreover, nuclear fusion also emitted harmful radiation. While it had no effect on Zhang Fei whatsoever, it was a different story for the others. Thus, Zhang Fei dared not conduct any further nuclear fusion experiments aboard the Going Merry, fearing he might inadvertently destroy the ship and everyone on it. That said, he still had 3 newly obtained mysterious gift packs to open. Zhang Fei decided to continue riding on Lu Fei's luck, as the mysterious gift packs he had recently opened near Lu Fei had all been grand prizes. Little did Zhang Fei know that the system's rewards were rarely useless. The garbage items had been snatched away by death, and the other 2 forcing the system to borrow things from other worlds. Of course, borrowing without returning. After arriving beside Lu Fei, Zhang Fei still chose to open 3 in a row. Congratulations. You have obtained a trial card for the stand arrow. With the opening of the first mysterious gift pack, Zhang Fei obtained the stand arrow, and a gleam of light burst from his eyes. He recognized its origin, the arrow from the JoJo world. If struck by it, one might die, if not, one would awaken a stand. Moreover, having a stand was a wonderful thing. It was like having another self with superpowers. The abilities of stands were incredibly diverse, much like Devil Fruits. The more imaginative you were, the more you could unleash the stand's potential. Of course, there were also stands with utterly absurd abilities. What Zhang Fei desired most was the power to stop time, for controlling time meant controlling everything. He wondered what kind of stand this arrow would awaken within him. It was a pity that the stand arrow was only a one-time use item. If it were permanent, he could awaken stands for everyone aboard the Merry. Just as Zhang Fei was pondering, the second mysterious gift pack opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a low-tier version of Summon Wind and Rain. Limited to once per day, and each use lasts for 1 hour. Another low-tier version. But this ability to summon wind and rain seemed useless, lacking any offensive power. However, it would surprisingly come in handy when dealing with Crocodile. The highlight of Summon Wind and Rain lay only there. Congratulations. You have obtained the Snake Talisman. With the opening of the third mysterious gift pack, he had once again drawn a talisman of Shindu. It seemed he shared a deep connection with Shindu. Shindu, indeed, for the talismans you obtain are from your system, all taken from me, and you even kept the dog talisman to insult me. The power of the Snake Talisman was invisibility, making one unseen and leaving no trace. Its only drawback was that it could be revealed by colored liquids, and it could not conceal the user's scent. The invisibility granted by the Snake Talisman was also the ability Sanji most desired. Once he had it, the gentleman Sanji's intentions would be obvious to everyone, so Zhang Fei absolutely refused to give Sanji the right to use the Snake Talisman. Moreover, 2 years later, after Sanji obtained the raid suit, he would awaken his bloodline factor and gain invisibility. Having made up his mind, Zhang Fei took out the Snake Talisman from his system inventory. However, the sharp-eyed Lu Fei noticed the new talisman in Zhang Fei's hand, while the pig talisman was still with Nami. Zhang Fei, is that a new talisman? Zhang Fei was silent for a moment, not expecting to be spotted by Lu Fei. He admitted it directly, and first integrated the Snake Talisman into his body. Yes. What ability does it have? Lu Fei immediately became interested upon hearing it was a new talisman. He knew each talisman represented a different ability, and he was eager to know what this one could do. He cheerfully approached Zhang Fei, wanting to try it out. Usopp also grew curious upon hearing Lu Fei's words and crowded around, asking excitedly, "Where is it? Let me see." Zhang Fei gave a helpless smile. Although the others were somewhat curious, they weren't as enthusiastic as Lu Fei and Usopp. He materialized the Snake Talisman and granted usage permission to everyone except for Sanji. Here, Zhang Fei tossed the materialized Snake Talisman to Lu Fei. Lu Fei examined it carefully. The talisman bore the image of a snake, and then asked Zhang Fei, "What ability is this?" Invisibility. It grants the holder the power to become invisible. Upon hearing the word invisibility, Sanji straightened up immediately, his curly eyebrows raised and his eyes sparkled. Wasn't this the ability he had longed for? He rushed forward, wanting to see if it truly made one invisible, and tried to snatch it from Lu Fei. But Lu Fei dodged Sanji's grab. He hadn't played with it yet, so why should Sanji get it first? Lu Fei, let me see it quickly. I don't want to. Be good, let me see it. I don't want to. This dialogue sounded so familiar. Where had he heard it before? Never mind, he wouldn't dwell on it. He would first try out the stand arrow, since he had yearned for a stand from the JoJo world for a long time. He wondered what ability he would awaken. He left the scene, not wanting to bother with their commotion. Zhang Fei, why did you have to take out the talisman? Nami complained. I took out the talisman for all of you to use. I don't need it right now, and it can help increase your strength. Zhang Fei responded to Nami's question. The talismans useful to him were only the tiger, ox, rooster, and rabbit talismans, with the tiger talisman being the most important. In the future, he would certainly possess powers from different systems, so he needed the Tiger Talisman's balancing effect. Moreover, the Tiger Talisman also helped control his nuclear fusion. Nami smiled upon hearing this. She thought to herself that indeed in Zhang Fei's heart everyone on the Mary was an important crewmate. Otherwise he wouldn't have given them body-tempering pills. Vivi looked at Zhang Fei in astonishment, wondering what kind of devil fruit he had eaten to possess so many abilities. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei was not a devil fruit user. Even if he had gained the Bomb Fruit's ability, it was only copied, so he couldn't be considered a devil fruit user. Under Vivi's gaze, Zhang Fei walked into his room ready to use the stand arrow, as the upcoming scene would be gory and unsuitable for children. Nami, what kind of ability user is Zhang Fei? Vivi finally couldn't help asking. She wanted to know Zhang Fei's abilities. He's not a devil fruit user, Nami said with a faint smile stating the truth. However, Vivi looked at Nami incredulously as if saying, "Are you kidding me? Don't be so skeptical. He's a remarkable man. You'll find out in time." Nami saw Vivi's expression and knew she didn't believe her. She kept the mystery, offering no further explanation. Zhang Fei returned to his room, and finally no one could disturb him. He retrieved the stand arrow experience card from the system inventory and crushed it, transforming it into an arrow that appeared in his hand. Zhang Fei stared at the stand arrow in his hand. He wasn't sure which one it was. In the world of JoJo, there were a total of 6 stand arrows. Looking at the appearance of the stand arrow, it wasn't the bug-eyed arrow, but rather one of the other 5. Which specific arrow it was remained unknown. However, if he wanted to obtain a stand, he would need the system's assistance. After all, he couldn't use the stand arrow to pierce his own heart alone, so he had no choice but to seek the system's help. "System, are you there? I need your help." The system, awakened from its slumber by Zhang Fei's call, roused itself and emerged from his body. Upon seeing Zhang Fei holding the stand arrow, it immediately understood why Zhang Fei had summoned it. "I'm here. Do you need me to stab you? This is my specialty." Why did that sound so strange? Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. "Yes, system, help me use this stand arrow to pierce my heart." With his immortal body, Zhang Fei's chance of awakening a stand had reached 100%. The reason he called the system out was that the stand arrow was single use. Zhang Fei was worried that if he used it, it might not penetrate his own defenses, thus failing to awaken a stand. Therefore, involving the system was the safest approach. Even if something went wrong and he couldn't awaken a stand, he could hold the system accountable and demand it help him try again until success. "System, good grief, I thought my heart was black enough, but you're even blacker than me." Zhang Fei, no, this is all thanks to my father's excellent teaching. The system took the stand arrow from Zhang Fei's hand. The stand arrow then floated before Zhang Fei's chest. With a flick of the system's finger, the arrow moved like lightning, and in the blink of an eye it pierced into Zhang Fei's heart, blood mist spraying outward. The pain of having his heart pierced instantly overwhelmed him, continuously stimulating Zhang Fei's brain. Fortunately, his tolerance for pain was quite strong, so he managed not to cry out. Clenching his fists, he endured the agony. As the stand arrow was single use, after completing its purpose, the entire arrow dissolved into a luminous sphere of light, vanishing as if it had never existed. With the disappearance of the stand arrow, the pierced heart also healed instantaneously. The only trace left was a hole in the shirt over his left chest, stained with blood bright red in color. Did it succeed? Zhang Fei wasn't sure if he had awakened a stand, so he asked the system. The system carefully sensed the power within Zhang Fei and discovered that the stand arrow had fulfilled its purpose successfully, awakening a stand for Zhang Fei. "It succeeded. You have awakened a stand." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Fei was overjoyed, dancing with excitement, eager to see what his stand looked like. As the stand emerged, knowledge of its abilities automatically flooded Zhang Fei's mind, energy absorption and release virtually identical to Black Panther's powers from Marvel. What came into view was a muscular Hulk with a bare upper body appearing before him. A green dragon coiled around his left arm, a white tiger bit his right shoulder, and his back bore the image of the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Strangely, this Guanyin had 2 faces, one an angry male expression, the other a serene female visage, completely contrasting emotions. Moreover, each of the 1,000 hands held different weapons, none repeated. His skin was bronze-colored and his lower garment was a cultivation trouser. His face bore an 80% resemblance to Zhang Fei's, but it carried a distinct JoJo style. What concerned Zhang Fei most was, for crying out loud, why are you wearing the same headband as the Banana Brother? Are you staging some kind of Renaissance revival? However, this stand of Zhang Fei's seemed to possess self-awareness. Noticing Zhang Fei's approving gaze, it gave him a thumbs up and flashed the signature smile of Might Guy from Naruto, its 2 rows of gleaming white teeth exceptionally bright. Zhang Fei's expression instantly froze. Was this really his stand? Could he exchange it for another one? The system was completely caught off guard by Zhang Fei's reaction. This stand radiated an aura of freedom philosophy. Could it have been influenced by something from Naruto? After all, he had just returned from the Naruto world not long ago, and he knew about the unique philosophical screams that came from those people there. Moreover, all these things borrowed from Naruto were stored within Zhang Fei's body. Could they have been affected during the awakening process, influenced by Naruto's power, resulting in this form? The more the system thought about it, the more likely it seemed. A sense of guilt welled up inside. The system decided to pretend it knew nothing. Don't ask me if you ask I don't know. Feeling guilty, the system retreated back into Zhang Fei regardless of the situation. None of this was its business anyway. Yes, that was the plan. Zhang Fei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Fortunately, the stand wasn't wearing a Speedo. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to face anyone having awakened such a ridiculous stand. However, upon remembering that Poochie's stand Whitesnake was also full of philosophical vibes, Zhang Fei quickly came to terms with it. If Poochie could use his, why couldn't Zhang Fei use his? What's there to worry about? It was just a Renaissance revival anyway. He'd seen it before. And the stand was only wearing the same headband as the banana brother. No big deal. Right, no big deal. Zhang Fei comforted himself. Once he accepted this setting, Zhang Fei grew more comfortable with it, even thinking it was somewhat handsome. Now he needed to give this stand a name. What should he call it? However, the words, banana brother, instantly flashed through Zhang Fei's mind, shocking him. He hastily shook his head, driving this cursed thought out of his brain. Then from now on you'll be called Black Emperor. Zhang Fei still associated it with Black Panther from Marvel, since their abilities were identical. Besides, Black Emperor was quite a nice name. In truth, Zhang Fei couldn't think of a good name, because he was terrible at naming things. Thus, he simply borrowed the name Black Emperor. What a great name. Black Emperor agreed to the name, and struck his signature thumbs-up pose. Black Emperor's behavior gave Zhang Fei a strong sense of déjà vu. The person before him didn't seem like his stand at all, but rather Might Guy. He didn't even know how to complain anymore. So he should just put Black Emperor away for now. Perhaps someday he would have a chance to let him show off his moves. When they went out, Shanji rushed toward Zhang Fei, as if seeing a savior, tears in his eyes, which startled Zhang Fei. He tightly clung to Zhang Fei's arm, asking why he couldn't use the snake talisman, wanting to become invisible and experience the power of the snake talisman in the women's bathhouse. Zhang Fei, why can't I use the snake talisman while Lu Fei and the others can eat? After hearing the reason, Zhang Fei finally understood why Shanji had such an expression. He used his other hand to try to push Shanji away, for he didn't like being hugged by a man like this, which felt a bit gay. He then explained why Shanji couldn't use the snake talisman. Because I haven't given you the permission. Hearing this, Shanji was devastated, then begged Zhang Fei to give him the permission. Zhang Fei, why didn't you give me the permission? Even that seaweed head has it, why not me? Seaweed head, who are you calling? You perverted Kappa. Suo Long heard the words seaweed head, raised an eyebrow with anger in his eyes, knowing Shanji was referring to him, since on the melee only, he had the color of love. However, Shanji completely ignored Suo Long, and continued to cling tightly to Zhang Fei's arm, wanting to obtain the permission to use the snake talisman. No matter how Zhang Fei tried to fend him off, she wouldn't let go. In the end, Zhang Fei had no choice but to give Shanji the permission first, for he didn't want to be hugged by Shanji any longer, and there were two beauties on board. If they misunderstood, it would be bad. Fine, I'll give it to you. With a thought, he directly granted Shanji the permission. Upon hearing that he could finally become invisible and the women's bathhouse was waiting for him, he immediately rushed to Wu Suopu's side, because the snake talisman was now in Wu Suopu's hands. Hurry and give it to me, long-nosed monster. Due to his excitement, Shanji didn't call Wu Suopu by his name, but gave him a strange nickname. After all, the snake talisman was a sacred object. It shouldn't be defiled by a long-nosed monster. It should be handed over to this gentleman to prevent you from doing dirty things. What did you say? Long-nosed monster. Wu Suopu couldn't tolerate Shanji calling him that, so he refused to give it to him and directly turned invisible, letting Shanji search for him. Thus it happened that Shanji was desperately searching, while Wu Suopu desperately hid. Lu Fei saw this scene, found it amusing, and decided to join in. I'm joining too. Damn it, you stepped on me. Suo Long, who was sunbathing, got stepped on by some bastard. Ah, sorry, Suo Long. After turning invisible, Wu Suopu quickly apologized. Again, Lu Fei, you bastard. Suo Long, who had just lain down, got another solid step. Sorry, Suo Long. Lu Fei's apology carried no sincerity, which infuriated Suo Long, who began chasing Lu Fei to hit him. Thus on the melee, a lively scene unfolded. They chased each other with hurried footsteps echoing. These people, can you please be quiet? Name, furious, gave Lu Fei, Suo Long, and Shanji each a punch. They crouched on the deck, hands on their heads, eyes bulging in pain, with lumps on the backs of their heads, steam rising from them. This terrified the invisible Wu Suopu, who swallowed hard. Everyone must be treated fairly. Zhang Fei smiled wickedly and directly revoked Wu Suopu's permission. Wu Suopu instantly became visible, appearing before Name. Oh no. Name naturally didn't let Wu Suopu off, so Wu Suopu joined the squatting trio, and the snake talisman was snatched by Name. I'll keep the snake talisman. And so the farce ended with Name. That was quite amusing. Wei Wei watched the squatting quartet and felt cheerful. Yes, they're like this. After spending time together, you'll find that happiness is a simple thing. Zhang Fei stared at Wei Wei's profile, making her embarrassed. Zhang Fei smiled faintly and turned away, for if he continued, Wei Wei would really be shy. Little garden. It seems we've arrived. Zhang Fei stood at the bow, gazing at the island ahead, emitting white smoke. Is this the second island we've entered in the Grand Line? Lu Fei sat on his special seat, staring excitedly at the island, feeling that new adventures awaited him ahead. As the melee slowly entered the river of Little Garden, everyone saw dense, enormous rainforests and could smell fresh air in their noses. The oxygen content in this rainforest was high, giving them a feeling of refreshment. This is that Little Garden. Name looked incredulously, wondering why it was called Little Garden when the trees here grew so huge. Anyway, look, the plants here are all unseen. Nami carefully observed the surrounding plants, none of which were in her encyclopedia. At that moment a bird's cry came from the sky, startling Nami. Perhaps there were terrifying monsters here. Zhang Fei looked up at the sky, and a huge Archaeopteryx flew overhead. It was his first time seeing one, which shocked him since Archaeopteryx had been extinct on Earth long ago. He couldn't help sighing that the world of pirates was indeed a wonderful world. Truly worthy of the pirate world, it has everything. Don't worry, it's just a bird, nothing to be afraid of. Then he comforted Nami. Nami came to her senses and tightly gripped the pig talisman, just in case. Wei Wei was much calmer than Nami, showing no fear, and even found it somewhat novel. I wonder if this bird is edible. Lu Fei held his chin, pondering seriously. It should be edible. Shan Ji, as a chef, gave his judgment. I've decided I'm staying here. Wu Suapu crossed his arms, his legs trembling, slightly worried that he would become food for these giant animals. How about we stay on the ship and wait for the log post to record, then leave as soon as possible? Nami suggested, feeling that this rainforest was full of dangers. I have a feeling of adventure. Shanji, prepare a lunchbox for me. Lu Fei placed his hands on the railing, propping himself up, showing his teeth with an excited smile. He wanted to go on an adventure. Count me in. Zhang Fei was deeply curious about the little garden and wished to witness its dinosaurs and giants firsthand. Zhang Fei, why are you like this too? Nami sighed helplessly. This island clearly looked perilous. Why did they still insist on embarking on such a dangerous adventure? Don't worry. No one here can harm me. Zhang Fei patted his chest confidently. All right, Nami murmured with a soft sigh, reflecting that Zhang Fei's formidable strength was undeniable. He could certainly protect himself without difficulty. Bento. Understood. Sanji turned toward the kitchen to prepare lunch for Luffy and the others. May I accompany you? Vivi asked, tentatively, equally intrigued by the little garden and eager to experience its adventure firsthand. Of course, you're welcome to join us. Absolutely. Zhang Fei replied cheerfully while Luffy waved his arms, enthusiastically beaming with delight, not only unbothered by Vivi's presence, but genuinely thrilled to welcome her. Exactly. You're going to? Nami stared incredulously at Vivi. Don't you know how dangerous this island is? Yes. I'd rather not stay idle and let my thoughts run wild. Before the log post completes its recording, I'll go ashore for a breath of fresh air, Vivi explained. Besides, with Zhang Fei and Luffy accompanying her, safety was hardly a concern. Nami exhaled softly, as she had no intention of setting foot on the island herself, yet seeing Zhang Fei go eased her mind considerably. Could you please bring Karu a drink? Vivi asked Sanji, who was already in the kitchen. Karu being her loyal duck mouth. To any beautiful woman's request, Sanji rarely said no. Then I'll prepare a love bento especially for little Vivi. As for the packed bento boxes, they naturally rested in Zhang Fei's system inventory, a convenient, seamless storage space. Like an awestruck traveler, Zhang Fei gazed around in wonder at the bizarre flora and towering dinosaurs that dotted the landscape. After Zhang Fei departed, Sanji and Zoro, mutually disdainful, launched a hunting contest to determine whose quarry would be the largest. Now only Nami and Usopp remained aboard the Going Merry. Nami regretted her decision. She should have joined Zhang Fei's expedition. His presence was the safest haven of all. Did I forget something? Midway along the path, Zhang Fei paused, struck by a sudden sense of omission. Mr. Zhang Fei, what's wrong? Vivi, perched atop Karu, tilted her head in quiet confusion. Why had he halted? Nothing serious, Zhang Fei replied, his brow furrowed. Yet I feel as though I've overlooked something vital. He voiced his unease, then added gently to Vivi, just call me Zhang Fei. No need for Mr. Back home, that title carries the meaning of husband. I see, Vivi murmured, faintly bewildered. Unperturbed by her reaction, Zhang Fei simply fell into step behind Luffy. On the Going Merry, Nami and Usopp stood frozen in terror. Before them loomed a colossal giant. Nami nearly fired her laser beam instinctively at Bragi. Do you have any sake? Bragi grinned amiably at Nami and Usopp. He bore them no ill will. Only a long-suppressed craving for alcohol had driven him here. Just a little. Usopp stammered, knees trembling violently, close to wetting himself, and bitterly regretting having stayed aboard. Really? You do? At the word sake, Bragi's face lit up with joy, then abruptly contorted into a savage roar. Mamiya. The sudden thunderous bellow sent Nami and Usopp collapsing in paralyzed terror, tears streaming down their faces, ears ringing with sharp pain. They then saw it. A dinosaur clamped its jaws onto Bragi's rump, provoking his agonized shriek. Bragi raised his massive axe, veins bulging across his forehead, and brought it down with brutal force upon the wretched beast behind him. The dinosaur's head parted cleanly, blood sprayed outward in a crimson arc. He seized the severed head and thrust it forward, declaring loudly toward Nami and Usopp, I, Bragi, am the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. Nami and Usopp instantly feigned death. Uncertain whether her pig talisman could even harm such a titan, Nami chose the safer path, playing dead alongside Usopp. Meat secured. I'll treat you as honored guests. Meanwhile, on the little garden, Luffy stood atop a brachiosaur's head, surveying the island's sweeping vistas with quiet awe. What a breathtaking view. Vivi, still anxious for Luffy's safety, cautioned him earnestly. It's dangerous. Even if it stands still, it remains a dinosaur. Luffy dismissed her concern entirely. This brachiosaur was herbivorous. He couldn't possibly be eaten. His tone brooked no doubt. Relax, it's been grazing peacefully, so there's no danger. The words had barely left his lips when reality struck back. The brachiosaur lifted its colossal head, and Luffy was flung skyward, tumbling end over end before vanishing into the creature's gaping maw. You fool! Zhang Fei cursed aloud at the sight, and lunged forward, when a titanic figure materialized, cleaving the air with a flash of steel. The brachiosaur's head separated cleanly from its neck. Luffy tumbled out from the severed stump dazed and disoriented, only to be caught mid-air by a steady hand. Zhang Fei instantly recognized the giant before him, East Blue the Blue Demon. At the name East Blue, Zhang Fei recalled Bragi, and finally remembered what he'd forgotten. Bragi. In the original tale, Nami and Usopp had encountered him. Now he wondered, how were they faring? Zhang Fei glanced toward the going merry, troubled by Nami's safety. Yet she had taken the body-tempering pill and carried 2 talismans. Surely she'd be fine. Ha ha ha. What spirited young guests. I haven't welcomed anyone in ages. The little garden, long deserted, now pulsed with exhilarated anticipation. Luffy rose to his feet, gazing up at the giant who'd rescued him. Curiosity alight in his eyes, for he'd never laid eyes on such a being. Whoa, so huge. Are you human? Gahaha. I am East Blue's strongest warrior of Elbaf. East Blue roared with booming laughter, introducing himself proudly, while Karu, peering past East Blue's back, fainted, stone-cold foam bubbling at his mouth. Truly useless, Karu, Zhang Fei remarked dryly, glancing at the fallen duck. Though he'd known giants dwelled in the little garden, confronting one in person was still profoundly staggering. I'll treat you all to my place. Come as my guests. Dory noticed Zhang Fei and the others extending an invitation to them. Yet when facing Dory, Vivi displayed a hint of fear, instinctively turning her gaze toward Zhang Fei. To her relief, Zhang Fei's expression remained remarkably composed, showing not the slightest trace of anxiety. This allowed her frightened heart to gradually calm itself. Zhang Fei did not refuse Dory's kind offer and followed him to his dwelling. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive skeleton comparable in size to a small island which Dory had chosen as his residence. As for what creature the skeleton belonged to, Zhang Fei could not quite recall. Dory prepared roasted meat from a brachiosaurus he had freshly slain to entertain Zhang Fei and his companions. Legend has it that dinosaur meat is 70% like chicken and 30% like fish, though no one could verify if this were truly the case. Zhang Fei picked up a piece of the roasted meat and took a bite. Lo and behold, the texture and flavor truly resembled a blend of chicken and fish combined. While listening intently to Dory recount his tale, Vivi gazed at Luffy in utter bewilderment. How could he have become so familiar with Dory so quickly? Their conversation resembled that of old friends exchanging pleasantries. She couldn't help but mutter in exasperation. They're thick as thieves. Vivi, would you like some? Zhang Fei prepared a portion of roasted dinosaur meat and offered it to Vivi. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Vivi observed the roasted meat wrapped in leaves by Zhang Fei, still sizzling and emanating an appetizing aroma. She could no longer decline, so she accepted it. By the way, old man, why do you live here all alone? Don't you have a village? Luffy devoured the roasted meat, while turning to glance at Dory, his curiosity deeply piqued about why he remained isolated in this place. There is a village, a warrior's village called Elbaf, located somewhere in the Grand Line. But in our village there exists a rule: whenever a dispute arises, we must submit to the judgment of the god of Elbaf. The god of Elbaf shall eternally protect those who are in the right, allowing the righteous to survive. I too quarreled with another, and this island has become the arena for our duel, a battle between myself and a certain man. The mysterious figure Dory referred to was most likely Bragi. Zhang Fei held absolutely no interest in their duel. The only thing that captured his attention was the god of Elbaf Dory had mentioned. This Elbaf was likely a person's name, and perhaps 800 years ago this entity had been a companion of Joy Boy. Yet this answer lay hidden within the road poneglyphs, or perhaps on Laugh Tale itself, awaiting discovery. Just as Zhang Fei was lost in contemplation, Dory suddenly burst into hearty laughter, pulling Zhang Fei back to the present moment. But after 100 years of continuous battle, we still haven't managed to determine a victor. Ha ha ha. You've been fighting for 100 years. Luffy was utterly astounded. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that someone could engage in uninterrupted combat for an entire century in this world. Don't be so flabbergasted. The lifespan of our giant tribe is 3 times that of you humans. Jaya, Dory explained to the astonished Luffy. Vivi could not comprehend why after 100 years of fighting they would persist in this endless battle. She inquired, even if your lifespan is 3 times ours, shouldn't the fervor for combat have cooled down after 100 years? Is there any meaning in continuing this fight? Dory paid no heed to Vivi's words. At that moment a volcanic eruption began. It was time for battle. Zhang Fei too understood this was the trumpet of war. Dory rose slowly, grasped his mighty sword, and prepared for an all-out clash with Bragi. Well then I must be going. But that's fratricide, isn't it? Vivi still failed to understand why they insisted on continuing this battle. Couldn't they simply coexist in peace? Zhang Fei could empathize with Vivi's sentiments. After all, her kingdom was presently embroiled in civil war. She naturally wished to witness no such self-destructive bloodshed. Don't say any more, Vivi. Everyone has their own choices, and we must respect the decisions of others. Though I too believe that a battle raging for 100 years is utterly meaningless, we cannot deny one fact: this is their own decision. Jaihaha, young man, you speak truly. This is our choice. Be it defeat or victory, we accept it willingly. And this is our honor. Dory approved of Zhang Fei's words, then strode toward the battlefield. But Vivi wished to protest further, but Luffy covered her mouth with his hand. His gaze remained fixed upon Dory and the others as he spoke to Vivi. Don't say anything more. The issue doesn't lie there. At this moment, Dory and Broggy were locked in combat. Their stances were those of a battle to the death. Any momentary lapse in focus would mean instant death. The ground quivered ceaselessly from the intensity of their ferocious clash. Elsewhere, Usopp gradually came to understand the meaning behind their battle. These were the warriors his heart had always yearned for. He silently vowed to become a great warrior, just like Broggy and the others. As expected, without any surprise, their battle would end in a draw. After both men collapsed, they erupted into boisterous laughter. Upon returning, Dory brought back some wine, preparing to indulge in a hearty drink. The wine after battle tastes the finest of all. Hey, look what I brought back. Zhang Fei recognized the wine barrels in Dory's possession. They were all from a ship. Suddenly, he recalled that mixed within this wine was something, Mr. Five's popgreen perhaps. Zhang Fei felt nauseated at the mere thought. As Dory was about to drink, he hastily intervened. Wait, don't drink that. What's the matter? Do you want some too? Dory paused his actions, unable to comprehend why Zhang Fei had stopped him. I'd advise you not to drink that wine. It seems someone has planted an explosive in it. What? That's impossible. Broggy would never do such a thing. Could it have been done by one of his guests? Dory knew full well that the pride of Elbaf would never permit such a disgraceful act. The sole suspects now were the guests on Broggy's side. As for the guests on Broggy's side, Zhang Fei knew precisely who they were. Quite unexpectedly, they were Nami and Usopp. Yet these two would never commit such a reprehensible act. He thus answered Dory's question. The guests on his side should be our companions. As for planting explosives, that is absolutely impossible. Moreover, there are other people on this island. What? Then who could it possibly be? Dory asked in disbelief. He glanced at the wine barrel in his hand and hurled it aside. The moment it contacted the ground, the barrel exploded with considerable force. Had Dory truly consumed that drink, the internal damage inflicted upon him would have been tremendous. Boom. Upon hearing that there were others, Vivi immediately thought of Baroque works, and the one who could make the barrel explode could only be Mr. 5. A panicked expression spread across her face. How could they have caught up so quickly? In reality, the bomb was planted by Mr. 3, but none of them knew that. They attributed the bomb to Mr. 5. After all, he was the explosive human who had eaten the bomb fruit. If not him, then who else could it be? Could it be Mr. 5? Yes, it's them. They are somewhere in Little Garden. After hearing their conversation, Dory immediately thought of Broggy. He worried that Broggy might also be ambushed by others. He didn't believe that Zhang Fei and the others were such despicable scoundrels. If they had really planted the bomb in the barrel, they wouldn't have needed to tell him. Not good, Broggy might be in trouble. Dory began to worry about Broggy. After all, Broggy was his old rival. Even if he were to die, it should be in their duel. He hurriedly rushed over to Broggy's side to check on his safety. Zhang Fei thought for a moment and decided to follow Dory to confirm whether Nami and the others were safe. Hey Zhang Fei, what are you doing? Luffy curiously looked at Zhang Fei. I'm going to go check on something. Zhang Fei replied briefly. Luffy scratched his head and decided to follow along. Besides, he wanted to find the bastard who planted the bomb in the barrel. Such behavior was utterly detestable. He had to knock him flying. I'll come too. Wait for me. Vivi saw Zhang Fei and the others following Dory, and naturally, she couldn't stay behind. She mounted Karu and chased after them. Upon seeing that Broggy was safe and sound, Dory heaved a huge sigh of relief. Broggy was also somewhat surprised. Why was this guy coming over? And the volcano hadn't even erupted, yet you came over. Is something the matter? He asked aloud. What are you here for, Dory? If I came to see if you were dead. Dory's words were somewhat hostile, which displeased Broggy. His brow furrowed as he retorted. If anyone's dying, you'll be the first to go. Dory retorted, looking at Nami and Usopp. He knew that these people were Zhang Fei's companions and would never do such a thing. What? Was it you? And I trusted you so much. Broggy naturally did not doubt Dory's words. As a warrior of Elbaf, he disdained lying. He instantly flew into a rage, raising his giant axe to chop down those two despicable scoundrels. But before Dory could explain the situation, Broggy had already struck first. Dory was too late to stop him. Nami and Usopp, witnessing this scene, were terrified out of their wits. Their pupils dilated wildly as they shrieked, "Heavens!" Just as the enormous axe was about to strike them, a crisp clang of metal collision rang out. A man dressed in black combat attire appeared before Nami and the others. Holding a shallow-hilted sword, he effortlessly deflected the giant axe, leaving Broggy utterly astonished. Zhang Fei, thank goodness you're here. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if the mountain pressing down on her had vanished. Her body seemed drained of strength, her legs giving way as she plopped onto the ground, heaving a heavy breath. She was finally safe. Not only Nami, but Usopp too felt his heart almost leap into his throat. Upon seeing Zhang Fei, he was so overjoyed that he wept. Good thing I arrived in time, or you would have been in big trouble. But really, the axe was already coming down, and you didn't even run. Zhang Fei said, thankfully grateful that he had followed. Otherwise, Nami and the others would have been in serious trouble. There was also a tone of reproach in his voice. Then with a forceful lift of his arm, he sent the giant axe flying back. He stared at Broggy with displeasure. If he hadn't arrived in time, Nami and Usopp would have been injured. Bragi had to pay for his recklessness. You're Bragi, right? They are my companions, and there's no way they could be the ones who planted the bomb. Hearing this, Dory quickly apologized to Zhang Fei, blaming himself for not explaining the situation in time, which caused Bragi to misunderstand them. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't tell Bragi the truth in time, so he acted. What? I wronged them. Bragi said incredulously. What was going on? That's right. There are others on this island. They planted a bomb in the wine you gave me. If Zhang Fei hadn't discovered it in time, I might have been seriously injured. Dory explained the reason to Bragi. Bragi finally realized the truth and quickly apologized to Usopp and Nami, his tone sincere. I'm sorry, I was too reckless. I almost hurt you. No, it's fine. It was all a misunderstanding. Usopp, knowing it was a misunderstanding, waved his hand and said it didn't matter. Even if it's a misunderstanding, my anger won't easily subside. Fight me, Bragi. Zhang Fei had to teach Bragi a lesson, or else his own anger would not be appeased. Bragi thought for a moment. Zhang Fei had easily deflected his axe, which meant his strength was unfathomable. He agreed, and since the fault was his own, he was happy to accept if it would help Zhang Fei cool down. I accept. Zhang Fei. Nami gazed at Zhang Fei's back and suddenly felt that he appeared magnificent, like a giant standing before them. And Zhang Fei's purpose this time was to help her blow off steam. Luffy and Vivi also arrived. Sensing the tense atmosphere which felt like a sword hanging by a hair, Vivi asked, what happened? Nothing much, just Zhang Fei and Bragi are about to have a fight. Nami said lightly, mainly because she was worried about Vivi worrying. After all, Vivi already had enough pressure, there was no need to add to it. Master Bragi, Zhang Fei. Usopp dreaded such a scene. One was his reliable companion, the other was the person he admired most. He truly didn't want them to fight. Don't worry, Usopp. I'll be careful. Zhang Fei naturally wouldn't put Usopp in a difficult position. Hearing Zhang Fei's tone, Bragi didn't feel that Zhang Fei was underestimating him. Rather, he was confident in his own strength. You're Zhang Fei, right? I know you're very strong, but I'm not weak either. You better watch out. Bragi warned Zhang Fei. After all, he was the strongest warrior of Elbaf, known as the Red Ogre Bragi. Is that so? Zhang Fei was unimpressed. With the power of 4 systems within him, how could Bragi possibly be his match? The crowd made space for Zhang Fei and Bragi's battle. Utilizing spiritual energy, Zhang Fei formed an invisible platform beneath his feet, making it appear as though he floated in midair, his death god attire fluttering in the wind. I didn't expect you can fly, eh? Bragi looked at Zhang Fei with some surprise. This isn't flying. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Zhang Fei didn't bother to explain, as the power system of the Shinigami was troublesome to clarify. Come on, you make the first move. Zhang Fei offered Bragi the first strike. Then I won't hold back. Bragi readily accepted, knowing that anyone who could withstand his furious axe swing was no pushover. Bragi raised his axe high like a thunderbolt, descending, and swung it ferociously toward Zhang Fei. The air seemed to tear with a howling sound, and the blade's cold gleam glinted sharply under the sunlight. Zhang Fei did not swing his Asachi. He wasn't underestimating Bragi, rather he intended to test the power of the Black Emperor. Just as the massive axe was about to strike Zhang Fei's head, a transparent fist suddenly burst from within Zhang Fei's body, halting the fatal blow with a single punch. When the Black Emperor threw its punch, its energy absorption ability was already activated, directly drawing the kinetic and potential energy from the axe into its body, storing it away. Yet to others it appeared as if Bragi's axe had abruptly stopped just before hitting Zhang Fei, as though he were going easy on him. Bragi, what are you doing? Dory looked baffled at Bragi. Could it be that Bragi was holding back in battle? But that couldn't be. Warriors of Elbaf would never disrespect the rules set by the god of Elbaf. What was going on? Bragi's pupils contracted sharply. He could clearly feel that the moment his full power axe was about to touch Zhang Fei, the force instantly vanished. Could this man be a devil fruit user? What exactly is happening? The crowd was equally puzzled, for they were not stand users and could not perceive the stand's existence. A slight smile curled at Zhang Fei's lips. He was thoroughly satisfied with the Black Emperor's power. Energy absorption was an exceedingly monstrous ability. Even if he faced the time-stopping Star Platinum, he could remain fearless, for by absorbing all abilities the damage dealt to him would be 0. Moreover, energy absorption and release were only the most superficial uses. In physics, mass and energy are interchangeable, so the Black Emperor could reverse the energy process of material loss, converting energy into matter. It could even make energy flow from low to high, or temperature rise from low to high, directly defying the second law of thermodynamics. In other words, the Black Emperor possessed the creative power to bring something from nothing. Of course, this was theoretical. Actual realization required Zhang Fei's continuous exploration and mastery. The self-aware Black Emperor flew out from Zhang Fei's body, striking Bragi's abdomen with a punch, and returned the absorbed energy to Bragi in its entirety. At the moment of energy release, a powerful shockwave generated from the Black Emperor's fist, spreading through every limb of Bragi. Before he could even react, he was sent flying, completely unaware of what had just happened. What? Zhang Fei did nothing, so why did Master Bragi fly away? Usopp stared at the scene in disbelief. It was bizarre. He hadn't even touched his opponent, yet Bragi was knocked back far beyond his understanding. Zhang Fei didn't explain anything. He quietly watched Bragi stand up, roll his shoulder, and curiously ask what had just happened. What was that? Is it your ability? Yes, I can absorb all kinds of energy and release it back to the opponent. Zhang Fei didn't hide anything and revealed his ability directly, though he still didn't know the limits of the Black Emperor, which remained to be studied. Bragi frowned, feeling the pressure mounting. This ability was simply outrageous. But even the strongest ability has its limits, and he refused to believe it. He raised his giant axe and unleashed a barrage of wild slashes at Zhang Fei, attempting to break through the Black Emperor's absorption limit with continuous strikes. Muda 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 muda. Before Zhang Fei moved, the Black Emperor had already acted on his behalf. Its fists like bullets aimed at Bragi's incoming axe, absorbing all the energy contained within into its body. Zhang Fei was puzzled. Why did it need to punch when it could simply absorb energy without moving? Why not just stand still and let him attack? He then complained to the Black Emperor. You can absorb energy, so why bother throwing punches? Because it looks cooler this way. The Black Emperor answered honestly. Well, that was a reason Zhang Fei couldn't refute. Each time Bragi swung his giant axe, it generated a strong gust of wind. With his continuous slashes, wind blades swept through the surroundings, clearing nearby trees in an instant. No matter how Bragi attacked, he couldn't break through the Black Emperor's absorption. The Black Emperor remained completely at ease, showing no signs of energy overflow. Instead, it seemed highly energized. Bragi, on the other hand, was exhausted, his attack intervals gradually slowing, breathing heavily. Dori realized that if this continued, Bragi was bound to lose. Zhang Fei hadn't even made a move yet, which put Bragi at a great disadvantage. The moment Bragi's attacks slowed, the Black Emperor sensed the opportunity and with incredible speed appeared before him, while Bragi remained completely unguarded. It released 1/3 of the absorbed energy, fearing that releasing all of it might kill Bragi. Zhang Fei himself didn't want to slay Bragi, only to teach him a lesson so he would remember. Because this time so much energy had been absorbed, the Black Emperor's fist emitted a faint white glow like a firefly in the night, plunging directly into Bragi's body. Instantly, Bragi's body seemed to explode as if a bomb had been planted inside him. Wounds riddled his skin like a deflated balloon, blood seeping endlessly out. Intense pain assaulted his brain, causing him to faint and collapse to the ground. He Huang was quite dissatisfied with Bragi's performance, saying, "You're really not durable, falling so quickly." He had thought Bragi could fight a bit longer, but didn't expect him to be so weak that he couldn't even withstand 1/3 of He Huang's energy. Bragi. Dori saw his old rival defeated so inexplicably and was deeply shocked. He hurriedly ran to Bragi's side to check his injuries, and upon finding that Bragi was not in danger, but merely unconscious, he breathed a sigh of relief. Usopp was also worried about Bragi's safety. He Huang, who had exercised restraint and not taken Bragi's life, explained to Usopp, "Don't worry, he's fine." Zhang Fei said, "Don't worry, he's alright." Hearing Zhang Fei's words, Usopp was completely relieved. As for Luffy, he was very curious and specifically ran to Zhang Fei asking about the reason. "What kind of ability is this? Is it another talisman ability?" "Luffy," Zhang Fei, "was that a new talisman you just used?" Zhang Fei, "No, it's my stance ability. Simply put, it's another invisible version of me that did it." Zhang Fei explained in simple terms, because if he said something too complicated, Luffy wouldn't understand. "Luffy Sugoi, where's your stand? I want to see it." Luffy, curious about novel things, had stars nearly shining in his eyes as he kept searching for the figure of He Huang. Zhang Fei explained, "Don't bother looking. You can't see him unless you're a stand user like me. Then you would be able to see him." He wondered if observation Haki could perceive the stand. Luffy said, "I see." Upon learning that he couldn't see He Huang, he became dejected like a withered flower devoid of energy. However, typical of Luffy's personality, within 3 seconds his spirits recovered. Luffy said, "Forget it then." Sure enough, as Zhang Fei had predicted, Luffy quickly put the matter behind him. Zhang Fei did not recall He Huang immediately. He intended to test whether He Huang could use powers from other systems. Without Zhang Fei's detailed instructions, He Huang began experimenting. First, the bomb fruit ability. No matter how hard He Huang tried, he couldn't use it. It seemed that only the original body could use it. However, if the original body wanted to experiment with nuclear fusion, it no longer had to worry about nuclear radiation and the heat released by fusion. It could simply use He Huang's ability to absorb the energy. Next, they tested internal energy and the power of death. The result was that He Huang could not use any power from other systems. They were like separate rivers that never touched, and He Huang existed in only one of them. As for Zhang Fei, the original body, he could use all power systems, somewhat like a set-inclusion relationship in mathematics. Knowing that He Huang couldn't use other power systems, Zhang Fei was not discouraged. With He Huang alone, he could dominate everything. The only drawback was that the original body hadn't shared He Huang's abilities. Just as Zhang Fei was pondering He Huang's future development, a discordant voice rang out. Although the plan deviated, the result is still the same. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a strange man appearing before them, accompanied by a little girl. The strange man had his hair braided into the shape of the number 3, and he was Mr. 3. The little girl beside him was presumably Miss Golden Week. As soon as the words were spoken, a white liquid suddenly appeared under Dory's feet, quickly wrapping around his legs and immobilizing him. The white liquid was wax, which turned into candle after solidifying. "Dory, what is this?" He tried to break free from the candle's restraint, but his feet seemed to be fixed firmly, embedded to the ground. Mr. 3's target was Dory, and the others, the Straw Hat crew, was just incidental. "Vivi, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, how did you follow us?" Vivi's pupils dilated rapidly. She knew that this duo's strength was far greater than that of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Nami, you are from Baroque Works. Quick, Zhang Fei, take care of them. Hearing the prefixes Ms. and Mr., Anami realized that the two before them were from Baroque Works and immediately ordered Zhang Fei to take down the Baroque Works pursuers. Zhang Fei smiled bitterly helplessly. Hearing Nami's words, he felt like an errand boy, but it didn't matter. Just as Zhang Fei was about to move, the system issued another task. Defeat the Baroque Works pursuers. Reward mystery gift pack. After seeing this task, Zhang Fei's mood darkened. Only one task couldn't really motivate him. Luffy asked angrily, was it you who put the bomb in the wine? Their actions nearly hurt Nami and Usopp. These people were simply unforgivable. Mr. 3 admitted cheerfully, yes, it was us. Although I intended for the red Oni to drink it, there was a deviation, but it doesn't matter. As long as either the red Oni or the blue Oni falls, my plan succeeds. Mr. 3 readily admitted, a smug smile on his face, his eyes seeming to disregard Luffy. Luffy, you bastard, so it really was you. I'll never forgive you. Upon learning the culprit, Luffy flew into a rage. If not for him, Zhang Fei would never have fought with Broggy. Then he said to Zhang Fei that he wanted to deal with Mr. 3 himself. If it were left to Zhang Fei, Mr. 3 would probably be taken care of in no time. Luffy, Zhang Fei, leave him to me. Zhang Fei thought for a moment. Since his task was to defeat the Baroque Works pursuers, and it didn't specify who had to defeat them, he might as well let Luffy handle it. Besides, Luffy needed battle experience to grow. Zhang Fei, alright then. A boom echoed and Vivi's Mount Karoo fell down, its body charred black and smoking. Zhang Fei wondered if it was cooked and ready to be served. Karoo seemed to complain, you're inhuman. I was just knocked out by the explosion and you want to eat me. That's too much. I'll report you. Vivi cried out, Karoo, upon seeing Karoo injured, worrying about its condition. Approaching them were Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, which surprised Zhang Fei. Had Mr. 5's injuries healed so quickly? Vivi stared at them in disbelief. Is it you? Weren't you sent flying by Zhang Fei? How can you still be here? Miss Valentine, upon seeing Zhang Fei, said through gritted teeth, finally I found you. I'll avenge that kick. Her eyes were nearly blazing with fury. Zhang Fei scratched the hair beside his ear. It was just one kick. Is it necessary to hold such a grudge? Honestly, you're not being magnanimous at all. While Zhang Fei was stunned, Miss Valentine floated up into the air and hovered directly above his head. Mr. 5 let out a light sigh. He hadn't expected Miss Valentine to be so impulsive. As her partner, he naturally had to cover for her. He flicked out a large lump of Bodhi seeds, preparing to transform them into bombs and shoot them at Zhang Fei. Seeing such a disgusting attack, Zhang Fei's mood plummeted like a roller coaster. He had no desire to be hit by such a vile assault. Even He Huang looked at Mr. 5 with disgust, thinking how there could be such a perverted person in this world. He then turned to Nami and the others and spoke. You all quickly find a place to hide. Leave this to Lu Fei and me. Then be careful, Wei Wei said, worried about Zhang Fei's safety. Don't worry. Zhang Fei is the strongest and no one can kill him. Nami had full confidence in Zhang Fei. Having witnessed his immortality, she no longer worried about his life. Now she had to worry about herself. Nami is right. They are no match for Lu Fei and me, Zhang Fei agreed with Nami. But to Mr. 3, this was an enormous joke, making him burst into laughter, believing it impossible. You're delusional if you think you can defeat us, Mr. 3 sneered without concealing his contempt. Damn it, you despicable villains. Zhang Fei, I can't stand them. Please let me join in. Usopp couldn't bear it as their behavior was sullying his ideals. Suit yourself. He knew Usopp admired Brogy, which was why he was so indignant. While they were talking, Mr. 5 launched an attack at Zhang Fei. The Bodhi seeds held between his fingers were flicked toward Zhang Fei. After all, Zhang Fei was the strongest here, but once he was dealt with, the others would be easy. Nose cannon. Chain cannon. Zhang Fei frowned deeply. He had originally intended for He Huang to block the attack, but He Huang refused to touch such a disgusting thing and just stood there staring at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was speechless at He Huang's self-awareness. He thought if only He Huang were mindless, then he wouldn't disobey my orders. Just as the Bodhi seeds were about to hit Zhang Fei, he quickly jumped, dodging Mr. 5's attack. But Ms. Valentine was still floating above him, and seeing Zhang Fei leap into the air, she quickly activated her ability. Body weight increased 10,000 kilograms. Ms. Valentine's weight rapidly increased to 10,000 kilograms, intending to crush Zhang Fei. But she underestimated him. In Zhang Fei's eyes, she posed no threat at all. Without needing Zhang Fei's command, He Huang appeared above Zhang Fei, clasped his hands together with index and middle fingers extended, and shouted, Body technique, secret, art, 1,000 years of death. He Huang thrust directly at Ms. Valentine as she descended rapidly, activating his ability to absorb the energy generated by the acceleration of gravity and secretly transfer it to his fingers to increase the damage, though not too much lest she burst from the strain. Up. A most miserable shriek rang out, deafening, and she was sent flying backward. Zhang Fei couldn't help but gasp. With such a loud scream, it must have been very painful. He looked at He Huang. He Huang noticed Zhang Fei's gaze and shrugged helplessly as if saying, It's my fault. Who told her to point her, but at me? I couldn't resist. Ms. Valentine was clutching her rear, tears welling in her eyes, her nether region burning with intense pain. Are you okay? Ms. Valentine. Mr. 5 asked worriedly. Zhang Fei clearly hadn't struck her, so why was she injured? What on earth had happened? While Mr. 5 was concerned about Ms. Valentine, Usopp saw this as the perfect opportunity to attack. He pulled back his slingshot and fired at Mr. 5. Firestar, but Mr. 5 noticed it easily dodged, and it exploded behind him, bursting into flames. Unfortunately, it didn't harm Mr. 5. Just as he was about to counterattack Usopp, Zhang Fei moved. At the same time, Lu Fei also acted, seeking out his target, Mr. 3. As for Ms. Valentine, there was no need to worry about her for now. She had no combat ability left, lying on the ground, writhing in pain. However, speaking of which, Usopp hadn't had any real combat experience so far, except perhaps in Kokoyashi village. It seemed necessary to give Usopp some practical combat experience, so he wouldn't remain so useless. This time he would let Usopp handle Mr. 5 while he himself would just provide support. Mr. 5's Bodhi Seed attack came again, but his target was still Zhang Fei. However, Zhang Fei was currently in his Shinigami state, and hadn't left it at all. 1,000 changes, no face, no form world Guanyin. He unleashed his Shirkai. The Asachi in his hand instantly vanished, transforming into an invisible whirlwind that gathered in Zhang Fei's palm. Wind Barrier. This technique was developed based on Yasuo's wind wall. An invisible wind wall appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Fei. The moment Mr. 5's Bodhi Seeds touched it, they exploded instantly. Unfortunately, the explosive power couldn't break through Zhang Fei's wind wall. Usopp saw that Zhang Fei didn't counterattack and instantly understood his intention. Zhang Fei was doing this for his sake. Usopp raised his slingshot and fired another Firestar at Mr. 5. Firestar. Mr. 5 thought it was the same as before, but he was wrong. As he tried to dodge, it exploded right in front of him, releasing a cloud of red particles, made from special chili powder. Once the chili powder entered Mr. 5's lungs, he began coughing violently. His eyes were also affected, turning red with intense pain, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. You damned bastard. Mr. 5 roared furiously. The chili powder was too spicy, he could barely endure it. His eyes couldn't open, and tears flowed freely. Usopp, however, looked smug, sniffing his nose, and saying, "Special move Chili Star." Finishing move Triple Firework Star. Usopp pressed his advantage relentlessly, seizing the moment when Mr. 5 couldn't open his eyes, intending to take him down in one decisive strike. Just as Usopp had anticipated, Mr. 5 was utterly incapable of evading the attack. All 3 firework stars struck Mr. 5 in succession. After enduring the consecutive impacts of the firework stars, Mr. 5 slowly collapsed to the ground. However, upon witnessing Mr. 5's collapse, Usopp burst into jubilant celebrations. Yet Zhang Fei refused to believe that Mr. 5 had fallen so easily. After all, he was a man who had devoured the bomb fruit, possessing a certain resistance to explosive damage. These attacks were simply insufficient to wound him. Zhang Fei, how was that? Usopp began boasting to Zhang Fei about his battle achievements, eager to receive Zhang Fei's validation. But Zhang Fei merely smiled without saying a word. With his keen senses, he could distinctly perceive that Mr. 5 was merely feigning death, trying to alleviate the scalding pain from the pepper. He offered no warning to Usopp, intending to let him learn a lesson through experience. True enough, the moment Mr. 5 could open his eyes, he swiftly rose from the ground and bellowed in furious rage. "You detestable scoundrel, die." Mr. 5 redirected his target toward Usopp. Nasal cannon. Barrage. Before Usopp could savor his triumph for long, Mr. 5's assault came hurtling toward him. With lightning reflexes, Zhang Fei once again conjured his wind wall, successfully deflecting Mr. 5's relentless barrage of bombs. Usopp was thoroughly startled by the sudden attack, the continuous explosions ringing in his ears, making his eardrums tingle uncomfortably. He inwardly sighed in relief, grateful that Zhang Fei had intervened, otherwise he would have been wounded. He expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fei. "Thanks, Zhang Fei. Thank goodness you were here. Be more careful in the future. If I hadn't been around, you might have been blown away." Zhang Fei didn't elaborate further, understanding that Usopp also needed to preserve his dignity. A gentle reminder would suffice. Usopp nodded in shame, accepting Zhang Fei's advice. Understood. At this moment, Ms. Valentine had also recovered from her pain, though she walked with a slightly pigeon-toed gait. She regarded Zhang Fei with utter revulsion. For a man to do such a thing to a woman was utterly unforgivable. Her eyes burned with raging fury as she glared fixedly at Zhang Fei. This left Zhang Fei feeling inexplicably guilty. It was clearly He Huang's doing. What did that have to do with him? "You perverted beast, I will make you suffer a death worse than any other." Ms. Valentine spat out these words with intense indignation. Zhang Fei cast a sidelong glance at He Huang, his eyes filled with unmistakable blame. He Huang, however, noticed Zhang Fei's gaze and whistled nonchalantly, feigning innocence, as if to say, "I know nothing about this. Don't ask me." Zhang Fei couldn't help but sigh privately about his stand. How could it be in such a wretched state? Even more pitiful than Whitesnake. However, Ms. Valentine now dared not hastily employ her abilities, fearing another devastating critical hit. The lingering pain still ached within her, her eyes brimming with hatred. As for Mr. 5, he had also regained his composure. Though his eyes still burned with a fiery sensation, he could manage to keep them open, though his tears were beyond his control. "Usopp, you take on Ms. Valentine. I'll handle Mr. 5. Without hesitation, Usopp agreed, believing Ms. Valentine should be easier to deal with than Mr. 5. Before engaging their opponents, Zhang Fei offered Usopp a final reminder. She's a user of the float fruit. She can control her own body weight. Be careful. I understand. I won't be careless like before this time. Usopp promised Zhang Fei. Seeing Usopp so full of confidence, Zhang Fei had no intention of dampening his spirits and let him proceed. He would deal with Mr. 5 first after all. Mr. 5's attacks were simply too detestable. He absolutely could not tolerate them. Here I come. You better watch out. Zhang Fei spoke with a casual smile, even offering them a kind warning. The moment his words fell, the ground beneath Zhang Fei's feet shattered instantly, his figure hurtling forward like a hunting leopard, swift beyond what the naked eye could perceive. What? Mr. 5 uttered in utter disbelief. In the midst of Mr. 5's shock, Zhang Fei had already arrived before him. His right hand, claw-like as an eagle's talons, reached toward Mr. 5's throat. By the time Mr. 5 reacted, it was already too late. Zhang Fei's right hand gripped his neck like an iron clamp. Just like Mr. 3 on Whiskey Peak, he was seized by Zhang Fei once again. His heart raced frantically, as if it might burst from his chest. He could already envision his fate, blown away just as before. Panicking, he activated his ability. His hands pressed against Zhang Fei's right arm, intending to blast away Zhang Fei's right hand. Had Zhang Fei not obtained Hei Huang, it might have worked, but things were different now. Right now, Hei Huang was attached to his back, one hand resting on Zhang Fei's right arm, prepared to absorb all the explosive energy generated by Mr. 5's ability. When Ms. Valentine saw the situation turning dire and was about to assist Mr. 5, Usopp struck. He continuously attacked Ms. Valentine with firework stars, preventing her from breaking free to help Mr. 5. Damned long nose, she cursed furiously. I won't let you save Mr. 5. Usopp declared resolutely, his hands never ceasing their assault. Die, Mr. 5 bellowed, releasing the full power of his explosion ability through both hands. Yet the result exceeded his expectations. His explosions vanished into thin air, leaving him utterly stunned, his pupils dilating with shock. How is this possible? Mr. 5 thought his ability had malfunctioned, staring at Zhang Fei in disbelief. Yet Zhang Fei merely smiled faintly. He intended to use the Bomb Fruit's power to respond to Mr. 5. However, Zhang Fei planned to sacrifice his right hand as the price, to see just how formidable the power could become when his right hand served as the explosive medium. Let me show you what true art is. Art is Pop-Tart. As Zhang Fei's voice fell, a lethal energy was released from his right hand. Mr. 5 could sense the source of this terrifying power. It was none other than the force of explosions. Panicking and desperate, he shrieked loudly. You monster, release me. He naturally understood that Zhang Fei was using his own right hand as the explosive medium. It was a method of self-destruction, yet its power was dozens of times greater than his own bomb attacks. Mr. 5 refused to die, but it was already too late. The skin on Zhang Fei's right hand began to crack, releasing a blinding light of death, then exploded. A mighty shockwave erupted, centered on Zhang Fei, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose silently into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion radiated outward, accompanied by a gale-force wind that bent and scattered trees within 100 meters, with some even igniting spontaneously from the intense heat released. Even Lu Fei, who was engaged in fierce combat with Mr. 3, halted and turned his gaze toward Zhang Fei's location, his curiosity piqued by the immense blast that had erupted. Zhang Fei, are you all right? Wei Wei shouted, her voice filled with deep concern. In such a violent explosion, an ordinary person would hardly survive, and she was unaware of Zhang Fei's indestructible ability. Na Mei and the others, however, remained composed, their faces showing no trace of panic. Rest assured, Wei Wei, Zhang Fei will be fine. There is virtually no one in this world who can kill him. These words of reassurance came from one of them. Wei Wei could not understand why Na Mei and the others had such faith in Zhang Fei, wondering if he was truly that formidable. Could he emerge unscathed even from such a powerful explosion? Thus Wei Wei turned her curious gaze toward the rolling smoke and dust. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 burst into laughter, believing it to be the work of Mr. 5, for only he could transform into a bomb. He asserted that Zhang Fei, who had been fighting Mr. 5, was surely dead. Haha, that guy must have been blown to pieces, right? That's the fate of those who cross the Baroque works. Hey, you underestimate my partner too much. Lu Fei retorted with disdain. He had unwavering faith in Zhang Fei, believing that even if everyone present perished, Zhang Fei would not. He then launched an attack on Mr. 3, rapidly extending his arm and using the elastic force of rubber to amplify the power of his fist. Goma Goma no. Pistol, shield. As Lu Fei's fist neared Mr. 3, quickly used his ability to solidify wax into a shield, successfully blocking the blow. A resounding clang echoed. Lu Fei felt as though his fist had struck a steel shield, unable to harm Mr. 3 behind it. Thus Lu Fei and Mr. 3 resumed their fierce battle. On Zhang Fei's side, the smoke had now cleared, revealing him standing completely unharmed before everyone. However, the intense heat from the explosion had burned away his clothes, leaving him as naked as a newborn, exposed for all to see. Lying on the ground was Mr. 5, his body charred black and unconscious, white steam rising from him continuously. What puzzled Zhang Fei most was that Mr. 5 had not been blown to pieces in the explosion, which defied reason. Moreover, his clothing remained intact, not even singed. As for himself, the explosion had caused his body to begin cracking. Had he not consumed 10 body-tempering pills, he would surely have been shattered to pieces. If he had suffered such damage, why hadn't Mr. 5 fared similarly? Or was it that Oda that guy completely ignored the laws of physics? Or perhaps the people in the world of One Piece, as he had said it, were simply that extraordinary. The power released by the explosion had been equivalent to over 35 kilograms of TNT, enough to blast through an entire building. Yet Mr. 5 had only been scorched unconscious, which was utterly baffling. Wei Wei suddenly screamed, covering her eyes, and daring not to look at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was drawn by her cry. He saw Wei Wei blushing shyly, her face buried in her hands, while Na Mei had a completely different reaction. Her eyes gleamed with a predatory light, fixed intently on Zhang Fei's body, as if she had discovered a treasure. Only then did Zhang Fei realize that his clothes had been blown off, explaining the chilly sensation he felt. Understanding Na Mei and Wei Wei's reactions, his face froze, and he felt mortified beyond belief. And he had been so focused on Mr. 5 that he had completely failed to notice his own state. If only he hadn't dispelled his death god form at the moment of the explosion to experience its power, he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation now. It was all Oda's fault for not understanding physics. He quickly re-entered the death god state, and the black Shinigami robe instantly covered his body, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not many people were watching, just Na Mei and the others, so it should be fine. Na Mei, however, wore a look of regret when Zhang Fei resumed his death god form, her expression clearly saying, "I haven't seen enough yet." Zhang Fei was speechless and simply ignored Na Mei. As for Usopp, he was doing well. At the moment of Zhang Fei's explosion, Ms. Valentine's attention had been diverted toward that direction. Taking advantage of her distraction, Usopp pulled a hammer from his backpack, drew it back, and launched it in one fluid motion. The hammer struck Ms. Valentine squarely on the forehead, knocking her unconscious. However, after the incident with Mr. 5, Usopp had become cautious. Only after confirming that Ms. Valentine was completely out cold did he burst into laughter. Truly, the great Captain Usopp lives up to his name. Usopp's self-praise earned him a roll of the eyes from Na Mei. If Zhang Fei hadn't distracted Ms. Valentine, he might not have been able to defeat her so easily. But Wei Wei thought differently. She was simply relieved that they had defeated Mr. 5 and his partner. Now only Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week remained. Once they were defeated, the Baroque Works agents would likely stop pursuing them. Well done, Usopp. Zhang Fei praised Usopp, who puffed up his chest with pride, a smug grin on his face, and replied, as if it were only natural. Of course. Do you know who I am? Zhang Fei smiled faintly, knowing Usopp's personality well, and said nothing more. Instead, he turned his attention to the ongoing battle involving Lu Fei. Zhang Fei had no intention of interfering, and simply watched from the sidelines. When he noticed Dory, whose body was encased in wax, he quickly reminded Usopp. Usopp, the wax on Dory is afraid of fire. Hurry and shoot a flame star to melt it. Oh, I see. Heeding Zhang Fei's advice, Usopp immediately fired a flame star, successfully hitting Dory. Dory was momentarily confused, not understanding their intention, until he saw the flames from the star melting the wax on his body, realizing what they were doing. Thank you, lad. Dongli expressed his gratitude to Wasipu for his timely rescue, yet it also irked him. His duel, once a source of pride, had ultimately been reduced to a tool for others to use against him. How laughable. Mr. 3 furrowed his brows as he saw the candle wax melting. He glanced at Zhang Fei and the others, noticing that Mr. 5 and his crew had already been subdued by Zhang Fei, and let out a cold snort. Utterly useless. Seizing the moment while Dongli was still not free, he increased the flow of candle wax, intending to turn Dongli into a wax statue in one fell swoop. But Lu Fei would not let him have his way. Clenching his fist, he charged at Mr. 3, his fist like an arrow released with power swift and precise. Mr. 3 did not stop, but the wax liquid conjured by his ability coiled like a serpent, forming a wall of candles on his body. Yet he underestimated the force of Lu Fei's punch, which shattered the candle wall and hurtled straight toward Mr. 3's face. His face caved in the impact of the fist, sending Mr. 3 flying backward, bouncing off the ground several meters away like a skipping stone. This time Lu Fei had put extra force into his punch, leaving little doubt that it could break through the candle wall. Zhang Fei watched their battle with no interest. He decided to free Dongli first, as he had taken a liking to him. Using his initial release ability, he gathered a ball of flame in his hands. He launched it toward Dongli. The moment the flame touched Dongli's body, it spread across him like gasoline, engulfing him entirely. The searing heat of the fire could not break his will, and he endured it steadfastly. The candles binding his body rapidly melted under the intense heat. As the candles disappeared, Zhang Fei extinguished the flames in an instant like a magic trick, vanishing as if they had never existed. Dongli slowly rose to his feet, freed from the candle's restraint, feeling light and relaxed. He rolled his shoulders, ready to settle the score with Mr. 3, who had nearly ruined Buluoji and almost turned him into a wax statue. His hatred for Mr. 3 was far from trivial. Just as he was about to confront Mr. 3, Zhang Fei stopped him. Leave him to Lu Fei. You just watch from the sidelines. Now Mr. 3 was Lu Fei's target, and Zhang Fei would not allow Dongli to interfere with his fight. Fine. Dongli let out a cold snort, not directed at Zhang Fei, but at Mr. 3, and handed Mr. 3 over to Lu Fei to deal with. Then he cheered for Lu Fei. Lad, you better give it your all, and avenge me. Lu Fei smiled knowingly, twitched his nose and promised confidently, I got it. Leave him to me. Meanwhile, the forgotten Shanji, carrying an unconscious dinosaur, returned to the melee only to find no one on the ship. He wondered if they had also gone on an adventure and that green-haired guy hadn't returned yet. This puzzled Shanji, who wore a confused expression, thumb on his chin, deep in thought. How strange, it's awfully quiet. I've waited for a while and no one's come back. Could Name and Wei Wei be in trouble? At this rate, cooking dinosaur meat can wait. Alright, I'm going to find them now. Name, Wei Wei. Just as Shanji left, a saber-toothed tiger appeared behind him, eyeing him hungrily. Taking advantage of Shanji's unpreparedness, it pounced, intending to kill him in one bite, but it underestimated Shanji's strength. Shanji caught it, instead kicked it until its head was covered in bumps, and made it his mount. He also stumbled upon a strange white house that seemed to be built of candles. What's this? Curious, Shanji walked inside, while the saber-toothed tiger, once freed, fled from his grasp. Seeing black tea on the table, he couldn't help but sit down and enjoy a cup. Alright, I was supposed to find Name and Wei Wei. Almost forgot. Just as Shanji was about to leave, a sound came from a small wooden box. Guru. He opened it curiously and found a transponder snail. He picked up the receiver and answered casually. Hello, this is the Poop Western Restaurant. Would you like to order? However, a furious voice came from the other end. Don't play dumb, you idiot. Why haven't you reported to me? Report. Who is this? Shanji asked in confusion, crossing his legs on a candle-made sofa. The voice on the other end paused for a moment before answering. I am Mr. Zero. Hearing Mr. Zero, wasn't that Wei Wei's boss? Also known as the Shichibukai Kelekidaer. Shanji exhaled smoke from his cigarette, looking at the transponder snail on the table. So this snail was connected to Kelekidaer. He also realized that there were still assassins on this little garden hunting Wei Wei. It's been many days since I gave the order. How is Mr. 3 doing? Shanji, however, wasn't paying attention to Kelekidaer's words. He was worried about Wei Wei and the others, but then he thought of Zhang Fei, who was with her, and felt somewhat relieved. In his eyes, Zhang Fei was strong enough to match the Hawkeye, so he could certainly protect Wei Wei. Seeing Shanji silent, Kelekidaer continued. Why aren't you speaking? I asked you, did you eliminate Princess Wei Wei and the Straw Hat crew? Shanji took a deep drag of his cigarette, then exhaled slowly, answering Kelekidaer's question casually. Yeah, the mission's done. I've taken care of everyone who knew your secret. No need to hunt them down anymore. Shanji lied without a blush, trying to deceive Kelekidaer. Is that so? Good work. Now the unfortunate messengers are heading your way. They will confirm the completion of your mission and bring back something. Unfortunate messengers. Something. Shanji was puzzled, having no idea what Kelekidaer was talking about. It's the eternal pose to the kingdom of Arabasta. It's time for you and Ms. Golden Week to return to the kingdom of Arabasta. The most important battle awaits us there. I'll give you the details once you're there. Await my orders. Shanji gleaned crucial information from Kelekidaer. At that moment, a sea otter and a bird perched on the 2 windows, the unfortunate messengers. They stared at Shanji, and the 3 pairs of eyes met in an awkward silence. After confirming that the person before them was not Mr. 3 but rather Sanji, Mr. 1 and Miss Friday attacked him without hesitation. Sanji froze in surprise at being inexplicably attacked, then retaliated in kind. The sounds of combat within the room caught Crocodile's attention. He inquired through the Den Den Mushi, what's going on? Sanji quickly dispatched them one by one, then picked up the Den Den Mushi to respond to Crocodile's question. Unfortunately, the 2 unfortunate creatures collapsed unconscious. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. That Straw Hat guy is still alive, so it's fine now. I've taken care of it. Sanji continued spinning his lies, unaware of Crocodile's temperament. Now in a state of eruption, Crocodile was extremely dissatisfied with Sanji's attitude. Meanwhile, Crocodile had no idea the person on the phone was actually Sanji. He mistook him for Mr. 3. He's still alive, but didn't you say the mission was complete? Yes, I thought it was finished, but I didn't expect that guy to be so resilient. Sanji continued, pulling the wool over their eyes. In other words, your report was inaccurate, wasn't it? Well, I don't put it that way. The mission is complete regardless. He definitely breathed his last just now, so there's no need to send any more assassins. Can we leave it at that? Fine, it's settled. Either way, return to Alabasta Kingdom. And this will be our last communication. If the Navy traces it, we'll be in serious trouble. I'll give you orders through directives from now on. Good luck, Mr. 3. An eerie chill lurked beneath Crocodile's tone, like the calm before a devastating storm. Sanji failed to notice the change in Crocodile's tone, believing his deception had succeeded. The thought of Vivi Sweetie praising him made his heart swell with joy. After the call ended, Crocodile immediately issued orders to Robin beside him. Now he resembled a furious lion, losing patience with Mr. 3's deception and intent on murder. Ms. All Sunday, pair up with Mr. 2 and head to Little Garden. Eliminate Mr. 3 on the direct route to Alabasta. The pitiful Mr. 3 was still locked in fierce combat with Luffy, completely unaware of the dark conspiracy now targeting him. Had he known that Crocodile was sending people to dispose of him for crimes he never committed, he would have cried foul. Within the Straw Hat Pirates, there was another forgotten soul, Zoro. Lost in the rainforest, he had rejoiced at what he thought was Nami, only to discover she was merely a wax statue. Carelessly, he had been pinned in place by Mr. 3's candles, now trussed up like a dumpling. Only his head could move. He roared at the top of his lungs, "You damned scoundrels, what the hell is this stuff? Why is it so damn hard? No matter how much Zoro struggled, he couldn't break free from the candle's grip. At that moment, an unwelcome voice reached Zoro's ears, Sanji's voice. Oh my, if it isn't the seaweed head. Getting a new look. Suits you rather well like a giant turtle. Sanji had been searching for Vivi and Nami when he unexpectedly heard Zoro's voice. Curious, he walked over. Upon seeing Zoro in this predicament, he couldn't resist mocking the swordsman, a smug grin spreading across his face. Damn it, of all people, I had to run into this perverted kappa. Zoro grumbled bitterly. The last person he wanted to see was Sanji. Help me break this stuff off me. Was this how one asked for a favor? Sanji walked with his nose in the air waiting for Zoro to show some weakness. Damn it, cut the crap. Will you help me or not? There was no way Zoro would ever show weakness. His tone was resolute. Help? Why wouldn't I help? Sanji flashed an evil grin, then delivered a kick to the dumpling-wrapped Zoro. Whether by accident or design, it landed squarely on Zoro's face. Without a hint of apology, oops, my aim was a little off. There was no way Zoro believed him. He thought Sanji was deliberately using this opportunity to abuse him while he couldn't move. That damned perverted kappa. Zoro roared with fury. You perverted kappa, that was deliberate. What? Don't accuse me without evidence. Sanji shrugged, playing dumb, insisting it was purely accidental. Seeing Sanji's attitude infuriated him. If only he weren't bound by these candles, he'd carve him to pieces. For now, he'd just have to endure. Once he was free, he'd settle the score. After Zoro suffered several more of Sanji's kicks, the candles, encasing him, finally shattered completely. Completely unaware of his own danger, Sanji leisurely lit another cigarette, puffing clouds of smoke, then delivered a lecture to Zoro. You should thank me properly. I was the one who saved you. Yes, I should thank you very much. With that, Zoro's eyes blazed with killing intent. Now it was time to return those kicks. He drew the blades at his waist. Sanji sensed something was wrong and immediately countered, dodging Zoro's slash, while cursing the swordsman roundly. You ungrateful bastard, returning evil for good. And so the two inexplicably came to blows. Mr. 3 decided to use his true abilities as well. The man he faced moved like a monkey. Every time he tried to entangle Luffy's feet with candles, Luffy dodged them all. With no other option, Mr. 3 could only resort to brute force against Luffy. Launch. Candle champion. Using his own abilities, Mr. 3 condensed a suit of impenetrable armor upon his body. A large number, 3, adorned his chest, massive boxing gloves encased his fists, spiked rings protected his shoulders, while his waist remained rather slender. In essence, his upper body was burly and powerful, his lower body delicate and thin. So cool. Luffy couldn't help but be captivated by the armor on Mr. 3's body, his eyes filled with admiration. He turned to Zhang Fei, wanting to transform too, hoping to borrow Zhang Fei's build driver to show off. But Zhang Fei refused him. Luffy had forgotten. He couldn't transform at all. Zhang Fei, I want to transform too. Lend me your transformation device. Luffy, you can't use it. Luffy's head drooped in dejection, remembering that he couldn't transform. He then recalled that Zhang Fei had promised to give him a transformation device. Impatiently, he urged Zhang Fei to hurry up and give him one so he could show off just like Mr. 3. Zhang Fei, when will you give me the transformation device? Zhang Fei, don't forget about me. Usopp chimed in as he sidled over. He wanted one too. After all, such a cool thing couldn't leave him out. Got it, Zhang Fei said with a hint of resignation. After all, transformation devices weren't easy to obtain. The items from the mysterious gift were all random, so getting a transformation device that ordinary people could use really depended on luck. Besides, Zhang Fei wasn't in a rush. He could always negotiate with the system later to see if there was any way to rig the odds. At this moment, Mr. 3 had already let Ms. Golden Week paint colors onto his wax armor. He let out a furious shout at Luffy, his expression filled with indignation. As I am now, I am invincible. The hardness of my wax rivals that of iron. This armor has no weaknesses. Oh, what a death wish, Mr. 3 had just spoken. In the world of JoJo, anyone who declared themselves invincible never came out with a good ending. Although Luffy wasn't a stand user, Zhang Fei certainly was. The effect triggered. The battle was about to ignite. Luffy paid no attention to Mr. 3's wax armor at all. Even steel couldn't stop him from shattering it. In the anime and manga, wasn't the legendary Kirigane of the East Blue renowned as the strongest, ultimately smashed apart by Luffy? Mr. 3's combat style had become recklessly barbaric. He wanted to use his advantages to crush Luffy, but he had forgotten that Luffy was a rubber man with considerable resistance to impact. Adding Luffy's agile movements, it was quite difficult for Mr. 3 to land a hit on him. Seeing that things weren't going well, Ms. Golden Week wanted to help Mr. 3, but her keen-eyed companion Zhang Fei noticed immediately. He directly sent out Black Emperor to control Ms. Golden Week. After all, Ms. Golden Week possessed an ability similar to hypnosis, using colors to alter others' states of mind. So Zhang Fei had to be cautious. Sending Black Emperor over was the safest choice, ensuring that Ms. Golden Week's abilities couldn't affect him. What's happening? Why can't I move? Ms. Golden Week struggled desperately. It was as if a powerful person had wrapped their arms around her, holding her so tightly she couldn't break free. She was terrified by this bizarre ability. Just stay there quietly. This is their fight, and you shouldn't interfere. Zhang Fei glanced at Ms. Golden Week, who was being held by Black Emperor. It also put his mind at ease. Fortunately, Black Emperor wasn't making any inappropriate expressions, otherwise his guilt would have been tremendous. However, Black Emperor could sense Zhang Fei's thoughts since they were essentially one entity. It gave Zhang Fei a resentful look as if saying, "Do you really think I'm that kind of person?" Zhang Fei forced a bitter smile. He had forgotten that Black Emperor could detect his thoughts. He quickly turned his head away, trying to escape Black Emperor's accusatory gaze. After Nami and Vivi confirmed there was no danger here, they relaxed and walked over to Zhang Fei's side. "Zhang Fei, you have quite a good figure, don't you?" Nami gave a mischievous grin, teasing Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei hadn't expected Nami to be so bold, actually daring to provoke him. When Vivi heard this, the previous scenes flashed through her mind, and a flush of embarrassment appeared on her cheeks. Fortunately, seeing that there weren't many people around, Zhang Fei let it go. After all, they had already seen everything, so what was there to worry about? He couldn't be bothered with Nami's teasing. As for the fight between Luffy and Mr. 3, he didn't even bother watching. No need to think about it. Luffy would definitely be the one to win in the end. Seeing Zhang Fei remain silent, Nami thought he was being shy. But in reality, Zhang Fei was wondering where Zoro had gone. In the original story, Zoro had also been captured by Mr. 3, so why hadn't he seen any sign of him? How strange. The battle was reaching its climax. Mr. 3's wax armor had been smashed to pieces by Luffy's Gomu Gomu no rocket pistol, and Mr. 3 himself had been knocked unconscious from the pain. His eyes rolled back in his head. Luffy ran over to Zhang Fei and the others, giving them a thumbs up, only to find them happily enjoying afternoon tea with Nami and the others. Even Ms. Golden Week had joined them. After all, the afternoon tea was something she had provided. Luffy rushed over, indignantly pouring out his grievances about their shameless behavior. He had been fighting so hard while they were here drinking tea. Absolutely outrageous. He stuffed all the pastries into his mouth in one go. "You people are absolutely terrible, drinking afternoon tea here while I was fighting. Just watch me eat all these pastries. Don't you dare, you jerk." Seeing her pastries being snatched away by Luffy, Nami directly punched Luffy on the head. With a thud, a steaming lump immediately appeared on Luffy's head. The pain made his eyes bulge out. During the fight with Mr. 3, even Mr. 3's punches hadn't hurt this much. That wasn't fair at all. Although Zhang Fei had known that Luffy would ultimately be the victor, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. It was still a bit beyond his expectations. He then turned to Ms. Golden Week beside him and spoke. "You should hurry and take your companions away from here." Zhang Fei had chosen not to harm Ms. Golden Week. She had no combat ability to speak of, and besides, she was just a little girl. "I understand. Then goodbye." Ms. Golden Week stood up and bade farewell to Zhang Fei. During their brief time together, she had discovered that Zhang Fei possessed all sorts of strange abilities. He was also kind-hearted. Even as an enemy, he hadn't lifted a hand against her. One could say her feelings toward Zhang Fei had risen significantly. She bowed deeply to him and hurried off with Mr. 3 and the others. Though for a little girl, trying to drag 3 people along was quite exhausting. After the battle ended, Dory specifically expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fei and the others. Had it not been for their help, he and Broggy would likely have long since died. "Thank you all for saving us." Zhang Fei waved his hand, dismissively saying casually. After all, his main objective was just to complete the mission. Now that he had obtained the mysterious gift, naturally, he didn't care about Dory's thanks. "No need to thank us." Right. Luffy chimed in, a bright smile on his face. His grin was as sunny as ever and incredibly infectious. At this moment, Broggy had also woken up. His head felt groggy as he looked around at the surroundings, which seemed to have been the site of a fierce battle. He quickly asked Dory what had exactly happened. "Dory, what exactly happened while I was unconscious?" Dory then recounted everything to Broggy, one detail at a time. Gradually, Broggy's expression grew solemn, and he let out a sigh, looking somewhat helpless. "I never imagined that the battles we considered our honor would be exploited by others. What a disgrace. These 100 years of combat should finally come to an end." Dory immediately understood what Broggy meant. Especially during the time he had been imprisoned, he had also come to realize it was time to end this 100-year battle. He gave Broggy a meaningful reply in response. "Yes, it's time to put an end to it." Vivi mistakenly thought they were going to continue fighting, planning to have a final decisive battle to the death. She wanted to stop their actions. "After all this has happened, why would you still want to continue fighting?" Dory and Broggy couldn't help but exchange glances and burst into laughter when they heard Vivi's words. They knew she had misunderstood. Vivi remained unconvinced and questioned with a puzzled tone. "What's so funny about that? Little lady, you misunderstand. We've decided to stop fighting. After everything that's happened, we've come to our senses. Broggy is my dearest friend, and I don't want to see him die." Dory spoke with ease. "Dory, you bastard, why say such sentimental nonsense?" Broggy rebuked, yet his eyes betrayed him. "How tsundere of you," Zhang Fei muttered under his breath. Indeed, Dory nodded in agreement with Zhang Fei's words. "Damn you, Dory. You want to fight?" Having his thoughts exposed, Broggy fumed with indignation, itching for a duel with Dory. "Bring it on, who's afraid of who?" Dory stood his ground without flinching. Zhang Fei shook his head, too done to bother with them. In the end, they sat down together peacefully, tending to Broggy's wounds. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji arrived battered and bruised as if they'd endured a great battle. Vivi, mistaking them for another wave of Baroque Works pursuers, hurriedly asked Sanji, "Are you two all right? Did new pursuers appear?" Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, letting out derisive snorts of mutual disdain. Seeing their state, Zhang Fei knew they'd been fighting each other and explained to Vivi, "Relax, Vivi. Their injuries are self-inflicted." Zoro and Sanji were stunned. How did Zhang Fei know? They asked, Zhang Fei, how did you figure that out? Do I even need to say it? It's written all over your faces. Zhang Fei had long known about the discord between Zoro and Sanji, so this outcome was hardly surprising. You two are complete idiots. Nami scolded them mercilessly. Yeah. Luffy chimed in, munching on a biscuit, agreeing with Nami. You're the biggest fool here, and you dare call us that. They shot back angrily at Luffy. You blockhead have no right to call us that. Both said in unison. Luffy refused to accept being called a fool. He thought himself brilliantly clever. The fools are you two. He retorted, going after Zoro and Sanji. In the end, none of them would back down, and a brawl broke out. There was no choice but to let the true powerhouse of the Going Merry handle it. Nami, with her fists of devastating damage, one punch to each of them, finally silenced the trio. You three are all idiots, alright. Honestly, you just had to stir up trouble. Zhang Fei shook his head at the sight. They simply had to provoke Nami of all people. Gah! You humans truly are amusing. Dory laughed heartily at the spectacle. Indeed. Bragi nodded in agreement, a smile spreading across his face as he watched their antics. After the commotion settled, Sanji approached Vivi to tell her about his conversation with Crocodile. Vivi, darling, I just received a call from someone calling himself Mr. Zero. That's Crocodile, right? Huh. You actually spoke with Mr. Zero. Vivi stared at Sanji in astonishment, demanding to know what on earth had happened. Yeah, it seems he mistook me for Mr. 3. Sanji sat down on a fallen log and began explaining. Zhang Fei looked at Sanji, curiously thinking that even with the plot-altered Sanji still managed to stumble upon Mr. 3's cabin and coincidentally answer Crocodile's call. Perhaps it was simply fate. So does he think we're dead? Vivi pressed further, desperate to know whether Sanji had successfully deceived Crocodile. That's exactly what I told him. Then the assassins won't come after us anymore, but we still can't leave. Usopp knew the killers wouldn't return, and he should have been thrilled, but he still couldn't escape Little Garden. According to Bragi, the log pose would take a full year to record, and by then the kingdom of Alabasta would already be doomed. Based on the original storyline, Zhang Fei speculated that Sanji would have found an eternal pose to Alabasta, so he promptly asked, Sanji, did you happen to find an eternal pose, eh? Zhang Fei, how did you know I found an eternal pose? Sanji clicked his tongue in bewilderment, wondering how Zhang Fei could possibly know he'd picked it up in the Little Candle House. Just a guess. Mr. 3 and his crew are Baroque works agents. They wouldn't carry an eternal pose on them. The only safe place would be somewhere secure, since an eternal pose could easily be destroyed in battle. Zhang Fei's words were half truth, half speculation, but they were logical enough to avoid raising suspicion. I see. But actually I got this eternal pose from a strange bird. The eternal pose had dropped from the unluckies not found in the Little Candle House. That's fantastic, Sanji. This is the eternal pose to the kingdom of Alabasta. After confirming it was genuine, Vivi was overcome with emotion and embraced Sanji tightly. With the eternal pose, she wouldn't have to wait a year on this island. She could return to Alabasta and stop Crocodile's scheme. Oh, it's nothing, don't mention it. I had no idea you'd be this happy. Sanji wore a lecherous grin, his eyes turning into hearts as he felt Vivi's warmth and caught a whiff of her pleasant scent. Who knew something he'd picked up by chance would earn him a hug from Vivi? This was incredible. Then we can set off now, Usopp suggested. With the eternal pose, there was no need to wait any longer, and Vivi's kingdom was in dire peril. Great. Let's have a biscuit party. Luffy was ecstatic, pulling out his last 3 remaining biscuits to celebrate. Usopp looked at Luffy in horror, his expression practically screaming, we're in such a critical situation, and you still want to throw a party. Fortunately, Zhang Fei spoke up in time, turning down Luffy's party suggestion with conviction. He stressed that time was precious, and to be safe they should first go pick up Chopper. We should get going right away. We have no time to waste. Exactly, Captain. Vivi's country is still waiting for us to save it. Nami gave a slight nod, agreeing with Zhang Fei and offering her own suggestion. Colorful River Goblin, you haven't forgotten our hunting contest, have you? I found a colossal triceratops. Zoro hadn't forgotten his rivalry with Sanji, spreading his arms wide to gesture its size, a triumphant grin lighting up his face. Sanji naturally remembered too, but he was utterly confident his dinosaur would dwarf that green-haired swordsman's triceratops. Rest assured, I haven't forgotten. But my dinosaur will certainly be larger. Green-haired fool, prepare yourself for defeat. Humph. Zoro scoffed dismissively, his tone laced with biting mockery, clearly unimpressed by Sanji's claim. What do you mean by that, you bastard? Want to fight again? Sanji bristled at Zoro's arrogance and stormed forward, fists clenched ready to brawl. Afraid of you? Bring it on. Zoro, never one to back down, drew his blade instantly, resuming their unfinished duel. Nami shook her head in exasperation and sighed softly. Let them carry on. Zhang Fei was far more reliable. Hunting contest. X2, both Dory and Bragi furrowed their brows in unison, puzzled expressions flickering across their faces as if pondering something profound. Well then, portly sir, and giant sir, we're off. Luffy, before departing, made sure to bid farewell to Dory and Bragi. Oh, you're leaving already? Bragi spoke with quiet regret. He'd hoped to host another feast in Little Garden to celebrate, but now these lively companions were departing, leaving behind a lingering sense of loss. It is indeed regrettable, but you cannot remain here forever. And may your nation fare well, Princess Vivi. Dory echoed Bragi's sentiment, offering silent prayers for her homeland. Thank you, Vivi replied, warmly touched by their sincerity. Farewell, perhaps our paths will cross again someday. Before boarding, Zhang Fei also took a moment to bid farewell to Dory and Bragi. After all, they were honorable men. We'll meet again, and next time I won't lose. Bragi grinned broadly and pounded his chest, so hard that the old wounds split open anew. Next time we meet, I'll be stronger still. Zhang Fei spoke truthfully. His system granted rewards that steadily amplified his strength. Is that so? Then I eagerly await our next encounter. Bragi's eyes gleamed with anticipation, hoping fervently that they would one day fulfill their dreams. Zhang Fei offered a faint, enigmatic smile, then turned away and waved once, signaling his departure. Master Bragi, I swear I'll one day sail to Elbaf. Usopp declared, eyes alight with yearning for the legendary island of giants. Dory and Bragi stood silent for a long moment. Only after the Straw Hat crew had vanished from sight did they finally speak. Bragi, our friend's ship has set sail. Dory, indeed. We cannot abandon them. They face monsters lurking beneath those waves. But Bragi, are your wounds truly healed? Can you still lift your axe? Bragi chuckled lightly, answering his lifelong friend. Who do you think I am? I am Red Ghost Bragi. These scratches mean nothing to me. Dory pulled his ancient sword from the earth, its blade scarred with centuries of battle. Is that so? Do you truly believe you'll win? Bragi's gaze hardened. Gripping his war axe tightly, he watched Zhang Fei and the others recede into the horizon. For them, I'd gladly die. Dory, so it's decided. Back aboard the Going Merry, Nami rubbed the nape of her neck and grumbled. These mosquitoes, there are far too many. Utterly maddening. Her complaint immediately caught Zhang Fei's attention. He stepped behind her, gently inspecting her neck for bites. Let me see. Startled by his sudden tenderness, Nami faltered, blushing deeply, lowering her head, flustered and shy. Zhang Fei spotted a tiny red mark, a mosquito's bite. Yet with Nami's enhanced constitution, would she even fall ill? That remained an unsettling question. Noticing Zhang Fei's prolonged silence, Nami turned curiously, wondering if he might sneak up on her later that night for revenge. For teasing him earlier. What should she do? At the thought, heat rushed up her neck like steam billowing from a locomotive, her face blazing crimson. When Zhang Fei snapped back to awareness, he found Nami flushed as red as a monkey's rump. Mistaking her for feverish, he pressed a hand to her forehead. Her temperature was normal. Puzzled, he asked, Nami, are you all right? I'm fine, she stammered, and bolted straight to her cabin, mind reeling, utterly disoriented by the memory of that moment. Zhang Fei stared after her, baffled. Not illness, then what? Confused yet cautious, he resolved to stay vigilant, just in case. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji continued bickering, each insisting his quarry was superior. Zhang Fei could bear it no longer. Leaping overboard, he sealed both the deceased dinosaur and the Triceratops into his system inventory, then sighed, weary of the squabble. Enough quarreling. We must depart without delay. No time for trivial disputes. Since Zhang Fei had spoken, Zoro and Sanji yielded, though neither spared the other a glance, merely huffing in mutual disdain before returning to the ship. With the entire crew assembled, Luffy raised his voice in command, hoist the sails. As the Going Merry glided forth, Dory and Bragi stood sentinel on either bank of the river mouth, guarding their friend's passage like twin titans. The crew watched bewildered. Only Zhang Fei understood. Dory and Bragi stood there not out of ceremony, but to ensure the Going Merry's safe departure. Beneath those waves lurked a golden fish rivaling the mightiest sea kings. Dory, you fought fiercely to protect our honor. Bragi, your enemies are ours as well. Dory, we shall never allow our friend's Jolly Roger to fall. Bragi, trust us, sail straight ahead. No matter what comes, press onward without hesitation. Zhang Fei felt their sincerity. Not only he but Luffy and the rest sensed it too. Though Luffy didn't grasp their words fully, he trusted them implicitly, understood, straight ahead. The Going Merry advanced steadily, until the sea ahead churned violently, and a colossal golden fish erupted from the depths, jaws agape, poised to swallow the ship whole. What in the world is that? Usopp cried, pupils shrinking in terror. Zhang Fei held back, trusting Dory and Bragi to handle it. At the emergence of the Island Eater, Dory and Bragi's expressions turned grave. Dory murmured, so it appears, the Island Eater. Bragi declared, in the name of Elbaf, we clear your path. Nami ran out of the room to see what was happening outside. As soon as she emerged, she saw a goldfish comparable to a giant sea king in front of them, like a dragon sucking water, with a huge amount of seawater being drawn into its mouth, and even the Merry was no exception. Originally, she wanted to tell Sanji and the others to quickly steer the Merry away from here, but when she saw them calm and completely unruffled, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. After all, there was Zhang Fei on board, who had once slain a giant sea king, so there was nothing to fear. The only one who was panicking was Vivi. She didn't know that Zhang Fei had slain a giant sea king, so she appeared flustered. Even Karu was frightened and ran around the ship. Fortunately, Sanji came over to comfort Vivi, otherwise she really wouldn't have understood why they were so calm. Vivi, don't worry. I'll protect you. Everything will be fine. There's still Zhang Fei on the ship. That frog sea king was killed by him. This goldfish poses no pressure for him. After hearing Sanji's words, Vivi also completely relaxed. She had seen that frog sea king before, but seeing such a huge goldfish with her own eyes, she still felt some fear in her heart. Until the Merry was completely swallowed by the island-eating monster, Zhang Fei remained unmoved, showing no intention to act. However, Luffy still believed in Dory and the others, and continued shouting. Straight ahead. until a deep masculine voice sounded. Zhang Fei knew everything was stable. Hakoku. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave came from behind the Mary, directly piercing through the body of the island-eating monster, forming a circular wound. At the same time, it did not harm the Mary. Instead, the Mary was propelled by the shockwave, riding the wind and waves, and ahead lay the vast ocean. Zhang Fei looked back and saw that even the sea had been split apart. The power of Hakoku was truly extraordinary. Usopp, however, was so excited that he cried. His trust had finally been rewarded. This is the power of the warriors of Elbaf. Standing on Little Garden, Dory and Brogy's weapons completely broke at the moment they used Hakoku. The battle that had lasted 100 years came to an end at this moment. Pointing ahead, they shouted to Zhang Fei and the others sailing away. Go! Then they burst into laughter and threw their broken weapons into the sea. On the Mary, Usopp and Luffy stood by the railing, arms around each other's shoulders, laughing and chatting. Usopp declared loudly, "Everyone, I will go to Elbaf one day." Nami saw Usopp and the others still full of energy and said she was envious. She didn't know why, but since leaving Little Garden, she had gradually become tired, her eyelids drooping, slightly looking listless. They have so much energy. After what just happened, I suddenly feel so tired. Zhang Fei had been paying attention to Nami's physical condition since they set sail. He was very sure that Nami was still sick. Even with the help of the body-tempering pill, she could not escape the arrangement of fate. He walked over to Nami and picked her up. Nami looked at him in confusion, her heart pounding. A blush appeared on her slightly pale face as she hurriedly asked, "Zhang Fei, what are you doing? A sick person should rest well. Our next destination is Drum Island," Zhang Fei said firmly. Moreover, there was Chopper on Drum Island. Everyone was puzzled. Hadn't they agreed to go to the Kingdom of Alabasta? Why had it become Drum Island? The most shocked was Vivi. After all, she was most worried about the Kingdom of Alabasta. Saying they would go later was hard for her to accept. But when she thought about Drum Island being known as a medical kingdom, she realized Zhang Fei's aim was for Nami, so she decided to abide by Zhang Fei's decision. Nami looked at Zhang Fei incredulously, feeling very touched. But for Vivi's country, she could endure this illness. Of course, she didn't know that Drum Island was a medical kingdom. "Zhang Fei, I'm fine. Let's go to the Kingdom of Alabasta first. The people there are waiting for Vivi." Zhang Fei glanced at Vivi, who was pursing her lips, her face full of worry. He sighed lightly and explained, "Don't you know you've been infected with a virus? Moreover, there is no specific medicine on the ship, and I don't know if you can hold out until Alabasta. So it's safest to go to Drum Island first. Of course, Vivi, you don't need to worry. I think that guy Smoker has already gone to Alabasta, and he can somewhat affect Crocodile. By the way, Smoker is a Marine headquarters captain." Hearing Zhang Fei's explanation, Vivi breathed a little easier. She still trusted Zhang Fei, and he had no reason to deceive her. "I understand, Zhang Fei." Seeing that Vivi believed him, he assured her, and also told her about Crocodile's real goal. "Don't worry, your Kingdom of Alabasta will be fine. Moreover, Crocodile's goal is not to seize your father's throne, but to find the ancient weapon Pluton." Ancient weapon Pluton. Vivi had no idea what the ancient weapon Pluton was. Her father had never told her about it, so she was puzzled why the ancient weapon Pluton was related to her father. She really couldn't understand this. "I'll tell you later. I'll take Nami back to her room first." Zhang Fei looked down at Nami in his arms and decided to take her back to rest first. "It's fine, it's just a small illness." Nami wanted to stay and continue listening to the matter about the ancient weapon Pluton, and she could still hold on a bit longer. But she met Zhang Fei's firm opposition. "No, you need to rest well. Leave the rest to us." Nami hadn't expected Zhang Fei to care so much about her. A happy smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she nestled her head tightly against his chest, feeling the warmth he brought her. "Sanji, Nami is sick. Make some ingredients that boost immunity to nourish her." "Okay, I'll prepare it now." Sanji heard that Nami was sick. That was bad. He immediately agreed and headed straight to the kitchen. "You rest well. I'll take the eternal pose. Call me if anything happens." Zhang Fei put Nami back on the bed to rest and instructed her. "I understand." Nami's voice was a little weak but carried a hint of joy. When Wei Wei saw Zhang Fei emerge again, her eagerness was written plainly across her face. She could hardly wait for him to explain the ancient weapons. Even Luffy and Usopp hurried over upon hearing the news, eager to learn what these ancient weapons truly were. Without hesitation, Zhang Fei revealed their origins directly. There exist 3 legendary ancient weapons in this world, each capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire nation: Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluto. Crocodile's obsession with the Kingdom of Alabasta stems precisely from his pursuit of Pluto. "What?" Wei Wei gasped aloud in astonishment. She had never imagined that the ancient weapon Pluto possessed such overwhelming power. No wonder Crocodile had fixated upon Alabasta. Her voice trembled as she pressed further. "Where is it?" "It is said to lie hidden somewhere within the Kingdom of Alabasta, and every sovereign of your royal lineage has known this secret. Indeed, it resides deep within your ancestral royal tomb." Zhang Fei spoke with calm authority, laying bare everything he knew. Wei Wei's pupils widened and her mouth parted slightly, but no words emerged. At the same time, curiosity surged within her. How could Zhang Fei possibly know such a closely guarded secret? His enigmatic presence grew ever more compelling. What profound mysteries did he truly conceal? "Sounds pretty impressive," Luffy declared with a mock-serious expression, so utterly unconvincing that Zhang Fei could only sigh inwardly. Usopp, however, stood frozen in awe. He had never imagined such colossal forces existed in the world. and now urgently questioned Zhang Fei about the other two sovereign weapons. Zhang Fei, do you know where Uranus and Poseidon are? Yes, I do. Zhang Fei nodded firmly. He knew well that Poseidon was none other than Shirahoshi, while Uranus was almost certainly the young boy Momonosuke, whose mischievous charm belied his destined sovereignty. In the manga, when Roger sailed the abyssal depths, he overheard the Sea Kings murmuring, "Our king shall soon be born." And in another distant sea, a second king shall also awaken. The day the two kings meet again, the whales rejoice. Wait just a little longer. This time success is certain. 10 years, until birth, 15 more, until full maturity. This dialogue occurred exactly 25 years ago. By then Momonosuke had already been born, yet Shirahoshi had not yet entered the world. Moreover, those two sea kings fixed their gaze intently upon Roger's ship, where both Hiyori and Momonosuke stood aboard. Further evidence, mounted Momonosuke upon boarding the elephant ship, could hear its voice and command its movements. Historical poneglyphs recorded how Joy Boy once channeled the power of the kings. Every sign pointed irrevocably to Momonosuke as Uranus. So where are they now, eh? Usopp persisted, eyes wide with fascination. That I cannot disclose, not yet. But we shall meet them in due time. Won't we, Joy Boy? No, Luffy. Zhang Fei turned toward Luffy, his certainty absolute. Luffy was Joy Boy, the one destined to guide the kings. What? I'm not Joy Boy, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy instantly corrected Zhang Fei's misnomer, though he remained baffled by talk of kings. Still he trusted Zhang Fei implicitly, knowing that in their future adventures all would unfold as foretold. Zhang Fei merely smiled, saying nothing. He understood that Luffy, though radiant with potential, remained tender and unrefined. 2 years hence he would mature into a leader of unwavering composure and quiet strength. Then turning gravely to Wei Wei, still adrift in thought, he issued a solemn warning. Wei Wei, you must exercise utmost caution. As heir to the kingdom of Alabasta, you will one day inherit your dynasty's age-old secret. Once you learn it, the world government will mark you as its most dangerous foe, its thorniest irritant. Your safety hangs in the balance. Wei Wei's expression hardened instantly. She heard the gravity in Zhang Fei's tone, and sensed that this secret might well tilt the very balance of the world. Zhang Fei knew too that Wei Wei bore an intrinsic connection to Pluto. After all, Imu himself had once held photographs of Shirahoshi, Wei Wei, and Luffy, driving a dagger deep into each image. I understand. I'll be careful. Good. Beware the world government's agents. They are anything but honorable. Even without my warning, your father would surely counsel you thus. Zhang Fei reiterated his caution, offering Wei Wei a sober glimpse into the world's darker truths, his own disdain for the world government bordering on contempt, and his skepticism toward the Marines running equally deep. I will. Wei Wei gave a gentle nod, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Zhang Fei. A quiet conviction stirred within her. He must possess knowledge of the world's deepest secrets. How else could he know of the royal tomb's hidden truth, a mystery even she had never uncovered? His words rang true, and her trust in him deepened accordingly. Our immediate objective is to locate Drum Island and secure a ship's position. Without one, illness at sea could prove fatal. Zhang Fei directed these words to Luffy. But weren't we heading to Alabasta first? Luffy asked, puzzled. Nami has fallen ill. We must reach Drum Island first. Renowned as the medical capital of the Grand Line, its healers will surely restore Nami's health. Wei Wei spoke up. Though anxious for Alabasta, she chose to trust Zhang Fei. She believed, as he had stated, that Crocodile would not act rashly. What? Nami's sick. Will she die? Luffy cried out in alarm. Moments ago she'd seemed perfectly well. Zhang Fei sighed inwardly. Had they truly heard nothing of his earlier conversation with Wei Wei? Truly exasperating. Without timely medical care, yes. It's a viral infection, not mere cold or flu. A physician is essential. Zhang Fei kept his explanation simple. Complexity would only bewilder Luffy. Understood. Then full speed ahead. Drum Island is our destination. Hearing Zhang Fei's reasoning, and seeing Wei Wei's silent assent, Luffy as captain prioritized his crew's survival. Finding a ship's doctor was no longer optional. It was imperative. Do any of you know the direction to Drum Island? Usopp posed the pivotal question, and silence fell upon the group. Without a log post calibrated to Drum Island, navigation was impossible. With no alternative, Zhang Fei summoned the omnipotent system. System. What now? What's the emergency? The system jolted awake at Zhang Fei's call, its tone brisk and confident, suggesting its prior injuries had fully healed. Nami is ill. We're bound for Drum Island, but lack navigational bearings. We need your help. Zhang Fei laid out the situation plainly. Simple. I'll generate a permanent log pose for Drum Island and place it in your system inventory. With the eternal pose to the Drum Kingdom, there was no need to search the vast sea, and it would save a lot of time. I have it. Zhang Fei replied to Usopp, then took out the eternal pose to the Drum Kingdom from his system backpack. Great. Vivi couldn't help but rejoice. With the eternal pose, Nami's illness could be cured faster. Once Nami recovered, Zhang Fei and the others could sail at full speed without worrying anymore. Alright then, our destination is the Drum Kingdom. Set sail at full speed. As the captain, Luffy began to command everyone. At the same time, he was looking forward to having new crew members. According to Vivi, the Drum Kingdom was renowned as a great medical nation, so he might find an excellent ship doctor there. Anything else? If not, I'll be leaving. The system spoke up, asking. His injuries had mostly healed, and it was time to seek revenge against the three scumbags, the death system, and the others. What puzzled him most was that the benevolent system hadn't contacted him yet. Could something have happened? No, he had to go back to the system realm to check. Yes, system, can you secretly help me get a masked rider transformation device for ordinary people? After all, one must keep their promises. He had promised to give Usopp and the others the device, so he had to do it. He just didn't know if the system could secretly arrange it for him. The system was silent for a moment, checking whether it had any transformation devices left among its remaining rewards. Seeing the system's silence, Zhang Fei anxiously asked if it was possible. Can you, system? Alright, but I don't have one. Wait a few days, I'll go to another world and borrow some things. The system readily agreed. Since it was going to other worlds to borrow items for rewards, and Zhang Fei happened to need one, it would go to the Kamen Rider world to get some. Maybe it could even turn the entire Straw Hat crew into a group of villains. With the system's guarantee, Zhang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, I can wait. Alright, then I'll be leaving. Also, I need to borrow your Zanpakuto. The system intended to borrow Zhang Fei's Zanpakuto. Generally, once a Zanpakuto was bound to its owner, others couldn't use it. But the system wasn't human, so it could use it as it pleased. Huh, what are you going to do? Zhang Fei was puzzled. Why did the system need his Zanpakuto? Nothing much. I'm borrowing it to seek revenge, and I'll also strengthen it for you. That's right, the system planned to take Zhang Fei's Zanpakuto to settle scores with that bastard death system, stab his host, absorb all his spiritual pressure, and feed it back to Zhang Fei. I'll sure take it as you wish. Zhang Fei couldn't help but rejoice. He hadn't expected the system to strengthen his Zanpakuto. Why would he refuse such a good thing? Moreover, when using the Zanpakuto, Zhang Fei always felt his power was restricted, unable to unleash his full strength. Well, let me tell you. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, I swapped your mysterious gift pack for the eternal pose. Before leaving, the system still informed Zhang Fei first, because it was poor and could only make up an excuse to fool Zhang Fei. Hearing that the mysterious gift pack was gone, he felt heartache. But for Nami and Chopper, a mysterious gift pack was nothing. He could get it again next time. Besides, the system had been good to him. It dared to take on 3 systems alone, so a gift pack didn't matter. I know. Then I'm off. Take care. With that, the system grabbed the sword and charged into the system realm with fierce momentum. Zhang Fei checked his system backpack and saw that the mysterious gift pack was indeed gone. He then ignored it and piloted the Going Merry at full speed. Yo, isn't this Mahjong? Why are you back? As soon as Mahjong arrived at the system realm, he heard someone greeting him, and the voice was familiar. Following the direction of the voice, he saw it was an acquaintance. That pink stick figure was the show-off system, one of his good friends. After not seeing each other for a long time, Mahjong warmly responded to the show-off system. Long time no see. Finished your mission and back. Yeah, I just returned after completing my mission. But as soon as I came back, I heard about your glorious deeds. Not bad taking on 3 at once. The show-off system nudged Mahjong with his elbow, his tone excited. Not bad. By the way, what's that in your hand? It's colorful. Mahjong noticed the object in the show-off system's hand, which was dazzling and eye-catching. Oh, this is Song Shuhong's kidney. Do you want it? If you want it, I'll give it to you. You can give it to your host. This kidney has immortal power and can keep your host from dying. The show-off system stated calmly, raising the colorful kidney in his hand. No need, keep it yourself. Mahjong directly refused the show-off system's kindness because Zhang Fei, having immortality, didn't need the kidney. If he didn't have it, Mahjong would have gladly accepted it. Alright then. By the way, why did you come back? The show-off system was curious. Why had Mahjong returned? Wasn't he working? It's like this. The benevolent system promised to help me get revenge, but I haven't received any news from him yet, so I came to check. Mahjong explained the reason for his visit. I see. Let me tell you, Benevolence is busy now. He's been assigned out again. The show-off system told Mahjong the truth. Then Mahjong suddenly understood. So that's why the benevolent system hadn't contacted him. He'd been sent on a mission by his superiors. He really was hardworking, having just returned and already having a new job. It seemed he could only rely on himself for revenge. But that bastard cultivation system, he couldn't defeat him. What should he do? Letting him go was simply impossible. Forget it, he would first deal with the death system and the gambling system, then find someone to help with the cultivation system. By the way, do you have any powerful weapons? Mahjong's system asked the show-off system, since he had many good things including sneaky ones. Yes, I have a folding bench. It suits you perfectly. As Mahjong's longtime friend, the show-off system naturally knew what he was thinking. He wanted to take revenge on the death system and others. Although he wanted to help him, Mahjong would definitely refuse because he didn't want to drag his friends into trouble. Unless one was extremely powerful with strength comparable to the primordial system, would he seek help. Folding stool. What the hell is that? Mahjong looked at the Zhuangbi system with confusion. What use could a folding stool possibly be for him? Don't underestimate this folding stool. When there's no fight, it serves as a seed. When a brawl breaks out, it becomes a weapon. Besides, I've imbued it with the ability to double pain, and it's stained with immortal blood. In fact, this folding stool is a formidable fighting tool. One swing, and it can send the opponent's soul flying straight to the heavens. The Zhuangbi system proudly introduced its weapon of war, immortal blood. Mahjong stared in disbelief at the kidney of Song Shuhang held by the Zhuangbi system, instantly realizing the source of that immortal blood. Indeed, you could say this folding stool has infinite durability. The Zhuangbi system stored away Song Shuhang's colorful kidney and handed the stool to Mahjong. This was the only way he could assist him. Then I won't hold back. Mahjong accepted it, directly finding the stool genuinely useful. Merely the pain-doubling ability was enough to win his approval. It would be more than enough to deal with those two bastards. I'll go test out the power of this folding stool right away. Mahjong decided not to chat with the Zhuangbi system any longer. He intended to settle the score with his enemies, especially since the gambling god system had also taken away some of his powers, an unforgivable offense. Take care then. I'm off to exchange skills with other systems. The Zhuangbi system had returned precisely to acquire abilities from other systems, for as a Zhuangbi system, he needed a vast array of capabilities. Mahjong halted his departure, turned around, and asked the Zhuangbi system if he wanted the gambling god system's abilities. By the way, do you want gambling skills? If so, I'll go borrow some from that gambling god bastard. Sure, the more the better. The Zhuangbi system did not decline. He definitely wanted them, needing these abilities to show off and humiliate others. See you later. With that, Mahjong left the system realm. The first target was undoubtedly the death god system, that bastard. Maybe I should follow Mahjong and grab something from the death god realm. However, that idea was quickly discarded. He couldn't do such a thing. If he actually followed Mahjong to snatch something, no system in the realm would dare trade with him again. A system has barged into my world. Who could it be? Why does it feel so familiar? Damn it, it's that cursed bastard. The death god system residing within his host's body suddenly sensed an uninvited guest, instantly recalling that wretched Mahjong. No one else would dare to boldly break into the death god world. Only he with whom he had a grudge would do so. At the thought of Mahjong's maniacal behavior, the death god shuddered in fear. He hastily contacted the gambling god and the cultivation system, begging for their assistance. After they had jointly conspired against Mahjong, they formed a three-way alliance precisely to guard against Mahjong's revenge. The bastard is here. Come urgently for backup. Roger, X2. Since reinforcements had not yet arrived, the death god had no choice but to go out and confront him. If Mahjong, that bastard, specifically attacked his host, the consequences would be dire. As soon as the death god emerged, he saw Mahjong holding a folding stool in one hand and a Zanpakuto in the other, his aggressive stance and heavy killing intent unmistakable. Death god, I'm here to settle our score. Mahjong, I advise you to stay calm and not act rashly. The cultivation system is already on his way. The death god attempted to intimidate Mahjong with the cultivation system's reputation. Go to hell, you idiot. But Mahjong was not one to be scared easily. He bellowed, unafraid of that old bastard cultivation system. Before he arrived, Mahjong was determined to give the death god a sound beating. Moreover, time flowed differently in the death god's world, so it would take them some time to get there. Then Mahjong charged forward, first targeting the host of the death god system. He flung the Zanpakuto with lightning speed, which vanished into the host's body in the blink of an eye. Caught completely off guard, the host never imagined an ambush. Before he could react, the Zanpakuto pierced straight through his body. Fortunately, it missed any vital spots. If it had struck his heart, he would have surely died. Blood sprayed from the wound, as vivid as blooming roses. His body was pinned against the wall, incapable of moving, and the eerie Zanpakuto was absorbing his spiritual pressure. Struggle was futile, let alone attempting to pull out the blade. It was reinforced with the power of a system. Only a system or another system could remove it. Now he was panicked beyond measure. After all the hardships to gain such immense power, he had yet to enjoy the joy it brought. He did not want to die like this. He could only plead for the death god system's help. Save me, system. Damn you. You dare harm my host. I'll kill you. The death god system's veins bulged with fury, his words dripping with rage, longing to slaughter Mahjong. His priority now was to pull the Zanpakuto out of his host's body. But Mahjong would not allow that. His purpose here was to strengthen Zhang Fei's Zanpakuto and seek vengeance. Of course, he had no intention of killing the host. He was no demon. At most, he would drain all of the host's spiritual pressure. To truly kill the host of the death god system, he would have to rely on the villain system, for that was its specialty. Seizing the moment while the frantic death god had not yet reached his host, Mahjong sped behind him, swung the folding stool, and smashed it against the back of his head, roaring loudly. Let you conspire with the cultivation system to ambush me. Die. Damn. The death god cursed his own carelessness. His excessive concern for his host had given that bastard Mahjong an opening. It was too late to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the stool came crashing down. Boom. The powerful blow sent the death god flying. He screamed in agony, for the stool's pain-doubling effect had activated, intensifying his torment and leaving his head ringing. Mahjong pressed his advantage, reaching the spot where the death god had landed. Before he could recover, Mahjong repeatedly slammed the stool onto his head, beating him relentlessly. The death god's screams were unending. Mahjong showed no mercy, venting all the fury in his heart. The death god system wailed incessantly, the pain from the folding stool doubled, driving it to doubt the very meaning of existence. Even the host of the death god system could hear its screams, which were more pitiful than the squealing of a pig being slaughtered. Unfortunately, he could not see that the death god system was being beaten to the ground by the Mahjong system. This filled him with despair. Even his own system was being targeted. What was he to do? The Mahjong system felt an exhilarating thrill, a profound sense of vindication. The folding stool was a divine weapon, unexpectedly effective, and the sensation of striking was incredibly satisfying. The Death God system cursed the Mahjong system in its heart. Damn, that bastard, aiming only at its head. If this continued, its host, though outwardly unharmed, would have his spiritual pressure drained away continuously. And this drain was irreversible. Once the spiritual pressure within the host was completely exhausted, he would surely become an ordinary person. This pained the Death God system deeply, as if its masterpiece were being destroyed. It was all the fault of that damn Mahjong system. No, I must resist. If this continues, my host will be ruined. Gritting its teeth, the Death God system endured the pain and began to fight back, kicking the Mahjong system in the abdomen. Caught off guard, the Mahjong system was sent flying. Seeing the Mahjong system staggering backward, the Death God system waved its hand and used its system power to forcibly draw the Zanpakuto from its host. To its surprise, it discovered that this Zanpakuto was the very one it had lost to the Mahjong system. Damn, using my own weapon against my host. You really are something, Mahjong. The moment the host was released, the Death God system breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had pulled out the blade in time, or its host would have been reduced to a withered husk. The host, reborn as it were, also sighed with relief and heard the Death God system's warning. You need to leave this place immediately. I understand. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to flee. The Zanpakuto was too eerie, and coupled with the system's agonizing screams, it sent chills down his spine. There might be other monsters lurking here. It was better to obey the system and make a quick escape. The Mahjong system did not bother pursuing the host of the Death God system. Its purpose here was to settle scores and incidentally to strengthen Zhang Fei's Zanpakuto. Moreover, the spiritual pressure within the host of the Death God system had been largely absorbed by Zhang Fei's Zanpakuto. Once the blade returned to Zhang Fei, his spiritual pressure would be greatly enhanced. Now that the Zanpakuto was back in the Mahjong system's hands and stored within its own body, it was wary of the Death God system, that bastard attempting to destroy Zhang Fei's blade. After all, the Death God system had originally provided the Zanpakuto, so it was better to be cautious. You bastard, using my own Zanpakuto against my host. The Death God system harbored a deep hatred for the Mahjong system, wishing to tear it apart. It had nearly reduced its host to an ordinary person and flushed all its efforts down the drain. I'll fight you to the death. The Death God system charged forward, swinging its fists at the Mahjong system. It was not afraid, knowing that the cultivation system and the others would arrive soon. It just needed to stall. When they come, I'll beat the crap out of the Mahjong system. The Mahjong system was not intimidated at all. Even if that old-timer, the cultivation system, showed up, it had a contingency plan and could escape without much trouble. Together they rushed forward, the Mahjong system raising the folding stool above its head and slamming it down at the Death God system. Both sides were fierce and determined. But the Death God system underestimated the Mahjong system. It allowed itself to take a punch, a heavy blow to the face. Yet the Mahjong system scoffed, thinking the punch was too weak to drive it back. Then with both hands exerting force, it descended like a celestial being. The folding stool, through high-speed friction with the air, burst into flames resembling a meteor streaking across the sky. With a mighty roar, it shouted, "Go to hell." The Death God system's eyes bulged as the fiery folding stool approached. It swallowed hard and turned to flee, but it was too late. Its entire head was flattened like a turtle retracting its neck, with most of its head sunk into its body. But the Mahjong system did not stop its assault. First it kicked the Death God system in the chest, then followed with a punch. Thus the Death God system became a punching bag, utterly defenseless. They're here. Time to bail. Just as the Mahjong system was enjoying the fight, it sensed other systems approaching. Without a doubt, it was the cultivation system and the gambling god system. Though undaunted, the Mahjong system was self-aware it was no match for the cultivation system, so it was better to escape. It quickly left the scene. The cultivation system and the gambling god system, arriving late, saw the Death God system lying on the ground, battered beyond recognition, and knew they had missed their chance. What kind of grudge could lead to such a state? The gambling god system couldn't help but feel that aligning with the Death God system had been a mistake. It was not as powerful as the cultivation system and feared the Mahjong system's retaliation. In its eyes, the Death God system's fate was its own future, and it shuddered with fear. Trembling, it asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm not dead, but I'm in agony." The Death God system spoke weakly, staring at the sky with a bitter heart. It regretted ever provoking that mad dog. If only it had known. We arrived too late, or I could have trapped that bastard Mahjong here and let us beat him at will. The cultivation system said regretfully. With its power, dealing with the Mahjong system would have been a breeze. Don't lose heart. There will be other opportunities. I'll help you get your revenge. The cultivation system patted its chest in assurance. After all, they were allies. It could not allow such humiliation to befall its partner. I hope so. The Death God system slowly sat up, feeling excruciating pain throughout its body, as if countless needles were piercing it. It had no idea how that bastard Mahjong system had acquired that folding stool, but it was utterly agonizing. Since Mahjong system has fled, I should return as well. Observing the pitiful state of the Death God system, the god of gamblers system wished to depart swiftly, planning to retreat into its own world and emerge not. Moreover, Mahjong system remained oblivious to the location of its world. Without anyone revealing the coordinates of one's world, locating it would prove as futile as searching for a needle in the vast ocean. You should focus on healing your injuries for now. Your mission approaches completion. Once you return to the system realm, Mahjong system certainly won't dare to cause you further trouble. The cultivation system spoke with measured composure. His words ignited a glimmer of hope within the death god system, convincing it that victory remained possible. Should it fail to return to the system realm in time, even if Mahjong system came seeking vengeance, the cultivation system could arrive promptly to intervene. Unlike here, where temporal discrepancies persisted. You speak truly. I must complete my mission with haste. Then we shall settle accounts with that wretched Mahjong system. Reinvigorated, the death god system brimmed with renewed confidence. Once its mission concluded, Mahjong system would no longer pose any threat to its host. Yet they remained oblivious to the truth. Mahjong system had not departed at all, but lurked nearby in vigilant surveillance, eavesdropping on their entire conversation. Seeking retribution? Impossible. For Mahjong system resided within the pirate world, rendering their search utterly futile. The reason Mahjong system escaped the cultivation system's detection proved simple. It had utilized the invisibility talisman obtained from the primordial system upon losing to Mahjong. This talisman possessed extraordinary properties. Once activated, even other systems could not perceive its wielder's presence. Thus they remained completely oblivious. A cold smirk curled upon Mahjong system's lips as it set its sights on the god of gamblers system. That insufferable wretch had stolen a portion of its authority. This grievance demanded vengeance. Not only must revenge be exacted, but the god of gamblers system would also experience the very sensation of having its power stripped away. Since that fellow Mahjong has fled, I shall take my leave as well. My mission remains unfinished after all. The god of gamblers system hastily fabricated an excuse for departure, unwilling to become entangled with Mahjong system. Moreover, its mission had only just commenced. Should Mahjong system emerge to sow chaos, the consequences would prove catastrophic. Understood, though you must remain vigilant regarding Mahjong's retaliation. He embodies the spirit of vengeance. The death god system cautioned the god of gamblers, drawing from its own bitter experience. I understand. With that, the god of gamblers system departed from the death god system's world, preparing to return to its own realm. Mahjong system possessed no intention of troubling the death god system further. After all, the cultivation system remained at its side, rendering victory impossible. Furthermore, Mahjong system had no knowledge of the god of gamblers' world's location. Seizing the opportunity, while the invisibility talisman remained effective, it stealthily tailed the god of gamblers system. Yet that cunning wretch god of gamblers system proved remarkably cautious, deliberately taking a circuitous route before returning to its world. Unfortunately for it, an invisible avenger stalked in its wake, flexing its muscles in anticipation, awaiting the moment the god of gamblers system would reunite with its host. Only after confirming no pursuers did the god of gamblers system relax, safely returning to its host's body. You're finished, god of gamblers. Mahjong system grinned wickedly as it entered alongside its host, retrieving the folding stool it had prepared and crept silently behind the god of gamblers system. With a sweeping 360-degree strike, it savagely struck the back of the god of gamblers system's head. The god of gamblers system abruptly experienced an intense, searing agony exploding within its mind, as though a high-speed locomotive had collided directly with it. The entire being was blasted hundreds of meters away. The god of gamblers system's mind instantly emptied, the piercing pain obliterating all capacity for thought. Just as it attempted to curse its assailant, the words caught in its throat. Its legs trembled, pupils dilated, as it beheld something more terrifying than any specter. How did you find? Before the god of gamblers system could finish, Mahjong system's sinister grin spread across its face, its eyes flickering with an ominous crimson glow. Raising the folding stool, Mahjong system unleashed a furious barrage upon the god of gamblers system, determined to share the exquisite torment it had once endured. With each strike, it shrieked gleefully. How dare you conspire with death god against me? How dare you steal my power? The god of gamblers system met a fate far more wretched than its predecessor. Its three-dimensional head was mercilessly flattened into a two-dimensional sheet of paper. Its body contorted beyond recognition. The god of gamblers system longed to cry for help, yet the relentless assault rendered any plea impossible. Mahjong system callously denied it even the chance to speak, targeting its head with every strike. Opening its mouth proved utterly futile. Without interference from the cultivation system or others, Mahjong system's assault proved devastatingly thorough. Hence the god of gamblers system's pitiful transformation. Pocketing the folding stool, Mahjong system intended to preserve this divine weapon for future encounters with any audacious fools who might dare provoke it. Crouching before the broken god of gamblers system, Mahjong system shook its head, lamenting with feigned sympathy. Why provoke me unnecessarily? Look how generously I treat you. I can still speak to you calmly. The god of gamblers system's eyes bulged in disbelief. Damn you. Is this what you call speaking calmly? Yet now it dared not express its fury. Mahjong system rifled through the god of gamblers system's belongings, seizing every useful item upon its person. Even its pilfered power was reclaimed, particularly the gambling techniques Mahjong had once monopolized, stripped completely bare. Mahjong system departed in high spirits, having not only reclaimed its authority, but exacted glorious revenge plus acquired spoils of war. Overall, this venture yielded tremendous profit. The god of gamblers system wept bitterly. Could any system be subjected to such grievous mistreatment? Now reduced to utter destitution, how could it possibly fulfill its mission? Today is such a wonderful day, everything I wish for shall come true. Mahjong system hummed joyfully as it departed, leaving only sorrow for the god of gamblers system. Wait, The god of gamblers system's host is a girl. Quite beautiful indeed. Should I claim her as a gift for Zhang Fei? It was then that Mahjong system noticed the god of gamblers system's host was indeed female and extraordinarily lovely. Truly remarkable, though whether Zhang Fei would accept remained uncertain. No matter, I'll seek provisions from other worlds first. Zhang Fei, don't go. I want her. After the Mahjong system departed, the cultivation system arrived belatedly. Upon seeing the gambling god system, it was a truly miserable sight. The beating was brutal, its head flattened. This was even more tragic than the death system. Moreover, all its belongings had been stripped away by the Mahjong system. Truly pitiful. Even though the gambling god system was so pitiable, the cultivation system did not offer any consolation to soothe its fragile heart. After all, he was a miser. Getting him to part with anything was as impossible as taking his life. No wonder he was always ridiculed by the Mahjong system. After offering a perfunctory word of comfort, the cultivation system quickly made an excuse and left. However, the Mahjong system returned to the system realm to find the pretentious system planning to share some of the good things it had taken from the gambling god system. After all, the pretentious system had given him a divine artifact, and he naturally wanted to repay the favor. Back in the system realm, he saw the pretentious system surrounded by many other systems trading for the items he desired. Yo Mahjong, you're back. How's that folding stool working out? The pretentious system warmly greeted him upon seeing his return, setting aside his work. He was eager to know the practicality of the folding stool he had crafted. The other systems trading with the pretentious system upon hearing the name Mahjong system couldn't help but glance over curiously. After all, the legend of the Mahjong system taking on 3 opponents single-handedly had spread throughout the system realm, and some even regarded him as an idol. The boss is back. Indeed it is. Awesome Mahjong, I didn't know you were so fierce. The Mahjong system was slightly taken aback. Looking at them, he recognized them all: the Song God system, the anti-routine system, the love system, and the tycoon system. He just got back. The Mahjong system responded to them politely. Though they usually had little interaction, he still had manners, except towards certain systems for which he had no need to put on a pleasant face. Come on Mahjong, tell us about your heroic deeds. The speaker was the love system, a gossipy type, simply put a busybody. She was extremely interested in such scandalous tales and tugged at his arm. There's nothing much to say. The Mahjong system replied helplessly. His real purpose was to see the pretentious system and check if he had any good items to trade for to use as rewards. Don't be like that. It won't kill you to tell us. The love system persisted. Left with no choice, the Mahjong system briefly recounted the story, casually belittling the cultivation system and his ilk to boost his own reputation. That's how it went. I didn't know you were that brave. The anti-routine system was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the cultivation system and his crew to be such treacherous villains. It seemed he should avoid dealing with them in the future. The Mahjong system waved his hand, dismissively indicating that it was all just fame. But deep down he enjoyed their admiring gazes. Taking advantage of their presence, he decided to see if they had anything useful. Enough talk, that's all in the past. By the way, what are you trading? Count me in. I still have plenty of stuff. The good stuff the Mahjong system mentioned was naturally taken from the gambling god system. Abilities that were of no practical use to Zhang Fei. Better to exchange them for something beneficial to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, see that Zhang San. This is my real father always thinking of me. And you let your son be hunted down by your enemies. Let me have a look. The pretentious system examined the items in the Mahjong system's hands and found that they were all useful to him. The items offered by the Mahjong system were only useful to the anti-routine system and the pretentious system. The tycoon system and the love system had no use for them, so they didn't trade with him. Thus, all the items in the Mahjong system's hands were taken by the pretentious system and the anti-routine system. As for skills, the Mahjong system directly copied a few and gave them to the pretentious system, as he had promised to give him something good. This trade was quite worthwhile. The Mahjong system obtained many good things from them, including some items crafted by the pretentious system himself, all of which could enhance Zhang Fei's strength. It was a truly fruitful trip. The Mahjong system was especially excited. After bidding farewell to the pretentious system and the others, he prepared to head to other worlds to acquire more goodies. He had also promised Zhang Fei that he would borrow some transformation devices with no special conditions from the Kamen Rider world. He looked at the genius full bottle in his hand, a toy made by the pretentious system himself, a product of his hobby. Since Zhang Fei also possessed a build driver, it could be used, though whether it would successfully transform was uncertain. The Mahjong system thought it over and decided to go to the build world instead. After all, he had a strong connection with build, and that world also had transformation devices usable by ordinary people. Having made up his mind, the Mahjong system headed off without looking back to a world unaccompanied by any system. At that moment, the Mahjong system infiltrated the world of build. Sento Kiryu had just developed the Splash driver. Holding the driver, he shouted in excitement. Awesome! I've finally succeeded in my research. Little did he know the Mahjong system was right behind him, holding a wooden stick, eyes fixed on the Splash driver, and Sento's hand practically glowing red. With a fierce swing aimed at the back of Sento's head. Crack! The wooden stick in the Mahjong system's hand snapped from the force. Damn it, a sneak attack. A sharp pain shot through the back of Sento Kiryu's head. His brain buzzed, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. He couldn't fathom which bastard had ambushed him. Seeing Sento Kiryu unconscious, the Mahjong system gleefully picked up the Splash driver from the ground and pocketed it along with the dragon splash jelly on the table. Given Sento Kiryu's abilities, he could still make new ones. Thus the Mahjong system had no qualms about taking these items. As for the 60 full bottles, he couldn't take them once removed the worlds would detect it. Unless Sento Kiryu had already collected all 60, then he could grab them all and leave just like taking the talismans from Saint without any pressure. For now he could take the steam gun, the bat lost full bottle, and the cobra lost full bottle. Once he had those two, he would leave the build world. Soichi Isaruji was leisurely brewing coffee, while also waiting for Sento Kiryu to finish crafting the squeeze driver. However, his fate was no different from Sento Kiryu's. He could not escape the Mahjong system's black rod. Only this time the Mahjong system had switched to a steel rod, for since Soichi Isaruji was possessed by a Volto, he might possess astonishing defensive abilities. An ordinary wooden rod might not knock him unconscious, so it was better to use a steel rod. Take that. With a powerful swing of the Mahjong system, as if swinging a baseball bat, Soichi Isaruji was sent flying. The sound of his skull cracking echoed, blood splattered, and his body convulsed continuously. The Mahjong system's expression instantly froze. What was going on? Was he that fragile? Not resistant? Soichi Isaruji retorted. You come here, let me try see what happens when a steel rod hits your head. Damn, I'm about to die. The Mahjong system noticed that Soichi Isaruji's life force was gradually fading. If he weren't treated in time, he would surely die. He hastily used his ability to heal the injuries on Soichi Isaruji's body. A faint green glow emanated from Soichi Isaruji's body, and the wound on his head was slowly healing. However, a Volto who was possessing him also fell unconscious. Seeing that Soichi Isaruji was revived, the Mahjong system breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and said with a sense of relief. Good, but you really can't take a hit. You're a bit weak. With that, the Mahjong system wasted no time and searched Soichi Isaruji's person for the transformation steam gun and the cobra lost full bottle. Under the Mahjong system's search, he found them and pocketed them. Now only Jintaku Himuro remained. Jintaku Himuro suddenly shivered, feeling a sense of foreboding. However, this time he was lucky. If it weren't that Soichi Isaruji was nearly sent to the afterlife by the Mahjong system, then his fate would have been the same as Sento Kiryu's, a black rod treatment. But he fumbled around on Jintaku Himuro's body searching for the transformation steam gun and the bat lost full bottle. As soon as he touched them, the Mahjong system directly confiscated them. As for Jintaku Himuro himself, he had a strange feeling, as if he were being groped by a pervert, though the sensation was actually quite pleasant. The Mahjong system's mission was complete. He prepared to move on to other worlds. The next target world was Toriko, where the cuisine was quite good. It could serve as a backup reward. If Zhang Fei had gourmet cells, he could even make it an official reward, since the enhancement of gourmet cells depends on such food. Moreover, in that world, he could take as much food as he wanted without worrying about the world's consciousness driving him away. Unless he targeted the 8 kings or Geode, the world's consciousness would reject him. Otherwise, it didn't care at all. Thus, you could see a stick figure acting as a gourmet hunter hunting down rare and delicious ingredients. Back to Zhang Fei's side, they had been sailing on the Going Merry for some time. The temperature plummeted rapidly, and white snowflakes fell from the sky. It looks like we're almost at the Drum Kingdom. Zhang Fei opened his palm, watching the snowflakes in his hand, and knew they were nearing the Drum Kingdom, a country covered in snow that snows all year round. Mission 1, Heal Nami. Reward Mystery Gift Pack X1. Mission 2, Recruit Chopper to join the crew. Reward Mystery Gift Pack X1. Mission 3, Help Chopper fulfill the miracle cherry blossoms that Dr. Hiralik spoke of. Reward Mystery Gift Pack X1. Zhang Fei was not surprised to see 3 missions. Missions 1 and 2 were practically freebies for him. The problem was Mission 3, helping Chopper complete the miracle cherry blossoms that Dr. Hiralik mentioned. He couldn't recall the details clearly. Zhang Fei tried hard to recall the plot of One Piece, but still couldn't remember. He decided to stop thinking about it and deal with it later. Sanji, holding binoculars, spotted the Drum Kingdom. What puzzled him was that there was a person standing on the sea. How is that possible? He said to Zhang Fei, there's a person standing on the sea ahead. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly ran over to look except Zoro and Vivi. Vivi was taking care of the sick Nami, while Zoro was training at the rear of the ship. Zhang Fei immediately thought of Wapol. He remembered that after the Drum Kingdom was attacked by Blackbeard, Wapol abandoned his people, fled the kingdom, and became a pirate. Those must be Wapol's men. Nothing to worry about, just a weakling. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was why Blackbeard attacked Wapol. He remembered that someone on the forum was discussing the peculiarity of the Munch fruit. Maybe Blackbeard came for the fruit. Besides, Blackbeard had also seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. There might be some secret hidden in it worth investigating. Ignore him, just keep moving forward. Zhang Fei directly dismissed them. Alright. Sanji agreed with Zhang Fei. After all, the priority now was to cure Nami's illness. There was no need to pay attention to other matters. How amazing. How is he standing on the sea? Oh right, Zhang Fei can also stand on the sea. Usopp recalled Zhang Fei's ability. Could it be that this strange person had the same ability as Zhang Fei? Yeah, I use the power of my soul to condense a transparent platform under my feet, which allows me to stand on the sea or float in the air. Zhang Fei briefly explained the source of his power. Usopp and Luffy didn't quite understand, but thought Zhang Fei's ability was incredibly awesome. He could even use the power of the soul. That sounds so cool. Zhang Fei glanced at the man standing on the sea and briefly explained to Luffy and the others. He's not standing on the sea, there's a submarine boat under his feet. Yeah, it's true. Sharp-eyed Usopp indeed saw a wooden board under the man's feet and a shadow beneath the sea surface. Sanji took a deep breath and obeyed Zhang Fei's command, ignoring the man standing atop the sea entirely as the Mary sailed past him, brushing his shoulder without so much as a glance. Luffy noticed the man's thick wavy lips, unnaturally long arms about slung across his back, clad in a heavy woolen sweater, bearing the uncanny aura of a circus clown. Yet this was Jas, the treacherous strategist of Drum Kingdom, now a member of the White Iron Pirates. He fixed his gaze upon Luffy's crew, then raised a hand in greeting, and grumbled about the weather. Hi there, what a bitterly cold day. Luffy and Usopp froze mid-step, exchanging bewildered glances. Yeah, it really is freezing today. Absolutely freezing. Today's chill is truly extraordinary. Jas responded with detached indifference. Is that so? Zhang Fei sighed inwardly. Hadn't he explicitly ordered them to ignore the man? And yet they answered him. Worse still, neither wore a sweater. Of course, they'd feel the cold. Two utter fools. The atmosphere chilled instantly, matching the biting air, as the three stood locked in silent, awkward eye contact at a loss for words. Suddenly the sea erupted. Swells surged violently from the depths, and the once steady Mary lurched violently under the onslaught, tossing its crew off balance, sending them staggering and stumbling across the deck. Even Zoro, training aft, nearly tumbled into the churning waters from the violent lurch. He caught himself just in time, exhaled in shaky relief, and stormed forward to confront Zhang Fei, demanding an explanation for such reckless navigation. But the moment he turned, a colossal circular pirate ship loomed before him, its sheer scale dwarfing the Mary into insignificance like a child's toy beside a titan. Wah! Usopp shrieked, gripping the railing with white-knuckled desperation, bracing against the waves threatening to hurl him overboard. What is that? A watermelon? Luffy lifted a hand to his straw hat, staring in disbelief at the monstrous vessel before him. The violent rocking inevitably disturbed Nami, who was resting below deck. Her breathing remained steady. Thanks to the body-tempering pill she'd taken, her physical resilience greatly enhanced. Though her consciousness stayed clear, her limbs felt unervingly weak. Vivi rushed to support Nami's trembling frame, steadying her on the bunk, then shouted outward, unaware of the chaos unfolding above deck. Why is it rocking so violently? What on earth are you doing up there? Zhang Fei heard Vivi's cry and replied tersely. Nothing serious, just some blind fool who failed to see where he stood. Hearing Zhang Fei's reply, Vivi instantly understood the cause of the violent rocking and chose not to press further. She trusted Zhang Fei implicitly, just as Luffy and the others trusted their comrades without question. She knew he could handle these complications, and settled instead into caring for the ailing Nami with quiet resolve. As the circular pirate ship fully breached the surface, its outer wooden plating peeled away like the rind of an orange, revealing its true form in stark, unmasked grandeur. Dozens of pirates stood arrayed along its deck, weapons drawn, eyes sharp and predatory, fixed upon Zhang Fei's crew like hunters locking onto prey. They swarmed onto the Mary en masse, swift, precise, and relentless. Like ants crossing a bridge, their rifles leveled squarely at Zhang Fei and his companions. Then emerged a grotesque figure, obese, hideously misshapen, with deep violet hair, an enormous mouth, and a cylindrical tin plate fused beneath his chin. In his right hand, he skewered a slab of meat on a short sword, and swallowed both blade and flesh whole. The blade crunched between his teeth like a chocolate bar, each bite echoing with a sharp, grating crack. This was Wapol, the devoured fruit user. So, only 4 of you aboard. Wapol's tone dripped with contempt, as though dismissing Zhang Fei, a pirate whose bounty exceeded 100 million, as utterly inconsequential. That arrogance ignited Zhang Fei's fury, and knowing full well Wapol's intent, he resolved to strike first before the tyrant could damage the Mary. Just as Wapol opened his mouth to speak, a shadow materialized before him, a figure radiating raw menace, eyes blazing with lethal intensity. Wapol's body stiffened, seized by the primal terror of being hunted. Before he could cry out for aid, Zhang Fei moved, raising his right leg and driving it straight into Wapol's abdomen. At the instant his foot struck flesh, concussive force rippled outward from his soul, spreading like concentric waves through Wapol's entire frame, compressing his gut inward with brutal precision. Wapol flew backward as if struck by a speeding carriage, eyes bulging, body deflating like a punctured balloon, hurtling headlong into oblivion. His own ship absorbed the impact, his bloated mass punching a crater-sized breach into its hull. He vanished within the wreckage, alive or dead no one could tell. You dare lay hands on King Wapol? His crew roared, surging forward in vengeful fury, only to realize too late they had chosen the wrong opponent. Seeing Zhang Fei act, Luffy and the others followed suit, launching themselves into battle to drive the intruders from the Mary's deck. Zhang Fei summoned He Huang, joining the fray to subdue the rabble. Under He Huang's Muda fist technique, the pirates crumpled like paper, no match for Zhang Fei's overwhelming might. Within moments they lay groaning and writhing across the deck. Then He Huang seized them one by one, tossing them like basketballs back onto their own ship. Hiro Cameron and Jas watched in stunned silence as their captain and their entire crew were effortlessly crushed. Not even vengeance crossed their minds. Their foe was simply too formidable, as stepping forward would be suicide. Fleeing was the only wisdom left. Watching the white Iron King recede into the distance, Usopp let out a shuddering sigh. The ordeal had nearly stopped his heart, but Zhang Fei and the crew had saved them all. With palpable relief and a touch of exasperation, he muttered a quiet complaint. Zhang Fei, you could have warned us before acting. My apologies, Usopp, Zhang Fei replied, sincere and unflinching. As Zhang Fei was about to retract He Huang, he noticed that the creature had been staring intently at Sanji's perky backside. This sent a chill down Sanji's spine, his rear tightened, as a sense of danger surged within him. He glanced around frantically, trying to pinpoint the source of this ominous feeling. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find its origin, which made Sanji increasingly uneasy, his back growing cold with dread. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fei's face darkened. What kind of stand was this? Had He Huang truly grasped the essence of the philosophy of freedom? He quickly asked, "What are you looking at?" He Huang rested a hand under his chin while draping the other over Zhang Fei's shoulder, as if they were old friends sharing an unspoken bond. Don't you think Sanji's butt is quite shapely? I wonder how it would feel to slap it. Zhang Fei stared at He Huang in horror. This stand was ruined. Should he ask the system to fix He Huang, make it normal? He doubted the system could even do that. He Huang, sensing Zhang Fei's thoughts, spoke with an old and steady tone to reassure him. Don't worry, I'm not gay. I just think Sanji is a nice guy. Hearing this, Zhang Fei frowned, thinking that He Huang was definitely making excuses. Knowing Zhang Fei's thoughts, He Huang gave him a reproachful look, letting him interpret its meaning himself, then immediately returned to Zhang Fei's body. Seeing He Huang's unusual reaction, Zhang Fei remained skeptical. He resolved never to summon He Huang recklessly again. He Huang sneered inwardly. "If you said the same thing last time." Involuntarily, Zhang Fei glanced at Sanji's round backside. Just as He Huang said, it was comparable to Captain America's. Finally, Sanji detected the source of the strange gaze. It was Zhang Fei. The way Zhang Fei looked at him made Sanji feel terrified, as if he were appraising him, staring specifically at his butt. Could it be that Zhang Fei was interested in both men and women? At this thought, Sanji's heart began to tremble. Damn it, you already have Nami, isn't that enough? Now you want me to? No way. I have to keep my distance from Zhang Fei from now on, never let him touch me. Zhang Fei was also puzzled. Why did Sanji look at him with such fear? Had he done something to frighten Sanji? That's impossible. I must be overthinking. Yes, that must be it. If Zhang Fei knew what was going through Sanji's mind, he would surely cry out, "He Huang, you wronged me." Soon Zhang Fei stopped paying attention to Sanji's strange behavior and turned his gaze toward the Drum Kingdom. In a short while they would arrive at the Drum Kingdom. Wow, we're finally here. It's a white island. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, staring at the island before them. That was the Drum Kingdom, a country perpetually covered in snow. His heart was also filled with anticipation for a new crew member. The Going Merry slowly sailed into the island's river, and before them stood 6 massive cylindrical mountains rising into the clouds. Zhang Fei gazed at one of the cylindrical mountains, thinking that Chopper was on one of them. Luffy, still ecstatic, sat cross-legged on the bow of the Merry, pressing his 10 fingers together, his jaw wide open as he asked, "What kind of mountain is that?" Usopp teased Luffy. "Aren't you cold, Luffy?" After all, Luffy was still wearing his usual thin clothes, a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and sandals. "Huh, oh, it's so cold." Prompted by Usopp, Luffy suddenly realized he hadn't put on any warm clothes. The chill instantly overwhelmed him, and he rubbed his arms, shivering violently. Zhang Fei was speechless. He couldn't believe Luffy could be so oblivious, not even noticing the heavy snowfall until now. "You're really slow on the uptake." Usopp scolded Luffy harshly. Just as the Merry was about to dock, a group of people appeared on the shore, led by Dalton. After Blackbeard's attack, Wapol had abandoned the Drum Kingdom, causing the people here to despise pirates. At the same time, they were relieved that the tyrant Wapol had left. "Stop right there, pirates. Leave this place at once. You are not welcome here." Dalton, as the captain of the guard, naturally stepped forward to protect his people. "Huh, people," Luffy exclaimed in surprise, looking at Dalton and the others. "This atmosphere feels threatening." Usopp sensed the hostility from the people on the shore. "We've come for a doctor. Our friend is sick and needs treatment." Zhang Fei shouted to the shore. Whether they would listen was uncertain, but his goal was to find Chopper. He could also ask Dr. Kureha or Chopper to treat Nami. "Our friend is ill, we need a doctor." Vivi pleaded, her voice emotional, as she gripped the railing, begging them to save Nami. "We won't fall for that. That trick is too simple, you shameless pirates." The people on the shore naturally didn't believe Zhang Fei's words. "This is our land. Pirates are not allowed on the island. Weigh anchor and get out of here now. Otherwise we'll blow up your ship." Facing the threats from the Drum Kingdom's citizens, the crew felt annoyed, and Zhang Fei was no exception. Although he could easily eliminate them, he understood their feelings. With a fool like Wapol ruling the kingdom, the people naturally had to guard against all external dangers. Suddenly, one of the citizens raised a pistol and fired a shot at Sanji without warning. Fortunately, Sanji reacted quickly, dodging the bullet, which embedded itself into the deck. This ignited Sanji's anger, and he prepared to strike back at these rude people. Just as Sanji was about to act, Vivi ran over and stopped him. Sanji, stop. Don't be impulsive. If they angered them, Nami's illness would remain untreated. Sanji, stop. Don't be reckless. Zhang Fei noticed that the people on the shore were also aiming at Vivi. He snorted coldly and sent He Huang to stand behind Vivi, shielding her from the bullets. Bang! The bullet was fired heading straight for Vivi. But to their astonishment, the bullet stopped in midair behind Vivi, as if an invisible wall protected her. The bullet dropped straight to the ground, making a crisp sound. What? What's going on? The people on the shore were shocked and bewildered by the sight. Damn bastards. Their actions infuriated Luffy, who was about to avenge Vivi, but Vivi stepped forward again, blocking the enraged Luffy. Wait, Luffy. We can't get into a conflict with them. I'm fine. Please calm down. Seeing Luffy's emotions stabilize, Vivi knelt down and begged them. Since that's the case, we won't come ashore. But can you find a doctor for us? Our friend is sick and in pain right now. Please help us. Vivi's heartfelt plea echoed across the shore. The people on the shore exchanged glances, their resolve wavering. Dalton, the captain of the guard, stepped forward, his expression stern but thoughtful. You say your friend is sick. What illness? Vivi quickly explained Nami's condition. She has a high fever and is unconscious. We need a doctor immediately. Dalton hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Very well. There is a doctor living on the top of the mountain, Dr. Kureha. She is eccentric, but she is the only one who can help. Climb the ropeway, and she may see you. The crew's faces lit up with hope. Zhang Fei nodded. Thank you. We'll go immediately. With that, the Going Merry set off toward the mountain, ready to face the perilous climb ahead. Luffy looked at Vivi in disbelief, who had bowed her head to beg others for Nami's sake. He knew that she was the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, representing the nobility of the royal family. If any other royal family were present, they would surely rebuke Vivi's behavior. Not only Luffy, but also everyone on the ship. This also made Zhang Fei more determined that he must help Vivi defeat Crocodile. Vivi, without lifting her head, did not forget to rebuke Luffy. You are such an irresponsible captain, Luffy. If you act recklessly, we might all end up dead. Luffy remained silent, looking at Vivi beside him, as if reflecting on his own mistake. Vivi continued, if you get into a conflict with them, what about Nami? Hearing this, Luffy immediately realized that he had indeed been impulsive and had never considered Nami's safety. He directly admitted his fault and knelt together with Vivi, begging them to send a doctor to treat Nami. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please call a doctor for us. Please save our comrade. Although they knew Luffy could humble himself for his companions, seeing it with their own eyes was still shocking. This is our captain willing to abandon his dignity for us. Zhang Fei became increasingly satisfied with Luffy, and not only him, but also Usopp and the others. With such a captain, we must make him the pirate king. The citizens on the shore were silent for a moment, looking at the kneeling Vivi and Luffy in disbelief, and then believed what they said, that they really came to treat a sick companion. It was Dalton who spoke first. He believed Luffy and the others, for no pirate would be willing to humble themselves to beg for their crew. I'll take you to the village. Follow me. Hearing this, Luffy and Vivi couldn't help but feel joy. Nami's illness could finally be treated. Vivi turned her head and said to Luffy with a smile, see, they will understand. Luffy agreed with Vivi and praised her. You're really capable. Dalton suddenly turned around and warned Zhang Fei and the others, a word of advice, our country's doctor is only a witch. As for the witch Dr. Kureha that Dalton mentioned, Zhang Fei was not surprised at all. He helped Vivi up while Black Emperor helped Luffy. Moreover, Zhang Fei's goal was to find Chopper, and Dr. Kureha was Chopper's teacher. Thank you. Vivi gently brushed her disheveled hair with her fingers and thanked Zhang Fei. She knew that if Zhang Fei hadn't sent Black Emperor to protect her, she would have been shot. There's nothing to thank. It's we who should thank you for everything you've done for Nami. Zhang Fei shook his head, thinking that what he did was not as great as what Vivi had done. Vivi said nothing more, but smiled modestly, charmingly. How amazing! Luffy, helped up by Black Emperor, exclaimed excitedly. After all, there was no one beside him, yet he felt someone helping him up. How amazing! Was this Zhang Fei's so-called stand? Zhang Fei ignored Luffy, instead turned around and went into the room to carry Nami out. His body was covered with Black Emperor, which was using its energy absorption ability to absorb the surrounding temperature and convert it into heat, turning Zhang Fei into a walking furnace, protecting Nami from the cold wind. Everyone followed behind Dalton, looking out at the vast white snow. The thick snow made their steps heavy. Hey Zhang Fei, why are you so warm? You're like a furnace, making people feel cozy. Usopp saw Zhang Fei, thinly dressed, came closer, and found that Zhang Fei's whole body was radiating heat, adding a touch of warmth in this cold weather. Luffy came running over, stomping noisily to Zhang Fei's side. As Usopp said, he was astonished and asked, it's true. Zhang Fei, how did you do it? Can you teach me? Zhang Fei shook his head, indicating that he couldn't teach it, and explained the source of his ability. Sorry, I can't teach this. It's my stand's ability. Luffy was relieved. He knew about Zhang Fei's stand ability, but didn't expect it could be used this way. It was truly surprising. Hee, then I'll stay by your side. Usopp chuckled, deciding to stay close to Zhang Fei since it was freezing cold in this weather. Thus a scene appeared where they moved forward with Zhang Fei as the center. Zhang Fei smiled wryly. Actually, he could make Black Emperor release more heat, but for Nami's safety, he kept the temperature at a relatively stable level. Are you a Devil Fruit user? Dalton asked, curiously looking at Zhang Fei, since the ability he displayed was quite miraculous. No, Zhang Fei firmly denied. Although he had the ability of the bomb fruit, it was a copied ability with no side effects, so he did not consider himself a devil fruit user. I see. Dalton didn't question further. After all, in this world there were all kinds of strange people with abilities similar to devil fruits, so it wasn't surprising. Under Dalton's guidance, Zhang Fei and the others soon saw a village. Some people here were riding large dog-like creatures with luggage on their backs, and there were also some thick-haired black sheep, all used as means of transportation. The animals here are so strange, Luffy said, having never seen such novel animals. As expected of the snow country, Usopp was also excited. Zhang Fei was not surprised. He simply glanced around and noticed that the patrol soldiers here were not regular troops, but seemed like militia. Meanwhile, Nami on his back gradually fell asleep in the comfortable temperature. Dalton greeted the patrol soldiers. Good work, everyone. Except for me on duty, the rest of you returned to your posts. At that moment, a soldier who had just returned from patrol saw some unfamiliar people beside Dalton, presumably the pirates they had discovered earlier, and asked, "Dalton, are you sure you're okay alone? They are pirates." Dalton still chose to trust Zhang Fei and the others, expressing his thoughts. They should not be bad people. Please trust an old man's intuition. The militia believed Dalton's words. After all, he was the captain of the guard, and the strongest one. They relaxed and returned to their posts. They are not the National Guard, are they? Oi. Vivi had already noticed that these people were not regular soldiers, but more like civilians with weapons. They are ordinary citizens. Come to my house first. Dalton readily agreed. After all, that scoundrel Wapol had dragged all the soldiers of Drum Island to become pirates. These people were acting entirely on their own initiative. Along the way, many people expressed concern about Dalton, asking if everything was alright. After all, he was accompanied by pirates. Fortunately, Dalton had earned the people's trust, and they chose to believe his words. Returning to Dalton's home, Zhang Fei gently laid Nami on the bed. Looking at her flushed cheeks and labored breathing, he knew she was suffering terribly. If only he had the horse talisman, Nami's illness could be cured in an instant. Dalton removed the weapons from his body, revealed his identity, and apologized to Zhang Fei and the others. I sincerely apologize. My name is Dalton, and I am responsible for the safety of this island. Please forgive our rude welcome earlier. Dalton kept staring at Vivi, feeling as though this woman looked terribly familiar. He could not help but ask, "May I ask you something?" Vivi froze for a moment, turning to look at Dalton, waiting to hear what he had to say. "I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." Vivi was startled, quickly denying it. She feared her identity would be exposed, and that crocodile would send more people to hunt her down. "It must be your imagination. By the way, please tell us about the witch." Zhang Fei was also eager to know where Dr. Kureha was waiting for Dalton's answer. However, Dalton did not immediately answer Vivi's question. Instead, he took out a thermometer to check Nami's temperature. Upon seeing that Nami had a high fever, his expression grew grave. If she did not receive treatment, soon her life would be in danger. Her temperature is 41 degrees. She's had a fever since 2 days ago, Vivi replied to Dalton. Had it not been for Zhang Fei's eternal compass, reaching this place would have taken them quite some time. If her temperature rises any further, she could die. Yes, I understand. Where is the witch? I'll go right now. Zhang Fei understood the gravity of the situation as well. The sooner they received treatment, the sooner Nami's illness would be cured, freeing her from the torment of disease. Yes, where is that witch? Upon hearing that Nami might die, Sanji panicked and asked urgently, "Please tell us where the witch is." Vivi looked at Dalton, her heart aching. She did not want Nami to come to harm either. Dalton gazed out the window, describing the location of the witch Dr. Kureha to them. "The witch. When you look out this window, do you see a mountain? She's at the summit." The group looked toward the window, where a snowman stood right at the window's edge, greeting them with a smiling face. Indeed, it is a very tall mountain," Sanji remarked as he gazed at the snowman outside the window. Then he spotted Luffy and Usopp building a snowman and immediately shouted to stop them. The two hit it off immediately, proudly introducing their masterpiece to Sanji. Zhang Fei was speechless. They still had the mood to build snowmen. He did not even want to scold them. Those mountains are called iron buckets. In the center, the tallest mountain has a castle, and that is where she is. Zhang Fei swept his gaze across the horizon, and indeed spotted a castle. That must be Wapol's castle, which Dr. Kureha had occupied after their escape from Drum Island. Now that he knew Dr. Kureha's location, Zhang Fei did not hesitate. He directly lifted Nami onto his back, while Hei Huang remained attached to his body surface, maintaining a suitable temperature for Nami. "Are you leaving now, Zhang Fei?" Vivi asked. Zhang Fei gave a slight nod. He would personally carry Nami there. Moreover, he could enter his Shinigami state, making the mountain climb a piece of cake. "Then I'll leave Nami in your care, Zhang Fei." Sanji took a deep drag of his cigarette. Of course he trusted Zhang Fei. In his eyes, Zhang Fei was far more reliable than Luffy. Entrusting Nami to him gave him peace of mind. Furthermore, Zhang Fei was the strongest among them, so even if there were danger, he had nothing to fear. "Rest assured, I will safely deliver Nami," Zhang Fei assured them, preparing to set off. Dalton looked at Zhang Fei and reminded him. "The journey is long, and along the way there are ferocious animals. Please be extremely careful." Zhang Fei nodded. He knew what Dalton meant by ferocious animals, the rabble and wolves unique to Drum Island. However, he could utilize spiritual particles to walk through the air, so there was no need to worry about encountering them. Although his Zanpakuto had been borrowed by the system, his spiritual pressure could still be used. Upon entering Shinigami state, his attire automatically transformed into his Shahakusho, just without the Zanpakuto appearing. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Fei leaped into the high sky with invisible spiritual particle paths condensing beneath his feet as he raced forward at tremendous speed. Luffy and the others were not surprised, but Dalton and the others. They had never witnessed anyone so extraordinary. They stared in utter astonishment at Zhang Fei running through the heavens. What's going on? How can a person run in the skies? This is perfectly normal. There's nothing to be surprised about. Usopp shrugged, saying he had long since grown accustomed to it. High above the clouds, Zhang Fei ran at incredible speed, swift as a gale. The rushing wind filled his ears. While Hei Huang absorbed energy and released warmth, it also protected Nami, preventing her condition from worsening. Soon Zhang Fei arrived at the mountain where Dr. Kureha resided. Looking up, the peaks were majestic and magnificent. For ordinary people, reaching the summit would be an almost impossible feat. But for Zhang Fei, it was a walk in the park. He gathered strength in his legs, then sprang high into the air like a coiled spring. Zhang Fei repeated this jumping motion over a dozen times. Finally, he reached the mountain summit and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Is anyone home?" Just then a fiery voice rang out. "What are you making all that noise for?" Before Zhang Fei appeared a woman wearing sunglasses, holding a bottle of wine, with a remarkably well-maintained figure. As for her appearance, there was no need to describe it further. This was Dr. Kureha herself. "My apologies, beautiful lady. My companion is ill, so I'm rather anxious." He called her a beauty at first sight. Just think about it. How many people on the street would turn their heads for such flattery? Even Dr. Kureha, who was 140 years old, was no exception. Indeed, with that single beautiful lady, Dr. Kureha's face lit up with joy, and her favor toward Zhang Fei increased dramatically. "Oh kid, I didn't expect you to have such good taste," Dr. Kureha said with a hint of teasing, eyeing Zhang Fei up and down. She noticed that this young man was not bad-looking, with a strong physique, able to ignore the freezing cold and snow. She also noticed Nami behind Zhang Fei, her face flushed with fever, a cooling patch on her forehead. Clearly this young girl was ill, and she asked about it. "Kid, is that girl behind you sick?" Zhang Fei did not hide the truth, and earnestly begged Dr. Kureha to treat Nami. "Yes, my companion is ill, and she needs your treatment. So I beg you, please save her." Dr. Kureha could hear from Zhang Fei's words that he truly cared about the girl behind him. She didn't dislike such people. After taking a sip of wine, she slowly spoke. "Alright, I understand. Follow me." With that, Dr. Kureha led the way for Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei couldn't help but feel delighted following behind Dr. Kureha until they reached her medical room. He also recalled the Black Emperor, as the room was now warm, no need for it to continue the energy conversion. Following Dr. Kureha's instructions, Zhang Fei laid Nami on the bed, his heart somewhat anxious as he awaited Dr. Kureha's treatment. Dr. Kureha carefully examined Nami's condition, relieved that it could be treated. She then explained to Zhang Fei what illness Nami had. This girl was bitten by a kind of insect called keski. It lives in hot and humid forests and is a poisonous parasite. When bitten by these creatures, the wound becomes infected with bacteria, which lingers in the body for 5 days, constantly tormenting the victim. It also causes a persistent fever above 40 degrees Celsius. In severe infection, it can lead to myocarditis, arteritis, and meningitis. From the wound, this is the second day of infection. Once over 5 days, this girl will die. However, from my observation, this girl has a decent physique, so she should be able to hold on for another day or two. Hearing Dr. Kureha's words, Zhang Fei hadn't expected Nami's illness to be so severe. Fortunately, he had brought her in time. If he had listened to Nami and insisted on taking Vivi to the Alabasta Kingdom, first Nami might have perished. It was good that his attitude had been firm, otherwise things would have been dire. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Zhang Fei knew that Nami's illness was curable, and the one who could cure her was Dr. Kureha. That's right. This disease is called the 5-day disease. This parasite should have been extinct 100 years ago, but it seems it hasn't been completely wiped out. Dr. Kureha said with a hint of puzzlement. Then I'll leave it to you. Please by all means save my companion. I'll give you a satisfactory reward. As for the reward, Zhang Fei mentioned that was gold. In his system backpack, there were mountains of gold, all created by Zhang Fei, using his ability to turn stone into gold. Don't worry, I'll save her. Dr. Kureha assured Zhang Fei. While Dr. Kureha was treating Nami, a figure appeared at the door with half of its body exposed. It was Chopper, though his hiding method was odd. He exposed his entire body, gripping the doorframe, while concealing everything above his eyes. Clearly he was wary of the stranger Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei smiled lightly, thinking how adorable Chopper was. Indeed, anime is anime. Seeing it firsthand was different. His body was fluffy, giving one the urge to rub him. Even though Zhang Fei knew who Chopper was, he decided it was better to play dumb here. He asked Dr. Kureha, "Who is it?" Dr. Kureha paused her work, glanced at Chopper, showed a gratified smile, and introduced her proud disciple to Zhang Fei. "That one. He's called Chopper, an ordinary blue-nosed reindeer. But he ate the human fruit, gaining human abilities, and I've passed on all my medical knowledge to him." Zhang Fei put on an expression of sudden realization and praised Chopper. So you're also a remarkable doctor, huh? Hearing Zhang Fei's praise, Chopper began to act smug, wriggling and twisting his little waist, laughing as he said, "Bastard. Even if you say that, I won't be happy. Don't mess with me, you bastard." Seeing Chopper's contradictory behavior, Zhang Fei found it quite amusing. "Is that so? Our ship is really in need of a good ship's doctor. I'd like to invite you aboard. What do you think, Chopper?" Zhang Fei extended the invitation on behalf of Luffy, and he also liked the fluffy Chopper. Dr. Kureha was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zhang Fei. Although she wanted Chopper to head out to the vast sea, she wouldn't easily entrust him to someone she didn't know unless Zhang Fei earned her approval. Of course, she also respected Chopper's decision, turning to look at Chopper to see how he would respond to Zhang Fei. Chopper, who had been overjoyed, became at a loss when he heard Zhang Fei's invitation. His eyes were filled with confusion, and he instinctively looked at Dr. Kureha. It seemed he had made up his mind, his gaze growing resolute as he firmly declined Zhang Fei's offer. "Sorry, but I want to stay here and continue studying." Dr. Kureha's eyes dimmed rapidly. She knew Chopper was staying for her sake, but she wasn't in a hurry. It would take 3 days to cure Nami's illness, giving her time to assess Zhang Fei. She scolded Chopper. What a fool. Zhang Fei didn't mind. Since his invitation had failed, he would let Luffy do it later. After all, he was the protagonist of One Piece. And a talking reindeer with medical skills would definitely interest Luffy. "I see. Then I'll have my captain invite you instead. I'm not giving up." Moreover, Chopper was related to his mission, so he naturally had to spare no effort to get Chopper aboard. "You're quite something, kid. Daring to try and abduct my reindeer right in front of me." Dr. Kureha's tone held no anger, but more of a teasing. "Is that not allowed? After all, he's a disciple who inherited your medical skills, a rare doctor. Naturally, I'd want to recruit him." Zhang Fei countered, knowing well what Dr. Kureha was thinking. Take him away if you can." Dr. Kureha chuckled softly, her words directed not only at Zhang Fei, but also at Chopper. "Dr. Kureha, I won't leave," Chopper declared resolutely. A creature branded a monster, he believed himself unworthy of human companionship, except perhaps for Dr. Kureha and Dr. Hilialik. Dr. Kureha rubbed her temples. She knew Chopper's past, and the deep wounds buried in his heart, that made him recoil from others. With quiet resignation, she finally asked him to assist her in the clinic. "Fine, I'll stop nagging you. Come help me now." "Understood." Chopper scampered forward on tiny hooves, eager to aid Dr. Kureha in preparing medicinal concoctions. Zhang Fei watched silently from the side, offering no interruption. Soon Nami's fever began to subside after ingesting Dr. Kureha's remedy, bringing Zhang Fei a measure of quiet relief. He expressed heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Kureha, and as Chopper passed nearby, seized him deftly in one swift motion. "Thank you for your healing care." Yet Chopper thrashed fiercely in Zhang Fei's grip, straining against his unyielding hold and crying out, "Let me go." But Zhang Fei had no intention of releasing him, gently stroking Chopper's fur with the practiced ease of someone soothing a feline. Chopper's initial resistance gradually softened. Zhang Fei's touch was unexpectedly skillful, novel, comforting, even intoxicating. "Here, yes, right there." "Exactly." Following Chopper's directions, Zhang Fei stroked his soft, warm fur, smooth and supple like that of an ordinary cat, yet radiating gentle warmth. Observing their easy rapport, Dr. Kureha withdrew without further word, leaving them to their quiet moment, and called out one final instruction to Chopper. "Chopper, she's in your care now." "Yes, Dr. Kureha," Chopper murmured dreamily, utterly entranced by the blissful sensation. Meanwhile, aboard the merry-go, Zoro and Karoo stood watch. Zoro stripped off his shirt, revealing a powerfully built frame, then announced solemnly to Karoo, "I'm going for a winter swim. This ship is yours to guard. You're entrusting me with the merry-go." Karoo stared in disbelief. "Do you honestly think I won't get roasted alive like a duck?" Before Karoo could protest further, a sharp splash echoed. Zoro had already plunged into the river and vanished beyond Karoo's line of sight. Tears welling, Karoo stood alone aboard the merry-go, shouting desperately for Zoro's return. "I'm scared." But Zoro did not reappear. His legendary sense of direction failed utterly, leaving him adrift somewhere unknown. Aboard the White Iron King, Wapol had fully recovered. After all, the ship carried every physician from Drum Island, and such minor injuries required nothing more than a fresh iron plating. Jess spotted his homeland, the Drum Kingdom, and shouted excitedly to Wapol, "Lord Wapol, I've sighted the Drum Kingdom. Shall we return?" Wapol froze at the name. 1 month ago he'd fled the kingdom in disgrace. Surely that fearsome Blackbeard had long since departed. At last he could reclaim his throne in peace. He issued the command without hesitation. "Then, we return home." "Yes, Lord Wapol." Cheers erupted across the deck. After months at sea, the crew's hearts swelled with longing. For hearth, for home, for the soil of their birth. At Dalton's residence, Luffy sipped tea slowly, so deliberately, so serenely, he resembled an elderly sage. Yet Nami's condition weighed heavily on Vivi's mind. Was she recovering? Had Zhang Fei delivered her safely to Dr. Kureha? She murmured anxiously under her breath. "I wonder how Nami and the others are faring." "Don't worry, Vivi. If Luffy had taken her, I'd be alarmed. But it's Zhang Fei. She'll be safe." Sanji stepped forward to comfort her, his calm assurance easing her fears. Zhang Fei's strength was unquestionable, though danger held no dominion over him. "Ha ha ha. Exactly." Luffy laughed heartily in agreement, until belatedly he realized Sanji had just subtly mocked him. Instantly, he bristled in protest. Impossible. I'm perfectly reliable. Humph. Sanji shrugged, unmoved. Though Luffy would sacrifice dignity for his friends, his recklessness was legendary and widely acknowledged. Usopp nodded in silent assent. Even you, Usopp. How utterly cruel. No, I must go find Nami and the others myself. Indignant at being underestimated, Luffy stormed out, determined to restore his honor by racing straight to Zhang Fei and Nami. Wait, Luffy, I'm coming too. Hearing his plan, Vivi hurried to join him, hoping to assess Nami's condition firsthand. Then let's go together. Luffy readily agreed, then turned to Sanji with a grin. Hey Sanji, Vivi's coming along too. Of course I'll escort the lady. Sanji bowed gallantly. Chivalry demanded it, and secretly hoped this journey might kindle something deeper between them. When Usopp learned all three were departing, he refused to remain behind alone. Very well, then we shall all go together. Dalton, observing their departure, offered a shortcut to Dr. Koreha's clinic, one he'd forgotten to mention earlier when Zhang Fei set out. If you're traveling together, take the cable car. The cable car? Why didn't you say so before? Sanji frowned in confusion. Why reveal it only now, not when Zhang Fei left? Dalton scratched sheepishly at the back of his head and explained. I simply forgot. After Wapol fled, the cable car to the castle fell into disuse. When patience appeared, Dr. Koreha descended the mountain herself, so over time the cable car faded from memory. Ah, so that was it. Luffy and his crew bore no grudge. Indeed, they were deeply grateful Dalton had even revealed Dr. Koreha's existence at all. Then let's go. Luffy cried exuberantly, leading the charge like a child sprinting toward an amusement park. Luffy, do you even know the way? Usopp raised the most critical question. Luffy halted mid-stride, tilting his head, a sudden dawning realization spreading across his face. Oh right, I don't know the way. As Luffy and the others departed, they brushed past Wapol. The very moment after Luffy's group had left, Wapol returned to the Drum Kingdom. Ha ha ha, your king has returned to the Drum Kingdom. Wapol leapt down from the ironclad battleship, his feet finally touching the long-eschewed soil of his homeland. His heart swelling with excitement, he shouted at the top of his lungs. The vigilant militiamen spotted the tyrant Wapol's return, terror flickering in his eyes. What was he doing back? Could he possibly have returned to torment them once more? No, this won't do. I must inform Dalton immediately. He sprinted with all his might back to the village to share the news. Terrible news. Wapol has returned. What? The villagers cried out in disbelief. They seized their weapons, prepared to fight Wapol to the bitter end. They refused to endure Wapol's tyranny again. The hard-won peace they had finally obtained. They would not let it slip away so easily. Where's Dalton? The returning militiamen, upon scanning the gathered crowd, found no trace of Dalton. He called out for their leader, the very soul and inspiration of their resistance. He took those pirates to find the witch. One villager who knew the truth shared what he had witnessed. The crowd fell silent in bewilderment. Of all times, they never imagined Dalton would be absent now. They let out a desperate cry. All able-bodied men, grab your weapons and head to the Great Bell. Without their strongest fighter Dalton, they were at a severe disadvantage. And that scoundrel Wapol had elite soldiers at his side. Their combat prowess far surpassed these untrained militiamen. Meanwhile, they dispatched someone to search for Dalton and bring him back. Also send someone to find Dalton. Quickly, hurry. Yes, sir. We must hold the line until Dalton returns. To defend our nation, grab your weapons and charge. After this stirring speech, the villagers' spirits soared. Weapons in hand, they marched toward the Great Bell, the only road Wapol could take in their neighboring village. Meanwhile, Wapol and his men had arrived at the Great Bell. Arrogant and imperious, he stood atop the tusked hippopotamus, declaring to the villagers that their king had returned. Listen well, my subjects. Everything in this kingdom belongs to me. Kiromolian, tell them of my magnificence. The sycophantic Kiromolian bowed low, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he flattered Wapol. Because you are our revered king, of course. Indeed, you are our most honored king. Wapol's lackeys chimed in unison, showering him with praise. Wapol's mood lifted immeasurably, and he burst into boisterous laughter. Kiromolian had also uncovered the whereabouts of the crew who had sent Wapol flying, and he reported to his master. By the way, Lord Wapol, we have intelligence. The Straw Hat crew is currently in our Drum Kingdom. Wapol froze. The memory of that detestable Zhang Fei flashed through his mind, and his fists clenched tight. The power of that single kick had nearly claimed his life. Fortunately, his ship carried an excellent doctor, otherwise he would never have survived. Now he only wished to avenge that kick. Impatiently, he pressed Kiromolian for their location. What did you say? Where exactly are they? Most likely seeking that quack doctor. It is said that Dr. Koreha now resides in the Drum Kingdom's castle. Based on the intelligence Kiromolian had gathered, they had sought out Dr. Koreha to treat their injured companion. Upon hearing this news, Wapol's veins bulged with rage. That wretched old crone. During his absence, she had dared to occupy his castle. This was an unforgivable offense. He immediately issued orders to his soldiers. All of you follow me back. I am going to swallow that damned old witch whole. And so Wapple's gang marched menacingly toward their castle. However, the militiamen who had just arrived discovered Wapple was gone. After making inquiries, they learned that Wapple was headed to settle scores with Dr. Kureha. And Dalton was there too. Thus the militiamen decided to unite with Dalton to confront Wapple together. Meanwhile, Nami, who had been lying on the sickbed, finally awoke. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Zhang Fei gently stroking Chopper, who wore an expression of pure bliss, allowing himself to be pampered without a care. She glanced around at her unfamiliar surroundings. A faint scent of herbs lingered in the air. This was clearly a medical facility. Yet the architectural style seemed unlike any hospital she knew. She turned to Zhang Fei and asked, "Zhang Fei, where is this place?" Zhang Fei's face lit up with joy upon seeing Nami had awakened. Though her cheeks were still flushed and her eyes weary with fatigue, her complexion had improved considerably compared to before. The reason Zhang Fei referred to Dr. Kureha as the beautiful was simple. Dr. Kureha happened to be nearby, and Zhang Fei sensed her presence quite clearly. Upon hearing the words, beautiful, Nami unconsciously perked up her ears. If Zhang Fei called someone beautiful, Dr. Kureha must be extraordinarily beautiful. A sense of rivalry stirred within her heart. If Zhang Fei could hear Nami's inner thoughts, he would surely say beautiful. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's no way I'd stoop to that level. When Chopper noticed Nami was awake, he leapt in alarm. He scurried away from Zhang Fei to the doorway, assuming his classic pose, and peered at Nami cautiously. Nami was taken aback. Was she really that frightening? She spoke up. Am I really that scary? Also, you're hiding on the wrong side. Chopper glanced back and realized she was right. He immediately corrected himself, peeking at Nami from behind the door. Zhang Fei found this utterly adorable and explained to Nami. Don't worry, Nami. This is Chopper, a reindeer who ate the Hito no Mi. He's also a highly skilled doctor. Overcome with joy at Zhang Fei's praise, Chopper bashfully fidgeted, a grin spreading across his face as he rubbed his head. Damn it, even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy. Watching the pretentious yet endearing Chopper, Nami couldn't help but smile. He was simply adorable, especially with such delightful contradictions, right? Chopper is adorable, isn't he? And he's going to be our future ship's doctor. Nami was momentarily taken aback, glancing thoughtfully at Chopper, then realized it would indeed be splendid to have a doctor aboard the Going Merry who could double as a beloved mascot, and warmly greeted him. Is that so? I look forward to working with you, Chopper. Hey, I never agreed to join your crew. Chopper retorted sharply. He had no recollection of ever consenting to sail with Zhang Fei. No rush. You'll board soon enough. Zhang Fei remained utterly unperturbed. He knew he could simply ask Luffy himself to extend the invitation later. Impossible. Chopper responded without hesitation. Zhang Fei merely smiled in silence, saying nothing further. Nami, growing anxious that her illness might endanger Vivi, turned to Zhang Fei and asked when she might depart. Zhang Fei, when may I leave? Not until you've fully recovered. We won't set sail before then. This ailment is life-threatening for you. Frowning deeply, Nami grew increasingly worried about the kingdom of Arabasta and urged Zhang Fei to hasten their departure, for Vivi's homeland awaited her return. But Vivi's kingdom. Before Nami could finish, Zhang Fei gently interrupted her. There is no but. Rest assured, Nami. Focus first on healing. Moreover, the Marines are already en route to Arabasta. Crocodile will not act rashly for now. By the time we arrive, his scheme will still be unfolding, so we retain ample time. Reassured by Zhang Fei's explanation, Nami breathed a little easier, though she couldn't help but grow curious about this Marine he'd mentioned. Zhang Fei, who exactly is this Marine you speak of? He is Smoker, the Marine captain stationed in Lobe Town. Ah, I see. Isn't he assigned to guard Lobe Town? How did he come to Arabasta? She pressed, bewildered. Isn't he stationed in Lobe Town? Why has he gone to Arabasta? Because of Luffy. Smoker believes Luffy bears an uncanny resemblance to the late Pirate King, and foresees him rising to equal, if not surpass, that legendary stature. Thus he seeks to eliminate Luffy before his power matures. Zhang Fei relayed all he knew to Nami. She stared in stunned silence, never imagining even the Marines perceived Luffy's destiny so profoundly. Clearly joining this crew had been no mistake. Achoo! Smoker suddenly sneezed. Who was speaking of him? Was it someone from Marine headquarters? Captain Smoker, do you have a cold? Tashigi looked perplexed. How could a bare-chested man possibly catch a chill? No, it's likely just those fools at Marine headquarters muttering about me again. Smoker waved dismissively, then continued matter-of-factly. Full speed ahead, to Arabasta immediately. Something feels amiss there. Yes, sir. Just as Zhang Fei and Nami conversed, a fierce commotion erupted outside. Clashing sounds of battle rang out sharply. What's going on? Nami asked, utterly unaware of the chaos beyond. I'll go investigate. Rest easy here, Nami. I'll send Hei Huang to guard you. Stay and recover in peace. With that, Zhang Fei summoned Hei Huang. The stoic figure gave a slight, silent nod, acknowledging his orders. Nami recognized Hei Huang, who Zhang Fei had explained he was his personal doppelganger. Warmth swelled within her. She knew without doubt that Zhang Fei truly cared. Wait, I'm coming too. Chopper hurried after Zhang Fei to uncover what had ignited the ruckus. So Zhang Fei and Chopper stepped outside, only to find Luffy locked in furious combat with Wapple and his men. At that moment Dr. Kureha emerged, and upon seeing Wapol disbelief flashed across her face. That wretch, wasn't he driven out of Drum Island by Blackbeard? How dare he return? Zhang Fei had no idea how the brawl began, but he couldn't resist calling out. Luffy, shall I intervene? Hearing Zhang Fei's voice, Luffy turned with a grin and cheerfully declined, then promptly inquired after Nami's condition. No need. Oh, how's Nami doing, Zhang Fei? She's recovering well. A few quiet days rest, and she'll be ready to sail. By the way, Luffy, I've found you a ship's doctor. Zhang Fei gestured toward Chopper beside him. A raccoon dog. Luffy tilted his head baffled. Why would Zhang Fei hire a raccoon dog as physician? Raccoon dog. My entire family is a raccoon dog. I'm a reindeer. Chopper exploded in indignation, instantly snapping back. A talking raccoon dog. Luffy gaped in astonishment. Had this creature somehow achieved sentience? A talking raccoon dog. How peculiar. Sanji exhaled a slow stream of smoke, studying Chopper intently. Truth be told, he'd never encountered such a creature, not once in his life, and curiosity burned bright, though he couldn't help wondering whether it might make decent stew. Idiot. I'm a reindeer, not a raccoon dog. Chopper sputtered furiously, shifting instantly into his full reindeer form to prove his identity. Seeing Chopper's transformative ability, Zhang Fei's reasoning clicked into place, and now even Luffy found himself intrigued. He raised a thumb in genuine admiration. Incredible. A raccoon dog who turns into a reindeer. Chopper nearly fainted from sheer exasperation at Luffy's words. Zhang Fei burst into unrestrained laughter. The scene was utterly priceless. Even Dr. Kureha chuckled aloud. Ugh, this is unbearable. Chopper cried out in mounting frustration. His true nature was plain as day, yet Luffy kept mocking him as a raccoon dog, humiliating his very essence as a reindeer. Amidst their banter, Usopp and Vivi instinctively darted behind Zhang Fei, seeking sanctuary only where his presence guaranteed safety. Wapol lay sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his nostrils, propping himself up with trembling arms as he roared. Damn Straw Hat, I'll devour you. But the moment his eyes fell upon Zhang Fei, Wapol crumpled, his arrogance evaporating like mist. Even his soldiers quivered in terror, having witnessed Zhang Fei's overwhelming might firsthand, and dared not raise a hand against him. Though he'd boasted endlessly about crushing the Straw Hats, the instant he saw Zhang Fei, he shrank like a mouse before a cat, utterly cowed. Mustering false bravado, Wapol bellowed anew, as if volume alone could shore up his crumbling confidence. Don't fear them. We outnumber them tenfold. Surely we can overpower mere handfuls. Zhang Fei scoffed, utterly unimpressed. They were nothing but rotten fish and flotsam. Luffy and his crew alone could dismantle them effortlessly. Jess and Cromaraman, you're up. Wapol commanded. Reluctantly, the two stepped forward and launched their assault upon Luffy's crew. Yet neither dared strike at Zhang Fei, terrified of suffering the same brutal humiliation they'd endured before. Luffy, Sanji, and Chopper engaged Wapol's trio in battle, while Zhang Fei and the others stood aside watching with calm, detached amusement. Then Chopper transformed, his body swelling into that of a towering, powerfully built man. Wapol recognized him instantly, and cried out in shock. You're that monster. Kelowomali Meng exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing Chopper as the very monster that had once pursued Dr. Ziluluk. That monster, that's the one that chased Dr. Ziluluk back then. Jesse was equally shocked, just as stunned as Kelowomali Meng. But Chopper, long accustomed to being called a monster, fixed his gaze on them with resolute eyes, and declared his vow. The doctor wanted to save this country, so I cannot let you enter the city. I will never allow you to defile the doctor's beliefs. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. This is my country, I'll do whatever I please. Wapol burst into laughter, Chopper's vow sounding like a colossal joke to him. You are a complete bastard, mocking someone else's beliefs. I'm going to send you flying. Although Luffy didn't know what had happened between Chopper and Wapol, mocking someone's beliefs was the thing he detested most. Moreover, Chopper was a crewmate recommended by Zhang Fei and had earned his own recognition, so he wouldn't allow anyone to ridicule his comrade. Thus Luffy clenched his fists and cracked his knuckles, ready to teach this arrogant fellow a harsh lesson. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Chopper felt a surge of emotion. So this was the captain Zhang Fei had spoken of. Truly surprising, yet not unpleasant. Send me flying. I'll eat you first. As long as his opponent wasn't Zhang Fei, Wapol feared Luffy not at all. Having never witnessed Luffy's strength, he naturally misunderstood, believing Luffy to be weak. This misconception would prove to be his greatest downfall. Luffy wasted no more words with Wapol. With a single strike of rubber pistol, his fist shot out like a bullet, the unexpected blow landing squarely on Wapol's face, distorting it, and sending him tumbling backward, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lord Wapol. His lackeys Kelowomali Meng and the others shouted in concern for his safety. With the captain taking action, Sanji wasted no further courtesy. He swiftly closed in on Kelowomali Meng, raising his right foot to kick at his chin, but Kelowomali Meng narrowly dodged, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. That was close. If I hadn't noticed in time, I would have been hit. He then distanced himself from Sanji. Sanji clicked his tongue in regret. Too bad. Chopper also joined the fray, facing off against Jia Si, who was an archer. Dr. Kureha, noticing Zhang Fei standing with his arms crossed over his chest, wearing a calm expression with no intention of joining the battle, seemed to firmly believe they would triumph. She asked him, "What's the matter, boy? Aren't you going to fight?" Zhang Fei gave a faint smile, his tone brimming with trust in Luffy and the others. No need. I believe they will defeat them. Luffy and the others who were in the midst of battle heard Zhang Fei's words of confidence and couldn't help but smile. It seemed they had to work even harder not to disappoint Zhang Fei's trust. Energized by Zhang Fei's encouragement, Luffy and his crew attacked with even greater ferocity. This increased pressure on Wapol and his men, who cried out in disbelief. What's going on? No matter how puzzled they were, it was to no avail. Wapol and his forces were steadily retreating. Damn it. I'll show you my much factory. By now Wapol was enraged, intending to use his trump card, and he set his sights on Kelomali Meng and Jesse. Wapol's entire form transformed into a steel house, his arms morphing into cannons. Kelomali Meng and Jesse cheered, believing that with this skill victory was assured. Little did they know that they themselves were Wapol's target. Before they could react, Wapol's mouth rapidly expanded large enough to swallow both of them in one gulp. Thus, without even a struggle, Kelomali Meng and Jesse were devoured by Wapol. Luffy and Sanji stared in disbelief. Had he just eaten his own men? What kind of absurd move was that? The only one relatively calm was Zhang Fei, who had anticipated this outcome. How terrifying. Usopp recoiled in horror, never expecting Wapol to be such a person. Trembling uncontrollably, he regarded Wapol as a man-eating demon. Vivi was equally shaken. She stepped back, covering her mouth, unable to bear the sight before her. Zhang Fei noticed this and moved forward, slightly blocking Vivi's view. Now all she could see was Zhang Fei's reliable back. Although Zhang Fei said nothing, his gesture warmed her heart, like a giant shielding her from wind and rain. It gave her a sense of security. Was this what it felt like to be protected? It was wonderful. She whispered her thanks to Zhang Fei. Thank you, Zhang Fei. He said nothing, silently standing before her, his gaze fixed on Wapol. Dr. Kaleha took a sip of her plum wine, glanced at Zhang Fei, and remarked casually, "You're quite the gentleman, aren't you?" "A gentleman? I don't think I am." Zhang Fei pondered for a moment before replying to Dr. Kaleha's question. He didn't consider himself a gentleman, and the title didn't suit him. It was more fitting for Sanji. "I see." Dr. Kaleha took another sip of her wine and said no more, continuing to watch the battle. A chimney protruded from the top of Wapol's head, and the hand cannons on his arms began to emit white smoke. From within his body came a rumbling sound like the noise of a factory processing materials. Behold the miraculous fusion. Appear. Luffy and the others were puzzled, murmuring, did they fuse? And indeed, Luffy had guessed correctly. Kelomali Meng and GSC had merged. Then the iron door on Wapol's stomach slowly opened, and a voice with a mixed tone emerged. "I am the strongest warrior of the Tsigu Kingdom." A figure appeared before them, stacked like a human pyramid. 4 arms, 2 heads. The upper head belonged to Kelomali Meng, and the lower head to GSC. However, their fusion method reminded Zhang Fei of the peculiarity of Heihuzi, specifically the ability to accommodate multiple devil fruit powers within one body. According to speculation among One Piece fans, Heihuzi might also be a fusion being like them, which would explain his ability to use multiple devil fruits. But Zhang Fei remained skeptical. Perhaps Heihuzi could wield multiple devil fruit powers solely because of the dark fruit's special properties. To find the answer, he would have to investigate himself. Zhang Fei's thoughts were jolted back by Luffy's exclamation of surprise. "That's amazing." "Amazing my ass," Sanji retorted gruffly. "This is clearly just a pyramid of people." "What's so amazing about that?" Dr. Kureha, who had seen much of the world, having lived for over 100 years, naturally knew the true power of the Baku no Mi. Moreover, their combination was not a simple stacking, it was a fusion, which greatly enhanced their combat power. She warned Sanji and the others. "You must be careful." Sanji was taken aback. "What's there to worry about? Aren't they just 2 chickens stacked together?" Dr. Kureha's expression turned slightly serious as she spoke. If they were truly just showy and weak, the citizens would never have allowed them to commit the foolish act of wiping out the doctors. The first article of the Drum Kingdom's constitution states, "Those who disobey the king's orders shall die." That is the fundamental principle of this country. Wapol snorted, coldly returning to his previous arrogant demeanor. "Because this country is mine, I will not allow that quack doctor's flag to be hung, making my castle a mess." With that, Wapol raised his hand cannon and fired the hidden cannonball from within his body at the pirate flag hanging at the pinnacle of the castle. When Chopper tried to stop Wapol, he realized it was too late. No, that was the flag representing the belief of his foster father Dr. Hiralik. It should not be destroyed by anyone. But what could he do? He could only watch helplessly as it was destroyed by Wapol, his heart twisting in pain. Zhang Fei's brows furrowed. Had they forgotten about him if he didn't act? Turning his hand into a sword, an orange-yellow sword aura instantly covered his palm, sharp and brilliant like a flame shooting from a blowtorch. With a sweep of his hand, the sword aura detached from his palm like a crescent moon. In an instant, the cannonball was split in 2 upon contact with the sword aura exploding in front of the pirate flag. The strong wind from the blast blew the pirate flag, as if responding to Dr. Hiralik's belief, standing firm without falling. "Thank you, Zhang Fei," Chopper said, relieved to see Dr. Hiralik's pirate flag intact, expressing his gratitude to Zhang Fei. "You're welcome," Zhang Fei said nonchalantly. "It's you," Wapol said, his body trembling when he saw that this was Zhang Fei's doing. He hadn't expected Zhang Fei to have such ability, and he became even more afraid of him. "Luffy, finished this quickly," Zhang Fei urged, thinking it was a waste of time to deal with such a small fry. Hearing Zhang Fei's urging, Luffy grinned foolishly and replied, "Got it. Want to defeat me? Impossible." Wapol said dismissively, having transformed into his factory form, believing he couldn't lose to Luffy. But he was quickly proven wrong as Luffy's arms rapidly stretched backward and then struck out fiercely. Goma Goma no Bazooka. This move was currently Luffy's most powerful attack. Propelled by the rubber's power, Luffy's palms quickly struck Wapol's body. The accompanying impact force directly shattered the steel on Wapol's skin like breaking glass, spreading uncontrollably over his entire body in an instant. At the same time, Wapol curled up like a shrimp. The intense pain caused his eyes to bulge, and he fell unconscious. The residual force of the impact then blasted Wapol away, turning into a dazzling streak of light that vanished from everyone's sight. Luffy, who had done as he said, sniffed his nose and proudly boasted to Zhang Fei, giving a thumbs up. How about that, Zhang Fei? Impressive. Zhang Fei praised Luffy as he wished. So this is the pirate that Dr. Hiralik talked about. Chopper, seeing the mutual trust between them, felt a sense of longing. As for the combined being of Jesse and Chromalin, after seeing their boss defeated, they lost all confidence to continue fighting and decisively fled. Seeing them trying to escape, Sanji wouldn't let them leave so easily. He dashed over quickly and delivered a dozen kicks, knocking them unconscious. Amazing, so these are Zhang Fei's companions. Chopper murmured. Done and dusted. Sanji lit another cigarette. As for the grunt soldiers, they had already given up resistance, not daring to fight Zhang Fei's group anymore, and directly surrendered. At this moment, Dalton arrived on the cable car accompanied by many militia members. The reason Dalton appeared here was that he had only escorted Vivi and the others to the cable car entrance without going up. On his way back, he learned of Wapol's return. He rushed to the Great Horn only to find Wapol was no longer there, having run back to the castle. Frustrated, he could only run back to the cable car. Only now did he arrive, albeit belatedly. Where is Wapol? Dalton's first words were asking about Wapol. He looked around but saw no sign of Wapol, only the unconscious Chromalin and Jesse lying on the ground. They've been beaten by this straw hat kid, Dr. Kureha answered Dalton's question. Wapol was beaten. Dalton looked at Luffy in disbelief. Truly, one cannot judge by appearances. Luckily, they were good people. If they were ordinary pirates with their attitude, they would have already massacred the island when they landed. He expressed his gratitude to Luffy. Without this tyrant, everyone was relieved, as if the shackles on them had vanished at this moment. Thank you for driving away Wapol. However, Luffy had no idea why they were thanking him, but he gladly accepted their goodwill, scratching the back of his head and grinning foolishly. Not at all, not at all, Luffy said. Through Dalton's explanation, Luffy belatedly realized that Wapol was actually the king of this country. He had actually beaten the king. That was hard to believe. But more than that, he felt a sense of relief because he had learned of Wapol's deeds and did not regret what he had done. After the incident, Vivi came to Nami's sickbed and warned her of the danger of her illness. Nami then realized how severe her condition was. Fortunately, Zhang Fei was there, or she might have truly died at sea. The reason Vivi knew was that she had asked Zhang Fei and only then learned the truth. True to his promise, Zhang Fei intended to give Dr. Kureha satisfactory compensation. He found an open area with no one around. If he were to produce that much gold, and if some ill-intentioned person saw Dr. Kureha with such wealth, they might harbor murderous thoughts. After all, one cannot know another's mind. You never know what they're thinking unless you possess mind reading. Brat, where's the reward you promised? Dr. Kureha took a sip of wine, wearing a midriff-bearing short-sleeve top and shorts, her figure still alluring. Zhang Fei had no idea how Dr. Kureha maintained her figure. He directly took out gold from his system backpack. It weighed several thousand jin and piled up into a small mountain. Under the light, it was an astonishing sight. Even Dr. Kureha was taken aback. She never expected Zhang Fei to possess so much gold, and how did he conjure it? Could it be a devil fruit? A series of doubts swirled in her mind, but Dr. Kureha didn't pry further. After all, everyone has secrets, so she could only keep those questions to herself. Instead, she teased Zhang Fei with a flirtatious tone. I didn't expect you kid to be so wealthy. So does this lady suit your taste? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei quickly waved his hands to decline her offer. He knew that in the world of pirates, women who were ugly in old age were often beautiful in youth. For instance, Big Mom. In her younger days, she was a top-tier beauty with a stunning figure. It was only after bearing many children and indulging in sweets that her appearance drastically changed. No, it's fine, Zhang Fei said, thinking he wasn't into such extreme tastes. Life is short, why not give it a try? Dr. Kureha persisted, continuing to tease him. That frightened Zhang Fei, so he brushed it off with a flimsy excuse. No, I already have someone I like. Dr. Kureha said with slight regret, for a sweet-tongued, wealthy, and somewhat handsome man was truly rare. If that's the case, then forget it. Seeing Dr. Kureha changed her mind, Zhang Fei sighed in relief and asked how she planned to handle all that gold. So how are you going to deal with this gold? Zhang Fei asked. Hearing the question, Dr. Kureha became troubled. Managing such a large amount of gold was indeed a complicated matter. After thinking for a while as if making a decision, she said to Zhang Fei, with this much gold, I can't use it all. Just leave me 1/10. She needed that 1/10 to buy wine and some medicinal herbs. All right, Zhang Fei replied. Respecting her decision, Zhang Fei took back 9/10 of the gold, leaving the rest for Dr. Kureha to handle. After handing over the gold, Zhang Fei wanted to leave immediately, for there was an old woman coveting his looks. He had to depart to protect his chastity. Just as Zhang Fei was about to leave, he heard urgent and noisy sounds. Become our companion, Chopper. Hey, don't run. That voice was unmistakably Luffy's. Then came more chaotic noises. Monster, stop running. Help. The one crying for help was Chopper. Behind him trailed a large group of people, including Luffy, chasing him, though no one knew why. What are you all doing? Zhang Fei asked curiously. Were they holding a welcome ceremony, or playing a chase game? Seeing Zhang Fei, Chopper ran over as if he were a savior, clinging to Zhang Fei's leg and begging, help me, Zhang Fei. The group, including Luffy, stopped upon seeing Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, I want him on our ship. He's really interesting. Luffy said excitedly. Just now he had witnessed Chopper's transformation ability, which made him even more interested. I see. Zhang Fei knew Luffy was someone who never gave up until he saw the Yellow River. Unless Chopper, like Sanji before, had an unshakable mission, Luffy would never stop inviting him. But Chopper was different. He only had a wounded heart. If that wound could be healed, he would chase the pirate that Dr. Hiralik spoke of. However, they needed Dr. Korea's permission, but that was no problem at all. Dr. Korea herself wanted Chopper to pursue his dream. What about you all? Zhang Fei pointed to the people behind Luffy and asked. Oh, we've never seen a monster, so we came out of curiosity. One of them explained lamely, but Zhang Fei didn't believe them at all. Their evasive behavior seemed to hide something. But Zhang Fei couldn't be bothered with them. Forget it then. However, Chopper, our captain, has earnestly invited you aboard. What's your decision? Zhang Fei continued to entice Chopper right in front of Dr. Korea. However, Dr. Korea's expression remained calm, unchanged. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's invitation, Chopper seemed to think of something. His mood plummeted, and he replied dejectedly in a dull tone. No, I'm different from them. No, I can't. But the airhead Luffy completely failed to notice Chopper's low spirits, and instead joined Zhang Fei in enticing him enthusiastically. Why not? Being a pirate is fun. Dr. Korea remained silent as she knew exactly what was on Chopper's mind, but she didn't say it. Mental wounds must be overcome by oneself. I'm grateful for your invitation, but I'm a reindeer. I have antlers, hooves, and a blue nose. Well, Luffy pursed his lips and listened to Chopper, as did Zhang Fei, acting as a good listener waiting for Chopper to finish. I really want to be a pirate, but I'm not a companion for humans. As they say, I'm a monster. I can't be your partner, so I'm really grateful for your invitation. Chopper shouted out his true feelings, tears welling in his eyes, his voice gradually fading like a flickering candle. He also wanted to be their companion, but he was just a monster rejected by humans. How could he ever be their partner? So he couldn't board their ship. That was Chopper's concern, but for Zhang Fei and the others, these things were not a problem at all because they never cared about such matters. Thank you for the invitation, but I'll stay here forever. Feel free to visit again. But Chopper underestimated them. Luffy declared loudly, his tone unyielding and resolute. Stop talking nonsense, come with me. After hearing Luffy's words, Chopper could no longer hold back his tears. Apart from Dr. Koreha and his adoptive father Dr. Hiralik, there were others who genuinely accepted him. Even though he was a monster, they didn't mind at all. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Dr. Koreha's lips, evidently pleased that Chopper had found companions who truly acknowledged him. Now Dr. Hiralik in the underworld, upon learning of this, would surely laugh heartily. It's a pity there's no key to the weapons arsenal, otherwise we could show Chopper the cherry blossoms that Dr. Hiralik called a miracle before he leaves. This was also related to Zhang Fei's mission. Now Zhang Fei had completed 2 tasks, leaving only the third. In the original story, Nami stole the key to the weapons arsenal from Wapol, which later spared her medical expenses. However, Wapol had been knocked away by Luffy, and the key to the arsenal was taken with him. If they wanted to open the arsenal, they could only resort to forced entry. Dr. Rena, I want to go with them and become a pirate. Chopper's gaze gradually grew resolute, as if he had made up his mind to set sail on adventures with Zhang Fei and the others, becoming a free pirate. As soon as Luffy heard Chopper agree, he began to cheer and leap about like a monkey, jumping around to vent his joy. Even Zhang Fei was no exception. Although he knew this was destined, Chopper's joining still brought him delight. Dr. Koreha drained the wine in her hand and warned Chopper of the harshness of being a pirate. Piracy isn't easy. One careless move, and you might lose your life. That doesn't matter, Chopper said nonchalantly. Zhang Fei recalled what Dr. Koreha had told him earlier and reminded her. You promised me that if Chopper is willing to come aboard with us, you won't stand in our way. Suit yourselves. By the way, you lot, come over here and carry the gold. Dr. Koreha snorted with an air of, I don't care about you, then turned and left, dragging a few laborers to transport the gold. Those summoned by Dr. Koreha dared not defy her orders. They could only timidly agree, for her reputation as a witch was not without cause. Zhang Fei watched Dr. Koreha's retreating figure and couldn't help but smile. He knew she was saying one thing while meaning another. She was eager for Chopper to set sail and fulfill his dream. Dr. Rena. Chopper's voice choked with emotion, for she was his teacher, the one who had taught him medicine, and he felt reluctant to part. All right, Luffy, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going out for a while. Zhang Fei intended to head to the weapons arsenal and break through the iron door, so he gave Luffy a heads up. Oh. Luffy responded casually, not paying attention to where Zhang Fei was going. Arriving before the arsenal, he saw the iron door tightly shut. Zhang Fei touched it using his internal energy to gauge the door's thickness, confirming how much force he should release. To avoid touching the ammunition inside and triggering an explosion, he held a long sword borrowed from a militia member. An orange-gold sword aura flowed from his palm into the blade, and he stepped back a distance to ensure absolute safety. Aiming at the lock of the iron door, he gave a light flick and a strike of orange-gold sword aura shot out from the blade. The iron door yielded like tofu before Zhang Fei's sword aura easily cut open. Simultaneously, the lock mechanism hidden within was destroyed by the sharp aura. Thus a horizontal slash mark appeared in the center of the door. Done. Zhang Fei smiled relieved that he had controlled his strength well and not damaged the ammunition inside. Pushing open the iron door with a heavy creak, light flooded in, revealing the weapons inside, mostly heavy artillery like cannons. Dr. Kureha and the others heard the noise and came to check, discovering that the iron door of the arsenal had been broken open. Looking closely, they saw it was that lad Zhang Fei, so they asked, "Did you do this?" "Yeah, it was me." Zhang Fei admitted readily, for his purpose was not only for Chopper, but also for himself. "Aren't you afraid you might blow us all up?" Dr. Kureha scolded Zhang Fei for his recklessness, saying that if handled poorly the bombs inside could blast through the entire castle. "Don't worry, didn't I open it? Consider it a farewell gift." He would never do something without certainty. Oh, besides, he had succeeded, hadn't he? Dr. Kureha didn't know what to say to Zhang Fei, but he had indeed done a good deed. This way, before Chopper left, he could still witness the cherry blossoms Dr. Hiralik had created before he died. "I'll leave this to you all." After finishing here, Zhang Fei prepared to take his leave. Now Nami's condition had stabilized and her temperature had returned to normal. Nami and Luffy discussed preparing to set sail, as Vivi's country was still waiting for her. If Chopper hadn't joined, Nami wouldn't have made this decision, but with Chopper it was different. In the end, they still sought Zhang Fei's opinion. Zhang Fei said it was no problem, and Dr. Kureha had already prepared specific medicine for Nami for the coming days. However, before leaving, they needed to inform Dr. Kureha. Leaving without a word would prevent him from completing his mission. Upon hearing the news, Dr. Kureha was rather angry, since Nami was still a patient and not yet recovered. But after hearing about Vivi's situation, she reluctantly agreed. She then asked Zhang Fei to come over and help move the cannons. Watching the bustling crowd, Chopper wondered why they were moving cannons. "What's all this for, Zhang Fei?" "You'll see in a moment." Zhang Fei deliberately kept it a secret, then turned to ask Dr. Kureha. "Ready? Fire." Dr. Kureha didn't hesitate at all. She glanced at Chopper, believing this was the best farewell gift. Boom. As the shell was launched, the powder within it exploded high in the air, dispersing with the blast force. Mixing with the snow, it turned the pure white snowflakes pink, slowly drifting down like falling cherry blossoms. Dr. Rinowa. At the sight, Chopper could no longer hold back his tears. So this was the miracle cherry blossoms Dr. Hiralik had spoken of. He had finally seen them. Was this Dr. Hiralik's conviction? How beautiful. Nami gazed at the gently falling pink snowflakes, the first time she had ever beheld such ethereal beauty, and breathed the words aloud, unbidden. "Indeed, it is truly magnificent." Vivi nodded in quiet agreement, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the delicate snow drifting down from the sky. Chopper stood trembling, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. Memories of Dr. Hiralik flooded his mind like frames from an old film. Moments of warmth, kindness, and quiet devotion, each one achingly tender. Dr. Hiralik. Chopper suddenly understood why they had hauled cannons to the hilltop, to protect him. Gratitude swelled within him for everything Dr. Kureha had done, and in that moment he realized he had fulfilled Dr. Hiralik's final wish. Without thinking, he stepped forward, rushing toward Dr. Kureha, desperate to voice his thanks and to express all the love and care she had given him over the years. But Dr. Kureha turned away. Her voice trembled with suppressed emotion, tears shimmered at the edges of her eyes, held back only by sheer will. As if parting with sorrow were a betrayal she refused to allow. "Why are you crying? Get out, now, before I change my mind." But Dr. Kureha. Chopper heard the quiver in her voice, the unmistakable ache of farewell, and knew she could not bear to let him see her weep. Before he could finish, she cut him off. In a flash, Dr. Kureha drew a short blade from nowhere and hurled it toward him, but each one whistled harmlessly past his shoulder, deliberately missing. "I told you to leave, didn't you hear me?" Chopper flinched violently and fled, yet no resentment stirred in his heart. Only gratitude remained, deep and abiding. He understood perfectly why she had chosen this harshness, to spare them both the anguish of a tearful goodbye. Even as he ran, he whispered his farewell, "Goodbye, Dr. Kureha. I will return having perfected the all-cure medicine." With that, he seized the sled, shifted into his reindeer form, and prepared to pull his crew away. "Hurry aboard." Instantly, Zhang Fei and the others scrambled onto the sled, while Chopper sprinted along the rope line. High atop the mountain, Dr. Kureha could no longer hold back her tears. Softly, almost inaudibly, she murmured, "Go on, my foolish son." Back aboard, the merry Luffy drew a deep breath of crisp air, spread his arms wide, and roared with exhilaration. "Set sail, crew." "Aight." The new members cheered wildly in unison, spirits soaring as the sails billowed, and the ship surged forward. Yet Zhang Fei sensed something amiss. Someone was missing. Who could it be? Did we forget someone? Who's missing? Usopp frowned, scanning the deck, only then realizing Zoro was gone. What? Where did he go? He was supposed to guard the ship. The truth dawned upon them all at once. Zoro was nowhere aboard. Panic rippled through the crew. Chopper, who could understand animals, learned from Karoo that Zoro had dashed off alone for a winter swim and still hadn't returned. He says Zoro abandoned him and went swimming by himself. That idiot must have gotten lost. Of course he has. He's always been directionally hopeless. Right now he's probably wandering in circles somewhere freezing cold. They immediately reversed course. We're turning back to find Zoro. He's definitely lost. The Mary, barely underway, was forced to double back. Meanwhile Zoro, shivering uncontrollably bare-chested and utterly unaware he was lost, blamed the island itself. How can this island be this vast? I've walked for ages and still haven't reached the edge. Brrr. I'd better find Luffy and the others fast. It's freezing. Wait, where's the Mary's dock anyway? And so he wandered again in aimless circles, trapped, unknowing, unable to break free. Then, a voice called his name. Following its echo he spotted Zhang Fei and the others. Relief flooded him as he waved frantically. Finally, I'm getting out of this cursed place. Hey, I'm over here. Zhang Fei finally caught sight of Zoro, his torso dusted with frost, and sighed quietly. Lucky you. Anyone else would have frozen solid by now. Well, you're still breathing. Sanji's tone brimmed with familiar irritation, reserved exclusively for Zoro. Don't worry, I won't die. You'll go first. Zoro shot back without hesitation, and instantly the air crackled with tension thick with rivalry and old grudges. Zhang Fei simply tuned them out. Only after Zoro rejoined them did the Mary truly set forth anew. Outside the Drum Kingdom castle, Dalton and Dr. Kureha sat side by side in the snow, watching Chopper's distant silhouette vanish beyond the horizon. Suddenly a villager rushed up clutching a wanted poster. Something important just came to mind. Dalton looked up puzzled. What is it? The man handed him 2 posters, one bearing Zhang Fei's face, the other Luffy's. Dalton scanned the posters and froze. There was Zhang Fei, his bounty exceeding 100 million berries. No wonder the young man carried himself with such fearless confidence. Was it strength? Or something deeper? A pirate worth over 100 million. What a dangerous man. We forgot to report this earlier. About a week ago a traveler appeared on Lobel Street, claiming he was hunting Blackbeard, and then asked whether a straw-hatted pirate had passed through here. The villager continued recounting events from that day. I believe he meant the Straw Hat Kid, and he said should they arrive were to tell them, I'll wait 10 days in Alabasta. After that I'm gone. So he knew Luffy. Dalton leaned in. What's his name? I think it was Ace, but that scoundrel skipped out on his meal without paying. Unbelievable. His voice rose in indignation at the memory. No need to relay the message. They're heading straight to Alabasta. I sense their paths will cross. He turned to Dr. Kureha. Kureha, what are you thinking about? She stared at Luffy's wanted poster, her gaze distant, as if stirred by long-buried echoes of the past. Quietly she asked Dalton, do you know who D. Roger was? D. You mean the Pirate King Roger? Everyone in this world knows his name. Dalton knew nothing of the meaning behind the D. Yet he recognized the legend. So our reindeer has aligned himself with someone extraordinary. Dr. Kureha studied Luffy's poster, and a faint knowing smile touched her lips. The will of the D has found its heir. On the ship Luffy and his crew began celebrating, Chopper's joining with drinks. Luffy and Usopp performed a talent show, sticking chopsticks up their nostrils. Poor Chopper, having just boarded the ship, was already being led astray by them. However, Zoro, having given orders to Sanji in a commanding tone, provoked Sanji's displeasure, and the two started fighting again. Usopp stood on the second floor deck cheering and shouting, welcoming Chopper on board. A toast to our new crewmate. Cheers. Everyone celebrated excitedly. After the feast, Nami sat behind Zhang Fei, slightly tipsy, her cheeks flushed, leaning against Zhang Fei's shoulder, thanking him. Zhang Fei, thank you. Zhang Fei drained his cup in one gulp before replying to Nami. There's nothing to thank me for. You're still not well, don't drink too much. Nami smiled softly, feeling a warmth in her heart. She shifted her body closer to Zhang Fei, feeling his body heat, comforting and reassuring. Unconsciously, Nami fell asleep, leaning on Zhang Fei's shoulder. But Vivi noticed this scene, and an uneasy knot formed in her heart. What was this feeling? Why did she suddenly feel like drinking so much? Zhang Fei carried the sleeping Nami to her room, then returned to take the drunken Vivi to her room as well. Really, why drink so much? Zhang Fei couldn't help but grumble at Vivi. Yet the intoxicated Vivi heard his voice and shouted, I can still drink more, let's keep going. Zhang Fei shook his head. Drinking like that, and still wanting more. Even if it was a welcome party for Chopper, there was no need to go this far. After settling everything, Zhang Fei took on the role of navigator and steered the merry-go towards the kingdom of Alabasta. After all, among those present, only Zhang Fei was not drunk and was in excellent spirits. As for Luffy and the others, they were now lying on the deck snoring away. Zhang Fei couldn't be bothered to move them. A little cold wouldn't kill them. In the Pokemon world, the system, having transformed into a trainer, activated its cheat, a 100 catch rate. Behind it floated a large number of Pokeballs ready to capture some pseudo-legendary or legendary Pokemon. Only these powerful Pokemon were worthy of Zhang Fei. So what should it catch? Mewtwo, Arceus, or Eternatus? Which one was better? In that case, it decided to catch them all. Catch them first and decide later. That was settled. There's a Pikachu here. Its potential is actually at the pseudo-legendary level. Not bad, let's catch it first. Just as the system was about to set off to find Mewtwo and the others, it stumbled upon a lone Pikachu on the way. Curious, it examined it, and found that this yellow mouse had quite impressive potential, meeting its requirements. Go! The system commanded the Pokeballs behind it to touch the Pikachu. A red light emitted from the Pokeball, enveloping the Pikachu and drawing it inside. Thanks to the 100 catch rate, this Pikachu became the system's trophy. Poor Pikachu, it was captured without even knowing what happened. A good start. Just as the system was about to leave, it was detected by the world's consciousness, which seemed furious and wished to tear the system apart. The system was startled. It had only caught one Pikachu. Was it really that angry? What a stingy world. Since it was discovered, it was time to make a quick escape. The world consciousness tried to stop the system and release the captured Pikachu, but the system had already slipped away. It could only roar in impotent rage. After the system left, Xiaoji appeared searching for Pikachu. Pikachu, where did you go? Pikachu. The system had no idea that the Pikachu it caught was Xiaoji's partner. No wonder the world consciousness was so furious. Helpless, the world consciousness had to duplicate a new Pikachu to keep the timeline stable. Otherwise, how could it keep Xiaoji forever 10 years old? It was a blatant conspiracy. The new Pikachu inherited all of the previous Pikachu's memories and potential, but it had no memory of being captured by the system. Upon leaving the Pokemon world, the system couldn't help but grumble about the world consciousness. Stingy, so stingy. Only gave me one Pikachu. What a jerk. Anyway, let's modify this Pikachu first. Thus, the system erased Pikachu's memories and maximized its friendship level. This way, when Zhang Fei received the Pikachu, there would be no problem with taming it. Which world should it go to next? Right, it would go to the Digimon world. But which series? For the first series, after obtaining the Digivice evolution, required Digi-Eggs, so the system ruled it out. The fourth series involved fusion evolution, and only the 10 legendary warriors could be taken. The limitations were too great. If it actually took one of the warriors, the world consciousness would definitely hunt it down. Wait, the Digimon world didn't seem to have a world consciousness. Digimon lived in the network. So why was it scared? No more choosing. It would go straight to the fifth series, the Saver's World. Evolution was also easier there. Decision made. As for the sixth series, the system didn't even consider it. With combat power so broken, was there any point in going? The system arrived in the digital world and began searching recklessly for the Digi-Egg with the best potential. Among tens of millions of Digi-Eggs, the system wasn't in a hurry and searched one by one. It wasn't afraid of the Royal Knights coming to cause trouble, provided they could even detect it. Finally, the system found a satisfactory Digi-Egg. Using the world's origin, it established a connection with this Digi-Egg and condensed a Digivice. It then left the place with the Digi-Egg ready to return to Zhang Fei's side. After all, it had enough resources now and didn't need to waste any more time. On the route to the Alabasta Kingdom, Sanji had just stepped out of the kitchen when he noticed that the ingredients in the refrigerator had vanished. He didn't need to guess who did it. He stormed over to Luffy, who was looking nervous, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Sanji's gaze. Sanji took the lit cigarette from his mouth and began to question Luffy. I'm asking you, I allocated the food precisely so that we could make it to Alabasta smoothly, but how did 9 portions of food disappear overnight? Luffy still didn't dare to look at Sanji. Sweat uncontrollably poured from his forehead. He let out a burp, looking like a guilty thief. It's useless, don't resist. You're not good at lying. Seeing that Luffy was stubbornly refusing to admit it, Sanji grabbed Luffy's chin tightly and threatened him directly. However, Luffy remained unmoved, determined to play dumb. Left with no choice, Sanji had to trick Luffy into revealing himself. Hey, what's that on your lips? Luffy had no idea he had fallen into Sanji's trap. Thinking Sanji was telling the truth, he believed he had forgotten to wipe his mouth after eating, thus exposing his thoughts. Oh no, did I miss some residue? It really was that bastard. In a towering rage, Sanji gave Luffy a fierce kick that nearly sent him into the sea. Watching Sanji mercilessly beat Luffy, the other 3 accomplices trembled in fear and swore that they would have to catch a big fish to appease Sanji's anger. However, they were still betrayed by Luffy and also got a thorough thrashing from Sanji. Their lively energy amused Zhang Fei, and even Chopper, who had only recently boarded the ship, was being corrupted by Luffy. By the way, had the system returned, he still had 3 mysterious gift packs unopened waiting for it to rig the results for him. So Zhang Fei tried calling out to the system. System, are you there? Unexpectedly, the system was indeed there. What? Something on your mind? The system, upon returning, had slipped into Zhang Fei's body and was busy organizing its gains. That's why it didn't immediately inform Zhang Fei of its return. It only came out after hearing his call. Learning that the system was back, Zhang Fei couldn't help but feel delighted. He knew that the system must have brought back a lot of good stuff this time, so he hurriedly asked the system to rig the results. System, you promised me earlier that you'd get me a driver that allows ordinary people to transform. Did you get it? I got it. I'll modify it for you now. The system thought for a moment and decided to deduct one of Zhang Fei's mysterious gift packs. After all, its own gains were good, and the hazard level of this transformation smoke gun was fixed, making it nearly impossible to get stronger. It was of little use to Zhang Fei anyway, so it might as well give it all to him at once. Zhang Fei opened the system inventory and found that only 2 mysterious gift packs remained, but now there were also 3 items: Transformation Smoke Gun X2, Bat Lost Full Bottle, and Cobra Lost Full Bottle. This time the system was really generous, giving 2 directly. It was perfect for Usopp and Luffy, and even Nami and the others could use them. System, you're amazing. Giving me 2 transformation devices. Zhang Fei couldn't help but praise the system's generosity. Not at all, not at all. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The system modestly waved its hand, indicating that it was nothing. If it weren't for the fact that the transformation smoke gun's power output was fixed, it would have split it into 2 parts. By the way, system, can you rig it for me again? I want to get something good. Zhang Fei asked the system if he could get something from the primordial world. It was simple. The items from the primordial world were so overpowered that maybe he could even become a great Luo golden immortal. The system gave Zhang Fei a disdainful look. I'm just an urban system. Do you think I have that ability? The previous, indestructible skill was one from the primordial system. Now you want to become a great Luo golden immortal. Absolutely impossible. Besides, the primordial system doesn't even dare to play mahjong with me anymore. How am I supposed to win you a great Luo golden immortal? Better go get some sleep. The system shattered Zhang Fei's daydream. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hearing the system's firm denial, Zhang Fei sighed helplessly. What a pity. In that case, he could only rely on himself to see if he could get lucky. Oh, what a shame. Exactly. If there's nothing else, I'll be going back. After confirming that Zhang Fei had no more questions, the system returned to Zhang Fei's body, waiting for the next call. With only 2 mysterious gift packs left in the system inventory, Zhang Fei opened them without hesitation. The first mysterious gift pack opened, and a white light flashed. Zhang Fei immediately realized that this pack might contain something good. Congratulations. You have obtained Guy Nie's lifetime of martial power and swordsmanship. His body felt like it was struck by lightning. His originally stable internal energy, now reinforced by Guy Nie's power, surged like a turbulent sea, galloping through his meridians like 1,000 troops, strengthening his channels and finally gathering at his dantian. However, his internal energy had more than doubled. This way his sword aura would become even stronger, not to mention the combined sword art of the Giga School. Zhang Fei's swordsmanship achieved a leap in improvement. Even if Hawkeye were here, he would find it difficult to win. Moreover, Guy Nie's swordsmanship was slightly stronger than Wei Zhuang's. However, since both were disciples of the Giga School, their martial arts were of the same origin, so the fusion of their internal energies was completely harmonious, without any rejection. Zhang Fei clenched his fists. The feeling of his internal energy skyrocketing was wonderful, like having a furnace in his abdomen providing warmth, making his whole body feel cozy. Next came the opening of the second mysterious gift pack. Congratulations. You have obtained the Rooster Talisman. Now this was the third talisman. He wondered when he would be able to draw the Tiger Talisman. By the way, the Rooster Talisman's ability was to control objects to float and move. If combined with the Rabbit Talisman, it would allow flight. However, Zhang Fei thought that the Rooster Talisman's floating ability was more like telekinesis. In the anime Xiao Yu used telekinesis to control the large sword sharpened by Toru to cut the belt binding her, and during the battle between Uncle Long and Toru, she also controlled the blue marlin on the wall to stab at Toru, forcing him to defend. That's why Zhang Fei thought so. As for whether to lend it to Usopp and the other, Zhang Fei was still considering it, since the Rooster Talisman's ability was somewhat useful to him. Forget it, he would fuse it first and think about it later. Besides, he could already use spirit particles to pave a path and move freely in the air. As for the transformation smoke guns and such, Zhang Fei planned to give them to the others later. Since the food had been completely devoured by Luffy and the others, they had no choice but to use Kalu, hoping to catch a Sea King. However, Zhang Fei possessed the ability of immortality, so not eating posed no problem for him at all. But Nami and the others still needed sustenance. With no alternative, Zhang Fei had to dive into the sea himself to catch prey. Fortunately, he had acquired the Rooster Talisman, using its levitation ability to draw the Sea King toward him before knocking it unconscious with his fist and dragging it back onto the Going Merry. To his surprise, they had caught Mr. 2 using Kalu. Zhang Fei found this most peculiar. The timeline had already been altered by his presence, yet they still managed to hook Mr. 2. It was truly unexpected. When Luffy saw Zhang Fei return with the Sea King over 10 meters long, he was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling like stars. Wonderful. With this there would be meat to eat again. He ran over joyfully, praising Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, you're amazing. Now we won't go hungry. Is that thanks to you all eating everything in sight? Zhang Fei couldn't help but mutter a complaint toward Luffy, but Luffy remained carefree, as ever, not taking Zhang Fei's words to heart at all. As for Usopp and Chopper, they looked at Zhang Fei with guilty expressions. Seeing that they had already apologized, Zhang Fei couldn't be bothered to scold them further, handing the Sea King over to Sanji for preparation. Mr. 2 was watching the drenched Zhang Fei and called out to him. Hello there, handsome. You're so good looking, I just adore you. I could just take a bite out of you. Zhang Fei was seeing such a cross-dressing person for the first time, goosebumps rising all over him. Mr. 2 looked like some bizarre creature. Though Mr. 2 was a hermaphrodite, he valued loyalty and deep feeling above all else. Particularly during the impelled down escape, he voluntarily stayed behind in the prison so that Luffy could get out safely. Such a person who cherished bonds of friendship was truly rare. But this time with me here, Zhang Fei was confident he could save Ace and Mr. 2. He promptly declined Mr. 2's affection, pretending not to know him, and pushed Luffy forward instead. No, I don't need your affection. If you want to kiss someone, kiss Luffy instead. Huh, no thanks. Luffy said with disgust, not wanting to be kissed by such a peculiar person either. By the way, can't you swim? Usopp placed his hands on his hips, looking at Mr. 2. Anyone who went to sea should know how to swim, except for devil fruit eaters. That's right, because this one ate a devil fruit. Mr. 2 admitted cheerfully about consuming a devil fruit. What kind of devil fruit did you eat? Usopp asked curiously, no longer shocked by devil fruit abilities as he once was. Well then, while waiting for my boat to arrive, there's nothing else to do anyway. I'll put on a little show for you. Watch closely, this is my ability. Mr. 2 stood up preparing to demonstrate his ability in person. He raised his right hand and slapped it hard against Luffy's face. Mr. 2's sturdy palm slapped directly onto Luffy's face. Luffy went absolutely wild, his hair standing on end as he was sent flying by the blow. Luffy! Everyone cried out in alarm, startled by Mr. 2's sudden attack, thinking he was an enemy. The only one who remained unmoved was Zhang Fei, watching calmly, knowing what Mr. 2's ability truly was. Just as Zoro was about to draw his blade to strike Mr. 2, Mr. 2 quickly explained, stopping Zoro's hand and activating his ability, his face transforming into an exact copy of Luffy's. Hold on, didn't I say this was a performance? What? Zoro stared in disbelief at Mr. 2, who had turned into Luffy before his very eyes. This is no joke. Mr. 2, wearing Luffy's face, struck an arrogant pose, making Zhang Fei feel distinctly uncomfortable. Is that me? Luffy stared at Mr. 2 in bewilderment, completely forgetting the slap he'd received, utterly shocked by what he witnessed. This is the main fruit's ability, isn't it? Zhang Fei stated. Mr. 2's power. That's right, this one ain't the main fruit. As long as my right hand touches someone, I can copy them, and touching my face with my left hand restores my original form. Mr. 2 explained his ability. The voice becomes identical too, as does the body structure. Nami, witnessing such a miraculous ability for the first time, was utterly amazed. She wondered if it could even copy other Devil Fruit users. Mr. 2 then used his right hand to touch everyone present, Zhang Fei included. After transforming into each person there, he finally assumed Nami's form. A single touch is all it takes. You can become whoever you want, even the body is identical. Mr. 2 then opened his shirt, revealing Nami's figure completely. Everyone's eyes practically popped out of their heads, drinking in the sight. If Sanji had been present witnessing this scene, he certainly would have knelt and begged Mr. 2 to continue. Nami would never allow Mr. 2 to continue this nonsense. She punched him directly. After all, what Mr. 2 showed them was her own body. It was as if she'd been seen naked, and worse, everyone present had witnessed it. This ignited Nami's fury. Go die. Mr. 2's head sported a large bump, tears welling in his eyes. Nami's punch carried real damage. No ordinary person could withstand it. However, Mr. 2 quickly recovered and continued fooling around with Luffy and the others. As he showcased his face-changing technique, a familiar face soon appeared before Vivi. She finally recognized whose face it was, her father. A flicker of shock appeared in her eyes. How was this possible? At this moment, Vivi did not know Mr. 2, so she remained unaware of Crocodile's conspiracy. A seed of doubt had been planted in Vivi's heart. As for Nami, she felt bashful, her cheeks flushing red. After all, Mr. 2 had transformed into her own likeness. She wondered what Zhang Fei must think of her now. She couldn't even bring herself to look at him. Still, she wanted to explain herself to Zhang Fei. Seeing Nami struggle to speak, Zhang Fei understood exactly what she meant to say and deliberately teased her. Not bad figure you've got there, Nami. Upon hearing these words, Nami's face flushed red as a steam engine, her earlier embarrassment instantly vanishing, replaced by shy anger. She lightly punched Zhang Fei, not using much force at all. More like she was reproaching him for daring to flirt with her. You dare flirt with me? Zhang Fei smiled without saying a word, letting Nami continue her playful smacks. This scene resembled a couple on a school campus laughing and playfully chasing each other, filled with warmth. However, on every campus, there is always an awkward admirer who cannot express their feelings, secretly watching them from afar, an indescribable bitterness quietly spreading through their heart, leaving an uncomfortable taste. Nami seemed to have tired herself out from the smacking. She snorted coldly, indicating she no longer wished to pay any attention to Zhang Fei. He was truly infuriating. Here she was genuinely wanting to explain, yet he insisted on flirtatiously teasing her. He was absolutely insufferable. I'm not talking to you. In truth, this was merely Nami's excuse. The reason was that their playful squabble had attracted Luffy's attention, making her feel deeply embarrassed. Her face flushed like burning clouds growing hot. She immediately turned and walked away, returning to her room to calm her racing heart. Watching Nami's feminine mannerisms, Zhang Fei found her rather adorable. After all, in the original story, Nami would never react in such a way. However, Vivi gently bit her cherry-red lower lip, and a trace of jealousy flickered through her eyes. Then Vivi vigorously shook her head and slapped her own cheeks hard, trying to drive away the thoughts surfacing in her mind. She thought to herself, what am I thinking? I cannot have such thoughts. Alabasta is still waiting for me. Oh. Even Luffy and the others, upon seeing the shy Nami, a rare sight indeed, could not help but join in the teasing, their cries resembling the howling of monkeys. Go away, stop making such a racket. Zhang Fei waved his hand to shoo them off. What was there to make such a fuss about? However, Luffy and the others remained unmoved, continuing their monkey-like cries. Zhang Fei could not be bothered to deal with them anymore. He rose to his feet, preparing to go to the deck at the stern of the ship to enjoy some sunbathing. After all, there was nothing else to do at the moment. As Zhang Fei was about to leave, he noticed a dilapidated sail in the distance, slowly approaching. At the bow of the ship was a swan-shaped figurehead. Without much thought, this must be Mr. 2's vessel coming to rendezvous with him. He turned his head and pointed at the distant sail, asking Mr. 2, this should be the ship coming to meet you, right? Mr. 2 focused his gaze and confirmed. It was indeed his ship. Although they had not known each other long, profound friendship had already formed between them, especially after Luffy and the others accepted him as one of their own. Leaping onto the railing, he turned his back to Luffy and the others gave a thumbs up and bid them farewell, with tears welling in his eyes. Ah, so it is indeed. To think the time for parting has come so quickly. How regrettable. Ah, X3 facing Mr. 2's departure. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were deeply reluctant to see him go. Don't be sad. There is no gathering under heaven that does not eventually end. However, do not forget this. One thing, the depth of friendship has nothing to do with how long you have known each other. With those words, Mr. 2 leaped onto his own vessel and departed. Zhang Fei smiled faintly watching Mr. 2's departure. He greatly admired those words from Mr. 2. Until we meet again. Luffy and the others called out loudly, their voices filled with farewell. They also believed that on this vast ocean, they would someday cross paths again. Alright, it's time for us to set sail. Mr. 2 issued the order to his subordinates behind him. Yes, Mr. 2-sama. Upon hearing the name Mr. 2, the people aboard the Going Merry fell into deep contemplation. They had never expected someone so amusing and pleasant to be around would actually be a member of Baroque Works. This truly exceeded their imagination. It was not until after Mr. 2 had departed that Usopp finally cried out in shock. Mr. 2. Only then did Vivi recall the rumors about Mr. 2. She had never expected that when the real Mr. 2 appeared before her very eyes, she would actually fail to recognize him. Her eyes widened involuntarily, and she exclaimed in alarm. He is Mr. 2 Bon Curie. Luffy also looked at Vivi questioningly. Was she not also a member of Baroque Works? How could she not recognize Mr. 2? Vivi, didn't you know what Mr. 2 looked like? Vivi knelt on both knees, hands planted on the ground, her spirits low as she honestly admitted. I have never met Mr. 2 and Mr. 1's team, nor do I know their abilities. I have only heard rumors about Mr. 2. They say he is a tall, feminine-looking person who speaks in a very effeminate manner. He loves wearing a swan-patterned coat with "Way of the Pervert" written on the back. After hearing Vivi's words, Luffy and the others wore expressions of disbelief. It was so obvious. How could you possibly fail to recognize him? Usopp then waved his hand and criticized Vivi. You really should have recognized him. However, Vivi did not hear Usopp's criticism. Instead, she was thinking about how Mr. 2 had just transformed into the appearance of her father. There must be some scheme behind this. She thought of what Zhang Fei had mentioned earlier about the ancient weapon Pluton. They must be after Pluton. Why had she not realized this sooner? The moment this thought struck her, Vivi placed one hand on her forehead, her expression one of deep self-reproach. Before she knew it, Zhang Fei had approached from behind her. He gently patted Vivi's shoulder and handed her a peeled orange, offering words of comfort. There's no need to blame yourself so much. It's just that you failed to recognize him. Besides, Mr. 2 has already demonstrated his abilities to us beforehand, which means we can also come up with countermeasures against him. Vivi raised her head, her watery, beautiful eyes gazing at Zhang Fei. She did not know why, but after hearing Zhang Fei's words, the unease in her heart had become much calmer. She took the orange from Zhang Fei and gently bit into it. This orange was truly sweet. She thanked Zhang Fei. I understand. Thank you for the orange. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively. Within moments, he had finished eating the orange in his hand. He returned to the deck and discussed strategies with Luffy. In truth, Zhang Fei could simply charge in recklessly, but he had to consider Vivi and the others. The only people here who have not been touched by Mr. 2 are Sanji and Vivi. However, to prevent any contingency, we should make some marks so that we can identify each other. Zhang Fei proposed his suggestion. After all, Mr. 2's imitation fruit ability was quite troublesome. Though troublesome, it could not copy another person's abilities, only their appearance and build. If his ability awakened further, though, that would be a different story. What kind of mark should we make? Usopp stroked his chin, pondering. He turned to Zhang Fei with a curious gaze. About that, we will decide later. However, Mr. 2 should not be able to imitate our abilities. For me, Chopper and Luffy, if you cannot distinguish the real person, just have them demonstrate their abilities. Like Luffy's rubber ability, Chopper's 7-form transformation. As for me, just stab me with a knife, and it'll be fine. After all, I can't die that easily, and besides, you probably cannot even break through my defenses. That works for me. Zhang Fei's decision received unanimous praise from everyone except for Wei Wei, who looked at Zhang Fei with a numb expression, thinking, what kind of divine decision is this? Just stab him directly. You've got some nerve. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's decision, the system directly gave a thumbs up and praised him loudly. Truly worthy of being my host, such bravery, just like me, truly impressive. So they discussed what mark to use and finally decided to follow the original works method. On this point, Zhang Fei had no objections. Now everyone's left hand was wrapped with a bandage, which was the identification mark for each other. After they finished their preparations, they noticed many ships behind them heading towards the Arabasta Kingdom. Judging by the symbols on their sails, they were all from the Baroque Works. Upon seeing these ships, Usopp became agitated and shouted loudly, wanting to start a fight immediately. Now, fire the cannons at them. Forget it, if we deal with them now, it'll be easier later, but our actions will definitely be discovered by Crocodile. He might directly threaten Wei Wei's father, and then her father's life would be in danger. Zhang Fei dismissed Usopp's violent idea. After all, they hadn't even officially entered the Arabasta Kingdom, nor had they seen the king's face. How could they fight? Usopp thought for a moment and agreed with Zhang Fei. He had been hot-headed and hadn't considered Wei Wei's father's safety at all. He sighed regretfully. I see I was impulsive, but it's really a pity. If you want to fight, there will be opportunities later, and these are all small fry. Zoro expressed his thoughts. Stop talking, we're almost at the port. We're going to dock at the mouth of the West Sea, we need to hide the ship. Seeing that they were almost at the port, the urgent task was to hide the Going Merry, since behind them were all ships from Baroque works. Alright, in short, no matter what happens from now on, this left hand is the symbol of our comrades. Luffy extended his left fist, and everyone instinctively formed a circle, even Karu the Duck joined in. After confirming, Luffy continued smiling at the others. Then let's go ashore. Wei Wei gripped her left hand and smiled sweetly. Is this what it means to have comrades? By the way, Zhang Fei, you said that if I meet you I can stab you, is that true? Before going ashore, Sanji specially ran over to ask. Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows, slightly looking at Sanji with confusion. And there was a hint of excitement in Sanji's tone. Was he mistaken? He then confirmed to Sanji. Yes, what's wrong? It's true, that's wonderful. Hearing that it was true, Sanji's expression changed instantly, overjoyed, unable to conceal his delight. Sanji had been annoyed with Zhang Fei for a long time. Zhang Fei was always flirting with Nami-san, which made Sanji extremely jealous. Moreover, Zhang Fei's gay look last time had scared him for days, and even gave him nightmares. If he weren't stronger, Sanji would have kicked him long ago. Now finally having a chance to vent his anger, he definitely wanted to stab him a few times to release his dissatisfaction. If Zhang Fei knew what Sanji was thinking, he would definitely cry out in grievance. It's not my fault. It's all Blackbeard's fault for looking at Sanji at that bad time, causing him to misunderstand me. Sanji left the Going Merry with cheerful steps. This sudden change left Zhang Fei puzzled. What was wrong with Sanji? After getting off the ship, Luffy couldn't wait to go on a big eating spree, not afraid of not having money to pay since there was a big spender on the ship. Let's go eat. Zhang Fei was speechless. Aren't sea kings enough for you to eat? Why do you still want to eat? Truly a foodie, he disappeared in an instant. Let's go, we'll get off the ship and take a look at the scenery of the Arabasta Kingdom. Zhang Fei turned around and said to Nami and the others. What about Luffy? Wei Wei was a bit worried and asked. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Nami also knew Luffy's character and strength, so she naturally wasn't worried about his safety. Alright then. Hearing Nami say that she had no choice but to give up and follow Zhang Fei and the others out. By the way, Usopp, you need to stick close to Zoro to prevent him from getting lost. Before leaving, Zhang Fei didn't forget to remind Usopp. After all, that directionally challenged person couldn't tell east from west and easily got lost. Zoro also heard Zhang Fei's words and felt it was slander. He absolutely could not get lost, and he responded to Zhang Fei firmly. Impossible, I absolutely cannot get lost. On the contrary, you'd better not get lost. Upon hearing Zoro's statement, Zhang Fei was left speechless. Clearly you are the big losty, yet you have the nerve to say that about others. So thick-skinned. He couldn't be bothered to retort Zoro anymore. Fortunately, Usopp was sensible and nodded in agreement, ignoring Zoro's words. Okay, I got it. By the way, I still have a lot of gold here. Take it first. If you want to buy anything, go ahead. Zhang Fei suddenly remembered that in a large country like the Arabasta Kingdom, shopping was inevitable. Generous and wealthy Zhang Fei gave each person a nugget of gold. The others did not stand on ceremony since they all knew that Zhang Fei could transform into gold every day, so he was never short of gold. You're so kind, Zhang Fei. I can buy medicinal herbs and books. Chopper was extremely excited upon receiving the gold. With gold he could buy whatever he wanted. You're welcome, Chopper. Zhang Fei casually ruffled Chopper's fluffy fur, which immediately lifted his mood. Indeed, Chopper is so cute. Alright, shall we go together, or split up? Zhang Fei expressed his opinion. Better to stick together. If we encounter Mr. 2, we won't have to worry. Nami recalled Mr. 2's ability. The risk of sticking together was smaller. Nami is right. If we're together, we don't have to fear Mr. 2's imitation. Wei Wei agreed with Nami. Zhang Fei saw that no one else had any objections, so they would act together. Alright, let's set off together. When they were about to approach the city center of Ukiwa, a furious voice suddenly rang out. Stop him. This guy is eating without paying. When everyone turned to look, Usopp, who couldn't dodge in time, was knocked to the ground by the fleeing person, dizzy and seeing stars. They heard the person apologizing to Usopp. Sorry, I didn't see you. The person looked up and Zhang Fei's pupils contracted as he instinctively called out his name. Ace. AIC looked at Zhang Fei with doubt, his brows slightly furrowed. He felt that the man before him seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Straightening the cowboy hat on his head, he asked aloud. Haven't we met somewhere before? Zhang Fei shook his head. This was their first meeting, not counting the anime. Of course, Zhang Fei did not reveal his relationship with Lu Fei since Lu Fei had never mentioned having a sworn brother. No, but I know you, Port Gasti. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace replied, huh? Are you also after the old man's head? Ace assumed so, because his father was one of the 4 emperors known as the strongest man in the world. Many people in the world desired to take Whitebeard's head and replace him. Ace stood up, staring at Zhang Fei with hostile eyes. The atmosphere around them grew tense. Nami and the others were dumbfounded. They knew nothing of Whitebeard's fame, and Zhang Fei had never mentioned who the 4 emperors were. Only Vivi knew. As the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, she naturally kept an eye on matters of the sea. She hadn't expected that the man before her was under Whitebeard's command, and she couldn't help but become wary of Ace. Why did he come to the Alabasta Kingdom? Was he like Crocodile also seeking the ancient weapon Pluton in Alabasta? Why did the Alabasta kingdom have to suffer so many disasters? At this thought, Vivi gripped Nami's hand tighter and stared at Ace with a tense expression. Feeling the pressure on her arm, Nami noticed Vivi's expression and understood what was on her mind. She placed her other hand over Vivi's hand that was gripping hers. Nami said, "Vivi, it'll be okay." Vivi's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Nami with gratitude, able to feel Nami's sincerity. Vivi whispered, "Nami." Meanwhile, Zoro sensed the tense atmosphere. His eyelids lowered and his sharp gaze fixed on Ace. His hands tightened on the 3 swords at his waist, ready to draw and strike Ace the moment he made a move. Even Sanji did the same. He took out his cigarette, threw it on the ground, and stamped it out with his foot, ready for action. Even the usually timid Usopp did the same, though in his heart, he was thinking, Zhang Fei and the others are here, what do I have to fear? Seeing his crewmates ready for battle, Zhang Fei gave a helpless, bitter smile. He wasn't going to fight Ace, and since Ace was Lu Fei's brother, he naturally wouldn't attack him. He quickly stepped forward to explain, lest they actually fight. Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in Whitebeard's head. Zoro, all of you don't be so tense. He's not an enemy. Zoro and the others chose to trust Zhang Fei, but they still hadn't let down their guard against Ace. Ace had experienced much at sea, so he could naturally tell whether Zhang Fei was lying. Clearly Zhang Fei was not lying. His tone was natural and calm, and his eyes were clear. When a person lies, their eyes often betray them first. I see. Sorry, I misunderstood you. After confirming Zhang Fei meant no harm, Ace scratched the back of his head, awkwardly feeling embarrassed for misjudging them. Still, he honestly apologized since he was the one at fault. Zhang Fei readily accepted Ace's apology. They were never enemies, and there was no need to let such a trivial matter spoil their relationship. Just then a pair of sturdy hands grabbed Ace's shoulders tightly, and a fierce voice said, "Thought you could run. I caught you after all." Ace's expression changed drastically. He had forgotten that he had just escaped from a restaurant after eating without paying. If not for the delay caused by Zhang Fei and the others, he would have made his getaway. He shot Zhang Fei a reproachful glance, then smiled apologetically at the restaurant owner. Boss, I don't have any money. Can I put it on a tab?" The restaurant owner was furious at Ace's words. "No money? If you have no money, how can you eat? And you say it so brazenly. No way. Since you have no money, you'll have to come back with me and wash dishes to pay off your debt through labor." If it were a hot-tempered boss, he would have resorted to fists and kicks against a freeloader. It was clear that this restaurant owner was a decent person. Then the owner thanked Zhang Fei, saying that without them, he might not have caught the Dine and Dasher. "Thank you all just now." Zhang Fei was taken aback, not expecting to become the restaurant owner's enforcer. It was amusing. He took out a small piece of gold from his system backpack, which should be enough to settle the debt. "Boss, I'll pay for his meal." As he spoke, he tossed the gold in his hand to the owner. The moment the owner saw the gold, he released Ace and took the gold. After inspecting it, he confirmed it was indeed gold, heavy enough to cover a dozen meals for Ace. However, he was now puzzled. He didn't know how many berries he should give back to Zhang Fei. This gold is good, but I don't know how many berries I owe you." Zhang Fei was wealthy and didn't care at all. It was just a piece of gold. No need to return anything. Keep the rest as yours. However, this remark was overheard by the money-loving Nami. That gold was worth a fortune in berries, yet Zhang Fei gave it away so casually. It was infuriating. She wanted to pinch the flesh on his waist, but his skin was too thick and tough, so she couldn't. Finally, she gave up and shot him a reproachful look, telling him to figure it out himself. Zhang Fei noticed Nami's look and shrugged indifferently, which earned him a cold snort from her. As for the owner who received the gold, he was overjoyed. He never expected that encountering a freeloader could bring such a stroke of luck. It was wonderful. His resentment toward Ace immediately vanished. After thanking Zhang Fei, he left and returned to his restaurant. Seeing the restaurant owner leave, Ace let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Zhang Fei to be so rich. He patted Zhang Fei's shoulder and treated him like a brother. Ace said, "Thanks, brother. I'll help you anytime." Zhang Fei replied, "No need to be polite. By the way, why did you come to Alabasta?" Zhang Fei took the opportunity to ask why Ace was here, also hoping to let Ace meet Lu Fei. Ace said, "I came to chase after Blackbeard. Also, I'm waiting for my little brother to arrive. By the way, have you seen a pirate wearing a straw hat?" When Ace mentioned Blackbeard, his expression turned slightly serious, but when he mentioned Lu Fei, his face lit up with joy. A pirate wearing a straw hat. Everyone present thought of Lu Fei, as he was the only one who wore a straw hat. In disbelief, they cried out. They asked, "Is it Lu Fei? Is that Luffy?" The speaker was Usopp, scrutinizing Ace. Ace did not resemble Luffy at all. How could they possibly be brothers? Upon hearing Luffy's name, Ace's eyebrows lifted involuntarily, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. He eagerly asked Usopp about Luffy's whereabouts. "Hey, do you know Luffy? Where is he now?" The group could tell that Ace's reaction was genuine, yet they still found it hard to accept that Luffy had a brother. "He's in a restaurant in Ukiwa town right now, but I'm not sure which one." It was Zhang Fei who answered Ace, and he was right. There were quite a few restaurants in the area. Zhang Fei and Nami had passed several on their way here. "In that case, let's go find Luffy right away. We brothers haven't seen each other in a long time," Ace said, excitedly, finally able to meet his disappointing younger brother. Nami nudged Zhang Fei's back with her elbow and whispered, "Zhang Fei, do you really trust him? He could be a bad guy. Don't worry. He's one of Whitebeard's men and a division commander at that. Naturally, he wouldn't stoop to lying." Zhang Fei's words reassured Nami. Hearing Zhang Fei's assurance, she had no choice but to trust him. As for Vivi, she believed it wholeheartedly, knowing that a division commander, as Zhang Fei said, had no reason to lie. If exposed, it would disgrace Whitebeard after all. Thus the group joined the search for Luffy. Just as Zhang Fei had said, Luffy was in a restaurant devouring his meal with gusto. Luffy, you haven't changed a bit. Ace could barely contain his joy at seeing his long-lost brother, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Luffy felt the voice was familiar, but he didn't put down the food in his hands, continuing to stuff it into his mouth. However, as he turned his head, his pupils dilated in shock, and he stopped chewing, staring in amazement at the man before him, his voice thick with excitement. Ace. Seeing Luffy's expression, everyone finally believed Ace. He really was Luffy's brother. How did you get here? Luffy, seeing Ace after so long, put down his food, a rare sight, and eagerly asked Ace. Ace was taken aback. Hadn't Luffy heard the message he left on Sigu Island? Ace asked back, huh? Didn't you hear the message I left for you on Sigu Island? Luffy thought for a moment, scratched his head, and seemed to recall no such message. No, I didn't. Ace no longer minded, since he had already found Luffy. Then forget it. Luffy grinned, noticing Zhang Fei and the others present, and began introducing his crew to Ace. Hee. Ace, let me introduce you to my crew. They're really reliable. It was only then that Ace realized Zhang Fei and the others were Luffy's crewmates. He stared at Zhang Fei for a moment, and recalled why he looked so familiar. He was Zhang Fei, whose bounty was even higher than Luffy's. Ace then started teasing Luffy. Luffy, as captain, your bounty is lower than your crewmates. Looks like you're not that strong, huh? Luffy didn't mind Ace's ribbing. He was no longer a child, and replied nonchalantly. Next time I'll surpass it. Then Ace bowed to Zhang Fei and the others, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for taking care of my little brother. Usopp and Zoro also bowed in response, acknowledging that Luffy was indeed a troublemaker. That's true. Luffy, how about joining our Whitebeard pirates? Of course, your crew can come too. Ace tentatively invited Luffy and his crew. Luffy flatly refused Ace's invitation. He was going to be the pirate king. He couldn't live under someone else's roof. I won't. Ace smiled calmly, knowing Luffy would refuse. Haha, I knew it. I was just asking. As for the brothers' conversation, the others didn't interrupt. Instead, they ordered a glass of the local specialty drink at the counter, tasted it, and found it quite pleasant. The others shared Zhang Fei's thought. They didn't disturb the brothers' reunion, simply listening quietly. Here, take this. Ace tossed his Viver card to Luffy. Luffy looked at the card in confusion. Is this just a piece of paper? What's Ace giving me this for? To wipe my butt. He asked, what is this? Isn't it just a piece of paper? That's right, but this paper will let us meet again, so keep it with you always. Ace briefly explained the function of the Viver card. Oh, Luffy understood now. It was like an eternal pose, but this paper pointed to a person. Don't you want it? No, I want it. Luffy then handed Ace's Viver card to Nami. Since his clothes had no pockets, he would have Nami put it in his straw hat later. Having a fool for a little brother, the big brother worries a lot. You can't help it with him, can you? Well, I'll leave him in your care. Ace smiled at Zhang Fei and the others, entrusting them with Luffy's well-being once more, knowing Luffy's nature better than anyone. No problem. Zhang Fei accepted Ace's request, and he didn't find it a burden at all. On the contrary, he thought it was quite amusing. After saying this, Ace prepared to leave to track down Blackbeard. Then I'll be off now. Seeing Ace about to leave, Luffy felt a pang of regret. They had just spoken a few words, and were already parting. He tried to persuade Ace to stay. Oh, leaving so soon. Can't you stay a little longer? We finally met. Next time. I still have things to do, so I just dropped by to see you. I'm going after Blackbeard now. He used to be our comrade, but now he's betrayed us and killed a crewmate. As a division commander, I have to settle this. When we meet again, it will be at the summit of the pirate world. Seeing that Ace was determined to pursue Blackbeard, Zhang Fei gave him a warning, though he knew that with Ace's personality, even if he tried to dissuade him, Ace wouldn't listen. He was as stubborn as Luffy. Blackbeard, huh? Let me tell you, you can't beat Blackbeard. If you don't believe me, go ask Red Hair. He'll know better than I do. If he catches you and hands you over to the Marines, given their nature, they'll surely hold a public execution. Then Whitebeard and the Marines will clash in a battle beyond imagination. And your crewmates will rush to their deaths to save you. On top of that, Whitebeard is no longer in his prime, while the Marines have the three Admirals, the veteran Garp, and Sengoku. How many chances do you think Whitebeard has? Zhang Fei laid out the whole situation for Ace, but whether he would heed the warning was unknown. Zhang Fei truly did not wish to see Ace die, which was why he said all this. Ace fell into deep contemplation upon hearing these words, weighing the gravity of the situation. Zhang Fei's warning struck him as chillingly plausible. A haze of uncertainty clouded his gaze. What if he truly were captured? His father would pay a terrible price for him, his comrades would perish attempting his rescue, and he would drown in unbearable self-reproach. Yet Ace did not believe Blackbeard possessed such overwhelming strength. His conduct aboard ship had been unremarkable. He had slain Shachi solely through treacherous ambush, striking when Shachi was off guard. Had Zhang Fei known Ace's inner thoughts, he would have scoffed at his naivety. A man who could bide his time aboard a ship for years must possess extraordinary patience, and an ambition far exceeding mortal bounds. In Zhang Fei's eyes, Blackbeard embodied the true pirate, ruthless, unbound by morality, willing to sacrifice anything to achieve his ends. Luffy and his crew, though bearing the title of pirates, moved more like idealistic adventurers, driven not by plunder, but by conviction. The fog lifted from Ace's eyes. He deemed Zhang Fei's concern excessive, though reasoned it lacked urgency. Still, he offered a quiet word of gratitude. Rest easy. I know Blackbeard's strength well. I do not believe he is so formidable. I will bring him before my father myself. Even so, thank you for your warning. I shall remain vigilant. Indeed, Ace remained unmoved, stubborn as oxen unwilling to yield until confronted with irrefutable truth. Yet heightened vigilance was no harm. With a soft sigh, Zhang Fei reminded him once more, beware Blackbeard's power, the dark fruit, the ultimate antithesis to all devil fruits. Then I shall say no more. Stay cautious, especially of his ability. Yes, I understand. Farewell, Luffy, you too. Ace nodded, bidding farewell to Luffy and the others. You too, Ace, travel safely. As Ace turned to leave, Luffy raised his hand in warm, sincere parting. Smiling faintly, Ace stepped out of the tavern, his path now fixed toward Blackbeard's shadow. Watching Ace vanish into the distance, Zhang Fei mused inwardly the summit war was inevitable. Though he harbored private motives, he could have detained Ace by force, yet chose not to, for growth demanded trial, and trial demanded completion of his mission. And the summit war, a spectacle of titanic scale, would surely trigger a system assignment. Zhang Fei felt confident he would rescue Ace. Should Sengoku refuse, Zhang Fei would simply ask, how does nuclear fusion sound? Moreover, the war would serve as crucible for Luffy and his crew, exposing their limits, forging resilience, and catalyzing profound spiritual ascension. For them it held no true peril, save for the inevitable losses among Whitebeard's crew and the Marines. Hey, Zhang Fei, what are you thinking about? Nami, noticing Zhang Fei's silent reverie, leaned in with gentle curiosity. Nothing at all. How about a stroll? Roused from his thoughts by Nami's voice, Zhang Fei smiled lightly, offering no explanation, only the question, would they continue exploring? Chopper answered first. He still needed to procure the medicinal herbs he sought. Yes, I still have things to buy. And you too. Zhang Fei turned his gaze toward Nami and Vivi. Sanji required no invitation. He'd follow wherever beauty led. Nami and Vivi exchanged a glance. They still needed supplies for crossing the desert. Essential provisions remained unbought. A second outing was unavoidable. Let's go together. Thus the group departed once more, leaving Luffy alone in the tavern. He hadn't finished eating, and shopping held no appeal for him. En route, Nami and Vivi donned dancer's attire, garments that elegantly accentuated their figures. Sanji, utterly entranced, fluttered about them like a starstruck devotee, lavishing praise on both women. How do I look, Zhang Fei? Nami posed proudly, showcasing her graceful silhouette, seeking his admiration, his approval. Zhang Fei became the consummate admirer, praising her warmly. Truth be told, the dancer's robe transformed Nami. She radiated newfound allure, exuding a magnetic charm that drew every eye. You look splendid, truly suited to you both. Hearing his praise, Nami smiled, a captivating, heart-melting curve of lips, and spun once before him light as a woodland sprite, her voice dancing with playful inquiry. Really? Absolutely. Assured her, joy swelled, bright and unrestrained. At that moment, Sanji rushed over, whispering flattery into Vivi's ear. Yet his own elation dimmed, his gaze kept drifting toward Zhang Fei, eyes shimmering with quiet envy. She longed deeply to be Nami. Zhang Fei noticed Vivi's lingering glance. He touched his cheek. Was there something amiss? Curious, he asked. Vivi, is something wrong? Is there something on my face? Nothing at all. Vivi blinked, startled to be caught. Her flustered excuse faltered, cheeks flushing rose pink. She turned away, inhaling deeply to steady herself, her composure slowly returning. Vivi's behavior baffled Zhang Fei utterly. What lay behind that glance? Illness? Anxiety? Better to inquire. Precaution was always wise. Vivi, are you unwell? Or worried about your father? Rest assured, we'll resolve it. At the word illness, Chopper sprang into action, immediately checking Vivi for symptoms. Vivi, are you sick? Let me examine you. Vivi, are you alright? Nami hurried over, concern etching her features. Vivi sighed softly. How could she not know her own health? Yet their earnest care stirred her heart. She hastened to reassure them. I'm perfectly well. I was merely calculating whether our supplies are sufficient. I thought you were ill. If you ever fall sick, tell me. I'm the doctor after all. Chopper's earnestness belied his youth, a blend of precocity and endearing innocence. Yes, I'll remember, Chopper. Vivi smiled, gently thanking him. Just as she opened her mouth to speak again, a sudden uproar shattered the calm. Shouts clashing steel, the thunder of pursuit. Turning, they saw Luffy sprinting wildly, naval forces surging behind him, blades drawn relentless in chase. Zhang Fei was speechless. He had arrived a full day ahead of the original storyline, yet the Marines had somehow beaten them here. While fleeing, Luffy's sharp eyes still caught sight of Zhang Fei and the others. He paused briefly and called out Usopp's name, for that long nose of his was unmistakable. Usopp. Usopp felt like weeping. Why did the Marines have to chase just him? And why did Luffy have to drag him into this? Luffy then charged toward Usopp's direction. Don't come here. Usopp saw the dozens of Marine soldiers behind Luffy approaching menacingly. How could he possibly fight so many people? He quickly turned to Zhang Fei for help. Zhang Fei, I'm counting on you. Zhang Fei could only shake his head helplessly. To have a captain like this was truly exhausting. He knew Marines were right behind him, yet he still ran toward his companions. The pursuing Marine soldiers had also spotted Zhang Fei and the others. They shouted to their companions behind them. We found the Straw Hat's accomplices. Straw Hat Luffy. Zhang Fei, surrender now and come with us. Smoker utilized his smoke ability and burst through the ranks of marine soldiers. White Snake. The principle behind White Snake was similar to Luffy's Gomu Gomu no bullet, except White Snake used smoke as a propellant to enhance the power of its punch. Just as White Snake was about to strike Luffy's back, Zhang Fei instantly entered his Shinigami state. A Zanpakuto appeared in his hand, blocking the punch for Luffy. Thanks, Zhang Fei. Luffy saw that Zhang Fei had saved him and thanked him. He knew he couldn't handle this opponent. This one was Zhang Fei's problem. No need to mention it. You all should leave now. Leave this to me. After all, there's no way you could deal with him. In the original storyline, Ace was the one who intercepted Smoker. Now that Ace had left, Zhang Fei had no choice but to step up. Moreover, upon touching Smoker's fist, the mission had been triggered. Mission triggered: stay here to cover Luffy's retreat. Do not kill Smoker. Mission reward: 1 mysterious gift box. The appearance of this mission took Zhang Fei by surprise. Previous missions were always announced in advance, but this one seemed to be issued on the spot. Then, Zhang Fei, be careful. Before leaving, Nami still reminded Zhang Fei. Though she knew Zhang Fei was powerful, she couldn't help but want to warn him. Alright, I understand. Zhang Fei gave Nami a simple reply, but his gaze remained fixed on Smoker, ready to strike at any moment. You're not going anywhere. When Smoker saw Luffy and the others trying to flee, he immediately activated his smoke ability. His entire body turned into smoke, and vast clouds of it, like cumulonimbus, surged toward the fleeing Luffy. White Hurricane. But Zhang Fei would never let Smoker have his way. He gathered his spiritual pressure onto the Zanpakuto, substituting it for internal energy. A crescent-shaped sword wave intercepted Smoker's attack, though this time the sword wave bore a striking resemblance to Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. The smoke Smoker released carried parts of his physical body, not merely produced by his ability alone. Instead, he had assimilated with the smoke. Therefore, this sword wave could injure Smoker. What troubled him most was that although Zhang Fei's attack hadn't been imbued with Haki, it could still harm him, yet there wasn't even a wound. What in the world was going on? At this moment, Zhang Fei also noticed something peculiar about his Zanpakuto, continuously supplying him with power flowing through the handle into his palm. His spiritual pressure was rising unceasingly. The shackles that had long troubled Zhang Fei seemed to be loosening. Because of these shackles, Zhang Fei couldn't unleash his full strength. At first he thought it was normal, but as he used his Shinigami abilities more frequently, he gradually discovered the problem. The shackles were limiting his power. He could feel that within the depths of his soul, an even more powerful force awaited him. Now that the Zanpakuto could provide him with spiritual pressure, it must have been the system's doing. The rise in spiritual pressure gave Zhang Fei a thrill, the joy of growing stronger. However, in the depths of Zhang Fei's soul, a figure bound by countless iron chains exclaimed excitedly, almost there. Absorb more, and I'll be free. As the spiritual pressure was absorbed, the chains binding his body gradually cracked. His space to move also increased. If this continued, the day of his freedom would surely come. Had Zhang Fei been present, he would have instantly recognized the figure, his source of power, the white void, his other self. Although Zhang Fei savored the thrill of rising spiritual pressure, right now he needed to deal with Smoker first. Seeing that Smoker hadn't made the first move, Zhang Fei saw no need to act either. He waited for Smoker to strike. After all, his mission was simply to intercept Smoker. Smoker knew he couldn't use wide-range attacks anymore. If he used another large-scale technique like White Hurricane, it would only bring him more suffering and increase the risk of injury. For now, only close combat could counter Zhang Fei. He transformed parts of his body into smoke, and in an instant propelled himself explosively through smoke ejection for rapid movement. He drew his sail from behind. He refused to believe Zhang Fei wasn't a devil fruit user. He intended to use the Sea Stone's properties to nullify Zhang Fei's abilities. But all of this was in vain. Zhang Fei's power came from another world entirely. Sea Stone was useless against him. Even the copied explosion fruit he'd obtained would be the same. Smoker's sail swung wide and fast like a whip sweeping toward Zhang Fei. He wanted to make contact to render Zhang Fei's abilities useless. Zhang Fei showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he charged forward, his hands swift as lightning, seizing the sail and pulling Smoker toward him. The instant his sail was caught, Smoker's pupils contracted, his expression one of disbelief. What was happening? He really wasn't a devil fruit user. The thought had barely formed in his mind when he was greeted by Zhang Fei's hilt-driven blow. Muscles bursting on his arm, Zhang Fei slammed it heavily into Smoker's abdomen. Smoker's body involuntarily doubled over, a cry of pain escaping him. But Zhang Fei's assault wasn't finished. Spinning around, he delivered a roundhouse kick squarely to Smoker's cheek. Crash! Smoker's body shot sideways like an arrow from a drawn bow, crashing through an entire row of houses along the way. Colonel Smoker. The Marine soldiers, upon seeing Smoker sent flying, were filled with worry. He was the backbone of their forces. They couldn't afford to lose him. Don't worry, he's not dead. Zhang Fei had held back. Smoker would likely be in pain for half a day before recovering. Besides, it was time for him to make his escape. Luffy and the others should be reaching the Going Merry by now. Damn it, that wretched scoundrel. Dust billowed thickly as Smoker slumped onto the shattered rubble, battered and disheveled. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The kick Zhang Fei had delivered moments earlier had been ferocious, nearly shattering his jaw. Even his Logia-based intangibility had failed to spare him. What stunned him most was the revelation that Zhang Fei possessed no devil fruit ability. Could this truly be an innate power as rumored? Clearly his understanding of Zhang Fei remained superficial. He would need to formally report this anomaly to headquarters without delay. Yet now was not the time for reflection. Zhang Fei's sudden appearance in the kingdom of Arabasta surely signaled a deeper plot, and Smoker had no choice but to apprehend him at all costs. Wiping the blood from his lips, Smoker instantly transmuted his lower body into smoke, propelling himself aloft with ethereal thrust, and returned to the battlefield only to find Zhang Fei vanished. The sight of Commodore Smoker still standing sent a wave of relief through the Marine soldiers. Tense hearts finally eased. Commodore Smoker, you're unharmed. That's truly wonderful. But Smoker ignored their words entirely, scanning the ruins frantically for Zhang Fei, yet found no trace. Had he slipped away? He immediately turned to the Marines and demanded, did Zhang Fei escape? Only then did the soldiers recall Zhang Fei. Just moments ago he'd stood among them, now like mist under noon sun he'd disappeared. From their expressions alone, Smoker knew the truth. Zhang Fei had fled, and the Straw Hat crew remained at large. Worse still, the devastation wrought by their clash would inevitably be laid at the Marines' feet. This mission had ended in utter staggering loss. Without hesitation he issued a vow, though whether Zhang Fei could hear it mattered little. Damn it. Next time you won't slip through my fingers again. Vivi stood quietly on the shore, gazing at the merry-go anchored before her. She waited, steadfast, for Zhang Fei's return, knowing full well he faced the Marines. Let's set sail. Luffy gave the order without waiting, yet not out of indifference. His faith in Zhang Fei ran deep. He knew without doubt that Zhang Fei would return safely. All he needed to do was wait, serenely, patiently. And so did every other crewmate. Only Chopper, newly joined and still unfamiliar with Zhang Fei's true strength, aware only of his formidable reputation, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Curious, he turned to Luffy with a question. Aren't we waiting for Zhang Fei? No, we trust he'll be fine. We'll simply wait for him aboard ship. Luffy replied without pause, his voice brimming with unwavering confidence. Chopper, swept up in that quiet certainty, wondered, is this what unconditional trust in a comrade truly feels like? It felt truly extraordinary. Learning that Luffy intended to depart without Zhang Fei, Vivi hastily penned a letter and entrusted it to Karoo, tasking the duck to fly solo to the capital and deliver it to her father. The letter detailed Crocodile's machinations and conspiracies based on investigations conducted by Ikarim and herself. As for Vivi herself, she resolved to accompany Luffy and his crew to the rebel stronghold, determined to halt this senseless uprising. Karoo, head north straight to the capital and deliver this letter to my father. It contains Crocodile's entire scheme. Our findings compiled by Ikarim and me are written here in full. And one more thing. I am alive, traveling with trustworthy companions back to the kingdom of Arabasta. Can you manage this alone? Crossing the desert unaided? Vivi spoke with solemn urgency, watching Karoo closely, awaiting confirmation. If the duck proved unable, she would have to revise her plan entirely. GAH. Karoo answered with unmistakable confidence, flapping its wings in earnest pledge. Seeing Karoo's resolve, Vivi brightened and fastened a water canteen securely around its neck. Then hurry to warn my father. Tell him our kingdom is not beyond salvation. GAA. Karoo burst forth with fervent energy, but after only a short dash it paused to drink from the canteen Vivi had prepared, promptly forgetting her warning altogether. Vivi witnessed the scene and erupted in exasperated reprimand. In the desert, water meant survival. Without it, death by dehydration loomed near. Sun-baked mummification, a grim possibility, or at best a desperate, unlikely escape. Conserve your water. On his way back to the merry-go, Zhang Fei spotted Karoo and wondered what urgent errand sent the duck racing alone. Wasn't it supposed to stay beside Vivi? He approached Karoo to confirm all was well. Had Vivi and the others escaped unharmed? He called out Karoo. At Zhang Fei's voice, Karoo lifted a wing in greeting, then hurried off without pause. GAH. Zhang Fei stood frozen, baffled by Karoo's abrupt departure. Shrugging inwardly, he decided to return to the merry-go first. When he reached the spot where the merry-go had been moored, he found the ship already underway. Harnessing spiritual particles, Zhang Fei surged across the sea at blinding speed, leapt high as he neared the vessel, and deactivated his Shinigami state mid-air, landing cleanly upon the deck with both feet. Relief and joy lit every face as Zhang Fei returned. Zoro was the first to greet him. You've earned your rest. Zhang Fei nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Chopper, however, bubbled with excitement. He'd just witnessed Zhang Fei sprinting across open water. What power was this? He longed to master it himself. Zhang Fei, how did you do that? Running on water. I want to learn. Gazing at Chopper's starry-eyed wonder, Zhang Fei could only offer gentle regret. I'm sorry, Chopper, but this draws upon soul energy, allowing me to tread upon water. It's beyond your reach. Oh, I see. Chopper sighed, crestfallen. Sensing his disappointment, Zhang Fei ruffled his fur affectionately and pulled a sweet treat from his system inventory. Here, this is for you. At the sight of the confection, Chopper's spirits soared anew, especially since sweets were his absolute favorite. Luffy, spotting Chopper's treat, extended his palm toward Zhang Fei like an eager ape demanding fruit. Zhang Fei, I want one too. Faced with a captain whose appetite rivaled his charisma, Zhang Fei sighed, yet happily shared another portion from his ample stock of sweets. Then, recalling neither destination nor direction, Zhang Fei turned to Vivi. Vivi, where do we go next? To Yuba Oasis, the rebel stronghold. The name Yoba felt familiar to Zhang Fei. He recalled it being the location of the old man who had dug the well. As Zhang Fei contemplated this, Luffy, upon hearing it was the rebel army's headquarters, excitedly waved his fists, believing he only needed to punch the rebel leader away. Can't I just punch him away? Vivi hastily explained, genuinely fearing that Luffy's impulsive nature might lead him to actually punch Crocodile. That would only inflame tensions between the kingdom and the rebel army, like pouring oil on fire. Moreover, they were merely being manipulated by Crocodile without any knowledge of it. It was all orchestrated by Crocodile himself. Therefore, Vivi intended to persuade them and bloodlessly dissolve this misunderstanding. No, we must persuade the rebel army. I cannot bear to see any more bloodshed. Zoro, however, questioned Vivi's plan. After all, the rebel army numbered 700,000. How could just a few of them possibly convince them? The rebel army has 700,000 people. How could we possibly stop them? Confronted by Zoro's challenging question, Vivi's resolve wavered. She wasn't certain she could persuade the rebel army either. Yet she was determined to try. She couldn't bear to witness any more of her citizens getting hurt. Clutching the edges of her trousers tightly, her voice faltered, but her words were filled with genuine sincerity. I don't know if I can stop it. As we travel to Yoba from here, you will understand everything. Not what Baroque Works has done to this country. I will stop it, the pointless riots. I will not allow Baroque Works to run rampant across this land. The group finally understood Vivi's determination. Zhang Fei gently patted her shoulder, offering a comforting smile. Yes, we will support you. Right, Vivi? Leave the provisions for crossing the desert to me. Sanji smiled warmly, supporting Vivi in his own way. Wow, how exciting. At the mention of delicious food, Chopper immediately envisioned a desert journey, eagerly anticipating the cuisine Sanji would prepare. My apologies. After learning of Vivi's resolve, Zoro approached her to apologize. He shouldn't have doubted her determination. Luffy stuffed all the dessert into his mouth in one go, then clenched his fist beside Vivi, encouraging her. All right, we understand, Vivi. Let's go. Fortunately, Irumi Oasis wasn't far from Rain Base, merely an hour or two's journey to reach Yoba. Before they even disembarked, they witnessed the city before them already swallowed by the desert. Buildings collapsed, not a soul in sight. Is there really nothing here? Luffy gazed across the endless yellow sand, a stark contrast to Rain Base, then turned to Vivi to inquire about the rebel leader. Let's find the leader. Where is he now? Vivi explained to Luffy. No, Luffy. This isn't Yoba. We still need to head northwest through the desert for about half a day to reach it. Zhang Fei had thought this was Yoba. It seemed they still had quite a journey ahead. If he hadn't acquired the Rooster Talisman, he might have had to walk. With the Rooster Talisman, he could conjure a flying magic carpet and speed up considerably. Half a day. Usopp was incredulous. Walking half a day through the desert. Wouldn't that kill a person? Look at the map. We just crossed the wide Rio Santa. We're right here, Irumi Oasis. Vivi pointed to their current position on the map. Luffy furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the area. Where exactly was this oasis? Oasis? Where's the oasis? Well, it's certainly gone now. Just as Vivi finished speaking, a turtle-like creature burst out from the water, startling Usopp. However, this turtle was rather peculiar. A cross between a turtle and a seal. What is that? A turtle? Or a seal? Vivi followed Usopp's gaze, confirming, that's a kung fu dugong. These adorable creatures inhabit Alabastus deserts. They're passionate martial arts enthusiasts who challenge anyone they encounter. If they lose, they must become the winner's disciple. Kung fu dugong. Usopp stared at the creature in bewilderment, reaching out his hand to touch it. Vivi tried to warn Usopp, but it was too late. The kung fu dugong had already pummeled Usopp until his face was swollen and bruised, leaving him collapsed on the ground. The kung fu dugong struck a victor's pose, declaring its triumph. That's the kung fu dugong, Usopp. You're still too weak. Zhang Fei mocked Usopp. Despite having taken the body-tempering elixir, he was still so pathetic. However, after Zhang Fei's taunt, Luffy kicked Usopp to avenge him, defeating the kung fu dugong in return. Luffy stood there excitedly shouting. Upon seeing Luffy defeat the kung fu dugong, Vivi slapped her palm against her forehead, wearing an exhausted expression, explaining the troublesome consequences. When a kung fu dugong loses, it will become the winner's disciple. That's their rule. True enough, just as Vivi had said, the kung fu dugong knelt and became Luffy's disciple. Luffy, delighted, was soon surrounded by a growing horde of kung fu dugongs mimicking his movements. Luffy went through the motions of boxing, instructing them as if he were a martial arts master in a dojo. Except Luffy was teaching them only the straight punch. Oh, wrong, the stance should be like this. Impressive martial arts prowess, isn't it? Zoro praised the kung fu dugongs with an appreciative attitude. Indeed, Zhang Fei agreed with Zoro. This was a rare sight. If only he had a camera, this amusing scene could be recorded. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei didn't have one. Why are there more and more disciples? Vivi couldn't hold back any longer, criticizing Luffy severely as the number of kung fu dugongs around him kept increasing. After this little interlude, the kung fu dugongs reluctantly bade farewell to Luffy, and the others, holding handkerchiefs in their flippers, clutching the meat Luffy had given them, waving goodbye. It's all your fault. The food's diminished. Sanji was dissatisfied with Luffy's behavior, voicing his complaint. If it weren't for Chopop convincing them, things would have gotten out of hand. Nami also lectured Luffy alongside Sanji. However, Luffy was selectively deaf, completely ignoring everything Nami said. Why should I worry about that? They're rather cute too. As for food, I'm sure there are plenty in the desert. The speaker was Zhang Fei. The reduction in food supplies posed no pressure to him. He remembered there were plenty of giant scorpions and the like in the desert. Those should be edible. He just wasn't sure about the taste. Is that right? Sanji asked doubtfully. He wasn't very familiar with what edible ingredients could be found in the desert. While giant scorpions in the desert should be edible, the meat might be like crab. Zhang Fei responded to Sanji in an affirmative tone, adding that scorpions and crabs both have claws, so their flavor should be similar. I see. Sanji pondered for a while, considering how best to prepare the scorpion. Should it be grilled or pan-fried? Really? I really want to try it. Luffy, upon hearing about giant scorpions with a taste like crab, couldn't help but salivate eagerly, wanting to sample the scorpion. Nami was speechless. How had they suddenly started talking about food? She directly urged Zhang Fei and the others to hurry up, since it would still take half a day to reach Yuba, and they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Let's set off quickly and try to reach Yuba as early as possible. Yeah, Nami is right. We need to resolve the rebellion before the rebel army attacks the royal capital. Vivi agreed with Nami's words. The sooner the rebellion was resolved, the sooner the people could be at ease and no longer suffer from the effects of war. In that case, let's set off at full speed. As the captain, Luffy grinned and directed everyone to move forward. Wait a moment. Just as everyone was about to depart, Zhang Fei halted them. The others all wore puzzled expressions as they looked at Zhang Fei. What is it? What's the matter? Nami asked in confusion. Zhang Fei didn't explain much. Instead, he took out a blanket from his system backpack and spread it on the ground. He had the size of the blanket and found it just big enough for the 8 of them to sit on, though it would be a bit cramped. Zhang Fei, why did you take out a blanket? Luffy crouched down in confusion, staring at the blanket and poking it with his index finger. He found nothing unusual about it, so why had Zhang Fei brought it out? It wasn't just him, the others were equally puzzled. Zhang Fei smiled calmly, his expression brimming with confidence. I'll take you flying over there. With that, Zhang Fei activated the power of the rooster talisman, causing the blanket to levitate. The others were used to this by now. Zhang Fei would occasionally display new and strange abilities, and though they had no idea where these powers came from, they didn't pry too much, as it was Zhang Fei's secret. Except for the curious trio, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, whose eyes sparkled like stars. They were so amazed they were speechless. Zhang Fei, teach me, I want to learn. It was Chopper who spoke. He also wanted to experience the joy of flying. Okay, but we'll talk about it later. Zhang Fei readily agreed. After all, this was the power of the talisman. As long as Zhang Fei was willing to lend it to them, they could use it without any difficulty. Really? Zhang Fei, you're too kind. Chopper was extremely moved and hugged Zhang Fei's thigh tightly, rubbing his furry head against it. Upon hearing that Zhang Fei had agreed to teach Chopper, Luffy and Usopp also came over to beg him. Zhang Fei, I want to learn too. Me too. Zhang Fei gave them a positive reply. Don't worry, you can all use it. Use. Hearing those two words, the quick-witted Nami immediately thought of the talismans. Could the ability Zhang Fei had just displayed be a new talisman? So Nami, driven by curiosity, asked Zhang Fei, is this the power of a talisman? Upon hearing the word talisman, Sanji's entire demeanor changed. His eyes blazed with intense fervor. What he wanted most was the snake talisman, because he had always dreamed of being a hero, specifically using invisibility to sneak into the women's bathhouse to prevent others from peeping. That kind of unsung hero was his ideal. Unfortunately, the snake talisman was always on Nami's person. Even if he wanted to borrow it, Nami would ruthlessly refuse. How infuriating. He thought about stealing it, but he couldn't. The talisman was always kept between her breasts. How was he supposed to get it? Helpless, he had to give up. He considered asking Zhang Fei to lend it to him, but he feared losing his chastity. It was a mix of fear and longing. Zhang Fei also noticed Sanji's conflicted expression. Was he scheming for the snake talisman again? However, even if Sanji wanted to borrow it, he couldn't. Zhang Fei knew that the snake talisman was worn close to Nami's body, so he simply ignored Sanji. Besides, Zhang Fei himself hadn't even tried it out in the women's bathhouse yet. Why should he let Sanji be the first to enjoy that privilege? Well, this is the rooster talisman. It grants the ability to make objects levitate. However, the condition for use depends on your mental strength. The stronger your mental strength, the longer the duration and the heavier the weight you can control. Zhang Fei briefly explained the rooster talisman's ability. However, for someone like Zhang Fei, who possessed the immortality of the primordial world, mental strength was like a mana bar that was locked. No matter how much he consumed, the bar never decreased. This was the power of immortality. Really? Then let me see it quickly. Luffy couldn't wait to borrow the rooster talisman and experience it, but Zhang Fei refused, saying they would do it later when they reached Yuba. Moreover, Zhang Fei still hadn't given them the 2 transformation smoke guns he had planned to hand over before entering Alabasta. Unfortunately, they had encountered Mr. 2, so Zhang Fei hadn't had the chance to present them. He was worried that Luffy would show off the transformation smoke gun, which would expose their trump card and increase the Baroque works wariness of them. However, with the transformation smoke gun, Nami and Usopp could enhance their combat abilities and self-defense. We'll talk about it when we get to Yuba. Alright. Though Luffy was impatient, he knew when to hold back. Everyone get on quickly. We'll fly over. Zhang Fei urged them to climb aboard. Sure enough, the blanket was a bit cramped, but Sanji didn't mind at all. A blissful smile spread across his face because he was sitting next to the beautiful Vivi. He was very grateful to Zhang Fei. Pervert. Zoro saw Sanji's lecherous expression and couldn't help but mock him. But Sanji completely ignored Zoro, lost in his blissful reverie, and didn't bother to argue with him. Even with the flying carpet, the desert temperature was extremely high, so they still needed the help of a toolman. So He Huang appeared, giving Zhang Fei a contemptuous look and flipping him off. After all, He Huang was Zhang Fei's spiritual entity and could sense his host's thoughts. Zhang Fei couldn't care less about He Huang's contempt. After all, He Huang's abilities were so useful that it would be a waste not to use him as a tool. He directly rewarded He Huang with 12 punches, since the prerequisite for energy release was energy absorption, using him as a power source. Thus He Huang turned into a central air conditioner, cooling everyone down, while Zhang Fei became the old driver. Zhang Fei, your ability is really impressive. Nami sighed in admiration. He Huang could not only take damage and deal damage, but most importantly serve as a support. He was incredibly useful, practically a universal tool. He Huang, well, I'm really grateful for your compliment. Yeah, I want to have a stand too. Lu Fei expressed envy and jealousy towards Zhang Fei's He Huang, and he was also curious about what He Huang actually looked like. Awakening a stand is not an easy task, it might even be life-threatening. If it were 100% guaranteed, Zhang Fei would not mind letting them have a stand. The problem was that he himself did not have one, and his stand arrow was single-use, so there was no chance for them to awaken. If he really wanted Nami and the others to awaken their stands, he would at least need to obtain the horse talisman and the dog talisman to ensure a foolproof and successful awakening. Zhang Fei remained silent. He was not sure if he could obtain another stand arrow, so he did not make any promises. Along the way, Wei Wei mentioned the dance powder, which immediately aroused everyone's anger. They wished Li would immediately send crocodile flying. No wonder Aluma Oasis had turned into a desert. Zhang Fei controlled the carpet to move forward while stroking Chopper, lying on his lap. The furry feeling was really nice. Moreover, during the desert journey, they did not feel the scorching heat and were quite comfortable. When He Huang needed to release energy, Zhang Fei would simply punch He Huang 12 more times. Huh, there are a few birds lying over there. Shanji, how about we roast them for food? Sharp-eyed Lu Fei spotted a few birds lying on the desert sand. Since the desert journey was quite boring, he thought a few roasted birds would be a nice treat to satisfy their craving. Birds. Those are deceptive birds. They pretend to be dead, and then steal travelers' luggage when they are off guard. Wei Wei looked in the direction Lu Fei had pointed and realized the true identity of the birds. Besides, all their luggage was stored in Zhang Fei's system backpack, so there was no risk of theft. In that case, let He Huang handle it. Zhang Fei commanded He Huang. Since these birds could not detect He Huang's presence, it would be easy for him to catch them. He Huang, treated as a tool, gave Zhang Fei a disdainful look, but Zhang Fei resolutely ignored him. Sure enough, the deceptive birds could not detect He Huang at all, and he easily subdued them within moments and brought them over. He handed them over to Shanji to prepare. Zhang Fei and the others found a shady spot to rest for a while, waiting for Shanji's cooking. Lu Fei was extremely excited, eagerly anticipating the taste of these birds. Wei Wei also felt a bit sorry for the deceptive birds, but she did not pity them at all, since these birds had caused the deaths of many travelers. However, Shanji used a natural rock as a grilling station and added some seasoning. The aroma wafting from it was truly mouth-watering. However, the aroma attracted a giant lizard, obviously coming to offer itself as a meal. Sandora, giant lizard. Wei Wei recognized the huge creature before them. She had not expected that they could lure out such a massive monster. Zhang Fei thought for a moment and decided to use this opportunity to familiarize themselves with the transformation smoke gun so that Lu Fei and Usopp could get a feel for it. He Huang. Without Zhang Fei needing to say more, He Huang understood his task was to prevent the lizard from escaping. He nodded and left, hovering above the Sandora giant lizard, watching its every move. Lu Fei, Usopp, here you go. Watch how I transform. Zhang Fei threw one of the transformation smoke guns to them along with a Cobra Lost full bottle, while he himself used the Bat Lost full bottle first. Lu Fei caught the transformation smoke gun from Zhang Fei, overjoyed and extremely excited. Finally, he could transform coolly like Zhang Fei. However, there was only one transformation smoke gun. Usopp tried to snatch the one from Lu Fei, but he couldn't outfight Lu Fei, so he could only complain to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, what about mine? It's with me. I'll give it to you later. With Zhang Fei's assurance, Usopp finally calmed down. Then Zhang Fei inserted the Bat Lost full bottle into the slot of the transformation smoke gun, muttering a low phrase. Steam blood. The transformation smoke gun in his hand emitted a sound, bat, accompanied by a cloud of black smoke that enveloped Zhang Fei. A flash of lightning-like blue light streaked through the black mist, revealing the silhouette of Night Rogue. As the black mist dissipated, Night Rogue appeared before everyone. Usopp, Chopper, and Lu Fei immediately had stars in their eyes, shouting Sugoi. Lu Fei looked at the transformation smoke gun in his hand and imitated Zhang Fei's transformation process, successfully transforming into BLD stock. Seeing himself transform successfully, he danced with excitement. Hee, I transformed too. Usopp, do you think I look cool? Cool. Usopp immediately gave a thumbs up. The thought that he could transform into Night Rogue made his heart race with excitement, and he couldn't wait to try it. Unfortunately, his was still in Zhang Fei's hands, and he dared not ask for it, afraid Zhang Fei would not give it to him. Thus haste makes waste, he could only wait patiently. Hey Lu Fei, I gave this to you not for playing. You can use it to test the waters on this thing. Zhang Fei reminded Lu Fei. After all, Lu Fei's playful nature was too strong. Got it. After Zhang Fei's reminder, Lu Fei was still eager to try, intending to test the power of BLD stock. However, his rubber abilities were restricted by the armor, preventing him from using his rubber skills, which actually affected his combat effectiveness. Zhang Fei also noticed that Lu Fei seemed restrained, unable to fully exert his strength. It seemed this armor was not suitable for Lu Fei. At least Nami and the others could use it. Then Zhang Fei joined the battle, trying out Night Rogue's power. He discovered that Night Rogue was not as good as build. Like Lu Fei, his own strength was limited, and he could not unleash higher power despite his increased danger level. So he simply cancelled the transformation and threw the device to Usopp, letting him get used to it. Here, Usopp, this is for you. Usopp received the transformation smoke gun and wept tears of joy. Finally, he could transform into a cool knight, like Zhang Fei. He was so moved. However, Usopp still harbored some concern, worried whether he could defeat the giant lizard before him after transforming. He decided to confirm with Zhang Fei first to ensure his own safety. Zhang Fei, after I transform, can I beat it? Usopp pointed at the giant lizard engaged in battle with Luffy. From the battlefield, Luffy was at a disadvantage for being a rubber man. It was as if he had suddenly reverted to a normal person, unable to use his abilities, which was quite distressing. Zhang Fei, aware of Usopp's worries, spoke with a calm tone, as if the giant lizard posed no threat at all. Rest assured, Usopp, go ahead with confidence. I've already sent Hei Huang over, as long as you're in danger, he can protect you at any moment. With Zhang Fei's words, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief, regained his composure, and his face resumed its previous smug expression. He struck a pose he had pondered over for long, like a hero in a movie, shouting his transformation. As the black smoke dissipated, Usopp successfully became a Kamen Rider as well. He stared at his hands in disbelief, his eyes brimming with joy. However, the mask was a bit small, his nose curving upward and nearly touching his forehead, which made him quite uncomfortable. Yet how could such a trivial difficulty affect the great Captain Usopp? He charged forward, his mind involuntarily conjuring an image of himself defeating the giant lizard, stepping on its head, and proclaiming his victory aloud. He could already imagine the admiring looks from Zoro and the others. As a result, no sooner had Usopp charged in than he was sent flying by a sweeping tail from the giant lizard. Zhang Fei looked at Usopp, whose head was buried in the desert sand, utterly baffled, and couldn't help but mock him. So weak. Usopp hastily scrambled back to his feet, letting out an awkward laugh to cover up his earlier embarrassment. Haha, that was a mistake just now. Let me try again. As for Luffy and the others' roughhousing, he didn't need to worry constantly. With Hei Huang around, there should be no problem. However, just as Zhang Fei was about to leave, Chopper suddenly ran over, grabbing the hem of Zhang Fei's pants. His eyes sparkled with excitement like a child spotting a coveted toy, unable to move, and he asked aloud, Zhang Fei, can I transform too? Zhang Fei wasn't entirely sure if Chopper could transform successfully, but he decided to let Chopper give it a try. Wait until Luffy and the others are done, then you can try. Hearing this, Chopper couldn't help but show an adorable smile, quite heartwarming. He then dashed to Luffy's side, expressing his desire to transform. Luffy said it was no problem, but he would need to wait until he adapted first. Zhang Fei, is it really okay to give away such precious things to them? Nami asked when she saw Zhang Fei approach. She knew high-tech items like these were quite valuable, weren't they? This doesn't count as anything precious. The transformation smoke gun also has its limits. Although it can turn ordinary people into superhumans, this armor has no room for growth. To me, it's not as precious as the build. Zhang Fei responded to Nami's question without much deliberation. Moreover, he was a man of his word. Since he had promised to give them these items, he naturally would follow through. He then continued, saying that after Nami had the transformation smoke gun, both her combat capability and self-protection ability were assured. The only one left was Vivi, so Zhang Fei planned to lend the snake talisman to Vivi first. By the way, we still have to face Baroque works. Nami, although you have the power of the talisman, just in case you can go borrow it from Luffy later. Give the snake talisman to Vivi first. Though the snake talisman has no combat power, it can still save your life. Both women felt a warmth in their hearts, not expecting Zhang Fei to still be concerned about them. Especially Vivi, whose eyes grew increasingly bright. Sanji, who was grilling skewers, perked up his ears immediately, turned his gaze, put down the skewers, and came over to curry favor. Hee, Vivi sweetheart, let me keep that snake talisman for you. I'll become an invisible bodyguard, just like Zhang Fei's Hei Huang. I'll protect you. 247. Such an blatant and obvious scheme. How could they not see through it? Vivi gave a wry smile and declined Sanji's goodwill. No need, Sanji, thank you for your kindness. If it were Zhang Fei offering, that would be different, but Sanji, forget it. However, Sanji still refused to give up and was about to persuade Vivi further when Nami dealt him a punch, causing a steaming lump to bulge on the back of his head, and ordered him to go back. Go back quickly and do your job. Sanji looked dejected, glancing back every few steps, as if reluctant to part with the snake talisman. Zoro shook his head at the sight, his eyes revealing a hint of hopelessness. Then Nami, without any hesitation in front of Zhang Fei, used her slender fingers to retrieve the snake talisman from her cleavage, which was imbued with her body scent. Hei Huang, who was far above the giant lizard, suddenly felt his main body surge with excitement and curiously looked over. Oh my, what a feast for the eyes. I never expected such an alluring move. Nami noticed Zhang Fei's fiery gaze and deliberately teased him. How is it? Good looking. Absolutely splendid. Zhang Fei answered without any hesitation, which made Nami a bit embarrassed, especially with Vivi present. She quickly placed the snake talisman into Vivi's palm and explained its function. Vivi, this is the snake talisman. It allows the user to become invisible. Vivi knew about the snake talisman, but she had rarely seen Nami use it. When she did it was on the going merry, and as for what she did with it, there was no need to elaborate. Zhang Fei then added, "And Vivi, you don't need to worry about the snake talisman being stolen, because I can recall it at any time. Moreover, those who haven't been recognized by me cannot use its power." Vivi nodded gently, now relieved about the safety of the snake talisman. However, Sanji's longing gaze was making her feel uneasy. She cautiously asked Zhang Fei whether they should lend it to Sanji for a while. "Zhang Fei, should we let Sanji use it? That look in his eyes is unbearable, as if I'm being watched by a thief." As soon as she spoke, Nami turned her head and raised her fist, as if threatening Sanji. Indeed, upon seeing the fist, Sanji immediately restrained himself, looking as aggrieved as a wronged wife. There was no helping it. The devil fruit ability he desired most was invisibility, and as for what he'd do with it, those in the know understood. Now that the snake talisman, which could grant invisibility, was right before his eyes, it made his heart itch, as if it were seducing him, filling Sanji with intense longing. It was like the lyrics of a song, "What you can't get is always in turmoil, the favored ones are fearless." Observing Sanji calming down, Zhang Fei mused that Nami was truly the hidden powerhouse on the ship. "Vivi, don't be afraid. If Sanji ever harasses you, just punch him straight in the face." Nami spoke with righteous indignation, encouraging Vivi to become a strong-willed woman. Vivi gave a wry smile and responded to Nami, "I think Sanji won't do that anymore." Probably not." Zhang Fei rather agreed with this point. After all, before the rebellion in Alabasta was quelled, Sanji knew his limits. Normally, he would have tried to get his hands on the snake charm, but in this situation he wouldn't take it, especially since the snake charm was meant to ensure Vivi's safety. "Thank you so much." Vivi clutched the snake charm tightly and expressed her gratitude to Zhang Fei and Nami. Don't mention it. Nami, being closest to Vivi, naturally didn't mind. Besides, the charm belonged to Zhang Fei and was rarely used. Indeed, there's nothing to thank. Let's just watch Luffy and the others perform. Zhang Fei took out pre-prepared drinks from his system backpack and handed one each to Nami and Vivi, ready to enjoy the show. "Thank you." Vivi accepted Zhang Fei's drink with gratitude. Without his abilities, crossing the desert would have been no easy feat. With Zhang Fei around, it felt like a vacation, comfortable, free from the scorching heat, and everything was arranged perfectly. As they sat watching the show, a camel appeared out of nowhere and stood between the two ladies, joining them in observing the live broadcast of the giant lizard being thrashed. The atmosphere was harmonious, and neither Nami nor the others noticed the strange camel. The poor giant lizard, facing Luffy and the others who were becoming more adept at controlling their armor, was completely dominated. It wanted to escape, but was utterly impossible. Hei Huang had it firmly under control. "Zhang Fei, don't you feel a bit sorry for this giant lizard?" Nami felt sympathy for the poor creature being ganged up on by two hot-headed idiots. "Sympathy? I don't see why." Zhang Fei rested his chin on his hand and watched. "Pity? What was there to pity?" Then Sanji placed the grilled fraud bird in front of Zhang Fei and voiced his opinion. "I think Luffy and the others are doing pretty well. After all that pounding, the giant lizard's meat must be tender now. Grilled, it'll be even more delicious." In Sanji's eyes, the giant lizard was just edible ingredients. "Nami, are you a devil? What's with this camel?" Sanji pointed at the camel that had suddenly appeared, asking Zhang Fei curiously. "Huh?" Zhang Fei turned his head. When had this camel appeared? He thought about it. This camel seemed to be that lecherous one. He beckoned Chopper over, since Chopper the reindeer could understand animal language. "Chopper, come here." Chopper was startled. What did Zhang Fei want? Still, he trotted over and asked why. "What's up, Zhang Fei?" Chopper asked this camel where it came from. Zhang Fei pointed at the camel beside him, wanting to confirm if it was the same lecherous camel from the original story. After a brief exchange with the camel, Chopper explained its origin. "It says I'm just a camel passing by when I encountered the giant lizard. Thank you for saving me in my moment of danger. I can let you ride me, but only women." So it really was the lecherous camel from the original. But its timing was perfect. The blanket was a bit cramped so Nami and Vivi could ride it. Damn, a camel like this dares to be so arrogant. Hearing the camel's words, Sanji couldn't hold back his anger. He was already in a bad mood, and this camel dared to say something so cocky. It was practically asking for a beating. Thus Sanji started beating the camel. No one stopped him because the camel was too arrogant. "Let's see you be arrogant. Who do you think you are? Who saved your life?" Sanji's anger subsided. Nami then played the Good Samaritan, stroking the camel and speaking softly to comfort it. "Sorry, our crewmate was too rough. Good boy, what's your name? Then we'll call you Eyelash." And so the lecherous camel was tamed by Nami's few words. Then she turned to Zhang Fei with a bright smile, like a child who had done a good deed and wanted praise, asking how she had done. "How was it?" "Truly worthy of you." Zhang Fei gave Nami the praise she wanted, giving her a thumbs up. He felt it was time to call Usopp and Luffy back and let others take over. "Luffy, Usopp, you've had enough. Time to switch." "Oh, got it." Hearing Zhang Fei's call, the two responded listlessly, as they hadn't had their fill of fun yet. For Usopp, especially, feeling like a superhuman was wonderful, and he was reluctant to let go. The two detransformed. Chopper excitedly took the transformation smoke gun from Usopp, hoping he could transform too. But his current body was too small, so it was better to switch to his human form. He tried and succeeded. However, inside the armor, Chopper felt cramped and suffocating because his human form was a burly man. Fitting into the armor was difficult. In the end, he detransformed, dejected. Fortunately, Zhang Fei's sweets comforted Chopper and restored his spirits. "Nami, you two should give it a try too. Hei Huang is controlling the giant lizard, so there's no danger. Then I'll give it a try. Vivi, you should transform too. Nami pulled Vivi along to join in. Since Zhang Fei said Hei Huang was there, their safety was assured. Alright. Vivi couldn't refuse, and she was curious anyway. According to Usopp, the armor granted superhuman abilities, so she decided to try it. Thus Nami and Vivi also took the stage. The poor giant lizard was utterly resigned to its fate. Those two demons were back. It wanted to flee but found someone restricting its movements. Escape was impossible. After transforming, they found the armor weighed nothing at all, feeling extremely light. They wondered what metal it was made of. They planned to test if the armor had any other abilities. The test subject was naturally the giant lizard. Any sympathy they had earlier had vanished by now. The two girls, with their childlike innocence and playful spirit, literally played the Sandora giant lizard to death, even figuring out the night kick. Nami sighed with lingering satisfaction, letting herself, a non-combatant, also experience the exhilarating thrill of battle, which was truly soothing, as if all the pent-up pressure inside had been released, leaving her feeling light and at ease. This smoke transformation gun is really good. Yeah. Vivi was very animated. She even wanted to ask Zhang Fei for the transformation smoke gun. After all, it was a tool that could instantly make one stronger. However, she wondered if the transformation smoke gun could be mass-produced. If it could, then the soldiers of Alabasta would never have to worry about pirates again. But then, upon thinking that if the transformation smoke gun were mass-produced, the world government might take notice, and it might even bring devastating disaster to Alabasta. So Vivi dismissed the impractical thought in her mind. Zhang Fei took the transformation smoke gun from their hands, turned around, and asked Zoro, who was resting with his eyes half-closed leaning against a rock, if he wanted to try it. Zoro, do you want to give it a try? Zoro still kept his eyes half-closed, not intending to open them, and lazily waved his hand, rejecting Zhang Fei's goodwill. Rather than playing, he would rather sleep a bit more. No need, I'm not interested. Zoro's response did not exceed Zhang Fei's expectations. He had long known Zoro's personality. Aside from fine wine and swordsmen, he had little interest in anything else. Then Zhang Fei turned to Sanji. Sanji, what about you? There was a hint of sadness in Sanji's eyes. He lowered his head as if recalling unpleasant memories from the past, and after a moment of silence smiled and refused Zhang Fei's kindness. If it had been the snake charm, he would have been 100% interested. I'm not interested in this thing. Zhang Fei also noticed the change in Sanji's expression. Without a doubt, seeing the transformation process of the smoke gun must have reminded Sanji of the Germa incident. After all, his own family members could transform using science-based combat suits, which caused Sanji to feel resistance. I see, then forget it. He then placed Luffy's transformation smoke gun into Nami's hand and returned the other one to Usopp, while explaining to Luffy. Yours is lent to Nami for now, and besides, after transforming, you can't use your rubber ability. Luffy pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with Zhang Fei's arrangement, complaining to him about why not lend Usopp's transformation smoke gun to Nami instead. Why not lend Usopp's transformation smoke gun to Nami instead of mine? Upon hearing that his transformation smoke gun was to be lent to Nami, he instinctively shielded it in his hands like an animal guarding its food, afraid that if he lent it to Nami, he might never get it back. Zhang Fei glanced at Usopp, but said nothing, instead explaining to Luffy. Usopp is too weak and you, Luffy, are strong enough to protect yourself, so I have to use yours. Usopp thought, bro, that really hurts. Did you have to put it so bluntly? Although the transformation smoke gun is safe, why do I feel a bit annoyed inside? Hearing this, Luffy scratched the back of his head sheepishly, and he also agreed with Zhang Fei's words. Now Nami and Usopp were still relatively weak in combat. Chopper thought, what about me? I'm weak too, I want a transformation smoke gun. Then Luffy said, really? I didn't expect I'm that strong. Take it, Nami, but remember to return it to me. Nami didn't expect Zhang Fei to be so persuasive. With just a few words, he managed to borrow Luffy's transformation smoke gun. If it were her, she would definitely have demanded to keep the smoke gun in the name of love. Yeah, I will. However, whether to return it or not would depend on her mood, not on Luffy's say-so. After all, she was just a weakling. If Luffy and the others could hear Nami's thoughts, they would definitely snort disdainfully. Last time she hit them, she didn't seem like a weakling at all, and she even dealt real damage. With the transformation smoke gun, Nami's confidence grew. Although she had previously asked Usopp to make the climb attack to enhance her combat ability, it wasn't as practical as the transformation smoke gun. By the way, do you want to eat this giant lizard? Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, patted the giant lizard and found that its meat had become tender, perfect for cooking. Yes. Upon hearing food, Luffy decided without any thought. So after enjoying the lizard meat, they prepared to set off for Yuba. As for the remaining lizard meat, it was stored in Zhang Fei's system backpack, so there was no need to worry about waste. Zhang Fei continued to use the chicken talisman to propel the carpet forward, but since Nami and Vivi were now sitting on Jiamao's back, the carpet was no longer crowded. The only one suffering was Sanji, who could no longer get close to Vivi. Hei Huang was being used as a central air conditioner by Zhang Fei, and of course Hei Huang complained, but Zhang Fei ignored it. After a journey, they finally saw Yuba. However, what met their eyes was an environment no different from the Ulu oasis, both covered in yellow sand with only a few poplar trees stubbornly persisting. Vivi's face changed drastically upon seeing this in disbelief. In her memory, this place should have been a vibrant scene. How had it become like this? What was going on? Could it be that the dancing powder affected this place? And there was no sign of the rebel army. Had we come too late? Had the rebels already headed to the capital? How could? Vivi was now in a daze, her eyes devoid of light, staring blankly at the desert before her. It's truly desolate. Zhang Fei looked ahead, said a few words lightly, then comforted Vivi. It's okay, Vivi. Everything will be fine. Vivi bit her lip and said nothing. She knew Zhang Fei was trying to comfort her, but her mind was blank, and she didn't know what to say. Zhang Fei sighed softly, thinking that if he had wood release, he could use it to reforest the land. Wood release. Right, I still have a mysterious gift pack that I haven't opened yet. He quickly requested the system to pull some strings. System, I want wood release. Can you rig it? Wood release. Okay. The system inside Zhang Fei was busy handling the privileges it had stolen from the gambling god system, strengthening its own mahjong abilities when it heard Zhang Fei's request and agreed without hesitation. Fortunately, it had previously visited the world of Naruto to borrow some things, or else it truly couldn't have helped Zhang Fei. Now all it needed to do was to organize the wood release and place it into the mysterious gift pack. Then he also added into the mysterious gift pack the seed of chakra formed from the Senjutsu chakra of the 6 paths, Sage, the 9-tailed beasts, and the 3 great sacred places, along with a portion of wood-style chakra separated out, roughly the amount of 1 Kakashi. Of course, this was only a one-time use. Once consumed, it would be gone. Zhang Fei could not wait to open the mysterious gift pack. Congratulations. You have obtained wood-style and one-time chakra. Sure enough, he drew a series of wood-style ninjutsu, and like a photocopier, these wood-style techniques were directly imprinted into Zhang Fei's mind. Moreover, there was also wood-style chakra, though it was only one-time use. However, Zhang Fei was not discouraged. He could still draw chakra from the mysterious gift pack in the future. Please move a little farther away. I'm going to transform this place. Zhang Fei suddenly stepped forward. The others did not know what he was going to do, but they still voluntarily made room. He brought his hands together and used a ninjutsu he had casually named himself. Wood-style tree planting jutsu. As soon as the words left his mouth, the desert began to tremble and sand mounds kept rising. Huge trees thick enough for 2 people to wrap their arms around continuously emerged from the sand like a boiling spring. Everyone's pupils dilated rapidly, utterly shocked. What kind of ability was this that could actually summon trees? In a moment, Yuba was once again covered by a lush forest of trees, and everyone felt as if they were deep in a jungle. However, the soil was still sand, and turning it into earth would take some time. Now they had the trees, but they still lacked a water source. Fortunately, earlier, he had drawn the ability to summon wind and rain, otherwise he really wouldn't have known how to obtain water. Of course, ninjutsu could also do it, but he only had one mysterious gift pack. What is this? An old man in Yuba holding a shovel was trying to dig for water. As he dug, suddenly trees burst out from the sand, startling him greatly. What on earth was happening? Vivi, with tears in her eyes, understood that Zhang Fei had done all this for her. She also knew the importance of trees in the desert. Just as she was about to thank Zhang Fei, she heard a familiar voice. There's someone there, let's go take a look. Following the direction of the voice, everyone found Duo sitting slumped on the ground. He was Kosh's father, but the Duo before them had originally been a fat man, now emaciated, making it hard for Vivi to recognize him. She quickly helped Uncle Duo up and asked worriedly, Uncle, are you alright? However, Uncle Duo also could not recognize Vivi. After all, girls change a lot as they grow up, and it had been a long time since he had known her. He waved his hand and replied to Vivi. I'm fine, I was just startled by the trees that suddenly appeared. Vivi felt a bit apologetic and apologized to Uncle Duo, since it was Zhang Fei who had caused it. Sorry, Uncle, this was done by my friend. It scared you. Upon hearing that this was man-made, Duo's eyes lit up with excitement. He too knew the importance of trees, but over the years he had always believed in Cobra, and in order to stop the rebel army, had been trying to dig for water. Now hearing that there was someone capable of creating trees, he became extremely excited. He quickly asked who the person was, his eyes scanning the crowd. Excuse me, who created these trees? It was me. Is there something? Zhang Fei stepped forward. He also knew who the man before him was, and admired his stubborn spirit. As soon as Uncle Duo heard it was Zhang Fei, he rushed over, grabbed Zhang Fei's hands, and thanked him with tears in his eyes. Thank you, young man. With these trees, Yuba will surely regain its former glory. Zhang Fei said nonchalantly, It's nothing, Uncle. I did this for my friend. However, upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Vivi felt both touched and disappointed. Was it just as friends? Her eyes unconsciously dimmed. Friend. Uncle Duo found it hard to believe. He had to thank that friend Zhang Fei had mentioned. Without her, perhaps Yuba would not have these trees. He felt he must thank her properly. Yes, she is my friend Vivi. Under Zhang Fei's carefully arranged words, Uncle Duo and Vivi recognized each other. Vivi. Uncle Duo's eyes widened slightly, and he stared intently at the woman before him. She seemed very similar to the Princess Vivi in his memory. Could she be Princess Vivi? He asked tremulously. Could you be Princess Vivi? Yes, it's me. Do you know me? Vivi still couldn't recognize Uncle Duo and asked back tentatively. Uncle Duo was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that the person before him was really Princess Vivi. This excited him immensely, and he quickly explained his identity. It's me, Princess Vivi. I am Duo. Vivi was startled, looking at Uncle Duo in disbelief. In her memory, Uncle Duo was a plump, round man. How could he have become like this? She felt both heartache and excitement. Is it really you, Uncle Duo? How did you become like this? At this, Duo's face turned somber, and he began to explain everything that had happened to him. After hearing Uncle Duoduo's past, everyone couldn't help but admire him. Uncle Duoduo grabbed Vivi's hand, sobbing uncontrollably, and begged Vivi to stop the rebel army. They have decided to fight it out in the next battle because they have been cornered and have no way out. They are going to risk everything. Vivi, I beg you, please stop those fools. Vivi handed Uncle Duoduo a handkerchief and smiled reassuringly. Uncle Duoduo, don't worry. However, Vivi's smile was like the descent of an angel calming his heart. It was as if it had a magical power that made him unconditionally believe that Vivi would surely succeed. Little Vivi. I will definitely stop the rebel army. Everyone knew how much pressure Vivi was under, yet she could still show a smile. They grew even more hateful toward Crocodile. It was because of that bastard that this young girl who should have been blooming with wonderful youth was living so oppressed. By the way, Uncle Duoduo, did you say it hasn't rained here for 3 years? Zhang Fei suddenly asked. Yes, why? Uncle Duoduo was a bit slow but still answered Zhang Fei's question. Then let me bring rain to this place. Although Zhang Fei was confident, Usopp still found it somewhat fantastical. Even though Zhang Fei possessed all sorts of extraordinary abilities, summoning rain was still rather unscientific. After all, Uncle Dodo had said that it hadn't rained here for 3 years. To make it rain they would have to use dance powder, but that powder was extremely harmful. Rain? You can make it rain. Confident of victory, Zhang Fei naturally replied to Usopp in an affirmative tone. Of course. Nami, who was quite knowledgeable about weather, knew that rain could be influenced artificially, but it required certain scientific methods. So she was very curious about what method Zhang Fei would use to make it rain here. However, Luffy had unwavering faith in Zhang Fei. Since Zhang Fei had said it, he would surely make it happen. Zhang Fei did not disappoint them. He spoke slowly, his voice clear, and uttered a soft chant. Rain come. In an instant the sky was covered with dark clouds, the world changed color, and the air was filled with moist vapor, bringing a touch of coolness to the scorching desert. Raindrops poured down first in scattered drops, then in a torrential downpour. As the rain touched Uncle Dodo's gaunt, almost skin and bones cheeks, they seemed to come alive. His beard lifted upward, and the stubbornness that had not been worn down by time was finally rewarded. It was a wild joy like the light encountered when returning from a deep-sea journey, deeply imprinted in his eyes, lingering for a long time. At this moment Uncle Dodo's heart felt like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Trembling with excitement, he gripped Zhang Fei tightly, as if grasping a miracle. Tears of gratitude and liberation welled up in his moist eyes, and his voice choked. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Fei sensed Uncle Dodo's heartfelt gratitude. He steadied the old man and smiled gently. You're welcome, Uncle Dodo. Let's first prepare to store water. This rain will only last an hour. Right, I'll go now. Uncle Dodo, after Zhang Fei's reminder, seemed to have been injected with energy potion, rejuvenating his frail body. He headed toward his small hut to gather barrels that could store water, for water resources were vital to those living in the desert. Meanwhile, Nami and the others also went to help Uncle Dodo collect rainwater. Zhang Fei, thank you. This is a token of gratitude. Now it was Vivi who came to thank Zhang Fei. She ran to his side, stood on tiptoe, and like a dragonfly skimming the water, her cherry-red lips gently brushed against Zhang Fei's cheek. Originally Zhang Fei was about to say that it wasn't necessary, but he didn't expect Vivi to do this. His mind froze for a moment before he came to his senses. Just as he was about to say something, he found Vivi, her face flushed red, fleeing the scene. Fortunately, Luffy and the others were not around, otherwise Sanji would have lost his mind on the spot. But what could he say? Vivi's token of gratitude was indeed unique, but he liked it. Of course, Zhang Fei did not overthink the meaning of Vivi's kiss. He simply took it as Vivi's way of expressing her gratitude. The warmth of Vivi's lips still lingered on his cheek. Zhang Fei gently touched the spot with his index finger, and his mood brightened with that kiss. After all, who wouldn't enjoy being kissed by a pretty girl? If it had been on the lips, it would have been even better, but unfortunately it wasn't. With a hint of regret, he walked briskly to help Uncle Dodo. There were only about a dozen or so intact barrels. With this amount of rain, it was still possible to fill them. Now everyone was taking shelter inside the house, except for Uncle Dodo, who stood in the heavy rain, feeling the life brought by the rain. Just then Luffy was curious about what kind of ability Zhang Fei had used to both turn into a tree and summon heavy rain. Not only him, but the others were also curious. Could it be the power of talismans again? Zhang Fei, how did you do that? Zhang Fei glanced around and saw that everyone was curious about this, so he explained the ability he had used. The ability to turn into trees would release a type of ninjutsu. And ninjutsu, in simple terms, is a branch of the 5 elements. As for making it rain, that's pure Taoist magic. I can use it once a day for 1 hour each time. Of course, I can also summon wind, even in the calm belt. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper all knew about ninjutsu, but as for Taoist magic, they weren't very clear about it. Instead, they felt it was something profound, and their eyes sparkled with admiration. The most shocked was Nami. She had never imagined that Zhang Fei's Taoist magic was so powerful that he could even summon wind in the calm belt. This completely defied the worldview of the pirate world. You see, the calm belt represented death. If you were targeted by a giant sea king, you would surely die unless you were exceptionally powerful and could easily eliminate them. Therefore, having wind in the calm belt meant life, and it also allowed one to freely cross the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Breaking the silence was Chopper, who asked Zhang Fei if he was a ninja, and if he knew other ninjutsu. Zhang Fei, are you a ninja? I read in a book that ninjas can walk on walls and leap over roofs. Is that true? And they can use shadow clones. Are those real? Facing Chopper's endless questions, Zhang Fei patiently explained to him. I am not a ninja, but what you said is true. Upon hearing that it was true, Luffy and the others couldn't contain themselves anymore. They started yelling and demanded that Zhang Fei perform a ninjutsu. Zhang Fei, I want to see some ninjutsu. Can you perform one for us? Facing Luffy's request, Zhang Fei had no intention of refusing. The main reason was that he still had some chakra left from the mysterious gift pack, and the only technique he could use was the wood clone, which could last for about 1 or 2 minutes. Alright, I'll perform a wood clone for you. Watch closely. Hearing Zhang Fei agree, Luffy and the others were like model students watching his performance carefully and attentively. He simply clapped his hands together, and from behind Zhang Fei something seemed to peel away from his body. A wooden Zhang Fei appeared, and as it fully emerged it instantly transformed into a form indistinguishable from the real Zhang Fei. How about that X2? Zhang Fei and the wood clone spoke simultaneously, so their voices overlapped. Amazing. Luffy and the others were so astonished that their jaws dropped. The wood clone was exactly like Zhang Fei, even they couldn't tell who was the real one. Had he not known the exact location of Zhang Fei's true body, Lu Fei would never have realized that the person before him was merely a wood clone. Lu Fei pinched the wood clone's cheek. It felt no different from real skin. He recounted his discovery to the others, his eyes filled with astonishment. It's exactly the same. Though it was a clone, it possessed the consciousness of the original, so it slapped Lu Fei's hand away. Stop pinching me. So this is a clone. It's truly incredible. Name sighed in amazement. She had never imagined a clone could be so lifelike. She then asked Zhang Fei if he could demonstrate other ninjutsu. Zhang Fei, can you perform other techniques? Zhang Fei shook his head regretfully. Sorry, I have no chakra left now. I can't use any ninjutsu until I recover. I see. Then forget it. Although she didn't know what chakra was, she guessed it was something like gasoline. Without it the engine wouldn't run. Meanwhile, the wood clone frolicked with Lu Fei and the others, but when the time was up it reverted into a wooden statue. This left Lu Fei and his crew feeling unsatisfied, and they demanded another performance. However, Zhang Fei had no chakra left, and could only explain helplessly. Hearing that there was no chakra, they were also disappointed. But being reasonable, the trio went off to play with the smoke transformation guns, discussing how to make cool transformations and what poses to strike. Zhang Fei now had some free time and wanted to take a hot bath. After sailing for so long, his body had a sour smell. Unfortunately, Yuba was a water-scarce place with no such luxury. He could only use the remaining rainwater to wash off the grime, heading to a secluded spot for a quick rinse. When Zhang Fei returned, he saw Wei Wei sitting by the door, lost in thought, her cheeks resting on her palms, looking distracted. He asked, "What's wrong? Something on your mind?" Wei Wei heard the familiar voice and looked up, her face instantly flushing crimson. Her heart pounded like a startled deer, and she became flustered, not knowing what to do. There stood Zhang Fei, bare-chested, wearing only a pair of beach shorts and the same sandals as Lu Fei. Rainwater trickled down his skin, highlighting his physique. His muscular build was especially alluring to a young girl. Moreover, Zhang Fei had slicked back his hair, though some wet strands drooped under the weight of the water, which only added to his roguish charm. And no, nothing. Wei Wei stammered, looking shy and unable to meet Zhang Fei's eyes, though her gaze kept stealing glances at him. Oh, but why be shy? You've already seen everything back on Little Garden. What's there to be embarrassed about now? Zhang Fei's words were blunt. He had long gotten over the incident on Little Garden. It was just showing his upper body. What was so embarrassing? Beaches were full of handsome guys in beach shorts and girls in bikinis, and of course little kids playing happily with water guns. At the mention of Little Garden, Wei Wei's face turned even redder, like an apple ripe to the core. Steam seemed to rise from her forehead, and she grew even more flustered. Zhang Fei walked past Wei Wei and offered a word of comfort, helping her calm down. Stop overthinking. You have us. Alabasta will surely be safe. These words were like a powerful tranquilizer injected directly into her heart. Wei Wei's mind cleared somewhat, though her heart still stirred with unease. Yet Zhang Fei's words gave her comfort, as if an angel had come to personally escort her from hell to heaven. But just as she was about to say something, she realized Zhang Fei was already gone. Her open mouth closed again, though a happy smile lingered on her lips as she watched Zhang Fei chatting with Lu Fei and the others. After the rain stopped, it was nearly dusk. It was impossible to continue traveling, so the group decided to stay at Uncle Dodo's place for the night and leave the next day. Rain base. In a room of the casino Rain dinner, members of Baroque Works had gathered. Mr. 1 Mr. 2 Mr. for Ms. All Sunday Miss. Double Finger Miss. Merry Christmas, and most importantly the secret boss of Baroque Works, Mr. 0, had also appeared. That was none other than Kuluo Kuda Air, meeting the members of Baroque Works for the first time. Now the time is ripe. Operation Utopia. This is the ultimate goal of Baroque Works. Crocodile. The Baroque Works members were all astonished. They never imagined their boss was actually one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Kuluo Kuda Air. It was like seeing an atomic bomb explode for the first time. The only one who wasn't surprised was Luo Bin, and she was also the only one who had direct contact with Kuluo Kuda Air. It seems everyone knows his public identity now. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Luo Bin saved herself from having to introduce Kuluo Kuda Air. What a big shot, isn't it? Ms. Merry Christmas spoke with lingering fear. We know that. But why would a warlord? Ms. Doublefinger knew full well what the 7 warlords represented, legal pirates. And Baroque Works was plotting to take over this country. If their scheme were exposed, Kaluo Kuda would lose his status as a warlord. So why did he still do it? That was the doubt in her mind, though she didn't voice it. So are we the pirates under your command? Mr. Tu questioned Kaluo Kuda. Were all those subordinates arranged by Kaluo Kuda to spy on him? Huff. Mr. For said nothing, only adjusting his breathing. This matter was far beyond his expectations. So you are our boss. Mr. One remained relatively calm, asking if Kaluo Kuda was truly their mastermind. Kaluo Kuda felt displeased by their attitudes. His face instantly darkened, and his tone carried a murderous intent. Any objections? Silence fell. No one dared to question Kaluo Kuda for the pressure he exerted was simply overwhelming. It's not an objection, but the 7 warlords are recognized by the world government, aren't they? Why would you still organize a crime syndicate? Ms. Doublefinger voiced her confusion. What I seek is not money nor status, but military power, the ancient weapon Pluton. Kaluo Kuda replied to Ms. Doublefinger, revealing his true purpose. The crowd fell silent for a moment, every single one of them astounded. The renown of the ancient weapon Pluton was well known to all. It was said that Pluton was a colossal warship capable of destroying an entire island with a single cannon shot. What they had not expected was that the ancient Pluton would be hidden in Alabasta. No wonder Crocodile had established this Baroque Works. Everyone also learned of Crocodile's ambition, and their hearts could not help but fill with anticipation. They too wished to witness the might of the ancient weapon. Obviously no one present had any objections. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Crocodile gave a faint smile and gestured to Robin, signaling her to issue the tasks they were responsible for. Robin said nothing and distributed the task sheets one by one onto the dining table in front of everyone. This is your final mission. The time has come to destroy the kingdom of Alabasta. Each person picked up their own task sheet, examined it carefully for a moment, then extended their sheet toward the candle flame on the table, burning it completely to ash, leaving no trace behind. After Crocodile saw that all members of Baroque Works had confirmed their tasks, he expressed his anticipated expectations. Once you all complete your respective missions, Alabasta will collapse on its own. The panicked rebel army and citizens will fall into our hands within Baroque Works. In just one night, this country will become our utopia. This is the final and greatest utopia operation plan of Baroque Works. Failure is absolutely not permitted. The operation begins at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Understood. Everyone responded in unison to Crocodile, and they were also well aware of the importance of this mission. I wish you all success. Crocodile could already imagine the scene of Alabasta completely becoming his plaything, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smug smile. Just then Mr. 3 appeared, though his entire body was wrapped in bandages. He spoke out to stop Crocodile's plan. That Utopia operation plan, I hope it can be postponed. Who could it be at this moment? Moreover, this was the secret base of Baroque Works. Only the members here knew of it. When they turned to look, it was actually Mr. 3. However, Crocodile's expression turned grave, his eyelids lowered. Hadn't he sent Mr. 2 to kill Mr. 3? How could he still appear? Robin was also silent for a moment, looking at the unexpected visitor. Clearly he had a good chance to escape with his life, yet he insisted on coming back to die. She then spoke up to question Mr. 3. Mr. 3, how did you come to this secret basement? The most agitated was Mr. 2. He had been ordered earlier to go to Little Garden to hunt down Mr. 3, but when he arrived he found that Mr. 3 had already disappeared. Who would have thought he would come here? Now it was time to complete his mission. Mr. 3, where the hell did you pop out from? I'm going to carry out my orders right now and kill you. Just as Mr. 2 was about to strike, Crocodile spoke up. He wanted to hear why Mr. 3 wanted to delay his plan. Wait, Mr. 2. Mr. 3 knew that an opportunity had come. Crocodile was curious about him. However, he first answered Mr. 2's question, then replied to Crocodile. Popped out. That's too rude. I've been trailing you since the Spider Cafe, and I even hitched a ride on Bing's wagon. Boss, it's our first meeting. I came here hoping you could give me another chance. I failed to complete my mission, so being hunted down by Mr. 2 by you is only natural. Crocodile noticed the phrase, failed to complete the mission, which aroused his suspicion. In the earlier report from Little Garden, it was said that the mission was already completed. So what was going on now? He asked with confusion. You didn't complete the mission. What do you mean? Mr. 2 took a deep breath and told Crocodile the truth about what he did not know. The reason Crocodile was hunting him was entirely due to the false report in Little Garden and that attitude. Of course, that was all the doing of Sanji. Mr. 3 was just taking the blame for Sanji, and he himself was unaware of it. That is, I let the Straw Hat Pirates and Princess Vivi escape. Hearing this, Crocodile slammed the dining table, stood up from his seat, and rage surged into his heart. His tone became grave, yet laced with anger. You let them escape, meaning they are still alive. Mr. 3's heart felt a bit weak. After all, the person enraged before him was one of the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile. It was possible that in his fury he might kill him, so his voice trembled slightly. Yes. Crocodile's face turned extremely grim. At this critical juncture, you tell me that you let Vivi and the Straw Hats escape. Once Vivi returns to Alabasta, his plan would be completely exposed. What exactly was going on? He immediately spoke up to inquire about the reason. You bastard, what did you say in the Din Din Mushy back then? Didn't you say the Straw Hats and Vivi had all been eliminated by you? At this moment Mr. Three's heart was full of confusion. When had he ever answered the Din Din Mushy? After he was knocked out he knew that once his mission failure was discovered he would definitely be hunted, so he returned to Alabasta in advance hoping to redeem himself. As for that Din Din Mushy he knew nothing about it. Din Din Mushy. What's this about? I never used a Din Din Mushy in Little Garden. What? After hearing this sweat broke out on Crocodile's forehead. He recalled the image of connecting the Din Din Mushy earlier. Hello, this is the Poop Restaurant. Would you like to order? He knew it. Trouble. In the worst case the Marines might have learned of it and come to stop him. However, luckily Mr. 3 had returned in time, so there was still a chance to remedy. As for the person who had answered the Din Din Mushy, he would never let him off. How dare he mock him? Now what he most wanted to know was who else had learned of his plan. If it was one of the 4 emperors who came, the trouble would be enormous. They didn't care about his title as a warlord of the sea. In their eyes it was nothing. The only ones they would pay attention to were Dracula Mihawk and Don Quixote da Flamingo, since the latter was an underground arms dealer backed by Kaido, and basically no one dared to touch him. He also finally understood why the unlucky beasts had not returned. Perhaps they had been killed on Little Garden. This is really troublesome now. No wonder the unlucky beasts did not return from that island. The assembly fell into a taciturn silence, uncertain whether the plan could still be carried out. It all hinged on Crocodile's capabilities. Then, as if struck by a thought, Crocodile continued his inquiry. But shouldn't you have dealt with at least 1 or 2 of them? Mr. 3 was taken aback before he snapped back to reality. Fortunately, he had thought of an excuse. He planned to push Zhang Fei, a pirate, with a bounty over 100 million forward to take the blame for him. Know this? Huh. From Mr. 3's tone, Crocodile immediately understood. This bastard hadn't even taken care of a single person. He was a complete waste. The veins on his forehead bulged faintly, and he clenched his cigar tighter between his teeth, while red threads gradually appeared in his eyes, revealing the depth of Crocodile's fury. That. The intelligence was wrong. Princess Vivi has the protection of a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. A monster from the East Blue who once clashed with Mihawk and ended in a draw. That's Zhang Fei. I can't beat him. Mr. 3 also understood the gravity of the situation. If he didn't find a way to refuse, his life would be at stake. He quickly spread his arms and waved them, desperately trying to explain something, but his words came out stammering and his voice trembled. Clearly he was terrified. What? Hearing the name Zhang Fei, Crocodile's anger instantly diminished by half. He had been following the news, so naturally he knew of Zhang Fei's reputation. Mihawk's strength was well known, anyone who could match him in battle could hardly be weak. Moreover, he didn't know if Zhang Fei had mastered Haki. If he possessed Haki in addition to swordsmanship on par with Mihawk's, then his own chances of victory would be drastically reduced. However, this was his home ground. It would be extremely difficult for Zhang Fei to harm him. Robin's pupils dilated upon hearing Zhang Fei's name. She hadn't expected them to actually escort Vivi back safely, which reminded her of Zhang Fei's invitation on Whiskey Peak. She was contemplating whether to board their ship. She knew that once she deciphered the poneglyph, she would inevitably be discarded by Crocodile like a sacrificial pawn. It would be better to find a new backer while she still could. Zhang Fei. Mr. 2 found the name familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, and people with such a name were rare. Then a flash of memory hit him. He recalled the incident on the Mary where there was a man named Zhang Fei on board. Immediately, using the power of the main fruit, he transformed into Zhang Fei's appearance, pointed at the face, and interrogated Mr. 3. Is this him? Seeing Zhang Fei's face, Mr. 3 pointed loudly as if he had seen a lifesaver. Yes, that's him. Crocodile stared at Mr. 2's transformed face and confirmed that this was the Zhang Fei from the wanted poster. This was going to be troublesome. So they are also part of the Straw Hat Pirates. Mr. 2 still found it hard to accept, as he had built a bond of friendship with them during their time together. He wanted to confirm, so he transformed his face one by one, finally changing into Chopper's face, even mimicking his darkening expression. Yes, they are the Straw Hat Pirates. Mr. 3 confirmed Mr. 2's question, his heart sinking as he slammed the table in frustration. He really didn't want to be their enemy, and he turned to question Crocodile. So they are our enemies, right? Crocodile interlaced his fingers, placed his elbows on the table, leaned forward, and wore a thoughtful expression as he replied to Mr. 2. That's right. They know my true identity. If we don't eliminate them, they will become an obstacle to our operation. I just don't know if that bastard Zhang Fei has reported this to the news agency. If he has, then we're in big trouble. The reason for Crocodile's concern was entirely due to Zhang Fei's past record. Back in the East Blue, he had leaked the Marines scandal to Morgans, turning the Marines into a laughingstock among pirates and eroding public trust in the Marines. If Zhang Fei reported this matter to Morgans as well, then the world government would be the one to be tarnished. After all, the Shichibukai system was established by the world government. Once such a scandal was published, the world government's credibility would be completely lost in the eyes of the world. However, knowing Zhang Fei's personality, he would definitely tell Morgans. In the previous report, Zhang Fei had obtained Morgan's Din Din Mushy contact number, and he still kept the Din Din Mushy he had acquired from the Marines, waiting for the day it would be useful. Moreover, Zhang Fei himself deeply detested the world government. He would definitely publish such a scandal. Of course, he wasn't afraid of retaliation from the world government. At worst, he would go to Mary Geos and blow himself up just to see who could outdo whom. Returning to the matter at hand, Crocodile was contemplating how to deal with them. Moreover, the matter of the ancient weapon Pluton could not be exposed. The only thing he could do now was to eliminate the entire Straw Hat crew. Besides, this was his home turf, so his chances of victory would be greater. Having made up his mind, Crocodile decided to cut the knot swiftly, strike first, and gain the upper hand. He issued orders to the members of Baroque Works. Mr. 3-0, as you said, there are more than the intelligence indicated. Ignoring that pet together with Vivi, there are 6 people. They must have already arrived in Alabasta. So Mr. 2, transform into their appearances and take photos. However, Mr. 3 still wanted to atone for his mistake by earning merit. He rushed in front of Crocodile begging for another chance. Boss, I will definitely deal with them with my own hands. But unexpectedly, this only angered Crocodile further. He grabbed Mr. 3's neck with one hand and activated his ability, completely draining the moisture from Mr. 3's body. His skin instantly dried and withered, turning him into a mummy. Shut up, you useless waste. Mr. 3, do you know why I gave you such a high position? Ability. Deprived of moisture, Mr. 3 spoke with great difficulty, his voice hoarse. The only thing he could think of was his ability. Nothing else came to mind. Unfortunately, Mr. 3 guessed wrong. What Crocodile valued in him was not his ability, but his ruthlessness. Now it seemed he had misjudged him. In terms of combat strength, you're inferior to Mr. 4. But what I valued was your relentless determination to complete missions by any means necessary. Now it seems you've truly disappointed me. What I hate most are useless wastes. Water. Water. Released, Mr. 3 collapsed to his knees. He desperately needed to replenish his fluids, or he would surely die. Want water? I'll let you drink your fill. With that, Crocodile walked to his seat and pressed a hidden button. The floor beneath Mr. 3 instantly opened, and he became food for the banana crocodiles. Listen up, I'll handle Zhang Fei. The rest of you are to take care of the others. After bidding farewell to Uncle Dajuo, Zhang Fei and the others continued onward. Zhang Fei turned to Vivi and asked where they should go next, whether to seek out Crocodile immediately or first return to the royal capital. Where shall we go next, Vivi? Vivi gestured for Luffy to pause, then fell silent for a moment before replying to Zhang Fei's question. Let us return to the royal capital first. If the rebel forces have already clashed with the royal army, we can intervene at once and expose Crocodile's conspiracy. That works, Zhang Fei replied indifferently, adding that any destination was acceptable. Luffy, however, declared he could wait no longer. He intended to confront Crocodile immediately. Having heard Uncle Dajuo's harrowing tale, his resolve hardened, and he voiced his determination directly to Vivi. I'm done waiting. I'm going straight to punch Crocodile down. Because of him, Uncle Dajuo suffered so greatly. I refuse to stand idly by. Nami slapped her forehead, exasperated by Luffy's childish stubbornness, a familiar headache. She tried to reason with him. What are you up to now? All I need is to unveil Crocodile's plot. Alabasta will survive this crisis. Yet Luffy refused to listen, obstinately insisting on hunting Crocodile down. I don't care, I will knock him down. Whether rebels or royal soldiers, none of Alabasta's people are at fault. This is all Crocodile's doing. So I must strike him down. We are comrades, and I will not allow Crocodile to continue his tyranny. Luffy's words struck deep into Vivi's fragile heart. Her earlier decision had been born of fear, not for the nation's fate, but for the lives of her friends whom she believed no match for Crocodile. Her carefully maintained composure shattered, tears spilled freely. Yes, we are comrades. That's precisely why I couldn't bear to see you hurt. But I don't want you injured on my behalf. Nami, now understanding Vivi's quiet anguish, gently patted her shoulder in quiet encouragement. Didn't Zhang Fei just equip us with tools to strengthen ourselves? We will defeat Crocodile. True, Luffy isn't always reliable, but we still have Zhang Fei, don't we? Hearing Nami's slight, Luffy instantly protested. When have I ever been unreliable? Don't slander me, Nami. The group exchanged wordless, incredulous glances, then collectively rolled their eyes. Among them all, he was unquestionably the most trouble-prone. No justification was needed. Zhang Fei ignored Luffy entirely and addressed Vivi instead. Everything will be all right. We're here with you. Alabasta will endure. Moreover, his rain-summoning ability had refreshed itself. Crocodile's Logia intangibility would offer no sanctuary. Once drenched by rain, even ordinary men could wound him. Vivi whispered through quiet sobs, her voice trembling with emotion. Then it settled. We depart for Crocodile. Seeing Vivi's resolve shift, Luffy erupted with exhilaration, clenching his fists, cracking his knuckles, eager to strike Crocodile down without delay. Thus the crew set out for Rainbase to confront Crocodile. En route, Zhang Fei retrieved a Den Den mushi confiscated from the Marines and dialed his partner Morgan. Huh, what are you doing, Zhang Fei? Chopper peered curiously at the Den Den mushi in Zhang Fei's hand. Just placing a call to my business partner. Zhang Fei waited for Morgan's line to connect while casually answering Chopper, yet his true intent was far more incendiary: to provoke the world government. Blue blur blur blur, click. At last Morgan's Den Den mushi rang through. Before Zhang Fei could speak, Morgan greeted him warmly. Ah, my esteemed friend Zhang Fei. Thanks to you, our last issue's subscription soared. So, what grand news brings you calling this time? Indeed, and it concerns a world government scandal. The question is, do you dare publish it? Crocodile's deepest fear had materialized. Zhang Fei had contacted Morgan to reveal his conspiracy, though Zhang Fei deliberately concealed knowledge of the ancient weapon Pluton lest another tyrant rise in Alabasta's shadow. The crew gasped. None had imagined Zhang Fei would act so boldly, exposing the truth publicly. Even Vivi stood stunned, utterly bewildered by his motive. Yet no one spoke. Zhang Fei raised a hand, silencing them. On the other end, Morgan fell silent, then erupted with fervent excitement. Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? My newspaper fears nothing. Zhang Fei smiled, the exact response he'd hoped for. Then let's proceed. You're familiar with the 7 warlords of the sea, correct? Morgan, puzzled by the question, recited what he knew. Of course. The warlords exist to counterbalance the 4 emperors, legally sanctioned pirates permitted by the world government. Precisely. Now hear this, crocodile. One of those warlords is secretly orchestrating Alabasta's downfall, plotting to usurp King Cobra. Tell me, does that qualify as a world government scandal? Morgan's expression transformed. Shock gave way to rapturous glee. This was monumental news, a scandal implicating the world government itself. After all, the warlords were its creation, and one of them now abused that authority to subvert an allied kingdom. Alabasta was after all a formal world government ally, yet its sovereignty now hung in the balance, threatened by a warlord empowered by the very institution meant to uphold order. If exposed, how would other allied nations react? Would they accept warlords as legitimate instruments to dismantle their own sovereignty? Certainly not. Such revelation would send shockwaves across the alliance, sparking outraged demands for accountability and possibly even the complete abolition of the warlord system. Truly worthy of you, Zhang Fei, to unearth such explosive truth. I'd gladly recruit you to our paper. Rest assured, I will run this story. Zhang Fei smiled, satisfied. His scheme had succeeded. Truthfully, if published, the greatest beneficiary would be the Revolutionary Army. But that mattered little. For Zhang Fei, the sole objective was undermining the world government. By the way, you do have correspondents in Alabasta, don't you? A major story breaks today. Stay vigilant. Don't say I didn't warn you. Really? Then I owe you thanks, Mr. Zhang Fei. Morgan relished partnerships like this, especially when such earth-shattering scoops came gratis. Until next time then, let's collaborate again. Farewell, my dearest friend. I eagerly await our next venture. After hanging up the den mushy, Vivi was deeply puzzled why this matter had to be reported to Morgans, so she voiced her question. Zhang Fei, why did you want to tell Morgans about this? That's right. Luffy chimed in without understanding anything, agreeing with Vivi's words, but since he didn't even know who Morgans was, he was just randomly joining the conversation. What are you even randomly chiming in for? Zhang Fei said to Luffy, yet Luffy was nonchalant about it, pouting and muttering complaints about Zhang Fei under his breath. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei heard every word. He let out a helpless, bitter smile and answered Vivi's question. After all, the 7 warlords were created by the world government, so you have every reason to hold them responsible for this. Moreover, I despise the world government. If this gets reported, the world government member nations will surely resist collectively. However, given the world government's nature, they might ignore the resistance from member nations, since what they're pursuing now is stability. In that case, the people of member nations will surely harbor resentment, accelerating the collapse of the world government. Hearing Zhang Fei's plan, Vivi stared at him in horror. Could his purpose really be to bring down the world government? Or was Zhang Fei someone from the Revolutionary Army that he would go to such lengths? She interrogated Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, do you intend to make enemies of the world government? Enemies? It's only a matter of time anyway. Zhang Fei said calmly. Once Nico Robin joined the Straw Hat crew, their fate was destined to be enemies of the world government. It was simply a matter of time. Luffy and the others had been prepared for a long time. Since Twin Cape, Zhang Fei had told them that once Nico Robin joined, they would face pursuit from the world government and the Marines. So they had long been prepared to deal with it. Moreover, Luffy was a man destined to become the Pirate King, and along this journey, he would inevitably encounter all kinds of difficulties. If he didn't overcome them, how could he ever become the Pirate King? Vivi thought Zhang Fei was insane, but gradually she began to understand him. She thought to herself, if there had been no 7 warlords created by the world government, Alabasta would never have encountered such troubles, and they could have gotten the Marines to eliminate the pirates instead. After taking a deep breath, she concluded that Zhang Fei's approach was correct, which could be considered venting her anger for her. But she could foresee the severity of what would follow once this was reported. It was no laughing matter. Perhaps you're right, but if this is reported, you will definitely be hunted by the world government and the Marines. He were pirates anyway, so being hunted by the Marines is only natural. Maybe I can even surpass Zhang Fei's bounty. Luffy grinned and touched his straw hat, his tone so relaxed and carefree, as if he hadn't taken this matter seriously at all. In his heart, he even agreed with Zhang Fei's actions. That's right, Vivi, were pirates. What are we supposed to fear from the Marines? Usopp flexed his biceps and patted them, claiming his own prowess. After obtaining the smoke bullet gun, he had become somewhat overconfident. However, this also made him realize that combined with his shooting skills, his accuracy and range would become even more precise and farther-reaching. For this reason, Usopp had modified his slingshot last night to make it even more powerful. Vivi, you don't need to worry about these people. Nami didn't take this matter seriously either. She had long been accustomed to their recklessness. As long as they could protect themselves, that was enough. Zoro's squinted arms crossed over his chest, looking as if he were asleep, never uttering a word. As for Sanji, he took a drag of his cigarette, glanced at Zhang Fei, and slowly spoke. That's right, I'm the reliable one after all. Yet all he received in return was Nami's cold stare. After this brief interlude, Zhang Fei headed toward Rainbase, Alabasta royal capital. Cobra furrowed his brow, contemplating how to deal with the rebel army. He wanted to strike at them, but couldn't bear to. After all, they were his own citizens, driven to rebellion only by desperation. He sat upon his throne pondering strategies. Beside him stood Pell and Shaka, both equally troubled by this matter. Just then a soldier rushed in and informed Cobra that Karu had returned. Upon hearing it was Karu, Cobra instantly came to attention. Karu was his daughter's pet, and now that it had returned, it must surely be carrying some message. Karu has returned. After an arduous journey, Karu had finally returned safely and delivered Vivi's letter to Cobra. After reading the letter's contents, Cobra finally understood the truth of the matter. What troubled him most now was Crocodile's identity. After all, he was a legally recognized pirate by the world government, and the world government stood on his side. Even if he reported this, the world government would surely turn a blind eye. They didn't care whether he was a descendant of one of the 20 royal families. Moreover, they too were eyeing the Pluton with ulterior motives. Otherwise, would the world government not know about it? Despicable. We cannot let Vivi's efforts and Igram's sacrifice be in vain. We will dispatch troops to eliminate Crocodile in Rainbase. The letter mentioned that Vivi had encountered wonderful companions and her safety was under their protection. So Cobra was not too worried about Vivi's safety at the moment. Furthermore, if Crocodile were to obtain information about the ancient weapon Pluton, the balance of the world would be completely shattered. He had to stop him. Please wait, your majesty. Rainbase is too far from us. Although we've learned the enemy's true identity, if the enemy refuses to fight our campaign, we'll be put in a passive position. Pell stepped forward to halt Cobra's military action and voiced his concerns. Currently, Crocodile has gained the support of many citizens. Forgive my bluntness, but he is even more popular than you. Shaka joined Pell in stopping Cobra's actions, pointing out Crocodile's current prestige. If we leave, the rebel army will surely attack the royal capital. Pell passionately argued that if they deployed all their forces against Crocodile, the palace would be left with too few troops to defend against the rebel army's assault. So what? Even if our entire royal army is wiped out, as long as Crocodile is defeated, our citizens can rebuild the nation. But if we turn our weapons against the rebel army, Crocodile will be the one laughing last. Even if we cannot stop the rebel army, we must eliminate Crocodile. Cobra paid no heed to what would become of his palace. What he cared about were his citizens. A nation could be rebuilt, but if the people were gone, that would truly be the end. He absolutely would not allow Crocodile to toy with the citizens of Alabasta. Jaka convened an immediate pre-war meeting and assembled the soldiers. Bayer, go ahead and scout the enemy's position. At this moment, Kobuele's heart was resolute. He was determined to eliminate the menace Koluo Kuda Air. He issued his orders to Jaka and Bayer. Yes. Jaka and Bayer knelt on one knee. They could feel Kobuele's conviction. What a noble king he was. Yet why must Araba Basitan suffer such calamities? Xian Zhonghua also grew more resolute, vowing to follow King Kobula until the very end, even if it meant his own life. We march at dawn, the entire army heading to UD. Kobula stood with his back to them, hands clasped before his chest, his eyes blazing with anger. The sun quietly descended the sky, filled with fiery clouds, and the temperature grew colder. Yet He Huang's work was far from over. He had fully embraced the role of a utility man, acting as a bodyguard for Wei Wei and Na Mei, guarding against unforeseen dangers. Before them lay Ud. After riding the carpet all day, Lu Fei and the others were bored stiff. They leaped off the carpet, stretched their arms, tears glistening in their eyes, and shouted excitedly as they moved their bodies. All right, let's defeat Koluo Kuda Air. Wu Suapu and Xiaoba imitated Lu Fei, shouting. We've arrived at Ud. However, Sua Long scornfully muttered at them. You're so noisy. Zhang Fei put away the carpet and saw Na Mei making preparations before entering Ud. She was organizing her combat gear, the weather stick crafted by Wu Suapu and Lu Fei's transformation smoke gun. After confirming everything was in order, Na Mei calmed down. With these items, she had finally shed her identity as a weakling and could better protect herself without relying on Zhang Fei and the others. As for the pig talisman, Na Mei was still worried about Wei Wei's safety, so she lent it to Wei Wei for self-defense. Now Wei Wei had two talismans, making her much stronger in self-protection. But Na Mei still felt uneasy, so she asked Wu Suapu for his transformation smoke gun. Wu Suapu, lend your transformation smoke gun to Wei Wei for now. Huh. Wu Suapu was taken aback. He hadn't even warmed up the gun yet, but he was willing to lend it to Wei Wei. Here, Wei Wei, I'll lend this to you, but remember to return it. Wei Wei heard this and quickly waved her hands to refuse. Now that she had two talismans, she could protect herself without any problem. No need, I already have the pig talisman and the snake talisman. My safety is not a concern. Just then Shanji spoke up. Protecting ladies was his duty, so he volunteered to be their knight, a bit carried away by his own enthusiasm. Miss Na Mei and sweetheart Wei Wei, you don't need to fight, because I will protect you. Call me Prince. Huh. Prince, huh? Sua Long said disdainfully. Prince indeed. A prince. Zhang Fei stroked his chin, his gaze involuntarily falling on Shanji. Shanji was indeed a prince, the third prince of the North Blue Gu Air Ma Kingdom. Shanji suddenly felt a chill, as if someone was watching him with ill intent. He whirled around and saw Zhang Fei staring at him intently, which made his hair stand on end and brought unpleasant thoughts to mind. He immediately put distance between himself and Zhang Fei, worried about his virtue. Zhang Fei noticed Shan Ji's strange behavior and found it odd. What had he done to make Shan Ji so wary? Then he realized that He Huang, that bastard, was still staring at Shan Ji's shapely rear, making him take the blame again. Zhang Fei really wanted to drag He Huang back and remold him to change that damned curiosity of his. He wanted to explain to Shan Ji, but couldn't bring himself to say it. How could he say it was He Huang's doing, not mine? After all, He Huang was his spiritual entity, so to some extent he represented himself. This made Zhang Fei begin to examine his own heart. Did he harbor some hidden perversion within? Damn it, what am I thinking? It's all He Huang's fault for misleading me. I need to find an opportunity to have the system correct He Huang's personality. However, He Huang sensed Zhang Fei's thoughts and shrugged indifferently, as if to say, blame me. Speaking of which, where would Kaluo Kuda Air be hiding? Su Along raised the most critical question. Although they knew Kaluo Kuda Air was in UD, they had no idea of his exact location. Except for Zhang Fei, who knew that Kaluo Kuda Air was hiding beneath the casino. However, he saw no need to reveal it, for the unknown was the essence of adventure. So Zhang Fei remained silent. Although Wei Wei had spent some time at Baluo Kugong's Washer, she didn't know Kaluo Kuda Air's exact whereabouts. She only knew he was in UD, and she shared what she knew. I'm not too sure either. I only know that Kaluo Kuda Air is in UD, but not the precise location. However, I do know he runs a casino here, so he must show up there. Then let's go to the casino. I'm going to send him flying. Lu Fei waved his arms, excitedly eager to defeat Kaluo Kuda Air. Then let's set off. Zhang Fei for once agreed with Lu Fei and responded. The group arrived at UD, but before the final battle, they needed to fill their stomachs. After traveling for so long, everyone was tired from sitting. Except So Long, who had slept the whole way and was now full of energy. So they split into two groups. Lu Fei and Su Along went to a restaurant to feast, while Zhang Fei and the others found an inconspicuous spot to rest. Aren't you hungry? Zhang Fei sat down casually and asked Na Mei and the others. Not really, not very hungry. Now that the battle was approaching, Wei Wei had no appetite. Her mind was set on subduing Kaluo Kuda Air as soon as possible. By the way, is it okay to let a directionally challenged person and a troublemaker go out alone? Na Mei was still worried about Lu Fei and Su Along, and she had a bad feeling. Probably they might bring back a bunch of trouble. Shan Ji, knowing Lu Fei, thought there was a high chance he would cause an incident. Sure enough, no sooner had they spoken than they heard Lu Fei's urgent voice in the distance, followed by a large group of Marines. Damn, why are there so many Marines? Everyone's expression changed. They had indeed brought back a heap of trouble. Does this kid have a Marine magnet constitution? No matter where he goes, he runs into Marines. Zhang Fei couldn't help but complain about Lu Fei, but the guy was leading a large group of Marines straight toward them, obviously trying to drag them into the mess. No way. Why are they running this way? Nami couldn't believe her eyes as she watched Luffy and Zoro getting closer. This bastard. Sanji cursed at Luffy and the others fiercely. This wasn't the first time. Ever since they arrived in Alabaston, Luffy had attracted the Marines twice. Stop talking, let's run quickly. Usopp urged them to leave as survival was paramount. It would be terrible if they got caught by the Marines. Zhang Fei looked at the pursuers chasing Luffy and spotted Smoker. Luffy really had a connection with him, much like Garp, who had a love-hate relationship with Roger 20-odd years ago, always inseparable. Chopper hasn't returned yet. Running. Chopper went to the toilet and hasn't come back. How can we leave him behind? Vivi mentioned Chopper. Don't worry, Chopper will be fine. Leave this to me. Zhang Fei prepared to stay behind to cover their escape, buying them time. If he stayed, He Huang also had to stay, since as a stand, He Huang couldn't be too far from the main body. Alright, we'll head to the casino. Leave this to you, Zhang Fei. Now they could only rely on Zhang Fei, as he was the only one who could handle Smoker. However, Smoker, who was chasing Luffy, noticed Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei wasn't fleeing, but waiting for him, which reminded Smoker of the incident at Ikewa. This time he wouldn't let Zhang Fei leave easily. He must capture him. It's you, Zhang Fei. Trying to obstruct me again. But this time I won't underestimate you. Is that so? Zhang Fei smiled faintly. Without needing to say anything, He Huang charged straight at Smoker and punched him in the face. In an instant before Smoker could react, he was sent flying. Zhang Fei. Leave this to you. Luffy passed by Zhang Fei, smiling and entrusting him. Don't worry. Zhang Fei gave Luffy a reassuring answer and summoned his Zanpadao. The familiar feeling returned as the blades still provided him with spiritual pressure. Meanwhile, the Baisu, deep in Zhang Fei's soul, was shouting excitedly. I want more. I want more spiritual pressure to break these damn chains. The chains binding him clanked as he pulled. However, Zhang Fei was completely unaware of the Baisu's situation in his soul. If he knew, he would definitely help the Baisu break free from the chains, since the Baisu was the source of his power. Zhang Fei's body quivered, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of his power surging. Colonel Smoker, are you alright? Tashiji ran over to help Smoker up, but Smoker refused. He wasn't weak enough to need assistance. No need, I'm fine. You go chase after Straw Hat. Leave this to me. This time he wouldn't let the Straw Hat out of his sight, and immediately gave orders. Yes, I understand, Colonel Smoker. Tashiji knew her colonel's stubborn temper, so she turned around and went to chase Luffy. But Zhang Fei wouldn't let her leave. Moreover, he detested Tashiji's boring ideals, so naturally, he didn't give her a pleasant face. Want to chase? Ask me first, He Huang. Fine, stop yelling. He Huang, treated as a tool, had no enthusiasm and said impatiently. Zhang Fei was speechless, wondering how he ended up with such a stand. And so under everyone's watch, Hei Huang appeared in front of Tashigi and struck her abdomen with a palm. The sudden palm strike caught Tashigi off guard. Before she could react, she was knocked to the ground. She sat on the ground staring at Zhang Fei in disbelief. What kind of ability was this? It could knock her down without even touching her. What kind of power was this? Of course Hei Huang hadn't released any energy. If he had, Tashigi would have suffered far more than just falling. What exactly is happening? Tashigi murmured to herself. Zhang Fei ignored her, who would reveal their trump card to an enemy. He released his Zan Pe Dao's initial form, transforming it into Shachi. Shachi was the form he used most adeptly. As for the other marine soldiers, Hei Huang showed no mercy and knocked them all down. The invisible enemy instilled fear in the marines. They were at a loss, completely unable to tell where Hei Huang would strike from. Damn bastard. Seeing his subordinates fall one by one, Smoker could no longer contain his anger. He also understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Although he didn't know who was attacking the marines, he guessed it was one of Zhang Fei's abilities. If he defeated Zhang Fei, the marines would no longer have to worry about being hurt. This time, however, he didn't casually use his ability. Instead, he drew his Shou and planned to engage in close combat with Zhang Fei using his smoke ability as support. Smoker propelled himself forward with smoke closing in on Zhang Fei. He raised his Shou above his head and swung it down violently at Zhang Fei, producing a sonic boom, showing how much force he put into that strike. Facing the incoming Shou, Zhang Fei unhurriedly raised Sha Qi to block. With a clang, the weapons collided, sending sparks flying. Smoker was experienced. Seeing his Shou blocked, he immediately released smoke, transforming his lower body into smoke and swirling it toward Zhang Fei's lower body, attempting to bind his movements. The smoke quickly enveloped up to his chest, but Zhang Fei used his internal energy to disperse the smoke coiling around him. What? Smoker was astonished to see his smoke had no effect. The moment he was distracted, Zhang Fei exerted force in his arm, channeling internal energy from his dantian through his meridians into his arm, greatly enhancing its strength. He deflected the Shou in one motion, and the moment Smoker exposed an opening, he reached out, grabbed his neck, and threw him upward. Then he delivered a spinning kick that landed squarely on Smoker's chest. In that instant, Smoker felt the power of the kick, like being hit by a high-speed car. His blood boiled, his lungs ached fiercely, and he spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood. His body shot like a bullet, leaving a long, deep scratch on the ground. Colonel Smoker. Seeing Colonel Smoker sent flying, Tashigi cried out in worry, drew her sword, and sought revenge for him. Seeing Tashigi draw her blade, Zhang Fei's gaze turned sharp as he twirled the shark tooth in his hand. Although I don't look down on women who aspire to be swordsmen, I despise you. Your boring ideals truly disgust me. How about this? Do you want this sword? It was forged with my very soul. If you want to, come and take it. Facing Zhang Fei's belittlement of her ideals, she was greatly displeased and added him to her list of most detested people. However, what shocked her most was that the sword in Zhang Fei's hand was forged from his soul, and it was definitely at least a great grade blade. Although she desired it, she couldn't bring herself to say something like, "A famous sword weeps, for it was forged from his soul." Seeing Tashigi hesitate, Zhang Fei sneered and swiftly moved toward her. Danger! Smoker, who had just risen, saw Tashigi in peril and immediately shouted a warning. At Smoker's shout, Tashigi finally snapped back to reality. Seeing Zhang Fei's shark tooth already coming at her, she instinctively raised her blade to block. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out. Although she blocked Zhang Fei's strike, the force transmitted through the sword jarred her arms, making them numb, and her tiger's mouth ache faintly. She thought, is this the strength of men? Can a woman truly never become a master swordsman? Zhang Fei also noticed the change in Tashigi's expression and didn't rush to attack. With his abilities, he could easily kill her, for the swordsmanship of Wei Zhuang and Gai Nya was not in vain. What? Daring to be distracted during battle? Are you trying to die? As Zhang Fei spoke, Smoker finally recovered and activated his own ability, fearing that Zhang Fei would kill Tashigi. He knew well that Zhang Fei's strength made it easy for him to deal with Tashigi. White fist. Just as Smoker's fist was about to hit Zhang Fei, he swiftly leaped into the air, hovering midair, staring at Smoker. Flight. Smoker looked at Zhang Fei standing in midair in disbelief. Could he possess the same type of ability as Gold Lion? Zhang Fei did not answer Smoker. While in midair, he noticed many people watching the battle, their gaze like surveillance. They must be Crocodile's men. Meanwhile, he ordered Black Emperor to stop, not wanting Crocodile to profit from the conflict. Now Luffy and the others should have reached the casino, right? A mission triggered. Rescue Luffy and the others, reward a mysterious gift pack. The sudden appearance of the mission startled Zhang Fei. Had they been captured just like that? Had they been captured so soon? Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had just barged into the casino, shouting loudly to make Crocodile appear. Crocodile, get out here. However, Nami stopped him, punching Luffy directly, but without real damage, so the punch was harmless to Luffy. If you shout like that, how could he come out? Exactly. He's the hero of this country. Are you going to make enemies with the customers here? Usopp agreed with Nami, thinking that this wouldn't lure Crocodile out, and might even make enemies with the people here. They needed a better plan. At that moment, the casino security guards appeared, about to stop Luffy and the others, when Robin appeared and relayed Crocodile's orders to them. Escort them to the VIP room. That's the boss's order. Understood. Since it was the boss's order, they naturally obeyed, warmly welcoming Luffy and the others. Please, this way, the VIP room. Huh, look. Usopp noticed 2 rows of staff standing at the VIP room entrance warmly inviting them. Does he mean for us to come at him? Vivi mistakenly thought Crocodile was ignoring them, not taking them seriously at all. Looks like this bastard is quite sensible. Zoro also saw Crocodile's intention. It was clearly inviting them to a direct confrontation. Alright, let's go in. The decision was Luffy's. Now that Crocodile had appeared, what was there to fear? Did you all bring water? Before entering, Nami reminded everyone. Since Zhang Fei had mentioned Crocodile's weakness, fear of water, they each carried a small bucket to combat him. We all have them. Vivi gestured to the small bucket tied around her neck. After preparations, Luffy and the others charged in, but upon entering, they faced 2 paths. At the fork stood 2 signs, one for VIP, the other for pirates. Luffy chose the pirate path since he was a pirate after all. Of course he'd take the pirate path. When they arrived, everyone's expressions changed, instantly stunned, staring at the iron cage before them. Weren't they supposed to have a direct confrontation? What's with this cage? Can't you play fair? You little piece of trash. What a clever trap. Naive Luffy blurted out, thinking it wasn't that he was stupid, but that the trap was too sophisticated and he had fallen into it carelessly. Oh, it can't be helped. Usopp agreed with Luffy, absolutely not because he was stupid, but because the enemy's trap was too advanced. Yes, that's it. Nami was speechless. How had she run into such a foolish captain? She couldn't help but mock them. The enemy didn't set any trap for you to fall into, yet you rushed in anyway. Idiots, you bunch of fools. You're quite noisy. At that moment, Crocodile appeared sitting on a sofa, his tone slightly mocking. He glanced at them, noticed Zhang Fei's absence, and continued with some regret. What a pity the pirate worth over 100 million isn't here. You're Crocodile? Let me out, I'll knock you flying. Luffy grabbed the cage emotionally, but it wasn't an ordinary cage. It was made of sea stone, which nullifies devil fruit abilities and saps the user's strength. As Luffy touched the sea stone, his body began to weaken. What's happening? Why am I so weak? Don't bother, Straw Hat. This cage is made of sea stone. You can't escape. Crocodile advised Luffy not to waste his effort. Although I very much want to kill you right now, the distinguished guest hasn't arrived yet, so I'll let you live a little longer. Crocodile's greatest concern right now was Zhang Fei, for he was the real tough nut. In his eyes, Luffy was no different from an ordinary pirate. As for Vivi, she was not in the cage. While Luffy was being imprisoned, Vivi was following behind them and narrowly escaped. She activated the snake charm ability, turning herself invisible, and prepared to find Zhang Fei to rescue Luffy and the others. Facing so many people, Vivi was fortunate to have the snake charm, otherwise she would have had to confront dozens of pursuers alone. Of course, Robin was also among them, searching for Vivi's figure. After all, the boss had ordered her to bring Vivi back. That woman. No, I must hurry and find Zhang Fei. Vivi noticed Robin. Although she wanted to avenge Igaram, now was not the time, so she turned and left. At that moment, Pell transformed into a hawk and flew in the sky, scouting the enemy situation. He had no intention of attacking. Instead, he tried to gather as much useful information as possible, and he did not see the invisible Vivi either. Zhang Fei prepared to slip away, no longer intending to deal with these Marines. His current task was to rescue Luffy and the others. Smoker saw Zhang Fei about to flee again, shouted, and gave chase. I won't let you escape. Zhang Fei was running in midair, heading straight for Crocodile's lair with Smoker clinging to him like a sticky plaster. Of course, Zhang Fei had no need to bother with him, because once Crocodile was defeated, the aftermath in Alabasta would still need the Marines to handle. Therefore, Zhang Fei let him follow, but his own speed was far greater. Damn it. Seeing Zhang Fei pulling away, Smoker felt a surge of frustration. The chest where Zhang Fei had kicked him still ached dully. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and sped forward at full speed. We'll pursue. Tashigi, seeing that her captain Smoker had given chase, felt she had to join in. She commanded the Marine soldiers to pursue. Yes. Just as Zhang Fei was about to reach the casino, he heard a familiar, urgent voice. He stopped and saw Vivi, who had appeared from invisibility, shouting at him. Zhang Fei, I'm here. Vivi's figure was exposed and Crocodile's underlings swarmed toward her like wolves to meet, trying to capture her alive. In their eyes, Vivi was walking gold. As long as they caught her, Crocodile's reward would be substantial. At that moment, Pell also spotted Vivi. Seeing her in danger, he made a rapid dive, using his sharp talons to slash the pursuers' bodies. Blood gushed out like morning blossoms, vivid and eerie. Vivi looked toward the figure that had rescued her. It was not Zhang Fei, but a huge hawk. Vivi recognized the hawk as Pell, known as the strongest warrior of Alabasta. Most curious about why Pell was here, she asked in surprise. Pell, why are you here? His Majesty the King has seen your letter. He plans to dispatch troops tomorrow to attack Crocodile, so I came to scout the enemy situation. Pell transformed back into human form and explained to Vivi the reason for his arrival. Vivi suddenly understood. So that was it. No wonder Pell was here. However, she was not surprised that her father would send troops. She had long known that her father loved his people like his own children and would definitely attack Crocodile once he learned the truth. Zhang Fei descended from midair. Originally seeing enemies around Vivi, he had planned to send out the Black Emperor, but noticing Pell's rapid dive, he knew there was no need for him to intervene. Pell, this is my benefactor Zhang Fei. Seeing Zhang Fei land, Vivi introduced him to Pell. Pell studied Zhang Fei. Was this the companion mentioned in Princess Vivi's letter? He truly was young and promising. With proper etiquette, Pell expressed his profound gratitude to Zhang Fei. Thank you very much for your assistance, otherwise Princess Vivi could not have returned safely. Zhang Fei waved his hand and said matter-of-factly, "You're welcome. There's nothing to thank me for. Helping a friend, isn't that what I should do?" Hearing the word friend, Vivi's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly pulled herself together. Pell with his sharp eyes noticed the subtle change in Princess Vivi's expression. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The princess had grown up. Then, as if remembering something, Vivi's expression turned panicked. She hurriedly told Zhang Fei about Luffy and the others being captured. "Zhang Fei, hurry and save Nami and the others. They've been captured by Crocodile." Zhang Fei already knew this, and he wasn't worried about Luffy and the others. After all, Luffy was the child of destiny and would surely be fine. He spoke calmly to comfort Vivi, telling her not to be so nervous. "Don't worry, Luffy and the others will be fine." For some reason, upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Vivi's restless heart completely calmed down. It felt as if nothing could trouble him, bringing her great reassurance. Indeed, this young man holds a special place in Princess Vivi's heart. Pell's expression remained calm, but inwardly he began to ponder his discovery. Should he tell His Majesty this? Surely His Majesty would be delighted to hear this news, wouldn't he? Just as Zhang Fei was about to speak again, Smoker arrived. He had initially intended to strike, but upon seeing Pell and Vivi he held back, fearing his attacks might injure them. Instead, he shouted at Zhang Fei and warned Vivi and Pell to stay away from him, concerned they might get hurt. "You can't escape Zhang Fei. Stay away from him, you two. He's a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. He might attack you." "Am I that vicious?" Zhang Fei was speechless. He retorted to Smoker, asking if he was really that terrifying. He wasn't some evildoer who committed all kinds of atrocities. For a moment, Smoker didn't know what to say. He searched his mind for Zhang Fei's criminal record and found nothing. He hadn't even killed anyone. The reason he was wanted seemed to be because he had leaked the marine scandal to Morgans, which led to his bounty. This left Smoker speechless. Zhang Fei glanced at Smoker, utterly ignoring him, as he turned to Vivi, asking if she wished to accompany him in seeking out Crocodile. "Vivi, would you like to go with me to find Crocodile? Rest assured I will keep you safe." This was not arrogance on Zhang Fei's part. He genuinely possessed the strength to back up his words. His spiritual pressure had already reached vice captain level, complemented by his unrivaled swordsmanship and the full internal power inherited from Wei Zhuang and Gainia. Handling Crocodile would be more than sufficient, not to mention the existence of the Black Emperor, a bug-level entity. "No, this is far too dangerous, Princess Vivi." Before Vivi could speak, Bell interrupted. He was well aware of Crocodile's strength. As one of the 7 warlords, how could his power possibly be lacking? Such an act of walking straight into the tiger's den was absolutely impermissible. His stance remained resolute. Vivi could understand Belle's concerns, yet she wished to accompany Zhang Fei nonetheless. She believed Zhang Fei would certainly protect her, and thus commanded Belle in the manner befitting a princess. "Belle, I intend to go with Zhang Fei, and he has promised to keep me safe." "You speak foolishly, Princess Vivi. You cannot risk your life like this." Belle earnestly pleaded, hoping Vivi might reconsider. Yet Vivi remained unmoved. She also worried deeply for Luffy and the others' safety, so witnessing matters with her own eyes would be the best course of action. Belle, say no more. "As Princess of Alabasta, I have the responsibility to face Crocodile. Go back and report to my father the king." Belle sighed helplessly and patted Zhang Fei's shoulder. He knew Princess Vivi's temperament. Much like His Majesty the king, whenever it was for the sake of the people, they would stand forth without hesitation, even at the risk of their own lives. Since he could not dissuade Princess Vivi, he could only entrust Zhang Fei to protect her. "I cannot out-argue you, so Princess Vivi is in your hands. Please, you must protect her." For the first time, Zhang Fei sensed that Belle's hand resting on his shoulder felt so heavy, as if transferring his own sacred duty to Zhang Fei. He assured Belle with a most earnest expression. "Rest assured I will." Smoker, who had been completely ignored, immediately felt aggrieved. When had he become so insignificant? Yet despite his frustration, he had caught useful information, the news concerning Crocodile. More importantly, he realized that the young lady before him was actually the Princess of Alabasta. This sparked his curiosity immensely. He recalled receiving fragmented telephone messages while sailing at sea earlier, and how they had captured a man calling himself Mr. 11, though this person had already been killed. All the clues pointed toward the unrest within Alabasta. Like a flash of inspiration, he felt he was on the verge of grasping something. The truth of the matter was surely connected to Zhang Fei and his companions, so he questioned Zhang Fei without any pretense. "What exactly are you scheming? Or are you Zhang Fei using Princess Vivi to seize Alabasta?" Zhang Fei had absolutely no interest in conquering any nation. What would he possibly gain from conquering Alabasta? Was he simply bored? He regarded Smoker with a look that clearly asked, "Are you out of your mind? Are you an idiot? Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Just as Zhang Fei finished speaking, the system triggered a task once more. Task triggered, let Smoker learn the truth. Reward 1 mysterious gift package. Smoker's veins bulged. What the hell did this bastard mean? Was he insulting his intelligence? He itched to rush forward and pin Zhang Fei to the ground, but he restrained himself. He wanted to know the truth. Moreover, he had recognized the man standing beside Zhang Fei as Belle, the vice commander of Alabasta's Royal Guard. Something was definitely hidden between them. He absolutely had to get to the bottom of this. "Do you want to know the truth?" "I can tell you, but it depends on whether you dare to come closer." Indeed, Zhang Fei intended to bring Smoker along. After all, the system's task was to let Smoker learn the truth. The best way to make him understand the truth was for him to hear and witness it firsthand, far more persuasive than any description. Smoker deliberated. He decided to follow along and see exactly what they were conspiring. Besides, with Princess Vivi accompanying Zhang Fei, he felt duty-bound to protect her. Thus he agreed. No problem. Since that's settled, let us go meet Crocodile. I imagine he's already growing impatient. Seeing that Smoker had agreed, Zhang Fei prepared to lead them to find Crocodile. However, before departing, Zhang Fei asked Vivi for the snake talisman. Vivi, please give me the snake talisman first. Vivi, puzzled, still handed the snake talisman to Zhang Fei. Soon after, Zhang Fei tossed the snake talisman to Smoker. Catching the snake talisman, Smoker looked at the talisman in his hand in bewilderment. He couldn't understand why Zhang Fei would toss such a thing to him, so he inquired, "What is this?" "This is the snake talisman. It can make you invisible. When we meet Crocodile, you'll learn the truth." Zhang Fei explained briefly. Smoker examined the snake talisman in his hand. Could it really be that miraculous? Making someone invisible, yet upon testing it, he truly did vanish. It was hard to imagine that Zhang Fei would so readily lend such a precious item to him, without hesitation, unafraid that he might take it and disappear forever. Or perhaps he trusted his character, which was why he was willing to lend it. He asked, "Aren't you afraid I might take it and vanish?" Zhang Fei merely shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "No." Vivi knew, of course. Zhang Fei had told her earlier that he could summon the talisman back at any time. Naturally, he had no fear of Smoker keeping it. Of course, she did not reveal this matter. It seemed she had misjudged Zhang Fei. Perhaps he had been coerced into becoming a pirate. As for Smoker's inner assumptions, Zhang Fei remained completely unaware. His casual action had unexpectedly earned Smoker's goodwill, a true miracle indeed. Upon seeing Smoker vanish, Bell froze momentarily before coming to his senses. In his heart, he marveled that such an item comparable to a devil fruit existed in this world. It truly left him stunned. However, with Smoker joining them, he could feel more at ease. He then took his leave of Vivi. Though he wished to accompany the princess, he had an even more important duty to carry out. All he could do was once again instruct Zhang Fei to protect Vivi. "Then Princess Vivi, take care. I shall depart first. Princess Vivi's safety is entrusted to you both." Smoker, Bell, and Zhang Fei traveled together with Vivi accompanying them. This unlikely group set forth toward the confrontation with Crocodile. As Bell departed, Zhang Fei and his companions entered the casino, only to be greeted at the door by Robin. "I didn't expect you to actually come. The boss is waiting for you." Upon seeing Robin, Vivi instinctively clenched her fists. The image of Ikaram, charred and lifeless in the inferno, flashed through her mind, igniting a furnace of fury in her eyes. Silent and unblinking, she fixed her glare upon Robin, restraining herself. She knew any action now would jeopardize Zhang Fei's plan. Smoker, concealed and motionless, refrained from lighting his cigar. He recognized the woman before him, Nico, Robin the Devil's Child. Though arresting her was his deepest desire, he chose silence after recalling the truth behind Alabasta. Yet the din mushy in his hand was already connected, and the listener on the other end was none other than Mariah. He listened intently, prepared to record every word that followed. Smoker made no move to intervene. He understood Zhang Fei's intent to expose the world government's darkness to the world, so he resolved to turn a blind eye. Robin noticed Vivi's subtle tension and teased her with a sly remark. "What's wrong? Do you wish to avenge your fallen comrade? You may strike now, if you dare." "You..." Vivi bristled, incensed by Robin's provocation. Yet even as rage surged, she mastered her composure and uttered nothing. Instead, her eyes blazed with searing wrath, as if flames might erupt from their depths. Sensing the mounting tension, Zhang Fei stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. "Let's not dwell on this. Mr. Sunday, please take us to Crocodile." Zhang Fei deliberately avoided naming Robin, using only her code name, a precaution since the din mushy remained live. Revealing her true identity could compromise their arrangement, yet he trusted Mariah would conceal her given their mutual benefit. Mariah, too, had no intention of losing such a valuable informant, one who supplied him with exclusive, timely news. A faint, knowing smile curved Robin's lips. Deliberately, she leaned close to Zhang Fei, her slender fingers tracing gently across his cheek, in full view of Vivi. "Very well, let's go." How infuriating. Vivi gritted her teeth, burning with the urge to strike Robin down then and there. Zhang Fei offered a wry, resigned smile. He knew Robin's cunning nature, and understood this was all intentional. Saying nothing, he simply followed in her wake. Under Robin's guidance, they finally stood before Crocodile. Smoker's pulse quickened. He was about to uncover the truth. He steeled himself, holding his silence. Crocodile approached slowly, his gaze sweeping over Vivi and Zhang Fei with quiet confidence. He strode to the dining table, seated himself alone, then gestured for them to join him, inviting conversation with calm authority. Zhang Fei hadn't anticipated such composure. No trace of anxiety marred Crocodile's face. Yet only one chair faced him across the table, a brazen, unmistakable challenge. Inside the Seastone cell, Luffy and his crew erupted in cheers upon spotting Vivi and Zhang Fei. Luffy lunged instinctively toward the bars. Weakness flooded back, yet it did nothing to dampen his elation at seeing Zhang Fei. "Zhang Fei, hurry and get us out." "Zhang Fei, you're here." Nami felt an instant calm settle over her, the earlier tension dissolving like mist. To her, Zhang Fei was a balm, a steady anchor in chaos. "Quick, free us, Zhang Fei." Usopp hailed him like a savior eagerly awaiting rescue. Zoro, however, remained impassive, silent, watchful, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Luffy, are you all right? Vivi exhaled, slightly relieved to see them unharmed, but prudence compelled her to ask. Should Crocodile have tortured Luffy, she vowed she would never forgive him. We're fine, Nami replied. Won't you sit down and talk? Princess Vivi, and you newly minted pirate Zhang Fei. Crocodile spoke with unruffled command, his tone dripping with absolute authority, deeply grating. Yet only one seat sat opposite him. How then were two people to sit? Zhang Fei showed no anger at Crocodile's provocation. He saw clearly this was merely an attempt to sow discord between himself and Vivi. In Crocodile's estimation, Zhang Fei, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, would never yield his place. To do so would be to surrender dominance. And Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, could hardly stand like a servant. Vivi was about to unleash her fury, until Zhang Fei swept her into his arms and seated her firmly upon his lap. Zhang Fei calmly took the lone seat and offered Crocodile a courteous nod. Thank you. I hadn't expected such generosity. Crocodile froze, utterly unprepared for this defiance of convention. His eyes flickered to Vivi's flushed cheeks. Were they more than allies? His intelligence, it seemed, had fallen short. Vivi flinched at the sudden embrace, her heart fluttering with startled delight, until guilt surfaced, thoughts of Nami surfacing like cold water. She tried to rise, but Zhang Fei held her fast. Words failed her. Yet secretly she cherished the warmth, and this was the first time Zhang Fei had held her. In that moment happiness bloomed soft and undeniable. To Nami, however, the scene was anything but sweet. Jealousy flared. She pouted silently, cursing Zhang Fei as a shameless flirt. She blamed no one but him, not even Vivi. Usopp instantly detected the thick scent of vinegar, and wisely distanced himself from Nami, wary of collateral damage. Luffy, oblivious to Nami's storm, approached with genuine concern. Nami, are you okay? Still fuming, Nami seized Luffy as her unwitting scapegoat, blaming him entirely. If this reckless captain hadn't gotten them captured, none of this would have happened. Nami, what are you doing? No, Nami. Poor Luffy was pummeled black and blue by Nami, yet he had no idea what he had done to incur her wrath, being beaten without a clue. Hearing the miserable screams from the cage, Zhang Fei instantly realized that Nami was jealous and was taking it out on Luffy. As for Luffy's beating, Zhang Fei had no intention of intervening. Perhaps a lesson would do him good. Your companions are quite spirited, though a bit noisy. Crocodile never shifted his gaze away from Zhang Fei, staying on high alert. A man capable of crossing blades with the world's greatest swordsman was hardly one to underestimate. Indeed, they are somewhat noisy. Why not release them? I can assure you they won't make a sound once they're out. Zhang Fei brazenly negotiated with Crocodile, fully aware that the Shichibukai would never let Nami and the others go free. And you think I would simply release them? Crocodile leaned forward slightly, his gaze predatory. Now that they had uncovered his schemes, they were all doomed, including Zhang Fei. Is it because we've discovered your plan to usurp the throne of Alabasta? Am I right, Crocodile? Zhang Fei deliberately emphasized Crocodile's name, yet intentionally withheld his true purpose, the ancient weapon Pluton, knowing full well that others were listening. Vivi realized that Zhang Fei was baiting Crocodile into revealing more information, so she joined in. However, unlike Zhang Fei's composed demeanor, Vivi's emotions ran considerably hotter. Crocodile, your schemes will never succeed. We will defeat you. Yet Crocodile merely burst into raucous laughter upon hearing this declaration. With just you lot. Princess Vivi, are you not speaking nonsense? This is my territory. Do you honestly believe you stand a chance against me here? Indeed, this was Crocodile's domain, but that did not mean he was invincible. Moreover, they were surrounded by water rather than desert terrain. Once battle commenced, Crocodile would likely try to shift the battlefield to his advantage. Princess Vivi, shut your mouth this instant. This is not the time for you to speak. Remember, you are my prisoner now. Understand? Zhang Fei seemed to transform into a completely different person, his tone dripping with ferocity. Vivi was momentarily stunned, bewildered by his words. When had she become his prisoner? Her eyes began to well up. Then a sudden realization struck her. Zhang Fei was still on the den mushy with Morgans, meaning every word and action in this room was being heard. Zhang Fei's harsh words were a deliberate ploy to sever any association with her. If the world learned that the princess of Alabasta was conspiring with pirates, it would not only tarnish her reputation, but also cast a shadow over her kingdom. Vivi's heart trembled, a tear glistening at the corner of her eye. In that moment, she finally understood what it was about Zhang Fei that captivated her. He said nothing, yet everything was written in his eyes. Her gaze was filled with gratitude and something far deeper. Luffy was utterly baffled by Zhang Fei's hurtful words. Weren't they comrades? Just as he was about to angrily confront Zhang Fei, he found his mouth clamped shut, preventing him from making a sound. The one silencing Luffy was none other than Black Emperor. Nami and the others were equally perplexed, but upon noticing Luffy's strange behavior and the whispered words in their ears, the truth of the situation dawned on them. Do not speak. The warning came from Black Emperor, motioning for them to remain silent, so as not to ruin their plan. Nami gave a subtle nod, then warned Luffy and the others. Not a single word, got it? Otherwise my fist won't show any mercy. Usopp nodded vigorously, having no desire to be on the receiving end of Nami's punches. Zoro did the same, though he possessed enough self-awareness not to provoke her, unlike a certain captain. The only troublesome one was Luffy, whose brain seemed to be missing a few screws. Someone would have to keep a close eye on him. As Black Emperor released Luffy, he was about to make a sarcastic remark about Zhang Fei when he saw Nami standing right before him. Instantly, every word died in his throat. I never expected our dear Princess Vivi to end up as a pirate's prisoner. Quite the surprise. Crocodile hadn't anticipated Vivi appearing before him in this manner either. However, whether she was a prisoner or not made little difference. Anyone who learned his secrets was destined to die. That's none of your concern, Crocodile. All you need to do is release my companions and confess your schemes to the people of Alabasta, and I'll let you walk away. Zhang Fei acted the part of a lecherous rogue, wrapping his arm around Vivi as he threatened Crocodile, all to lower the Shichibukai's guard. Vivi cast a shy glance at Zhang Fei, feeling his hand resting on her stomach. Though she knew it was all an act for Crocodile's benefit, her heart still raced uncontrollably, and she dared not meet his gaze. Fortunately, Zhang Fei displayed admirable restraint, keeping his hand firmly on her belly without overstepping any boundaries. Behind him, Smoker seethed with fury, itching to teach Zhang Fei a lesson. To openly fondle the princess of Alabasta right under his nose. If his superiors caught wind of this, his position would be in jeopardy. Robin, who had been silently observing, mused to herself. When Zhang Fei invited her aboard his ship, she had thought he might be taken with her beauty, even mentally labeling him a womanizer. But upon reflection, she realized that couldn't be true. If he were truly a lecher, he would have made a move on her back at Whiskey Peak. So his current behavior was all an act. As for his purpose, she couldn't quite fathom it. Faced with Zhang Fei's threats, Crocodile responded not with anger, but with laughter, his eyes sharp and his voice saturated with murderous intent. Is that so? Well, I refuse. He produced the sea stone key to the cage holding Luffy and the others, then opened a hidden compartment on his seat, preparing to hurl the key into the lake. Let's see how you intend to rescue your companions now. I'd like to see exactly how you plan to save your friends. With that, Crocodile tossed the key behind him. Black Emperor had been waiting for this very moment. He caught the key midair. He then unlocked the cage confining Luffy. The door's open. Everyone out now. Seeing the cage swing open, Nami knew this was Zhang Fei's doing and urged everyone to escape quickly. Crocodile heard the commotion from the cage and turned around. To his astonishment, it had indeed been opened. What in the world was going on? Alright, we're free. Luffy burst out of the cage, eagerly stretching his limbs. The only thing on his mind now was to send Crocodile flying. However, having successfully coaxed Crocodile into openly admitting his schemes against Alabasta, there was no longer any need for Smoker to remain hidden. Zhang Fei immediately revoked Smoker's concealment. Without the snake charm's power, Smoker quickly faded back into visibility, revealing the Den Den Mushi clutched in his hand. Only then did Crocodile realize he had been thoroughly duped. Rage erupted within him like a volcano. Bastard, you're trying to trap me into talking. Zhang Fei ignored Crocodile and instead spoke to the Den Den Mushi held by Smoker behind him. Morgans, I assume you've already recorded it. The Den Den Mushi suddenly emitted Morgan's laughter. He expressed great gratitude to Zhang Fei for the big news and for allowing him to record it. With the irrefutable evidence now in hand, Crocodile had no chance to defend himself, let alone the world government shifting the blame. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang Fei, for the information you provided. I have decided to release this news through a global live broadcast combined with newspaper publication. Upon hearing this, the veins bulged on Crocodile's forehead. The very thing he dreaded most had come to pass. However, what surprised him even more was that the invisibility fruit was supposed to be owned by Absalom under Gecko Moria, wasn't it? How had it ended up with Smoker? What was going on? However, this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Once his deeds were exposed, his position as a warlord of the sea would surely be lost. It was already too late to stop it. The only option was to obtain the poneglyph of Alabasta as quickly as possible and learn the whereabouts of Pluton. But those who dared to mock him must die to quell the hatred in his heart. Smoker also learned the truth of the matter. What he hadn't expected was that Crocodile had been secretly plotting against Alabasta, and his status as a warlord had become his shield. Smoker began to question the justice of the Marines and felt admiration for Zhang Fei and the others for daring to expose the scandal. Weren't they afraid of being hunted by the Marines? After thinking about it, Zhang Fei was already wanted, so it didn't matter. The bounty would just increase a bit more. Consumed by rage, Crocodile had lost all his former composure. His only desire now was to kill them and then search for the whereabouts of Pluton. Desert Spada. Crocodile quickly turned his arm into a sand blade and thrust it into the ground. Watch out. Smoker noticed Crocodile launching an attack and immediately warned Zhang Fei. However, Zhang Fei's reflexes were even faster than Smoker's. Just as Zhang Fei picked up Vivi and leaped backward, a massive sword formed from sand erupted from the floor, thrusting toward Zhang Fei, and Vivi aiming to cleave them in two. Unfortunately for Crocodile, Zhang Fei narrowly dodged the attack. Bastard, your opponent is me. Luffy, seeing Crocodile attacking his companion, became furious. He tore off the small bucket hanging from his neck, pulled out the stopper, and poured water over his hands. However, this method only worked for a short time. Once his hands dried, he couldn't land a hit on the elemental Crocodile. The best approach was to soak Crocodile, completely preventing him from using his elemental form. But at that moment, Luffy couldn't worry about such details. He struck Crocodile with a heavy blow, Gomu Gomu no Bazooka. Crocodile was confident in his Logia-type ability, believing Luffy couldn't harm him. But he was careless. Zhang Fei had already revealed Crocodile's weakness to Luffy and the others. Luffy's palms drove straight into Crocodile's waist. The immense impact sent Crocodile spitting blood as his body shot out like a cannonball, crashing through the wall. This series of attacks took place in mere seconds. Zhang Fei set down the still-shaken Vivi and asked, "Are you alright?" Vivi shook her head indicating she was unharmed. "I'm fine." "Good, that's a relief." Zhang Fei felt relieved as he had promised Pell to protect Vivi. He then turned to Smoker and demanded back the Den Den Mushi and the Snake Talisman. "Hey Smoker, give me back the Snake Talisman and the Den Den Mushi." Smoker snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Fei was helping Alabasta, he would have arrested him. He returned the Den Den Mushi and the Snake Talisman to Zhang Fei. Seeing Smoker's slightly tsundere attitude, Zhang Fei couldn't be bothered to respond. He mused to himself, what's with a guy acting all tsundere? If it were a girl maybe, but you're a man. What's there to be tsundere about? The Den Den Mushi in his hand had already hung up. No doubt that guy Morgans was busily editing the news he was about to release. As for the Snake Talisman, Zhang Fei handed it to Vivi, so she could use it to become invisible and escape at any moment if danger arose. Nami and the others also ran over, feeling safer staying close to Zhang Fei. What they hadn't expected was that Zhang Fei had actually cooperated with the Marines. They were shocked. "Zhang Fei, you teamed up with the Marines?" Usopp was the first to ask. However, Zhang Fei didn't answer Usopp's question. Instead, he stared at the hole in the wall that Crocodile had crashed through. A roar of rage echoed from within. It was Crocodile's voice. "Bastards, I'll make sure you die a miserable death." Desert Encierro. A sand blade resembling a slash shot toward Luffy, its sharpness easily cutting through the floor. Luffy quickly dodged to the side, evading the attack. But the Desert Encierro didn't stop there. It struck the glass behind Luffy, causing a massive influx of water from the lake. If they didn't escape, soon the Devil Fruit users would drown. "Not good, we need to get out of here." Zhang Fei warned everyone, and immediately fled. Crocodile, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, was the first to leave since fighting in this environment was disadvantageous to him. The desert was his true domain. Robin watched as her boss abandoned her to save himself and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the end, she was just a pawn. But just as she felt despondent, Zhang Fei extended his hand to her. He spoke calmly, as if talking to a friend, which brought a hint of warmth to her heart. "Let's go." Robin smiled faintly. She thought that boarding their ship might not be a bad idea. After all, her boss could no longer protect her, and she needed to find a safe place. The Straw Hat Pirates seemed like a good choice. She couldn't resist teasing Zhang Fei. "Aren't you afraid your little girlfriend will get jealous?" Zhang Fei was speechless. How could she be joking at a time like this? He urged Robin to leave quickly. "Stop talking, you Devil Fruit user. Don't you want to get out? Do you want to drown?" Nami and the others didn't understand why Zhang Fei was bothering with her. Wasn't she Crocodile's subordinate? Was it necessary to care about her life? Was Zhang Fei attracted to her? Nami thought about it, and found it increasingly plausible. After all, back in Whiskey Peak, the two of them had spent time alone together, and no one knew what they had talked about. This made Nami begin to suspect the relationship between them so much so that during their escape, she stared at Robin with an unfriendly gaze. Robin suddenly felt a chill down her back, only to realize it was Nami's jealous glare. She gave a wry smile, and turned her gaze to Zhang Fei, thinking to herself. "You're quite popular," she remarked. However, Zhang Fei did not notice their emotional changes. Instead, while fleeing, he looked at the newly issued tasks. Task 1, timely thwart the conspiracy of Baroque Works, reward a mysterious gift pack. Task 2, defeat Crocodile, reward a mysterious gift pack. Task 3, quell the rebel army, reward a mysterious gift pack. This time the tasks had returned to their previous form, still as generous. However, these 3 tasks were essentially freebies, very easy. Plus, with the temporary ones triggered earlier after arriving in Alabasta, the system had issued 6 tasks in total, which was quite intense. This was much better than before. It was just that after completing the tasks, he wondered if he could unlock chakra. If only he could, that would be great. Crocodile had already arrived in the casino with traces of blood still smeared at the corner of his mouth, his coat stained with dust, making him look somewhat disheveled. Seeing Crocodile come out injured, the staff immediately approached to inquire about the situation. After all, he was their boss and the hero of Alabasta, whom they deeply respected. "Lord Crocodile, are you all right?" Crocodile glanced at him without speaking. The moment he thought of what had just happened, rage surged within him like hellfire. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent, as if he were a man-eating demon. This staff member felt fear for the first time, and it came from the very person he respected most. This made him feel a sense of alienation, and he dared not speak again, fearing he might become Crocodile's punching bag. "Crocodile, don't you run." In the long VIP corridor, Luffy's angry roar echoed, accompanied by the sound of numerous footsteps. Crocodile immediately realized that they had caught up. At the same time, he regretted why his casino was built on a lake. Once a battle broke out, it would be highly disadvantageous for him. Moreover, he had long lost his former composure. However, fortunately, there were many people here. Princess Vivi would surely not let them die. Since his deeds had already been exposed, he had nothing to hide. If worst came to worst, he would fight to the death. He immediately turned around, facing the VIP corridor, planning to use the narrow passage to wipe out Zhang Fei and the others in one go. Desert Saber. Zhang Fei sensed danger in an instant. He rushed forward, drawing his shark-tooth blade, and in a moment sword aura filled the blade. Just as he was about to strike, he remembered there were other people here, so he held back and switched to the Black Emperor. As soon as the Black Emperor appeared, it encountered the sand blade that was cutting through the ground. This time it did not complain. Instead, it used its ability to punch the sand blade, and at the moment of contact it directly absorbed all the energy hidden within the sand blade. Deprived of its energy support, the sand blade turned back into ordinary sand and scattered on the ground. Fortunately, Zhang Fei was there, otherwise they would not have reacted in time. Moreover, the corridor was narrow and offered no room to dodge. Thanks, Zhang Fei. Luffy was the first to thank Zhang Fei. You're welcome. Zhang Fei replied politely. He looked ahead and saw Crocodile's gloomy expression. As for the gambling guests in the casino, upon seeing the battle, they immediately fled, creating a chaotic scene like a bustling market, each scrambling to get away. You bastard, take this. Luffy, taking advantage of the water still wet on his hands, launched another attack. He stretched his right fist back and shot it forward. This time Crocodile did not underestimate him. He turned the area where Luffy's fist would hit into a hole through elementalization, dodging the punch. As Luffy retracted his fist, Crocodile used his ability to fix Luffy's arm in place with sand, then transformed his right hand into a sand blade, intending to cut off Luffy's arm. A sense of crisis surged within Luffy. If he did not react immediately, his right arm would be severed. He desperately tried to pull his arm back, but to no avail. Damn it! Zoro wanted to draw his swords to save Luffy, but it was too late. His speed could not close the distance to Crocodile in an instant. Vivi and the others could not bear to watch. They could already envision the scene of Luffy losing his hand. However, Zhang Fei would not let that happen. He immediately gathered his internal energy in his legs, contracting the muscles in his calves. Then, using the explosive force of his internal energy as propulsion combined with his physical strength, Zhang Fei shot out like a flash of lightning. The floor beneath him, unable to withstand the explosive force, shattered instantly. Accompanied by a sonic boom, he appeared right in front of Crocodile. At the sudden appearance of Zhang Fei, Crocodile's pupils dilated rapidly. Alarm bells rang in his heart. Just as he was about to defend, he realized it was too late. Zhang Fei used his shark tooth blade to execute horizontal sweep across 4 directions, one of Wei Zhuang's signature techniques. In an instant, the shark tooth blade slashed out rapidly 4 strikes in one move, hitting Crocodile almost simultaneously while also avoiding Luffy's arm. Crocodile was cut into several pieces by Zhang Fei. His body fell like mud, turning into a pile of sand. As a Logia-type ability user, he could ignore physical attacks, but he could not ignore the damage inflicted on his soul. After scattering for a second or two, the pain in his soul struck instantly, continuously stimulating Crocodile's brain, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Oh. Smoker witnessed this scene. He could best understand the strangeness of Zhang Fei's ability. He had not expected that Zhang Fei had clearly held back when fighting him. If he had gone all out, Smoker would have ended up like Crocodile. He could not help but feel a shudder of fear. Luffy, who had been saved once again, thanked Zhang Fei again. However, Crocodile was his opponent, and he would not let Zhang Fei take him. Thanks to you, Zhang Fei, or else we would have lost our hands. Next time I won't be careless. But Zhang Fei, Crocodile is my opponent, you can't interfere anymore. Looking at Luffy's somewhat childish demeanor, he gave a wry smile and assured him, don't worry, I won't interfere in the fight from now on. With Zhang Fei's assurance, Luffy nodded in satisfaction, striking his right fist against his left palm. He would not be careless like before. Let's continue, Crocodile. This time I won't give you any chance to strike. Crocodile reformed his physical body. Though there were no visible wounds on his surface, the agony from his soul tore relentlessly at his mind, his features contorted in anguish. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Crocodile flew into a rage. Was this man despising him, or simply disregarding his very existence? You wretched fool, I will make you pay for this. Enduring the pain, he launched an assault determined to claim the lives of Zhang Fei and his companions. Sables. Crocodile gathered a miniature sandstorm in his palm, intending to annihilate everything in this place. Recognizing Crocodile's sandstorm technique, Zhang Fei realized the Logia user was about to unleash a devastating area of effect attack. He immediately instructed Black Emperor to stand ready, prepared to shield Vivi and the others at any moment. His sharp tooth blade dissolved into scattered starlight, transforming into an F-shaped earthen wall that materialized before them all. As the sandstorm erupted forth, its size instantly multiplied. The ferocious winds and sand obliterated every structure in its path. Even the ceiling above could not withstand its might, and was torn away into the heavens. Oh no, I want to go home. I want to go home. A few unfortunate souls who had failed to escape in time were swept skyward along with the sand, finding themselves shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Along the wall's edges, sand mingled with casino gaming machines piled together in disarray. The howling wind continued to batter against the earthen wall, its sound as dense and relentless as raindrops during a storm, abrasive and deafening. Black Emperor stood resolutely behind the group, guarding against any gaming machines that might be hurled their way by the sandstorm's ferocious winds. Faced with such overwhelming wind and sand, Nami instinctively reached out and clutched Zhang Fei's collar, gripping it tightly, as if her very life depended on it. Zhang Fei noticed this, and without hesitation reached back to grasp Nami's hand. In that simple gesture, Nami felt his care and affection, a tender smile unconsciously blooming across her face, radiant with sweetness. Are they dead? After the sandstorm subsided, Crocodile fixed his gaze upon where Zhang Fei and the others had been only to see a small mound of sand before him. Unable to determine whether they had survived, he murmured the question to himself. Tui tui, there's sand everywhere in my mouth. Just then a most unwelcome voice reached Crocodile's ears. It was Luffy spitting out the sand that had infiltrated his mouth. With the protective earthen wall dissolved, the group finally emerged before Crocodile. This was an enclosed indoor space, so escaping the sandstorm had been nearly impossible given the limited area. Thanks, Zhang Fei. Nami gazed at Zhang Fei with eyes full of affection, her expression tinged with bashfulness. Vivi caught sight of this exchange, and a pang of jealousy stirred within her heart. As for Robin, she could only admire Zhang Fei's remarkable way with the ladies. Zhang Fei made no comment. He decided to leave this battlefield to Luffy, for he believed Luffy could defeat Crocodile. After all, with the protagonists Halo and Crocodile's already wounded soul, Luffy simply could not lose. Moreover, there was an abundant water source nearby, which would prove highly advantageous for Luffy's combat. Gazing upon the dawn's first light breaking along the horizon, he understood they had no time to waste. They must proceed to the royal capital at once to halt the rebel army's movements and deal with the remaining Baroque Works operatives. Turning to Usopp and the others behind him, he announced, Luffy can handle things here. We need to hurry to the royal capital to stop the rebel army. But will Luffy be alright facing Crocodile all by himself? Vivi still harbored concerns about whether Luffy could handle Crocodile alone. Luffy simply flashed a confident grin, thumb pointed proudly at himself, his determination unwavering as he assured Vivi. Don't worry, Vivi. I'll definitely defeat Crocodile. Leave this place to me, then I'll stay too. Smoker was finally able to light his cigar. His decision to remain stemmed from the fact that Crocodile no longer qualified as a member of the Shichibukai. Thus he intended to join Luffy in defeating Crocodile and delivering justice for Alabasta. Everyone stared at Smoker in disbelief. Even Zhang Fei was stunned. Was this truly the Smoker he knew? He couldn't help but voice his confusion. After we defeat Crocodile, will you still try to arrest us? This was Zhang Fei's greatest concern. With Luffy occupied, he had no means to counter Smoker, and he remained ignorant of the latter's weaknesses. Rest assured, this time I'll turn a blind eye. But the next time we meet, I will capture you all. Be prepared for that. Smoker decided to grant them clemency, a token of gratitude for everything they had done for Alabasta. You're quite the good fellow after all. Luffy laughed, responding to Smoker. He thought to himself, this Smoker guy had a surprisingly decent heart. Damn it. Crocodile felt as though he had become fish on a chopping block, completely at the mercy of others. This indignity was intolerable. Moreover, lacking Haki, confronting another Logia user like Smoker was simply impossible. So he turned and fled, seeking to escape and wait for another opportunity to exact his revenge upon them. Witnessing Crocodile's attempt to flee, Smoker would never permit such an easy escape. Leveraging his Smoke Logia abilities, he surged forward to intercept Crocodile. He need not worry about being unable to touch the Sand Fruit user. For this purpose, he carried a Sea Prism Stone Kairoseki baton. He's mine. When Luffy saw Smoker engaging Crocodile, he anxiously shouted, joining the pursuit alongside the veteran Marine. We should leave quickly. Perhaps we'll even encounter your father along the way. Zhang Fei prepared to lead the others away from this place. Zhang Fei, do you truly trust this Marine? Nami raised her doubts. After all, they were pirates, the natural adversaries of the Marines. Trust me, Smoker's character is reliable. When it came to Smoker's integrity, Zhang Fei placed his faith in him. As for others, however, that was an entirely different matter. Very well, then let's hurry to find Chopper and Sanji. Since Zhang Fei had spoken, Nami chose to trust his judgment. They needed to reunite with Chopper and Sanji as soon as possible to resolve the rebel army situation. This decision was unanimous, and the group departed the battlefield. Scarcely had they ventured forth when Zhang Fei and the others encountered Sanji and Chopper. Zhang Fei, are you all alright? Chopper, having transformed into his reindeer form, inquired after Zhang Fei's group. We're fine. Now we must hurry to the royal capital. Zhang Fei gave a brief explanation. Miss Doublefinger. At this moment, Sanji noticed a dark-skinned beauty standing beside Zhang Fei. His envy was boundless. When would he ever enjoy such popularity with women as Zhang Fei did? Robin noticed the envious look in Sanji's eyes and took the initiative to greet him. Hello there, chef. Hearing the beautiful Robin addressing him, Sanji immediately rushed over to fawn over her. My fair lady, is there anything I can assist you with? Robin smiled, thinking to herself that this fellow was rather amusing. She gracefully declined Sanji's offer. No need. I believe Zhang Fei will handle it. Handle it. Hearing those words, Sanji's mind immediately conjured images of romantic escapades and the merging of souls. His eyes burned with envy and resentment as he glared at Zhang Fei. Why did this brat have more charm with the ladies than he did? He grabbed Zhang Fei by the collar, demanding answers, while tears of frustration welled in his eyes, his gaze filled with envy. Did you too? You know. Damn it, you bastard. Why? Why are you so popular with the girls? Damn it. Usopp witnessed Sanji's pathetic state and shook his head in pity. The man had skill and charm, though he occasionally drove the ship of conversation into questionable waters, but the undeniable truth was that Zhang Fei simply had more appeal with the ladies. Usopp patted Sanji on the shoulder, advising him to give up. Sanji, you can't compete with that. Just let it go. But Sanji refused to accept Usopp's words, redirecting his frustration toward him. What did you say, you long-nosed freak? Long-nosed freak. I was trying to comfort you, and you call me that, you perverted frog. Usopp shot back immediately upon being insulted. The two began to bicker fiercely, giving Zhang Fei a headache. He shot a glance at Robin, as if to say, see what you've started. Robin covered her mouth with a chuckle and shrugged as if to say, it's my fault, then he misunderstood on his own. Nami and Vivi initially doubted it, but when they saw the exchange of glances, a knot formed in their stomachs. Could this be true? The question lingered in their minds, refusing to dissipate. Nami was the first to grow restless, immediately asking if it was true. Vivi eagerly awaited Zhang Fei's answer, silently praying that it was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Fei, is what she said true? Who knows? Even I don't know myself. Zhang Fei's ambiguous response only made Nami and Vivi more convinced that something had indeed transpired between them. Nami's resentment toward Robin intensified, her mind racing with bitter thoughts. Damn it, I knew this would happen. I should have made my move first. It's all Zhang Fei's fault. Why does he insist on keeping watch every night? Can't he let Zoro or the others take over? No, Zhang Fei is mine. No one can take him from me. Robin's words ignited a fierce determination in Nami. She would never allow herself to lose Zhang Fei to anyone else. Vivi, however, had a different perspective from Nami. Indeed, an exceptional man naturally attracts the hearts of women. She wondered if she could ever. But when she thought of Nami, she could only suppress her feelings of admiration, her rationality, reminding her that she couldn't do such a thing. Her eyes betrayed her reluctance as she gazed at Zhang Fei. This atmosphere is getting a bit tense. Zoro sensed the unease in the air. He could feel the call of a battlefield of love brewing, but it wasn't his concern. He decided the best course was to remain silent. Enough, stop the nonsense. We need to leave this place immediately and head to the royal capital. The sounds of Luffy and Crocodile's battle echoed from behind, reminding them that they had no time to waste. Zhang Fei pulled out a flying carpet, intending to use it to travel quickly. Fortunately, this carpet was larger than the previous one and could accommodate everyone. Do you think you can leave without my permission, eh? Seeing Zhang Fei and the others preparing to head to the royal capital, Crocodile used his powers, his fingers curling into claws as he slashed toward them. 5 sand blades like miniature flying slashes hurtled toward the group. White Snake. Just as the sand blades were about a meter or two away from Zhang Fei and the other, Smoker appeared and blocked the attack for them. The 5 sand blades were shattered by Smoker's fist, dissolving back into a pile of sand that scattered to the ground. Zhang Fei was bewildered by Smoker's unexpected assistance. Smoker noticed Zhang Fei's expression, let out a cold snort, then turned his attention to Crocodile, explaining his earlier action. I did that to protect Princess Vivi. Don't get any ideas. Got it. Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself that Smoker was quite the tsundere. Without paying them any further attention, he urged Nami and the others to get on the carpet quickly. The sun had already risen and Baroque works was already in motion. If they lingered any longer, their plans might succeed. The group finally snapped out of their bickering and hurriedly jumped onto the carpet. Zhang Fei noticed Robin hadn't moved yet, so he asked her why. Why haven't you gotten on yet? Aren't you demanding that I take responsibility? Get on now. I'll protect you even if Akiji himself comes. I won't back down. Robin felt a tremor in her heart. She bit her lip, her expression complex, as she looked at Zhang Fei. Her heart, like a wooden cabin sealed for years, had been forced open, and sunlight finally streamed in, its warmth nourishing her soul. This was the first time someone had spoken such words to her. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she broke into a radiant smile and responded to Zhang Fei's question. Then you better take good responsibility. She jumped onto the carpet and settled down beside Zhang Fei, thinking to herself, you really know how to win a girl's heart. But I like it. Seeing this, Nami was consumed by jealousy, viewing Robin as a thorn in her side. She immediately moved to stake her claim, wrapping her arm around Zhang Fei's. Zhang Fei was bewildered, but a soft sensation against his arm immediately lifted his spirits. He savored the moment, thinking that only a fool would pass up such a free perk. Robin, ever the schemer, flashed a sly smile that filled Nami with unease. Zhang Fei, however, was blissfully happy as Robin adopted the same tactic as Nami, seemingly just to spite her. This drove Sanji to bite down on his own collar, in envy, his eyes welling up with tears. Truly, comparison kills. He wished he could be the one embraced by beautiful women. Damn you, Robin. Are you betraying me? Crocodile saw Nico Robin about to leave with Zhang Fei. Wasn't that betrayal? Everyone except Chopper and Zhang Fei wore expressions of disbelief. So this was the archaeologist Nico Robin whom Zhang Fei had mentioned, the one they had planned to recruit as a crewmate. Are you the archaeologist Nico Robin? Nami finally understood why Zhang Fei had saved her. Indeed, they had become friends through conflict. Great, we've gained another comrade. Luffy was thrilled to hear Robin's name, knowing that to become the Pirate King, he needed an archaeologist on his crew. With Robin joining, he was one step closer to his goal. Betrayal. Crocodile betrayed Robin, first fleeing alone. How dare you speak of betrayal? Zhang Fei naturally wouldn't allow anyone to belittle his comrade, retorting sharply and leaving Crocodile speechless. That's right, you are the one in the wrong. Upholding the belief that beauty is justice, Sanji immediately agreed, with Zhang Fei refusing to believe that such a beautiful lady could be that kind of person. Robin hadn't expected Zhang Fei and the others to defend her, and she was deeply grateful. Meanwhile, Crocodile burned with rage. Never had he been so humiliated. He launched an attack at Zhang Fei and the others. If he couldn't have her, neither could they. A whip formed of sand lashed out swiftly toward Robin, aiming to take her life. Zhang Fei remained utterly calm, as if the sand whip couldn't touch them, steering the flying carpet swiftly toward the royal capital. As Sanji prepared to show off his skills against the incoming sand whip, Blackbeard had already moved, leaping into the air and punching midair. Upon contact, he activated his energy absorption ability, and the sand, deprived of its power, scattered like petals. Again, Crocodile was stunned. What ability was this? He could feel his attack dissipating just before hitting the target. Could this be his power? In that moment of distraction, Luffy seized the opportunity, his fist wet with water slamming hard into Crocodile's face. Instantly, Crocodile's face caved in, his body flying backward, nearly falling into the lake. He regretted setting up his casino in this place. Sanji began complaining to Zhang Fei. After all these chapters, I still haven't had a chance to fight. Can't I show off a little in front of Miss Robin? How was I supposed to know you wanted to show off? You never said. After thinking, Zhang Fei decided to grant Sanji's wish after the incident, which could also help unlock his potential. How about I lend you the serpent charm after we deal with the rebels? At the mention of the serpent charm, Sanji's attitude did a complete 180-degree turnaround. Really? You're not tricking me? Don't worry. Hearing Zhang Fei's assurance, Sanji's eyes blazed with fierce fire, eager to rush to the royal capital and wipe out all the damned rebels at once. Thinking of the serpent charm, his long-cherished dream was about to come true. A blissful vision filled his mind, and a lecherous grin spread across his face. Chopper, do you think this perverted cook can be saved? Zoro asked, looking at Sanji, then turned to Chopper for a diagnosis. I'm not sure. I'll check the medical books when we get back and see what they say. Chopper replied, seriously pondering the question of whether lecherousness could be cured. No cure. Just wait for death. Usopp shook his head. Lecherousness curable. Impossible. As for Sanji, he didn't hear their words, lost in his own fantasy world. Zhang Fei, are you really going to lend it to Sanji? Nami whispered, afraid that if he did, Sanji would become insufferably cocky. It's fine. Consider it a reward after the battle. Zhang Fei had already planned to give him just 1 hour of use, short enough to prevent any mischief. I see. Nami muttered, seeing that Zhang Fei had already thought of a countermeasure. With danger looming, their ease and lightheartedness surprised Robin. Yet this lively atmosphere wasn't bad, or perhaps joining them was a good choice. In the royal capital, Shaka frantically searched for Cobra, but couldn't find him anywhere. The royal army was ready to march, but the king was missing. What was to be done? He quickly asked the soldiers, have any of you seen the king? The soldiers shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen him. Why does trouble come at a time like this? If something happens to King Cobra, Shaka could foresee the worst, but he hoped Cobra was safe. However, while Shaka searched for Cobra, the king appeared in the town of Rainbase, accompanied by a dozen royal soldiers. The citizens were curious about the king's sudden appearance, all eyes fixed on him. Cobra slowly spoke, revealing his purpose. I have come to apologize. The one who stole this country's reign is me. To make everyone forget the unpleasant dance powder, I have decided to destroy this place. Rainbase. Your Majesty. The citizens stared at Cobra in disbelief. They knew he was a king who loved his people like his own children. Hearing him confess with his own words, their world crumbled. Some even thought Cobra was joking, asking, Your Majesty, are you telling a joke? But their answer came in the form of a massacre by the royal soldiers. Cobra's eyes were cold, as if the lives of the citizens were as insignificant as ants. Only then did the citizens realize Cobra had been serious. Bullets mercilessly swept through innocent people, fell one after another, blood staining the streets. The cries of despair and gunfire intertwined into a symphony of hopelessness, tragic and pitiful. At that moment, a brave child stepped forward, hammer in hand, ready to fight the king. Hey king, because you stole the reign, everything in this town has dried up. Cobra turned his gaze hostile toward the boy, then kicked him flying. The child, hit in the face, bled from the nose, but he stood up again, wiped the blood, and still wanted to rid the town of the tyrant. I'll rid the town of the evil. Fortunately, the child's mother rushed over and stopped him. Honey, no, we must go home. Kosha learned that the king had arrived at Yukawa and specifically rode his horse to come and investigate. Upon arriving, he witnessed Kubula's ruthless cruelty, allowing the king's army to massacre the civilians, and even saw with his own eyes a child being kicked away. Is this what a king should do? Burning with rage, he confronted Kubula. What are you doing? You bastard. Kubula, seeing the main character who had appeared, naturally explained himself. I came to apologize. Shut up, you bastard. What a disgrace. Kosha was instantly furious. Is this an apology? The last shred of hope in his heart was extinguished. He had foolishly maintained a sliver of hope for him, but now it all seemed laughable. This further strengthened Kosha's resolve to defeat Kubula. As long as he remained, this country could never be stable. The one who used the dance powder to dry up this country is me. Kubula calmly explained, or rather it was more like a statement. Didn't I tell you to shut up, bastard? Kosha could no longer contain his emotions. He wanted to step forward and teach Kubula a lesson to stop him from speaking further, but he was intercepted by the king's army and could not get close to Kubula. Do you know how those people who fell in the dried up cities felt when they died? They didn't hate you, they didn't blame you. Every single one of them trusted you until the very end. He truly felt it was not worth it for those who died. He spoke vehemently, just like his own father who had blindly trusted the king. If they ever learned the truth, how devastated would they be? It's not the king's fault. He is a great king. These were words Kosha had heard with his own ears. Now he relayed them to the damned king before him, hoping that he would realize his wrongdoing, and continued speaking. Even if you had to lie, you should say it wasn't you. How can you face those who trusted you? Just as Kosha finished speaking, a soldier of the king's army aimed his gun at Kosha, pulled the trigger, and fired a bullet. Kosha was wounded and fell to the ground. The fortress and the people's hearts collapsed once again. The they that Kosha spoke of were them. As Kosha fell wounded, other members of the rebel army arrived. Fortunately, the bullet had only passed through Kosha's shoulder, not a fatal wound. As long as the bleeding was stopped, he would be fine. The country won't. Actually, everyone is fighting because they want to know the answer. Kosha covered his face, heartbroken. He said this because he knew that the people of Alabasta did not rise up and join the rebel army to overthrow Kubula. Rather, they chose to join because they wanted to know the answer, the truth of the matter. However, Kubula ignored Kosha's words and instead revealed a smug smile. He calculated the time. It was time to withdraw. Almost their time's up. Sure enough, not long after Kubula said this, a massive sailing ship charged straight into the port of Ukewa. Seeing this behemoth, the civilians began to flee in chaos. As for Kubula and his men, they took advantage of the chaos to leave, even setting fires deliberately to increase the people's resentment toward Kubula. At the same time, Miss One and Mr. Double Finger appeared. Their plan had already begun. But what they did not know was that Kelu Okitayura's side had already been exposed. It was only a matter of more Gangsi's news. Once it was made public, they would be completely disgraced, becoming like rats in the street. Xiaopin did not leave. Instead, he quietly followed behind Kubula. He saw an unbelievable sight. The king had turned into a queer. What was going on? Was this king a fake? Just as he was puzzled, Miss One and Mr. Double Finger appeared. Xiaopin turned to flee to tell everyone what he had discovered. The king was a fake, and they had all been deceived. But it was too late. Ms. One's hands turned into steel blades, and without any mercy she struck down at Xiaopin. When the rebel army found him, Xiaopin was covered in blood, collapsed on the ground with a vicious knife wound on his chest. This was done by the king's army. The rebel who picked up Xiaopin immediately concluded that it was the king's army's doing. After all, only the king's men would kill him. No, it's not like that. Everyone has been deceived. However, Xiaopin tried to explain that the king was a fake, but the pain from his wound was too intense. Before he could finish explaining, he fainted from the pain. Since Xiaopin had not explained clearly, the rebel army became even more certain that this was the work of the king's army. Kosha struggled over, placed one hand on Xiaopin's head, seemingly resolved to fight to the death with Kubula, and spoke to the rebels beside him. Contact all branches and inform everyone this is our final battle. Everyone present could feel Kosha's determination. After all, they were too disappointed with the king, having become completely disheartened. However, some noticed that the large ship that had crashed into Ukewa was a weapons merchant ship. They considered it fate, and no one cared whether it was a conspiracy. After all, the timing was too perfect, as if orchestrated. Unfortunately, there was not a single clever person. If there had been even one person with a bit more suspicion, they would have noticed the strangeness of the situation. Perhaps it was fate. On the way to the royal capital, Vivi felt uneasy, as if something had happened, a sharp pain in her chest. Are you alright? Nami noticed Vivi's pale face and quickly asked. I'm fine, it's just that I feel like something bad is going to happen. Vivi explained the reason for her discomfort. Zhang Fei pondered for a moment, feeling that Vivi's premonition must be correct. The rebel army must have already acted. It seemed he needed to speed up. He directly took out a length of rope from his system backpack and handed it to everyone. Everyone looked at Zhang Fei in confusion. They didn't know what he was planning to do with the rope. Hold on tight to the rope. I'm going to go at full speed. Full speed? With a rope? Nevertheless, everyone chose to follow Zhang Fei's instructions. Each person grabbed the rope tightly, curious to see how Zhang Fei would achieve full speed. Then Zhang Fei directly entered his death god form, holding the rope's end with one hand and running at full speed in midair, also using his internal energy to boost his speed. Since he didn't have the rabbit talisman, Zhang Fei had to resort to this clumsy method. Everyone finally understood why Zhang Fei needed the rope. Without it, they would easily fall off. Moreover, the floating speed of the rooster talisman was fixed and couldn't be increased, so the only way was to pull them like a sled. Tashigi and the marine soldiers arrived late, primarily because they had been held up by Crocodile's insignificant subordinates. It was only now that they had finished dealing with them. However, what shocked Tashigi the most was that Colonel Smoker had actually teamed up with the Straw Hat Brat to fight Crocodile together. What in the world was going on? Wasn't Colonel Smoker supposed to come here to arrest the Straw Hat crew? Why would he ally with them instead? And wasn't Crocodile a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea? Countless questions swirled through Tashigi's mind, refusing to dissipate. So she asked Colonel Smoker what was going on. Colonel Smoker, what are you doing? While engaged in battle, Smoker spotted Tashigi and the others and immediately issued orders. Though he knew Crocodile was plotting against Alabasta, he had no knowledge of the specifics. The only ones who knew that Crocodile had completed his plan were Zhang Fei and his companions, but unfortunately, they had already rushed to the royal capital. Though Luffy was present, he was locked in combat with Crocodile, hardly having any time to answer their questions. He gave Tashigi his orders. He had a premonition that this matter was definitely related to the rebel army, but the specific details would need to be obtained from Princess Vivi. Tashigi, lead the Marines to the royal capital to assist Vivi. I'll handle things here. Tashigi was confused, and Colonel Smoker hadn't told her the truth, but as a soldier, she had to obey orders from her superior. Yes, sir. To learn the truth, she would have to follow Colonel Smoker's orders. Without hesitation, she commanded the Marine soldiers to head for the royal capital. However, that detestable fellow would probably be there too, wouldn't he? Tashiji thought to herself. That detestable person was Zhang Fei. Every time they met he looked at her as if she owed him money, which was extremely unpleasant. Proceed to the royal capital immediately. Luffy grinned. With the Marines help, the pressure on Vivier's side should be greatly reduced. However, Crocodile was his opponent to defeat. He spoke up to stop Smoker and asked him to cease attacking Crocodile. A scoundrel like this had to be defeated by him personally. Smoky Crocodile must be defeated by me. Smoker couldn't understand Luffy's way of thinking. At a time like this, he still wanted to fight alone. After all, Crocodile was a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, not some small fry. He directly ignored Luffy's demand and continued his struggle with Crocodile. Crocodile glared with fury. Damage to the soul far exceeded damage to the flesh. The flesh could heal on its own or be treated by a doctor. But the soul was different. Unless one possessed rare treasures capable of repairing and nourishing the soul, there was no cure. However, this was the world of One Piece. There shouldn't be any such rare treasures here. The only things available were devil fruits. Looking at the current situation, only Trafalgar Law and Big Mom 2 years from now would possibly be able to heal soul damage. Yet the man he hated most at this moment was Zhang Fei. It was all because of his appearance that he was in such a wretched state. He had to find Pluton. Only Pluton could help him seek revenge. He was still quite apprehensive about Zhang Fei's abilities. And he didn't know which bastard had leaked information about his weakness. If not for that, he wouldn't have been so passive. He could only find an opportunity to escape and not continue wasting time with them. Only by finding Pluton would all his sacrifices be worthwhile. Crocodile knew that Luffy and his group were not united. Seizing the opportunity, he launched his sandstorm, once more hurling it toward Luffy and the others. Moreover, the casino had been destroyed, allowing the sandstorm's power to be unleashed even more effectively. Faced with the sudden sandstorm, Luffy's expression drastically changed. What powerful wind and sand! This was far more powerful than the sandstorm Crocodile had used before. He was almost blown into the sky. Smoker stabilized himself, but didn't use his Logia transformation. Once he turned into smoke, he would be easily affected by the wind and sand. However, upon seeing this, Crocodile immediately fled, preparing to head to the royal capital, first to search for clues about Pluton. As for Nico Robin, he would settle accounts with her later. Not good. Crocodile is trying to escape. Smoker noticed Crocodile sprinting toward the royal capital. What? Upon hearing that Crocodile was trying to escape, Luffy forced his eyes open. But the moment he opened them, plenty of sand rushed into his eyes, causing him immense discomfort. Nevertheless, he endured the assault of wind and sand and gave chase. Smoker did the same. The royal capital. What? How could the king do something like that? It was simply impossible. Juggin also learned of what had happened at Yuba from the soldiers, but he simply refused to believe it was the king's doing. And what he feared most had also come to pass. The rebel army was already marching toward the royal capital. Now that the king had disappeared, command of the royal guard temporarily fell into his hands. Although he very much wanted to follow what the king had said yesterday and head to Rain Base to attack Crocodile. But in his heart, the royal palace in the capital was far more important. He absolutely could not allow a 1,000-year-old historical palace to be destroyed because of his own decisions. So he made his decision. He would fight the rebel army to the end. For the king and Princess Vivi who has returned, we must protect this place. Is that understood? Understood. The royal guard was united as one. They knew the king best. The king could never have done such a thing. They believed even more that this was the rebel army's slander aimed at tarnishing the king's reputation to give their rebellion a justified cause. They would never allow the rebel army to set foot here even half a step. As for the residents living in the royal capital Alyabarna, upon hearing that the rebel army was about to attack, they immediately packed their belongings and left. Meanwhile, Mr. Four and the others watching from the mountaintop saw this scene and knew their plan had succeeded. Before long, the rebel army would appear. They just had to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. However, the real King Cobra was right here, merely imprisoned by them. His face was covered in bruises, and his clothes were stained with quite a bit of blood. It seemed Cobra had also been tortured by them. But his face was full of desolation, and his eyes were filled with self-blame. He truly didn't want to see the rebel army and the royal guard slaughtering each other. He wanted to stop it, but he was powerless. He was filled with regret. All he could hope was that Juggin would obey his orders, not to fight the rebel army, but to go and attack Crocodile. At this moment, the members of Baroque Works were gathered together discussing how to deal with the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi. They were waiting at the entrance of Alyabarna for Vivi and the others to walk right into their trap. However, Mr. Four detected what seemed to be figures approaching rapidly through the desert. That's Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat crew. Why is Miss All Sunday with them? Taking a closer look through the telescope, it was indeed Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat crew. What puzzled her most was why Miss All Sunday would appear among them. Could she have betrayed them? These words immediately drew everyone's attention. They began to speculate among themselves about what exactly was going on with Miss All Sunday. However, Zhang Fei also noticed them and alerted the group on the blanket. Watch out, soon you'll have your chance to shine. Upon hearing this, they instantly understood that the enemy was already before them. Usopp grew excited. His transformation smoke gun would finally be put to use, and he prepared it in advance. Zoro rested one hand on his sword hilt, no longer drowsy, as before, his face now brimming with fighting spirit. Chopper knew that this was his first battle since joining the crew, and he absolutely had to perform well. As for Nami, she also planned to join in. After all, she had her own transformation smoke gun, and the weather baton Usopp had made. She was sure she would be fine. However, Robin chose not to act, wanting to minimize the risk of exposure. Although Zhang Fei had said he would protect her, she knew that Zhang Fei's swordsmanship was on par with Mihawk's, and his true strength remained unknown. Thus, she decided to maintain a wait-and-see attitude, stepping in only when necessary. Vivi felt immensely grateful that she could reach the royal capital before the rebel army arrived, giving her a chance to stop everything. She owed this to Zhang Fei and cast him a look of gratitude. Soon Zhang Fei and the others arrived before the Baroque Works members, and Zhang Fei saw no need to conceal himself. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were futile. So it really is you lot. Upon seeing Zhang Fei and his group again, Mr. Tu honestly wished he didn't have to fight them. He could only try to go easy on them in battle. Mr. Tu, this time we are enemies. It was Zhang Fei who spoke. He also knew Mr. Tu's character and didn't want to embarrass him, so he simply said that they had different paths. Indeed, Zhang Fei boy. Mr. Tu said regretfully, his gaze sweeping over the group and noticing that Luffy was not among them. Enough, Mr. Tu. Don't forget our mission. And you miss all Sunday, why are you here? Shouldn't you be by the boss's side? Or have you betrayed us? Miss Doublefinger interrupted Mr. Tu's reminiscing, staring at Robin with a hostile look, hoping to get the truth from her lips. Traitors would not be shown any mercy. Mr. One's hands instantly transformed into sharp steel blades. If Robin admitted it, he would strike without hesitation. Robin faced their threats without concern. She knew that there was a man here whose strength rivaled Mihawk's. Moreover, she had joined the Straw Hats, so naturally, she had to show her sincerity. That's right, I've already joined them. True to their suspicions, a flash of cold light. Mr. One's blade was already on its way. Before Zhang Fei could act, Zoro drew his sword. He had finally found a worthy opponent. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out, sparks flying. Zoro successfully blocked the strike. The heavy force transmitted through the blade only excited him further. Perhaps this opponent could help him break through to cutting steel. Leave him to me. Seeing Zoro's confidence, Zhang Fei had no objection. In the original story, Zoro had faced Mr. One and successfully achieved the feat of cutting steel. Mr. One recognized the man who crossed swords with him. He remembered that Baroque Works had once invited him to join, but he had refused. Mr. 4. Miss Merry Christmas noticed that Mr. One's attack had been blocked and promptly called out to Mr. 4 to make his move. Mr. 4 understood and lunged at Robin. But before he could strike, he was subdued by the Black Emperor, a single punch landing on his abdomen. The blow sent him staggering back several steps. He clutched his stomach and coughed up stomach acid. What was that? Miss Merry Christmas and the others were bewildered. What just happened? Was it some unknown devil fruit ability? Robin immediately realized it was Zhang Fei's doing. She had seen him use this ability before when he fought Crocodile. Let's go, Vivi. Leave this place to Zoro and the others. Zhang Fei had full confidence in them and wasn't worried about their safety. Let's go. Similarly, Vivi trusted Zoro and the others completely, especially with Nami and Usopp, now strengthened by Zhang Fei. That's right, Vivi sweetheart. Leave this to us. Go and stop the rebel army. Sanji told Vivi, brimming with motivation. The thought of the women's bathhouse waiting for him ignited an unstoppable fire within him, fueling his boundless energy. Exactly. With Zhang Fei here, he can protect you too. Nami encouraged Zhang Fei, and she also wanted to test her own combat strength. I understand. I will definitely stop the rebel army. Vivi promised Nami and the others. She could not let down Nami's expectations. Hey, are you just going to pretend we don't exist? Miss Doublefinger was displeased. They seemed to be ignoring her, which irritated her. The Baroque Works members surrounded them, preventing Princess Vivi from having any chance to mediate. If Vivi truly succeeded in persuading the rebels, all their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, they wanted to see the power of Pluton, so they could not let Princess Vivi leave alive. Mr. 4 recovered and readied his hand cannon, aiming it at Zhang Fei and the others. The atmosphere grew tense, poised for conflict. Nami and Usopp sensed the situation was dire and immediately drew their transformation smoke guns to transform. They loaded. The Bat lost full bottle and Cobra lost full bottle respectively. Black smoke billowed from the muzzles, enveloping them, and in an instant the armor was fully donned. Night Rogue and Bloodstock made their spectacular debut. Not to mention Usopp had designed a set of pose routines to go with it. Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, the transformation never got old. The only pity was that while he could transform, his body was far too large for the armor to fit. What a... Those who had never seen the Kamen Rider system were stunned. What was this? Was it Germa technology? Even Robin was no exception. She had seen Germa manga before and began to believe it was indeed Germa technology. Ignoring the shocked Baroque Works members, Zhang Fei led Vivi to search for Cobra's whereabouts. He remembered that in the original story Cobra had been captured by Mr. 4 and his group and should be nearby. Seeing Zhang Fei about to leave with Princess Vivi, Mr. 4 pulled the trigger. A baseball-like cannonball shot toward them. Zoro and the others did not intervene, trusting Zhang Fei to handle it. They knew that Zhang Fei's Black Emperor could absorb all forms of energy. As expected, the Black Emperor did not disappoint. Just as the cannonball exploded, it absorbed all the energy released from the blast. What? Unscathed, MS-4 stared in disbelief. The shockwave released at the moment of the shell's explosion seemed to compress into nothingness until it vanished. Not only him, but the others were likewise stunned. While they were still reeling from shock, Zhang Fei ignored them, using the power of the chicken talisman to levitate high in the air, searching for Cobra. As for Blackbeard, he remained behind to protect Vivi. After a diligent search, he indeed found him. Cobra was bound atop the mountain. Not good, he spotted Cobra. We must stop him. Ms. Merry Christmas noticed the direction of Zhang Fei's gaze, which was fixed on Cobra's location. She immediately shouted to stop him. Once Cobra was rescued, all their efforts would be in vain. The only one capable of long-range attacks now was Mr. 4. He stubbornly refused to believe that Zhang Fei could unleash that bizarre ability again. He raised his arm cannon and fired a shot at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei noticed the baseball-like shell rapidly approaching. With a flick of his Zanpakuto, he sliced it cleanly in two. The two halves flew past him on either side before exploding. Unable to harm Zhang Fei in the slightest, he dashed straight toward Cobra. Damn it. After him. Mr. Merry Christmas grumbled, rallying the others to pursue Zhang Fei. However, Zoro and the others would not stand idly by, nor would they allow them to interfere with Zhang Fei. Wanna leave? Have you asked us first? And so each of them engaged their respective opponents. Big guy, I'll take you on. Transformed into Night Rogue, Usopp was brimming with confidence. His previous cowardice, amplified by the rider system, had turned him into a fearless fighter. He was now no less than a small superhero, and he pulled out his enhanced slingshot, eager to test its power on them. Sanji, a follower of chivalry, would never lay a hand on a lady. His only choice was Mr. 2, the Okama. As for the others, their opponents remained the same as in the original story. Roronoa: Zoro, I never expected to meet you here. But you are no match for me. Mr. 1 spoke with self-assured arrogance. Is that so? I'd like to test that myself. Zoro was unimpressed. Without another word, he charged forward, swords drawn, and clashed fiercely with Mr. 1. The two exchanged blows evenly. The sound of clashing metal echoed across the desert. With Zoro leading the charge, the battle erupted among the group. Vivi, however, did not know what Zhang Fei was doing. She decided to wait there for a while. If he did not return, she would have to go alone to stop the rebel army. Cobra noticed a man in black flying toward him. Seeing Cobra's miserable state, truly a pitiful sight, Zhang Fei unsheathed his Zanpakuto and cut the ropes binding him. Freed Cobra stretched his limbs and expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fei. His most urgent task now was to stop the conflict between the royal army and the rebels. I am deeply grateful for your rescue. Please forgive me for not being able to repay your kindness now. I must return immediately. Zhang Fei quickly stepped forward, helped Cobra to his feet, and explained the situation. Rest assured, King Cobra, everything will be fine. Vivi and I will stop the rebel army. They were merely deceived. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Cobra's eyes gradually regained their vitality. He stared intently at Zhang Fei, realizing that this man must be the partner Vivi had mentioned in her letter. He quickly asked for Zhang Fei's identity. You are Zhang Fei, aren't you? Yes, that's me. Now come with me. Vivi is waiting for you below. Zhang Fei admitted directly and told him that Vivi was also here. Hearing that his long-lost daughter Vivi was nearby, Cobra was deeply moved and agreed. All right, I'll go down with you now. Zhang Fei then led Cobra down, and they saw the others locked in battle. Vivi had not expected Zhang Fei to bring her father. Why was he covered in wounds? Glancing around, she immediately realized that her father must have been imprisoned by them. Tears welled up in her eyes as she tightly embraced her father, overwhelmed by the suffering he had endured. Father! Finally feeling the warmth of her father's embrace, the pent-up sorrow of years was released through her tears. At that moment, Cobra was no longer a king, but a father. He gently patted Vivi's back, comforting her. It's all right, it's all right. You found a wonderful group of companions. Vivi nodded, firmly agreeing with her father. Indeed, she had met a reliable group of friends. Since you've rescued him anyway, then die here. Ms. Merry Christmas transformed into a mole and burrowed into the sand, intending to launch a surprise attack from below. But she underestimated Zhang Fei. With his inner energy perception, he could clearly sense Ms. Merry Christmas's trajectory as she moved toward Cobra. She was now directly beneath his feet. Interrupting a father-daughter reunion is not a good habit. With that, he channeled his inner energy into his foot and stomped down hard. The energy, like a shockwave, transmitted through the ground. Ms. Merry Christmas, still in the sand, felt as if she were trapped in a crushing vice. Her body was compressed by the inner energy, and her internal organs began to cry out in agony. Spitting out blood, she burst out of the sand. If she hadn't escaped, she would have been severely injured by the pressure. Zhang Fei now possessed the combined lifelong inner energy of two disciples of Gigu, making it extraordinarily vast. Additionally, with their cultivation techniques, he could generate his own inner energy. Mr. 4 saw his partner injured and asked with concern, "Are you all right, Ms. Merry Christmas?" "I'm fine, but this man's abilities are strange. We must be careful." Ms. Merry Christmas wiped the blood from her mouth and warned the others. The other members of Baroque Works, however, could not focus on responding to Ms. Merry Christmas. They were each engaged in their own intense battles, with Mr. 4 and Ms. Doublefinger fighting the hardest. Nami and Usopp's combat power had increased dramatically, so dealing with their opponents was not a problem. Seeing that his companions were handling the fight with ease, Zhang Fei relaxed and turned to Vivi, explaining that the rebel army would soon reach the capital. They had to go and stop them. "Vivi, let's go. We'll stop the rebel army together." "I'll go too." Cobra also spoke up, wanting to join Zhang Fei and Vivi to stop the rebel army. He blamed himself for being such an incompetent king that allowed Crocodile to seize the opportunity. He had to act to stop them. Zhang Fei pondered for a moment and eventually agreed for having one more or one less made no difference. As long as the rebel army possessed any common sense, they would grasp their intentions. Alright, let's go. Members of the Baroque workshop wanted to stop them, but were blocked by Zoro and the others, unable to free themselves, and could only watch helplessly as they departed. Kusha, stop right now and listen to my explanation. Gazing at the thousands of rebel troops, Vivi took a deep breath and shouted. Kusha and his men also spotted Vivi and the others in the desert, and reined in their horses, eager to see what Princess Vivi intended to do. Just then a cannonball was suddenly fired from the royal capital behind them, heading straight toward this location. It was clearly the work of Crocodile's men infiltrating the royal army, aiming to sabotage their plan. But Zhang Fei was here, and without needing a word from him, He Huang the tool struck, first punching through the cannonball. The energy released by the explosion was absorbed into He Huang's body and stored. What is the meaning of this, Princess Vivi? Kusha questioned Vivi about the cannonball. Had Vivi also changed just like Cobra? Why is the king here as well? What is really going on? This? Vivi stammered, unable to explain, for the cannonball had indeed been fired from the royal capital. Zhang Fei glanced at Vivi and Cobra, then decided to explain himself. Let me handle this. Vivi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and cast a grateful look at Zhang Fei. Cobra also decided to leave the matter to Zhang Fei, for seeing his daughter trust him so implicitly, why shouldn't he? Who are you? Kusha asked, eyeing the Zhang Fei who had stepped forward. He seemed to have no recollection of this person, and with only 4 of them were they here to die. We are the rebel army. Our goal is to destroy the royal army, yet you still dare to step forward. Truly commendable courage. But this also made Kusha somewhat curious, as he wanted to see what they had to say. You don't need to know that. I just asked you, do you know Crocodile? Zhang Fei did not reveal the truth immediately. Instead, he intended to guide them step by step toward the truth, which was far more effective than telling them outright. Before Kusha could speak, he was interrupted by a companion who glared at Cobra with hatred. He naturally knew of Crocodile's heroic deeds. Yes, he is our hero. What? Do you intend to harm him? Do you know Crocodile's ability? Zhang Fei continued to question, while Vivi and the others watched silently, not interrupting. After a moment of contemplation, Kusha answered Zhang Fei. I know. He is a user of the Suna no Mi. Why are you asking? Nothing special, since you know that it makes things easier. So does he live in Rain Base? Zhang Fei smiled faintly and continued his questioning. Kusha had no idea why Zhang Fei was asking these seemingly irrelevant questions, and growing impatient, he asked directly, what exactly do you want? Nothing much. I recall that Yuba frequently suffers from sandstorms, right? That's what caused the lake in Yuba to dry up, isn't it? And Rain Base is upwind of Yuba? Crocodile is a sand ability user capable of creating sandstorms. So you've never suspected him, but instead blamed the king. Are you all brainless? Zhang Fei was clearly mocking them. What did you say, you bastard? A hot-tempered rebel soldier lunged furiously at Zhang Fei, but Kusha stopped him. After a moment's reflection, he realized that Zhang Fei's words made sense. In the old days, Yuba had no sandstorms, but ever since Crocodile arrived, sandstorms had frequently plagued the area. This made them begin to doubt whether what Zhang Fei said was true. Cobra looked at Zhang Fei in astonishment. He had never expected Zhang Fei to be so astute. If he had told them the truth directly, they might not have believed him. But by gradually making them suspicious, he could lead them to discover the truth themselves. Vivi's eyes sparkled with admiration, thinking that if it weren't for Zhang Fei, the rebel army would never have become suspicious so quickly. Cobra also noticed his daughter's gaze and examined Zhang Fei carefully, his mind mulling over something unknown. Robin, however, was not surprised. She believed that with Zhang Fei's abilities, handling the rebel army would be no problem. Even Crocodile, that old fox, had been toyed with by him. The simple-minded rebel army was a piece of cake. What are you trying to say? I don't think you came here just to insult us, did you, eh? Kusha directly asked Zhang Fei what he really wanted to say. No, I came precisely to insult you because you really are brainless, unable to see such a simple problem. Zhang Fei spoke very bluntly without giving them any face. And since he was not afraid of the rebel army, he naturally spoke with confidence. Bastard, say that again. The hot-tempered rebel soldier was like a lit fuse, explosive and volatile. But the others held him down, firmly preventing him from reaching Zhang Fei. Calling you brainless is correct. Don't you think it's too coincidental how you got your weapons? And the changes in Raintown happened at roughly the same time. Doesn't that strike you as strange? It's as if everything was arranged plainly and you were puppets being manipulated. Now, upon careful thought, Kusha felt as if struck by lightning, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Just as Zhang Fei had said, it was all too coincidental. The dance powder was also framed deliberately. Could someone be using us? The more Kusha thought, the more terrified he became. Could it all be Crocodile's doing? After all, the first person Zhang Fei had questioned was Crocodile. And under Crocodile's heroic halo, they had all forgotten that he was a pirate. Trembling, Kusha asked Zhang Fei, sharing his speculation. Could it be Crocodile? It seems you do have some brains after all. Zhang Fei smiled. Fortunately, Kusha had a bit of sense and could think. But he was curious about whether the king in Raintown was real or fake. He turned to Cobra and asked, was that you in Raintown? Cobra shook his head and said in a sad tone, that wasn't me. It was one of Crocodile's men impersonating me. The purpose I think you've already guessed. What? Numerous rebels stared at King Cobra in disbelief. Had they truly been deceived? Was the king genuinely framed? Yet it was also possible this was merely a pretext from Cobra himself. At that moment their minds wavered, utterly confused. Still upon reflection, Zhang Fei's words rang true. Rainbase lay directly upwind of Alyabarna. Should a sandstorm strike Rainbase, Alyabarna would inevitably suffer its effects. Those still harboring doubt turned to Zhang Fei, demanding proof of the king's innocence. How do I know whether you speak truth or falsehood? At those words the crowd again found merit in the objection. Koza then interjected. Indeed, what you say may be true, but without evidence we shall not readily believe you. Vivi glanced anxiously at Zhang Fei. What proof could possibly vindicate her father? Even if the newspaper Morgan's News were to report it, a full day would pass before publication, and if the rebels refused to wait, battle with the royal army would become inevitable. Cobra too could produce no evidence to clear his name, and strained his mind for any object, memory, or fact that might serve as proof. Zhang Fei rested his chin thoughtfully, as though pondering deeply. Robin remained silent, observing intently. She possessed evidence, yet chose not to reveal it just yet. He recalled that in the original narrative the truth had been unveiled by a child, though he could not be certain whether events here had unfolded identically. Tentatively, he probed further. Did any of you encounter an injured child in the rapeseed fields? A child, Upon hearing child, Koza remembered the rapeseed fields, and the defiant boy who had dared oppose the king. Curious, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Fei. What purpose lay behind this question? He responded directly, yes, we did. But why ask? So the child truly existed. Zhang Fei allowed himself a faint smile. The king's innocence was now within reach, and no delay for Morgan's newspaper was needed. That is all we need. If my memory serves, that child can attest to the king's innocence. He was wounded precisely because he witnessed the impostor king's true identity, and was subsequently hunted down. Once he awakens, you may question him yourselves. Should you still doubt his testimony, wait one more day. Then Crocodile's conspiracy will appear in the news reports. Koza's pupils contracted as he recalled the boy, Pawn, murmuring fragmented truths before lapsing into unconsciousness. Clearly he had tried to reveal the truth, only to collapse before completing his message. Koza, do you believe him? One rebel, hesitant and uncertain, turned to his leader. Unable to decide alone, he deferred to Koza, whose command they would follow without question. Koza paused in deep contemplation, weighing Zhang Fei's words carefully, then resolved to temporarily halt the assault on the capital awaiting Pawn's awakening. If Zhang Fei spoke truth, they would stand guilty of treason. Yet he fervently hoped it was so, that King Cobra remained the compassionate sovereign his people cherished, and that the faith of those who had died remained justified. I cannot say for certain, but I choose to believe him. As he said, the coincidence is too striking, as though some unseen hand orchestrated every detail. For now all we must do is await Pawn's awakening. Hearing Koza's decision to suspend the offensive, Vivi and Cobra exhaled in profound relief. Alabasta had been saved. Thank you for your understanding. Cobra's sovereign, though he was, displayed no royal hauteur, bowing respectfully to Koza, the rebel commander. The gesture left Koza momentarily flustered. Zhang Fei, thank you truly. Alone I could never have persuaded the rebels. Vivi expressed her gratitude with heartfelt emotion. If not for Zhang Fei, she doubted she could have swayed the rebels at all. Her admiration for him had soared beyond measure, yet beneath her bright eyes lingered a subtle, quiet sorrow. How did you learn that someone in the rapeseed fields uncovered the impostor king? Robin asked curiously. She knew every detail of Crocodile's plot, yet Zhang Fei had been in Rainbase the entire time. How then had he known everything that transpired in the rapeseed fields that very morning, as if endowed with eyes that saw across vast distances? Not only Robin was intrigued. Vivi too wondered how Zhang Fei, who had remained with them throughout, could possess such knowledge. She joined Robin in asking the same question. Indeed, Zhang Fei, how did you know? That remains my secret. I cannot disclose it to you. Zhang Fei withheld the truth. He could hardly confess he knew the future. Even if he did, they would likely dismiss it as fantasy. Very well. If it must remain a secret, so be it. Vivi saw no need to press further, since it was Zhang Fei's private matter. Prying excessively might offend him. Robin, however, grew ever more fascinated by Zhang Fei. Her curiosity sharpened into a quiet, compelling urge to unravel his enigma. Her gaze lingered upon him, thoughtful and searching. Zhang Fei, aware of her scrutiny, teased her lightly. What is it? Are you captivated by my brilliance? You've guessed correctly, Mr. Zhang Fei. Do you harbor intentions toward me? If so, I'd be delighted to oblige. Robin, unfazed by his jest, drew out the final syllable, her tone laced with playful provocation. Zhang Fei suddenly recalled Robin's temperament differed sharply from Nami's. Her cunning intellect and sly demeanor made her far less susceptible to teasing. He sighed wryly, choosing not to continue the banter. He knew full well he would lose that contest. Vivi watched their exchange with mounting discomfort. Pouting her lips, cheeks flushed with petulant indignation, her expression both charming and unmistakably jealous. Oomph. As a father, Cobra instantly perceived his daughter's feelings, and resolved to lend her aid. Moreover, he held Zhang Fei in high regard. A man of keen perception and formidable strength was indeed worthy of becoming his son-in-law. Zhang Fei blinked, puzzled. What precisely had provoked Vivi's huff? Perhaps she resented his silence about Pawn's discovery. He did not entertain romantic notions. After all, Vivi was a princess. How could she possibly fancy someone like him? At most, she regarded him as a trusted friend. Kosha, should I wait here or go back first? A rebel soldier suddenly inquired of Ko Sha as they could not afford to continue waiting in the desert. The scorching heat of the sands was unbearable, and they would certainly suffer from heat stroke if they lingered any longer. Let's rest near the rocky circle. Also inform me immediately when Xiao Pen awakens. Ko Sha acknowledged their reasoning, and since he was uncertain when Xiao Pen would regain consciousness, he decided to find a shaded area to escape the heat. As for Vivi and her companions, he did not wish to face them for now. They were his enemies at this moment. If Xiao Pen truly uncovered the truth and realized that he had wronged the king, he would certainly return to apologize. But that time was not now. Watching the departing rebel forces, Vivi's heart finally settled. She merely had to wait for Morgan's news and Xiao Pen's awakening. Waiting here is not a solution. Let's return to the capital first. I believe Shaka will be frantic upon discovering my absence. Cobra spoke to Zhang Fei. Vivi felt her father was right. It was time to go back and stabilize the royal army's morale. However, she recalled Nami and the others still engaged in battle, and her worry resurfaced, wondering how their situation fared. By the way, Zhang Fei, would you like to go assist Nami and the others? After some thought, Zhang Fei decided to return and check just in case. Alright, let's go back and see. But I think they should be fine. With that, Zhang Fei took out his flying carpet, preparing to take off. Cobra had never witnessed such a wondrous ability, a floating carpet. After a brief moment of astonishment, he stepped onto the carpet and flew back with Zhang Fei to find Nami and the others. Upon their return, they saw Miss Doublefinger, Mr. Merry Christmas, and Mr. For all lying on the ground unconscious with numerous wounds. Clearly Nami and her team had emerged victorious. With the aid of the Night System, Nami and Usopp were far stronger than in the original story. However, Chopper was still injured with 3 claw marks on his chest. Fortunately, as a doctor, he had already stopped the bleeding, and he was otherwise fine. The only ones still fighting were Sanji and Zoro. Zoro was in a more dire state, covered in blood from numerous sword wounds. Yet Nami and the others did not offer assistance, because when they tried to help, Zoro refused, insisting on defeating Mr. One with his own strength. Hey Zhang Fei, you're back. Did you succeed? Usopp greeted Zhang Fei, his voice brimming with excitement, clearly elated by the victory brought by the Night System. Zhang Fei did not answer. Instead, Vivi replied, "Yes, we succeeded." These brief words filled everyone present with exhilaration, and they sincerely felt happy for Vivi. "You're amazing, Vivi," Nami praised. But Vivi shook her head, pointing to Zhang Fei, explaining to everyone that it was not her achievement, but Zhang Fei's. "No, it wasn't me who stopped the rebels, as Zhang Fei alone resolved the crisis." Nami's eyes sparkled with mischief as she deliberately declared her claim in front of Robin. "Truly worthy of being my man." Oh. The group exchanged meaningful glances, surprised by Nami's boldness. Zhang Fei, however, remained calm, as if accustomed to it, merely smiling faintly. Sanji, who was still fighting Mr. 2, felt his heart shatter and momentarily froze. Although he had known about Nami's feelings for Zhang Fei, hearing it aloud dealt him a heavy blow. Okama Kempo Swan Strike. Seeing an opportunity, Mr. 2 launched his Okama Kempo, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Sanji. Wearing swan shoes with steel beaks, one of them pierced through Sanji's abdomen. The impact sent Sanji flying several meters, and blood gushed out as the beak was withdrawn. "Sanji!" Usopp and the others cried out in worry. "Damn you, you bastard!" Sanji slowly rose to his feet, his abdomen throbbing with pain and blood still seeping out. He knew he had to finish the fight quickly. Enraged, Sanji's combat prowess surged. He charged forward, unleashing a series of kicks. Breast meat, thigh meat, shoulder meat, thigh meat. Mr. 2 was overwhelmed and forced to retreat, unable to withstand Sanji's assault. However, an unexpected turn occurred. Mr. 2 accidentally touched his face, transforming into Nami's likeness. Sanji's kick halted inches away from Mr. 2. Mr. 2, though puzzled, seized the opportunity to counterattack. He responded with a kick of his own, sending Sanji flying. "Sanji, what are you doing? He's a fake." Nami shouted indignantly, demanding to know why he stopped despite knowing it was an illusion. Only Zhang Fei understood the reason. Sanji said nothing, merely taking a slow drag from his cigarette to ease the pain. This idiot. Zoro noticed Sanji's predicament and cursed him harshly. However, his own situation was not much better. He still could not damage Mr. 1 and was taking more hits. "Give up. You're no match for me," Mr. 1 taunted. "Is that so?" "I don't think so. They're watching, so I can't lose. In my eyes, you're nothing but a stepping stone. I'll step on you and climb higher." Zoro was determined not to give up. He had promised Luffy he would never lose again, and he had to win. He had to surpass Mihawk. As for Zhang Fei, though he also wielded a sword, Zoro had abandoned the idea of challenging him after hearing Zhang Fei's discourse on the difference between a sword and a blade. "I see. Then I regret to inform you that you will fail, because you will die by my hand." The two clashed again. Zoro still struggled to match Mr. 1A, but he refused to give up, desperately seeking a way to break through. On Sanji's side, he continued to take hits. Since Mr. 2 had transformed into Nami's form, Nami grew frantic, cursing Sanji, but he remained unmoved. Gradually, Mr. 2 realized that Sanji refused to strike a woman. That was why he was holding back. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Zhang Fei sighed softly. What a stubborn fool. He decided to remind Zoro to focus on understanding the concept of cutting iron, as his situation was far more dangerous than Sanji's. "Zoro, pay attention to your breathing." Breathing. Zoro recalled his master's words about the swordsman who cuts nothing. "Listen carefully. There are swordsmen in this world who can cut nothing at all. Does cutting nothing mean sensing the rhythm of breathing? And that was the essence of cutting iron. Seeing Zoro's expression, Zhang Fei knew he had grasped the concept. He smiled faintly, truly worthy of Zoro. Distracted in battle? Looks like you're tired of living. Dust cut speed blade. Mr. One transformed his feet into roller skates gliding across the ground and turned his fingers into sharp blades. Lowering his center of gravity, he lunged at Zoro for a fatal strike. Zoro assumed a one-sword stance ready to meet the attack. One-sword style, Ai Lion's song. The moment their figures overlapped, the outcome was decided. The one who fell was Mr. 1. Zoro had fully mastered the ability to cut iron. Chopper, upon seeing this, immediately came over to treat Zoro and asked Zhang Fei for the medical kit. Indeed, Zhang Fei had also become a tool, but thanks to his system backpack, it was incredibly convenient. It stored not only gold, but also a large quantity of daily necessities such as food. Taking out the medical kit, Chopper began treating Zoro's injuries, for Zoro's condition was extremely severe. He had to be treated immediately, or anyone else would have died long ago. However, after defeating Mr. 1, Zoro thanked Zhang Fei, saying that without his reminder, he might have lost. Thanks, Zhang Fei. You're welcome. Even without his reminder, Zoro would still have been able to cut iron. It was merely a matter of time. Of course, Zoro did not forget to taunt Sanji. You perverted frog, you really are useless. Hearing Zoro's criticism, Sanji naturally refused to accept it, as the two always looked down on each other and clashed. If it hadn't been for that bastard transforming into Nami's likeness, he would have defeated him long ago. There was no need for you to come and lecture me. How infuriating. I didn't expect Mr. 1 to be defeated either. It seems I have to rely on myself. Mr. 2 noticed that only one member of the opposing party remained, so he would have to deal with them alone. However, he would have to deal with Sanji first, and fortunately Zhang Fei and the others didn't seem inclined to intervene. That was undoubtedly good news for him. His only option now was to use seduction to quickly defeat him. Though it was a good plan, Mr. 2 overlooked the fact that the real Nami was present. His actions were merely provoking her fury. Mr. 2 bared his upper body and fanned himself with his hand, looking quite alluring. Oh, it's so hot. Seeing this, Sanji found it thrilling. His eyes widened as he stared at the beautiful sight before him, as if trying to memorize it, while his nosebleed uncontrollably flowed. This was truly wonderful. It made him want to obtain the imitation fruit too, so that on a dark and windy night. Good opportunity. Seeing the opening, Mr. 2 immediately launched a fierce attack. Little did he know Nami was already boiling with rage. Usopp sensed her overwhelming fury and tapped his forehead, then his shoulders, praying for Mr. 2. Amen. Once wasn't enough, you had to do it again. You're done for Mr. 2. Even Jesus can't save you now. Taking out the transformation smoke gun, she instantly completed her transformation and launched a rider kick. Zhang Fei swallowed hard, knowing Mr. 2 was finished. But from what he had observed, people in this One Piece world after an explosion wouldn't be blown to pieces. At most they'd be charred black and smoking, but not fatally. Except for Arlong, who was an exception. Good luck, Mr. 2. As Zhang Fei silently murmured, Nami leaped into the air, extending her left foot. As it rubbed against the air, flames burst forth from her foot. Mr. 2 never expected Nami to suddenly attack him, completely catching him off guard. By the time he turned around, Nami's rider kick had already reached his chest. The energy from her foot swept through Mr. 2's limbs and body, causing an instant explosion. Just as Zhang Fei had predicted, his entire body began to smoke, and he lost consciousness. After transforming back, Nami still felt unsatisfied and kicked the unconscious Mr. 2 twice more. It was all his fault for making her look foolish. How dare he let others see her body? Even if you want to see, you have to pay. Without money, what are you looking at? Nami is terrifying. I'd better not make her angry again. Usopp muttered under his breath. After witnessing Nami's violent side, he realized that if he angered her, this might be his fate. From now on, he'd better be careful. Alright, stop kicking. Zhang Fei came over to stop Nami. Mr. 2 was a man of loyalty and honor. There was no need to trample on him. He had simply followed the wrong person. Fine then. But you saw my figure, right? You have to pay. Zhang Fei, you're exempt. Nami felt that the more she thought about it, the more she was losing out. She had to earn some money back to soothe her dissatisfaction. What? Usopp looked at Nami in disbelief. You want money? It wasn't me who wanted to see, and it wasn't your actual body. Why should I pay? Can't I get a free look? Of course he didn't dare say those words aloud, fearing he would end up like Mr. 2. No free rides. That guy transformed into me, so it counts as me. Nami argued with righteous indignation. Zhang Fei smiled helplessly. Even though you have all my gold, this greedy nature hasn't changed. But he didn't mind. He felt that this was the real Nami. With such a convincing argument, Usopp had no excuse to refute. He could only obediently hand over his money. However, all his money was taken by Nami, leaving him on the verge of tears. Even the injured Zoro was not spared. Except for Vivi, Robin, and Chopper, everyone else had their money taken. So I'm short on pocket money again. Although Cobra hadn't seen the body Mr. 2 displayed, he was still happy to hand over the money, mainly because he was overjoyed. The rebellion problem that had plagued him for years had finally been resolved, and his face beamed with a smile he could hardly suppress. Really? I didn't know father had pocket money. Vivi smiled sweetly, responding to her father. After defeating all the Baroque Works agents, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now all that was left was to wait for little Koza to wake up, and for good news from Luffy. I certainly do. But to express my gratitude, I'd like to invite you all to the palace for a feast. Please do come. Cobra invited Zhang Fei and the others to express his thanks. Although it was still early, he could still hold the banquet ahead of time. And he had a small ulterior motive, to keep Zhang Fei as his son-in-law. But he would say that at the banquet. If Luffy were present, he would be ecstatic at the mention of a banquet. In that case we accept. But we'll have to wait until Luffy returns. Zhang Fei agreed directly. What he missed most was the large bathhouse in the palace. Finally I can relax. Nami was also curious about what the palace was like, and there was a hint of joy in her voice. As for Robin, she remained silent, as if pondering something. Her goal was the poneglyph. Zhang Fei saw through her thoughts at a glance, and patted her on the shoulder. Robin, are you thinking about the poneglyph? I can ask King Cobra to take us in. How did you know? Robin looked at Zhang Fei in confusion. How did he know what she was thinking? Was she that easy to read? Seeing Robin's furrowed brows, Zhang Fei knew she was deep in thought. After a moment's consideration, he came up with a response. It's simple, Zhang Fei said. Because you are Nico Robin, an archaeologist. Naturally you would be interested in the Void Century. And so am I. I too want to know what happened during that 100 years. Robin was surprised that besides the scholars of O'Hara, there was someone else interested in history. However, it was precisely because of this that O'Hara was annihilated by the world government, leaving an indelible shadow in her heart. I see, Robin murmured, lowering her head. Then she continued, are you really confident you can persuade Cobra? Probably, Zhang Fei replied. After a moment of thought, Zhang Fei felt there should be no problem. He had no interest in Pluton after all. External power was nothing but borrowed strength. Once lost, it left nothing. It was far more practical to focus on strengthening oneself. All right then, I'll leave it to you. Robin smiled, her face radiant. She placed a hand lightly on Zhang Fei's shoulder, leaning in a little closer. In Nami's eyes, they looked like a couple deeply in love. This made Nami burn with jealousy. She clenched her fists tightly, curious about what they were discussing. Damn it, that woman is so infuriating. In the blink of an eye, she's already flirting with Zhang Fei. Nami was fuming, complaining to herself. Usopp sensed a strong, murderous aura, mixed with a heavy sourness of jealousy. He knew that Nami was now like a volatile bomb, better left untouched. He decided to keep quiet and stay away from her. Usopp recalled Kaya of Syrup Village. At least Kaya was gentle and refined, unlike Nami. Meanwhile, Vivi saw their intimate gestures, and her heart ached as if being squeezed. As a father, Cobra noticed his daughter's emotional shift. He took it to heart, strengthening his resolve. Vivi had sacrificed too much for Alabasta. To ensure her happiness, he would do everything in his power. Cobra stared at Zhang Fei with fervent eyes. Zhang Fei noticed the look, but didn't know why Cobra was staring at him like that. He didn't dwell on it, instead helping Chopper carry the wounded. As for the Baroque Works members, Zhang Fei paid them no heed. They wouldn't die anyway, and the cleanup could be left to the Marines. There was no need for him to intervene. Ow, can't you be gentler? Zoro winced in pain, accusing Zhang Fei of treating the wounded too roughly. No, and you're still alive, aren't you? Zhang Fei naturally ignored Zoro's complaint. A little pain wouldn't kill him. Sanji, on the other hand, didn't need Zhang Fei's help. His injuries weren't as severe as Zoro's, and he could still walk. However, Sanji was in high spirits, looking at Zhang Fei with eager anticipation, like a soldier awaiting a reward, his face beaming. Zhang Fei understood Sanji's motive. It was for the snake talisman. After all, he had promised to lend it to Sanji after the mission. Let's wait until Luffy gets back, Zhang Fei said. All right, no problem, Sanji agreed readily. He could wait a little while. Sitting on the blanket, he began to daydream about a man's paradise. Sitting on the blanket, Zhang Fei seemed to recall something. He turned to Cobra and offered a reminder. By the way, Your Majesty, there are crocodiles men within your royal army. The cannonball just now was likely fired by them. Their purpose? To stop us, Zhang Fei concluded. Cobra immediately understood. The cannonball had been too coincidental, arriving just as they were about to talk, as if deliberately aimed. Fortunately, Zhang Fei had stopped it, or else Cobra might have been captured by the rebels, or worse, killed. I understand. I will root out the corrupt elements hidden in the royal army. Cobra was determined to eliminate any threats to Alabasta's safety. By the way, Your Majesty, could we take a look at the poneglyph? Zhang Fei stated his request directly. Robin's eyes lit up, instantly awaiting Cobra's answer. This question plunged Cobra into silence. He wondered what Zhang Fei was up to. Was he after Pluton as well? Zhang Fei saw Cobra's concern and explained. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we have no interest in Pluton. I'm only interested in the blank history. Yet Zhang Fei's words still left Cobra hesitant. He wondered whether to trust Zhang Fei, for Pluton was far too dangerous to the world. Fortunately, Vivi spoke up for Zhang Fei. She believed him. If he truly wanted Pluton, he would have acted long ago rather than helping them. Father, I trust Zhang Fei, Vivi said. After a moment of contemplation, Cobra agreed. After all, Zhang Fei was the man his daughter fancied. His character should be trustworthy, and he was also the savior of Alabasta. All right, but can you read the writing on the poneglyph? Cobra asked doubtfully. Although the kings of each generation had guarded the poneglyph, none of them knew what it said. Your Majesty, rest assured. We have an archaeologist on our ship. Deciphering the poneglyph is no problem at all. Zhang Fei laughed heartily and introduced Robin to Cobra. An archaeologist? Cobra was perplexed. The only ones who could be called archaeologists were the scholars of O'Hara. But all the people on O'Hara had been wiped out by the Marines. The only survivor was Nico Robin, known as the Demon Child. Could Zhang Fei's companion be that Nico Robin? His face gradually turned pale with shock. He turned to Robin and asked, "Are you the Demon Child, Nico Robin?" Hearing the name, Demon Child, Robin's eyes dimmed. But she admitted it frankly. "Yes, I am Nico Robin." After confirming, Cobra's expression grew even more grim. He was well aware of the reputation of the Demon Child. "Your Majesty, the title Demon Child is merely a false charge deliberately fabricated by the world government. Think about it. The world government launched the Buster Call only to prevent the scholars of O'Hara from uncovering the truth of the Void Century. Do you truly believe a little girl of a few years old could have done such a thing?" Well, except for that freak Big Mom. Zhang Fei could discern Cobra's prejudice, which displeased him. After all, he knew Robin's background. It was merely a fabricated charge imposed by the world government. Thus, he deliberately added a respectful title when addressing the king to express his discontent, and then explained the matter to Cobra, confident that with his intellect Cobra would realize the truth. Cobra also sensed Zhang Fei's displeasure. After reflecting for a moment, he realized that his knowledge of the child of the devil had come solely from newspapers. It seemed that the world government must have hidden some secret in the 100 years of history to the extent of annihilating O'Hara. Indeed, it was his own ignorant fault. He then apologized to Robin. "I'm terribly sorry. I didn't know the whole story. I misjudged you. It's fine." Robin felt delighted and paid no heed to Cobra's words. Ignorance is blameless. Moreover, Zhang Fei had spoken up for her, which made her admiration for him soar. This was also the first time she felt understood, and her words were filled with joy. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Fei's receding figure, she found the man before her quite admirable indeed. However, Nami let out a cold snort, folded her arms across her chest, pouting with displeasure, her mood quite sour. Vivi, however, could only smile wryly. Unaware of the emotional shifts of the three women behind him, Zhang Fei, piloting the flying carpet, successfully entered the royal capital, for they were not far from it. Only a dozen minutes' journey away. As soon as they stepped into the royal capital, Shaka rushed over, having spotted King Cobra and Princess Vivi, and came specifically to welcome them. Seeing the king covered in wounds, Shaka's heart ached with pain. He knew his suspicions were true. Fortunately, the king was safe, otherwise he would have been the greatest sinner of Alabasta. Cobra stepped down from the carpet and personally helped Shaka to his feet. "This is not your fault. I was too careless, which led to my capture." "It's not your fault, Shaka. Let me introduce you. These are the heroes who saved Alabasta, successfully stopping the rebel army. Now, once the truth is revealed, Alabasta will welcome peace." He then introduced Zhang Fei and the others to Shaka. Usopp and Chopper both felt embarrassed, scratching the backs of their heads, but their hearts were thrilled. Had they really become heroes just like that? It felt quite good, but they still needed to be modest. "Oh, it's nothing." Shaka looked at the group, bowed to them, and sincerely thanked them for everything they had done for Alabasta. "Thank you so much for rescuing Alabasta. I will remember your kindness for a lifetime." "You're welcome. Vivi and I are partners. There's no need for such gratitude." Zhang Fei waved his hand nonchalantly. "Vivi, I'll leave them in your care." Cobra now intended to deal with the traitors hidden within the royal army. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel, so he had no time to entertain Zhang Fei and the others. "I understand, father." Vivi also grasped her father's intention, nodded lightly, and took it upon herself to host Zhang Fei. Thus Vivi began to lead everyone on a tour of the palace, except for Zoro, who was seriously injured. However, Zhang Fei seemed to recall that a giant bomb was hidden within the royal capital, and he felt it necessary to deal with it. "Vivi, I'll step out for a moment." Vivi was puzzled. What did Zhang Fei need to go out for? Perhaps her narration wasn't good enough, so he wanted to get some fresh air. "Zhang Fei, what are you going out for?" "I just remembered that there's a bomb hidden in the city. If it's not dealt with in time, the entire capital could be leveled." Zhang Fei briefly explained the bomb's destructive power. Vivi was startled at his words. Her smiling face instantly froze, replaced by panic. She asked Zhang Fei where the bomb was, for if it exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Where is the bomb?" "This is a trivial matter, don't worry. Leave it to me. It's nothing, just a bomb." Zhang Fei remained as relaxed and carefree as ever, which eased the suddenly tense hearts of everyone present. After all, Zhang Fei was always reliable, and trusting this to him was absolutely fine. "I see. Then you be careful." Although she knew Zhang Fei possessed extraordinary strength and even an undying ability, she couldn't help but voice a word of caution, like a wife's farewell blessing before her husband goes to battle. Zhang Fei made an okay gesture, then used the floating ability of the chicken talisman to levitate himself and move forward. Fortunately, he knew exactly where the bomb was, inside the big clock tower. Arriving at the clock tower, Zhang Fei dispatched Black King to penetrate the wall and enter the interior, knocking out Mr. 7 and Miss Father's Day. His main concern was that they might detonate the bomb in a last-ditch effort. Even if an accident occurred and the bomb exploded, Black King could absorb the energy at the first moment. When Black King entered the interior of the clock tower, he saw Mr. 7 and Miss Father's Day. However, they didn't notice him chatting casually as they awaited the appointed time. Their task was to guard the bomb and flee before it exploded. Little did they know their plan had already been foiled by Zhang Fei. "You're really ugly. It seems Oda didn't put any effort into drawing you." Black King remarked, then proceeded to carry out his master's orders. He moved behind them and struck both on the backs of their necks with a chop. What the hell? Who hit me? Mr. Seven suddenly felt a sharp blow to the back of his neck, his body lurching forward as he fell. He clutched his neck and yelled loudly. There's no one. Miss Father's Day looked around and found no one nearby. What was wrong with Mr. Seven? Huh? Isn't that how they do it in movies? Why didn't it work? Black King rested his right hand on his chin, his other hand on his bicep, thinking. Perhaps the force was too weak. He then turned his gaze toward Miss Father's Day. Miss Father's Day felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were being stared at by a ferocious beast. Then she received the same treatment as Mr. Seven, but with greater force. Miss Father's Day was sent flying, crashing through the clock tower's glass and falling from the height. Huh. Zhang Fei, watching Miss Father's Day fly out, wondered if Black King was that violent. He had only asked him to knock them out. But judging by the look, Miss Father's Day must have fainted from pain. As for Mr. Seven, who knew? Too much force. Well, never mind. As comrades, you should share both fortune and misfortune. So Black King also threw Mr. Seven out to join Miss Father's Day. Watching the two subdued, Zhang Fei paid them no mind, and instead turned and stepped into the great clock. What met his eyes was a massive bomb, and it was a time bomb at that, with a countdown display ticking away. Once the time ran out, it would explode. Without a word, Zhang Fei stored it into his system backpack, thinking that this bomb might come in handy later, which is why he kept it. He wasn't worried about the bomb exploding inside the backpack either, because once an item enters the system backpack, time is frozen for it, so there was absolutely no concern. Having taken care of everything, Zhang Fei returned to the palace, ready to enjoy a nice soak in the grand bathhouse. So comfortable. Zhang Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Truly, the royal bathhouse was something else. He then opened his system backpack, intending to open the mysterious gift packs. But when he looked, he found that the original 2 mysterious gift packs had turned into 3. What was going on? Could it be that the system, seeing how diligently I complete tasks, gave me an extra mysterious gift pack as a reward? Better ask the system. System, are you there? Coming. The system heard Zhang Fei's call and responded. What's the matter? System, what's going on with these mysterious gift packs? Zhang Fei inquired about the mysterious gift packs. Oh, that. Originally, I planned to release the quest to invite Robin onto the ship after you completed those 3 tasks. But you finished it ahead of time, so I gave it to you early. The system suddenly realized that it had forgotten to tell Zhang Fei, but it wasn't too late to explain now. So that's how it was. No wonder there was an extra mysterious gift pack. Then it's fine, system. Call me if you need anything. Zhang Fei was extremely grateful to have such a responsible system. It didn't complain even when he called out to it. This hardworking system was the best he had ever seen, even better than his own father. If there was a 5-star rating, he would definitely give it a full score. You have a conscience. It wasn't in vain that I fought 1 against 3 for you. Keep up the good work. The system also sensed Zhang Fei's thoughts. It placed its hands on its chest and smiled. The injuries it had suffered before were not in vain. With such a grateful host, it had to show some appreciation somehow. Maybe it would find another chance to teach the death system a lesson. Death system, what does this have to do with me? Damn it. Zhang Fei opened 3 mysterious gift packs in one go. Congratulations. You have obtained a Digivice. The first mysterious gift pack opened. A Digivice. He was familiar with this item, but he didn't know which series it was from. If it were a Digivice from the 3rd or 4th series, that would be great. Then he could experience what it felt like to become a Digimon. So Zhang Fei took out the Digivice, which materialized in his hand out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be from the 5th series, where Digimon evolve using Digisoul. After examining it, he saw that the display on the Digivice showed a Digi egg. Clearly this egg would be his future partner. Zhang Fei was very excited. He hoped the Digimon hatched from the egg would be something as powerful as Lucemon. If not, a dragon-type Digimon would be fine too. Just as Zhang Fei was lost in thought, the second mysterious gift pack had already opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a Pikachu. A yellow rat. Compared to a yellow rat, Zhang Fei preferred Charizard. It could mega evolve and looked really cool. Still, having something was better than nothing. Speaking of yellow rats, the strongest one was undoubtedly Ash's Pikachu. If only he could get that one. A Pokeball appeared in Zhang Fei's hand. The ball kept shaking, and then a flash of red light burst forth. A Pikachu appeared in midair, and with a splash, it fell into the bathwater. It swam toward Zhang Fei and rubbed its cheek against his chest to show affection. Pika Pika. Zhang Fei hadn't expected this Pikachu to come out of the Pokeball on its own. It was a bit like Ash's Pikachu. It was also very close to him, which was clearly the system's doing. However, now that he saw the Pikachu in person, he found it quite cute. Its fur was soft and fluffy, smooth to the touch, comparable to Chopper's. It seemed he was now a Pokemon trainer. He wondered what it would be like to command Pikachu in battle. Congratulations. You have obtained a friend card. Just as Zhang Fei was mulling over this, the 3rd mysterious gift pack had already revealed its prize. Curious about what this friend card was, he read its description. Friend card allows you to forcibly designate one person as a friend and forcibly steal their abilities. Duration 3 minutes. Unlimited uses. This friend card is quite interesting. Being able to forcibly steal someone's abilities is a nice power, but what can you do in just 3 minutes? Be a quickie. No, 3 minutes is enough. By using the friend card to borrow Luffy's rubber abilities combined with the rabbit talisman's super speed, I could totally dominate in free fighting. 300 strikes per second would be more than enough to overwhelm an opponent. And with high-speed movement, friction would generate fire. That's something ordinary people couldn't withstand. The only ones who could endure it would probably be someone like Big Mom. It seems I need to obtain the rabbit talisman as soon as possible. While Zhang Fei was blissfully soaking in the bath, Morgans finally made a move. He launched a global live broadcast. Now islands like the Sabaody archipelago that had video screens all received Morgan's broadcast. Even the headquarters of the four emperors as well as marine headquarters could receive it. But Sengoku had no idea what Morgans was up to, staring at the screen in confusion. Little did he know the scoop Morgans was about to reveal would be a scandal of the world government, causing his face to change drastically. What is Morgans doing? Don't know, don't ask me. Garp was eating senbei, completely ignoring Sengoku. He had no interest in whatever Morgans was about to announce. He was already used to Garp's attitude. In the whole cake island, huh? Morgans. What is he doing? Big Mom was very puzzled, having no idea what Morgans was up to. This seemed to be his first global live broadcast. I don't know, Mama. Perhaps there's some shocking news. Charlotte Perisparrow thought for a moment before responding. If Morgan started a live broadcast, there must be some big secret. Onigashima Kaido was completely drunk, unaware of Morgan's global live broadcast. Instead, two of the three disasters, Queen and King, were watching Morgan's every move, sensing that something major was about to happen. Should we wake the governor? Queen, with a cigar in his mouth, turned to King and asked for his opinion. No need. If something really big happens, we can wake him up then. King didn't intend to wake Kaido, since a drunken Kaido was indiscriminate. If he got beaten up, that would be unpleasant. Of course, it depended on the person. Aside from the lead performers and the headliners, anyone else who woke him would definitely be met with his kanabo. Queen thought King was right and fell silent. As for the red hair pirates, they weren't at their base. They had gone on another aimless voyage, so they didn't know what was happening. Dad, I just got word that Morgans is doing a live broadcast. Seems like something big is happening. 3rd Division Commander Jozu, having just learned from his subordinates that Morgans had started a live broadcast, came specifically to inform Whitebeard and see his reaction. Well, let's see what Morgans has to say. Whitebeard felt a bit curious, drained his wine in one gulp, still hooked up to N4. Dad, you shouldn't drink anymore. Marco noticed Whitebeard drinking again and immediately came over to urge him. Whitebeard's body had many hidden injuries, and with age his physical condition had declined considerably. Gururara, what's a little drink? Whitebeard responded with his distinctive laugh. Asking him to quit drinking was impossible. Oh, it would be like taking his life. Marco felt helpless. He had known Whitebeard would say that, but as a son, he still had to remind him. Then Whitebeard seemed to think of something and asked Marco, any news from Ace? No, Dad. Marco shook his head in response. Since Ace left, they hadn't received any contact from him via Den Den Mushi. But given Ace's temperament, he wouldn't come back until he caught Blackbeard. If that's the case, let's wait for Ace to return, then we'll hold a banquet. Ace had been gone for so long. Whitebeard missed his foolish son. Got it, Dad. At that moment on the screen, Morgans wore an unusually excited expression. He adjusted his collar slightly. Since he was now facing the whole world, he had to be neat and tidy. Thinking of the recording in his possession, his heart raced with excitement. To preempt any intervention from the world government, he had already printed the newspapers and dispatched the news birds to travel across the world. I am Morgans, president of the news organization. I think most of you know me. The reason I'm meeting everyone via live broadcast is that I have incredible news in hand, so please wait patiently. I believe this news will shock everyone. Morgan spoke calmly and brought out the evidence secretly recorded with Zhang Fei. With this evidence, the world government would surely face condemnation from member nations. Moreover, his news organization could also make a substantial profit. Please listen to this recording. Then Morgans played the stored audio. Thus, Crocodile's conspiracy was completely exposed. As Morgans had said, those who learned of this were utterly shocked. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, was secretly scheming against the kingdom of Alabasta, let alone the fact that Alabasta was one of the member nations. Is this how the world government protects its member nations? Allowing the warlords to do as they please. It's as if they're telling us that your membership is nothing but a joke in my eyes. Whenever a country is ravaged by pirates, the Marines do nothing. Then what's the point of paying the exorbitant heavenly tribute? As for some countries that rely on the protection of the 4 emperors, even their kings began to waver. If joining the world government doesn't protect them, and they're being treated like leaks, is there any point in continuing? The seed of discontent was deeply planted in the hearts of all kings, left to sprout and take root. However, this was one of Zhang Fei's goals, to accelerate the collapse of the world government and also benefit Zhang Fei and his group. As soon as the recording finished playing, Morgan spoke again. I think everyone knows about the civil unrest in the kingdom of Alabasta. According to intelligence from my informant, the civil unrest was orchestrated by Crocodile, who has a Baroque works organization aimed at replacing the king of Alabasta. As for the specifics, they will appear in the latest issue of the newspaper. Please look forward to it. With that, Morgans went offline, also igniting people's craving for the truth, eager to learn the details. I never thought the princess of Alabasta would become a pirate's prisoner. How tragic. Are the Marines this ineffective? Is this the world government? How detestable. The incompetent Marines let pirates freely invade other countries. If not for Morgan's report, we might have remained in the dark. If the other warlords are like Crocodile, what will happen to our countries? Will we end up like Alabasta? Become playthings for pirates? We must resist this corrupt world government and the incompetent Marines. Yes, they take our money, but don't protect us. I want to resist. The public's emotions grew increasingly intense. Of course, revolutionaries were also inciting them. This news was extremely beneficial to the Revolutionary Army, helping them see reality and absorb fresh blood. Damn it, that bastard Morgans. Someone immediately investigate what's happening in Alabasta. Hearing this, Sengoku's veins bulged. He slammed his hand heavily on the desk, which couldn't withstand the blow, and split in two. I told you the warlords were no good. Now look, you're covered in shit. Garp was still adding fuel to the fire, completely ignoring how angry Sengoku was. Garp, get the hell out. Sengoku was furious and shouted for Garp to leave his office. Fine, I'm leaving. Garp didn't care, grabbed some rice crackers, and slowly walked away. At the five elders, they also received the news. Their brows were furrowed, and some had eyes blazing with anger. That Morgans really dares to publish anything. One of the five elders, wearing a white robe, bald with glasses and a samurai sword, had a grim face and intense murderous intent in his eyes. Forget that for now. Now that this has happened, our world government's reputation will surely decline. We must find a way to resolve it, and those member nations will definitely resist. The one in a dark green suit, bald with a two-pronged mustache and a birthmark on his forehead, spoke more calmly, discussing what would happen next for the world government. What use is their resistance? Do they dare to leave the world government? The one in a dark red suit, no-tie, blonde hair and golden beard with a scar on his chest, sneered, thinking these member nations couldn't make waves. That's right. I must now prevent the situation from worsening. The kimono-clad elder stated his view. Then let Sengoku handle it. Also warned Morgans. The one in dark blue suit with long straight white hair and a long beard planned to leave this matter to the Marines. Zhangguo sat slumped in his chair, utterly drained, massaging his temples. Moments earlier, the five elders had called, demanding he clean up their mess. As Captain Karp had once said, the Marines were like passers-by caught in the blast of an exploding manure cart, stained and reeking without cause, while the cart driver remained unscathed. What rotten luck. Though the seven warlords of the sea were created by the world government itself, the Marines alone bore the shame. The mere thought gave him a throbbing headache. The only viable solution was to prevent Mariah's newspaper from going to print, before the crisis spiraled further. Yet halting Mariah was nearly impossible, doing so would strike at the very heart of his news agency's interests. Still, it was worth attempting. Ma. Mariah truly dares to publish the world government's scandal. Giggling uproariously, Big Mom reveled in the spectacle. The world government's disgrace was rare indeed, especially one implicating the seven warlords. Their dignity lay in tatters, reduced to mockery among pirates. Indeed, Mother. By now the Marines must be overwhelmed. Charlotte Perispero, a pirate by nature, relished the sight of humiliated Marines. Such moments were seldom witnessed. This is precisely the moment to fan the flames. You understand, Perispero. Let the world see the world government's grotesque face. I'll see to it, Mother. Perispero grasped her intent instantly. After all, the Marines had long plagued them. Now retribution was overdue. Father, urgent news. Crocodile, one of the seven warlords, is conspiring against Alabasta. Mariah has exposed it with irrefutable evidence. His title as warlord is surely forfeit. Jozu delivered the report directly to Whitebeard. Crocodile, that boy. Whitebeard knew Crocodile well, but never imagined he'd dare scheme against Alabasta. His audacity astonished even the Yonko. Yes, that's him. Jozu confirmed. It seems a fascinating drama is about to unfold. Marco leaned back, eager to witness how the Marines and the world government would navigate this storm. So Mariah's live broadcast was about this. No wonder it shook the world. Quinn smirked, savoring the enemy's humiliation, a sentiment shared by every pirate. Having once served MADS under the world government before defecting, he held deep contempt for its hypocrisy. Even King shared his quiet elation. Once forced to conduct human experiments for the world government, he had escaped its labs alongside Kaido. No need to disturb the governor. Though I'm certain he'll find this deeply intriguing. Save me a copy of the paper. Young Master Crocodile's ambition mirrors your own. Truly astonishing. Treble hadn't anticipated Crocodile's parallel scheming. Yet unlike Crocodile, Don Quixote Doflamingo had succeeded. Now Dressrosa lay entirely within his grasp. Doflamingo's expression darkened. He cursed Crocodile aloud, that fool. After all, his own machinations mirrored Crocodile's, and now with Crocodile's exposure, scrutiny would inevitably fall upon him, inviting perilous consequences. If uncovered, all his efforts would vanish into oblivion. Worse, he might end up imprisoned and impelled down. His immediate priority was shielding Dressrosa's truth. Above all, Sugar must remain safe. Her survival ensured his deception would never unravel. Treble, assign extra guards to Sugar. Her safety is absolute. Understood, young master. Treble nodded gravely, fully aware of the stakes. Scarcely had Mariah's report gone public when Cobra found himself besieged. Kings allied with him rushed to verify its authenticity. Cobra confirmed it all, leaving them stunned. They immediately began debating the future of the seven warlords, though deeper deliberations would await the upcoming world meeting. Exhausting, he murmured softly once the flurry subsided. He hadn't expected Mariah's speed. Now, without waiting for young Vivi to awaken, his innocence stood vindicated. Lighter than air, he owed this liberation to Zhang Fei. Without his aid, success would have been unthinkable. The sole drawback was Vivi's tarnished reputation as a pirate captive. Yet this too served a purpose. It obscured the truth. that she had secretly collaborated with pirates. News reached the rebel army. Upon informing Koza, his clenched fist relaxed completely. We misunderstood the king. We were manipulated by Crocodile. Truly we are guilty sinners, blinded by deception we never saw coming. Koza muttered, head bowed in self-reproach. Koza, we misjudged his majesty. He remains the same benevolent sovereign who cherishes his people. A rebel spoke despondently, yet beneath his sorrow lay a profound sense of redemption. Thank the heavens they hadn't stormed the capital. Had they done so, guilt would have consumed him utterly. Yes, Koza, I now know the truth. I must return and beg his majesty's forgiveness. Another rebel resolved to atone. Others echoed the sentiment. Then let us all go together, to kneel before the king and confess our sins. Koza, honoring his vow, prepared to lead them all back. Had their rebellion never occurred, Crocodile's plot might never have succeeded, and his people would not have suffered so grievously. The royal guards gazed at the approaching rebel forces, their formation so menacing that one might have mistaken them for an army marching upon the royal capital itself. Startled, they hastened to seek their king. Your Majesty, the rebel army is about to breach our defenses. Cobra knew the truth. Word had already reached the other kingdoms, so of course the rebels were aware. He reassured his anxious guards. Fear not, they mean no harm. Order the royal guards to stand down and permit them entry. But your Majesty, these are rebels. Are we not walking into a trap like sheep entering a tiger's den? The guard was ignorant of the truth, hence his concern. It is of no consequence. They come to beg forgiveness, not to attack the capital. They have learned the truth. Cobra waved dismissively as he explained. I see. I shall make the arrangements at once. With that, the guard rushed off to execute the king's command. Thus, under the arrangement of the royal guards, the rebel forces finally stood before Cobra. Koza knelt first in supplication, and the others followed suit. Your Majesty, we were wrong to have doubted you. Knowing the gravity of our sins, we have come to beg your pardon. They presented all their weapons to the royal guards. As the saying goes, ignorance excuses transgression. Cobra bore them no ill will. His greatest aspiration was for his people to live in peace and prosperity. He forgave them and shouldered the blame himself. Rise, all of you. This was none of your doing. The fault lies with this foolish king who fell into Crocodile's trap through his own ignorance. Vivi, accompanied by Nami and the others, bore witness to this moment. She could not help but admire her father. Vivi, your father truly is a noble king. Vivi smiled elegantly, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her smile was radiant, and she did not deny it. Yes, he is. Yet just then Zhang Fei emerged from the public bathhouse, drawn by the commotion nearby. A Pikachu perched upon his shoulder. Hey. Zhang Fei noticed them and offered a casual greeting. Zhang Fei, why are you so late returning? And what is that on your shoulder? It's so adorable. Nami grumbled in complaint, but her attention was immediately captured by the Pikachu perched on Zhang Fei's shoulder. It was incredibly cute, even cuter than Chopper, she thought. I went straight to the bathhouse for a soak upon returning. As for this little one on my shoulder, it's Pikachu, my partner. Zhang Fei explained briefly. Pikachu then extended its tiny front paw as if greeting them. Pika Pika. Chopper felt his status threatened. After all, he had always been the designated cute one aboard the ship. Now that this Pikachu had appeared, he felt immense pressure. He might no longer enjoy Zhang Fei's cuddles in the future. Wow, so cute. Let me hold it. It was Nami's first time seeing a creature like Pikachu, and she was instantly enchanted. Vivi was no different. I want one too. The two girls rushed over, surrounding Zhang Fei. Sanji watched with utter envy. He wished he could be a Pikachu nestled among the women, basking in their affection. However, this envy soon faded. Soon he would possess the snake talisman. Why would he concern himself with such trivial matters? They only needed to wait for Luffy to return. Alas, instead of Luffy, it was Crocodile who appeared before them. Seeing the amicable reunion between the rebel forces and the royal guards, Crocodile knew his scheme had failed. Resentment surged within him. If not for Zhang Fei, his plan would have succeeded. This was his final opportunity. Once he departed from Alabasta, he would never obtain Pluton. Thus he steeled himself against his wounds and resolved to make one last desperate gambit. It's you, Crocodile. The unexpected appearance of this unwelcome guest startled everyone. How had he come to be here? Had Luffy failed? Luffy. Nami's heart lurched. She feared the worst. Zhang Fei furrowed his brow, fixing Crocodile with an intense stare. He harbored the same dread. Yet at that moment the system spoke and Zhang Fei's tension dissolved. Rest assured, Luffy is unharmed. He will arrive shortly. That's a relief. Zhang Fei then turned to the others, relaying the news of Luffy's safety. Do not worry, Luffy is fine. He is on his way back. The scene shifted to Luffy. Hurry up, Smokeman. Crocodile is escaping. Luffy sat in the back of Smoker's vehicle, urging him to accelerate. What's the rush? I'm already at full speed. Smoker was deeply displeased. His beloved vehicle was carrying a pirate. What a disgrace. Were it not for their role in liberating Alabasta, he would never have permitted Luffy aboard. Full speed. And yet you're still so slow. Tell me, have you been smoking so many cigars that you've gone impotent? Is that why you're this sluggish? Luffy, influenced by Zhang Fei's vocabulary, had picked up such expressions. You goddamn. Upon hearing this, Smoker was furious beyond measure. He wished to stop the vehicle and arrest Luffy immediately, but he could not. To prevent Crocodile's escape, he had no choice but to endure. Did I hit a nerve? Luffy continued to provoke Smoker, whose temples throbbed with rage. Desperate to shake off the label of impotence, Smoker mustered every ounce of strength and kicked it up another notch. After all, his beloved vehicle was a smoke-propelled amphibious three-wheeled motorcycle. Although my plan has failed, it matters not. With his scheme foiled, Crocodile resolved to take action by force, directly seizing the poneglyph. But first he would eliminate these rebel forces and royal guards. Just as he prepared to strike, Zhang Fei intervened. A brilliant orange sword chi burst forth, hurtling toward Crocodile. It cleaved his body in two and he tumbled from the sky. However, the sword chi was composed entirely of internal energy and could not harm him. Thus he reformed his body upon the ground and turned his gaze upon Zhang Fei. "It's you." Upon recognizing Zhang Fei, Crocodile's expression shifted, growing grave and wary. Zhang Fei was formidable indeed. His abilities were bizarre and unpredictable, utterly incomprehensible. "Your Majesty, lead the royal guards and rebel forces away. You cannot possibly harm him anyway." Zhang Fei urged Cobra onward. After all, they were ordinary people possessing neither Haki nor Sea Stone. How could they possibly confront Crocodile? But Cobra had not yet finished speaking when Vivi interrupted him. She understood better than anyone the terror of Logia users, just as Zhang Fei had said. It would be best to leave this matter to Zhang Fei. "Father, leave this to Zhang Fei. He is the only one who can wound Crocodile." Cobra pondered for a moment. Fully aware of Crocodile's fearsome power, he decided to leave the battlefield to Zhang Fei. "Then I'll leave it to you. We retreat." "But your Majesty, he is the one who has plagued Alabasta. To retreat like this fills us with resentment." A royal guard spoke indignantly, his eyes gleaming with menace as he glared at Crocodile. Cobra also wished to personally capture Crocodile, but they were simply no match for him. Rushing forward would only mean certain death. Just as he was about to speak, Crocodile made his move. Crocodile would not tolerate such insects staring at him. With a raise of his hand, he slammed his palm onto the ground. The ground cracks. The moisture hidden within the ground was rapidly drained. As the water vanished, countless cracks spread across the surface. In the blink of an eye, as if the earth shook and mountains quaked, the royal guards and rebels lost their balance and fell prostrate on the ground. Zhang Fei knitted his brows slightly. Truly worthy of a Logia-type ability user, a casual use of his power could affect the surrounding environment. If he awakened it, wouldn't it be a natural disaster? Fortunately, the casualties among the royal guards and rebels were minimal and Zhang Fei's side remained unaffected. Nami and the others were safe. So this is Crocodile. A rebel soldier looked at Crocodile with lingering fear and swallowed hard. How could anyone possibly defeat such a monster? Zhang Fei, however, was unimpressed. He called Pikachu over, wanting to experience being a Pokemon trainer. Besides, his own ability to summon wind and rain was still intact. Dealing with Crocodile would be a piece of cake. "Pikachu, let's go. Show him what you've got." "Pika." Pikachu responded to Zhang Fei, breaking free from Nami's hand and leaping to the ground, ready to fight alongside Zhang Fei against Crocodile. Small arcs of electricity crackled on both sides of its cheeks. Seeing Pikachu's full fighting spirit, Zhang Fei smiled knowingly. However, Crocodile was puzzled by Zhang Fei's intentions, cautiously guarding against Zhang Fei's attacks. But he overlooked Pikachu. Zhang Fei had no intention of personally dealing with Crocodile. He would leave that to Luffy, for he still needed to grow. If Zhang Fei actually defeated him, Luffy would surely complain. It was better to test Pikachu's strength. "You should leave now. You've all seen Crocodile's power." Zhang Fei urged them to leave once more, as they would only be in the way here. Everyone nodded and left the matter to Zhang Fei. Crocodile did not try to stop them. He knew that if he attacked these small fry, Zhang Fei would seize the opportunity to attack him. Moreover, he could deal with these insignificant ones anytime. Most importantly, what mattered was defeating Zhang Fei. Once he did, he could obtain the road poneglyph. "Alright, now it's just us. Pikachu, this is your first battle. Are you ready?" asked Zhang Fei. "Pika." Pikachu crouched down and lightning radiated from its body. This instilled fear in Crocodile as he thought of the Rumble fruit. He wondered, could this yellow rat have eaten the Rumble fruit? Zhang Fei understood Pikachu's meaning. With a wave of his hand, he began commanding Pikachu. Fortunately, he had played Pokemon before, so he was quite familiar with battles. Pikachu used Double Team. Upon receiving Zhang Fei's command, Pikachu immediately obeyed. The Double Team technique activated, and suddenly multiple Pikachu appeared on the field, confusing Crocodile. Ninjutsu. So cool. Usopp, seeing this, was thrilled. This was the second time he had seen a clone technique. He never expected Pikachu to know ninjutsu, which excited him greatly, and he expressed his desire to learn it. Even Chopper felt the same and wanted to learn it. After Zhang Fei dealt with Crocodile, he would definitely ask Zhang Fei to teach him ninjutsu. Upon hearing ninjutsu, Crocodile's eyes seemed to light up as if he had discovered something. He had heard of ninjutsu. It was a skill used only by the ninjas of Wano country. So this Pikachu must be a ninja beast from Wano. Just as Crocodile was distracted in thought, Zhang Fei seized the fleeting opportunity and shouted, "Pikachu, use Thunder Wave." Once hit by Thunder Wave, there was a 90 chance of paralysis, making Crocodile's upcoming battle far more difficult. Moreover, the systems of the Pokemon world and the One Piece world were different. Whether Crocodile would be affected was still unknown. Hearing the command, Pikachu gathered electric light around it, and then launched it toward Crocodile. Just as Crocodile snapped back to attention, he saw the small amount of electricity and figured it couldn't hurt him, planning to use his elemental form to withstand it. But he was careless. This was Thunder Wave. Once it hit, his body would be paralyzed and unable to move. Although he was a user of the sand fruit, he was not a ground-type Pokemon. At heart he was still human, and as a human he certainly couldn't resist the effects of Thunder Wave. Crocodile asked Zhang Fei in disbelief, trying to move his body, only to find it, as if stuck in a swamp, unable to move. What did you do to me? Why can't I move? Oh, looks like it worked. Zhang Fei smiled calmly. It seemed that special techniques from the Pokemon world could affect the One Piece world. This was undoubtedly a significant discovery. Perfectly while Crocodile was immobilized, he could test out Pikachu's skills. Seeing Zhang Fei's sinister smile, Crocodile couldn't help but feel fear. Could he be a pervert like Ivankov? He struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. His limbs would not obey his commands. Pikachu used Quick Attack. Like a whirlwind, Pikachu dashed across the uneven ground and rammed into Crocodile's abdomen. However, Pikachu passed right through Crocodile's body, as if hitting a pile of sand. After steadying itself, it looked at Crocodile in disbelief, then turned to Zhang Fei. Pika. Zhang Fei seemed to understand Pikachu's words as if it were asking, what's going on? Don't worry about it, Pikachu. He can ignore physical attacks. We'll use him to train our coordination. Such a useful real sandbag would be a waste not to use. Moreover, it could increase his understanding of Pikachu. Pikachu nodded as if suddenly enlightened, looking adorable, which captured the hearts of the two women watching from the sidelines as they murmured. Pikachu is so cute. However, feeling the crisis, Chopper tugged on Vivi's skirt, pointed at himself with his finger, and asked timidly, what about me? Chopper, you're adorable too. And Vivi gently stroked Chopper's head. Though he truly was endearing, that was before she had ever laid eyes on Pikachu. Hearing those words, Chopper beamed with delight, overjoyed beyond measure. You wretched scoundrel, daring to treat me like a punching bag. This was sheer humiliation. Crocodile raged uncontrollably, his eyes blazing with fury. Had he been able to move, he would have shown Zhang Fei the full might of his true power. Pikachu will ignore him. We press on. Zhang Fei paid Crocodile no heed whatsoever. Had he truly wished to eliminate Crocodile, he could have unleashed his storm summoning technique the moment Crocodile fell under electromagnetic interference, rendering elemental transformation impossible and making his demise effortless. Pika. Pikachu responded to Zhang Fei, not with confusion, but with focused readiness, poised to obey his command. Pikachu, Iron Tail, and Pikachu, Thunder Punch, and Feint Attack, now, and follow up with Double Slap. Most of Zhang Fei's techniques were physical in nature, not especially damaging yet profoundly humiliating. Each time Crocodile's body was pierced, he instantly regenerated. This was Pikachu's first encounter with such an extraordinary human, and he reveled in the battle. Yet Crocodile's paralysis gradually faded and control over his body slowly returned. The pent-up fury long suppressed finally erupted. You insolent wretch, I will kill you. Crocodile unleashed his desert saber, a blade so sharp it carved a deep, elongated gash across the fractured ground with effortless precision. Not a trace of fear flickered in Zhang Fei's gaze, only serene calm. Without uttering a word, He Huang burst forth from within him, confronting the desert saber head-on. With a single effortless punch, he absorbed every ounce of energy embedded in the blade. Zhang Fei still had no idea how much energy He Huang could store. It seemed boundless, and all absorbed power remained coiled deep within his being. Deprived of kinetic force, the desert saber crumbled back into scattered sand. That strange ability again. Crocodile had witnessed this uncanny power once more, yet even now he could conceive no countermeasure. But blinded by rage, Crocodile spared no thought for strategy. If direct strikes failed, then wide area devastation would suffice. He prepared to unleash his far more potent technique, Erosion Cycle. Zhang Fei sensed the shift at once, realizing Crocodile intended to deploy a massive sandstorm or similar to the assault. He immediately dispatched He Huang and directed Pikachu. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu leapt into midair, the sky ignited with blinding lightning. A torrent of raw electricity crackled across his body, then surged forward as a luminous spear, hurtling straight toward Crocodile. As for He Huang, he needed no instruction. Sensing Zhang Fei's intent, he channeled part of the stored energy into his right fist, unleashing a beam of pure annihilation, crimson, searing, and terrifying, like the flash of a detonating bomb. The heat radiating from He Huang's fist exceeded 200 Kelvin. Were that energy forced into Crocodile's body, even his elemental form would melt, transforming him into molten glass. Of course, this world was one piece, such physics might not hold, but perhaps just this once it did. Pikachu's Thunderbolt struck Crocodile first. Electric current flooded his frame, tearing through flesh and nerves. Yet this was the One Piece world. Its denizens possessed extraordinary resilience, and Crocodile's elemental physiology drastically mitigated electrical damage. Consequently, Crocodile sustained no real injury. But he faced more than Thunderbolt alone. He Huang's energy detonation followed close behind. The moment He Huang's fist made contact, the stored energy exploded, equivalent to roughly 50 kilograms of TNT. The resulting shockwave shattered Crocodile's body into countless fragments. A miniature mushroom cloud rose silently, its radiant heat washing over the battlefield, scorching the air and searing every onlooker's skin. Zhang Fei knew such force could not kill Crocodile. As the smoke dissipated, a vast crater lay where Crocodile had stood, its edges still glowing red-hot. Yet Crocodile himself was nowhere to be seen. And Nami and the others assumed he'd perished, ready to celebrate, when the crater's sand began to stir, coalescing into a lone silhouette. It was Crocodile, pale-faced, grievously burned across his torso, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched deep into his features. Even with elemental transformation, he could not fully resist the concussive force nor the searing thermal blast. Both had struck home. Indeed, certain physical principles held true. Even here sand melts around 1650 C, while the explosion's temperature surpassed 220 K. It could wound him. Only natural-type users like Akainu Kizuru Ace or Enel possessed near-total immunity to explosive force. Most others, even among natural types, remained vulnerable. What is this? An explosion wounded me. Crocodile refused to believe it. How could mere detonation harm him? Weren't natural types impervious save to Haki and Sea Prism Stone? How then could raw explosion pierce his defenses? And behold, the consequence of ignorance. Zhang Fei scorned Crocodile without mercy. Had He Huang released even slightly more energy, you'd already be ash, elemental form or not. At the instant of your transformation, that heat would vaporize you utterly, leaving not even dust behind. Humiliated and enraged by Zhang Fei's mockery, Crocodile gnashed his teeth in fury. Pikachu, return to me now. Pikachu ignored Crocodile's wrath. Zhang Fei called him back, because he sensed Luffy racing toward them at breakneck speed. There was no need to prolong the fight. Crocodile was merely a stepping stone on Luffy's path to greatness. Pikachu hesitated. His foe still stood whole, yet he obeyed without question, leaping onto Zhang Fei's shoulder and nuzzling gently against his cheek. Vivi, puzzled by Zhang Fei's sudden withdrawal, voiced her question aloud. Zhang Fei, what are you doing? Before he could answer, a tricycle burst forth, launching into the air, followed instantly by Luffy's unmistakable cry. Crocodile, I've come for you. Luffy leapt down from Smoker's beloved vehicle and landed firmly on the ground, one hand gripping his straw hat to prevent it from flying away, the other resting atop his thigh as small stones trembled and scattered beneath his feet. Daichi Koshi remarked dryly, that landing earns you precisely 0 points. He then faced Crocodile and declared his vow. Crocodile, this time I will not let you escape. Crocodile instantly felt immense pressure. Of all times, these two vexing figures had reappeared, greatly complicating his quest to seize the Poneglyph. Straw Hat, I hadn't expected you to arrive so swiftly. Smoker finally brought his cherished vehicle to a halt, but his complexion appeared pale and drained, as though he'd just endured an overwhelming ordeal. What's happened to Smoker? Zhang Fei murmured inwardly upon seeing Smoker's haggard, weakened state, wondering what transpired between them. After a brief recovery, Smoker's color gradually returned. Determined to shed the stigma of frailty, he pushed himself to the very brink of exhaustion, nearly draining every ounce of his strength. Drawing his jit, he resolved to apprehend Crocodile here and now. He keenly recognized this was the royal capital. Should Crocodile evade capture swiftly, the devastation inflicted upon the kingdom of Alabasta would be catastrophic. Thus speed was imperative. Surrender now, Crocodile. Observing Smoker's unwavering resolve, Crocodile's expression hardened. A desperate urge to flee surged within him. Yet if all three attacked in unison, defeat was inevitable. And yet escape meant forfeiting the Poneglyph that chronicled the ancient weapon Pluton. He stood paralyzed by indecision. The Smoke Man is mine, he growled, irritated anew as Smoker interfered once more. This time he vowed such interference would not be tolerated. This matter falls to the Marines, not to a pirate like you. Smoker had long resented Luffy, and this was unquestionably Navy business, not one for pirates to meddle in. Watching their sharp antagonism unfold, Crocodile sensed a sliver of opportunity, especially since Zhang Fei showed no sign of engaging. His pursuit of the Poneglyph still held promise. What are you waiting for? Defeat him now. Nami urged Luffy, impatiently eager for victory so she could play with Pikachu. Chopper sighed inwardly. So, I truly misjudged things, didn't I? Stop dawdling. I'm still waiting for the snake talisman. Strike him down at once. Sanji's composure shattered as he watched them linger. His voice sharpened with agitation. Usopp shook his head in dismay. Sanji's beyond saving. Just wait for the end. Luffy, go ahead. I'll handle Smoker. Zhang Fei refused to let Smoker intervene further. After all, Luffy still needed to grow. Reassured by Zhang Fei's pledge, Luffy's spirit blazed anew. His earlier battle had left him unsatisfied, but now unburdened by Smoker's presence, he would unleash his full power. I leave him to you, Zhang Fei. Crocodile, I'm coming for you. I'll send you flying. Smoker frowned deeply. The Straw Hat possessed no Haki, and with no water source nearby, how could he possibly overcome Crocodile? Was he merely marching towards certain death? Just as Smoker prepared to disregard Zhang Fei's words and strike Crocodile directly, Zhang Fei materialized before him, arm outstretched, blocking his path. Zhang Fei, what do you think you're doing? The Straw Hat stands no chance against Crocodile. Do you wish for him to die? Rest easy. Our captain won't fall so easily. If he were to perish now, it would only prove he lacks the worthiness to ascend the Pirate King's throne. Zhang Fei smiled faintly, snapped his fingers, and summoned rain from the heavens. Instantly dark clouds gathered, the sky darkened, and torrents poured forth. It's raining. Smoker's pupils contracted in disbelief. Rain had begun the moment Zhang Fei spoke. Could the Straw Hat truly be heaven's chosen one? Destined to become Pirate King, even the heavens seemed to rally behind him. as they had in Town. Unbeknownst to Smoker, this was no divine intervention, merely Zhang Fei's mastery over wind and rain. Thanks, Zhang Fei. As the rain kissed his skin, Luffy instantly knew Zhang Fei had granted him this advantage, and he offered his quiet gratitude. Crocodile's expression grew increasingly grim, then strained. The fragile hope that had flickered moments ago was now utterly extinguished. Not a single thread of victory remained. He resolved to flee. Bitter as it was, there was no alternative. In his heart, Zhang Fei had become the man he most despised. Luffy would not permit Crocodile's escape again. With a thunderous rubber pistol, he launched his fist, fully prepared, determined not to suffer the same fate as before. Crocodile reacted instantly, his arm dissolving into a swirling sand shield. Yet rain saturated the granules, turning them heavy and viscous, rendering his defense sluggish and unstable. Luffy's fist plunged forward with unstoppable momentum, shattering the sand barrier and striking Crocodile squarely across the jaw, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Brilliant! Nami cheered as Crocodile flew backward. Seeing Luffy gain the upper hand, she smiled and turned to Smoker. It seems you're no longer needed here, Smoker. Perhaps you'd better lead your Marines to clean up the 7 warlords' mess. Humph. Smoker scoffed coldly, offering no reply. After all, the chaos stemmed from the warlords themselves, and since they fell under Marine jurisdiction, he had no grounds to protest. Yet Zhang Fei's tone rankled him deeply, making him feel like little more than a menial cleanup crew. Had he possessed the strength, he'd have fought him on the spot. No, rather he withheld his wrath solely out of gratitude for their aid to Alabasta. Seeing Smoker withdraw, Zhang Fei made no further move to impede him. With celestial advantage on his side, Luffy faced Crocodile without strain, while the rain severely curtailed Crocodile's abilities. Damn it! Why now, of all times, must it rain? His strength was utterly suppressed, leaving him helpless as the Straw Hat grew ever more ferocious, leaving him no room to counterattack. He had to escape, immediately. Once healed, he would return for vengeance. Thus Crocodile turned his gaze upon Vivi. If he could capture her, and threaten to harm her unless they let him go, he would finally be free from this predicament. Unaware that she had become the target, Vivi watched Luffy's battle with great interest. Every punch Luffy threw filled her heart with growing exhilaration. Crocodile exploited Luffy's attacks to draw closer to Vivi. Sensing the moment was right, he elementized his left arm into a golden hook, striking directly toward her. No, Vivi is in danger. Luffy finally understood Crocodile's scheme. Vivi had been his target all along. It was his own carelessness that had allowed this to happen. He tried to intervene, but it was already too late. The golden hook enlarged in Vivi's pupils as terror spread across her face. She attempted to dodge, but the hook was already grazed her neck. There was no time to react. At that critical moment, an invisible barrier materialized before Vivi, repelling the golden hook. It was the work of the Black Emperor, who had not returned to Zhang Fei's body, but instead stood guard beside Vivi to prevent any mishap. What? Crocodile stared in disbelief at the scene before him. In his moment of distraction, Luffy's foot came thrusting toward his abdomen. The tremendous impact sent Crocodile flying, blood spattering from his mouth. Boom! He crashed into a nearby building. Luffy was now consumed by rage. He never imagined Crocodile would stoop so low as to use Vivi as a human shield. This was utterly unforgivable. Vivi, are you alright? Nami anxiously examined Vivi, checking for any signs of injury. I'm fine, Nami. Don't worry about me. Zhang Fei saved me just now. Thank you, Zhang Fei. Still shaken, Vivi breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head. She knew Zhang Fei had protected her, so she turned to express her gratitude. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, Crocodile won't lay a single finger on you. Zhang Fei glanced at Vivi, then turned his gaze toward the airborne Crocodile, stating this as a matter of course. Hearing Zhang Fei's words, warmth blossomed in Vivi's heart, radiating through every fiber of her being. Her eyes softened with tenderness as she responded weakly to him. At this moment, Nami also noticed something amiss. The way Vivi looked at Zhang Fei seemed to carry a different kind of affection, much like her own feelings. A troubling premonition stirred within her. Could it be that Vivi had also fallen for Zhang Fei? She bit her lip, wanting to ask, but held back her words. She could only wait until after Luffy dealt with Crocodile to confirm with Vivi. If it were true, then how should she face her? This question plagued her thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Robin, who had been observing from the sidelines, understood everything most clearly. She gave Zhang Fei a faint smile and remarked, "It seems our Mr. Zhang Fei is quite remarkable, isn't he? That goes without saying. It's only natural that I would be popular with girls, right?" Zhang Fei failed to realize that Robin was referring to Nami and the others. Believing Robin was complimenting him on his heroic rescue earlier, he didn't think much of it. "Is that so? Then would you say I have a chance if I pursued you?" Robin flashed a charming smile as she posed the question to Zhang Fei, her words carrying a hint of teasing. Upon hearing Robin's shameless words, Nami immediately flew into a rage. She was still making advances on Zhang Fei. This showed absolutely no regard for her presence. How infuriating. However, they seemed to be waiting for Zhang Fei's response, secretly hoping in their hearts that he would reject Robin. Sanji was extremely envious of Zhang Fei. When would he ever be able to command such attention from women? His heart ached with longing. Facing Robin's teasing, he wanted to retaliate with his own witty remarks, but unfortunately, he was no match for her. All he could do was give her an equivocal answer and shrug with a nonchalant attitude. "Then that's up to you to decide. Is that so? You're quite clever, Mr. Zhang Fei. Robin also caught Zhang Fei's meaning. He wanted to respond to her advances, but was afraid to commit, which was why he gave such a wishy-washy answer. She then turned to look at Nami and the others, only to find them wearing expressions that seemed rather crestfallen. Nami quickly pulled herself together. No, she had to make her move on Zhang Fei as soon as possible. There were already 2 scheming women eyeing Zhang Fei. If she didn't act first, things would take a turn for the worse. Although Zhang Fei's words hadn't contained any refusal, Vivi had noticed his demeanor. He didn't seem particularly pleased. But what did that have to do with her? She couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Luffy is still fighting. Do you all really need to flirt at a time like this? Usopp couldn't bear to watch any longer and chimed in. Don't worry, Luffy will definitely defeat Crocodile. Though the battle between Luffy and his opponent was fierce, facing a crocodile who had been severely nerfed, there was no reason for Luffy to lose. Since there's nothing urgent going on, how about we play some mahjong? As for the duty of standing guard, they could leave it to the Black Emperor. Besides, the Divine Hand card he had drawn had never been used, as if the stabilizing force of the East Sea had grown rusty from disuse. It would be a shame not to take it out for a spin. Mahjong. What's that? Chopper had never heard of such a thing. Mahjong is a 4-player game. Both men and women can play. Zhang Fei gave a brief explanation. Since there was nothing else to do, and the rain was expected to last another hour anyway. Sanji pondered what a 4-player game meant, then looked at the 3 girls who seemed taken with Zhang Fei. 3 girls. He glanced at Zhang Fei, 1 man and 3 women, making exactly 4 players. How thrilling that would be. He wanted in on this too. Tears of envy streamed down his face. Sanji, why are you crying? Did your wound reopen? Let me take a look. Chopper noticed Sanji's tears and assumed his injury had worsened. He moved to unwrap the bandages to examine him. No, those are tears of envy. Sanji explained between sobs. Usopp saw Sanji's peculiar behavior and immediately understood. He must be thinking something ridiculous again. There was no saving this guy. Oh, I see. Zhang Fei then produced a golden mahjong table and tiles, setting them before everyone. Upon seeing the gold, Nami had become somewhat desensitized. Her emotions no longer surged like they used to. Will Luffy be okay? When Vivi saw Zhang Fei pull out the mahjong table, she couldn't help but worry whether Luffy would be alright fighting alone. Don't worry, Luffy can definitely beat him. By the way, how do you play this? Nami picked up one of the tiles, intrigued by mahjong, and inquired about the rules. Zhang Fei then explained the game to them. Who would have thought my abilities would still have a place to be useful? The system within Zhang Fei's body let out a sentimental sigh. Ko Sha slowly raised his head, facing the rain and letting it wash over him. 3 years, 3 whole years, they had not touched rain. As if it could cleanse the sins from his body, he savored it, weeping tears of joy. Great, it's raining, finally raining. Yes, it's really wonderful. For this timely rain, Cobra was deeply moved, tears welling up. Alabaster finally had rain. Not only the rebel army, but also the royal army rejoiced, turning swords into plowshares, joyfully experiencing the long-awaited rain, bringing new life to the parched earth. As for Zhang Fei, just as Sanji had imagined, 3 women and 1 man were happily playing mahjong. Zhang Fei, blessed with the hand of a god, had no possibility of losing. On the contrary, Nami lost the most, pouting in anger, her eyes full of resentment towards Zhang Fei. He didn't even go easy on her. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Luffy was still engaged in a grueling battle. Smoker had never seen such a bizarre pirate crew. He felt speechless. The captain was still fighting, yet they were acting like tourists, completely unconcerned that Straw Hat might lose. However, this Zhang Fei was truly wealthy. Even the mahjong tiles were made of gold. Hearing them call out Peng and Chi, Smoker grew curious about this unknown game and stood behind Nami, secretly watching them play. Over time, he learned the rules. Seeing Nami's terrible hand, Smoker felt eager and began giving her advice. How can you discard a 3 bamboo? You should play the 9-1. There are already 2 9-1 on the table. Zhang Fei was also surprised. Smoker seemed to be getting hooked on mahjong. Nami felt irritated. She had already lost enough, and he kept chattering in her ear. Did he even want her to play? She shouted angrily. If you're so good, you play. Fine, I will. Smoker waved his hand with the air of a gambling god and took Nami's tiles. I'll see how well you play, Nami thought, indignantly forgetting that he was a marine. If Sengoku saw marines and pirates happily playing mahjong together, he would surely faint from anger. He had expected Smoker to dominate, but instead Zhang Fei crushed him completely, making him lose a large sum of money. What lousy luck. It must be the feng shui. He demanded to switch seats with Zhang Fei. I want to switch seats with you. Seeing Smoker storming off, clearly, he was getting carried away. If Sengoku found out that he had led his marine astray, would he come to settle the score? Thinking about it, it was quite possible, since he had high expectations for Smoker. As for switching seats, Zhang Fei had no intention of refusing. After all, with his godly hand, how could he lose? He just wondered if he could beat the system. The system had been watching all along. After all, it was the mahjong system. Now that its host was finally using its primary skill, it naturally had to show support. However, it sensed Zhang Fei's intention. Beat me with my own skill. Do you think that's possible? After all, I am the renowned mahjong system in the system world. Plus, with the permissions I gained from the gambling god earlier, my power has grown even stronger. Now I am even more invincible. Even Miyamoto would have to take a detour when seeing me. Smoker was truly a bad player with a strong addiction. He lost so much that he became dazed. Even after switching seats, he still lost. What was going on? This wasn't scientific. Princess Vivi and Nico Robin managed to win a round or two, but he kept losing big. No, I've already lost hundreds of thousands of berries. I can't lose anymore. I refuse to believe I can't beat two women. Although Zhang Fei enjoyed crushing noobs, playing for long became somewhat boring. After all, being too invincible with no worthy opponent was a kind of invincible sadness. Better find a chance to spar with the system. System, you're really stubborn. You can't even beat me at poker, yet you want to play mahjong with me. You're getting overconfident. Straw Hat, why are you stopping me? Is it for money, power, or fame? At that moment, Crocodile was covered in blood. He was no match for Luffy now, and instead questioned him why they had repeatedly obstructed him. For my crew and for Vivi's beloved country, Luffy replied calmly to Crocodile. However, Crocodile did not believe Luffy's words at all. How could there be such a fool in the world? He thought it was just an excuse to fob him off. Are you kidding me? If it weren't for you, this country would have been mine long ago. That's why we came to stop you. So that Vivi won't cry anymore for the peace of Alabasta, for the efforts of Old Man Toto. That's why we're here to defeat you. Luffy's gaze was firm as he stated his resolve, but Crocodile still didn't believe it. Pirates were not so noble. Pirates should be selfish and stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Stop joking around. Now that they're not interfering this time, I will definitely kill you. He drew his golden hook, revealing the poison needle coated with venom, clearly intending to kill Luffy. Is that so? Then I will definitely defeat you. Luffy remained unconcerned. He could not let down the expectations Zhang Fei and the others had for him. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy's right fist shot out, but Crocodile raised his poison needle and stabbed toward Luffy's arm. If he got poisoned, he could kill Luffy. However, Luffy's reaction speed was extremely fast. He quickly shook his arm, creating an arc, so the poison needle stabbed into the ground, failing to harm him. The moment the needle missed, Crocodile used Desert Saber, but wet from the rain, its power decreased, and its speed was not as fast as before. Luffy withdrew his arm, launched himself forward, and arrived in front of Crocodile. He swept his leg, but Crocodile evaded by turning into sand, then extended his right hand to grab Luffy, activating Desert Prison to drain the moisture from Luffy's body. But Luffy wouldn't give Crocodile the chance to touch him. He turned sharply mid-air, making Crocodile grab at nothing. Luffy used the remaining momentum, shifted the force to his left leg, and kicked toward Crocodile's neck, but it was futile. The moment the poison needle was pulled out, Crocodile slashed upward. Just as the sharp needle was about to pierce him, Luffy immediately stretched his arms to grab the building behind Crocodile. Using the rubber spring force, he brought his feet together and kicked Crocodile's chest like a charged spear. Crack! Crocodile's chest caved in, his ribs fractured, his face grimacing as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a cannonball. Boom! He crashed through several buildings in succession, rain and blood intermingling. Clenching his teeth against the unbearable pain, the ferocity in his eyes seemed undiminished, even intensifying. That said, he hadn't suffered such severe injuries in a long time, and the situation was extremely unfavorable for him. He dared not use his ability lightly, for once the surrounding buildings turned to sand and lost shelter from the rain, he would be doomed. He slowly stood up and launched an attack simultaneously with Luffy. Crocodile, severely weakened, was no match for Luffy. In the instant of their clash, Luffy grabbed the poison needle on Crocodile's left hand with one hand, then kicked him in the neck. This caused Crocodile to lose balance instantly, his body tilting to the ground. He rolled several times. Luffy used the recoil to flip in the air and land steadily. Then pushing off with his feet, his body shot up like a rocket, clenching his fist and driving it toward Crocodile. Just as he raised his head, he saw Luffy attacking. Enduring the pain in his body, he narrowly dodged the punch. Then he slapped the ground with his right hand, using the ability of the Suna no Mi, to turn the ground into sand and conjured dozens of sand spikes, thrusting fiercely toward Luffy's position. The moment the ground turned to sand, Luffy sensed danger. His instincts kept warning him, so he quickly leaped out of the sandified area. But he was still pierced by the sand spikes, though the wounds were not fatal. Luffy did not cry out in pain. Instead, he took a sharp breath and endured the pain. Blood flowed down from the wounds. He clenched his left fist tightly, using the elasticity of rubber to increase the power of his punch, and struck Crocodile's head. Crocodile's mind went blank for a moment, followed by excruciating pain. His body bounced on the ground like a skipping stone, then fell motionless. At the same time, the sand spikes dissolved. Luffy finally freed himself from the bindings, exhaled slowly, and readjusted his battle stance. He didn't know if Crocodile lying on the ground was unconscious, so he remained cautious. Crocodile's head was buzzing. He looked at the ceiling, his vision blurry. The pain in his body and the wounds to his soul kept him awake. He struggled to stand up, a stubborn smile on his face, though it looked sinister. Straw Hat, I won't lose. I will obtain Pluton and become the strongest on the sea. It's precisely because you want Pluton that Vivi has suffered so much and the kingdom of Alabasta has fallen into chaos. For Vivi Sake, no matter what, I will stop you. Luffy declared his determination with righteous indignation. No matter what, he would defeat him. Is that so? Then you can try. If it weren't for this rain, the loser would have been you. Crocodile was disdainful. If not for the fact that he was severely injured and this heavy rain, he wouldn't be so passive. Otherwise, how could you have hurt me? Desert Spada. He formed his 5 fingers into claws. The sand blades on his fingers detached with a wave of his hand, quickly growing into 5 large sand blades that flew toward Luffy. Seeing the all-or-nothing Desert Spada, Luffy showed no sign of panic. He calmly lowered his center of gravity, intending to withstand the attack. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. Countless fists met the 5 sand blades. With each punch, the power of the sand blades diminished until they scattered. Crocodile frowned and quickly approached Luffy, thrusting the poison needle toward Luffy's chest. Once the Straw Hat was poisoned, he only had to wait for the poison to take effect, and he would be dead. The sense of danger sounded again. His fists just retracted were too late to counterattack. He could only dodge. But Crocodile's poison needle was already there. Luffy twisted his body forcefully to evade the needle. However, the poison needle still grazed Luffy's shoulder, and the toxin seeped into his body. Crocodile's eyes lit up instantly. He was about to create distance when Luffy, using the properties of rubber, performed a movement impossible for an ordinary person. He twisted his waist, and with the momentum kicked Crocodile in the abdomen, sending him staggering back several meters. Holding his abdomen, Crocodile then laughed loudly, mocking the poisoned Luffy. Now you're poisoned. Once the toxin takes effect, you'll be dead. Oomph. Luffy snorted, disdainfully glanced at the wound on his shoulder, and thought it was no big deal. Then I'll just defeat you before the poison takes effect. Seeing Luffy's audacity, Crocodile thought it impossible. He just needed to stall Luffy. The poison on the needle was deadly, no one could withstand it. Then I'll see how you plan to defeat me. He enlarged his arm into a crescent-shaped sand blade and charged at Luffy. Once struck by the sand blade, all moisture would be drained, leaving him as a dried-up mummy. Luffy, unlike in the original story, didn't get drained of moisture and become a mummy, but he could sense that this sand blade was not to be trifled with. He leaped directly into the air, dodging the attack, and above Crocodile extended his arms, grabbing Crocodile's shoulders. Spinning his body like a windmill, he flung Crocodile away with force. Boom. Crocodile was directly flung out of the building like a drenched dog, utterly humiliated. He thought to himself, this is bad. Now I'm bathed in the rain, which undoubtedly increases the risk of failure. I must go back. By now Luffy had already charged out. Crocodile was forced to unleash a more powerful Sables. However, affected by the rain, its power was greatly diminished. The stubborn Luffy charged straight into the storm mixed with sand and water. Since he said he would defeat Crocodile before the poison took effect, he was determined to do so. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. Crocodile wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Luffy was too close, there was no way to evade. He could only let the rain of fists hit him relentlessly. Zhang Fei noticed the battle unfolding on Luffy's side. It seemed to have paused, most likely because Crocodile had been defeated by Luffy. Turning his head, he addressed Chopper with a word of caution. Chopper, Luffy should be finishing up over there. Come with me to check on him. Meanwhile, Nami took over his seat. Upon hearing that Luffy had completed his task, Sanji's face lit up with excitement. He clenched his fists, trembling with joy. Finally, he could use the snake talisman. Chopper nodded and followed behind Zhang Fei. As for Vivi and the others' safety, he was not overly concerned since Sanji and Smoker were still there. With them around, their safety should be no issue. However, Vivi stepped forward, intending to accompany Zhang Fei. She wanted to see the defeated Crocodile with her own eyes. I'll go with you. Seeing her resolute expression, Zhang Fei found no objection and agreed. With Vivi's departure, the mahjong game could no longer continue, and they had to end it regretfully. Smoker, however, stared at the mahjong table reluctantly, as if saying, I haven't won back my losses yet. But recalling that he still had to arrest Crocodile, he steeled his resolve and followed Zhang Fei and the others. I'll come too. After all, Crocodile has violated marine regulations. I must take him back to headquarters and hand him over to the fleet admiral for judgment. Smoker bit down on his cigar. At the same time, he worried that Princess Vivi might be blinded by rage and take matters into her own hands, since Alabasta's current predicament was entirely Crocodile's doing. Since that's the case, we'll all go together. Since they couldn't play anymore anyway, Zhang Fei simply put away the mahjong table and led everyone along. That's fine. Nami agreed with Zhang Fei's words. After all, Luffy's battle was quite intense, and it felt somewhat improper to be playing mahjong on the side. A pang of conscience troubled her. Thus Zhang Fei became the guide. Fortunately, they were not far from Luffy. After a 2-minute walk, they saw Crocodile battered and unconscious. Luffy, thank you so much. With Crocodile's fall, the years of pent-up grievances in Vivi's heart finally released. She bit her lip, tears streaming from her eyes, her gaze filled with gratitude. Luffy had fulfilled his promise to her. Bloodied all over, Luffy gave Vivi a thumbs up and grinned. Don't mention it. He did not say that Vivi was a comrade because there were Marines present. He could not push Vivi into opposition with the Navy. Well done. The king has prepared a grand feast. Zhang Fei praised Luffy. Upon hearing about the feast, Luffy swallowed his saliva and eagerly asked, Where is it? I'll head over right now. But Chopper was displeased. You're injured. You should treat your wounds first before thinking about eating. Chopper asked Zhang Fei for the medical kit and began treating Luffy's wounds. Luffy, you're hurt. Let me take care of that first so the wounds don't get worse. Hee, I'll leave it to you, Chopper. Oh, by the way, I think I've been poisoned. Luffy scratched the back of his head, sheepishly recalling the poisoning. The toxin was already taking effect, and his body throbbed with pain. What? You're poisoned too? Then let's go inside quickly. I'll treat you right away. Chopper looked at Luffy incredulously. How could you be so energetic and lively while poisoned? How did you manage that? Truly only Luffy could chat leisurely while poisoned. By the way, Smoker Crocodile is for the Marines to handle. Also, his subordinates outside are your responsibility as well. Zhang Fei patted Smoker on the shoulder, as if assigning tasks to a subordinate. This made Smoker grind his teeth in frustration. On top of that, he had lost a huge sum of berries to Zhang Fei, which only deepened his gloom. He wanted to argue, but Zhang Fei continued. Don't refuse. After all, he's one of your Navy's men. If you don't clean up this mess, who will? These words silenced Smoker. Zhang Fei was right. The mess had to be handled by the Marines. Otherwise, Zhang Fei would surely spread the Navy's glorious deeds, and since he was in Alabasta, if he didn't deal with it, Sengoku would give him a severe scolding. Thus Smoker's face darkened, as if someone owed him money and refused to pay. He began dealing with Crocodile's matter and planned to rendezvous with his subordinates. I didn't expect you to dare order the Marines around. I underestimated you, Robin said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. She hadn't anticipated that Zhang Fei, a pirate himself, would command the Navy. Surprising indeed. There are many things you underestimate. Zhang Fei shrugged nonchalantly. After all, the Navy was the one at a loss here, and they had the upper hand. He wasn't afraid of the Navy causing trouble. If they did, he could always provide some juicy news to Morgans, who would surely be interested in this story. Is that so? Robin's eyebrows rose slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of seduction. Coupled with her dark-skinned beauty, it was easy for any man to fall under her spell. Even Zhang Fei was no exception. His heart trembled briefly, but he quickly regained his composure. He felt that Robin was deliberately teasing him like a cat playing with a mouse. Yet he could do nothing about it. He let it go. In the past, he had teased Nami, now it was Robin teasing him. Truly, fortunes had reversed. Seeing Zhang Fei's silence, Robin knew he had surrendered once more. She found it amusing. Moreover, Zhang Fei had two women in his life. Whenever she teased him, the two would inevitably become jealous, and their reactions were quite entertaining. If Zhang Fei knew Robin's thoughts, he would surely have a few words to say to her. As for the grand feast prepared by Cobra, Zhang Fei did not invite Smoker. After all, they were pirates, and with reporters lurking in the shadows, if they were discovered, the news would be twisted. It would definitely put Smoker in a bad light, and might even land him in Impel Down. So it was better to keep a distance from him. As for Vivi, there was little concern. In the eyes of outsiders, she had been captured by pirates, so there was no fear of her being accused of colluding with them. At last, Alabasta had weathered the storm. Rainbows arched across the sky as if celebrating the kingdom's rebirth. Now Luffy sat before the dining table, eagerly awaiting the feast. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as he drummed his hands on the table, shouting excitedly. Feast! 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 Nami couldn't stand it, and scolded, Luffy, can you be quiet? But this is a royal feast. Luffy pouted, dissatisfied with Nami's words, but dared not speak too loudly, mumbling hesitantly. Never mind, he did defeat Crocodile after all. Hunger is only natural. Zhang Fei rarely spoke up in Luffy's defense. Seeing even Zhang Fei vouch for Luffy, he felt it unseemly to criticize him further. Truth be told, Zhang Fei had contributed the most, though he'd never voiced it aloud. Then let it be. Zhang Fei turned away, only to find Sanji stammering awkwardly, his eyes gleaming with quiet longing, leaving Zhang Fei utterly baffled. Constipated, he asked aloud. Sanji, what's wrong? Well, you promised me the snake talisman. Sanji had hoped to avoid asking outright, fearing Zhang Fei would refuse, hence his hesitant demeanor. Zhang Fei finally understood. Yet both the snake and pig talismans rested with Vivi, who wasn't present. After brief reflection, he recalled them into his own body. The pig talisman was already destined as a welcome gift for Robin, the snake talisman versatile and still vital to his own use. He remanifested both talismans and tossed the snake talisman to Sanji. Here, yours for 1 hour only. What? Sanji stared in disbelief. Are you deliberately favoring me? Why do Usopp and the others face no time limit? Yet mine is strictly 1 hour. Are you implying I'm intentionally biased? I am a gentleman. I'd never misuse it. His protest held no weight. The crew collectively rolled their eyes, leaving him to ponder his own folly. At the threat of withdrawal, Sanji relented instantly. No, 1 hour is more than enough. He bolted without another word. Time was precious, paradise awaited. Beyond redemption. Utterly beyond redemption. Decide now, take it or lose it. Zhang Fei offered no further debate, only quiet, unyielding ultimatum. Her voice was light, teasing as she turned the talisman over in her hands. So, is this our betrothal pledge? Nami bristled, glaring daggers at Robin. There she goes again. But why had Zhang Fei given her the pig talisman? Was it truly what Robin claimed? A declaration of love? A cold dread seized Nami as if plunged into icy depths. They'd already been intimate. She opened her mouth, then gathered her courage to demand an explanation. Zhang Fei, why give her the pig talisman? Why did you hand her the pig talisman? Her tone carried unmistakable suspicion. The pig talisman. Its power suited Robin perfectly. It fired limitless range thermal laser beams. Zhang Fei succinctly explained his reasoning. The pig talisman synergized flawlessly with Robin's flower fruit. He elaborated on its capabilities, underscoring its tactical brilliance. Robin's eyes widened. Imagine conjuring millions of eyes via her fruit's power. Alone she could stand against an entire nation. Yet such a priceless artifact, given freely to her. Could he truly trust her not to betray the Straw Hat Pirates? After all, she was Nico Robin, the Devil's Child. You entrust me with something so precious. Aren't you afraid I'll abandon you? It's merely a talisman. And you're our comrade. I have no reason to doubt you. Zhang Fei met her gaze steadily. Truth be told, the pig talisman held little value for him. Its utility paled beside Robin's potential. Empowering her meant strengthening the crew and safeguarding himself. Outwardly composed, Robin betrayed nothing, but inwardly warmth bloomed. This, she realized, was the quiet, radiant weight of being trusted. How delightful. You truly are irresistible. With a luminous smile, she kissed the talisman gently before tucking it away, her eyes shimmering with quiet promise. Nami's fury reignited. Robin's every gesture felt like deliberate provocation. No, she must seize control. She slid beside Zhang Fei, pressing so close their shoulders nearly touched. See, I arrived first, and she laced her fingers tightly through his left hand. Zhang Fei hadn't expected such boldness from Nami. Robin's subtle nudge had proven remarkably effective. Her delicate scent brushed his senses, intoxicating yet tender. When he glanced at her, her cheeks burned crimson, ears flushed. She'd summoned extraordinary courage just to utter those words. In that moment, Nami seemed almost childlike, possessive, fiercely protective of what she deemed hers. And strangely, he found it endearing, not irritating, but charming. Robin smiled faintly, enigmatic, edged with mischief. So what if you sat first? We've already shared intimacy. And you? Nami froze speechless, then shot Zhang Fei a wounded, accusatory glance. This is all your fault. Yet she rallied swiftly. Not yet, but next time it will be me. Oh, how thrilling. Thankfully Sanji was absent. His envy would have been lethal. Zhang Fei couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. His innate, divine weapon, the sea-securing iron staff, had remained unsheathed since birth, gathering rust from disuse. Soon he'd draw it forth, just for show. And being adored by women. Truly exquisite. He knew Robin's affection was feigned, yet the sensation was unlike anything he'd ever known. On Earth, romance had been impossible, every day shadowed by fear his father's enemies might strike at any moment. Now he was free, unburdened, unrestrained. He could live as he chose. Oh, then I'll visit him tonight. Robin continued, teasing Nami, delighting in their tension. Impossible. I'll guard you myself tonight. Nami refused to yield. I'll watch you all night, and extinguish that hope once and for all. His quiet anticipation vanished. So, Nami wouldn't be joining him after all. No chance now. At this moment, Vivian, who had dressed up meticulously, stepped into the grand hall. Just as she was about to greet Zhang Fei, she noticed how intimate they were being with each other. The light in her eyes instantly dimmed, as if the world had suddenly gone dark. Her heart felt as though it had stopped beating, an unbearable ache spreading through her chest. However, on the surface, she managed to compose herself and greeted everyone with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Vivian, you've arrived. Luffy's mood was quite pleasant, so when he saw Vivian, he greeted her warmly. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Vivian, who appeared very elegant and refined, carrying an air of gentle nobility. Vivian, you look absolutely beautiful today. Indeed, clothes make the man and gold adorns the Buddha. Zhang Fei couldn't help but offer his praise. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's compliment, Vivian smiled gracefully, and the cold emptiness in her heart gained a touch of warmth. Shortly after, Nebra appeared as well, followed by numerous servers carrying dishes. Upon seeing these delicacies, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and saliva began to pool in his mouth. Apologies for being late. Nebra first expressed his regret being unable to come earlier to thank them for their kindness in saving Alabasta. He waved his hand, signaling the servers behind him to begin serving the dishes immediately. The moment the delicacies were placed on the table, Luffy snatched an entire plate away, leaving nothing for anyone else. Hey, you jerk, that was mine. Facing the fact that his dish had been stolen by Luffy, Usopp expressed his indignation and complained loudly. Don't worry, there's more. Witnessing the scene, Nebra couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of his heart. No need to rush, there's plenty. Eat as much as you like. Furthermore, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Had it not been for your efforts, Alabasta might have fallen into Crocodile's hands. He then bowed deeply to everyone, expressing his profound appreciation. No need to stand on ceremony. Your Majesty, do you have time now? I would like to go see the Poneglyph right away. Now that Morgans had exposed this scandal to the world, the Marines and world government were probably beside themselves with rage. They might even send Marines after them at any moment. It would be best to examine the Poneglyph as soon as possible. The moment Robin heard about the Poneglyph, her eyes lit up just as Luffy's did when he saw food. Nebra agreed without hesitation. Certainly, please follow me. Robin, let's go together. Zhang Fei took the opportunity to invite Robin to come along, since he couldn't read the Poneglyph himself. I'm going too. Seeing that Luffy and Robin were about to go off alone together, she couldn't stand by and do nothing. She absolutely could not let their relationship progress any further, so she volunteered herself. Zhang Fei understood Nami's intentions and had no intention of stopping her. Then let's all go together. Vivian, I'll leave this place in your care. Nebra entrusted Vivian with taking care of them. Understood, father. Rest assured, go ahead. I'll take good care of them, Vivian assured him. After all, they were guests here, so naturally someone needed to look after Luffy and the others. Along the way, Nami hooked her arm through Zhang Fei's and pressed it against her chest, their posture resembling that of lovers deep in their honeymoon phase. Robin naturally understood what Nami was trying to convey, having been watched intently by her the entire way. Robin could only force a bitter smile. They arrived at the royal tomb. Nebra opened a secret passage, and the concealed pathway leading to the Poneglyph appeared before everyone. The Poneglyph lies below. Please follow me inside. Zhang Fei walked in silence behind Nibra. What came into view was a square-shaped stone, and that was the poneglyph recording the history of the blank period. Is this the poneglyph? It was Nami's first time seeing a poneglyph, so she felt quite curious. Looking at the characters inscribed upon it, she found that she couldn't understand a single word. Robin, however, walked forward and gently stroked the carved characters on the poneglyph. In her eyes, there seemed to be a hint of nostalgia. What does it record? Nibra was also curious about what was recorded on it, so he asked Robin what it contained. Robin carefully examined the inscriptions, then recited them word by word. Koshara conquered Alabasta in celestial year 239. Zhang Fei could tell that there was no information about Pluton recorded here. However, he refused to believe it. He thought Robin must have concealed the information about Pluton. Nibra's ancestors were one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 800 years ago, yet they did not move to Mariawa, but instead came to Alabasta. This could only mean one thing. They had come to guard Pluton. As for why Robin didn't mention it, she must have known the dangers of Pluton, so she chose not to speak of it. It wasn't because she didn't trust them. It was because she feared that Pluton would be seized by the world government. Is there nothing about Pluton written on it? Nibra seemed somewhat incredulous. After all, Crocodile had come for Pluton. There is not. Robin firmly shook her head as she stated. Is that so? That was good. In that case, Alabasta would never again have to worry about anyone coveting Pluton. Zhang Fei did not share his speculation either. After all, the less one knows, the safer one remains. Moreover, although he didn't care about something like Pluton, there were plenty of people who did. If certain individuals discovered that Alabasta truly possessed Pluton, wouldn't Alabasta be plunged into yet another crisis? It was better not to say anything. Although there's no mention of Pluton here, I still suggest that we not let anyone discover the existence of this poneglyph. The best solution would be to bury this place with sand and block up the secret passage. Zhang Fei voiced his suggestion. He believed that this poneglyph absolutely contained information about Pluton. Otherwise, why would the Nefertari family have hidden this poneglyph away? And he didn't know whether the world government had anyone capable of deciphering it. If they found out, they would certainly come to cause trouble for Nibra. Although Nibra was somewhat puzzled, guarding the poneglyph was his sacred duty. Zhang Fei didn't need to suggest it, he would have done so anyway. Nevertheless, Zhang Fei's approach was also worth adopting, as it would better protect the poneglyph. I understand. A trace of confusion appeared in Robin's eyes. She wondered why Zhang Fei was so bent on concealing the poneglyph. Could it be that he could also read it and knew that there was information about Pluton here? Is that why he made such a move? She immediately asked. Zhang Fei, can you read the poneglyph? No. Zhang Fei stated unequivocally. However, after Robin's barrage of questions, Zhang Fei became even more certain of his speculation, that this poneglyph absolutely contained information about Pluton. Otherwise, Robin would never have asked such a question. However, Robin looked at Zhang Fei with a mixture of doubt and belief. She could tell he was telling the truth, but his actions were what perplexed her the most. Seeing the confusion in Robin's eyes, Zhang Fei roughly guessed what was going through her mind, yet he offered no further explanation. This only deepened Robin's curiosity. She wondered whether he was deceiving her, having an inexplicable feeling that he had already sensed she was hiding something about Plutus, though he had chosen not to expose it. Just as they were about to leave the royal tomb, Zhang Fei halted his steps, as if suddenly remembering something, turning to address Cobra with his thoughts. Your Majesty, have you ever contemplated withdrawing from the world government? Upon hearing this, an expression of astonishment crossed Cobra's face. How could he pose such a question? Could he be plotting something? However, he indeed harbored a genuine desire to withdraw from the world government. After all, the substantial tribute they had submitted had yielded nothing in return. Were they to exit, the consequences would prove immensely troublesome, with the constant fear that Alabasta might share the same fate as O'Hara, reduced to cannon fodder for the world government. The five elders cared nothing for whether one was a descendant of the 20 royal families. After a moment of contemplation, believing Zhang Fei and his companions could be trusted, he revealed his true sentiments. I do, but not at present. The moment these words left his lips, Zhang Fei comprehended Cobra's current predicament. Withdrawing from the world government truly was not the opportune moment. He understood only too well the world government's methods. They would stop at nothing to achieve their objectives. I understand, Your Majesty, but you could invite Morgans over and forcibly demand that the world government compensate Alabasta for all its losses. Should they refuse to compensate, simply threaten them that Alabasta will withdraw from the world government. I believe the five elders seeking to appease the situation will certainly agree to your demands. Zhang Fei also presented his strategy. Once Alabasta withdrew from the world government, it would inevitably trigger a cascade of chaos. Moreover, the 7 warlords of the sea were their creation, bearing undeniable responsibility. The five elders' objective was to preserve order upon the seas. Otherwise, why would they permit the existence of the 4 emperors in the New World? To appease the situation, the five elders would certainly yield. However, this would simultaneously heighten the danger to Cobra. Whether he dared to undertake such a course of action remained to be seen. Once he acted, he would become the first to dare extort the world government, inevitably prompting other nations to follow suit. This would impose tremendous pressure upon the world government, leaving them no leisure to cause trouble for Alabasta. As a king, how could Cobra not recognize the perilous implications within Zhang Fei's words? This was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Masterfully wielded, it would bring safety, how poorly executed it would spell doom. Yet as a ruler who cherished his people as his own flesh, he would certainly brave the risk. After all, present-day Alabasta endured dire hardship. Numerous citizens suffering from water shortages, the national treasury strained to the limit. Alabasta was in desperate need of funds. He readily agreed. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. Indeed, no less worthy of admiration than Vivi's father. This broad-mindedness was truly remarkable. He then mentioned a method for self-preservation. One more thing, Your Majesty. When you invite Morgans over, ensure he understands that should your life be threatened, he need say nothing more than to place the blame directly upon the 5 elders. In this manner they would never dare touch you. Should your life genuinely be in danger, they would bear the full blame. And do not forget Vivi. These words opened Cobra's eyes to an entirely new perspective, deepening his admiration for Zhang Fei. In this way, neither he nor Vivi need fear for their safety. They might even receive protection from the world government, for the simple reason that the latter wished to avoid taking the blame. Should some reckless pirate dare attack them, the world would inevitably point fingers at the 5 elders. This strategy was truly masterful, forcing the 5 elders onto the same line as themselves. The 5 elders, however, were left speechless, bearing a bitter taste they could not express. Simultaneously, his admiration for Zhang Fei burned ever brighter. A man of such caliber would absolutely make an excellent son-in-law. Should he ascend to the throne with his wisdom and talent, Alabasta would surely flourish and enjoy endless prosperity. No, he simply had to bring Zhang Fei and Vivi together. Observing Cobra's fervent gaze, Zhang Fei understood that there would be no obstacles. Nami, still clinging to Zhang Fei's arm, had stars twinkling in her eyes, filled with adoring admiration. She had never anticipated that Zhang Fei could be so ingenious, resolving Alabasta's predicament with such effortless mastery. She thought to herself, truly this man of mine is remarkable. Following Zhang Fei's discourse, she became certain that he had discovered her secret about hiding Plutus. Yet what puzzled her was why he had chosen not to expose her. Soon it dawned on her. Zhang Fei's earlier words to Cobra that he held no interest whatsoever in Plutus. It seemed she still did not fully understand this man. Perhaps she ought to get to know him better when the opportunity arose. Zhang Fei, do you have any opinions regarding Alabasta? Seizing this moment, Cobra wished to learn Zhang Fei's perspective on Alabasta, hoping to receive valuable suggestions. This question gave him pause. Logically speaking, Alabasta Kingdom was a coastal nation that should never lack rainfall, nor should there be any deserts. The only explanation was that in the world of pirates the conventional rules of physics simply did not apply. After some contemplation, he proceeded to answer Cobra's question. Opinions? None really. Alabasta Kingdom's surroundings are desert, and economically there is little to remark upon. It is what it is. Unless you have secured some vital resource, the only suggestion I can offer is to plant more trees. This would not only prevent wind-blown sand, but also transform the environment. Were he still in possession of chakra, that would be a different matter. He could employ wood release to help transform the landscape. Unfortunately, the chakra was single use. Once depleted, it was gone forever. Tree planting was something he had indeed considered. However, ordinary trees could not adapt to the desert environment, withering shortly after planting. Factor in the prohibitive cost of overseas transportation, and he had abandoned the idea entirely. Alas, we have attempted tree planting, but due to the desert's peculiar nature, nothing can survive. Cobra shook his head, expressing his regret. Tree planting. Zhang Fei can do it. Last time at Yuba, he conjured an entire forest. Nami, who had not spoken until now, recounted the events at Yuba. What? Zhang Fei, you truly possess the ability to create trees. Cobra exclaimed in excitement, grasping Zhang Fei's hand with fervor. Though Zhang Fei wished to push Cobra's hand away, seeing that the king's motivation was for his people, he refrained, giving a confirmatory response. I can, but it requires time. At present, I am unable to create trees. Zhang Fei spoke truthfully. Without chakra, his wood release was rendered completely useless, like scrap metal with no purpose. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Zhang Fei, stay and marry Vivi. I shall make you the king of this nation. At this moment, Cobra's face lit up with joy, and words spilled from his lips without a moment's deliberation. Moreover, he genuinely wished to bring the two of them together. Truly a man of candid and straightforward nature. What? The words echoed 3 times as the crowd gazed at Cobra in disbelief. What he had said was nothing short of shocking to everyone present. Even Zhang Fei himself found the proposition utterly inconceivable. His brow furrowed tightly as he stared at Cobra. What was he thinking? Asking him to marry Vivi. Was this even possible? Setting aside the absurdity of it all, Vivi was indeed quite the beauty, and marrying her would hardly be a terrible fate. However, Zhang Fei had absolutely no desire to become king. Such a role was far too troublesome. Besides, Vivi might not even harbor any feelings for him. Thus, he decisively refused Cobra's proposal. That won't be necessary. I have no interest in becoming king, and I intend to set sail with Luffy and the others for grand adventures. It would be best if you found a man whom Vivi truly loves. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's refusal, Nami finally felt a weight lift from her heart. How fortunate that he had said no. Had he agreed, she truly wouldn't have known what to do. After hearing Zhang Fei's dignified and principled response, Cobra mused to himself, how could I not know who my daughter has fallen for? It is plainly you, is it not? Yet within Zhang Fei's body the system rolled its eyes. The girl's own father had come to propose a marriage alliance, and still you refuse. What a disappointing host you are. If you two were to wed, I could harvest quite a substantial amount of world origin energy. The thought of world origin energy made its heart burn with fervent desire. But should I really betray Zhang Fei for the sake of world origin energy? Should I simply assign him a quest to marry Vivi? While the system found itself caught in the midst of contradiction, Cobra began to speak once more, attempting to persuade Zhang Fei. Do not worry. I believe that once Vivi hears this news, she will certainly agree. Then you may inherit my throne, and I may finally enjoy a well-deserved retirement. To speak truthfully, the king truly despised this position. Having to handle so many matters every single day, it was far more liberating to adventure alongside Luffy and the others. Free and unburdened, never needing to worry about one thing after another. I must respectfully decline, Your Majesty. In this day and age, love is a matter of personal freedom. Whoever Vivi wishes to marry should be her own choice to make. Is this really appropriate of you to propose? What you say does hold some merit. Cobra nodded, acknowledging Zhang Fei's words. Indeed, such matters ought to be discussed with Vivi herself. One must seize one's own happiness. That was the only truth that mattered. Upon seeing this, Zhang Fei breathed a sigh of relief, as did Nami. Her hands, which had been gripping her garments so tightly, finally relaxed. After all, she was no match for a kingdom's princess. Having Cobra abandon this notion was truly the best outcome. Similarly, Zhang Fei had noticed Nami's subtle movements, realizing that she genuinely cared for him. He leaned down slightly and whispered softly into Nami's ear. What is it? Are you that concerned about me? Nami could feel the warm breath beside her ear, making her heart flutter and her ears grow flush. She admitted it directly, for she understood the harsh reality of too many rivals and too few eligible men. She had to take the initiative if she wished to win Zhang Fei over. Yes, so you must not let anyone else take you away, do you understand? Zhang Fei was taken aback. The Nami before him had cheeks flushed like roses, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon his own gaze, radiating both longing and apprehension. Her fingers clutched desperately at her dress. He drew a slow breath, composing his racing heart. Looking into those eyes that watched him so devotedly, he knew she was genuine. He thought to himself with a pang of guilt, I have truly committed quite the sin. How was he supposed to respond to her at such a moment? After gathering his thoughts and finding the right words, he finally gave Nami his answer. That depends on your performance. Upon hearing these words, Nami knew that Zhang Fei still cared for her. If he didn't, he wouldn't have refused Cobra's proposal. The only remaining trouble was Robin. She had no desire to share Zhang Fei with anyone. Moreover, she wasn't entirely sure whether Vivi had developed feelings for him as well. If she did, what should she do? This plunged Nami into deep contemplation. Zhang Fei noticed her gaze growing dim and hollow, utterly perplexed by what occupied her thoughts. Gently, he poked her forehead with his index and middle fingers, signaling her to cease her restless worrying. Every oak tree must fall someday. What need is there to dwell on such things? These words snapped Nami back to clarity. Indeed, what purpose did worrying serve now? She would cross that bridge when she came to it. As long as she could keep Zhang Fei by her side, everything would work itself out. Her entire countenance brightened considerably. Seeing this, Zhang Fei knew his words had done the trick. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing their intimate closeness reminded Robin of what Zhang Fei had said to her in Rainbase. An inexplicable pang of reluctance stirred within her heart. How peculiar. Yet Cobra noticed their intimate behavior and immediately understood why Zhang Fei had refused his proposal. So that was the reason. Vivi truly had a difficult road ahead. Still, he genuinely wished for Zhang Fei to remain in Alabasta to stay by Vivi's side. With this in mind, he made a bold decision. Zhang Fei, are you concerned about the girls by your side? In that case, why not marry them all? I am no bigot. However, I have but one condition: any child of yours who carries the Nefertari bloodline must become the king. Cobra's reasoning was not without self-interest, of course. The throne must inevitably pass to his own bloodline. This was the sacred mission of his family. Upon hearing Cobra's proposal, the system experienced an enlightening revelation. How had it not thought of this itself? After all, this was the world of piracy, not some modern metropolis. As long as Zhang Fei participated in or altered the plot, world origin energy could be obtained. Such minor changes would never be detected. Why should it worry at all? Just charge forward. Right, I should just let him take them all. Tonight I'll slip something into his drink. No, wait. I am acting for Zhang Fei's lifelong happiness. What an exceptional system I truly am. But before I drug him, I should return to the system realm first and consult the harem system about managing multiple partners without causing conflict. The world origin energy is mine for the taking. That is my declaration, and not even Jesus himself could stop me. With that, the system hastened back to the system realm without so much as a farewell. What the hell? Zhang Fei was rendered utterly speechless by Cobra's words, struck dumb as if by lightning. Was this really Vivi's father? Was he really this broad-minded? Robin and Nami were equally dumbfounded, staring at Cobra in stunned silence. Yet upon seeing their reactions, Cobra remained nonchalant and inquired whether there was anything inappropriate about his suggestion. Is there truly a problem with this? They had forgotten that in this world polygamy was permitted, though such arrangements were rare, with monogamy being the norm. There was nothing scandalous about it, of course. The only prerequisite was that his daughter Vivi give her consent. However, Cobra believed that Vivi would agree, given how well she and Nami got along. There surely wouldn't be any issues. Zhang Fei swallowed hard, his heart stirred by the proposition. The man before him didn't seem human at all. He was a saint. Nami stood there as if struck dumb, staring at King Cobra. She even began to doubt whether he was truly Vivi's father. How could he say such heartless words? What would Vivi think if she heard this? Robin had never expected King Cobra to be so broad-minded either. Glancing at Zhang Fei, there seemed to be a stirring of emotion in her eyes. It was clear he was tempted, which caused Robin's impression of Zhang Fei to shift considerably. What do you think? King Cobra asked Zhang Fei and Nami, seeking their opinion. Are you really Vivi's father? Nami finally asked, the question burning most in her heart. I am Vivi's father. Is there a problem? King Cobra replied without hesitation, looking at Nami. Had he said something wrong? Although he wanted Vivi to have Zhang Fei all to herself after witnessing Zhang Fei's abilities, he knew that was unrealistic. Thus, he could only resort to this compromise. No, nothing, Your Majesty. But what would Vivi think if she heard what you're saying now, eh? Nami tried to persuade King Cobra to consider Vivi's feelings more. Of course, Nami had her own selfish motives. Possessiveness was a terrifying desire. I am thinking for Vivi's sake. King Cobra declared solemnly, his tone utterly sincere. Nami was left speechless, as if silenced by some spell, not knowing how to persuade King Cobra to change his mind. Come to think of it, Robin, didn't you have an intimate relationship with Zhang Fei? Why aren't you trying to talk him out of this? Why aren't you helping? Just standing there watching. Weren't you supposed to compete with me for Zhang Fei? Why have you gone completely quiet now? Ahem. Zhang Fei coughed a few times and came to his senses. Though he admired King Cobra's magnanimity, was it really necessary to sacrifice his own daughter for Alabasta? Indeed, Zhang Fei had misunderstood King Cobra's intentions. He thought Cobra was so taken with his Mokutan abilities that he intended to use Vivi to keep Zhang Fei by his side. So he began to persuade King Cobra, earnestly urging him not to act rashly. Impulsiveness was the devil. Your Majesty, as for tree planting, I'll come back and help you once I have chakra. There's no need for you to sacrifice Vivi's happiness for Alabasta's sake. Love is something that requires mutual consent. You can't force the melon off the vine. King Cobra lowered his head, as if savoring Zhang Fei's words. He felt Zhang Fei made a valid point. He had been too impatient. He should let Vivi and Zhang Fei develop their feelings naturally. You're right. I was too hasty. Hearing that King Cobra had come to his senses, both Nami and Zhang Fei felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Glad you understand. Let's not dwell on it. We should head back. Zhang Fei dared not stay any longer with King Cobra. He might say something else shocking. Better to make a quick escape. Though it was somewhat regrettable, Zhang Fei knew his own limits. Watching Zhang Fei's swift departure, King Cobra murmured softly to himself. Why the rush? I'm not that frightening, am I? Nami was left utterly bewildered by King Cobra's words and needed time to collect herself. As for Robin, when she left, she actually cheered King Cobra on, as if she thoroughly agreed with his decision. Your Majesty, I think your decision is quite good. You should keep working at it. Nami shot Robin an irritated glare. What did she mean by that? Not helping was one thing, but actually adding fuel to the fire. She truly couldn't understand what Robin was thinking. Always eager to watch a good show. Goodness, Vivi's father is really going all out to keep me here. Now that I think about it, I do feel a bit regretful. Oh well, never mind. I should go check on how Smoker is handling things. Zhang Fei didn't dare return to the banquet hall. He was worried King Cobra might bring up such matters again. Better to find something else to do. As Zhang Fei wandered through the royal capital, he noticed citizens gradually returning to the city. After all the crisis with Crocodile had been resolved, they had no reason to stay away from the capital any longer. While Zhang Fei aimlessly strolled about admiring the capital scenery, he encountered a familiar face. Igaram, who had returned safely. Hey! Zhang Fei called out. Igaram turned his head and immediately noticed Zhang Fei. He quickened his pace to Zhang Fei's side and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Along the way back, he had learned that Crocodile's conspiracy had been exposed, and that Crocodile himself had been defeated by Luffy. The entire kingdom was celebrating with joy. Mr. Zhang Fei, we are deeply grateful for your assistance. It was all thanks to you that Alabasta was saved. Faced with Igaram's thanks, Zhang Fei appeared indifferent, as if it were no great matter to him. He seemed perfectly at ease. No need to stand on ceremony. You should hurry back now. I think Vivi will be overjoyed to see you. Yes, I understand, Mr. Zhang Fei. But why are you here? Igaram asked curiously why Zhang Fei was here. Shouldn't he be in the palace? I just came out to admire the scenery. Would you like me to show you around? No need. You should hurry back. I can manage on my own. Zhang Fei declined Igaram's kind offer. He wasn't like Zoro, a complete directions disaster. He didn't need a man to accompany him. Igaram understood Zhang Fei's meaning. After offering his blessings, he turned and left. Very well then, I wish you a pleasant journey. We're certain to give you an unforgettable experience here. An unforgettable experience. Your king already gave me one. Don't need another. As he passed an intersection, he heard furious shouting, seemingly berating Smoker. Smoker, you will now keep a close watch on Crocodile. I have already sent Vice Admiral Tashigi and Vice Admiral Shatan over. Furthermore, you must protect King Cobra at all costs. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you personally responsible. Hearing that Vice Admiral Tashigi and Vice Admiral Shatan were coming, Smoker immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Without a doubt, Admiral Sengoku must have been pressured by the five elders to have the world government clean up their mess. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agitated. Understood. He hung up the den mushi and smoked calmly. Marine soldiers stood nearby along with Tashigi. On the ground lay the half-dead Crocodile and his subordinates, plus various small fry. Zhang Fei cursed inwardly. If only he had arrived earlier, he might have heard more. But Vice Admiral Tashigi and Vice Admiral Shatan were a problem. With Luffy's current strength, fighting them was simply impossible. It seemed he would have to step in personally and ask Smoker for information, specifically when they would arrive. Knowing the exact timing would allow them to leave safely. Hey Smoker, when do you think Momosaji and Shitan will arrive? Zhang Fei walked out calmly, speaking as if they were old friends, relaxed and at ease. It's you. Tashiji's face showed disgust upon seeing Zhang Fei again. She crouched, right hand on her sword hilt, ready to fight at any moment. However, Zhang Fei completely ignored Tashiji. No other reason. He simply detested her. After being ignored, Tashiji flew into a rage. How could he look down on her like this? She wished she could draw her sword and cut down this annoying fellow at once. Smoker also noticed Tashiji's move and stopped her. With her strength, she was no match for Zhang Fei. Going after him would be futile. Don't be impulsive. Neither you nor I are a match for him. Don't do anything reckless. Our current task is to guard Crocodile. I understand, Captain Smoker. Tashiji's eyes revealed hatred, but Smoker was right. If Crocodile escaped, they would be in serious trouble. She suppressed her desire for revenge, resolving to take vengeance when they next met. Then Smoker looked at Zhang Fei and answered his question. He wanted to capture Zhang Fei himself, and since they were also the saviors of Alabasta, he would naturally tell them the arrival time of Momosaji and Shitan. The Momosaji and Shitan you mentioned have already set out from Marine headquarters. It will take at least a week for them to get here. Hearing that they had a week, he figured he could stay in Alabasta for 4 or 5 days without any problem. I see. Well, do your best. I'm leaving now. Knowing the time, Zhang Fei didn't linger and left. Watching Zhang Fei leave, some Marine soldiers were puzzled. Why would a Marine let a pirate go instead of arresting him and even reveal the whereabouts of Momosaji and Shitan? Had Captain Smoker betrayed the Marines? Captain Smoker, why did you let him go? Smoker glanced at him, took a deep drag of his cigar, and answered. You just need to know that he saved Alabasta. These brief words made the Marines understand. What? Father, did you really say that? Vivi, upon hearing that her father had proposed to Zhang Fei that he marry her, felt at a loss how to face them. At the same time, her heart began to race with nervousness and even anticipation. She wanted to know Zhang Fei's answer. Would he accept or refuse? Yes, that's what I told him. And what did he say? Vivi asked, cautiously clenching her fists and holding her breath, waiting for her father's answer. He said I should respect your wishes, that love is free. Do you think I don't know that? Vivi, I know you like him, and I support you. I'm not a stubborn old man. As long as he treats you well, I have no objections. Cobra simply and clearly stated his thoughts, then encouraged Vivi. A man with both strength and wisdom like him is rare, and his character is decent. So Vivi, you must work hard. Hearing her father's words, Vivi's face quickly flushed red. She hadn't expected her father to see through her heart, which made her shy. At the same time, these words encouraged her. In her mind, she wondered if she brought up this matter with Zhang Fei, would he agree? Her heart began to race as she pondered the possibilities. If Nami could agree, that would be even better, then she wouldn't have to worry about their friendship. Unfortunately, Zhang Fei was not here now, or else she could ask him right away. I understand, father. Hearing Vivi's answer, he felt relieved. All tasks were completed. It was time to open the mysterious gift pack. If he could get chakra, that would be best. Zhang Fei was not in the palace. He found a secluded place and sat cross-legged. He opened the system backpack and directly opened 3 packs in a row to see if he could get something good. Congratulations, you have obtained the Dragon Talisman. Oh, the first mysterious pack gave a Dragon Talisman. That's a good omen. Now he already had 3 talismans, 9 more, and he would have all 12. As for the Dragon Talisman, it was the most powerful of the 12. Its ability was Explosion. However, this explosion ability was not very useful to him. If it were the Horse Talisman or the Tiger Talisman, that would be best, as they could strengthen Usopp's combat power. Congratulations, you have obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon hearing that it was the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Zhang Fei almost jumped with excitement. Anyone who had watched Naruto knew the power of the Eternal Mangekyo. It was one of the 3 great dojutsu in Naruto. Its final evolution was the Rinnegan, which would grant even more powerful abilities. Moreover, it could summon a Susanoo and use Jinjutsu copying and observation. It was practically a must-have cheat for any transmigrator. He just didn't know what specific ability his Eternal Mangekyo would be. He directly took out the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Zhang Fei looked at the eye soaking in nutrient solution and couldn't help muttering to himself. Did he have to gouge out his own eye like in Naruto and then install it? However, he should ask the system first. System, are you there? How do I use this Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? After waiting a while, the system didn't respond. Strange. Usually when he called, the system would appear immediately. Why was it silent today? Had it gone out? He thought it was possible since the system often went out. Fine, since the system was not here, he would do it himself. It was just gouging out an eye, no big deal. Having made up his mind, Zhang Fei planned to gouge out his own eye and then put in the Eternal Mangekyo. However, when he placed his fingers near his eye socket, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The reason? He chickened out. Gouging out eyes was better left to the system, as it had experience. So he put the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan back into the system backpack. Now only the last mysterious pack was left. Congratulations. You have obtained a Zeo Trinity Summon card. Upon using the Zeo Trinity Summon card, you can summon Zeo Trinity, who will unconditionally obey the summoner for a duration of 10 minutes. A Zeo Trinity Summon card. That's quite something. It's the glorious form from Kamen Rider Zeo. This mysterious gift pack contains all sorts of items. If I could summon the glorious Zio who then summons the legendary Decade, who in turn summons Zo again, wouldn't that create an infinite loop? The mere thought is terrifying. Just imagine thousands of Heisei-era troublemakers. Wouldn't you be scared? The Zio Trinity summon card in his hand looked just like an ordinary game card with nothing special about it. Still, the idea had potential. When the Battle of Marineford came around, he could test whether the infinite summoning loop would work. Overall, among the 3 mysterious gift packs, only the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan truly caught his fancy, the others were mediocre. What a pity he had no chakra, or he could have used the Sharingan. As time passed, night fell without notice. Zhang Fei had returned to the palace, and upon arrival a soldier led him to his room. What did you say? Zhang Fei is back. Vivi looked at the soldier who had come to report, a hint of joy flickering in her eyes. She planned to confess her feelings to Zhang Fei tonight. She knew that he would soon set sail with Luffy, and if she didn't speak now she might never have the chance. Encouraged by Cobra, Vivi had prepared herself to embrace her happiness. She believed that once she convinced Zhang Fei, Nami wouldn't object. Yes, Princess Vivi, I personally escorted him to his room. The soldier reported. I see. You may leave now. Yes. As the soldier walked away, Vivi took deep breaths of fresh air, trying to calm herself. The mere thought of confessing to Zhang Fei made her heart race with nervousness. Step by step she walked toward Zhang Fei's room. With each step her heart beat faster. Having caught wind of the situation, Cobra quietly followed behind Vivi. He felt that Vivi had truly grown up and silently cheered her on in his heart, hoping she would win over Zhang Fei so that he could finally be free. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Pell spotted the sneaky Cobra and curiously approached him, only to realize he was following Princess Vivi. Oh my god, Pell, how did you appear here? Cobra was startled by Pell's sudden appearance, placing his hand on his heart to calm its rapid beating. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I didn't mean to startle you. By the way, what are you watching Princess Vivi for? Pell first apologized, then inquired about Cobra's behavior. Oh, nothing. Cobra's explanation seemed somewhat unconvincing, his expression shifting uneasily, like a guilty conscience. Hearing Cobra's words, Pell didn't press further. Still, he felt a bit concerned watching Vivi's departure until she was out of sight. As Vivi disappeared from their view, Cobra didn't follow any further. After all, with Pell around, he had to maintain his dignity as king. Under the bright moon with sparse stars, Zhang Fei sat on the balcony, leaning against the wall, gazing at the few stars scattered across the sky. He wondered where the system had gone. Had it gone to seek revenge against the Reaper system again? Just as he was lost in thought, a knock came at the door. Zhang Fei, are you there? That was Vivi's voice. What did she want? Despite his confusion, he responded, I'm here. What's the matter? I'm coming in then. Vivi pushed the door open directly, only to find the room empty. After searching around, she discovered Zhang Fei on the balcony. Her steps were light, but her breathing had become rapid, her heart filled with anxiety, and her mind blank. Seeing Vivi arrive, Zhang Fei greeted her and told her to grab a chair for herself. The chair is over there. Help yourself. No need, I'll sit on the floor with you. Vivi sat down right beside Zhang Fei, leaving just a finger's width of distance between them. Zhang Fei sensed something was off with Vivi. Turning to look, he found her face flushed, red, head bowed, fingers intertwined. She seemed extremely nervous. This left Zhang Fei puzzled. What was wrong with Vivi? Was she sick? Are you alright? Are you feeling unwell? At Zhang Fei's concerned inquiry, Vivi appeared flustered, yet also felt a sense of comfort. His unintentional tenderness always had a way of touching one's heart. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. I'm fine. Then turning to face Zhang Fei, she looked straight into his eyes, her gaze expressive and bright. At this moment, Vivi looked especially endearing. Zhang Fei didn't overthink it, murmuring softly before turning his gaze back to the moon above. Good, as long as you're fine. If you ever feel unwell, I'll take you to see Chopper. I understand. Vivi's voice was shy as she replied. She wanted to confess, but the words just wouldn't come out. She could only keep encouraging herself in her heart. Come on, Vivi, you can do this. But every time she thought about confessing, she retreated in fear. Not knowing what to do as Vivi was lost in confusion, Zhang Fei spoke up. Vivi, don't mind what your father said. Love is something you fight for yourself. If your father still tries to force you, I'll teach him a lesson. He assumed Vivi had come to him to vent her frustrations. After all, being forced to marry someone she didn't love would surely upset her, so Zhang Fei fully understood how she felt. If Vivi could read Zhang Fei's thoughts at that moment, she would surely be both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, encouraged by Zhang Fei's words, Vivi regained her composure. Her nervousness had eased considerably, and she sat with Zhang Fei under the moonlight, listening to the gentle breeze, a truly pleasant sound. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Yes, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Zhang Fei didn't catch the hidden meaning behind her words, simply thinking she was commenting on the moon. Then Vivi turned and smiled, her laughter as light as a bell. You should also say the wind is gentle. Is that so? The moonlight is beautiful tonight, and the wind is also gentle. Zhang Fei finally understood the deeper meaning of those words. Just as he was about to speak, Vivi began to talk. Vivi, could I borrow your shoulder to lean on? All right. Vivi's sudden confession caught Zhang Fei off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned and uncertain how to respond. Still, he offered his shoulder for her to rest against. In that instant, the world seemed to grow quiet around them, and Vivi found herself wishing time would simply stop, that they could remain like this forever. Yet she knew such a hope was futile. An undercurrent of anxiety threaded through her. She dreaded that Zhang Fei might reject her, that their friendship might shatter entirely. Still, she pressed forward with her feelings, offering her confession in gentle, measured words. Zhang Fei, do you realize something? I find myself wishing this moment could stretch endlessly. I can't pinpoint when these feelings took root. Perhaps it was in the garden or along Drum Island's shores, or maybe even when I first boarded your vessel. Whenever I felt most lost and fragile, you appeared, standing as my protector, my shelter. In those moments, the truth crystallized: I had fallen for you. Nami carries feelings for you as well, and that silence has become its own kind of torment. But every time I witness you with her, watching you draw close to another woman, something inside me fractures. My heart aches in ways I cannot fully explain, caught between what I feel and what I fear to lose. I understood then. What I felt for you had transformed into something far deeper than companionship. It had become love. Nami has feelings for you too, and I've kept my own love locked away, afraid of fracturing our friendship. Yet every moment you draw near another woman, I feel a physical ache in my chest, as if something vital is being torn from me. Zhang Fei sat in the quiet that followed, absorbing Vivi's words. The revelation struck him. Her feelings were genuine, and that kiss at Yuba had been real. He'd misread everything, assuming her affection mirrored Luffy's, simple camaraderie and nothing more. But now the truth was undeniable, and he found himself caught between confession and retreat, uncertain how to navigate feelings he'd never anticipated confronting in this world. The system offered a lifeline: don't lose hope. I'm consulting the harem system for guidance. Stay calm, hold steady. I'll return with something stronger. Vivi cut him off before he could speak. She wasn't ready for his response, couldn't bear to shatter this fragile peace. This moment might be all they ever had, and she wanted to preserve it, to exist a little longer in its quiet warmth. Whatever words he'd prepared died on his tongue. The night stretched around them, cold winds passing between them. Yet somehow their bodies grew warmer, and the air itself seemed to soften. Vivi continued, laying bare her heart. My father spoke of you too, Zhang Fei. He wouldn't oppose you having multiple wives. I feel the same way. As long as you're beside me, nothing else matters. After speaking, Vivi nestled closer against Zhang Fei's shoulder while he wrestled with doubt. How should he respond to her? Accept or refuse? This confusion was unfamiliar territory, a first in his life. Time slipped away unnoticed. Vivi drifted into peaceful sleep, the first truly restful slumber since Crocodile's thread ended. The Alabasta night pressed and cold, yet Black Emperor was summoned by Zhang Fei to serve as their warmth. Zhang Fei turned his gaze toward the sleeping Vivi, studying the face of someone who loved him so fiercely. His fingers brushed her cheek with tenderness, and she murmured softly in response. She had endured so much. Zhang Fei understood this and couldn't bear adding to her pain. He remained awake through the night, contemplating their situation and reaching a conclusion. Hey host, I'm back. The system's voice crackled back to life, suffused with satisfaction. It had spent the day gathering knowledge, filling notebooks with insights. The world's origin. This was the prize it coveted. Where were you? Zhang Fei asked, genuinely puzzled. What had occupied the system's entire day? Studying. Acquiring knowledge. The system wasn't about to reveal the truth. It had already prepared its scheme. Everything was in position, merely awaiting the right moment. The system had pursued further education. Zhang Fei's surprise was genuine. Systems required study. Was competition among system developers now this cutthroat, forcing them to pursue constant advancement? What did you study? That information is classified. The system feigned secrecy, deliberately withholding details. Fine then. Refusing to explain while pretending to be mysterious. Seeking the system's counsel now seemed pointless. Zhang Fei had already reached his decision independently. Host, I'll be entering deep sleep mode soon, which will affect you as well. Though the impact is minimal, merely causing a few hours of deep rest. The system had crafted its explanation carefully. This was news to Zhang Fei. The system's sleep could actually influence him. Still, he harbored no suspicion, trusting the system completely. Crocodile was imprisoned, Alabasta's crisis resolved, and no threats remained. With that reassurance, he drifted into unconsciousness alongside Black Emperor, both drawn back into Zhang Fei's being. Vivi stirred awake in the dim light, her gaze falling upon the sleeping Zhang Fei beside her. Her heartbeat quickened, and something dormant within her stirred to life. Morning sunbeams crept across the room as Zhang Fei's eyes fluttered open to an unexpected reality. The balcony where he'd fallen asleep had somehow become his bed, yet Vivi lay beside him, and the morning light painted everything in golden hues. His mind raced to understand how they'd ended up here. The sheets lay tangled around them, and something warm and wet seeped through beneath him. He understood instantly what this meant. A violent pounding echoed through his chest. Could Vivi have orchestrated this? Had she seized her chance while he slept, forcing a commitment neither of them could take back? Yet the evidence contradicted everything he believed about her character. Someone else had to be responsible. Zhang Fei's thoughts snapped to King Cobra. Only the king would go to such extremes to unite them. Vivi, your father has gone too far, he murmured, though the words caught in his throat. How could he possibly explain this to her? The system had set everything in motion, and now King Cobra bore the blame for its machinations. The system had administered a dark pill obtained from the harem system, dissolving it into Vivi's mouth while she slept. Everything was falling into place exactly as planned, and the world's origin would soon be within reach. As dawn broke through the window, Vivi's eyes fluttered open to find Zhang Fei still lying beside her. Her heart raced with an intensity she'd never felt before. When Zhang Fei finally woke, he found himself disoriented. The terrace where he'd fallen asleep had somehow become a bed, and Vivi lay next to him. His mind raced to understand what had happened, his body exposed, and something crimson staining the sheets beneath them. A terrible suspicion took root in his thoughts. Had Vivi taken advantage of his unconscious state, desperate enough to force an irreversible outcome? Yet something felt wrong about this conclusion. His knowledge of her character suggested this wasn't her nature, which meant another explanation existed. King Cobra immediately came to mind. Only the king would orchestrate such elaborate schemes to bring them together. Zhang Fei felt a surge of frustration, mixed with resignation. Vivi, you certainly have a devoted father, he thought, unsure whether to feel grateful or trapped by the manipulation. And so the king unknowingly bore the weight of the system's machinations. Despite everything, Zhang Fei had already made his choice. He would embrace this relationship with Vivi. After years of solitude on Earth, perhaps it was time to surrender to his desires, though he would need to find a way to explain himself to Nami eventually. Oh, you're awake. Zhang Fei noticed Vivi stirring beside him, and offered his usual greeting, maintaining the same casual tone as before. Wei Wei slowly woke up, dazed and disoriented, rubbing her eyes, only to see a bare-chested man, his lower body draped beneath the bedsheet. His taut, sculpted chest and chiseled six-pack gleamed under the golden sunlight streaming through the window, lending him an aura of rugged strength and unwavering resolve. Wei Wei swallowed hard, then suddenly realized she too was completely unclothed. Her mind froze, utterly blank, as she struggled to comprehend what had transpired between them. Did we truly? She caught sight of a vivid crimson stain on the sheet, and a dull ache blooming low in her abdomen, immediately evoking memories of their passionate night. Zhang Fei scratched the back of his head, uncertain. Last night remained a complete void in his memory. Most likely we did. If so, why didn't I? Her cheeks flared crimson to the very tips of her ears as she recalled how she had initiated it, how Zhang Fei had yielded entirely to her will. The memory was so overwhelming she buried herself beneath the sheet, unable to face him, or daylight itself. Her thoughts tumbled chaotically. What has come over me? How could I have done such a thing? It's utterly mortifying. Just hours after confessing my feelings, I've claimed him. She whispered softly, Zhang Fei, do you remember anything from last night? After all, I was utterly unrestrained. Looking back, even I feel unnerved by my own fervor. No wonder my abdomen aches so deeply. No, I recall nothing. But I will take responsibility. Rest assured, Wei Wei. Though I drifted into oblivion last night, part of me regrets it. But thanks to subtle shifts within me, this no longer feels extraordinary, it simply is. Even if he hadn't acted of his own volition, honor demanded he stand by his actions. As a man, he bore that duty. Hearing his solemn vow, Wei Wei felt her heart lift. Yet at the thought of Nami, she grew anxious beneath the covers and asked quietly, what about Nami? How will you tell her about us? And Nami? I'll explain everything to her. He knew not whether she'd forgive him, but he would devote every ounce of sincerity to earning that forgiveness. Truly. Wei Wei peeked out, eyes glistening like dewy lotus petals, soft, tender, irresistible. Truly. But now, I must grind the pestle. Grind the pestle? Yes. Zhang Fei held her gaze unflinchingly, sending a shiver down her spine. What precisely does grinding the pestle mean? Before she could voice her confusion, he answered, not with words, but with action. By the time comprehension dawned, noon had already arrived. Ugh, where's Zhang Fei? Nami stamped her foot in frustration. Since Zhang Fei had vanished from the royal tomb, she hadn't seen him, not once. Exhausted from watching Robin all night, her temper flared sharply. Robin meanwhile glanced up from her book with a quiet smile, and stoked the embers. Perhaps last night Zhang Fei and Princess Wei Wei were alone together, just the two of them. That remark jolted Nami awake. Wei Wei wasn't here either. A chilling suspicion took root. Could it be true? No, she trusted Zhang Fei. And hadn't he just refused King Cobra yesterday? Just as doubt spiraled, Zhang Fei and Wei Wei appeared, flushed, radiant, their closeness palpable. Nami sensed it instantly, and her heart sank like stone. Sanji, what's wrong? Zhang Fei entered to find Sanji deathly pale, drained of color, yet grinning, foolishly lost in blissful reverie. He fainted from blood loss after sneaking into the women's bathhouse. Just brought him back. Chopper explained while hurriedly preparing a transfusion bag, his hooves never pausing. So that was it. He'd forgotten to retract the snake talisman last night. Sanji's misfortune had been inevitable, and yet, somehow, he'd profited immensely. Pikachu, spotting his master, darted forward with joyful leaps, landing on Zhang Fei's shoulder and nuzzling his cheek. Tiny sparks flickered, harmless yet enough to send gentle tingles across Zhang Fei's skin. Haha, stop it, Pikachu. That tickles. His mood lifted instantly, lightened by the creature's pure, unguarded affection. Pika, you two are inseparable, Wei Wei murmured, enchanted, her hand reaching out instinctively to stroke Pikachu's soft, downy head. But Nami watched, tight-lipped. A cold pang pierced her chest, as though she stood outside their circle, excluded. Their intimacy confirmed Robin's words, and deepened her dread. She strode forward, seized Zhang Fei's wrist, and inhaled deeply, detecting Wei Wei's scent clinging to his skin. Her eyes welled. Then she pulled him away, determined to hear the truth herself. Wei Wei watched them go, knowing inevitability had arrived. She rose to follow, desperate to explain, but Zhang Fei gently waved her back. Don't worry. Leave this to me. She halted, watching them disappear into the open air. Outside, Nami released his hand and demanded answers, voice sharp with suppressed anguish. Are you two together? Her eyes shimmered, brimming with sorrow, betrayal, and a silent plea. Tell me it's false. Zhang Fei offered no evasion. Yes. That single syllable shattered her composure. Fists pounded his chest, tears spilled freely. How could you betray me? I came first. Am I truly less than them? Wounded pride, raw injustice, and heartbreak erupted at once. I came first. Why? Why is this happening? Didn't you promise me yesterday? Zhang Fei waited, prepared to speak only when her storm had spent itself, when the system intervened. Armed with insights from the harem system manual, it stepped in to resolve the crisis. It seized control of Zhang Fei's body, sweeping Nami into his arms and striding away, voice low and resolute. You wanted proof. Then let my actions speak for me. What the? My body's moving on its own. Is this the system's doing? System, answer me. The system remained silent, feigning death until they reached the room. Only then did it release control. What follows must be your doing. What a day of double happiness. Not only had he helped Zhang Fei resolve his bachelor dilemma, but he himself had also acquired a massive amount of world origin. Truly a sudden fortune. This was more than 10 times what Zhang Fei had accumulated from his previous missions. This also made the system's gaze gradually grow feverish, as though it had discovered the secret to wealth. It would need to work harder in the future. It shifted its attention toward Robin. Robin, who was reading, felt a sudden chill run down her spine, as if being stalked by a creep. Goosebumps rose across her arms. She looked around left and right, but saw no one. Only the straw hat crew, noisy as ever. The spring breeze was gentle. Nami, no longer carrying her earlier temper, gazed at Zhang Fei like a demure young bride, sweet and tender. Though her possessiveness was strong, she feared losing Zhang Fei even more, especially whenever Robin appeared. After hearing about their intimate moments, her heart had begun to tremble with insecurity. And Cobra's words from the day before only deepened her fear. Now, with Zhang Fei's response in hand, her heart began to settle. The long-lingering unease vanished, replaced by a profound sense of peace. Though what I'm about to say may sound terrible, I want to take responsibility for all of you. So are you willing to accept me as I am now? Perhaps back on Earth he would be called a man playing 2 women at once. But this was the world of pirates. No laws bound them. He could take hundreds of wives if he wished. Her body was already his. How could she refuse? Besides, she only wanted an answer. Upon receiving Nami's reply, Zhang Fei felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Then let's head back. I think Vivi is growing anxious. Understood. Nami, who had been treated to nutritional drinks, had a slightly swollen belly. Each step she took felt as though something might spill. She walked, supporting herself along the wall, casting Zhang Fei a reproachful glance, as if blaming him entirely. Yet remembering his inexhaustible constitution made her both afraid and grateful. At least Vivi and the others would share this burden with her. Zhang Fei gave a wry smile. There was no controlling such things. It was the aftermath of being single for too long. He quickly hoisted Nami onto his back to make amends. At least you know what's good for you. Nami snorted with a faint laugh. That's right. Perched on Zhang Fei's back, Nami could feel the solid strength of his shoulders, which gave her an extraordinary sense of security. She couldn't help but lean closer. Between her nostrils, the scent of his shampoo reached her, fragrant and just like the orange fragrance she loved. Stepping through the gate, everyone saw them in their close embrace. Luffy was already accustomed to such displays. Zhang Fei, you're here. Wanna eat? Luffy was devouring food and tried to share his with Zhang Fei. I'll pass. Zhang Fei declined Luffy's kindness. He didn't need to eat anyway. He set Nami down, and she blushed deeply at the ears, feeling shy under everyone's gaze. Seeing Nami's relieved expression, Vivi felt at ease. She ran over, about to say something, but Nami interrupted her. Nami, no need to say it. I understand. Let's be close from now on, Vivi. Vivi immediately understood. Nami had truly let go. We're sisters now. Yes, and if Zhang Fei ever bullies us, we'll team up against him together. Agreed. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Fei could only smile wryly. But seeing their bond restored, he felt truly at peace. Soon Nami and Vivi linked arms, whispering softly beside him. He didn't disturb them, and instead went searching for Cobra, only to find he wasn't there, likely handling state affairs. After questioning the soldiers, he learned Cobra's whereabouts. He had gone outside to deal with the rebel forces and arrange a press conference. With no choice, Zhang Fei could only wait for Cobra's return. But when Cobra learned that Zhang Fei was waiting for him, he was overjoyed and immediately understood that Vivi had succeeded. This son-in-law was secured. He greeted Zhang Fei warmly. Son-in-law? Son-in-law, is there something you need? Good heavens, it was indeed him. He was already calling him son-in-law. Zhang Fei hadn't suspected the system since it had told him it was in a deep slumber. He had even called out to it with no response. Clearly this was Cobra's scheme. He never expected Cobra to be so cunning. As for why his own body moved on its own, Cobra still had no clue. He would need to wait for the system to awaken and ask him directly. It was definitely you behind this. What was I behind it? Cobra looked utterly bewildered, having no idea what Zhang Fei was talking about. You're still playing dumb. Fine, he was too lazy to expose him. He stated his purpose directly. Father-in-law, I came to provide funding for Alabasta. After all, Alabasta desperately needed money right now, and he had a large amount of gold on hand. Perfect for easing the immediate crisis. Hearing the word father-in-law, Cobra was beyond excited. He grabbed Zhang Fei's hand eagerly. What did you call me? Say it again. Zhang Fei could only sigh inwardly and called out again. Father-in-law, I knew it. I knew you two would end up together. When are you and Vivi getting married? Cobra wished they could marry immediately so Zhang Fei could succeed him. But Zhang Fei had his own plans. If he were to marry, it would at least be after dealing with the world government. That however required Luffy to become Pirate King, which would take roughly 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years perhaps. After all, we are irreconcilable with the world government. Zhang Fei gave his estimate. But upon hearing the world government, Cobra's joyful expression froze instantly. He didn't know what grievance Zhang Fei had with them, though he could potentially use his authority as a founding king to cancel Zhang Fei's bounty. You intend to oppose the world government. Cobra remembered everything Zhang Fei had done. It all seemed directed against the world government. Yes, I simply cannot stand the world government. They are parasites of this world and must be removed. Then we will establish a new United Nations. Zhang Fei concealed nothing from Cobra, for he was Vivi's father and now his own father-in-law. Perhaps when the time came to topple the world government, he would need Cobra's assistance. Hearing that Zhang Fei truly intended to oppose the world government left Cobra utterly stunned. If anyone else had said such a thing, he would never have believed it. But for some reason he felt an inexplicable magnetism about Zhang Fei, a quality that inspired trust. However, the world government's waters ran deep. Even with Alabasta added, they would hardly be a match. He pondered for a moment. Overthrowing the world government is no trivial matter. Zhang Fei naturally understood Cobra's concern, but he had his own confidence, his system. With the system by his side, why would he fear them? Besides, the children of destiny like Luffy were also present. He had no reason to lose. Don't worry, father-in-law. We aren't confronting them today. We still need to find One Piece first. Seeing Zhang Fei's confidence, Cobra felt no need to persuade him further. He himself was dissatisfied with the world government. If Zhang Fei truly succeeded, it would be a monumental joy. Even if he failed, Cobra would do everything in his power to protect him. The great treasure One Piece HM. That works too. With that, opposing the world government will be somewhat easier. Cobra thought it over. After all, once the great treasure was obtained, and Luffy became Pirate King, he would surely have many followers. At that point, opposing the world government would indeed be more feasible. Exactly. Zhang Fei had considered the same. They still needed to build their strength. Then I'll hold out for a few more years. Cobra spoke with a hint of regret. He had originally hoped Zhang Fei and Vivi would marry soon, allowing him to step aside. That was no longer possible. When do you plan to leave? In a few more days. The Marines have already sent a vice admiral. Zhang Fei recounted the facts. I see. Then I shall host you properly. And so Zhang Fei stayed in Alabasta for 3 more days. Canola Port. Zhang Fei was about to set sail. Vivi, though she wished to join his adventures, could not. She had to stay and help her father rebuild the kingdom. There was no time to spare. She could only see him off through tears. At the port, it was not only Vivi who bid farewell, but also the king and the others. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye everyone. I will definitely return when I have the chance. Though reluctant to part, Zhang Fei knew that once they reached Sabati Archipelago, he would have 2 years to roam freely. Returning to Alabasta would be easy enough then. Vivi, goodbye. Take care of yourself. Nami, equally reluctant to part with Vivi, waved her farewell. As the Going Merry disappeared over the horizon, a royal army soldier came running, breathless and urgent. Your Majesty, a large sum of gold has appeared in the royal treasury. Gold, eh? Cobra frowned, puzzling over its origin when Vivi spoke up. She knew it was Zhang Fei's gift and explained. Gold HM. If I'm not mistaken, that must be what Zhang Fei left behind. Is that so? It seems your judgment was excellent, Vivi. Yes, it was. To be honest, writing nonstop for over 3 months has been quite an experience. When I first went on sale, my earnings were only 20-something. I wanted to give up, but I told myself to hang in there a few more days. And before I knew it, I had written this far. It hasn't been easy. In March, my health gave out, and my daily earnings hovered around just 10 yuan. I hadn't planned to end the story, but the earnings were too low, so I'm sorry everyone. Though the novel has concluded, Zhang Fei's journey continues. Once again, thank you to all the readers who supported me. Though it's regrettable, there's nothing to be done. Tomorrow I will apply to my editor to officially close the story. Perhaps we'll meet again. When my health recovers, I may write another novel, and hope you'll support it then. Wishing you all good health and sudden wealth this year.